Am I transmigrating? Just now, Yi Ling opened his sleepy eyes and observed everything around him. At this moment, he found himself much younger, and still in the classroom. Just when he was wondering, an inexplicable and strange memory flooded into his mind. Let him have a long aftertaste. Eventually, he learned from memory. He traveled to a parallel world named Blue Star. The level of entertainment and technology in this world is very similar to the Earth he was on before. But there is one more martial art. That's right, martial arts can be practiced in this world. And everyone can awaken their own innate abilities when they are 18 years old. And today, it happens to be Yi Ling's 18th birthday. And the students in the class have more or less awakened their own abilities, officially practicing martial arts. Among them, several people have entered the realm of warriors ahead of schedule. You know, there is only more than a month before the college entrance examination. If you can reach the fifth heaven of warriors before the college entrance examination, that is equivalent to having a pass to martial arts university. After all, in this world, the status of martial arts university is far higher than other liberal arts universities. Yi Ling, you haven't awakened yet? Li Yu at the same table looked at Yi Ling curiously. Not yet. Yi Ling shook his head lightly. Before this morning, you should be able to wake up, don't worry. Li Yu patted Yi Ling's shoulder lightly, comforting him. Ever since that mysterious secret realm appeared, every human being will awaken his own abilities. So far, there have been no examples of failure to awaken abilities. I hope so. Yi Ling responded with a forced smile. In his current body, there is a soul from another world. I just don't know if the heaven of this world will define him as an intruder, so as not to give him the ability to awaken. Then he just wants to cry, but has no tears. In this world, only those who have awakened their own abilities are qualified to sense the dark energy between heaven and earth, thus began to practice martial arts. In other words, if there is no awakening ability, that would be like a useless person. Thinking of this, Yi Ling could only silently bless herself for successfully awakening. I heard that Wangu of the 3rd class has awakened the high-level talent, Berserk, which can double his attributes in a short period of time, and it is no problem to fight at higher levels in the future. Li Yu said to Yi Ling. From his eyes, one can see the undisguised envy. Thinking about it, Yi Ling also thought it was very normal. Li Yu only awakened an intermediate talent. Although it looks on the surface, there is only one level difference between intermediate talent and advanced talent. The gap is very large. Generally speaking, the efficiency of low-level talents is only 10%, and the growth rate of mid-level talent is 30%, which is 3 times that of low-level talent. As for the increase of advanced talents, the efficiency is 100%, which is more than 3 times that of intermediate talents. You can see how big the gap is between them. This is why Li Yu is so envious. P.S. Talent level division, elementary, intermediate, advanced, extraordinary, king level, emperor level, emperor level. Wangu's awakened violent talent should be flawed. Yi Ling in her previous life had read quite a few novels. Naturally, he also knows that although this rage is powerful, it also has flaws. Indeed, although this berserk is powerful, if it does not have a strong mind to control itself, it is very likely to lose its mind and turn into a complete killing machine. Liu lowered his head and explained in a low voice. However, this is not something too secretive. Talent has existed in this world for thousands of years. Most of the talents that should appear have already appeared. In Berserk, this kind of talent has already been recorded on the internet. Anyone who wants to check it can find it at any time. And it is very simple to solve the disadvantages of Berserk. That is to improve one's mental power. And improving one's spiritual power is nothing more than improving one's martial arts realm or taking some genius treasures. This must not be a difficult task for Wangu, who is a child of the aristocratic family. A strong talent coupled with a strong family. As long as he does not fall, Wangu will definitely become a powerful warrior in the future. Thinking of this, a hint of envy appeared in Yi Ling's eyes. However, it's just a trace, and it's gone in a blink of an eye. He, Yi Ling, is a traveler from another world. Coupled with this world, both parents died. You know, this is the standard configuration for the protagonist of a novel. Now he just had to wait for Goldfinger to wake up. Then you can start beating all kinds of geniuses and reach the pinnacle of life. Thinking of this, the corner of Yi Ling's mouth showed a hint of complacency inadvertently. Yi Ling can't be stupid. Li Yu, who was on the side, saw Yi Ling's appearance. Suddenly frowned. He never thought of it. The fact that the talent has not been awakened will have such a big impact on Yi Ling. If I had known, he didn't mention Wangu just now. Isn't this adding salt to Yi Ling's wounds? Thinking of this, Li Yu couldn't help showing a trace of guilt on his face. No, I have to make it up to Yi Ling and make him happy. Looking at his good brother, Li Yu decided that he must do something. Then he seemed to remember something and quickly opened his school bag. Found it. Li Yu's eyes lit up, and he quickly picked up the red receipt and handed it to Yi Ling. Red romance? Yi Ling frowned, looking at the bill in his hand. Relax for a moment, Li Yu said with a hey smile. Formal? Yi Ling became curious. Of course it's normal. Li Yu was taken aback. No regular ones? After speaking, Yi Ling tore the red note in half. It's a joke. No one will actually spend money to wash their feet. Forehead? Looking at the torn red notes, Li Yu felt his heart was bleeding. You say you, don't. Why tear it up? This is a VIP ticket that he spent several months to grab. It is said that this time there are several technicians with special talents present. It allows warriors to have a comfortable experience from the inside out. Therefore, this ticket can be described as hard to find. Unexpectedly, it was torn apart by Yi Ling. This made him feel very sorry. What's the matter? Do you want to go? Then you didn't say it earlier. You see, I tore it up. Seeing the pity on Li Yu's face, Yi Ling said quickly. Fine. Li Yu looked hopeless. After all, he had already given it to Yi Ling. How Yi Ling dealt with it was none of his business. As soon as the school bell rang, Yi Ling's figure had already disappeared from the classroom. Is it so impatient? Seeing this, Li Yu immediately laughed. But if you think about it carefully, it seems quite normal. After all, he was so excited back then. However, he doesn't think Yi Ling can awaken any good talents. In this world, it doesn't mean that talents can only be awakened when they are 16 years old. But before the age of 16, talent will inevitably appear. It's like God's compensation. And the sooner the talent is awakened, the better the talent will be. It's like Wangu in the class next door, who awakened his talent at the age of 14. Now it has reached the realm of the 6th level of warriors, a steady seedling of the martial arts university. Yi Ling, on the other hand, wants to successfully enter Budo University. It is necessary to break through to the realm of the 5th heaven of warriors in the next 3 months. To be honest, it's kind of hard as hell. System? Grandpa? Dad? It's over. I won't be without golden fingers. As soon as she got home, Yi Ling couldn't wait to find her golden finger. But no matter how many times he called, there was no response from Goldfinger for a long time. I wouldn't be a time traveler without a gold finger. But can this be called a time traveler without a gold finger? There was no response for a long time, which made Yi Ling feel ashamed. Feeling ill-fated. He didn't expect that he had already crossed over. But there is no gold finger necessary for a traverser. Now he can only pray to heaven to give him a powerful golden finger. But thinking about it, he also felt that it was impossible. After all, he also knows the law of talent awakening. The longer the delay, the less chance of awakening high-level talents. But in order to better welcome the arrival of talent, Yi Ling had to wash up early. Then he burned incense and prayed, lay down on the bed, and closed his eyes. Why isn't it 12 o'clock? Tossing and turning, Yi Ling still couldn't fall asleep. Then he opened his eyes and stared at the wall clock on the wall. In the past, time flew by in Yi Ling's eyes. At this moment, it is like a walking snail. Extremely slow. Then, Yi Ling thought of a way to pass the time. That is to play 2 hands on the top number. But while playing, Yi Ling found that he couldn't put all his thoughts on the game. Because he would think of his talent from time to time, and he hadn't awakened yet. Therefore, his operation also began to deform. It is completely inconsistent with the normal operation of a noble and unyielding diamond player. Hey, Sagittarius, are you playing games with your feet? A girl again? How did you see it? If you look at her profile, you can see it. Since it's a girl, forget it. What's wrong with the girl? I'm also a girl, so I can't scold you anymore. At this moment, Ling looked at his teammates who greeted him frantically. Seems slightly awkward. And as for why his profile is female, this is of course the secret to his ability to score steadily for so long. And when being scolded, they may also receive special care. Of course, the premise is that he is the only female player in the entire team. Ding! While Ling was still immersed in the embarrassment of the game, the clock in his room suddenly rang. It's time! Ling raised his head sharply and looked at the clock. The above time is impressively 12 o'clock. Immediately, Ling's face was filled with ecstasy. Goal? Is it an advanced talent? Just when Ling wondered how the talent was awakened, a streak of golden light suddenly bloomed from the void. Then it turned into golden lotus flowers surrounding him. And this golden color is very tall and extraordinary at first glance. According to the statement in the game, this golden color is at least the rhythm of advanced talents. This made Ling even more excited. Then, a piece of information appeared in his mind. Daily check-in, unique primary talent, sign in once a day, and get rich rewards. Daily check-in? Is this my golden finger? Looking at the introduction of her talent and the message, Ling fell into deep thought. Because this daily check-in is really incompatible with the talent of this world. It's a bit like a product of the system. So this daily check-in is most likely Ling's golden finger. What's more, the only word. It also means that this golden finger is only owned by Ling. It made Ling confirm his specialness and want to confirm his authenticity. As long as you experiment, you will know naturally. Sign in. So, Ling said. Sign in successfully. Congratulations, your martial arts realm +1. Suddenly, a terrifying dark energy suddenly appeared in Ling's dantian. It made him feel extremely excited, full of strength. This is the first level of martial arts? Feeling the soaring power in his body, Ling's expression looked very astonished. He didn't expect this talent to be so overbearing. In an instant, he had the realm of the first level of warrior. It really is my golden finger. After confirming the strength of the daily check-in, Ling was incomparably ecstatic. Laughed out loud. With this daily check-in, it is impossible for him not to become a strong man. After signing in 7 times in a row, the daily sign-in will be promoted to an intermediate talent, and the weekly sign-in will be promoted. Just when Ling was in a state of excitement, a bunch of information flooded into his mind. Gave him a bigger surprise. This talent can actually be upgraded. Ling was also shocked by this. He didn't expect that this daily sign-in could be upgraded to a weekly sign-in. Doesn't that mean that there is still an opportunity to upgrade to monthly and annual? Immediately, Ling couldn't help but gasped. But when I think that such a powerful talent is my own, this also made him feel complacent. Just awakening talent. You can reach the realm of martial arts. Who else? Ling laughed excitedly. How? Was the awakening successful? At this time, Liu suddenly sent a message. It worked. Ling responded with a smile. He didn't expect that Liu cared so much about him. Sure enough, he is his good brother. Immediately, Ling felt warm in his heart. That's fine. On the other side, Liu saw Ling's reply. Gently breathed a sigh of relief. But he didn't ask Ling what kind of talent he awakened. After all, he had some guesses in his mind, so it's not good to ask actively. Go to bed early, don't worry about me. Ling replied. Since Liu didn't ask, he didn't want to talk about it either. After all, his talent is truly terrifying. Good night. After returning home, Liu was also ready to go to sleep. From the chat just now, it can be seen that Ling is still in a good mood. He also felt relieved. You are a G warrior. As soon as he stepped into the door of the classroom, Liu saw Ling, who was sitting in his seat early. But when he saw Ling, he always felt that there was something different about Ling today. After careful observation, he found to his astonishment that Ling in front of him had actually stepped into the first level of warrior. As Ling's good friend, He naturally knew that Yi Ling hadn't successfully awakened his talent until last night. And as of today, the maximum practice is 10 hours. He actually advanced to the first level of warriors. This made him really unbelievable. That's why he looked so stunned. How did you know? Yi Ling looked at Li Yu in front of him with a little doubt. You haven't practiced any techniques to conceal your aura, so I can tell at a glance. At any rate, I have entered the realm of the third level of warriors. Li Yuebai glanced at Yi Ling and then patiently explained. I really forgot about this one. Yi Ling smiled awkwardly, a little embarrassed. After all, he just crossed over, and he hasn't adapted to this world yet. Your realm has been promoted so quickly. Could it be that you have awakened your talent a long time ago and have been lying to me? Li Yu brought the topic back and looked at Yi Ling in front of him with a puzzled face. Otherwise, how could it be explained that the other party had advanced to the first level of warrior overnight? Although it is only the first realm, it cannot be achieved overnight. Maybe this is genius? Yi Ling said with a proud face. Since you don't want to say it, it's fine. Li Yu took a deep look at his good friend. Since the other party doesn't want to say it, he can't force it. As we all know, a person's martial arts talent is linked to his talent level. The higher the talent level, the stronger the martial arts talent will naturally be. So, just Yi Ling with elementary talent. Naturally, it is impossible to have such a powerful martial arts talent. Or, the other party's awakening is not a primary talent. But this is also unlikely. The other party only awakened on the last day. Time flies. Soon it will be class time. The whole classroom also slowly fell silent, quietly waiting for the head teacher to arrive. Hey, it's so quiet today. It seems that you have already got the news in advance. The old class smiled and opened the door of the classroom, then slowly walked up to the podium. When he saw how quiet it was below, a half-smile appeared on his face. In that case, the squad leader will come up and send this application form. Old Ban took out a stack of white lists from his briefcase. Afterwards, the burly squad leader quickly stood up from his seat, walked to the podium, picked up the list, and handed it out one by one. Since everyone knows the news in advance, I don't need to explain too much. But I still want to remind you, do what you can. Watching the list being issued, the smile on Lao Ban's face gradually disappeared. Then he looked at the students below with a serious face. Secret Realm Training Order Form. After Yi Ling looked at the introduction on the list, he also understood what Lao Ban said. I don't know how many years ago, various secret realms appeared on Blue Star. In these secret realms, there are creatures and various treasures that never existed on the Blue Star. It is one of the best places for warriors to improve themselves. And this time, the secret training. It was prepared for the martial arts exam 3 months later. It can quickly improve the realm of a warrior in a short period of time. Registration fee, 10,000 Blue Star coins. Looking at the registration requirements above, Yi Ling filled in his name. Yi Ling, you want to participate too? Looking at Yi Ling, he actually filled in his name. Li Yu frowned. Although Yi Ling is already in the realm of first-tier fighters, but in the secret realm, he is only the bottom of the existence. If you are not careful, you will be buried in the secret realm. To be honest, he did not recommend Yi Ling to participate in this secret realm. This secret training is a week later, and my strength is definitely not only a warrior. Yi Ling smiled confidently. You will come with me when the time comes. Looking at Yi Ling, who is so serious, Li Yu also knows. He couldn't persuade the other party at all. You can only choose to be with each other. Also take care of each other. Okay. Yi Ling nodded. Yi Ling, come out for a moment. Soon, the list was collected. Lao Wang looked at one of the registration forms, which actually had Yi Ling's name on it. His brows furrowed slightly. Then he said to Yi Ling, yes. Yi Ling also guessed that it would attract the attention of the head teacher. Dang even nodded. Follow the teacher in charge and go out. What happened to Yi Ling? Why did the head teacher ask him? The math committee looked at Yi Ling, who walked out. He looked at his desk mate curiously. That is, the monitor. Yi Ling signed his name on the list, and he also wants to participate in the secret trial this time. The squad leader replied. When he just received the list, he thought he had read it wrong. Can be carefully confirmed. Yi Ling did sign his name on it. No way. Yi Ling just woke up last night, so his talent is definitely not much better. He dared to participate in the secret trial before he became a warrior. Who gave him the courage? The math committee heard the answer. A strange smile suddenly appeared on his face. Then, with a look of disdain, he said to Yi Ling's back. Moreover, he did not lower his tone at all. This allowed the surrounding students to also hear the conversation between them. The rest of the students also began to discuss in a low voice. After all, Yi Ling is not even a warrior. The act of entering the secret realm is undoubtedly asking for a dead end. Yi Ling, he has reached the first level of warrior. The squad leader took a deep look at his deskmate. Obviously, the other party was targeting Yi Ling. I just don't know when Yi Ling offended him. What? Yi Ling has already reached the first level of warrior. I remember that yesterday was his birthday. In other words, he should have awakened last night. How could he be promoted to warrior in one night? The monitor is not joking. Probably not. The squad leader is not that kind of person. The rest of the students were shocked by the monitor's words. Are you stepping into the warrior? Hearing what the class monitor said, Zhao Ming, the mathematics committee member, frowned. It stands to reason that it is impossible for Yi Ling to advance to the rank of warrior. It seems at this time I can't keep you anymore. Yi Ling, you are messing around. As soon as he returned to the office, Lao Ban pulled Yi Ling's registration form out of the stack. Then it fell hard on the tabletop of the desk. There was also an angry expression on his face. This time, he was really angry. He just reminded you to do what you can. Unexpectedly, the other party actually took his words as a deaf ear. It's only been less than a day since I woke up, and I want to enter the secret realm to practice. Isn't this asking for a dead end? Old class, I have become a warrior, and I am qualified to enter the secret realm. Seeing the angry expression on Lao Ban's face, Yi Ling bit the bullet and said, although now he has a powerful golden finger, but he should not give up on the treasures in the secret realm. Even if you just cultivate in the secret realm, the speed of cultivation is several times faster than the outside world. Become a warrior? At this time, Lao Ban realized that Yi Ling in front of him had become a warrior. This made him feel a little surprised. However, even if you were a martial artist, you were still at the bottom of the rank of martial artist. How do you protect yourself? But after thinking about it, Lao Ban still frowned and said, what kind of realm do you need to allow me to go in? Yi Ling asked back. 3 heavens of warriors. Lao Ban hesitated for a few seconds, then blurted out. The 3 heavens of warriors can already guarantee their own safety. This is also the level of most of the students participating in the secret training. Then within 7 days, I will advance to the 3rd heaven of warriors. Yi Ling looked at Lao Ban resolutely, his eyes full of confidence. 7 days. 3 heavens for warriors? Lao Ban frowned tightly when he heard Yi Ling's words. Then he let go and continued. If you really advance to the 3rd level of warriors, then I will let you in. Okay. Yi Ling nodded heavily. But if you haven't reached the 3rd level of warriors, then stay in school. Lao Ban said, if I can't reach the 3rd heaven of warriors, then I will quit voluntarily. Yi Ling replied confidently. In that case, you can go back. Lao Ban waved his hand. Looking at Yi Ling, who was so determined, he couldn't say anything more. However, he didn't believe it either. Yi Ling was able to break through 3 realms in a row in just 7 days. Today's Yi Ling was able to become a martial artist by luck, which has already consumed too much potential. If you want to break through to a higher level, it's a bit of a dream. A low-level talent has little bonus to martial arts talent. Even in the entire school, no one can break through 3 small realms in a row within 7 days. How? What did the old class say? Did he not let you in? As soon as he got back to his seat, Liu couldn't wait to come up to him. And the other irons also held their breath, listening to the conversation between the two. Within 7 days, he will let me enter this secret realm after advancing to the 3rd heaven of warriors. Yi Ling also has nothing to hide. He said it directly. 7 days? Advanced to the 3rd level of warrior. After hearing Yi Ling's words, Liu couldn't help but gasp. Obviously, he didn't think it could be done at all. It seems that the two of us have no chance to fight side by side. Afterwards, Liu sighed. How do you know I can't do it? Yi Ling looked at his desk mate suspiciously. Don't be kidding, this is impossible. Li Yuebai glanced at Yi Ling. A primary talent, not an imperial talent. How could it be possible to break through the third level in 7 days? Let's wait and see. Yi Ling didn't say any more. It is naturally impossible for ordinary elementary talents to break through to the third level of warriors in just 7 days. But his talent is very unusual. As long as he signed in twice in a row to increase his cultivation base, he would be fine. Just you? The warrior who broke through within 3 days. Zhao Ming, the mathematics committee member, stood up and looked at Yi Ling with disdain. Full of evil. He is the owner of an intermediate talent. Even a year ago, he awakened his talent. After cultivating for more than a year, he has only attained the realm of the 5th heaven of warriors. A newly awakened elementary talent wants to break through to the 3rd level of warrior within 7 days. It's almost like laughing out loud. Roll! Seeing Zhao Ming standing in front of her eyes, Yi Ling frowned tightly. His face was covered with frost. There was a trace of disgust from the bottom of my heart. And from memory, Yi Ling also knew why this body had such a strong hostility towards Zhao Ming in front of him. It turned out that the death of the original owner's parents had a great relationship with Zhao Ming in front of him. Even subconsciously, the original owner believed that the death of his parents was most likely caused by the other party's parents. Both parents belonged to the same mercenary group. They often go in and out of the secret realm together. But when Yi Ling was 7 years old, his parents entered the secret realm together with Zhao Ming's parents. But in the end, only Zhao Ming's parents came back safely. His parents did not know whether they were alive or dead. But I don't know why. Zhao Ming has always been full of malice toward himself. This made the relationship between the original owner and the other party not very good. Don't let me meet you in the secret realm. Faced with the word Yi Ling, Zhao Ming's face also became ugly. He walked in front of Yi Ling and said softly. After speaking, he walked out of the classroom. But the threatening meaning in it goes without saying. After all, it is too normal for 1 or 2 people to die in the secret realm. Now, he still looks forward to Yi Ling's breakthrough to the 3rd level of warriors. Yi Ling at this time also deeply think. The death of the original owner's parents must be related to the other's parents. P.S. Warrior Realm, Warrior, Martial Master, Grand Master, Grand Master, Martial King, Martial Emperor, Martial Emperor. A long time ago, Zhao Ming's parents were at the peak of warriors. After so many years, he should have been promoted to the Grandmaster realm early. In a short time, he was not qualified to investigate this matter at all. However, I have such a powerful golden finger, a mere grandmaster. As long as I am given half a year, it is enough to solve him. Yi Ling muttered to himself. Since he occupied the body of the original owner, the enmity of the original owner's parents is also his enmity. Even if you can break through to the realm of the 3rd heaven of warriors within 7 days, you can only follow behind me. Li Yu looked helplessly at what Yi Ling said. How to say? Yi Ling looked at Li Yu. I don't know what the other party means by this. Even if you can reach the 3rd level of warriors, but you haven't started practicing martial arts, you can't exert the power in your body at all. Even if you go to the secret realm, you can only stay in the secret realm base. Li Yu said helplessly. I forgot about it. After hearing Li Yu's explanation, Yi Ling suddenly realized. Wu Ji, to put it bluntly, is a technique that can better use the energy in the body. Of course, only advanced fighters are eligible to practice. But last night, Yi Ling only advanced to the level of martial artist, so how could he have time to learn this martial skill? What's more, the martial arts revealed outside basically don't even have a rank. Most of the high-ranking martial arts are controlled by the forces of famous schools and sects. Now Yi Ling wants to learn advanced martial arts. You can only go to the martial arts hall. As long as you pay a certain tuition fee, you can learn it, and within just 7 days. Li Yu also didn't believe that Yi Ling could cultivate something famous. Even if it's a beginner, I'm afraid I can't do it. What's more, he will advance to the 3rd level of warrior within 7 days. This is even worse. Is there any good martial arts school you can recommend? Yi Ling still didn't want to give up. After all, he has a strong golden finger. Maybe you will be able to sign an item that can improve your comprehension. The martial arts school I'm in practice is Dai Lang Quan. If you want to learn, I can recommend you to go in. Seeing that Yi Ling still hadn't given up, Li Yu spoke out the martial arts he had practiced. Dai Lang Quan, can you introduce it? Yi Ling looked at Li Yu curiously. This fist of waves belongs to the first grade martial skill. I've been practicing for half a month before I can get started. I can superimpose a layer of wave strength on my hand, increasing my strength by 10%. It is said that if you reach the highest level, you can superimpose 10 layers of waves on your hand, which can increase your strength by 100%. But this level, even the curator may not have reached it. Liu laughed. He is still very proud of being able to learn martial arts in just half a month. Just getting started, you can increase your strength by 10%, which looks good. After hearing Li Yu's explanation, Yi Ling also became interested. Decided to practice the folding wave fist with Li Yu. There is also a care for each other. After all, Li Yu, who has already started, is in the process of practicing Dai Lang Quan. You can give Yi Ling a little help and let him take a little detour. So, after school, Yi Ling couldn't wait to let Li Yu take him to Dailing Martial Arts Hall. All of a sudden, signed a 3-month contract. And after the 3-month college entrance examination, he might not be still in Angshi. Dailing Martial Arts, the monthly fee is only 1,500 yuan. 4,500 for 3 months. For Yi Ling, it is still acceptable. After all, after his parents died, all the property was transferred to his name. Not counting some fixed property, it is money, and he still has hundreds of thousands of savings on him. It is enough for his daily expenses. Come on, I'll take you to practice Dai Lang Quan. Seeing that Yi Ling had already paid the fee, Liu couldn't wait to pull Yi Ling into a special practice suit. Then he took him to the practice room of the martial arts hall. Then he taught Yi Ling hand in hand, practicing Dai Lang Quan. But under his hand-in-hand teaching, Yi Ling just memorized the moves of the Fist of Waves, but cannot get its essence. It can be seen that Yi Ling's martial arts talent is not much different from his, or even weaker. This made him slightly disappointed. Yi Ling didn't say much about this, but practiced the moves of Dai Lang Quan again and again, hoping to get started sooner. But he also knows that his martial arts talent doesn't seem to be that good. Now he can only pin his hopes on the daily check-in. Yi Ling, in fact, if you want to quickly improve your strength, I suggest you consider a pill. Seeing Yi Ling, who has been practicing hard, Liu couldn't help reminding him. Elixir? After hearing Li Yu's words, Yi Ling cast his gaze over curiously. Yes, elixir, a magical pill. It can quickly improve your strength, but it's expensive. You have to think carefully about it. Li Yu explained with a smile. However, it is indeed as he said. Even the lowest grade first-grade elixir is worth several thousand yuan. This is not something an ordinary family can support. Then what is it, a pill suitable for a warrior like me? Yi Ling asked quickly. If his daily check-in is not good enough, then he really needs to continue to practice with these pills. Generally speaking, there are only first-grade qi and blood pills suitable for the realm of warriors. The market price is about 5,000 yuan per pill, which can double the speed of cultivation in the realm of warriors, but it can only last for 3 days. After finishing speaking, a trace of heartache flashed across Li Yu's face. Obviously, he also took this pill, but it is expensive, and his family cannot take it for a long time. You can only use one every 3 to 5. For 5,000 yuan. Does the medicine only last for 3 days? Hearing Li Yu's words, Yi Ling secretly clicked his tongue. He never thought that even if it was just a first-grade pill, the price has also reached such a horrible point. With his savings, he can only buy dozens of them. And as far as he knew, the elixirs possessed drug resistance. Once the same type of medicine is taken too much, its subsequent efficacy will continue to weaken. Totally useless until the end. There is also a first-grade enlightenment pill, which can improve a person's understanding. It is also 5,000 yuan apiece and lasts for 3 days. Liu continued. This is a pill for martial arts training. Then is there any elixir that can cleanse tendons and marrow? Yi Ling suddenly asked curiously. He also remembered those novels in the previous life who could cleanse the muscles and cut the marrow, Zhu Jidan. I don't know if there are any in this world. Yes, The pill of washing the marrow can purify the essence and cut the marrow, improve a person's martial arts talent, and even evolve his own talent. But a long time ago, the raw material of this pill has been extinct, and now it can't be refined at all. Liu explained patiently, a look of regret. After all, this miraculous elixir, it just disappeared into the long river of history. For latecomers, it is also a very big loss. It has also reduced the appearance of many powerful geniuses in human beings. Pity. When I heard that Shisui pill can improve a person's talent, Ling was still very excited. But when he heard it, Liu said that the raw material of this marrow washing pill had been extinct. Dang is very disappointed. Don't even think about it. Even if the raw materials are not extinct, they are not affordable for people like us. Not long ago, there was a marrow washing pill left over from a long time ago, which sold for 10 yuan at the auction. The sky-high price of billion dragon coins. Seeing Ling's expression, Liu naturally knew what he was thinking. Dang even said helplessly, although it is no longer possible to refine new marrow washing pills. However, in some ancient secret realms, there are still some marrow washing pills left over. But the chances of this are pitifully small. It also made the price of Shisui pill remain high, even to the point where there is no market for price. This is too exaggerated, 1 billion dragon coins. Hearing Liu's words, Ling also widened his eyes. He never thought of it. The price of Shisui Dan is actually exaggerated to such an extent. Afterwards, the two also fell into silence. Obviously, he was shocked by the marrow washing pill worth 1 billion dragon coins. There is still class on day 2. So Ling didn't plan to practice in the martial arts hall for too long. After practicing at about 10 o'clock, I packed up my things and went home with Liu. On the way, Ling hesitated again and again. I still bought 5 chi and blood pills. It cost him 25,000 dragon coins, which made his heart ache. But there is no way. In order to increase his cultivation speed, he could only do so. And just after returning home, Ling took out one of the chi and blood pills, put it in his mouth and swallowed it. Start meditating. He wanted to see what his cultivation speed was like. But an hour later, he was surprised to find that the dark energy in his body had only increased slightly. In other words, even with the blessing of chi and blood pill, his martial arts talent is extremely low. Forget it. I still pray that this sign-in will give me something good. Looking at his body, there is no growing dark energy. Ling was very helpless. At this time, he realized how poor his talent was. It's no wonder that Liu, who awakened his talent a few months earlier than Ling, is no more than the realm of the 4th heaven of warriors. It turned out that if he didn't hang up, he was indeed a waste. Clank! The clock on the wall rang on time. Sign in. Ling opened his eyes suddenly, and beams of divine light shot out, looking very energetic. Sign in successfully. Congratulations on your talent. Realm +1. What kind of talent is this? Ling was very happy to hear that he had acquired a talent again, but he didn't understand what this talent represented. Then, a piece of information flooded into Ling's mind. Realm +1. Unique, low-level talent, your martial arts realm. Kung Fu realm adds an additional small realm. Warrior 2nd level? After fully understanding the meaning of the message in his mind, Ling found that his realm had reached the 2nd level of warriors. And Ling was surprised to find that this level +1 talent was actually the only talent. It can be seen that this is another benefit brought to him by his golden finger. He had never heard of anyone else having such a strange talent. Afterwards, Ling turned his consciousness to the realm of exercises. He didn't know whether the folding waves fist he had just practiced was considered above the realm of the skill. Sure enough, we're getting started. After Ling felt it carefully, he swung his fists hard. A dark force condensed out of his fists. As long as it is played, it will definitely cause terrifying damage. However, when Ling saw the house left by her parents, she resisted the urge to show off. After all, this is the only thought left to him by his parents. Like the ranks of warriors, martial arts also have their own divisions, which are entry-level, proficiency, minor achievement, major achievement, and completeness. There are 5 realms in total. The previous Yi Ling just punched out the wave fist, but no entry at all. However, with the blessing of talent level +1, he directly broke through to the entry level. Can superimpose a layer of dark energy in the body. Play 110% of the basic strength. It can be said that it can be regarded as a good first-grade martial skill. Moreover, it allowed Yi Ling's realm to directly break through to the second level of warriors. The Triple Sky agreed with the principal has gone a step further. This made Yi Ling very excited. Immediately use practice instead of sleep. In this way, you can increase your cultivation speed even higher. Become a real strong as soon as possible. Hoo-hoo! Unexpectedly, Yi Ling had only practiced for an hour. The body was about to fall, and then fell heavily on the bed. Wu fell asleep. Second-level warrior? School gate. Seeing Yi Ling walking past him, Yi Ling didn't say hello. Old Bandang even wanted to teach him a good lesson. But when he sensed Yi Ling's body with his breath, he was surprised to find out. After one night, Yi Ling actually broke through to the second level of warriors. This made him feel incredible, because he has tested Yi Ling's talent. Although I don't know what kind of talent it is, but the grade will definitely not exceed the elementary level. So, I was very shocked that Yi Ling was able to break through 2 small realms in just 2 days. However, he has never seen such a fast cultivation speed. Then, he became ecstatic. According to Yi Ling's cultivation speed, in the subsequent National Martial Arts Examination, the other party will surely win glory for his school. At that time, as Yi Ling's head teacher, he will naturally be rewarded generously. At this time, the old class who was very angry at first. The face is also full of smiles. After all, this genius came from him. This is the second level of warrior? Liu saw Yi Ling who suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. He couldn't help but search for Yi Ling's aura. Then it was discovered that Yi Ling had been promoted to the second heaven of warriors. Dang even had an incredible expression on his face. Bought a few yesterday. After taking the Qi and Blood pill, I advanced to the second level of warriors in one night. Yi Ling laughed and said, haha. Push everything on Qi and Blood. Impossible, just double the bonus of the Qi and Blood pill can let you break through to the second level of warriors in one night. Liu didn't believe Yi Ling's nonsense, even to death, and looked at him strangely. If you don't believe it, I can't help it, but the fact is like this. Yi Ling can't say that he has acquired another talent, then advanced to the second level of warriors. Even the folding wave fist is directly introduced. At this time, Yi Ling also realized a problem. That is, as his strength grows rapidly, sooner or later he will attract the attention of others. Now he has to find a technique that can hide his aura. In this way, the suspicion of others can be reduced. Otherwise, he has such a terrifying cultivation speed despite his elementary talent. Sooner or later it will get some people's attention. Therefore, the matter of finding the hidden breath technique must be done as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, it has already reached the second level of warriors. Zhao Ming, not far away, has been watching this side silently. After hearing the conversation between the two, his face also became gloomy. Could it be that he has already eaten the vermilion fruit? Zhao Ming took a deep look, and Yi Ling, who was not far away, muttered to himself. He naturally knew that Yi Ling's talent was only elementary, and want to obtain such a terrifying cultivation speed. It must have taken some kind of genius treasure to improve one's cultivation aptitude. And this reminded Zhao Ming of one thing. Back then, Yi Ling's parents and his parents experienced together in a secret environment and accidentally discovered a vermilion fruit tree. And it's ripe, just when the 4 of them were happy. However, they were suddenly attacked by Zhu Guo's guardian spirit beast, and the small team of 4 was also broken up. When Zhao Ming's parents recovered from their injuries, they were ready to go back and look for Yi Ling's parents. But suddenly, Yi Ling's parents disappeared along with the vermilion fruit. The guardian spirit beast was hung high above the giant tree. I don't know what hollowed out the meat. Although until now, Yi Ling's parents have not appeared. But now, how can Yi Ling's terrifying cultivation speed be explained? Obviously, it was the effect brought by the vermilion fruit. As for Yi Ling's parents swallowing 3 vermilion fruits, Zhao Ming was not angry. think this deserves its own share. Yi Ling, did you do something to Xiaoming? Why is he looking at you like this? At this moment, Liu also noticed Zhao Ming's eyes. He lowered his head and asked Yi Ling, I don't know why. Since my parents disappeared, his attitude towards me has changed sharply, and he has been targeting me. Yi Ling also didn't understand why the other party was so hostile to him. It was clear that both his parents died, but the other party's parents returned safely. It should be that he hates each other. Now it's the other way around. This puzzled him a lot. Leave him alone. Are you still going to the martial arts hall today? Seeing that he couldn't ask anything, Liu changed the subject. Of course I did. Yi Ling is not willing to waste money. Today, brother, I will teach you a few more tricks. Liu looked at Yi Ling proudly and smiled. In response, Yi Ling smiled lightly. Didn't say much. Now he just wants to know, when Liu knows that his Dai Lang Quan has started, what kind of expression will there be? It must be extremely exciting. When the lighting not far away realized that he had noticed him at night, he also retracted his eyes. There are high-precision cameras everywhere in the urban area. If something happens to him, even his biological father will not be able to escape the guilt. Now, he is really looking forward to the moment when he meets Yi Ling in the secret realm. After all, at Yi Ling's current cultivation speed, the three heavens of warriors should be very simple. But it also made Zhao Ming feel a little nervous. After all, judging from Yi Ling's practice speed, after 7 days, maybe he will reach the 5th heaven of warriors. However, he broke through to the 6th level of warriors last night. Even if Yi Ling broke through to the 5th heaven, he was no match for him. So Zhao Ming felt relieved. Same as yesterday after school. Yi Ling at the moment the school bell rang. So he took Liu to the Dialing Martial Arts Hall. Hey, there's a newcomer here. When he walked to the hall, Liu suddenly stopped and looked into the distance with a squinting expression. And Yi Ling followed the direction Liu was looking at. A girl is sitting on a chair and signing some kind of contract. Obviously, it is the same as Yi Ling before, who is signing the contract. Liu, it just so happens that I have something to do. Today, you will take your classmate Li to familiarize yourself with the folding wave fist. It happens to be your family. The elder brother who was signing the contract with Li Xie saw Liu, who had just walked in at a glance. Deng even said hello with a smile. Okay, it's on me, Liu said excitedly. Then there will be brother Lao Li. Li Xie also stood up. Then he said to Liu with a cold face. Although his tone was cold, Liu didn't care at all. After all, good-looking girls are privileged anywhere. At this moment, Yi Ling was only formally looking at the girl in front of him. Tall, fair-skinned, and beautiful, with long jet-black hair hanging down. With an expressionless face and a cold face, it is very difficult to mess with at first glance. But it still makes people full of desire to conquer it. Hi, my name is Li Xie. Li Xie looked at Yi Ling with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Then he took the initiative to stretch out his white and tender little hand. Hi, my name is Yi Ling, and I just joined yesterday. Yi Ling was taken aback for a moment, but also quickly stretched out his hand. I'll go, why don't you shake my hand? Seeing Li Xie, who took the initiative to shake hands, Liu couldn't express her jealousy. Isn't it just taller, handsomer, and more delicate than him? This damn face world. The handshake between Yi Ling and Li Xie was only a shallow one, and then quickly released. The most important thing is that Yi Ling always feels that there is something wrong with the way Li Xie looks at her. It's like watching prey. Today I have to ask my brother for more advice. As if seeing Liu's embarrassment, Li Xie also stretched out her hand in front of Liu. It's easy to say, easy to say. Liu quickly held his hand up. The frustration on his face was also gone. Afterwards, under the leadership of Liu, several people changed into their martial arts uniforms and started practicing. This guy who forgets his friends when he sees S*X. After changing into the practice clothes, Yi Ling saw Liu abandoning him and started practicing with his sister. The name is for the good of Yi Ling. After all, Yi Ling yesterday had already taught it. Now it's just a matter of proficiency. Then resolutely abandoned him. Totally forgot the promise made to Yi Ling this morning. He also said to leave everything to him. Now it seems that he is the most unreliable person. In this regard, Yi Ling could only silently put up a middle finger and then walked aside helplessly. Practice alone. But after practicing, Yi Ling found out in surprise. Originally, in his opinion, the folding wave fist was very complicated. At this time, she's like a little widow who has been stripped naked and can be manipulated by him. After thinking over and over again, Yi Ling turned his attention to his second talent, Realm +1. At this time, he also realized something. In fact, his folding wave fist has not reached the level of beginners at all. It was only with the blessing of +1 talent realm that he reached the entry level. At this time, during practice, Yi Ling found out in surprise. The Dai Lang fist that has already been mastered is like a mirror guiding him. As long as he follows the instructions on the mirror, it will be able to increase the proficiency of Dai Lang to a terrifying level. What a terrifying talent! After understanding the Realm +1, the real horror of this talent, Yi Ling was also secretly speechless. He also didn't expect that such a terrifying talent, under Goldfinger's judgment, was actually just a junior talent. Still, it was the hallmark of his one and only gift. Afterwards, Yi Ling fell into a deep frenzy. After realizing how terrifying his cheating fingers are, Yi Ling couldn't wait to practice. Under the guidance of the mirror, the speed at which Yi Ling improved his proficiency can be said to be extremely terrifying. If the speed at which Yi Ling improved his skill proficiency in the past was that ants were moving, so the current speed of improving proficiency can be said to be a maglev train, and it is the kind that is moving forward with all its strength. With such a powerful talent, Yi Ling didn't even want to become a strong man. Soon, Yi Ling's folding wave fist became stronger visibly to the naked eye. After playing the 10th time, the proficiency of Dai Lang Quan was instantly raised to the entry level. The stacking wave energy and dark energy in the body increased to 2. Can increase power by 20%. Afterwards, Talent Realm +1 took effect again. The proficiency of Dai Lang fist in the mirror was instantly raised to the proficiency level. Guide Yi Ling to practice faster. It's really a magical skill. In response, Yi Ling couldn't help sighing. Then, according to the guidance in the mirror again, he practiced the folding wave fist at the level of proficiency. But this time, Yi Ling practiced 20 times before raising his proficiency to the proficiency level. The dark strength of Dai Lang fist in his body also reached 3 levels. Subsequently, 40 times of Dai Lang, small success, for dark energy. 80 times of Dai Lang, the Shang, 5 dark strength. 160 times of Dai Lang, perfect, 6 dark energy. The Dai Lang fist of the perfect state only has the 6 dark forces. Feeling the 6 dark forces in his body, Yi Ling frowned deeply. Because this is different from what Liu said. According to Liu, a perfect folding wave fist should have 10 layers of dark energy. But now it seems that there are only 6 paths. Yi Ling was puzzled. Just after Yi Ling wanted to end today's training, the Dai Lang fist in the mirror changed again. At the same time, a piece of information flooded into Yi Ling's mind. It turns out that beyond perfection, there is also the theory of artistic conception. After accepting the piece of information in his mind, Yi Ling suddenly realized. The Dai Lang that Liu learned has 10 weights, which may also be taught by the Dai Lang circle. It is to fool these students who are just getting started. A means. And who would have thought of someone could practice this folding wave fist to a perfect state in a short period of time. Afterwards, Yi Ling didn't plan to investigate further. Instead, continue to follow the guidance in the mirror and slowly practice the Dai Lang Quan of the I Ching level. Yi Ling, there's something wrong with your practice. Not far away, Liu noticed Yi Ling. It was embarrassing to think that my good friend was abandoned by me. So he hurried over, intending to guide Yi Ling. But when he saw Yi Ling's cultivation method was incompatible with his own, he quickly stopped it. I'm afraid that Yi Ling will accidentally make a mistake, and it will be a waste of time. Then how should I practice? It's not easy for Yi Ling to catch Liu in front of him. I had no choice but to say. After all, if it is said that he has practiced Dai Lang Quan to a perfect advanced level in just one night, I'm afraid no one will believe it. Afterwards, Liu patiently taught Yi Ling how to practice. Although in Yi Ling's eyes, Li Yu's Dai Lang punch was full of mistakes, but he took good care of his friend's mood. Yi Ling was honest and practiced according to his guidance. Okay, you can continue to practice. After some guidance, Li Yu left satisfied. Yi Ling also heaved a sigh of relief looking at the friend who walked away. Continuing to follow his own method, he practiced the I Ching level Dai Lang Quan. After practicing Dai Lang Quan for the 300th time, finally he successfully entered the realm of artistic conception. The mirror, which had always been a guiding light, also disappeared. It also means that this first-grade martial skill, folding wave fist, has reached the limit it can achieve. 12 dark forces. But when Yi Ling unleashes the Dai Lang fist of the artistic conception level, to his surprise, he found that there were 12 dark forces superimposed on his fists. In other words, after using the Dai Lang Quan, he can exert 220% of his strength. It is enough to see how terrifying the Dai Lang fist of this artistic conception level is. It's still early. Yi Ling raised his hand, picked up his mobile phone, and checked the time. It was only 9 o'clock at this time. After thinking about it, Yi Ling decided to head to the nearby black market. See if there is any martial skill that can hide your aura. Li Yu, I have something to do today, so I'll go back first. Afterwards, Yi Ling greeted Li Yu. After all, now he has practiced the folding wave fist to the extreme, and there is no need to continue to stay. Okay, then be careful on the road. After Li Yu replied, he didn't care about Yi Ling anymore. Instead, he turned his head and continued to teach Li Siye to continue to practice. Slowly, he also discovered that Li Siye's martial arts talent is very high. Often as long as he makes a movement, after a simple rest, Li Siye can reproduce it completely. According to this speed, within 3 days, Li Siye will be able to master this folding wave fist. Such a terrifying martial arts talent also made Li Yu feel the pressure. After all, after Li Siye's folding wave fist is introduced, then he is not qualified to continue teaching each other. And it is very likely that the gap between the two is getting bigger and bigger. What's wrong? Brother Li, is there something wrong with my practice? Seeing Li Yu, who was in a daze, Li Siye frowned. No, nothing. Seeing Li Siye's puzzled eyes, Li Yu smiled awkwardly. Touched his head. He said, Senior Brother Li, I have practiced here today. Li Siye raised her bright wrist, looked at the time on the watch, and said to Li Yu, Okay, see you tomorrow then? Li Yu nodded. The other side. Yi Ling was walking to a nearby black market. Black market. The items traded are basically flowing in and out from the secret realm, but more are some fake and shoddy products. It takes a strong eye to be able to pick out the good stuff. The purpose of Yi Ling's trip is to find a martial skill that can hide his aura, because he is not sure whether his strength will increase again after tonight. If the strength breakthrough is too fast, it will definitely attract the attention of others. As soon as Yi Ling entered the black market, he saw all kinds of stalls and hawkers crowded on both sides of the road. Soon, Yi Ling found a small stall selling martial arts. Is there a technique that can conceal one's breath? Yi Ling didn't hide it and spoke directly. Yes, Turtle's Breath Ju, 10,000 dragon coins. The owner of the stall is a middle-aged man. He glanced lightly at Yi Ling in front of him. A trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. Then he directly threw an ancient yellow book in front of Yi Ling's eyes. The fake ones are also sold? Yi Ling flipped over the turtle's breathing sword in his hand. In his mind, the entry-level Guishi Ju did not appear. Dang even knew that the tortoise in front of him was definitely a fake. So he frowned and looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. Said without hesitation, Oh, young man, you have good eyesight. Although his martial arts were exposed as fakes, the middle-aged man in front of him didn't panic at all. He also looked at Yi Ling in front of him with a hint of admiration. Surprisingly, Yi Ling in front of him could tell at a glance that the tortoise's breath was definitely fake. Anything else? Yi Ling casually flipped through the other martial arts and techniques on the stall. It turned out that none of them were real. Dang even said to the middle-aged man in front of him with a dark face. Yi Ling, don't even think about it. Don't expect to find a real copy at his stall. Just when the middle-aged man was about to reply, a cold voice came from not far away. Hear this. The face of the middle-aged man also turned livid. But as the figure slowly approached, The middle-aged man quickly put on a flattering smile. The speed of face-changing is extremely fast. It can be seen from this that the owner of that cold voice is not something he can easily offend. "It's you?" Yi Ling turned around. It was discovered that the owner of that voice was actually Li Xie, whom he had just met. "It's me." Li Xie nodded slightly. "Miss Li, your behavior doesn't seem to conform to the rules of the black market," the middle-aged man said bravely. "Shut up." But what the middle-aged man didn't expect was that Li Xie didn't save him any face, even if it was a scolding. In this regard, the middle-aged man did not dare to resist. He lowered his head, not daring to say another word. "Student Li, did you come to the black market to buy something?" At this time, Yi Ling also realized that the identity of Li Xie in front of him was extraordinary. Otherwise, how could the middle-aged man in front of him be so frightened? "My home is just behind the black market. This black market is the only way to go. I happen to see you, so I kindly remind you." Li Xie turned around and explained, although the tone is still so cold. But Yi Ling could sense a tinge of goodwill from it. "Student Li, do you know where you can buy martial arts skills?" Yi Ling asked quickly. "You can go to the stall of the white old man in front. He is quite reliable." Li Xie lowered her head and thought for a while. "Then you pointed to the white-haired old man not far away," said to Yi Ling. "Then thank you, classmate Li. I will treat you to dinner if I have the opportunity." Hearing this, Yi Ling's eyes lit up. "Thank you very much. They are all students of the same martial arts school. It is a trivial matter to help each other," Li Xie said. "Then Li, I'll go first." Yi Ling couldn't wait to say, "Okay, see you tomorrow then." Li Xie nodded. Damn the Li family. Watching the fat sheep in hand escape, the middle-aged man looked at Li Xie's back and cursed. "How dare you scold the Li family?" The old man at the side heard the middle-aged man's cursing, and Dang even moved his stall to the side. "I'm afraid that those people will miss him." Sure enough, after tonight, the old man never saw the middle-aged man again. Inchi Ju, 10,000 dragon coins. Seeing Yi Ling walking in his direction, the white old man directly threw a cheat book in front of him. Obviously, he had already listened to the conversation between Yi Ling and Li Xie just now, so he made preparations early. "Let me consider." After finishing speaking, Yi Ling picked up the Inchi Ju and flipped through it. When he finished turning the last page, the entry-level hidden art suddenly appeared in his mind. This made him sure that the hidden information in front of him was definitely true. There was also a hint of joy on his face. "How is it? Are you looking forward to it?" The white old man looked at Yi Ling with a smile and knew that the deal was a sure thing. Dang even said with a smile, "Okay, I'll take this Inchi Ju." Yi Ling nodded, then turned on the phone and scanned 10,000 dragon coins for the white old man in front of him. According to the introduction of Inchi Ju, one can conceal one's breath after reaching the entry level. Only by surpassing his own 3 small realms can he check his real realm. If it is the hidden breath art of the perfect realm, it can directly shield a big realm. I just don't know how many realms the hidden breath of the artistic conception realm can block. However, Yi Ling is not in a hurry. Anyway, it only takes one night to practice the artistic conception. "Young man, there are other martial arts skills here. Do you want to take a look?" Looking at the 10,000 dragon coins that had already arrived in the account, the old man did not forget to promote other martial arts skills on his booth. Anyway, for him, these low-level exercises are just some money for copying. If he can sell more copies, he can earn more money. A bloody deal. "Okay, let me see then." Yi Ling thought for a while, then squatted down. Then he looked at the martial arts skills on the stall. Not long after, Yi Ling picked out a book on physical training and a book on footwork. Just enough to make up for his shortcomings. The young man has a good eye. This ghost step and Sanyang body are excellent martial arts skills. I will charge you 18,000 dragon coins. Do you think it will work?" The white old man said with a smile. "Also, don't forget to praise how good your martial arts skills are. Want to sell for a good price." "Okay." Yi Ling didn't negotiate the price either, and transferred 18,000 dragon coins to the other party. Then he left with martial arts skills. The price of a first-grade martial skill is at this level. An Inchi Ju belongs to the category of secret arts. A little more expensive, but also normal. "Brother, wait a minute." looking at Yi Ling, who walked in front of him. There was a gloomy look in the eyes of the middle-aged man. But the moment Yi Ling turned around, a smile appeared on his face. "Why? Is there anything else?" Yi Ling frowned and looked in front of her eyes. "This middle-aged man who only sells fakes. I don't want to have too much conversation with him. I have a book of ancient alchemy here. I wonder if you're interested in it," the middle-aged man said with a smile. But in my heart, I was ecstatic. As long as the opponent stops, it proves that he has the opportunity to sell the ancient alchemy. He believed that this ancient alchemy technique was extremely attractive to anyone. Sure enough, as soon as Yi Ling heard the 5 characters of ancient alchemy, Deng even paused and stopped. Without the slightest hesitation, he came to the stall of the middle-aged man. "Young man, don't listen to his nonsense. No one has been able to practice this ancient alchemy technique so far. He is just cheating you." The stall owner at the side hurriedly stopped him. He didn't want the boy in front of him to be fooled again. He also ignored the murderous eyes of the middle-aged man. "Old Zhao, if you do this again, don't blame me for being rude." Suddenly, the middle-aged man said to the stall owner with a gloomy face. "Snort!" The stall owner, known as Old Zhao, gave the middle-aged man a cold look. Then no more words, because in his eyes, it is very difficult for the middle-aged man in front of him to survive tonight. After all, he just insulted the Li family, the biggest backer behind this black market. "Can I see it first?" Yi Ling was a little hesitant. After all, he had experienced the methods of this middle-aged man before. In this small stall, none of them are real. "Can't." The middle-aged man confidently took out a black cheat book from his pocket and placed it in front of Yi Ling. He believes that as long as the other party has seen it, he will definitely not give up. The entry requirements are too high. When Yi Ling turned to the first page, he saw this line of words. For those who do not have the alchemist talent of advanced level or above, the success rate of practicing this book is less than 1 in a billion. The starting point is advanced talent, and it must be alchemy talent. No wonder no one can practice successfully. However, Yi Ling has a terrifying cheat. When he finished the book completely, the ancient alchemy has already been introduced. All kinds of magical alchemy techniques emerged in his mind. There are many Dan recipes hidden in it. Among them was the qi and blood pill that he spent a huge sum of money to buy the day before yesterday. In it, it is just the most common kind of elixir. That's right, it's just a first-class pill after all. However, it is an introductory work for alchemists. But for Yi Ling, a warrior who has just stepped into the realm of a warrior, it is excellent. How about it? Are you satisfied? Looking at Yi Ling, who was already fascinated, the middle-aged man said with a proud face, "The requirements of this practice are too high, and I can't meet them at all. So forget it." Yi Ling shook his head, not intending to buy it. "Then put it back on the stall. I'll sell it to you for 50,000 dragon coins." "Really? Only 50,000 dragon coins?" The middle-aged man was in a hurry. He never thought of it. Yi Ling was able to withstand the attraction of this ancient alchemy. In fact, if there is no golden finger in hand, even if all the money is exhausted, Yi Ling will still buy this ancient alchemy technique. But he has already learned it, so there is no need to buy it again. Moreover, the middle-aged man in front of him, it's not worth the 50,000 dragon coins he spent. "I bought it home as a piece of paper, so let's forget it." Yi Ling refused again. Then, without waiting for the man to answer, he got up and left. "This?" The middle-aged man smiled brightly. Very helpless. It seems that this ancient alchemy book is about to be destroyed in his hands. It deserves it. Old Zhao, not far away, saw this scene. There was a trace of joy on his face. He thinks that there are not many real things on his stall. But compared to the middle-aged man, only the ancient alchemy book in the whole stall is true. He figured it out. With the ancient alchemy technique, Yi Ling couldn't wait to see if he could refine a furnace of qi and blood pill first. In this way, it can also ease his financial pressure. The price of this alchemy furnace is so expensive. After buying the medicinal materials of qi pill, Yi Ling made up his mind. A serving of qi pill costs 10,000 yuan per serving. After refining 2 qi and blood pills, the capital was recovered. If you practice more than 2 pieces, you have earned it. But when Yi Ling saw a pill furnace casually, the cheapest one cost 300,000 dragon coins. immediately frightened. Looks like he's trying to make money. Yi Ling turned on the phone and looked at it. My own balance is already less than 50,000 renminbi. I can't afford an alchemy furnace at all. In response, Yi Ling sighed. He returned home with the medicinal materials. However, he was not in a hurry to sleep. It's about cultivating the Yin Shi Ju, and the difficulty of cultivating this Yin Shi art is much simpler than that of the first-grade folding waves fist. It only took Yi Ling 2 hours to cultivate it to the level of artistic conception. Good. Yi Ling carefully felt the effect of the Yin Shi Ju on himself, surprised to find that he was able to hide the detection of himself by the strong within 2 big realms. This made Yi Ling very excited. Ding dong! And this time, the bell rang at 12 o'clock on time. Sign in, Yi Ling said immediately. Congratulations, you have successfully signed in and obtained the talent. Spiritual Stove. Spirit Furnace. Unique, it can turn everything in the world into a furnace. As long as you put the medicinal materials into it, you can refine the elixir you want. As the number of refining pills is superimposed, the grade of the spiritual stove will also increase accordingly. Grade. First grade. It doesn't take much effort to get it. When I heard the daily sign-in, I gave myself another talent. And when it was still the spiritual stove, Yi Ling suddenly became ecstatic. Then, can't wait to experiment. Then, a transparent alchemy furnace appeared in front of Yi Ling. Suspended in the air, an invisible white flame lingers on it, exuding a terrifying temperature. It seems to be an automatic master protection function. It didn't have any impact on Yi Ling. Then, Yi Ling put a medicinal material into it. After the medicinal materials of Qi Shuidan were put into it, a 3-minute countdown appeared above the transparent alchemy furnace. It's pretty interesting. Seeing this dwindling time, Yi Ling was very satisfied. Congratulations, the refining is successful. Congratulations, the pill produces a critical strike. Congratulations, you have obtained 30 top-quality qi and blood pills. 30 qi and blood pills. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Yi Ling couldn't help but stick his tongue out. Because of one medicinal material, at most 10 qi and blood pills can be cultivated. However, he never expected that his talent, the spiritual furnace, could be used for critical strikes. Directly let these 10 top-grade qi and blood pills become 30 top-grade qi and blood pills. Moreover, each one is of the highest quality. The value you own is doubled. You must know that the best pills are all without erysipelas. Its price is at least several times that of ordinary Qi Shuidan. One can sell at least 30,000 dragon coins. And these 30 coins are simply 900,000 dragon coins. Then how should I sell this qi and blood pill? Yi Ling muttered to himself. He didn't know how to explain the origin of this top-grade qi and blood pill. Could it be that he made up an empty master? Push everything to him. But what if someone dismantles it? This put Yi Ling in a dilemma. Let's sell it on the black market. Yi Ling thought about it and could only go to the black market. After all, there are big shots behind the black market. In the black market, any goods do not ask the source. It's just that it's true or not. It all depends on one's eyesight. And this night, Yi Ling must have had trouble falling asleep. The next 2 qi and blood pills also received a critical blow. It's just double the crit. So Yi Ling has obtained a total of 70 best qi and blood pills. Then he put it into a jade bottle and protected it well. In the end, Yi Ling practiced the ghost step and the 3-yang body that he had just obtained. I plan to refine them to the most perfect state tonight. I'll go, Yi Ling. Did you go to fight ghosts last night? When Liu looked at Yi Ling holding a pair of pandas, immediately couldn't help but screamed. The other students also cast curious eyes. No, I stayed up late last night to practice Dai Lang Quan. Yi Ling said with a haha. Brother, I'm not talking about you. It must be wrong for you to practice like this. After all, you're not a genius like me. You have learned this folding wave fist in half a month. If you stay up late and practice like this, it will only backfire. Hearing Yi Ling's explanation, Liu said helplessly. The tone is full of sighs. It seems to be blaming Yi Ling. It should not be done. It's okay, I'll have a good rest tonight. Yi Ling said quickly. He couldn't stand Liu's broken mouth. Has the speed of cultivation slowed down? After class, Lao Ban couldn't help checking Yu Ling's breath. It is discovered that Yu Ling at this time is still in the realm of the second martial artist. Immediately, he felt relieved. But then there was a hint of disappointment. After all, he was counting on Yu Ling to bring glory to his school. Let him also have the opportunity to be promoted to a higher position. Liu, I won't go to the martial arts hall today. After class, Yu Ling said to Liu, "That's a pity. I can only practice Dai Lang Quan with my junior sister." Liu didn't ask too much. He just looked at Yu Ling smugly. Yu Ling could only sneer at this. After school, Yu Ling couldn't wait to come to the black market, then applied for a booth. And what he didn't expect was, the booth he applied for was actually the booth where the middle-aged man was yesterday. Old Zhao, where did the original stall owner go? Yu Ling looked curiously at Mr. Zhao beside him. It should be gone. Old Zhao smiled lightly, and then said no more. As for what he said to go, how did he go? It's intriguing. Hey, are you going to sell pills? When he saw the elixir that Yu Ling put out, Lao Zhao also showed a curious look. It's just some ordinary qi and blood pills. I don't need so much, so I sell them, Yu Ling said with a smile. Afterwards, several jade bottles were placed on the booth. Each jade bottle contained 3 top-quality qi and blood pills. Then he took out another sign. It read, "Ultimate qi and blood pill, 30,000 pieces, while supplies last." Little brother, are you sure what you're selling is the ultimate qi and blood pill? Old Zhao at the side saw the words on the Yu Ling sign. Dang, even froze. Then he looked at this young man who was a bit too much with a puzzled face. From the looks of it, the other party hadn't graduated from high school yet. If Mr. Zhao is curious, you can buy one and have a look. Then you will know whether what I said is true or not. Yu Ling said. Then don't forget to sell your products. Okay, give me one. Mr. Zhao thought for a while and decided to buy one to try. The other party's ability to know Li Xia also proved that the other party still had a certain background. Take 30,000 dragon coins to pay this friend. Even if the top-grade qi and blood pill is fake, it is still profitable for him. Hey, I guarantee you will be satisfied. After speaking, Yu Ling handed his payment code to Elder Zhao. You child, why are you in such a hurry? Looking at the payment code handed over, Mr. Zhao was very helpless. Then he took out his mobile phone and scanned 30,000 renminbi. Now you can give it to me. Afterwards, Elder Zhao said helplessly. Okay, here it is for you. Yu Ling looked at the 30,000 dragon coins in the account and smiled. Then from one of the jade bottles, he took out a top-grade qi and blood pill. It's done. Then, Yu Ling threw it to Mr. Zhao. You? Seeing Yu Ling being so rude, Mr. Zhao couldn't help but want to say something. But then, a strange fragrance wafted from the qi and blood pill in his hand. It immediately shocked him. The whole person is in high spirits. And this is the unique fragrance of the top-grade elixir. You are really the best qi and blood pill. Suddenly, Mr. Zhao seemed to realize something. He quickly took out the instrument and checked it carefully. It is found that this is indeed the best qi and blood pill. The excitement in my heart is self-evident. Now it seems that the 30,000 dragon coins are really worth it. I didn't lie to you, did I? Seeing Zhao Lao's shocked expression, Yu Ling couldn't help laughing. He just likes that these people have never seen the world. Could it be that every one of your jade bottles is a top-grade qi and blood pill? It seems to have thought of something. Zhao Lao looked at Yu Ling blankly. Because, no matter from the appearance, or from the fragrance overflowing from the jade bottle, the qi and blood pills in those jade bottles were no different from the top-grade qi and blood pill in his hand. But this idea has just emerged. Even he himself is a little unbelievable. Because there are so many top-quality qi and blood pills, it is not easy to get them out. This made Mr. Zhao also curious about Yu Ling in front of him. But as far as he knew, in Engshi, none of the children of those wealthy families could match Yu Ling. Is he from the provinces? Elder Zhao had only this idea in his mind. Little brother, how many pills do you have in total? However, Mr. Zhao just thought about it and left it behind. After learning the truth about the ultimate qi and blood pill in front of him, Mr. Zhao had the idea of rounding it up. 30,000 dragon coins apiece. He resold it, but it was more than this price. There are 69 more. Yi Ling directly handed in the bottom line. Anyway, if he wanted it at that time, he could just refine it. I want all of them, but I have to inspect the goods in advance. If there are fake ones, then I won't accept them. Hearing that Yi Ling still has 69 top-grade qi and blood pills on him, Elder Zhao was also very excited. But Mr. Zhao was not in a hurry for success, but held back the excitement in his heart. I still want to test in advance whether the rest of the best qi and blood pills are true. After all, in this black market, fraud is not uncommon, even for an old Jianghu who is over 100 years old like him. There are also dozens of times I have been deceived. Today, he didn't want to turn over on a little doll. Okay, let's test it first. In this regard, Yi Ling does not make much sense. What's more, his qi and blood pill was completely refined by himself. There is no doubt about the authenticity. Don't be afraid of being tested by others. Real. It's also true. After getting the consent of Yi Ling, Elder Zhao couldn't wait and took the jade bottles one by one into his arms. Then pour out the top-grade qi and blood pills one by one. As one after another, the best qi and blood pills were proved to be true. Elder Zhao's breathing also became short of breath. Even the eyes started to become bloodshot. After all, if he resold the 30,000 dragon coins of the best qi and blood pill, he would sell them for at least 100,000 dragon coins. This is nearly 3 times the profit. How about it? It's all true. I saw that the test of veteran Zhao's last top-quality qi and blood pill was completed. Yi Ling stood up directly and handed over her payment code again. I'll pay you now. Resisting the excitement in his heart, Mr. Zhao directly transferred 2.07 million to Yi Ling. Adding the money transferred before, it was exactly 2.1 million dragon coins. I didn't expect you, Mr. Zhao, to be so rich. Seeing the 2.07 million dragon coins in the account, Yi Ling was secretly speechless. Can't help but tease. Less down, I have also been in this black market for 30 or 40 years. If I don't have a net worth of several million, I would be in vain. After finishing speaking, Mr. Zhao had a proud expression on his face. With a wave of his right hand, the jade bottle in front of him turned into white light and disappeared. Old Zhao, this is your storage ring. With a light glance, Yi Ling discovered the mystery. It was really a white ring on Mr. Zhao's finger. It was just now sucking the jade bottle into it. That's right, this is the space ring. I spent millions of dragon coins to auction it off. There is a full 10 square meters of storage space inside. Elder Zhao said with a smug smile. If there is a chance, I will buy one too. Seeing such a convenient storage ring, Yi Ling is also very envious. Today, the materials he bought with 30,000 dragon coins sold for 2.1 million. A full 70 times the profit. This made Yi Ling very excited. However, if he knew that his top-grade qi and blood pill could be sold for 100,000 dragon coins each, I am afraid that this happy mood will disappear. But there is no way. After all, it is a newcomer. Not to mention that top-quality pills are very rare. Out of 100,000 pills, there is a chance that there will be one top-quality pill. Not knowing his real price is also very normal. Yi Ling didn't expect that today's task would be completed in this way. Looking at Mr. Zhao, who was still in a state of excitement, Yi Ling looked again at the stall he had just set up. He also smiled helplessly. Then, start packing up. Young man, if you still have the best qi and blood pills, you can sell them to me, and I will take them all. Elder Zhao at the side watched Yi Ling prepare to leave. Hastily opened the mouth to say. His eyes were full of excitement. Okay, if I have extra, I'll sell them all to you, Yi Ling said. However, he does not plan to continue selling the best qi and blood pills. At least before there is not enough strength. He will definitely not sell GG grade qi and blood pill again. He took out these 70 top-quality qi and blood pills for sale. It was already a great risk. When the two of them traded just now, many eyes were already looking at them. If it weren't for the rules in this black market, there would be no fighting. Presumably his deal with Mr. Zhao had been interrupted a long time ago. Afterwards, Yi Ling thought for a while, and then came to the pharmacy in the black market. More than 1 million medicinal materials were purchased, and some self-defense things. Under the night, the group stopped. "What's the matter, boss? Why don't you continue to follow?" Seeing the boss who stopped in his tracks, the younger brother asked anxiously. "The person just now has a huge amount of money on him. Just wait for Ling to come out of the black market and find a small alley. They were able to rob him of all his belongings. That way, they can have a good rest for a few months." "You're really stupid." The boss turned his head gloomily and looked at his stupid little brother. "How do you say that?" The younger brother, who was scolded, looked at his boss suspiciously. "I don't know why my boss scolded me. This kid, after buying so many medicinal materials, it is impossible to refine this chi and blood pill by himself. There must be a stronger existence behind him, and we cannot afford to provoke him." The boss looked at his younger brother helplessly. He didn't believe that a brat like Ling could refine the best chi and blood pill. "Isn't that better? Wouldn't it be better for us to arrest the alchemist behind him?" The younger brother looked excited. "You're so stupid." With that said, the boss couldn't bear it anymore. A slap slapped the little brother's head hard. "Boss, why did you hit me?" The little brother cried out in pain and quickly covered the place where he was beaten. Then he looked at his boss with an aggrieved face. "Anyone who can practice top-grade chi and blood pills must be at least an alchemist of the 3rd rank or above. What's more, such a large amount of top-grade chi and blood pills. At least a 4th rank or even a 5th rank alchemist. Even King Wu must be regarded as a guest of honor. As far as we are, we can't afford to provoke them at all," the boss said with a serious face. After hearing the boss' explanation, the younger brothers were also stunned. Immediately a look of fear. 5th rank alchemist. That was their whole life. An unattainable existence. Even if you take a look at it from a distance, you can blow the first half of the year. "Hey, didn't they follow?" Seeing the movement behind him disappear, Ling stopped in doubt. Then looked behind. Ling heaved a sigh of relief when he found that no one was following him. In fact, in addition to buying some necessary medicinal materials, he also bought a signal flare. As long as the opponent dares to make a move, he will immediately launch a signal flare. Attract city guards. At least it can save his life. But now it seems that it is not necessary. At this moment, Ling didn't expect it. His act of buying medicinal materials will scare those people so much. "Who are you?" Looking at the man in a suit standing at the door of his house, Ling frowned slightly. "You are Mr. Ling." The man in the suit looked at Ling in front of him. From his briefcase, he took out a bunch of documents. After a careful comparison, there was a hint of joy on his face. "Yes, it's me. What's the matter?" Ling nodded. "Your parents left some items in our bank safe. Tell us to entrust you with the key of this safe when you were 16 years old. But I've been here twice. Each time, you were not here. Unexpectedly, I just met you today." The man in the suit lifted the gold-rimmed glasses on the tip of his nose, said with a smile on his face, "The key to the safe? Are you sure you gave it to me?" Ling was taken aback. He didn't expect that his dead parents actually left something for him. "It is indeed for you, Mr. Ling. If you don't believe me, take a look." Afterwards, the man in the suit handed over the documents in his hand to Ling. "Good." After Ling took it, he flipped through it. Then on the last page, I saw the key to the safe. It is indeed my parents' words. After Ling flipped through it, it also confirms the authenticity of this document. Right there, it doesn't say what his parents left behind in that safe. Since Mr. Ling has confirmed it, I will take my leave first. The man in the suit said. "It's time to work." Ling also nodded slightly. Afterwards, the man in the suit left quickly. "Tomorrow, which happens to be Sunday, let's go and see." Ling looked at the safe key in his hand. "Sign in. Congratulations on your successful sign-in. You have obtained the talent. Exchange. Exchange. Unique, you can exchange any item of value for gold. And when you want to improve your talent or strength, the exchange of gold coins will be deducted accordingly. Another unique talent." Ling stared blankly at himself, once again exchanging extra talents. All in all, he now has daily check-in, realm +1, spirit stove in exchange for 4 talents. Improved talent. Realm +1. Yi Ling couldn't wait to experiment. Ascension failed. The Realm Plus 1 talent is upgraded to an intermediate talent, and 100 gold coins are needed. Later, Yi Ling tried to improve other talents. To sign in every day, you need to spend 100 to exchange for gold coins. And improve your martial arts realm. Upgrading to the 3rd level of martial arts requires 3 exchange gold coins. Can anything be exchanged? Yi Ling murmured, looking at the talents that can be improved one by one. But I don't have enough exchange gold coins to upgrade. Yi Ling felt his heart itch. I can't wait to rush up immediately and improve my talent. Then, Yi Ling looked at the herbs on the table. Immediately brightened. Yes, I still have these medicinal materials. Yi Ling laughed excitedly. Subsequently, then he directly exchanged all the medicinal materials worth millions on the table. Successful exchange. Congratulations, you have obtained 10 exchange gold coins. Yi Ling looked at the medicinal materials worth 1 million, but only exchanged for 10 gold coins. I can't help but be speechless. 10 to 1 conversion ratio. However, Yi Ling didn't struggle too much. He directly raised his realm to the 3rd heaven of warriors. The upgrade is successful, and 3 exchange gold coins will be deducted. Promoted to the 4th heaven of warriors. The upgrade is successful, and 4 exchange gold coins will be deducted. If the upgrade fails, 5 exchange gold coins will be deducted. Watching the upgrade fail, Yi Ling also smiled helplessly. In fact, he also thought of it early. Every time a small realm is raised, the required exchange gold coins will also increase accordingly. Yi Ling now only has 4 exchange gold coins on him, which is naturally not enough. It seems that we still have to sell the best qi and blood pill. Yi Ling was helpless. Obviously yesterday, he also said that he would not sell pills in the near future. Unexpectedly, he violated his decision today. It seems that I still have to go to the medicine market tomorrow. Yi Ling murmured. The moon and stars are rare. Yi Ling lay down on the bed, fall asleep deeply. Early morning. After breakfast, Yi Ling rushed to Shangbei Bank. It should be here. Yi Ling looked at the tall floor in front of him, with 4 large characters on it. After confirming that it was his destination, he walked in. It is one of the top 10 banks in China. This building alone costs hundreds of millions of dragon coins. Sir, what business do you want to handle? The moment Yi Ling walked in, a young waiter greeted him, said with a smile on his face, I want to go to your bank's safe and get something. Yi Ling took out the key to the safe. Sir, please wait a moment. Zhou Yu took the key from Yi Ling's hand with both hands, and then walked to the instrument beside him. Soon, the information appeared on the instrument. There are 3 more authorized persons on it. One of them is Yi Ling. After confirming that it was correct, Zhou Yu came back with the key. Sir, I have confirmed your identity. Please follow me. Zhou Yu handed the key to Yi Ling with both hands. Then he took Yi Ling onto the elevator. In Shangbei Bank, a place of this level has its own safe. It is no longer a simple existence. It deserves her personal reception. Soon, the vault will arrive. Is this the vault? Looking at the empty room, Yi Ling looked suspiciously at Zhou Yu. If it weren't for Shangbei Bank, he would have suspected that he had been cheated. Sir, you'll know when you throw the key out, Zhou Yu said with a smile. All right. Although a little confused, Yi Ling did as she said. He threw the key in his hand directly. Ding! The silver key fell from the sky. There was a crisp knocking sound on the ground. Just when Yi Ling was puzzled. On the ground, a huge magic circle suddenly appeared. A white beam of light shot up into the sky, illuminating the room brightly. In the beam of light, there seems to be another world. There are countless jade boxes inside, suspended in midair, and Yi Ling's silver key. At this time, it is like a beating elf dancing in these jade boxes. It seems to be looking for something. Soon he found his goal. Pulling a jade box, a beam of light flew out. Is there a world in here? Although he had already got his own things, Yi Ling couldn't help asking. Sir, you guessed right. This beam of light is indeed a world, and the key in your hand is the introduction. Zhou Yu explained with a smile. Get it from the secret realm? Yi Ling turned around and asked curiously. This I don't know. Zhou Yu laughed. All right. In fact, Yi Ling also knew. This kind of small world can only be obtained from the secret realm. After all, even the strongest on the blue star would not dare to say that they are invincible in the secret realm. There are still many secret realms that no human being has ever set foot on. After Yi Ling got the jade box, he didn't open it either, then went back home directly. He didn't know until he got home. In this jade box, there are actually 300-year-old vermilion fruits. This thing has the function of washing the essence. Looking at the blood-red vermilion fruit in his hand, Yi Ling hesitated. It was still swallowed. After entering the abdomen, that vermilion fruit turned into pure energy. 5 levels of warriors. The 6th level of warriors. 7th level warrior. After absorbing Zhu Guo's energy, Yi Ling's realm has skyrocketed, jumping triple sky. So strong. Yi Ling discovered that it wasn't just her own strength that had increased. Even the speed at which he absorbed the dark energy between heaven and earth increased accordingly. While it stinks, Yi Ling's nose twitched suddenly, feeling a foul stench. Hastily covered his mouth and nose. And this stench actually came from him. Could this be washing the essence and cutting the marrow? At this time, Yi Ling also remembered. In those novels in the previous life, the so-called washing by cutting marrow. Afterwards, toxins from the body will be flushed out. Very similar to his current situation. After cleaning, Yi Ling looked in the mirror, this white and slender figure. A look of satisfaction. Originally, his height was only about 1.7 meters. The current height has reached 1.78 meters, 1.79 meters. Afterwards, Yi Ling turned his attention to the remaining 2 vermilion fruits. Think about it. It was swallowed directly into the stomach. It's a pity that it seems to be because of taking a vermilion fruit. The next 2 vermilion fruits did not improve Yi Ling much. It just raised his realm to the 9th level of warriors. However, it's still enough for the second washing. Let his talent, once again enhanced by 1 point. 9-fold warrior. Feeling the soaring power in his body, Yi Ling also fell into excitement. Clap, clap. At this time, Yi Ling's door was suddenly knocked frantically, and it was a very rapid beating. I'm sick, knocking so loudly. The door is broken by you. Hearing this restless knock on the door, Yi Ling was extremely dissatisfied. Then, cursing, he walked to the door. Yi Ling, where's the jade box you just picked up from Shangbei Bank? Give it to me quickly. I want what's in it. How about I give you 1 million dragon coins? Yi Ling just opened the door. Zhao Ming rushed in impatiently. Then in Yi Ling's room, he looked around. Seems to be looking for something. Then he directly exposed his purpose. Are you following me? Yi Ling frowned, looking deeply at Zhao Ming in front of him. What happened to following you? Your parents took those 3 vermilion fruits back then. Among them is my parents' share. Why give it all to you? Looking at Yi Ling, who asked himself back, Zhao Ming sat down directly on the sofa. Then he looked at Yi Ling with dissatisfaction. That's what my parents bought in exchange for their own lives. Why should I give it to you? Yi Ling looked at Zhao Ming in front of him coldly. I also understand why the other party keeps targeting me. But the reason for this is really ridiculous. This vermilion fruit was obviously bought by his parents in exchange for their own lives. In the end, I still have to give him a share. It's just ridiculous. He'd rather have his parents alive if he could. I don't want this vermilion fruit either. Who said your parents are dead? If they are really dead, how could they send this vermilion fruit out? Maybe, where are they hiding now? Zhao Ming looked at Yi Ling coldly. The tone is extremely bad and dissatisfied. If he hadn't kept an eye out, he had been sending people to follow Yi Ling. Almost missed the chance to get Zhu Guo. Don't even think about it. Zhu Guo has already been eaten by me. Looking at Zhao Ming in front of him, Yi Ling didn't bother to talk to him. Straight up, have you eaten all 3? Zhao Ming frowned deeply. Standing up with a gloomy face, he looked at Yi Ling in front of him. I ate it. What can you do with me? Yi Ling looked at Zhao Ming in front of him coldly. You want to die? Zhao Ming was instantly enraged. Unable to bear it anymore, he rushed directly to Yi Ling. On the hands, there is terrifying energy. Ordinary people take the hit. If you don't die, you will be seriously injured. I've said it all. I've already eaten it. Why don't you believe it? Looking at Zhao Ming, who was rushing towards him, Yi Ling slammed his fist hard on the opponent's chest. His true realm is only the ninefold warrior, but under the blessing of Realm +1. The current real combat power is at the level of a martial artist. That is no longer a level of power. Yi Ling's punch was like a heavy hammer. It hit Zhao Ming hard in the chest. Then throw him out. Hit the wall. I advise you, go away, before I'm really angry. Yi Ling looked at Zhao Ming, who was lying on the ground coldly. You wait for me. At this moment, Zhao Ming was sure that Yi Ling had already taken Zhu Guo. Otherwise, it is impossible to surpass him in strength. You know, he is now the sixth heaven of warriors. It is actually in the hands of the other party, not an all-in-one enemy. Afterwards, Zhao Ming stumbled out of Yi Ling's room, clutching his severe pain in his chest. His eyes were full of resentment. Unfortunately, this is not in a secret realm. Yi Ling stood upstairs, looking at Zhao Ming, who was walking away slowly. After all, there is no move killer. Otherwise, the him just now has 500,000 ways to kill the other party. But he couldn't solve the next thing. After all, there are many people and all kinds of monitoring evidence. Zhao Ming came to see Yi Ling. By then, Zhao Ming was dead. His parents won't let him go either. At least, before he reached the realm of a master. He didn't have that in mind. Oh, it's really like what he said. You really didn't die, right? Yi Ling returned to the room. I remembered what Zhao Ming said just now. However, he also really hoped that what the other party said was true. But his parents, since going to that secret realm, I never contacted him again. The chance of surviving is almost zero. The realm of the master is coming soon. Looking at his realm, Yi Ling muttered to himself. Boom! Boom! Just when Yi Ling was about to rest, the door knocked again, and even more intense than before. This made Yi Ling sullen and stood up again. What's the matter? What's wrong with knocking on your door? I'm not happy at all. I knocked on your door to save you. Liu looked at Yi Ling, who opened the door with a displeased look on his face. Immediately, they shouted loudly. Shouldn't you be sleeping in and playing games at home today? Why come to me when you have time? Yi Ling looked at Liu in front of him with a headache. I have something to ask you to come out. Liu said, do you have any serious business with me? It's agreed I won't go to that place. Yi Ling remembered the red romance from before. Dang even refused. Now he is very young. I don't want to waste my first time on this. He is very traditional. Where do you want to go? Liu Bai glanced at Yi Ling. Then what do you want from me? Besides, Yi Ling couldn't imagine that the guy in front of him could find anything serious about him. Liu looked around and then whispered in Yi Ling's ear. Quietly said, do you want to go to the secret realm? Which secret realm? Yi Ling was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Liu instantly. Obviously, the secret realm organized by the school that the other party mentioned. On the mountain behind the black market, there is an unknown secret place. Many people know about it now. Let's go and see. Liu looked at Yi Ling with a smile on his face. Unknown secret realm? Yi Ling also fell into deep thought after hearing Liu's words. Unknown secret realms refer to those secret realms that have not yet been explored. This kind of mystery, it may be a very high-level secret realm, or it may be the most elementary secret realm. The level of danger is extremely high, but it is also full of opportunities. After all, no one has fully explored it yet. What is inside is also unknown. Maybe you can get a chance that can change your life. Why? Are you afraid? Liu looked at Yi Ling with a strange face. Go. There's nothing to be afraid of. How could Yi Ling, who possesses the fighting power of a martial artist, be afraid? Dang even agreed with Liu's idea. That's what you call less people. Yi Ling followed Liu to the back mountain of the black market. Looking at the warriors all over the mountains and plains, Yi Ling looked at Liu suspiciously. Most of these people are warriors. A small group of martial artists. There are several existences that Yi Ling can't see clearly. Obviously, it's either a master or a higher level existence. There is no feeling of less people at all. Yi Ling felt cheated. I can't help it. When I bought the news, that person said he only sold it to a few people. Liu also looked at his good brother helplessly. Then how much did you pay for this news? Yi Ling looked like an idiot. looking at my good brother. It cost me a full 500 dragon coins. Liu looked at Yi Ling with pain. 500 dragon coins are enough for him to take a bath. What? You spent 500? Why the F *** K did I spend 5,000? The martial artist at the side frowned when he heard Liu's words. Don't say 5,000. I spent more than 10,000 to buy this news. I didn't say anything for 30,000 yuan. This damn profiteer. Don't let me meet you. Then a group of them quarreled about buying information. Some people even formed a team, trying to trouble the person who sold the information. Look at you, if you hadn't insisted on asking how much I spent, I wouldn't have made such a big commotion. Not far away, the two who had fled stopped. Liu looked at Yi Ling with dissatisfaction. Who knew? There are so many people who were taken advantage of. Yi Ling also looked helplessly at his good brother. This time, fortunately, they ran fast. It would be miserable if caught. Why don't these people go in? Yi Ling pointed to the white portal in midair. I don't quite understand why these people don't go in. It's not time yet. Only after midnight will the portal be truly lifted. Only then can we go in. Yi Ling explained. Senior brother Yi Ling, senior brother Yang Yu. Why are you here? Suddenly, a very clear female voice came from a distance. It's Li Xie. After hearing this familiar voice, Li Yu's face showed a hint of excitement. After these few days of getting along, he has already fallen in love with this talented girl. After only 2 days of practice, the opponent's Dailang Quan has already started. It can be seen how terrifying his talent is. This made Li Yu secretly feel admiration. However, Li Yu is self-aware. He knew that Li Xie came from the Li family, one of the top wealthy families in his city. It's not something a nouveau riche like him can compare to. So he can only bury this love deeply in his heart and dare not show it. Soon, Li Xie came in front of the two of them. At this time, she was wearing a green dress. Outline her figure completely. She constantly shuttles through the mountains and forests, like a dexterous little elf. But Yi Ling could tell from it that the other party was practicing footwork. Moreover, at least it is in the realm of Deshang. There is actually a master bodyguard. Yi Ling's mind was not completely focused on Li Xie in front of him. Instead, he looked at the old man behind him with burning eyes. When Li Xie came over just now, Yi Ling didn't notice the old man behind him at all. Like a ghost, he followed behind Li Xie unhurriedly, completely shielded all Yi Ling's perception. Only when Yi Ling saw him with naked eyes did he realize his existence. Interesting. Elder Wu seemed to have sensed something. He raised his head. He glanced at Yi Ling with interest. The terrifying energy and blood in the opponent's body also made him secretly speechless. After all, when he was the opponent's age, he didn't have such a strong strength. Junior sister Li, are you planning to enter this secret realm too? Li Yu hurriedly came up and then said excitedly, well, senior brother Li, I also want to go in and have a look. After all, this secret realm is full of opportunities. If I find some treasures, it will also be of great help to my future. Li Xie said, but her attention was on Yi Ling. There seemed to be a divine light flowing in those beautiful eyes. This time she observed Yi Ling and found that it was impossible to check Yi Ling's true strength at this time. This made her very stunned. And this kind of situation will only happen if the opponent's strength exceeds her. A few days ago, she felt that Yi Ling was extraordinary, but her strength is far inferior to hers. She is only the second level of warriors. But after only 2 days, the strength of the opponent surpassed her. You know, she has reached the 8th heaven of warriors. In an instant, Li Xie also showed a trace of fighting spirit. It has been a long time since she met a genius of her own age. This gave her the heart to fight. What? You want to fight with me? Yi Ling looked at Li Xie. He could feel the strong fighting spirit emanating from the opponent. If you have a chance, you must ask your brother for advice. Li Xie spoke directly. Okay, if we have a chance, we can learn from each other. Yi Ling nodded. Junior martial sister. Yi Ling is a second-tier martial artist. You can't bully him. Li Yu on the side hurriedly opened his mouth to stop him. I'll keep it. Li Xie looked at Yi Ling and Li Yu. I understood in an instant. Then he opened his mouth and said. Her face was filled with a trace of strangeness. It seems to know something. "Miss, the secret realm has been opened." And at this time, Elder Wu on the side spoke. In midair, the white portal is finally wide open. A white brilliance shines out from the portal, straight into the sky, turning into a beam of light soaring into the sky. Dye the 10 miles around in white. Go in quickly, this place has been exposed, and the officials will come in a short time. Old Wu quickly reminded. Mr. Wu is a strong master, so let's just listen to him. Seeing the two people who were still in a daze, Li Xie spoke directly. The master is strong. After hearing Li Xie's words, Li Yu froze in place. With admiration in his eyes, he looked at Mr. Wu not far away. This is the first time he has seen a strong man in the guru realm at such a close distance. In this world, everyone is a warrior. A strong martial artist is 1 in 1,000. Out of 100,000 warriors, only one grandmaster can appear. Every master has his own martial arts will. It can already be called an extraordinary existence. Don't be in a daze, go in first. Ling looked at his good friend. Then he pulled him, and together with Li Xie and Mr. Wu rushed into the beam of light. And there are many people who think similarly to them. They all rushed towards the beam of light frantically. After all, only at this time they are eligible to enter. If the official people came and blocked this place, they would have no chance. After all, at the official request of Dragon Kingdom, all unknown secret places must be explored first by the Dragon Kingdom officials before they will be open to others one after another. And you have to pay a high entry fee. This is simply not something ordinary people can afford. What's more, the secret realm that has been explored by the officials. The odds of being able to leave something good are pitiful. Unlike this unexplored secret realm, it is full of opportunities everywhere. The four of Ling stepped into the beam of light together. Suddenly, a strong light enveloped them in it. When they opened their eyes again, several people have already appeared in a huge mountain range, surrounded by towering trees. It is as high as hundreds of feet, with luxuriant branches and leaves, and only dots of sunlight are exposed from it. Therefore, the environment where Ling and the others lived was very dark and humid. Bark fruit. When several people were observing the surroundings, Li Yu suddenly shouted excitedly. Several people looked in the direction Li Yu pointed and found a green fruit. It just grows naked by the roadside, exuding a strange fragrance. Although this lark fruit is just an ordinary first-grade medicinal material, but it is also worth hundreds of thousands of dragon coins. Li Yu walked over directly, wanting to pick it off. Beware of guardian monsters, you idiot! Ling couldn't help shouting. Generally speaking, this kind of spirit has guardian spirit beasts. It's just that he didn't expect Li Yu to be so reckless. At this time, Li Yu also felt that something was wrong. The moment he approached the lark fruit, he felt a terrifying creature staring at him. A giant python suddenly rushed out of the bushes. The huge body is more than 10 meters long. Seeing Li Yu, he immediately opened his bloody mouth. Intends to swallow him into it. Have a good meal. Seeing this scene, Ling became anxious for a moment, because the giant python in front of him has already reached the 2nd level, equivalent to a strong human martial artist. Li Yu, who is only the 4th heaven of warriors, is definitely not his opponent. In an instant, Ling rushed out. Want to stop this? But someone is one step faster than him. Old Wu. Li Xie also didn't want to see Li Yu die like this. Said directly to Mr. Wu behind him. Although they have only known each other for 2 days, the other party has been teaching her Dai Lang Quan seriously. She didn't want her senior brother to die in front of her. Don't worry, miss. I'll do it right away. Old Wu looked at Li Xie with a doting expression, then pointed in the direction of the giant python. The cyan energy gathered at his fingertips and condensed into a small cyan sword. Then shoot out quickly. In an instant, the giant python's head was directly cut off. Thank you, Mr. Wu, for saving your life. Seeing the giant python's head rolling down, Li Yu quickly wiped off the cold sweat off his face. Then he stood up tremblingly. He dug out the lark fruit not far away. Fine. Old Wu shook his head lightly, not caring. After all, to him, it was just a random blow. In fact, with his strength, he had already discovered the giant python. It was just to test Yi Ling's strength, so he didn't kill the giant python in advance. However, when the young lady spoke up, he couldn't hold back anymore. So he dispelled the idea of probing and directly killed the giant python. He also didn't want to see humans die at the hands of monsters. What's more, it's someone you know. Old Wu, don't do this again next time. You will die. Li Xie naturally understood what Elder Wu was thinking and said helplessly, although Mr. Wu was sent by his father to protect him. But as a master, even his Li family should be treated as a guest of honor. After all, the strong in the guru realm is no longer the weak. Yes, miss, I will pay attention next time. Elder Wu nodded. In fact, he just wanted to test it out. He didn't intend to put Li Yu in real danger. He can kill a mere second-level and low-level monster in an instant. I almost lost my life, but I still want this lark fruit. Yi Ling walked over. Then look at Li Yu. No, I bought this with my life. You are not allowed to snatch it. Li Yu looked like he didn't know it, and then he tightly hugged the bailing boy in his hand. With this lark fruit, he will be able to attack the fifth heaven of warriors. Maybe he can also go to a key martial arts university. Wait until he becomes a master and strong man like the old Wu in front of him. Then his Li family will get rid of the name of Nouveau Riche. This is a matter of Guangzhou Yaozu. It's really a little money fan. Elder Wu, who was not far away, heard the conversation between the two. There was also a hint of memory on his face. Once upon a time, he also had a brother like this. It's a pity that his brother didn't break through to the Grandmaster realm. It is old, and he broke through to the Master and gained 500 years of life. This survived. Seeing Yi Ling and Li Yu at this time, there was a little sadness on his face. At this moment, Elder Wu looked at Yi Ling and Li Yu. He was very much like him back then, and his brother. And based on his observation, Yi Ling's talent now has even far surpassed him back then. But Li Yu's talent is relatively ordinary. Without a certain chance, one should miss the master realm. And Li Yu will at least be a great master in the future. After all, the current Yi Ling has reached the level of a martial artist. This kind of talent can only be possessed by the children of the aristocratic families in the big cities. Li Yu, you are too reckless. If Mr. Wu made a slower move, you would be gone. Li Xie also stepped forward. He frowned slightly, then looked at Li Yu. A look of dissatisfaction. Isn't it all right? Li Yu scratched his head in embarrassment, then looked at Li Xie. In fact, he is also a little careful. I want to improve my strength as soon as possible. Maybe after he reaches a certain level, he will have the qualifications to pursue the opponent. Just like Mr. Wu, he became a strong man in the guru realm. Even the Li family should be regarded as a guest of honor. Yi Ling, what are you doing? At this time, Li Yu discovered that Yi Ling was walking in the direction of the giant python. Hastily changed the subject. Then she looked at him suspiciously. Let me see if there is any monster crystal in this monster. Yi Ling spoke directly without looking back. Then he took out a small knife and stabbed it in the python's head. Then a click was heard. The knife in Yi Ling's hand broke in two. That's a second-order monster, and ordinary knives can't break through it. Li Yu said, then I'll break it open. Yi Ling looked at the knife in his hand with dissatisfaction, and then threw it away. With one punch, it hit the giant python's head fiercely. What are you kidding? You think you? Before Li Yu finished speaking, he saw that the giant python's head was smashed to pieces by Yi Ling like a watermelon. It exploded directly. In an instant, Li Yu was completely dumbfounded. Then, Yi Ling took out a white wind monster crystal from the monster's flesh and blood. This wind monster crystal is at least hundreds of thousands of dragon coins on the market. Its price is no less than the bailing fruit in Li Yu's hand. Even in Yi Ling's hands, this wind monster crystal can be used to refine many elixirs. Among them, the wind spirit pill can enhance the cultivation talent of wind attribute warriors. After advancing to the realm of a martial artist, a warrior or monster will awaken their own natal elements. The awakened attribute of the wind-type monster in front of him is the wind element. Elder Wu, who is not far away, should also be a warrior of wind attribute elements. And Yi Ling seems to be a special case. It seems to be because his realm is blessed with talent. So he only possessed the combat power of a martial artist, but he did not obtain his own natal element. Let's leave first, otherwise the corpse of this giant python will attract more monsters. At that time, if there are too many monsters, I can't take care of the three of you. On the treetop not far away, Mr. Wu saw Yi Ling, who had already dug out the monster crystal. Said softly, although he is a strong man in the guru realm, but if the corpse of the giant python attracts an existence that is too powerful, at that time, he can only try his best to keep his young lady from escaping. He didn't care about the other two. Let's go first. Li Xie also understood the danger, so she nodded immediately. Okay. Yi Ling and the two nodded. A few people continued to move forward. The ground is too wet. Li Yu also frowned when he saw that just stepping on it was muddy. No way, the sun can't come in. Yi Ling raised his head, and he could only see a little bit of sunlight through the thin cracks of the branches. He also replied helplessly, Be careful, I always feel that something is wrong. It's just too quiet here. Li Xie frowned, looked at the two casually in front of her, and quickly reminded her. Elder Wu, on the other hand, slowly followed behind. But his feet were always 3 feet off the ground without falling. It's like floating above the void. And this is one of the hallmarks of a guru, standing in the void. After reaching the realm of the master, it is no longer necessary to rely on any external force to walk freely in the void. It's truly otherworldly. A random blow can have a force of tens of thousands of kilograms. Miss, there is something in front of you. Elder Wu suddenly raised his head, then said, What? Li Xie quickly turned her head to look at Mr. Wu. A few humans, you should be able to deal with them. Elder Wu sensed it a little. That's fine. I heard Mr. Wu say that he can deal with it with just a few people. Li Xie also breathed a sigh of relief. As they move on, sure enough, a group of people walked up ahead. Boss, Larkfruit, one of the younger brothers, spotted the Bailingwa in Li Yu's hand at a glance. There was also a hint of greed in the eyes. He said directly to the boss beside him, It seems that we're going to open today. The boss licked his lips and said with a smug smile. Then he waved his hand gently behind him. Didn't even say hello. He directly ordered his men to shoot. Immediately, 4 or 5 big men behind him rushed directly towards Yi Ling and the others. From their point of view, these young children probably haven't even graduated from high school. You can let them decide. Shoot directly? Li Yu looked dissatisfied and looked at the strong man who was rushed by his group. Then he kicked hard. He immediately kicked a big man out. It hit the ground hard. Let's make a quick decision. Li Xie also rushed forward. Double dark energy. Li Xie directly used the folding wave fist that she had just learned a few days ago. In an instant, 2 dark forces condensed on her fist. Blast out fiercely. It hit one of them directly in the stomach. Knocked him out. The person who was hit suddenly felt as if he had been hit by a heavy hammer in the abdomen. Before he had time to react, the 2 dark forces exploded in an instant. His face grew pale. If it weren't for his realm, he would have reached the 6th heaven of warriors. With this punch, he will be half disabled if he is not dead. 7th heaven of warriors. The boss not far away looked at the girl in front of him. His brows were tightly wrinkled. It is still at this age to have such a powerful talent. The only one who can meet this requirement is the little witch from the Li family. Immediately, his expression changed. Want to escape? Did I let you go? Old Wu's indifferent voice came from the air. Then everyone saw an old man get out slowly. Under his feet, there seemed to be an invisible ladder continuing him. So, even at this time, there was no breath of a warrior. But everyone also felt their hairs stand on end, because this is the realm of a master. Ability to possess. Your Excellency is Wu Xian of the Li family, old Master Wu. But Wang Lei, the boss, thought of something. Deng even spoke tremblingly. The little witch of the Li family, the Grand Master, surnamed Wu. Only the one in his mind exists. That's right, it's the old man. Elder Wu cast a cold glance at Wang Lei in front of him. Then he spoke. Please forgive me, Mr. Wu. We offended you because we were blind. After hearing Mr. Wu admit his identity, Wang Lei felt ashamed. The Li family has 5 great masters. Among them, The most sinister and vicious one is the one in front of him. Don't look at the smiling face, very kind. Behind his back, he is a guy who never shows mercy. They're probably going to stay here. If you can defeat the three of them, I will let you go. At this time, Mr. Wu spoke. Then he pointed at the three of Yi Ling, then said, "What Elder Wu said is true." After hearing this sentence, it was as if Wang Lei had been pulled back from hell. Hastily looked up, he looked at Mr. Wu with surprise, but still a little unbelievable. I hope Mr. Wu can give himself an accurate answer. I keep my word, Elder Wu nodded. Then I won't be polite, everyone. After getting the approval of Wu Lao, Wang Lei's body instantly burst into a terrifying aura. Isn't this a big joke? How do you fight this? Liu felt the terrifying aura in front of him. Cold sweat drenched. Obviously, the opponent is a strong man in the realm of a martial artist. He is not its opponent at all. Then he looked at the strongest person among the three. That is Li Xie. You see, I'm useless. You have to ask your good brother Yi Ling. Li Xie looked at Liu, who was looking at her. Then he waved his hand. Look helpless. Then, she lightly raised her jade hand and pointed at Yi Ling. Yi Ling is the second heaven of warriors. How could he be a martial artist's opponent? Liu looked at Li Xie suspiciously. Yi Ling, stop hiding your strength. Li Xie looked at Yi Ling. Li Xie, how did you find out? Yi Ling looked at each other curiously. He seems to have never shown his strength, and he possesses the hidden breath art of artistic conception level. Only those in the guru realm can see through his disguise, and at least a grand master above the sixth heaven. But Li Xie in front of her can see it at a glance. This made him very puzzled. It's a secret. Li Xie blinked at Yi Ling. Said. Then, Liu's dumbfounded expression appeared in his eyes. A terrifying aura erupted from Yi Ling's body. He was on par with Wang Lei in front of him. Yi Ling, UF asterisk 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 G kept it from me for so long. Seeing this scene unexpectedly, Liu suddenly understood. Deng even pointed at Yi Ling. A look of regret, like an abandoned widow. Blame Yi Ling for hiding it from him for so long. It turns out that Mr. Wu's real purpose is on you. A 17 or 18-year-old martial artist. Seeing Yi Ling erupting with such a terrifying aura, Wang Lei also showed a dignified expression. Even the little witch of the Li family is no more than the seventh heavenly warrior at this age, and the young man in front of him has already reached the realm of a martial artist. What a genius! In this regard, he did not dare to neglect. After all, this battle is about the life and death of their group. And he didn't believe it. He is a person who has been immersed in the realm of martial arts for more than 10 years. Not an opponent at the first level of a martial artist. Slash with an axe. The two looked at each other. The momentum gradually rushed to the peak. But slowly, Wang Lei's momentum fell into a disadvantage. So, he took the initiative to launch an attack. Charged directly to Yi Ling. The right palm is raised high, like an iron axe. Possesses terrifying destructive power. Directly facing Yi Ling is to cut off. This is a second-grade martial skill he obtained by chance from a secret realm, although incomplete. But its power is indeed several times that of first-grade martial arts. He spent 4 or 5 years on this martial skill before he cultivated it to the level of Deshang. This is his first time using it. It looks like my iron palms are going to be stained with blood. Looking at Yi Ling, who was still in a daze, Wang Lei suddenly smiled. He didn't think about it. This time the battle is so simple. What phantom? But when his right palm slammed down fiercely, but it passed through Yi Ling's body in front of him. At this time, he realized that Yi Ling in front of him was just a phantom. When he reacts, he actually heard the sound of surging waves. Martial arts image. Old Wu not far away. Seeing this scene, he immediately spoke out in astonishment. Old Wu, do you think this is the image of martial arts? Li Xie heard this. His face also changed color. To become a guru, first of all, it is necessary to have one's own martial arts will. That is the image Yi Ling displayed at this time. She never thought of it. As a martial artist, Yi Ling has the martial arts will only possessed by the master realm. It also made her realize How big is the gap between him and Yi Ling? How can this be? At this moment, Wang Lei suddenly turned his head. It felt like he saw a scene that frightened him. The endless sea water forms huge waves, appeared suddenly in midair, slapping towards him frantically. And this is the Dai Lang fist under the blessing of imagery. Every punch is blessed with martial arts will. Make your own strength increase several times. That's why the gap between the master and the martial artist is like a world of difference. And Yi Ling, who has the martial arts will, it also means that his advanced master does not have any bottlenecks. Martial arts will? What is that? Liu on the side stared at Li Siye and Mr. Wu behind him in a daze. He could see from it that Mr. Wu and Li Siye were shocked. I also realized that the method Yi Ling is showing now is extremely terrifying. But at his current level, he couldn't understand the existence of martial arts will at all. He just asked directly, "Do you know how many realms can be divided according to the proficiency of martial arts?" Old Wu looked at Liu and then said, "Of course I know this. It is divided into 5 realms: beginner, proficiency, minor achievement, great accomplishment, and consummation." Liu nodded slightly, said that he still knew this kind of thing. "Then do you know that there is another realm beyond this consummation?" Old Wu gently stroked his slender white beard, then asked again, "What realm?" Liu asked hastily. In his eyes, he seemed to realize something. Above consummation is Yi Ling's current state, artistic conception, the legendary will of martial arts. Have it. It also means that as long as your realm is reached, you will become a master 100%. It can be said that the current Yi Ling already have a direct train to the realm of the master. Old Wu said slowly. His every word is like a heavy hammer. It hit Liu's chest fiercely. It made Liu feel a little unreal. But what Mr. Wu said seemed so true. Suddenly, Liu looked blank, looking at my good brother. However, Yi Ling hasn't practiced the folding wave fist for even a week. Seemingly reminded of something, Liu muttered to himself. What, in a week, he has cultivated this Dai Lang Quan to the martial arts state? This muttering to himself sounded like thunder in Elder Wu's ears. He was completely stunned. At the same time, breathing became rapid. He also thought that Yi Ling's folding wave fist was practiced by him since he was a child. Even so, cultivating artistic conception is also very terrifying. But he never expected that Yi Ling had only practiced for less than a week. What a genius! Even among the top wealthy families in the Dragon Kingdom, there are not many people as talented as Yi Ling. He was able to become a grandmaster because of Yi Ling. Now it seems that they underestimated each other. Such a terrifying talent and savvy. Even in the realm of Martial King, there is a certain chance to achieve it. As for King Wu, that is an existence at the level of a king. In the entire city, there has never been a King Wu. If Yi Ling can become King Wu in the future, he will be In's first martial king. Even in city will become a seal. Moreover, King Wu has a full lifespan of 3,000 years. It can protect a family for as long as 3,000 years. At this moment, Elder Wu looked at Li Siye not far away with burning eyes. As long as his lady is with Yi Ling, maybe the Li family will be able to get out of Angxi, become one of the giants in the entire eastern province. Unfortunately, he has no children. Otherwise, he would definitely let his daughter go. This is a very rare opportunity. Li Siye, who is not far away, is as witty as a demon. Only Wu Lao glanced at her. She instantly understood what the other party was thinking. But then it was dark. She just learned one day later than Yi Ling. But the gap between them is a world of difference. One artistic conception, one skilled. This terrifying gap didn't even make her even have the slightest desire to catch up. I didn't expect that in this kind of place, I could actually see such a genius and die without regret. Under the blessing of that image, Yi Ling's Dai Lang fist carried terrifying power, possesses great power. Just one punch, it penetrated Wang Lei's chest. This, looking at Wang Lei in front of him, Yi Ling quickly withdrew his blood-stained fist. He hurried to help Wang Lei. He also did not expect that his punch actually possessed such terrifying power. After sensing Wang Lei's realm, Yi Ling decided to go all out. After all, There is a realm gap between them. But he never thought of it. This punch of his own, it was so terrifying. Wang Lei, who was directly in front of him at the 5th level of martial arts, was instantly killed. As a warrior, there will always be a day when your hands will be stained with blood. Even monsters, or humans, always inevitable. Mr. Wu could tell at a glance that Yi Ling had killed someone for the first time. Walked over slowly. Then he spoke. The talent of Yi Ling in front of him made him feel terrified. He didn't want to look. The boy in front of him was lost in it. After all, there are many young geniuses, just because they can't stand this. And slowly lost. Don't blame yourself. I can die with your punch. I will die without regret. In this life, he will never become a master. But to be able to die in the hands of a genius like Yi Ling is to die without regret. After finishing speaking, Wang Lei lowered his head heavily. Die completely. I lost my breath. Boss! 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 The moment Wang Lei died, the younger brothers immediately seemed to go crazy. Charged towards Yi Ling. But slowly, Yi Ling felt something was wrong. Because of this group of little brothers, they scattered as they ran. Actually want to escape. He didn't care about Wang Lei's death. Really a bunch of rubbish. Seeing this scene, Elder Wu's face suddenly became gloomy. Endless wind blades condensed at his fingertips, then frantically flocked to the group of fleeing little brothers. In an instant, the group of people were beheaded. In his life, what he hated the most was this kind of grass. Vomit. As a modern person, Yi Ling saw such a disgusting scene for the first time. In an instant, he couldn't help vomiting. Yi Ling, you won't be the first time to kill someone. Liu looked at Yi Ling with a funny face. Why? Have you killed someone? Yi Ling asked back. As a three-good youth in the 21st century, it was the first time he encountered such a thing. It's quite normal to behave like this. That's natural. My father has already shown me this kind of scene when I was young. I don't think it's weird anymore. Liu took it for granted and spread his hands. I see. Yi Ling nodded. Excuse me. At this moment, Liu realized something. Hastily apologized. It's okay. I'm used to it. Yi Ling waved his hand indifferently. He was not from this world. Parents in this world naturally lack a sense of belonging. Old Wu, you shouldn't have done this. Looking at the minced meat all over the floor, Li Siye frowned. Then he looked at Elder Wu not far away. With Elder Wu's strength, he could kill them instantly. They don't have to be minced at all. Obviously, Mr. Wu did this to make Yi Ling accept this fact faster, but more likely to backfire, lead to more unpredictable consequences. Miss, is he all right? Old Wu looked at his young lady calmly, said indifferently, if Yi Ling can't even adapt to this situation, then his future achievements will be very limited. It's getting dark, let's find a place to rest first. Old Wu raised his head. Among the mountains, the original sunlight is extremely rare. Now, even the dots of sunlight are slowly disappearing. It is clear. It's night. In the wild, the most dangerous time is night. Many creatures hunt at night. There is a cave ahead. Let's go there quickly. Should be able to rest overnight in it. Li Siye raised her head. In the eyes, golden flames rose one after another. In an instant, the situation within a radius of several miles. It was all reflected in her mind. Immediately, she seemed to see something. There was a flash of joy on his face. Finally, he spoke. Is it similar to the talent of clairvoyance? Yi Ling muttered to himself. Li Siye's eyes, the golden flames that came out. It is too dazzling. It's like a bright light on an isolated island in the dark. Yi Ling didn't want to find out. It is also very difficult. It is very likely that the other party discovered his true state by relying on this talent. At this time, Li Siye also felt Yi Ling's gaze. Turning around, he nodded slightly to Yi Ling, but he didn't mean to speak. Afterwards, under the lead of Li Siye, the group of them moved forward slowly, and shortly after they left, there was a drizzling sound from those bushes. One after another, small monsters rushed out, then frantically biting those flesh and blood. Soon, the flesh and blood were eaten away. The entire mountain range fell into silence again. Yi Ling, How did you become so strong? It's hard to hide from me." At this time, Liu still couldn't accept that Yi Ling had become so powerful. "My parents left me 300-year-old vermilion fruits. After I finished eating, my realm improved so quickly," Yi Ling said helplessly. With no other choice, he could only push everything on Zhuguo. "The century-old vermilion fruit is a third-grade spiritual material. Your parents are too kind to you. Even this kind of thing is left to you." When Liu heard about Yi Ling, he took 300-year-old vermilion fruits. She was shocked for an instant. The vermilion fruit takes root on the ground, grows to mature, and then bears fruit. It takes 10 years, and the first result is the 10-year Zhuguo. The second result will take 30 years. This time the result is the 30-year Zhuguo, which will reach the second grade. After another 100 years, the third result. It is also the legendary century-old vermilion fruit. That is the third-grade elixir. In the market, it must be worth at least 10 million dragon coins. In other words, Yi Ling has swallowed a full 30 million dragon coins. At this time, Liu also showed a hint of envy in his eyes. "Zhuguo, you don't have the ability to improve your comprehension. Such a terrifying comprehension is really shocking." Elder Wu, who was not far away, didn't believe Yi Ling's explanation at all. "If possible, I would rather have my parents than these 3 vermilion fruits." Yi Ling seems to be influenced by his predecessor. The remaining memories are still affecting him. There was still a hint of loneliness in his eyes. "I'm sorry, Yi Ling, I poked your heart again." Seeing Yi Ling's lonely appearance, Liu couldn't bear it. "Come over and apologize." "It's okay, it's all over." Yi Ling waved his hand lightly. Those memories of his predecessor have been affecting him all the time. There seems to be a ray of remnants left in his body. Perhaps only a real investigation can clarify the cause of the parent's death. That wisp of remnant soul will completely disappear. At that time, Yi Ling will truly integrate into this world. Careful. Just as everyone moved on Old Wu's face, there was a rare expression of seriousness. "What's wrong?" After hearing Elder Wu's prompt, the 3 of them quickly gathered back to back. Then he looked around cautiously. It can make Mr. Wu, a strong master like this, feel the danger. There are only Tier 3 monsters. Mr. Wu wiped it on his finger. A blue long sword appeared in his hand instantly. The terrifying breath slanted away in all directions like a violent storm. Even if he didn't target the 3 of Yi Ling, it also made Yi Ling and the others feel that there were mountains pressing on them. The 3 of them retreated tens of meters before this feeling gradually disappeared. "It's over. Mr. Wu hasn't used his Qing Feng sword for several years." Li Xie also realized the seriousness of the matter at this time, said with a serious face. "Miss, hurry up, I'll stop this monster." Elder Wu also urged at this time. Then, with a solemn face, he stared at something. There, he could feel a powerful aura. Even he could feel his hairs stand up slightly. He has been at the pinnacle of this master for more than 40 years. Among the third-order monsters, the only ones that could make him feel dangerous were monsters with powerful bloodlines. Li Xie nodded, and then prepared to pull Yi Ling and Li Yu to escape. Seeing Yi Ling, the 3 of them were about to flee. The creature hidden in the dark finally revealed its true colors. A red figure slowly emerged from a distance. When they came close, everyone suddenly discovered it. It was a crimson leopard-shaped monster. Terrifying red flames lingered around it, brighten up the surroundings. In this dark mountain range, it is extraordinarily dazzling and eye-catching. Third-rank monster, Scarlet Blood Leopard. Elder Wu recognized the monster in front of him with just one glance. His face was also completely serious, because the red blood leopard in front of him has a powerful bloodline. Even if he is a strong man at the peak of the master, it will take a certain amount of time to kill him. But in this way, he has no energy to take care of the young lady. "Yi Ling, help me take care of Mississippi." In desperation, Mr. Wu could only send a message to Yi Ling from the air. "I see." After Yi Ling heard Wu Lao's message, Li Yu and Li Xie were directly caught under the armpit. Then use the ghost step and start to escape. "Yi Ling, put me down quickly." It's safe here. Just when Yi Ling was advancing at a high speed, Li Xie's voice, as thin as a mosquito's ant, slowly sounded from under him. Good. Yi Ling looked around. It was found that they had walked out of the mountain range without knowing it. Came to an empty land. At this time, they finally saw the sky. It was dark. The mighty Milky Way hangs high. Stars adorn it. A round of bright moon exudes a hazy silver brilliance. Light up the whole earth. Seeing this scene, Yi Ling's heart gradually became peaceful. Then he also let go of the two people who had been clamped under his armpits. Yi Ling, your speed just now was too fast. Li Xie's face showed a rare rosy blush. It was the first time she was treated like this. Seeing Yi Ling looking over, he quickly lowered his head. Pretend to tidy up your own clothes. He didn't want Yi Ling to see that there was something strange about him. Vomit. On the other hand, Liu vomited out directly. The huge dizziness made him very uncomfortable. After all, his strength is much weaker than Li Xie. He couldn't stand such a quick swipe. He was like on a bumpy train. I feel uncomfortable all over. Just when the three of them thought it was safe. Whoa! A wolf howl came from afar. Then, a figure slowly came from a distance. It was a huge giant wolf. The hair is white all over the body. Under the silver-white brilliance, it looks wise and mighty. And as the wolf head slowly moved forward, behind it, gray and white moon wolves also appeared. Their purpose may not be us. Looking at this scene, Liu couldn't help swallowing. Probably not. You will know it by looking at the sky. Golden flames burst out from Li Xie's eyes again. She seemed to see through something and then looked up into the sky. Originally, it was a crescent moon exuding silver-white brilliance. At this time, it suddenly changed and was dyed blood red. It became a blood moon. A terrifying and ominous atmosphere enveloped everyone's hearts. Blood Moon Festival. The Moon Wolf clan is about to give birth to a king. Yi Ling frowned, looking at the blood moon. Yi Ling, you mean they are offering sacrifices? Li Xie at this time, after being reminded by Yi Ling, also remembered. She once saw a description of the Blood Moon Festival in an ancient book. This is the unique sacrifice method of the Wolf clan. When the number of wolves reaches a certain number, then there will be a real king. Lead the Wolf clan and become stronger. But this kind of Blood Moon sacrifice is very important to the number of wolves and the timing of the appearance of the blood moon. The requirements are very harsh. They didn't think about it either. There are 3 people in my party, and this kind of thing will happen unexpectedly. Let's retreat slowly. Don't provoke them. Yi Ling whispered to the 2 behind him. He couldn't see the breath of the wolf at all. It is very likely that he has reached the realm of a master, that is, a third-order monster. It's simply not something he can handle right now. Deng even took Li Xie and Li Yu and slowly retreated. And at this very moment, the wolf spotted the 3 of Yi Ling early. It's just that the 3 of Yi Ling couldn't catch its eyes at all. What's more, it has more important things now. So they didn't take Yi Ling's retreat to heart. As long as the Blood Moon Festival is completed, then this small world will return to the hands of their Moon Wolf clan. Fortunately, those wolves ignored us. Otherwise, we would be finished. The 3 of Yi Ling retreated several hundred meters. Only then did he slowly breathe a sigh of relief. Tell me, will there be other monsters coming to destroy the Blood Moon Festival? After all, once the Wolf King is born, life will be difficult for other monsters. Liu said, once a Wolf King is born, he needs a lot of flesh and blood to nourish him. At that time, the Moon Wolf clan will definitely cause a beast tide. Crazy hunting other creatures. Other powerful monsters definitely don't want to see this situation. If you don't speak, no one will think you don't exist. Yi Ling frowned and looked at Li Yu, who was on the side. Because in his perception, there is really a powerful existence, and it is rushing here. Li Yu, you really guessed it right. Li Xie also looked at Li Yu with a strange expression. Golden flames appeared in his eyes. Obviously, she had seen the creature. It was a golden giant ape. It is more than 10 feet long. The hair on his body stood up like sharp steel needles. The breath is even more powerful. Moreover, it held a dark iron rod in its hand. A dark iron rod can weigh a terrifying 10,000 jin. It is not something that ordinary monsters can easily wield. Ah! The alpha wolf instantly sensed the presence of the golden ape. A warning was issued. Then, tens of thousands of moon wolves got up one after another, making a fighting posture. He stared at the golden giant ape. Damn it, get out! The wolf head swallowed people's words directly. His words were full of anger. You Moon Wolf clan, do you have my consent for the Wolf King to appear? Jin Yuan looked at the Moon Wolf leader in front of him with a mocking face. The black iron rod in his hand was inserted straight into the ground by it. The huge force directly cracked the ground. It seems that there is no good between us. Looking at Henin in front of him, the Moon Wolf leader spoke again. If you want to fight, you can fight. Why so much nonsense? The golden ape snorted. Then he directly grasped the black iron rod and rushed towards Moon Wolf. No fancy tricks, just brute force. Plus a black iron rod weighing tens of thousands of caddies. With one stick down, 7 or 8 moon wolves were swept away, instantly turned into a meat paste. The ground was dyed red. But in the face of this scene, the moon wolves did not have the slightest fear. On the contrary, it is even more fierce. He rushed towards the golden ape desperately. Even if it is death, there is nothing to be afraid of. But the leader of the moon wolf has been hiding in the back. A few sneak attacks from time to time. As a result, the speed of the golden ape's attack became slower and slower. This great ape is dead, Ling said. Uncertain, Licia shook her head. At this moment, Licia felt that there were still a few powerful auras coming towards her. Obviously, these powerful existences are all to prevent the birth of the Wolf King. It's getting more and more lively. After hearing Lin Xie's words, Ling understood something instantly. Using his own perception ability, he frantically perceives everything around him. And in his perception, 5 monsters are coming in this direction. Each one is a very powerful Tier 3 monster. All gathered here today. It's like going crazy. What's going on? Where's the Scarlet Blood Leopard? The 3rd-tier monster Earth Dragon looked at his companion suspiciously. It was discovered that a Tier 3 monster was missing. Suddenly, said, dissatisfied. The Scarlet Blood Leopard has been entangled by the human Grandmaster, and he is currently unable to separate himself. A 3rd-rank white crane spoke. Didn't the secret realm just open this time? Why did a human Grandmaster come in? The 3rd-order monster Pangolin also had a puzzled look on its face. Don't talk about masters. Even if it is a great master, I have seen one, so don't make a fuss. And, let's hurry up. The golden ape guy can't last that long. Bai said, okay, let's get rid of the Moon Wolf clan first. Then think about the human master. The Moon Wolf clan absolutely does not allow a king to appear. The rest of the 3rd-tier monsters nodded one after another. This is a small world. It used to be under the rule of the Moon Wolf clan. The other races are all flesh and blood raised by the Moon Wolf clan. If it weren't for thousands of years ago, the previous Wolf King failed to break through to the 6th level. No offspring were left behind. This led to the gradual defeat of the Moon Wolf clan. Only the other monster races got a chance to breathe. Now, they don't want another Wolf King to appear. If you come one step later, I will be gone. Looking at the 5 3rd-tier monsters that appeared, Jin Yuan tried his best. The black iron rod in his hand swung desperately. Beat those moon wolves that rushed up into a blood mist. Then he took a deep leap and exited the battlefield. Isn't this coming? Bai said. Then, with a wave of its right arm, a blood-red fruit flew in front of the golden ape. That's about the same. Looking at the blood-red fruit in front of him, there was a hint of joy in Jin Yuan's eyes. This is a 3rd-rank spiritual fruit, and it is also of great benefit to a 3rd-rank monster. It's just that it didn't expect the white crane to give it just like that. And Bai also felt a little heartache at this time. But in order to completely kill the Moon Wolf clan in front of him, it can only reluctantly give up. 6 of the leaders of the 7 monster races have come. It's really giving me face. The Moon Wolf leader walked out. He stared at the 6 3rd-tier monsters in front of him. If you renounce the blood sacrifice now and kill yourself, I might consider keeping your Moon Wolf clan. Otherwise, your Moon Wolf clan will be extinct. Bai looked at the leader of the Moon Wolf in front of him. Open your mouth and say, "For this day, our Moon Wolf clan has been preparing for countless years. How could it be so easy to give up?" The leader of the Moon Wolf stared at the 6 monsters in front of him. Whoa! Then, it raised its head to the sky and roared. The blood moon above the starry sky became more and more ominous at this time. A strange aura emanates from the surroundings. But under the cover of this breath, the leader of the Moon Wolf in front of him, its body is undergoing strange changes. Body types swell in different ways. The breath is also constantly increasing. Soon, it reached the peak of Tier 3. Only one step away, you can cross over and become a 4th-order monster. No, it is burning its own blood. Stop it quickly. Bai seemed to realize something. Crazy shouted. This burning essence and blood is a special ability that every life can possess. It's not just consuming one's own source of life. Even exhausted is potential. It can be said that once this method is used, from then on, not only the realm could not get a slight improvement, even life will be shortened, will die in a short time, but correspondingly, burning one's own chi and blood can obtain a terrifying power bonus in a short period of time. They also did not expect that in order to complete the blood sacrifice, the Moon Wolf leader in front of him dared to do this. It makes them feel incredible. They too must be stopped. Once the Moon Wolf head wolf successfully breaks through to the 4th-order boundary, none of them will be able to escape. The gap between Tier 3 and Tier 4 is really too big. Let's go. If we stay, it is very likely that we will be injured by mistake. Ling frowned. Watch the energy that keeps being thrown. Just a random one. On the ground, a huge pit with a depth of several meters was left. Even in a cold sweat, hastily reminded, "Let's go." Liu and the two also nodded quickly. Not long after Ling and the others left, the battle is finally over. In the end, the leader Yueling broke through to the 4th level. He killed the 6 third-tier monsters in front of him very easily. But its chest was also pierced by these 3rd-order monsters. The bright red blood couldn't stop gushing out. Obviously not long to live. "My king, it is time for you to be born." Exhausted the last bit of strength, the Moon Wolf leader spit out a silver egg from his mouth. The egg slowly floated in the air. The surrounding flesh and blood seemed to be crazy. Turn it into the most precise energy and include it in it. Nourishes it. Looking at his king, the last breath of the leader of the Moon Wolf also dissipated. Afterwards, its flesh and blood also turned into energy and was absorbed by the king. From the beginning to the end, its goal is these 3rd-order monsters. Only in this way will the king create a perfect foundation. Let's rest here tonight. A huge tree suddenly appeared in front of the 3 of them. Hundreds of people hugged each other, but they couldn't get up. And in the center of the giant tree, there is actually a tree hole. Several people looked at each other and jumped into it. In the tree hole, a bunch of weeds emerged. Only the feces of some birds and monsters. Okay. The 2 of Ling nodded. After all, they couldn't have found a better place. Then how will Mr. Wu find us? Liu did not forget to ask. Mr. Wu, after all, is a strong man in the realm of a master. With him around, it would be safer. It's okay. I keep in touch with Mr. Wu all the time. That Tier 3 monster had already been beheaded by Mr. Wu. He's coming this way. We'll see it later. Li Xie explained softly. What are you talking about? Elder Wu's voice came from afar. Then, in the expectant eyes of the 3, old Wu appeared in the tree hole. Afterwards, several people told Mr. Wu everything that happened just now. I didn't expect you to be so lucky. Elder Wu looked at the 3 of them with a strange expression. He couldn't believe it. The 3 people in front of them were able to escape from the blood sacrifice. However, this is also a blessing and misfortune. The blood sacrifice of every race is very solemn. Basically, no other life is allowed near. The Moon Wolf didn't chase it out that day, so Ling and the 3 of them were lucky. Will this blood sacrifice affect us humans? Li Xie frowned and asked Mr. Wu. Sooner or later, this secret realm will be officially owned by the Dragon Kingdom. The birth of the king is also a big trouble for the officials. The Wolf King of the Moon Wolf clan possessed a third-level strength right after he was born. Once you reach adulthood, you can reach Tier 4. After the bloodline is awakened, it can even reach the 5th level of terror. That is a strong man in the king realm equivalent to human beings. At that time, this secret realm may be evaluated as a 5th-ranked secret realm. Suddenly, Mr. Wu seemed to realize something. There was a trace of ecstasy on his face. "What's the matter, Mr. Wu?" Ling looked at Elder Wu suspiciously. "I don't know why he looks ecstatic. If nothing unexpected, the Wolf King should have appeared. If only we could get it. Didn't he just get a future 5th-order monster?" Elder Wu looked at the three of Ling with ecstasy. "You are waiting here for me. I will go back as soon as I go." After that, Mr. Wu didn't care about the three of them. Quickly disappeared in place. "Tell me, will Mr. Wu betray your Li family for the sake of the Wolf King?" At this moment, Liu had a different idea. Because he felt that Elder Wu's expression just now was too scary and strange. It was like meeting Mr. Wu for the first time. Old Wu's children have long since disappeared, and he has no descendants. He has been in our Li family for more than 200 years. Never done it, sorry about our Li family. Even this time, the Wolf King. I'm afraid he also wants to take him back and train him for our Li family. Li Xie shook her head, patiently explained. She didn't believe that Mr. Wu could do such a thing. And from childhood to adulthood, Mr. Wu took care of him as his own child. The care is taken care of, even if she kept yelling Wu Lao, Wu Lao. But in his heart, he has long regarded him as his relative. She didn't believe that this relative of hers would do something wrong to her family. At this time, Elder Wu also thought so. His purpose, it is to find the owner for him before it opens its eyes. In that way, it will regard the first person it sees as the owner. This friendship is the strongest. This Wolf King can be completely bound to the chariot of the Li family. In this way, even if his young lady is not with Ling, their Li family can also have a future king-level combat power. Maybe they will be able to rush out of the Eastern Province by then, become one of the top wealthy families in Eastern Province. After all, the combat power of monsters is several times higher than that of warriors of the same level. A 5th-order monster is equivalent to several king-level powerhouses. Someone has already arrived early? Mr. Wu didn't expect that someone would post a screenshot first. Looking at the white figure not far away, Elder Wu also frowned, because he is very familiar with that person. One of his defeats. This time, it is estimated that it will not be good. But without any hesitation, he flew over directly. Afterwards, Elder Wu saw the blood cocoon on the pool of blood at a glance. Elder Wu could feel a strong vitality from it, and it's still growing. And that blood cocoon wrapped the Wolf King's egg. I advise you not to touch it. Zhang he looked indifferently, looking at Mr. Wu in front of him. Obviously, he also recognized Mr. Wu in front of him, but he didn't have any intention of backing down. Whoever gets this Wolf King egg will be the #1 family in Angxi in the future. Let's fight. Whoever wins takes it. Otherwise, it will be too late when other families come. Elder Wu looked at Zhang He in front of him and suggested, "You are the #1 executioner of the Li family. How could I fight you?" Zhang He waved his hand. Elder Wu's proposal was not accepted. "In that case, why don't you hurry up?" Old Wu looked indifferent. Then he took out the Qing Feng sword again. There was still a trace of blood on it, which had not been wiped clean. Obviously, it was left by the scarlet blood leopard he had just beheaded. Qing Feng's sword. Unexpectedly, I saw it again. Zhang, he touched his right hand. It was empty there was nothing there. And the culprit that caused his right hand to disappear was the Qing Feng sword in front of him. A few years ago, he was cut off by the sword of Wu Lao in front of him. If the patriarch of the Zhang family had interceded, I'm afraid his life would have been spared. However, I have plenty of ways to deal with you. After speaking, Zhang He took out a magic talisman from his seeing ring. Also asked the Supreme Elder to make a move. The talisman ignited spontaneously, and an orange fire rose. Then, an old figure walked out of the flame. Zhang He bowed respectfully to the old man in front of him, although the old man in front of him is just a phantom. But that was also a clone of the elder of the Zhang family Taishang. And the supreme elder of their family is a real grandmaster, a powerful existence that has materialized the will of martial arts. Even if it's just a phantom, it's not something that an existence in the guru realm can touch. I didn't expect it to be you. Looking at the old figure in front of him, Mr. Wu was very dignified. He didn't expect that the elder of the Zhang family would actually give such an important thing to the younger generation of his family. This avatar, even if it is a strong person in the realm of a great master, wants to be refined. It will take at least 10 years. It can be seen how precious it is. Of course, once the avatar is refined, it is equivalent to having 1/10 of the power of the Grand Master realm. The combat power has also far exceeded that of the Masters. Of course, it has a fatal flaw. That is, once used, the power of the avatar will slowly weaken, until it disappears into nothingness. So, as long as Mr. Wu can persevere, the avatar in front of him will also lose its proper function. What's more, he is a strong master in the peak realm. Even if he lost to this clone, he wouldn't be beheaded. So Mr. Wu is not only not afraid. Instead, he was full of fighting spirit. He also wanted to know the difference between his Grand Master and the legendary Great Master. Why can't he go out? And today may be his only chance. After all, not everyone is qualified to fight against a strong person in the Grand Master realm. Why, seeing the old man's avatar, you still want to make a move? Zhang Shou slowly raised his head and looked at Mr. Wu in front of him. A trace of puzzlement flashed in his dim eyes. Open your mouth and say. His words were full of doubts. Zhang Shou, if it's your real body coming. I turned around and left without saying a word. But now you're just a clone, so why should I be afraid? And as far as I know, your avatar probably won't last half an hour. Without the slightest fear, Mr. Wu clenched the Qing Feng sword in his hand. Always ready to fight. Even if I'm just a clone, the power of the great Grandmaster is beyond what a Grandmaster like you can imagine. Zhang Shou said. The wrinkles on the face are densely packed, which can directly kill flies. Extremely scary. There is also a sense of death all over his body. But there is also a thick and powerful aura like an abyss, not only surging in his body. Please advise. Old Wu doesn't talk nonsense. He directly raised the Qing Feng sword in his hand and pointed at Zhang Shou in front of him. I really don't cry without seeing the coffin. That being the case, then I will take good care of you for your ancestors of the Li family. Zhang Shou slightly raised his eyelids, then looked around. He could feel that there were already many powerful auras coming here. If you don't get rid of Mr. Wu in front of you as soon as possible, at that time, he will not be able to keep this Wolf King egg, because in his feeling, there is a great master coming here. It's just that I don't know which guy it is, who actually ended up in such a shameless way. After all, in a small place like in City, the Grand Master is already the most powerful force. It is also the most important heritage of a family. Now he can only get rid of Mr. Wu as soon as possible. Then holding the Wolf King egg and running away as soon as possible is the most correct way. So he no longer hides. The breath of the whole body exploded completely. Not to be outdone, Mr. Wu rushed forward. Behind him, a phantom appeared. It was a huge cyan figure, holding a cyan long sword in his hand. This is his cool mood. It is also because of this breeze and sword intent that he has achieved the title of master. At this moment, his combat effectiveness has reached its peak. The hair that was originally gray and white was slowly turning black at this time, that I turned around and left without saying a word. But now you're just a clone, so why should I be afraid? And as far as I know, your avatar probably won't last half an hour. Without the slightest fear, Mr. Wu clenched the Qing Feng sword in his hand. Always ready to fight. Even if I'm just a clone, the power of the great Grandmaster is beyond what a Grandmaster like you can imagine. Zhang Shou said. The wrinkles on the face are densely packed, which can directly kill flies. Extremely scary. There was also a sense of death all over his body. But there is also a thick and powerful aura like an abyss, not only surging in his body. Please advise. Old Wu doesn't talk nonsense. He directly raised the Qing Feng sword in his hand and pointed at Zhang Shou in front of him. I really don't cry without seeing the coffin. That being the case, then I will take good care of you for your ancestors of the Li family. Zhang Shou slightly raised his eyelids, then looked around. He could feel that there were already many powerful auras coming here. If you don't get rid of Mr. Wu in front of you as soon as possible, at that time, he will not be able to keep this Wolf King egg, because in his feeling, there is a great master coming here. It's just that I don't know which guy it is who actually ended up in such a shameless way. After all, in a small place like in City, the Grand Master is already the most powerful force. It is also the most important heritage of a family. Now he can only get rid of Mr. Wu as soon as possible. Then holding the Wolf King egg and running away as soon as possible is the most correct way. So he no longer hides. The breath of the whole body exploded completely. Not to be outdone, Mr. Wu rushed forward. Behind him, a phantom appeared. It was a huge cyan figure, holding a cyan long sword in his hand. This is his cool mood. It is also because of this breeze and sword intent that he has achieved the title of master. At this moment, his combat effectiveness has reached its peak. The hair that was originally gray and white was slowly turning black at this time. The face that was originally old has now become younger. Although he said he wasn't afraid, he didn't dare to neglect him in the slightest. And he has passed on the news to his family. As long as he persisted for another 10 minutes, the Grand Master at home would arrive immediately. And as the most powerful family in City, there is no one. There are 2 Grand Masters of their Li family. Old Wu has already cut off contact with me. It seems that the battle is very fierce. It should be someone who has met other masters. In the tree hole, Li Xie's face suddenly became ugly, because she found out that the connection between her and Mr. Wu was severed. It also means that Mr. Wu's battle does not allow him to be distracted. We'll go all out. Li Xie, have you notified the family yet? Ling remembered something and said, I have notified my father and the elders, and they are also coming here. This secret place is going to be lively. Li Xie smiled helplessly. Even if her father arrives, it is estimated that it is also a waste of time. Although the Li family is the first family in Angxi, but the real boss is the Dragon Kingdom official. If there is such a big commotion, the Dragon Kingdom officials must be arriving soon. Once the Dragon Kingdom officially intervenes, the ownership of this Wolf King egg is no longer under their control. Then what shall we do? Li Yu spoke. Go to sleep. We are not qualified to participate in this matter. Ling waved his hand. It's not bad that we can recover a life. Let's go to sleep now. Li Xie waved her hand in the same way. The current battle is no longer something they can participate in. Only those who are at the lowest level of master level can compete for the Wolf King egg. Sign in. The 3 people on the haystack lay down without taking off their clothes. Today they're too tired. Soon fell into a deep sleep. But at 12 o'clock, Ling opened his eyes on time. Started my 5th check-in. Sign in successfully. Congratulations on getting Killing Sword. Killing Sword. Unique. Every time a target of the same level is killed, the damage caused by this sword will increase by 0.1%. Current damage bonus, 10%. Does this make me prepare to take the path of sword cultivation? Ling looked at the killing sword that Goldfinger drew for him just now. His face was also strange. Then he said helplessly, it seems that Goldfinger intends to let him practice sword. Otherwise, the attribute of this murderous sword would be wasted in vain. Of course, Ling naturally has no reason to refuse the immortal swordsman. The moment the killing sword appeared, it rushed directly into Ling's mind. Occupies the most central position. Treat Ling's sea of consciousness as his home. Ling is very satisfied with the attributes of the killing sword and this special effect. As long as you keep killing the existence of the same level, it can continuously increase the damage of this murderous sword. And this kind of growth weapon can be called the best. It is worthy of the name of its only weapon. Afterwards, Ling fell asleep contentedly. And when the 3 of them were sleeping soundly, the play not far away was in full swing. The battle between Wu Lao and Zhang Shou's avatar can be said to be very fierce. For a moment, neither of them could do anything to each other. And in the end, the figure behind Mr. Wu gradually transformed into a real one. This means that Mr. Wu has stepped into the realm of a great master with one foot. Sure enough, there is a great opportunity between life and death. Old Wu spat out a mouthful of dirty blood, but his face was full of excitement, because at this time, he has already crossed that bottleneck. As long as he can go back alive, he will be in the realm of a great master. It has been able to enter steadily. Damn it! Zhang Shou also sensed the change in Wu Lao in front of him, and his face became ugly. He absolutely does not allow another great master to appear in the Li family. Then he gritted his teeth and chose to blow himself up. He wanted to kill Elder Wu in front of him by blowing up his avatar. Certainly, the Grand Master of the Li family finally arrived. Point out, the invisible energy turned into a mask, and he wrapped Mr. Wu in it. At last, Mr. Wu was saved. Looking at Elder Wu in the energy shield, Li Mu breathed a sigh of relief. Afterwards, he hurriedly checked Elder Wu's body. Then, he found out about Mr. Wu's breakthrough. There was instant ecstasy on his face. Even if you can't grab this Wolf King egg now, their Li family can also have one more great master. Afterwards, Li Mu arranged for his subordinates to send Mr. Wu there. Everyone, please stop. Just when several great masters were preparing to go to war. The official strongman of the Dragon Kingdom is still here. A strong king. The moment he appeared, a radius of 10 miles instantly turned into a world of flames. And this is the realm of the king-level powerhouse. Once they entered their domain, the existences below the realm of conferring kings would be directly weakened into ordinary people. Even the king has come. Li Mu felt that the energy between himself and the world was directly cut off. Even if you are very angry, there is nothing you can do. Grandmaster, in front of this kind of existence, is no different from ants. At this moment, all warriors realized that it was impossible for them to get this Wolf King egg. Then spread out. No one dared to covet this Wolf King egg anymore. Grandpa, why are you here? The first ray of sunlight in the morning shines into the tree hole. Li Xie opened her eyes. Then, she saw Grandpa sitting in the tree hole. Immediately, she ran over excitedly and hugged him. Of course I took you home. Li Mu gently kneaded his granddaughter's little head. What about Mr. Wu? What's wrong with him? Will something happen? Li Xie thought of Mr. Wu and asked quickly. Since losing contact last night, Mr. Wu has not contacted her. There was also a trace of anxiety on her face. I'm afraid that something will happen to Mr. Wu. After all, this old man regards him as his own granddaughter. After such a long time, there is also a relationship between the two. He fought the Grandmaster last night to the end. At the last moment, he finally stepped into the realm of a great master with one foot. Now he is preparing for a breakthrough, and you will be able to see it after a while. Li Mu explained. There was also some excitement in his eyes. In this way, their Li family has 3 great masters. I'm afraid that no one would dare to provoke the Li family anymore. Some things can also be settled. What, Mr. Wu? Is he going to succeed in becoming a Grand Master? After hearing the news, Li Xie's face showed a gleam of joy. The matter of breaking through the Grand Master has always been the demon of Mr. Wu. Now that this inner demon has been broken, she is very happy. What's more, once you break through to the realm of the Great Master, the longevity will increase to a terrifying millennium. And at this very moment, the conversation between the two of them was also heard by Ling and Li Yu. They stopped pretending to be asleep and walked over. Grandpa, this is my friend, Ling and Li Yu. Li Xie quickly introduced it to her grandfather. You're Ling, I heard Mr. Wu said. I don't know if you are interested in marrying into our Li family. When the time comes, I will ask Xie to be your wife. Li Mu said directly. No scruples at all. Let Ling marry directly. It's not good. Ling was also shocked by Li Mu's words. He froze in place blankly, a look of bewildered. At this time, Li Yu's face turned pale. I was just joking. If you have a chance in the future, you can come to our Li family more often. You are always welcome at our Li family. Li Mu said with a smile. If Ling accepts, then this matter is no longer a joke. If he doesn't accept it, then he doesn't force it. It's a pity that Ling in front of him doesn't seem to have a crush on their family Li Xie. By the way, Grandpa, what are you doing here? Li Xie quickly changed the topic. When we were about to snatch the Wolf King's eggs, the Dragon Kingdom officials sent a king to drive us away. I am afraid that in the future, other strong human beings in the secret realm will be expelled. So I'm going to take you out first. Li Mu said, there's no other way but to go. It's a pity that I will be driven away in less than a day. Hearing what Grandpa said, a trace of regret appeared on Li Xie's face. After all, they didn't even arrive in this secret realm for half a day. It's such a pity to be kicked out like this. The secret realm this time was first discovered by their Li family, although he made a lot of money by selling news about secret realms. But compared to the treasures in this secret realm, it's not even a drop in the bucket. And when they come in next time, they have to go through the official application of the Dragon Kingdom. In the end, the three of them gained. There is also only one monster crystal of a second-order monster and one lark fruit, and she got nothing. Thinking of this, Li Xie's mood suddenly became not so good. But she had no choice but to follow her grandfather's suggestion to quit early. Otherwise, the Dragon Kingdom officials will really pursue it. They may not be able to escape responsibility. Yi Ling and Li Yu didn't have any opinions either. Then Li Mu led the three of them out of the secret realm. And among them, it was also because of Li Mu's existence. They enjoyed a handful of fun flying in the air, let them very excited. After sending the three of them out of the secret realm, Li Mu left. Li Yu, do you know where you can practice swordsmanship? Suddenly, Yi Ling remembered his killing sword. Quickly stopped Li Yu, who wanted to leave. Next to the Dailanko Martial Arts Hall, there seems to be a swordsmanship martial arts hall. You can go there and have a look. Li Yu stopped in his tracks. After thinking for a while, he replied, okay, let's go and see later. Yi Ling nodded. His murderous sword. Naturally, it is necessary to match it with a corresponding sword technique in order to exert its greater power. Yi Ling, do you want to practice swordsmanship? Li Xie heard Yi Ling's words and looked at him curiously. She hasn't seen Yi Ling use swordsmanship yet. I always thought that the opponent was using boxing. After all, the opponent's Dai Lang fist has already been cultivated to the level of artistic conception. That kind of terrifying artistic conception is enough for her to fight. But then I thought about Yi Ling's terrifying comprehension. In just a few days, he cultivated a whole method to the state of artistic conception. It would be a pity if such a terrifying talent was not utilized. So practice another sword technique. For Yi Ling, it is also very simple. Yes, I think the posture of using a sword is very cool, so I want to learn it. Yi Ling prevaricated. It was really because of what Li Xie's grandfather said just now. It shocked him. As a result, he was a little afraid to look into Li Xie's eyes now. Yi Ling, when the time comes, wait for Mr. Wu to successfully advance to the level of Grandmaster. You can ask him to teach you swordsmanship. It just so happens that Mr. Wu is a master at using swordsmanship. Li Xie thought of Mr. Wu, who was a master of swords. Today, Mr. Wu has even been promoted to the realm of a Grandmaster. Teaching Yi Ling should be handy. And Li Xie is not afraid that Mr. Wu will refuse. After all, Mr. Wu is very interested in Yi Ling. Yi Ling's talent is so high. Presumably everyone wants to take him as a disciple. That's fine. Then I'll have to trouble Mr. Wu. Yi Ling thought about it but didn't refuse. Mr. Wu is about to be promoted to the Grand Master realm. To worship him as a teacher is equivalent to having a backstage. It is also very beneficial to his growth. What's more, he had completely offended Zhao Ming and even beat him up violently. At that time, if Zhao Ming's parents trouble him, he also has a backer. Yi Ling, I'm going back first. Looking at the two people chatting passionately, Li Yu felt his heart go cold. Said to Yi Ling, okay, then be careful on the road. Yi Ling didn't think much, turned around and said, then Yi Ling, I'll go back first too. Li Xie also left. Okay. Yi Ling nodded. After thinking about it, he didn't plan to go home, but went directly to Dailang Martial Arts. Storm Sword Hall. Then, Yi Ling slowly crossed the Dailang Boxing Gym. Came next door. Then I saw the 4 big characters of Blastwind Sword Hall. Yi Ling walked in directly. Sir, do you want to sign up? Soon. a young and beautiful woman greeted her. He looked at Yi Ling excitedly. The appearances of hundreds of students flashed through Zhou Lu's mind. Obviously, the boy in front of him was not their student. The reason for the excitement is because of every student who signed up through her. She has a certain percentage of the fees paid. This is a very effective way for bosses to motivate employees. How do you charge here? Yi Ling asked directly. 10,000 dragon coins a month. If it is more than half a year, 20% off. Zhou Lu said. This kind of information has long been imprinted in her mind. So why can't she forget it at all? Then pay it a month first. Yi Ling arrives. Based on his comprehension, it is estimated that he will come to this Galewind Sword Hall a few times, and he will not come again. Okay, then I'll sign you up and arrange for a teacher to teach you. Seeing Yi Ling being so forthright, Zhou Lu quickly brought the contract. Sign Yi Ling. Yi Ling also swiped 10,000 dragon coins in the past. Then, under the leadership of Zhou Lu, entered the inner hall of the Blast Sword Hall. And early in the morning, dozens of students were already practicing swordsmanship there. In our Blast Sword Hall, the sword technique we practice is called Blast Sword Technique. It is a first-grade high-level swordsmanship book, and the entry requirements are a bit high. It may take a lot of time. However, under the guidance of our teachers, believe you can get started quickly. Zhou Lu introduced with a smile. Then, Yi Ling was brought into the hands of a teacher. The teacher in front of him turned out to be a stunning woman with a very proud figure. He is not much shorter than Yi Ling. It's a pity that the other party's face was cold. She looks like a stranger who should not enter, which is comparable to Li Xia. It's over. He was actually assigned to Teacher Lung, so if he doesn't die, he will lose his skin. Teacher Lung's actions are neither serious nor serious. Let's mourn him in silence. I don't know how long he can last. I remember that the last student who was assigned to Teacher Lung didn't even last a week, so he dropped out of school automatically. The students at the side saw that the newcomer Yi Ling was actually assigned to Lung Yan's subordinates. Disgust up. They even had a premonition of the days after Yi Ling. Hello, teacher. I'm Yi Ling. Although Yi Ling was puzzled by the students around him, he didn't know why they were looking at him. But he still came to Teacher Lung. I will be your teacher from now on. I am Lung Yan. You can call me Teacher Lung. My teaching method may be a bit harsh. I don't know if you can accept it. Lung Yan looked at Yi Ling indifferently. A cold voice came out. It's okay, teacher. I can accept it. Yi Ling said very confidently. Okay, I like students like you. Then I will teach it first. Lung Yan looked at Yi Ling. Then he began to show Yi Ling the Gale sword technique. Do you understand? If you don't understand, I will teach you again. After Lung Yan completely demonstrated the Gale sword technique to Yi Ling, asked habitually, No need, Teacher Lung, I've already learned. Yi Ling shook his head lightly and said, Then practice it for me, and I'll see. Lung Yan heard Yi Ling's arrogant tone. Deng even frowned. The tone also gradually became cold. Then he threw the long sword in his hand directly to Yi Ling. He took a few steps back, indicating that Yi Ling could start. Okay. Yi Ling nodded, then took the long sword. Then he danced the Gale sword technique. With the blessing of talent, Yi Ling directly used the entry-level Gale sword technique. The long sword kept waving in his hand. It seemed very natural and skilled. Oh, I actually learned it after reading it once. And after learning, it looks good, not bad. This new student still has a certain amount of talent. I'm afraid it won't be a few days before you can get started. The last person with such talent was Guo Li. It's a pity that he has graduated for a long time, and he must have advanced to the rank of martial artist by now. The students on the side looked here very curiously. Seeing Yi Ling's impressive swordsmanship, he also sighed. And what happened next made them even more unbelievable. Wind slash! Yi Ling clenched the long sword in his hand. Facing the wooden pile not far away, he struck out with a sword. Immediately, a cyan sword chi slashed out. Directly divide the stake in front of you into two. In an instant, the entire martial arts hall became quiet. And after a short period of silence, it's a stormy discussion. F asterisk asterisk K. F asterisk asterisk K. I'm not mistaken. Is he getting started? Isn't it possible? After reading it once, he learned the Gale sword technique. Is the focus here you haven't noticed? That guy can actually shoot out energy, which is an ability only a martial artist can have. You mean this 17 or 18-year-old guy is actually a martial artist? This is unbelievable. Isn't it a child of some big families? The surrounding students all had expressions of disbelief. Looking at Yi Ling in front of them, they all guessed which big family he came from. Are you sure this is your first time practicing this sword technique? Lung Yin frowned and looked at Yi Ling. The coldness in his eyes gradually disappeared. But there was a little more doubt. So he asked, "Well, the first time?" Yi Ling nodded and said indifferently. He had expected this result a long time ago and had no intention of hiding it. Then practice on your own. And if you don't understand anything, come and ask me. Lung Yin took a deep look at Yi Ling in front of her. Leave him alone. He walked directly to the side and looked at him coldly. Does this leave me alone? Yi Ling looked helpless, looking at Lung Yin on the side. Then, without thinking too much, he took the long sword directly. He began to practice the Gale sword technique in his hand over and over again. After 10 times, the Gale sword technique is already proficient. After 20 times, the blast swordsmanship is a small success. After 40 times, the blast swordsmanship is perfect. After 80 times, the Gale sword art is complete. This is proficient. It's a small success. De Chung. Wipe, it's complete. The students around looked at Yi Ling under their noses. Take the blast swordsmanship from entry to proficiency, to small success to great success, and finally to the realm of perfection. It only took a few hours. Their facial expressions start from shock, puzzlement, and questioning. Until now, this person compares himself to others. It's so maddening. I feel like I've been living in a dog's stomach all my life. No, I can't practice anymore. The blow I received today is really too great. Seriously affected my cultivation speed. I'd better go out and avoid it. Let's go with me too. Many students cannot accept this reality. Was hit to doubt life. The group walked out of the martial arts hall, breathing the fresh air outside. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. At this time, Yi Ling was still practicing. Sword intent of Gale Wind. Lung Yin at the side looked at the phantom that appeared behind Yi Ling. Suddenly, he froze in place. She has practiced for more than 10 years, but she has not comprehended the Gale sword intent. I actually saw it on a young man, and the other party only spent 3 hours. She easily obtained what she hadn't obtained for more than 10 years. This made her heart shake. He even doubted his own talent. This world is too unfair. Lung Yin looked at Yi Ling in front of him bitterly. What's wrong, teacher? Yi Ling looked at teacher Lung beside him with a puzzled expression. Then he returned the long sword in his hand to her. Why don't you practice? Lung Yin took the long sword with a dull expression. But just after she finished speaking, she regretted it. Because Yi Ling in front of him has already practiced Gale Wind sword intent. It doesn't make any sense to continue practicing. I've already learned it, so I don't need to practice anymore. Yi Ling shook his head and said with a smile, Can you teach me? After finishing speaking, Lung Yin was stunned. I can't believe why I would say such shameless words. After all, she was the other party's teacher just now. Now she turned to ask the other party for advice. This was really hard for her to accept. There was also a blush on his face. All right, Yi Ling nodded, looking at Lung Yin in front of him. There was a blush on the other party's cold face. This extreme sense of contrast. It made his heart thump. Deng even agreed without hesitation. Then, a strange scene appeared. As a teacher, Lung Yin actually started to practice swordsmanship. As a student, Yi Ling sat aside and began to teach the teacher how to practice the Gale sword technique. And in Yi Ling, he has the Gale sword technique of the artistic conception realm. Under his teaching, Lung Yan's cultivation speed is also extremely fast. According to this speed, you will be able to cultivate the artistic conception in a week at most. Yi Ling smiled and guided. Really? Lung Yan looked excited. The originally cold face could no longer be maintained. He looked at Yi Ling excitedly and asked, That's natural. With my teaching, may your speed be slow? Yi Ling said proudly. I'll go. Teacher Lung actually smiled. This is too beautiful. It's the first time I've seen Professor Lung laugh. The new student actually conquered this iceberg goddess, which is too strong. That's genius. The surrounding students who hadn't left yet saw Lung Yanxiao. Immediately revealed a nympho-like appearance. He froze in place blankly. "Sir, can you come with me?" A middle-aged man came from a distance. Then it stopped in front of Yi Ling. "This is the curator of our Storm Sword Gym," Lung Yin explained. "Okay." Yi Ling nodded. Although he didn't know what the other party found, he nodded in agreement. Afterwards, he followed the curator of the Gale Wind Sword Hall and walked out. Then came to a large office. "Mr. Yi Ling, are you interested in coming to our Haifeng Martial Arts Academy and becoming an instructor?" After Qian Lai poured Yi Ling a cup of tea, he sat down. Then he said with a smile, straight to the point, without being wordy, "I don't have that much time, sorry." Yi Ling refused without thinking. "Mr. Yi Ling, don't rush to refuse. You can listen to my terms. It's not too late for you to think about it before refusing." After speaking, Qian Lai took out an ancient book and a golden card from the drawer. Put it on the table. "This is—" Yi Ling frowned, looking at the items in front of him. Then he picked up the ancient book and flipped through it. He said in surprise, "This is a second-grade martial skill." After finishing speaking, Yi Ling stared blankly at the second-grade martial skill in his hand, but reluctant to let it go, because he really didn't seem to have any reason to refuse. Moreover, this second-grade martial skill in front of him is exactly the advanced martial skill of Gale Wind Sword Art, Whirlwind Sword Art. In the outside world, a second-grade martial skill costs at least hundreds of thousands of dragon coins. Not to mention the supporting martial arts. The value has to be multiplied several times. There is still 1 million dragon coins in this bank card, and you are teaching teachers, not other students. As long as there is a teacher who has reached the state of perfection, I will give you another 1 million dragon coins. If there is one person who has artistic conception, then I will give you another 5 million dragon coins. What do you think?" Qian Lai looked at Yi Ling in front of him. He started to pay attention to Yi Ling when he showed his difference. Until the other party taught Lung Yin, he had a hint of artistic conception. He instantly realized that the Yi Ling in front of him was a real monster. And he also has a certain selfishness. Similarly, he has also been in the Grandmaster realm for many years. Much more than the time spent by Lung Yin. Very eager to break through the Guru realm. Therefore, he also wanted to rely on Yi Ling to comprehend the Gale Wind Sword intent. Master of achievement. At that time, even if it is to give the sword hall to the other party, I can guarantee that the teacher's state will be raised to a perfect state. But the artistic conception is not that simple. It needs to be accumulated over time. Yi Ling frowned and said. Before, he was able to make Lung Yin realize the artistic conception so quickly. To a large extent, it was because the other party had already perfected the Gale Wind Sword Art for many years. Only one person's guidance is needed. So it was very easy, and the artistic conception appeared. But if it was someone else, he couldn't guarantee it. "It's okay, just do your best," Qian Lai said with a smile. He really believed in Yi Ling's ability. Then, happy cooperation, Yi Ling stood up and picked up the bank card. "Then stretch out your right hand." There was also a satisfied smile on his face. Pleasant cooperation. Qian Lai also stretched out his right hand. "Then go call the teachers. I just happen to be here for the next 2 days. In a few days, I will go to participate in the secret trial organized by the school. Might not be here for a while." Yi Ling thought for a while and said, "In 2 days, he will go to practice in the secret realm organized by the school. There is no time to continue teaching. It is estimated that it will be half a month before returning from the secret realm." "Mr. Yi, do you still need to practice with your strength?" Qian Lai looked at Yi Ling strangely. A martial artist who can use sword energy. He actually went to the secret trial arranged by the school. This kind of powerful strength, even in the martial arts test, is probably among the best existences. He really didn't understand what these geniuses were thinking. "No way, I've already paid the money. Wouldn't it be a waste if I don't go?" Yi Ling spread his hands. In fact, he wants to go to the secret realm to find some beneficial resources. At that time, you can exchange for more gold coins. Improve your strength. Okay, then I'll call for it. Qian Lai didn't think too much and started to gather those students. and under the call of Director Qian, all the teachers gathered together. I don't accept it. Why should a brat teach me? Sun Zhe, who didn't know what happened at all, stood up, pointing directly at Yi Ling's nose. He was furious when he failed to break through. Now I actually heard that I was practicing the Gale Sword technique in the hands of a kid. This made him fly into a rage. He wasn't trying to hide it at all. He just stood up. Why? Just because I am stronger than you? Yi Ling looked at Sun Zhe in front of him coldly. He was worried that no one would use it to stand up. Now the guy in front of him jumped out, just as he wanted. Arrogance. Sun Zhe glanced at Curator Qian, not far away. Then he clenched the long sword in his hand and rushed towards Yi Ling with a stride. Is it the blast swordsmanship of the Deshang realm? After 2 more moves, Yi Ling knew the level of the opponent's swordsmanship realm. Then a sword cut out. An invisible sword energy instantly appeared in front of the opponent. Directly forced the opponent back. F***K. Why is it different from what the curator said? Looking at the sword energy passing by his ear, Sun Zhe only felt that he had walked through the gate of hell. That's not what the previous curator said. Just let him go up and provoke him. But he didn't expect this job to be so dangerous. If I knew it earlier, the asking price would be higher. Well, I still want to come. Next, I won't show mercy anymore. Yi Ling looked at Sun Zhe, who still didn't want to quit. A figure holding a sharp sword slowly appeared behind him. The invisible momentum completely suppressed everyone. Let their breathing become rapid. Sword intent of Gale Wind. Looking at this familiar, yet unfamiliar, Gale Sword intent that he longed for. All the teachers stared at Yi Ling dumbfounded. They never expected that the young man in front of him would have learned the Gale Sword intent. No wonder. Curator, we'll call them here. At this moment, they are also convinced. I am convinced. Sunja looked at the figure formed by the gust of wind and sword intent behind Yi Ling. Immediately convinced. In that case, then I will start teaching you. Now you all spread out to practice Gale Wind Sword intent, and I will guide you one by one. Yi Ling nodded slightly, dispelled the Gale Sword intent behind him. Then he spoke. Yes. All the teachers nodded, then spread out. Under the careful teaching of Yi Ling, the 32 teachers present improved very fast. According to Yi Ling's estimation, the teachers present, 2 days later, before he left, half of the people were able to cultivate the Gale Sword intent to a perfect proficiency. Teacher Lung, have you finished recording? Yi Ling demonstrated the Gale Sword intent perfectly in front of everyone, then put away the sword. He looked at Lung Yin, who was holding a camera not far away. The recording is finished, Teacher Yi. Lung Yin nodded slightly, and then handed the video camera in her hand to Yi Ling. Okay, let me take a look first. Yi Ling took the camera and looked at it carefully. Found nothing throughout and didn't find any mistakes. Nodding with satisfaction. In 2 days, I'm going to the secret realm. Maybe I won't be able to come to the Sword Hall for half a month. At that time, you will practice according to the video in this camera. If one day, you can reach 90% of the video, you will definitely be able to cultivate Gale Wind Sword intent. Afterwards, Yi Ling uploaded the video he had recorded to the big screen in the center. Let all the teachers follow suit. We understand, Teacher Yi. Everyone nods together. Then practice according to the video on the big screen. And Yi Ling was not idle, and had been watching their practice from below. Walk over from time to correct their mistakes. In this way, their cultivation speed can be accelerated by several levels. And in the room, Qian Lai also looked excited, following the instructions in the video. Learn one by one. It just so happens that his talent can be used at this moment. His talent can improve his observation ability to several levels. Gradually, a rudimentary form of artistic conception appeared on his body. This excited him. I am more convinced of my decision at the time. It's getting late. I'm going back first. If you want to practice, you can continue. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, I will come back on time. Yi Ling looked out the window. The sky was getting dark. Then he said to the teacher below, Teacher Yi, see you tomorrow. The teachers all stopped. With fists in both hands, he saluted Yi Ling. This unreserved teaching also moved them deeply. In the world of martial arts, This kind of behavior is undoubtedly recreating parents for them. You're welcome. Yi Ling looked at these elders who were older than him and saluted to himself. Reluctantly said, then slowly walked out. After Yi Ling left, none of the 32 teachers left. Even Curator Qian continued to practice according to the figure on the screen. I want to have my own Gale Sword intent as soon as possible. And Yi Ling, who walked out of the Gale Wind Sword Hall, did not go home immediately and went straight to the pharmacy in the black market to buy some medicinal materials. This time, he planned to refine the Good Yuan pill that only martial artists could use. Good Yuan pill is similar to Qishua pill. The only difference is, one is to increase the cultivation speed of warriors. One is used to increase the martial artist training speed. Being watched again? As soon as he walked out of the pharmacy, Yi Ling found that there were many people behind him. He is also very helpless. After coming out of the black market, I deliberately walked into a small alley. Boss, there won't be an explosion, will it? A younger brother watched Yi Ling walk into the small alley on his own initiative. Even if it stopped, he looked at the boss beside him suspiciously. What are you afraid of? We have 8 people here. He's just a kid. What kind of waves can he make? Zhao Gang slapped his little brother on the head, said very proudly. What the boss said is that so many of us are still afraid of him. The younger brother nodded again and again, covering his head. But he always felt that something was wrong. Then, he followed Zhao Gang into the alley. What's going on? Where's that kid? Seeing that the alley was empty, Zhao Gang frowned. He looked at the younger brothers behind him. We also saw that he entered this alley. Why did he suddenly disappear? The little brother is also very puzzled. And at this moment, a strange sound suddenly came from a distance. It immediately surprised everyone. Turning around suddenly, I saw a huge canine creature appeared at the entrance of the alley. He was staring at them intently. It has a terrifying body several times larger than a husky. Both eyes are red. The mouth is still chewing, as if there is something. Damn it! How could there be mutant creatures in this urban area? Looking at the mutant dog in front of him, Zhao Gang's face turned pale. The mutated creature in front of him was very difficult to mess with at first glance. It is simply not comparable to him as a peak martial artist. He also waited to retreat crazily. But they forgot. Behind them is a dead end, and that mutant dog approached step by step. His eyes became more and more bloodthirsty. Boss, it's almost the end. What should I do? The younger brother touched his back and found that their backs were already leaning against the wall. He hurriedly said to his boss, if it doesn't work, let's fight. Another little brother gritted his teeth and took out a dagger from behind. Wait a little longer. When it gets close, let's shoot together. Zhao Gang comforted him. In the end, he also took out his dagger and separated from his younger brother. In this way, some of them could escape, and he didn't know why mutant creatures appeared in this urban area. This made him very scrupulous, because the public security management in Ungshi has always been very good. Normally, even monsters would not dare to fly over in city. Now there are mutated creatures appearing in the urban area, which makes him puzzled. I said, what's the matter with you? You can find the wrong way. At this time, Yi Ling suddenly appeared at the event entrance. Confused, he looked at the people in front of him. Then he glanced at the mutant dog beside him. At this time, the mutant dog also looked back at Yi Ling. It's all so familiar. Isn't this the urban area? Why did this guy come here? Yi Ling looked curiously at the mutated creature in front of him. Then he took out the killing sword. Be careful. This is a mutant creature. You are not an opponent. Run away. We just need to hold him back. At this time, Zhao Gang also realized something. Hastily reminded, he's bad but never kills. Wow! Mutant dogs can't handle that much. It can feel the boy in front of him. There was a fatal threat to it, and it became tense in an instant, and the muscles of the whole body swelled violently. A wolf pounced on Yi Ling. Exactly, try blast slash. Seeing the mutated dog rushing towards him, Yi Ling gently stroked the murderous sword in his hand. Then, a terrifying figure appeared behind him, also holding a long sword. As Yi Ling gently raised his right hand, the figure also raised the long sword in his hand. The invisible sword energy was instantly condensed. Swipe across the mutant dog's head directly, splitting it into two. At this moment, Zhao Gang was so shocked by the scene in front of him that he couldn't speak. He froze in place blankly. Grandmaster? Before Zhao Gang could stop it, he saw this scene. He swallowed hard and spit. For a while I didn't know what to say. And the younger brothers on the side also swallowed their saliva one after another. Shrunk back frantically, afraid that Yi Ling would make trouble for them. Hey, why are there mutant creatures in this city? Yi Ling looked at Zhao Gang with regret. Then he reached out to take the killing sword and fiddled with the mutant dog's body, very puzzled. I don't know, just now we were going to rob. As Zhao Gang was talking, he suddenly stopped. Embarrassed, he smiled at Yi Ling. Seeing that there was nothing to ask, Yi Ling called the police. Not long after, a car of police arrived quickly. It's really a mutant dog. After the identification and analysis of the on-site inspection, they have been 100% sure. What is in front of you is a mutant creature. His face also became serious. Because they deeply know that once this mutated creature appears, it will not be just one or two. They are terrifyingly contagious. As long as one bite, it will quickly become infected. If the source is not killed in time, for ordinary people, it will be a huge disaster. Before they accepted the call to the police, they thought it was a joke. But when the facts appeared in front of them, they had no choice but to believe it. Excuse me, which gentleman called the police? The female policeman came to Yi Ling and the others with a small notebook. Want to get some information. Afterwards, Zhao Gang and a group of people looked at Yi Ling one after another. Yi Ling also nodded directly. I called the police. Then did you see who knew who killed this mutant dog? The policewoman asked curiously. Because in her perception, this group of people didn't even have a single martial artist. It is impossible at all. It is the opponent of this second-order mutant dog. Obviously, someone else killed the mutant dog. At this time, Zhao Gang and his group looked at Yi Ling again. The meaning expressed is self-evident. Are you a martial artist? Looking at the eyes of everyone, Bai Jing showed a trace of doubt on his face. Because she couldn't believe that the 17 or 18-year-old boy in front of her could kill a second-order mutant creature. And unscathed. That's right, I killed it. Yi Ling nodded. A little bit of breath was released, and it was fleeting, but it also proved his identity as a martial artist. It also made Wang Jing in front of him feel very incredible. You are still a student? The policewoman asked while recording. Students from Engshi No. 1 Middle School. Yi Ling said, you killed this mutant creature today, which is a great contribution to Engshi, and a reward may be issued at that time. Bai Jing seemed to remember something and said, this is my responsibility, and I don't need any rewards. Yi Ling nodded, rejected the other party's kindness. It's not up to me to decide, it's up to the top. If you don't need this reward, you can exchange it for points. Bai Jing suggested. Then what's the use of these points? Yi Ling was curious. You can use these points to post tasks on the official forum, or directly exchange them for the resources you want. It can be said that points are useful in many ways. It can even be directly exchanged into dragon coins. But I don't recommend you to do that, because the points are very precious. Bai Jing explained. Officer, wait a minute. Seeing Bai Jing, who was about to leave after speaking, Yi Ling hurriedly stopped him. Why? Is there anything else? Bai Jing was puzzled. This group of people just wanted to rob me. Let's take them away together. Yi Ling pointed to Zhao Gang and his party behind him. He didn't intend to let them go. At least let the other party suffer a little. Okay. Bai Jing looked at Yi Ling with a strange face, and then picked up a small notebook to take notes. After Zhao Gang fully accepted the punishment, he took them away. In this regard, Zhao Gang did not have any complaints. After all, Yi Ling saved their lives. And this time, they were an attempted robbery, and they were released after a few days. And as the corpse of the mutant dog was taken away, the whole alley became quiet in an instant. But Yi Ling was still a little puzzled. That's why Zhao Gang and the others went the wrong way. Came to another alley. You shouldn't be here anymore. A person covered in black appeared not far away. He looked at Yi Ling lightly. Looking at the black shadow in front of him, Yi Ling took out the killing sword again. Gale Wind Sword Intent appeared behind him again. Afterwards, he slashed out with a terrifying gale slash. Slash directly at the black shadow in front of you. Not too much pressure. Just start fighting, because the other party doesn't seem to be a good person. As expected of Yi Feng's son, as expected, your talent is not weaker than your father's. The existence under the shadow licked his scarlet lips. Then she looked at him longingly. It seems to be looking at some delicious food. Let Yi Ling feel a burst of coldness on his body, like falling into an ice cellar. How do you know my father's name? Yi Ling frowned, looking at the strange figure in front of him. You're lucky. I won't kill you this time. But if there is a next time, it may not be so. The black shadow took a deep look at Yi Ling. He suppressed the desire to devour the other party in his heart, then disappeared into the darkness, as if it had never appeared before. Could it be that father is really not dead? Seeing the figure that had disappeared, Yi Ling fell into deep thought. Then, like a walking dead, he slowly returned home. Forget it. After my strength reaches the level of Grandmaster, all of this will naturally be understood. Yi Ling thought of Zhao Ming's parents. When the time comes, he will come to ask in person. Then you can roughly determine what happened to your parents. Afterwards, Yi Ling threw away everything in his heart. Concentrate on refining Guyuan pill. This time it strikes again. Originally, only a maximum of 500 Guyuan pills could be produced. Under the system's critical strike, 1,500 top-quality Guyuan pills were directly crit. Looking at the top-grade Guyuan pill in his hand, Yi Ling thought for a while, then took out one and took it. Started to meditate and practice. After taking 3 more vermilion fruits, Yi Ling's cultivation talent has been greatly improved. Now he can sense the dark energy between the heaven and the earth with just a casual breath. Compared with before, it can be said that it is very different. With the effect of Guyuan pill taking effect, Yi Ling felt that his cultivation speed had once again increased several times. But at this moment, the dark energy in the space rushed towards him like crazy. Finally, an energy vortex formed above his mind. More and more. Seeing this scene, Yi Ling interrupted his practice. Because of this scene, it will definitely affect other people. Yi Ling thought for a while, and then came to a nearby barren mountain. On the barren mountain, Yi Ling started to practice again. This time, without restraint. Endless dark energy emerges from the void, condensed on top of his head. Finally, it turned into an energy vortex. It poured directly into his body like seawater. Let his body undergo terrifying changes. Click! A sound of glass shattering sounded from his body. Finally, I have advanced to the level of a martial artist. Looking at the dantian that has been condensed in his body, Yi Ling also showed a satisfied smile. From then on, the dark energy he absorbed will be stored in his dantian. It's actually non-attributed. Yi Ling looked at his attributes. He found that he didn't have any attributes. Instead, he can absorb any and all attributes. Maybe that's what Goldfinger brought him. And at this moment, 12 o'clock came again. Sign in. Sign in successfully. Congratulations on getting an infinite backpack. Infinite backpack. A backpack with infinite space. Store anything. When storing the living body, it will freeze the living body at the moment of putting it in. This infinite backpack is too cool. Looking at the infinite backpack rewarded by Golden Finger just now, Yi Ling was very satisfied and then absorbed it. And that infinite backpack appeared in Yi Ling's mind. And Yi Ling immersed his spiritual power into the life of the infinite backpack and discovered a boundless space. Little guy, I'm sorry to trouble you. Yi Ling opened his eyes. Then I saw a gray and white rabbit not far away. As soon as he stretched out his hand, he sucked it into his hand, then threw it into the infinite backpack. And entering the moment, the gray-white rabbit was imprisoned and frozen by an invisible force. And when Yi Ling took him out, the rabbit returned to normal. This made Yi Ling very excited. As said, this infinite space can indeed freeze the time of the living body. Then if he is on the battlefield, this special place, encounter some life-threatening existences. Put them into this infinite backpack, and then take them out of the battlefield for timely rescue. Wouldn't it be able to save lives? It is simply an artifact-like existence. After playing with it for a while, Yi Ling had a meal of roasted rabbit. She happily went back to sleep. All that was left was a pile of rabbit fur. In the early morning of the next day, Yi Ling first went to the Blast Wind Sword Gym, then rushed to school, because tomorrow is the day to go to the school for trials. Today, he had to prove his strength to the old class. Otherwise, he would have no way to go to the secret realm. Please come in. Afterwards, Yi Ling came straight to the office. After knocking a few times, a voice came from it. Head teacher, I'm here to fulfill my promise. Yi Ling came to the head teacher with a confident face. Fulfilling the promise? Lao Ban looked at Yi Ling in front of him suspiciously. Gently sweeping over Yi Ling's body, he found that Yi Ling is still the second level of martial artist. Suddenly a little puzzled, he spoke again. But you haven't reached the third heaven of warriors. My breath is hidden by me. Yi Ling was a little embarrassed. Hastily released his breath. However, he did not fully demonstrate his own strength. Seventh heaven of warriors? The other teachers in the office, after feeling this breath, they all looked at Yi Ling in surprise. They also knew about the agreement between Lao Bai and Yi Ling, but he just took this bet as a joke. But what they didn't expect was that Yi Ling had actually cultivated to the third level of warriors. And it's far beyond your agreed requirements. Reach the seventh heaven of warriors. This realm is among the best in the entire Ungshi No. 1 middle school. Wait a minute, he seems to have awakened successfully 6 days ago. At this moment, a beautiful teacher suddenly said in surprise. It seems to be 6 days. 7 small realms in 6 days. This speed is a bit amazing. The teacher on the side also sighed. It should be due to taking the genius debao to have such a speed. Some teachers raise questions. Well, I did take vermilion fruit, and my strength improved so quickly. Yi Ling nodded, responding to the teacher. It's Zhugua, that's not something an ordinary family can support. However, what year of vermilion fruit did you take that can make you improve so quickly? The teacher also asked curiously. 3rd grade, century-old vermilion fruit. Yi Ling responded. Hiss. The teacher's present after hearing Yi Ling's words. He took another deep breath. Because the century-old vermilion fruit of the 3rd rank is a treasure of heaven and earth that can only be enjoyed by the master level. Now, it was actually taken by a warrior in the realm of warriors. What a blessing it is. Moreover, vermilion fruit also has the effect of washing the essence and cutting the marrow. It is enough to transform Yi Ling into a cultivation genius. In this regard, these teachers also inevitably showed a trace of envy. It's a pity that it's not the 3rd grade vermilion fruit they took. Otherwise, they might be able to touch the barriers of the guru realm. Unfortunately, most of them are liberal arts teachers. The realm will not exceed the martial artist, unless you try your luck in the secret realm. Otherwise, it would be impossible to encounter such a treasure in a lifetime. Okay, then you can go to the secret realm with us tomorrow to practice. At this moment, Lao Ban nodded in satisfaction. Okay, the head teacher, I'll go back first. Yi Ling saw that the head teacher had agreed. He also thought about going back to the classroom. Okay, then you go first. The teacher in charge nodded. Seeing that Yi Ling had left, the other teachers began to tease him one after another. Old Bai, you got a big deal this time. According to Yi Ling's cultivation speed, it is very possible to become a martial artist before the college entrance examination. If Yi Ling really becomes a martial artist before the college entrance examination, then Lao Bai, your position will have to be raised several grades. Our Ungshi No. 1 middle school has not had a martial arts student for a long time. Listening to the teacher's flattery, Lao Bai also nodded in satisfaction. In the end, he said humbly, this is all the result of Yi Ling's own efforts, and I just played an encouraging role. In the classroom, isn't this our great genius Yi Ling? Why, has he reached the 3rd level of warrior? As Zhao Ming's lackey, Qin Li stood up proudly. Then he pointed to Yi Ling's nose and asked, sit down. Zhao Ming was beaten violently only 2 days ago. How could he dare to provoke Yi Ling? But what he didn't expect was that now he was stabbed in the back by his little brother. Quickly pressed Qin Li down. I didn't dare to see Yi Ling either. What's the matter, boss? Let me teach him a lesson. Looking at his boss, Qin Li looked puzzled. Shut up. Seeing that Yi Ling, who didn't care, had gone away, Zhao Ming was relieved. A slap on the opponent's head. Boss! Qin Li scratched his head, not knowing how to vent his anger for the boss, and why he was still beaten. As the presence, Li Yu was one of the few who knew Yi Ling's true strength. But he understood something instantly. Then he looked at Yi Ling. Has Zhao Ming discovered your strength? He went to my house before and was beaten up by me, Yi Ling said indifferently. And when he said this, he didn't lower his voice at all. In an instant, the entire classroom was silent. Seeing this, everyone looked at Zhao Ming not far away. But when they saw Zhao Ming's gloomy face, they didn't mean to explain. Instantly understood, Zhao Ming was really defeated by Yi Ling. At this time, Qin Li also knew the reason for Zhao Ming's beating. Now he is also in cold sweat, afraid that Yi Ling would make trouble for him. In this regard, other students also had a heated discussion, because they also knew that Yi Ling had only successfully awakened 6 days ago. But now Zhao Ming's apparent strength is the 5th level of warriors. So, Yi Ling's strength is at least the 6th heaven of warriors. And 6 days and 6 heavens. This terrifying speed of cultivation made them feel unreal. It wasn't until the arrival of the class teacher that they gradually quieted down. The secret realm of our trip is the 2nd-ranked secret realm, the Taiping Mountain secret realm. Among them, the highest level of monsters is only the 2nd level. Therefore, as long as you pay attention to safety, there is no danger to your life. In our training method, we can guarantee that you can get rapid improvement. Old Bai said with a serious face. Although every time before taking action, he is given instructions. But in the past, some students did not listen to the teacher's advice, and accidents happened in the end. Okay, students who are going to practice in the secret realm tomorrow, gather at the school gate at 8 o'clock tomorrow. Other students who do not participate in the experience can continue to stay in the classroom to attend classes. Students who are going to the secret realm tomorrow can leave school early. Lao Bai spoke again. Yi Ling, have you packed up? It's time to go. Li Yu looked at Yi Ling and said in a low voice, Well, it's packed, let's go. Yi Ling nodded and followed him out. Like him, there are more than a dozen classmates. Went out together. In their class alone, there are 15 students who are going to participate in the experience of the secret realm. And looking at these, the classmates who play with me on weekdays. They walked out of the classroom one by one. The students who stayed in the classroom all showed a trace of longing and a trace of ending in their eyes. Because they know, these students who have gone out are no longer in the same world as them. After completing the experience, they will directly participate in the martial arts test. Interbudo University. In them, these people without martial arts talent. In this life, the realm of martial arts is their peak. And those students who go out are very likely to touch the barriers of the master realm. Once you break through, you can become a master. Xiaomu, are you really not going to tell him? This is your last chance. In a corner, seeing Yi Ling walking out, Wang Li looked at her desk mate with pity. She knew that her desk mate had been secretly in love with Yi Ling for 3 years. But he never dared to confess. If you miss this opportunity, you really miss it. He is no longer from the same world as me. Why should I bother him? Lu Mu sighed, gently lowered his head, not daring to think about it. She used to think that Yi Ling was just like her, an ordinary person. But in order not to disturb her study, she never confessed to her. I plan to wait until after the college entrance examination before expressing my feelings. Then he went to the same university as Yi Ling Tianlu, fell in love, got married, had children, and raised children. But she didn't expect that Yi Ling would soar into the sky after awakening his talent. It made her feel unattainable. I don't even know what to say about you. Seeing what Lu Mu said, she didn't know what to do. Gradually, she also became silent. Perhaps this period has no beginning relationship at all. Let it die in the bud. For something in between, it's also the best. With Yi Ling's talent, it is very possible to become a master in the future. And Lu Mu's talent is very poor. Even now, he is only a martial artist. Lu Mu had already awakened his talent at the age of 6. A powerful grandmaster personally came to accept her as an apprentice. But more than 10 years have passed, and Lu Mu's realm has been stuck at the 1st level of warriors. and he remains motionless. Her great master's master also left disappointed. If Lu Mu is really with Yi Ling, that's a great possibility. Even after Yi Ling achieved the realm of master, Lu Mu's realm still stayed at the first level of warrior. At that time, Yi Ling could only watch Lu Mu die of old age helplessly. This is a greater harm to the two. Now this result is actually the best. Black market. As soon as he came to the black market, Yi Ling pulled Mr. Zhao to a nearby tea house. Then he opened a box and sat up. Elder Zhao also knew that Yi Ling must have something to look for him. Without any hesitation, he closed the stall and followed him. Afterwards, Yi Ling took out a top-grade good yuan pill and placed it on the table. Boy Yi, how many do you have? Mr. Zhao looked at the round good yuan pill on the table, full of strange medicinal fragrance. Eyeballs are about to pop out. Because of the previous batch of top-quality qi and blood pills, it made him realize that the good yuan pill in front of him was most likely of the highest quality. Then, holding his breath, he directly took out the testing equipment. After careful inspection, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's confirmed. The good yuan pill in front of me is of the highest quality. Then he looked at Yi Ling tremblingly and asked, because he knew, since Yi Ling took out this elixir, the number on the body is definitely not in the minority. There are still 1,400 pieces left. Yi Ling thought for a while, then said, he intends to keep some for himself. Everything else is for sale. After hearing Yi Ling's words, Elder Zhao also gasped. That's a total of 1,400 top-grade good yuan pills. Moreover, the price of good yuan pill is more than 10 times that of Qishua pill. Not to mention, it is the top-quality good yuan pill. This top-quality good yuan pill, what price do you plan to ask for? Elder Zhao asked. 500,000 pieces, what do you think? Yi Ling said. He learned on the internet that the retail price of a top-quality good yuan pill is 800,000 dragon coins. I sold 500,000 dragon coins, and the other party also made a little profit. Mainly come fast. If it is sold through formal channels, I have to explain the source of the elixir, which is very troublesome. It's better to sell it directly to the black market. Okay, just 500,000 dragon coins. Elder Zhao nodded. As long as there is no problem with Yi Ling's goods, he can double his profit. Afterwards, Yi Ling poured 1,400 top-grade Guiyuan pills on the table. You must be a bit violent. Looking at the top-grade Guiyuan Dan poured out of the urea bag, Mr. Zhao felt a pain in his flesh. It was the first time he saw someone pretending to be a pill like this. It's okay, let's test first. Yi Ling waved his hands indifferently, indicating that Mr. Zhao can be tested. Fine. Elder Zhao also nodded helplessly. I also don't know what Yi Ling is thinking. To use this kind of fertilizer bag to hold this kind of top-quality elixir. But there was nothing he could do. After all, these elixirs belonged to Yi Ling. He couldn't stop it either. Then, he started the test. It took him a full 3 hours to verify the 1,400 top-quality good yuan pills one by one. I'll transfer the money to you right now. Looking at the 1,400 good yuan pills, all of them are of the highest quality. Elder Zhao also breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, it is difficult to hide the excitement in my heart. With a wave of his hand, Deng even took these top-quality Gui Yuan Dan back into his storage space. Then transfer money to Yi Ling. Your bank account has arrived. Dragon coin, please pay attention to check. Subsequently, Yi Ling's mobile phone received the message. TSK, Mr. Zhao. You are really rich. Looking at the information on the phone, Yi Ling looked up at Mr. Zhao. TSK made a sound. Rich? I was emptied by you this time, asterisk. Elder Zhao looked at Yi Ling helplessly, but the joy in his eyes couldn't be concealed. This time, he was able to buy all of Yi Ling's top-grade good yuan pills with 700 million dragon coins. Then he might sell the 700 million for 1.4 billion. It's okay. I'll go first. See you next time. Yi Ling looked at the excited Mr. Zhao. He waved his hand and walked out of the box. See you next time. With 700 million dragon coins, Yi Ling's first thought was to spend a lot. So he came directly to the medicinal material market in the black market. Bought a lot of medicinal materials. Yi Ling's principle is to only buy the expensive ones and not the right ones. Anyway, this time, he will exchange all these medicinal materials into gold coins to improve his strength. So he doesn't care about the efficacy of this medicinal material, as long as it can be exchanged for gold coins. Afterwards, Yi Ling purchased medicinal materials worth 300 million gold coins. Mr. Yi, this is the Diamond VIP card of our Wanyu Commercial Bank. You can get a 20% discount on any purchases in the future. Seeing Yi Ling, who was about to leave, Zheng Bai, the president of the branch of Wanyu Commercial Bank, hurried up, handed a blue and white card to Yi Ling with both hands. The texture card on it is very gorgeous. It doesn't look cheap. Okay. Yi Ling didn't hesitate and took it directly, because this Wanyu Commercial Bank has branches in the entire Dragon Kingdom, and even in many different spaces. It is said that the power behind it comes from a big world in a certain secret realm. After all, some big, uncharted realms. Its area is dozens or even tens of thousands of times that of the Earth. It can be said that it is another world. Just use the secret realm as a bridge of communication. In these secret realms, some big forces have already established trade relations with various countries on Blue Star. It belongs to the state of win-win cooperation. Looking at a warehouse full of precious medicinal materials, Yi Ling waved his right hand, and the entire warehouse of medicinal materials disappeared in an instant. Zheng Bai, who saw this scene, was also slightly surprised, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Purchasing such a huge amount of medicinal materials must be for refining medicine. And as a pharmacist, he has such a powerful wealth and such a huge space ring. It is also a very normal thing, so he didn't think much about it. Afterwards, Yi Ling walked out with medicinal materials worth 300 million dragon coins. On the way, he exchanged these medicinal materials into gold coins. As for medicinal materials worth 300 million dragon coins, Yi Ling was given 3,000 gold coins in exchange. Subsequently, Yi Ling directly strengthened the talent. Realm +1. Talent enhancement is successful, Realm +2, and consumes 100 gold coins. Talent enhancement is successful, Realm +3, and consumes 1,000 gold coins. If talent enhancement fails, 10,000 exchange gold coins need to be deducted. True F ******* G pit. It seems that it has only been strengthened twice, and the talent can no longer be strengthened. Yi Ling complained instantly. As for other talents, Yi Ling has no desire to continue to strengthen them. After all, as long as the sign-in talent is signed in, it will be upgraded. There is absolutely no need for reinforcement. As for the spiritual stove, as long as it is alchemy, it can also be strengthened. Nor is it necessary. Realm +1 talent, after being strengthened to Realm +3. He was originally a first-tier martial artist, but now his actual combat power has directly become a fourth-tier martial artist. Any one of the exercises, as long as he reads it once, he can directly reach the realm of Xiaoqing. In this regard, Yi Ling is still very satisfied. Let's raise a realm first. Next, what Yi Ling wants to improve is his own realm. But he seemed to have foreseen something, and he didn't raise his own realm all at once. It's a small realm that goes up one by one. Strengthening is successful. Your realm has been promoted to the second level of martial arts, and 20 exchange gold coins will be deducted. With the success of strengthening, Yi Ling's realm has been promoted to the second level of martial arts. And this promotion did not make Yi Ling feel any discomfort. Afterwards, Yi Ling raised another level. Strengthening is successful. Your realm has been promoted to the third level of martial arts, and 30 exchange gold coins will be deducted. But this time, Yi Ling clearly felt it. My body is undergoing a wonderful change. There is also a slight disturbance in the breath. Yi Ling was silent for a while and chose to raise again. And this time, his realm has been promoted to the fourth heaven of warriors. Sure enough, it's exactly what I thought. After raising his realm to the fourth heaven of warriors, Yi Ling took a few steps casually. Then he found that he could not control his own power at all. Take a random step. A huge pothole was stepped on the ground. This is the consequence of raising the realm too fast. After much deliberation, Yi Ling has no plans to continue to improve. Only when he stabilizes his current strength can he continue to improve. And the four heavens of martial arts, plus the increase of realm plus 3. The current him has the actual combat strength of a martial artist in the seventh heaven. Add Gale, Wind Sword Intent, Die Wave, Fist Intent, and the other two artistic concepts. A Yi Ling with 4 artistic conceptions. It is enough to walk sideways in the secret place of Taiping Mountain this time. So he is not in a hurry to improve his strength. Subsequently, Yi Ling did not return home. Instead, he came to the Gale Windsword Hall. On the last day, I plan to teach the instructors of the Blizzard Sword Gym. Take them to a higher level of practice. Although Yi Ling is not short of money now, but he enjoyed the way these people looked at him. Maybe this is what it feels like to be a good teacher. Since it is the last day, on this day, Yi Ling taught until the early hours of the morning before leaving the sword gym. And not long after Yi Ling walked out, several terrifying auras gushed out from it, straight into the sky. And Lung Yin and Qian Lai, who are the pinnacle of martial arts masters, after successfully possessing Gale Wind Sword Intent. The terrifying power directly made them break through the barriers of the Grandmaster realm, became a new generation of masters. Due to the breakthrough in the realm, their lifespan limit has been raised to 500 years. Qian Lai's body gradually became younger and full of vitality. As for Lung Yin, who was already very young, her vitality became even more terrifying. And the one who let them have all this is that man. But at this moment, those teachers in the Sword Hall who originally wanted to go home to rest, after seeing Lung Yin and Director Qian break through, it was as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He returned to the martial arts school again and began to practice the Gale sword technique. Over time, Yi Ling believes that more and more teachers in the sword gym will break through to a higher level. And at this very moment, Yi Ling was walking in the small alley on the way home. Why is it so quiet today? Yi Ling looked curiously at those alleys. Usually at this time, there should be some young couples having a tryst there. It was very quiet today. Yi Ling thought for a while, but didn't intend to investigate further. After all, if it disturbs other people's good deeds, he is also embarrassed. And with Yi Ling's departure, pairs of blood-red eyes poked out from the alley. Sign in? After arriving home, Yi Ling remembered that he hadn't signed in yet. Hastily signed in. Sign in successfully. Get talent. Last stand. Last stand. Unique. After the first death, this talent will disappear, and all your attributes will increase by 100%. And get 30 seconds of invincibility time. Will I encounter a situation where I must die? Watching Goldfinger give himself a gift, Yi Ling fell into deep thought, because he knew that Goldfinger gave him talent or something every time. They are all items that he needs now or will need in the future. The emergence of this last stand, that is to say, in Goldfinger's judgment. Yi Ling will definitely encounter a certain death situation in the future, and he must rely on the talent of death to solve it. Yi Ling thought for a while, then stopped thinking about it. Now that Goldfinger gave him the talent of fighting to the death. In other words, he will definitely rely on this talent when the time comes. Turn defeat into victory. There will be no real death. In this way, Yi Ling completely let go of this matter. Stop thinking about it. At this time, Goldfinger sent another message to Yi Ling. Congratulations, the daily check-in has been successfully upgraded to a weekly check-in. Now you can sign in once a week, and the rewards will be even richer. Is it changed to once a week? Hearing the message from Goldfinger, Yi Ling fell into deep thought. Daily check-in has been upgraded to weekly check-in. In other words, now he will sign in once every 7 days. But the relative rewards will also become richer than before. Afterwards, Yi Ling didn't think much and prepared to meditate and practice. And before he had practiced for half an hour, Yi Ling's snoring sounded heavily. Early in the morning. Oh, I'm really depraved. Yi Ling let out a helpless sigh. Sure enough, I'm still not suitable for cultivation. Afterwards, Yi Ling directly used the exchange of gold coins to raise his realm to the 5th level of martial arts. Yesterday, he practiced for a whole night in borrowing Blast Wind Sword Gym. It has already completely absorbed the surge of power, and it can operate freely. Moreover, this time Yi Ling has learned the lesson from the last time. Just raise a small realm, and this small increase also freed Yi Ling from any burden. Ungshi number 1 middle school. Brother, where are these seniors going? Are they going to a competition? At the school gate, a student in a lower grade looked curiously at his older brother. These people, this time, they're going to the secret realm. When they come out of the secret realm, they will directly participate in the martial arts test. Enter Budo University. At that time, it will be a noble martial artist or even a grandmaster. Mahan said with envy, Brother, I will become a respected martial artist like them in the future. The elementary school boy said excitedly. Okay, then you have to work hard. Mahan really couldn't bear to hit him, a younger brother who had just entered the first grade. They have not yet begun to awaken their talents, nor have they started to practice. I don't know the pain of this cultivation at all, let alone the sorrow of being an ordinary talent. As an ordinary family like them, there are more than tens of thousands in the Dragon Kingdom. 90% of existences have ordinary talents. Ordinary people like them want to break through this class. The only way is to awaken a terrifying talent. The children of those big families are different. They have a huge family as a backer. Countless resources are poured down. No matter how rubbish the talent is, it can quickly improve the realm. Not to mention, those family children who already possess terrifying talents. With the support of huge resources, it can even make your own family advance to a more powerful class. Yi Ling, don't look, let's go soon. Seeing Yi Ling, who was still in a daze, Liu directly pulled him into the car. Well, it's time to go. Yi Ling knew that this time should be the last time he saw Ungshi number 1 middle school. And after coming out from the secret realm, these people will rush directly to the martial arts test site. Then after passing the martial arts test, they directly enter the vacation. You can also report to Budo University in advance. Here, Lu Mu gave it to you. Seeing that the car is already set off, Liu thought about it and took out the letter from his backpack. Then throw it to Yi Ling. Lu Mu? Yi Ling was puzzled. Suddenly, a very shy and petite girl appeared in my mind. Has been silently hiding in that corner, watching himself secretly. Every time I saw her, I blushed with embarrassment. Thinking of this, a slight smile appeared on Yi Ling's face. After opening the letter, Yi Ling read it carefully. What, is it a love letter? Liu glanced lightly. Then I know probably. Immediately looked at Yi Ling playfully. That's right. Yi Ling nodded. Then put the letter into the infinite backpack. Found the most secret space and preserved it forever. This letter only expresses Lu Mu's longing for him. And some blessings. Other than that, nothing else was revealed. But Yi Ling knew that this was already that shy girl who could make the biggest move. But Yi Ling couldn't accept each other. After all, that girl liked Yi Ling's predecessor. Instead of him now, perhaps his heart, influenced by his predecessor, would have a slight liking for the other party. But the current Yi Ling simply cannot accept this. What's more, they are now 2 centuries old. You are so heartless. Liu looked at Yi Ling, who was indifferent. Said helplessly, if I give her hope, this is the real heartlessness. Yi Ling replied without looking up. Everyone is gone, don't look at it. At the school gate, Julie looked at her deskmate and said with pity, well, let's go back. Lu Mu nodded. And not long after Lu Mu and the others left, blood-red creatures rushed from the streets and alleys. Bite anyone you see, and the bitten person or animal. In just tens of seconds, it became a new mutant creature. Taiping Mountain Secret Realm. The Taiping Mountain Secret Realm is a second-rank secret realm, and the most powerful monsters in it are only second rank, equivalent to a strong human martial artist. Soon, the car in which Yi Ling and his group were sitting stopped at the foot of Mount Taiping, which was less than 100 meters high. In addition to this, there are other school vehicles. After all, there are only those few secret realms that are suitable for high school students to experience. There are dozens of high schools in a city. Therefore, every secret realm suitable for practice must have students from other schools. Is this the secret realm of Mount Taiping? Why does it look so small? Liu looked at the Taiping mountain in front of him curiously. This is just an illusion. When we enter the range of the Taiping Mountain Secret Realm, will be sent to another space, far from being as small as we see on the surface. Before Ling came, he had already investigated some information about the secret realm of Mount Taiping. So he explained to Liu. I see. After hearing Ling's explanation, Liu nodded slightly. Okay, the Taiping Mountain secret realm has arrived. Everyone get out of the car. Lao Bai in front urged. After entering the secret place of Taiping Mountain, they must find a suitable place to set up camp as soon as possible. And the best place is the outermost part of the Taiping Mountain secret realm. That is the location of the foot of the mountain. In this time, there were at least 7 or 8 schools that came to the secret place of Taiping Mountain. If they don't hurry, there may not even be a vacant lot. At that time, I am afraid that they can only settle down on the mountain. Then, under Lao Bai's urging, the students of Ungshi No. 1 Middle School got off the bus one after another. After the entrance to the secret realm was tested, they were released by the guards. With a flash of white light, the group of people finally stepped into the real secret place of Taiping Mountain. What a rich, dark energy. Ling just opened his eyes when he heard Liu's cheers. At this moment, he can also perceive the concentration of dark energy in this secret realm. It was several times, or even 10 times, what he usually did on Blue Star. And looking at the Taiping Mountain in front of him, huge changes have already taken place. Taiping Mountain, which was originally less than 100 meters away. In the secret realm, at least half of them have submerged into the clouds. Can't see the whole picture. Go, find a place to settle down first. Under the leadership of Lao Bai, they soon found a cave. In this regard, Lao Bai is also excited. This will be our base for the next half-month. Lao Bai checked it carefully in the cave. There is no breath of any other living beings. In other words, this cave is an unowned thing, just right for them to rest. As long as the door is blocked, no monsters can come in. You divide your own area, and then you can move freely. You can practice on the spot, or you can fight monsters. Note that those who have not reached the 5th heaven of warriors are not allowed to go halfway up the mountain. Lao Bai ordered again. This Victoria Peak is similar to a pyramid-like structure. The more you go to the spire, that is, the more you go to the top of the mountain, the level of monsters is also higher. And the lower you go, the lower the level. At the foot of the mountain, there are basically some unranked monsters. It is just suitable for those students who have never fought with monsters to practice their hands. And at the halfway up the mountain, first-order monsters will appear. In the same realm, the combat power of monsters is several times that of humans. Therefore, Lao Bai forbids students below the 5th level of warriors to go. Because once they encounter a first-order monster, they can only be slaughtered. Not even a chance to escape. 9. Ling, what strength do you have now? Liu looked around at all the classmates who were packing up. Pulling Ling to a corner, he asked in a low voice. As long as the realm does not reach the master, it should be able to kill in seconds. Ling didn't know what Liu was thinking, but still did not hide from him, because Ling didn't think it was necessary. After all, Liu grew up with him and would not harm him. And with the blessing of Realm +3, Ling, who originally had the 5th level of martial artist, directly became the 8th level of martial artist. +4 moods. Below the master, it is simply impossible to withstand his move. In this secret realm of Mount Taiping, he is an invincible existence. How about we go to the top of the mountain to see? Liu winked at Ling. With Ling as a great master, not all the natural materials and earthly treasures on the top of Victoria Mountain are in their pockets. However, it will take a lot of time to go back and forth. When the old class asks, "What should I do?" Ling hesitated a little. This Taiping Mountain secret realm is not as small as it looks from the outside. Instead, it goes straight into the sky. Even if he has the ghost step of the artistic conception in his hand, it may take half a day to climb to the top. This back and forth is a day. At that time, Lao Bai, the head teacher, will definitely be suspicious. Moreover, he still has to bring Liu the oil bottle. It takes even longer. Why don't you discuss it with the old class? As long as you show your strength a little bit, I believe he will not embarrass you. Liu said, "Okay, I'll try it." Ling was moved by Liu. Dang even walked towards the old class. "Why? What can I do for you?" Lao Ban looked at Yi Ling suspiciously. Old Ban, can we go out and have a chat? Yi Ling looked back at the classmates behind him and then said, Okay. Lao Ban also understood what Yi Ling meant. Nodding her head, she walked out with Yi Ling. What? You want to go to the top of the mountain? No, no. That's too dangerous. Lao Bai heard that Yi Ling actually wanted to go to the top of Taiping Mountain. He refused directly. The voice also became louder. Even he dared not set foot in such a dangerous place. How dare you let Yi Ling go? Then what if I am a martial artist? Yi Ling thought for a while and immediately released the aura of a martial artist. I don't dare to go to the third level of martial arts, so let's forget it as a first-level martial artist. Seeing that Yi Ling has advanced to the level of a martial artist, Lao Bai was shocked. But as the head teacher, Lao Bai didn't want his students to risk themselves at all. Still have to resolutely refuse. What about this? Yi Ling could only release the Gale sword intent. Then, a terrifying figure appeared behind Yi Ling. It was a cyan figure holding a long sword. The moment he appeared, a terrifying aura swept away. Only the old class with the third level of martial arts masters couldn't even straighten their waists under the pressure of this terrifying momentum. Enough is enough. Lao Ban hastily stopped him. He can't even speak fluently. Should be enough for now. Yi Ling looked at Lao Ban with a little confidence. I didn't expect that you possessed the martial arts will in the realm of a martial artist. Okay, then you go. I won't stop you either. But you have to keep in touch with me at all times, and if there is any danger, run away as soon as possible. Lao Ban knew that he could no longer stop Yi Ling, but he still reminded him very seriously. However, he didn't worry too much. A martial artist with the will to do martial arts. In the realm of a martial artist, he is invincible. Even if it is a second-order monster, in front of a martial artist with martial arts will, he can only be slaughtered by others. Old class, this time, Li Yu is also with me. At this time, Yi Ling remembered this good friend. Said quickly, then you have to protect him. The old class thought about it and nodded in agreement. Afterwards, Yi Ling returned to the cave. He glanced at Li Yu. Li Yu immediately understood and followed Yi Ling away. These two guys, where are you going? Zhao Ming, who was not far away, looked at Yi Ling, who left in a hurry. Suddenly frowned. After thinking about it, he followed suit. Yi Ling, it seems that someone is following up. On the way to the top of Taiping Mountain, Li Yu stopped suddenly. Then he looked behind him suspiciously. A bush not far away. He could feel that there was a human breath there. It's Zhao Ming? Yi Ling nodded. As early as when the other party followed, he had already discovered the other party. How could a warrior hide himself in front of a warrior? What's more, he is very sensitive to Zhao Ming's breath. Ignore him? Li Yu frowned and looked at Yi Ling. Anyway, he is also our classmate. Let him follow. Yi Ling said. Fine. Li Yu nodded. Under the grass not far away, Zhao Ming was so nervous that he dared not breathe. Did not dare to come out. I was afraid that Yi Ling would find him and beat him up again. Seeing that there was no movement on the other side, he dared to poke his head out, only to find that Yi Ling and the others had already left. He hurriedly followed up again. By the way, the folding wave fist I gave you. How was your practice? Yi Ling remembered something and looked back at Li Yu. Thanks to your video, I've also made great progress. Li Yu looked at Yi Ling excitedly. I'm also very grateful for my good brother. Give yourself such important things. If it weren't for Yi Ling's video, he wants to practice Dailang Quan to the level of Dashang, and it will take 5 or 6 years. But with Yi Ling's video, he can guarantee that he will practice it to perfection within 1 year. There is even a certain chance of cultivating martial arts will. By the way, Yi Ling, are you almost reaching the realm of a master? At this moment, Li Yu seemed to think of something and asked quickly. Almost. Yi Ling hesitated for a moment, then nodded. According to his speed of adding points, a small realm a day, and at most 5 days, he will be able to reach the realm of a master. Yi Ling, do you know the requirements of an advanced master? Li Yu asked quickly. Of course I know this, martial arts will. I already have this. Yi Ling nodded. Then do you know? The higher the level of martial arts, the awareness of martial arts. For you to become a master, the greater the help. the stronger the increase obtained, Li Yu said with a mysterious face. There is another saying. Yi Ling was taken aback. After thinking about it carefully, I also found that what Li Yu said was very likely to be true. The requirement for an advanced master is martial arts will, and the stronger the martial arts will, the stronger the bonus obtained. This also made Yi Ling realize suddenly. Fortunately, he did not recklessly advance to the Grandmaster realm. This time, thank you very much. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have realized this problem. Yi Ling looked at Li Yu immediately and said with a look of fear. If it wasn't for Li Yu, he might have advanced to the master level with the Gale Wind Sword intent. That would be a waste of his talent. It's okay, we are all good brothers, Li Yu said indifferently. Yes, good brother, Yi Ling said with a smile. He seems to have a whirlwind slash book on him. That is to say, the advanced martial art of Gale Wind swordsmanship. He never had time to learn, and this second-grade martial arts is not bad for advancing to the realm of a master. Ah! Just when Yi Ling was thinking, a cry of surprise pulled him out of it. It's Zhao Ming's voice. Li Yu looked at Yi Ling, then nodded. Although he is not very familiar with Zhao Ming, but as a high school classmate for 3 years, he can still recognize Zhao Ming's voice. Wait here, I'll go take a look. Yi Ling thought for a while, and then said something to Li Yu. Just rush in the direction of the sound. The current Zhao Ming cannot die, at least until he has everything figured out. He absolutely did not allow Zhao Ming to die in front of him. Tindi, what a bad luck. Zhao Ming looked angrily at the monster that was chasing him behind him. Then his throat sweetened, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He already regretted that he didn't listen to what the old class said, and came to this halfway up the mountain. There are too many first-order monsters here. Even if he has reached the 6th heaven of warriors, he is still no match for first-order monsters. Just a face-to-face, he was seriously injured. If he hadn't evaded in time, his chest would have been pierced directly. Hey, why didn't you chase after me? Zhao Ming turned his head while running. Suddenly, he found that the monster that had been chasing him stopped suddenly, and he was a little puzzled. But he hadn't had time to be happy. A gray-white coyote suddenly jumped out of the nearby grass. A cold light shone on the terrifying claws. Seeing that the claws were about to cut off his own neck, Zhao Ming only felt disheartened. It turned out that it wasn't that he didn't chase, but that there was his companion in front of him. Why, just give up? Yi Ling still arrived. Then a gale slash was thrown out by him at will. In Zhao Ming's eyes, the hyena, who was invincible, was split in half by Yi Ling's energy. Before he could even react, he was already dead. But in the end, Yi Ling still did not forget to taunt. Thanks. Although there were conflicts between the two, the current Yi Ling saved his life after all. In any case, Zhao Ming cannot forget this kindness. Deng even covered his wound and thanked Yi Ling. Don't apologize in a hurry. I want to ask you something. I hope you can tell me the truth. Yi Ling took a deep look at Zhao Ming in front of him, then stopped the bleeding. Then he asked. There was a trace of complexity in his eyes. You want to ask about your parents? Zhao Ming looked into Yi Ling's eyes and instantly understood what was in Yi Ling's eyes. My parents are really alive? Yi Ling nodded and asked. My parents fled separately from your parents. Later, when my parents went to look for it, they only found the body of the guardian monster. And Zhu Guo and your parents have disappeared. As for the others, I don't know. Zhao Ming said slowly. If nothing happened to them, why never came to see me? Yi Ling was a little confused. Your parents must not be dead. Otherwise, how did those 3 vermilion fruits come about? Zhao Ming looked at Yi Ling deeply, and then spoke. Forget it, I will know later. Yi Ling shook his fist. Wait until his strength reaches a certain level. These things will naturally be solved. Can you act? Or I'll send you down. This halfway up the mountain is not the place for you to be. Afterwards, Yi Ling looked at Zhao Ming. It's okay, you go. I will go back by myself. Zhao Ming waved his hand. Okay. Yi Ling nodded. Where are people? When Yi Ling returned to where Li Yu was, he found that the other party had disappeared. This made him frown deeply. Just when he thought something happened to Li Yu, he suddenly found a mark on the trees not far away. The traces carved on it are very clear. It should be left by Li Yu. Thinking of this, Yi Ling followed the signal of the mark and searched slowly. Yi Ling, come quickly. Sure enough, looking for the mark, Yi Ling quickly found Li Yu. At this time, he was outside a cave. The moment he saw Yi Ling, he pulled Yi Ling over, then hid behind a boulder. Mysterious, sneaky. What are you doing here? Yi Ling looked at Li Yu curiously. There are treasures in this cave, at least second-rank treasures. Li Yu pointed to the cave and said to Yi Ling with a little excitement. It's just that there is a second-order monster inside, which is more difficult to deal with. Before Yi Ling could speak, Li Yu frowned and said, How did you know? Yi Ling looked at Li Yu curiously. Do you remember the lark fruit last time? Li Yu asked back. Remember, does this have anything to do with that lark fruit? Yi Ling was puzzled. After taking that lark fruit, I awakened another treasure-hunting talent. After finishing speaking, Li Yu looked at Yi Ling proudly. The treasure-hunting talent he awakened this time is an advanced talent. Very rare and rare. Even to a certain extent, it is even rarer than alchemy talent. With his current strength of the 5th level of warrior, he can detect the treasures of heaven, material, and earth within 500 meters of the 3rd rank. Correspondingly, he can also perceive the breath of monsters within this range. I'll go, your boy is lucky. When he heard that Li Yu had awakened his talent for the 2nd time, Yi Ling also had a look of disbelief. And the awakened is the advanced talent, treasure hunting. This is a talent that many people dream of. Once you have this talent, the secret realm is like the back garden of his home. Tyne Katabo let him take it. Low profile. Although Li Yu spoke in a low-key manner, the smile on the corner of his mouth could not be concealed. Then I'll go in and have a look. You wait here for me. After speaking, Yi Ling took out the killing sword and walked straight into the cave. And just walked into the cave, Yi Ling suddenly found out. A huge mountain of meat stood in front of him. After he observed carefully, he found that this mountain of meat was actually a huge black bear. The hair of the whole body is black and shiny. The moment Yi Ling found him, the other party also noticed Yi Ling's arrival. The huge pupils opened suddenly, staring wide. It was very annoyed to be woken up. The huge bear's paw was raised high like a cattail fan, and it was shot directly at Yi Ling, wanting to make the human in front of him into a pulp. Stacking wave fist. Seeing the huge bear's paw slapped at him, Yi Ling discarded the sword directly. At the same time, he swung his right fist. With his fist swing out, shocking waves surged from behind him. Go straight to the huge bear's paw. Instantly smashed those bare paws into blood mist. Afterwards, the boxing momentum continued unabated. It hit the giant bear's head directly, brutally blow it up. And this is the human martial artist who has the martial arts will. After losing its head, the giant bear in front of it completely lost its life. Fell down heavily. Then Yi Ling searched for a long time, but couldn't find the monster crystal he wanted. This made him very regretful. That blow just now was really too hard. Directly blow up this monster crystal. As a result, I missed this second-order monster crystal. That's worth hundreds of thousands of things. Subsequently, Yi Ling was bypassed by the dead bear. Came to the deeper part of the cave. Then in a corner, a 3-color medicinal herb was found. Yi Ling recognized the name of this herb at a glance. The 3-color spiritual essence grass belongs to the 2nd-grade treasure of heaven, material, and earth. Worth at least 300,000 dragon coins. Just when Yi Ling was about to leave, a human skeleton caught Yi Ling's attention. To be precise, it should be the ring on Bone's fingertip. It caught Yi Ling's attention. There are unexpected gains. Looking at the cyan ring, Yi Ling took it off directly. Afterwards, his mental power entered the cyan ring. After the death of the original owner, the original spiritual imprint has long since dissipated. So Yi Ling came to the space of the ring very easily. The storage area of this ring is not large, only a dozen cubic meters. There are only a few changes of clothes, a few bottles of pills, and a book of 3rd-grade martial arts inside. 3rd-grade martial arts, point song finger. Yi Ling took a look at the elixirs, and there was nothing special in them, just some blood-enriching medicines. And this martial art is actually a 3rd-rank martial art. Yi Ling was very surprised. Because of the 3rd-grade martial arts, only the Master Realm can practice. Very good value. In the outside world, it is at least several million dragon coins. Third-rank martial arts are different from first-rank martial arts and second-rank martial arts and can be copied at will. Each book has been infused with its own martial arts by the creator. It can be said that every third-grade martial arts and higher-grade martial arts are the painstaking efforts of the creators. It takes a very long time to create a copy. That's why it's so expensive. And when Yi Ling pointed out the book and read it thoroughly, the result was Yi Ling's surprise. His talent, Realm +3, didn't take effect like before. Do you want to reach the realm of a master? At this time, Yi Ling also remembered something. Muttered to himself. He originally thought that he could overcome this limitation with his talent. Now it seems that there is no way. Rest in peace. Afterwards, Yi Ling looked at the white bones under his feet. Swing out a palm. A huge pothole appeared. Then, Yi Ling buried the bones in it. It can also be regarded as fulfilling the wish of the people of the Dragon Kingdom to return their souls to their souls and the soil to the soil. How did you find it? As soon as he walked out of the cave, Liu surrounded him excitedly. 3-color primordial grass. Yi Ling took it out and threw it directly to Liu. Enough! After getting the 3-color primordial grass in his hand, Liu's face was a little more excited. As time went by, the 3-color primordial grass in Liu's hands gradually lost its luster and became dry. And this is another powerful aspect of the treasure hunting talent. You can increase your talent level by continuously absorbing natural treasures. Your treasure hunting talent. How many treasures are needed to advance to the extraordinary level? Yi Ling looked curious. There are still 998 second-grade natural treasures. Yi Ling, I will lend you this 3-color primordial plant. I will pay you back in the future. After absorbing it, Liu also showed a trace of embarrassment on his face. After all, after being absorbed by him, Yi Ling's work is for nothing. It's okay, the second-grade Tainkatabo doesn't increase me very much. However, your treasure hunting talent is a big one. This is only advanced, and so many natural materials and earthly treasures are needed. Yi Ling said indifferently. For these second-grade medicinal materials, he just sold some pills and came back. However, to advance to transcendence, 1,000 natural materials and earth treasures are needed, which is unimaginable to Yi Ling. It's okay, when I get to the martial arts exam, I'll directly reveal my talent. At that time, the top 3 martial arts universities in Longwo will definitely rush to ask for me. At that time, whoever bids the highest, I will follow. After graduating from university, I will marry into those wealthy families. With my talent, no one will rush to ask for it. Afterwards, Liu said something that Yi Ling couldn't believe. Brother, if you don't become a king in the future, I won't believe it. Yi Ling stared blankly at the ruthless man in front of him. What is a mere king? I will become Emperor Wu in the future. Liu looked at Yi Ling proudly. Then have you thought about it? What will be your title in the future? Yi Ling looked at his good friend with a smirk. Warrior, martial artist, grandmaster, martial king. In this world, as long as one reaches the realm of martial king, one can have one's own title. That is the realm of the legendary king. Generally speaking, as long as one becomes a true king realm powerhouse, that is the king, will be granted land. It's a pity that even Elong Kingdom has a population of tens of billions, tens of thousands of cities. Only more than 1,000 cities have their own kings. The remaining tens of thousands of cities do not have their own kings. One can imagine how difficult it is to become a king. But for Liu, Yi Ling is still very optimistic. After all, this treasure hunting talent is really too rare. Title must be very easy for Liu. Let's talk about this later. Liu said modestly. Something interesting is about to happen. Suddenly, Yi Ling looked up sharply. He could only see bursts of blood-red light rising above the clouds. Dye the surrounding clouds red. Because there is Taiping Mountain, more than half of it is above the clouds. So he didn't see the whole picture. But vaguely, he could feel hundreds of powerful auras gathering in the same direction. Very likely, something happened there. I feel it too. At this moment, even Liu, who was in the realm of a warrior, felt it. It made him feel uneasy. Do you want to go and have a look? Yi Ling licked his lips, very interested in this. He felt that this time there must be a major gain. But my talent for treasure hunting is making me avoid it. Liu gave birth to a hint of flinching, because his talent was warning him. This made him fall into deep thought. It's really not possible. You just wait for me here, I can go alone. Seeing Liu's hesitation, Yi Ling couldn't say much. After all, Liu's fighting power is far inferior to his. It is quite normal to be so careful. I'd better go with you, but you have to protect me. Liu gritted his teeth, still decided to go up with Yi Ling. He also wanted to see what happened above. Let his talent actually take the initiative to issue an early warning. Okay, I will definitely protect you. Yi Ling looked at Liu with confidence. Subsequently, Yi Ling and Liu headed towards the top of Taiping Mountain. As time passed, the Taiping Mountain secret realm also gradually entered the night. But today's Victoria Peak, destined not to be peaceful, because that touch of red is really too eye-catching. In the dark night, it is like a bright light. The entire sky was dyed red. This vision has attracted the attention of many people. They looked at the clouds one after another. Many self-proclaimed strong students ignored the teacher's advice and rushed towards the top of Taiping Mountain one after another. But this night is destined to be full of blood. The monsters of Taiping Mountain are also gathering towards the top of Taiping Mountain. Therefore, it is inevitable to have disputes with these students. After all, it belongs to the place of monsters. There are too many monsters. It has completely crushed the students. Fortunately, the purpose of these monsters is not these students. Otherwise, none of these students would be able to escape. Slowly, more and more people came to the top of the mountain. Want to see what happened? In the middle of the night, Yi Ling finally brought Liu to the top of the mountain. That's a huge platform. A crimson red blood moon hangs high, exudes a strange power, and under the blood moon, the endless blood color formed a beam of light. A giant python kept surging in the blood-red beam of light. There was a piercing roar. Monster beasts rushed towards the beam of light recklessly. It's a pity that before it got close, it was squeezed into a blood mist by the beam of light. Finally, it was slowly absorbed by the beam of light. These monsters are not right. Yi Ling noticed at a glance that the eyes of those monsters were blood red, obviously bewitched. Moreover, this mysterious force is eroding Yi Ling, but he is powerful. It didn't affect him, but this strange power was a major blow to Liu. Seeing this scene, Liu directly used Gale Wind Sword Intent. The terrifying martial arts consciousness instantly enveloped the two of them. Dispel the strange power. Thank you very much. Only then did Liu regain his senses. Thanks to Yi Ling. Fine. Yi Ling shook his head, not caring. But the scene in front of him made him feel familiar. Is this another blood sacrifice? At this time, Liu also found that the scene in front of him was very familiar. Just blurted it out. It is indeed a blood sacrifice. I don't know what the blood sacrifice is for this time. Yi Ling nodded, agreeing with Liu's idea. But he wasn't sure what the purpose of the blood sacrifice was this time. The last sacrifice was to welcome the birth of the Wolf King. But this blood sacrifice, he didn't know why. It doesn't want to break through to the third level. At this time, Liu suddenly came up with a bold idea. Then he pointed to the giant python that was constantly rolling in the blood-red beam of light. He could feel the giant python in front of him. The breath in the body is constantly increasing. It is very likely that the second-order boundary will be broken. Come to the third level. At that time, the restriction of this secret realm can be broken. It's a bit difficult. Once a monster tries to break through the restrictions of the secret realm, it will be obliterated by the secret realm. I just don't know if this giant python can carry it through. Yi Ling frowned. Do you want to stop it? Liu looked at Yi Ling. He knew that Yi Ling had the ability to stop the other party. Why stop it? The inner alchemy of a third-tier monster is 10 times more valuable than a second-tier monster. Yi Ling glanced at the giant python in front of him. Looking back at Liu again, a smile appeared on his face. But I always feel that something is wrong. When Liu looked at the giant python in front of him, he always felt that he was ignoring something. But no matter what Liu thought, He couldn't figure out where this feeling came from. Are these monsters really desperate? Look at these lifeless monsters. Ling also frowned. How do I feel that it is not this giant python that controls the existence of these monsters? At this moment, even Liu frowned. Then he looked at Ling. Speak your mind. You mean someone else? Ling also took a look at his good friend. Liu nodded heavily. At this time, the giant python didn't have any energy to control the monster at all. It needs to be advanced, and it must do its best. This is also common sense in the cultivation world. Moreover, even if you try your best, you may fail. In other words, the controller is someone else. I just don't know what the person behind this has to do with this giant python. It seems to be getting more and more interesting. Ling looked at the giant python in the blood column. This moment, the blood-red giant python is constantly absorbing energy from other monsters. The originally pitch-black scales were also infected and turned crimson at this time, equally eerie and ominous. Its body shape also becomes stronger and stronger as the body becomes stronger. Roar! A painful howl sounded. Following that, a blood-red unicorn pierced the giant python's skull. It is completely displayed in front of everyone's eyes. The evolution is almost complete. Looking at the unicorn, Ling understood. The opponent is only one step away from advancing to the third level. As time went by, the sky gradually brightened. More and more humans appeared on the top of the mountain. They also showed doubts when they looked at those desperate monsters. Ling and Liu, under the shroud of martial arts will, were not attacked by that strange force. But these new students and teachers did not have such good treatment. Slowly, that strange force eroded them. The clarity in their eyes gradually disappeared. Slowly, they seemed to be bewitched by something. Just like those monsters before, they frantically moved towards the blood-red beam of light. No, they're going to be bewitched. Seeing this scene, Ling frowned. He can't just watch these students and teachers die here. Then, he took out the killing sword. He passed everyone directly and headed for the blood-red beam of light. In Ling's view, as long as the beam of light is destroyed, those students and teachers are naturally fine. And the moment Ling approached the beam of light, a blood-red figure suddenly blocked in front of him. It was a humanoid creature whose whole body was covered in blood mist. Since his whole body was covered in blood mist, Ling couldn't identify his true identity. Roll! Seeing Ling attacking, the cold voice of the humanoid creature came out. Then he slapped Ling with a palm. Want to suppress Ling, but he underestimated Ling's combat power, and instead he was cut in half by Ling's sword. I didn't expect that I could meet a human genius warrior in this kind of place. It's really unimaginable to have the will of martial arts at the level of a martial artist. Just when Ling thought the other party was dead, the humanoid that had been cut in half by Ling was stitched together again. At the same time, a voice of admiration came from the blood mist. Expressed his appreciation for Ling. Who are you? Ling frowned, looking at the humanoid creature in front of him. The opponent's realm is similar to his own, but this strange ability made him very surprised. He was very curious to be able to survive his own knife. However, he also found that after the reintegration of the other party's body, the breath was also a little weaker. In other words, the opponent is not invincible. If you kill a few more times, sooner or later, you will be able to consume the other party to death. So he was not worried, but was very curious about the other party's identity. Me? I'm just a servant of God. My purpose is to guide the world on the right path. After hearing Ling's question, the humanoid creature suddenly became crazy. It was as if, in his eyes, that God was the supreme existence. Urabi ******* D from God's Society. After hearing that the other party claimed to be an apostle of God, Ling felt sick immediately. In this world, not all warriors fight for humans. There are also some warriors who have embarked on a completely different path. They consider themselves to be the apostles of God. It is believed that some warriors with low talents will hinder the evolution of this world. So they often kill innocent people indiscriminately. They're downright crazy. and those warriors with extremely high talents will be sucked into the Shenhui by them. And if the opponent refuses, they will be killed. This also led to Shenhui becoming an existence that everyone shouted and beat. Ling didn't expect that he would meet the existence of Shenhui so soon. With your qualifications, if you join our God Association, I guarantee that you will advance to the Grand Master realm within 3 years. Faced with Ling's insults, the human-hearted creature didn't care. He even planned to dissuade Ling from joining them. He could feel the huge potential contained in the body in front of him, as long as the other party is willing to surrender. Future achievements are sure to be extraordinary. Even the realm of King Wu is not out of the question. Ridiculous. Hearing that the other party actually wanted to let him join this so-called Shenhui, Ling's face became gloomy. Then a sword swung out. This sword, which contains the intent of the Gale Sword, possesses terrifying power. In an instant, he came in front of the humanoid creature. Split it in two again. Very well. You thoroughly d me off. In less than half a breath, the humanoid creatures merged into one again. Appeared not far away. A voice full of anger sounded from it. This time, he was completely angry. Laugh! A small blood-red sword burst out from the blood mist. It shot straight at Ling. Click! With a swing of Ling's sword, the blood-red long and small sword was directly smashed into pieces. You can actually block my mental attack. Seeing that this blow had no effect, the humanoid creature was also very surprised. It turns out that you are a spiritual body. Seeing this scene, Ling finally realized something. He had felt before that the humanoid creature in front of him was very strange. Can't feel the other party's breath of life. Now he understands that the other party is actually a soul body. This can also explain why the other party can always be resurrected. After all, the mental body has only complete obliteration. Only then can it completely disappear. Even if you know, so what, you can still kill me. The body of the humanoid creature fused again and let out a burst of ridicule, laughing at Ling's overreaching. Don't you know that the villain died from talking too much? Afterwards, Ling disappeared in an instant, then came to the front of the humanoid creature, blast out with a punch. Accompanied by endless waves, they beat on the blood mist. Every time human beings merge, they are smashed to pieces by huge waves. Unexpectedly, you actually have a second martial arts image. Before the last ray of spiritual power of the humanoid was shattered by Ling's image of the waves, he actually laughed out loud. Not dead? And seeing this scene, Ling knew that the other party was not dead at all. The mental body in front of him is most likely only a small part of the opponent, and he also offended the people of the God Council. However, Ling, who is a loner, is not very worried. Look, Ling! Li Yu's voice suddenly sounded. There was a slight panic in the voice. It was as if something had happened that he couldn't believe. And Ling followed the direction Li Yu pointed at. It was also understood in an instant. Why is Li Yu's expression so frightened? At this time, the size of the giant python has grown to a very exaggerated level. It is more than 10 feet long. It was about to crush the blood-red pillar. But even so, these monsters are still flocking to the blood column like crazy. Then it turned into a blood mist and became a nourishing supplement, constantly supporting the blood column. And under Ling's deliberate guidance, the warriors on the human side have recovered their clarity one after another. Seeing that things were not good, they retreated one after another. Just when Ling was about to set off again, completely smashing the blood-red beam of light in front of him, he suddenly found out. Another humanoid creature shrouded in blood mist appeared not far away. He glanced at Ling lightly, which made Ling feel a sense of familiarity. Ling knew it instantly. This humanoid creature is the same as the one he just killed. They are spirits belonging to the same existence. This time, the other party did not communicate with him too much. It rushed directly into the blood-red beam of light. Unlike those monsters who were repelled, invasion of humanoids, this blood-red beam of light seemed to be welcoming its master. The door is wide open. Let the humanoid directly enter it. just when Yi Ling thought something was going to happen. But I saw that humanoid creature slapped the giant python's huge head directly with a slap. The giant python, who had already advanced to the third-order monster realm, completely gave up resistance, allowing humanoids to take their own lives. In an instant, the giant python also turned into rich energy and was absorbed by the beam of light. Humanoids also took the place of the pythons, constantly absorbing these energies. In just an instant, the humanoid creature in front of him broke through to the realm of a master. Even weirder, the same with Python. Even if they broke through the third level, they did not attract the attention of the secret realm. This made Yi Ling and the others feel very strange. And just when everyone was surprised, the humanoid took a provocative look at Yi Ling. Then he punched the air above the secret realm. Suddenly, the space slowly cracked open. A crack appeared. With a final click, it shattered completely. A gigantic black hole appeared. The monsters gathered below were also sucked into it and disappeared. Their purpose seems to be Yangshi. Once these monsters go out, it will be for the people of An City. It will be a catastrophe. At this moment, Yi Ling seemed to realize something. His complexion changed suddenly. With the appearance of the black hole, the communication equipment also returned to normal. That is, the outside of this black hole is connected to the real world. That is Blue Star. In this regard, the faces of all the people present changed drastically. Old class, let's go out quickly. I always feel that something is going to happen in Angshi. Yi Ling hurriedly came to Lao Ban. Then he spoke. A trace of anxiety appeared on his face. You go first, I'll discuss it with other school teachers, and then go out of the secret realm together. Lao Ban nodded quickly, realizing that something was wrong. After finishing speaking, he quickly went to discuss with other school teachers. Liu, let's go straight out. Yi Ling couldn't care less. Pulling Liu, he jumped directly into the black hole. As soon as they left, they were randomly teleported to An City. At this moment, warnings sounded continuously in the sky above An City. Warn! The second-order secret realm, the Taiping Mountain secret realm, has been declared broken. Warn! Third-grade secret realm, the Eternal Mountain Range has been declared broken. Warn! Third-rank secret realm, the Monkey King Forest has been declared broken. A series of warnings sounded continuously. Let everyone fall into panic. On the streets and alleys, there are monsters chasing figures everywhere. All the dozen or so secret realms in An City were shattered. Fortunately, there is no fourth-rank secret realm in Angshi. Otherwise, no one in An City would be able to escape alive. The faces of the two were also very ugly. They also didn't expect that the people of the Divine Society could play so well. To break so many secret realms at the same time. Could it be that they want to turn the tens of millions of people in An City into blood? These goddamn bastards. I will kill them one day. Looking at the bloody human remains on the ground, Yi Ling clenched his fists fiercely, then took out the murder sword. With one sword, the second-order monster that was pounced on him was cut in half. His face was very ugly. One middle school is destroyed. Liu at the side froze in place. What? Hearing Liu's words, Yi Ling turned his head sharply. You just found out now. The ruins in front of them were actually Angshi No. 1 Middle School, where they had lived for 3 years. At this time, it has turned into ruins. If Liu hadn't reminded him, he would never have thought that the ruins in front of him were No. 1 Middle School. And looking at the familiar surroundings, everything has been turned into pieces of ruins. Yi Ling's eyes also turned red. Damn B*********************** D. Yi Ling couldn't take it anymore. He clenched the killing sword tightly and rushed out. Crazy slaughter of these monsters. Boy, we meet again. A humanoid creature suddenly appeared in front of Yi Ling. After advancing to the third level, his body, which was originally a spiritual body, turned out to be like a real body at this time. At this time, he was holding a blood-red sword. Appeared in front of Yi Ling. He looked at Yi Ling provocatively. Damn it! Looking at the B********************* D from Shunhui in front of him, Yi Ling could no longer hide the roar in his heart. Huge and thick waves, accompanied by his fist, blasted fiercely. I'm the Grandmaster now. Do you think you're still my opponent? Humanoid creatures, that is, blood shadows. He looked at Yi Ling in front of him coldly. Then he spoke. The blood mist that originally enveloped his body gradually dissipated. A strange face was revealed. This time, not like before. At this time, he had reached the realm of a master, and he clenched the blood-red long knife in his hand. It easily blocked Yi Ling's attack. Then he backhanded and slashed directly at Yi Ling. Then behind him, there appeared a mountain of corpses piled up from monster beasts and human corpses. Killing is the way. Yi Ling clenched the killing sword tightly and blocked the opponent's knife. But his body was also forced back tens of meters by that powerful impact. And when Yi Ling stabilized his body, he also saw the mountain of corpses behind the blood shadow. His face was also very ugly. Killing intent is a special martial arts will. It can be comprehended without practicing any martial arts. As long as you continue to slaughter lives, you can strengthen your own killing intent. This is a powerful martial intent with no upper limit. But correspondingly, it is also the most dangerous martial intent. Very vulnerable to backlash. As more and more lives were killed, more and more grievances were accumulated. Once these grievances accumulate too much, they will continue to invade the spirit of the ontology. If it is light, it will go mad, and if it is heavy, it will explode and die. What are you afraid? Seeing Yi Ling's terrified expression, Shui Ying's face also showed a hint of complacency, looking back at his masterpiece with satisfaction. This is what he has been begging for a long time, and in addition to his ancestor's face. The blood sacrifice was only approved by the higher authorities. Now, he just needs to wait for these monsters to slaughter all these humans. Then devour the blood of this city. He will be able to push his own realm directly from Grandmaster to Grandmaster. At that time, even in the meeting of gods, he will have a place to say something. Aren't you afraid that the king of mankind will come here? Yi Ling frowned, looking at the blood shadow in front of him. Over Angshi, a magic circle has already been set up. Even if it is a strong person in the realm of King Wu, it will take an hour to break through. And in this hour, enough for us to slaughter the entire Angshi. Blood Shadow looked at Yi Ling unabashedly. Then he spoke. At this time, he had already regarded Yi Ling as a plaything in his palm. You can let him slaughter. So he didn't care that Yi Ling knew all about it. Yi Ling, what should we do now? Liu looked at more and more monsters around him, and his face became snow white. Among these monsters, there are many second-order monsters. They all stared at Yi Ling, two people. I sent you to a place. I have concerns about you here, and I can't let go. Yi Ling glanced at Liu. Okay, I'll listen to you. Liu looked at the monsters around him. While they swallowed, Liu also swallowed. Then you go in and stay for a while. Seeing that Liu agreed, Yi Ling threw him directly into the infinite backpack. He has already tested it before, and it can contain living things. So he has nothing to worry about. After Liu was thrown into the infinite backpack, everything in his whole body was frozen. So there will be no discomfort. Yi Ling also has no restraints. The whole person also becomes relaxed. Don't think that you are the master alone. Seeing the arrogant blood shadow, Yi Ling no longer had any worries. Directly use the exchange of gold coins to connect your own level twice. He directly reached the 7th heaven of martial arts, plus the blessing of talent level +3. He directly has the combat power of a master, plus the martial arts will that you already have. At this moment, even in the realm of the master, he is a rare existence. If it weren't for the fear of raising too many realms at one time, the foundation would be unstable. He can directly raise his realm to the realm of a great master. But as long as you reach the realm of the master, you can deal with the blood shadow in front of you. For Yi Ling, it is also very simple. 18-year-old grandmaster. The blood shadow could tell at a glance the vitality in Yi Ling's blood. The age should be no more than 17 or 18 years old. Such a young man has already reached the level of a master. This made him feel incredible. At the same time, I feel that I am alive in the dog's stomach. Because he has practiced for decades, still with the help of the organization, reluctantly made his realm reach the master realm. The comparison between the two made him very dissatisfied. Then he clenched the blood-red long knife in his hand and took the initiative to attack. With a terrifying, murderous intent, it cut through the sky and directly slashed at Yi Ling. It came just in time. Yi Ling immediately clenched the killing sword in his hand and went forward. He has never really killed a strong man in the Guru realm. The humanoid creature in front of him may become the first soul of the Master Realm under his murderous sword. In the face of powerful enemies, Yi Ling naturally did not hold back. Gale Windsword Intent appeared behind him. It was a terrifying figure. After Yi Ling's strength reached the Master Realm, the phantom formed by this sword intent became more and more condensed. There is a tendency to gradually transform into reality. To know the substantive artistic conception, that is the sign of a great master. Under the same realm, Blood Shadow is no match for Yi Ling at all. With just one move, he was directly knocked back by Yi Ling. Sure enough, he is a young talent. It's a pity that you met me. The Blood Shadow was split in half by Yi Ling's sword. Finally, it appeared not far away and merged again. Then he looked at his right hand with great interest. Even after fusion, he could still feel the numbness coming from his right hand. That was the illusion brought about by the earthquake breaking the tiger's mouth. Why? You still have companions? Yi Ling looked at the Blood Shadow in front of him and said with disdain, I don't have any companions, but I still have dozens of clones. Blood Shadow looked at Yi Ling coldly. Then a series of strange humanoid creatures appeared beside him. Each one is a Master Realm. Then, under Yi Ling's surprised eyes, these humanoid creatures slowly merge together. Every time they merge, the aura of the main body will increase to a higher level. The realm is also getting stronger and stronger. And with the last avatar integrated into the main body, the Blood Shadow in front of his eyes gradually condensed into substance. And this is the real Blood Shadow. His realm is also completely frozen in the 8th heaven of the Master. And this is just the result of his absorption of a small half of human blood. Now it's my turn. Blood Shadow looked at Yi Ling in front of him. Then he laughed wildly. He immediately clenched the blood-red long knife in his hand and slashed at Yi Ling. It came just in time. Seeing the oncoming Blood Shadow, Yi Ling showed no sign of weakness. Although the Blood Shadow has reached the 8th level of the Master at this time. But Yi Ling, who possesses 4 artistic conceptions, is not at a disadvantage at all. He directly clenched the killing sword in his hand and went up to the Blood Shadow. The left hand folds the waves, and the right hand blows the wind sword. He was actually evenly matched with Blood Shadow. How can this be? The battle between Blood Shadow and Yi Ling became more and more frightening, because he found out in astonishment. Yi Ling's combat power in front of him was steadily improving. He had a vague feeling of being overwhelmed. In fact, this is also normal. After all, Yi Ling's newly improved strength is quite unstable. But in the fierce battle with the Blood Shadow, Yi Ling quickly integrated the power into his body. This is also the reason why his combat effectiveness has improved so quickly. Why, you can't do it? Yi Ling looked at the Blood Shadow that was gradually falling into the wind. Also felt the other party's fatigue. He couldn't help but let out a sarcasm. Then a sword was swung out, and the Gale Sword Intent condensed on it. Directly facing Shui Ying's chest, he slashed with a sword. At this time, the Blood Shadow was exhausted, barely dodging Yi Ling's blow. Unfortunately, it was still a step too late, although the Blood Shadow escaped the fatal part. But his right arm was still eliminated by Yi Ling's sword. Damn! Seeing that his left arm had been chopped off, Shui Ying quickly backed away. Then, when he remembered something, he wanted to grab the left arm. Now he has transformed from a spiritual body to a real one. The lack of any part of the body would be a fatal blow to him. Break! Unfortunately, Yi Ling never gave him this chance. The right hand is clenched into a fist, carrying a stormy sea. Directly smashed the left arm into pieces. I want you to die. Watching his own left arm get destroyed, Blood Shadow could no longer restrain the fury in his heart. The mountain of corpses behind him exuded a horrible blood. Under the stimulation of this blood energy, Those corpses seemed to come back to life. Crazy rush towards Yi Ling. Want to tear Yi Ling in half. Seeing the overwhelming blood corpses, Yi Ling also felt a tingling scalp. And the moment Yi Ling was about to make a move, above the sky, a huge opening suddenly opened. A huge eye protruded from the opening, obscuring most of the sky. With the opening of the giant eyes, the purple divine light shines. The blood corpses melted quickly and then disappeared. After the blood corpse was completely wiped out, the purple light shot straight at the blood shadow. Want to kill it directly? Old ancestor, save me quickly. Looking at this purple light, Shui Ying could feel a breath of death enveloped his body. In this regard, he no longer dared to hold back the slightest hand. Hastily took out a golden rune from his space ring, set it on fire. With the golden rune being ignited, a white portal appeared out of nowhere in midair. Then an old man walked out slowly. He waved lightly, and an invisible barrier instantly enveloped the two of them, blocked the purple light from the outside. My God will be with you, Beast Master Valley, and it has always been the same as the well water. Why? Today you want to help this human being. The old man is the blood sunflower. He frowned, looking at the huge pupils. In an instant, he understood the identity of the other party, but he was also very puzzled, because Shenhui has never had any communication with Beastmaster Valley. I have never heard of the news that Beast King Valley has a good relationship with humans. This puzzled him a lot. You know, this Beast King Valley is a powerful force not weaker than Shenhui. Their members are all composed of a group of demon kings. Only after reaching the 5th level can it be possible to join the Beast Kingdom. I was entrusted by someone. You can't kill this kid. A rich voice came from the sky. The other party's purpose was actually to protect Yi Ling. Who are you commissioned by? Yi Ling frowned and looked up at the huge pupils. Boy, you will naturally know in the future. The voice came again. Then we each take a step back. Neither you nor I make a move. It would be nice to let these juniors each use their own skills. Shuekui pointed to his junior, then looked at the Beastmaster. What do you think? The Beastmaster looked at Yi Ling at all, actually wanting to ask for his opinion. Can't? Yi Ling nodded. He never put the shadow of blood in his eyes. Naturally, I will not disagree. In that case, then I will retreat first. The voice of the Beast King came. Then the huge pupils also disappeared. But this sentence made Yi Ling vaguely feel that something was wrong, because the posture of the Beast King is too low. Then there is only one possibility, and that is to entrust its existence, and its strength far surpasses it. It will lead to such a posture of the other party. But no matter what Yi Ling thinks, he can't think of who else he knows, with such a powerful existence. At this time, a bold idea appeared in his mind. That is his parents. But he couldn't be sure, because before his parents disappeared, he was just a powerful martial artist. How could it be possible to order a Beast King to act in just a dozen years? That is the legendary 5th Order Beast King. In the entire human world, it is also a powerful and boundless existence. Possesses countless powers. Save his blood. Shuekue glanced at Yi Ling not far away, then said, he wasn't sure if the Beast King really disappeared. Don't want to take any chances either. After all, the fighting power of the Beastmaster is far above that of human fighters of the same level. After exhorting, the blood sunflower disappeared. A blood shadow with a wry smile on his face was left behind. Don't ask him to kill the other party. It would be good if the other party didn't kill him. Suddenly, Shui Ying seemed to remember something. There was a weird smile on his face. Boom! His whole body exploded violently. Dozens of spiritual bodies split again and rushed in all directions. Damn! Seeing this scene, Yi Ling also understood what the other party wanted to do. And at this very moment, the human martial king and strong man also came to the sky above in city, constantly attacking the energy circle. Want to break it. Tens of millions of human beings are constantly being slaughtered by monsters. They just want to break the shield as soon as possible. Save these humans. Blizzard martial arts. Powerful monsters are raging in the urban area of City. Compared with other areas, The west area of An City is the gathering place for these martial arts schools. Much safer. But with the passage of time, the decline of other regions, more and more powerful monsters also came to this area. It can't be done. We have to wake up Teacher Lung and the curator as soon as possible. We can't hold on anymore. Outside the Gale Wind Martial Arts Hall, the teachers and students frantically resisted the invasion of these monsters. Originally relying on extremely high-level Gale swordsmanship, they were still able to resist these monsters. But they didn't expect that 3 Tier 3 monsters would suddenly join the battlefield. In an instant, several teachers were beheaded. It made everyone present tremble with fear. At this moment, they had no choice but to prepare to wake up the 2 Lung Yin who had been in retreat. I have no choice but to wake them up. The deputy curator gritted his teeth, and then ordered another student to wake them up. I didn't expect to meet such a high-quality blood food here. These warriors are full of powerful martial intent. For monsters, it is an extremely delicious delicacy. A huge third-order bear, licking its own lips, shouting very excitedly. He rushed towards the students in these martial arts halls. Going to have a good meal. Dare! A beautiful figure appeared in midair. At the last moment, Lung Yin finally appeared. He greeted him in an instant. A terrifying phantom appeared behind her. Under the blessing of the Grandmaster Realm, every blow she strikes possesses terrifying power. Slashing out with a sword, the head of the bear in front of him was immediately eliminated. Damn! Watch as the head rolls down. The other 2 third-tier monsters immediately roared angrily. Then, like crazy, rushed up. Everyone thought that these 2 third-tier monsters would fight desperately. Curator Qian is planning to make a move. But these 2 extremely angry Tier 3 monsters turned around and ran away. If you want to escape, it's too late. Looking at the third-tier monster that was about to escape, a phantom also appeared behind Curator Qian. The phantom, transformed by Gale Wind Sword intent, rose against the wind. In an instant, he turned into a giant several feet long, waving the blue long sword in his hand at will. In the blink of an eye, the giant caught up to the third-order monster and turned it into blood mist. And another third-order monster also died in Lung Yan's hands. Teacher Lung is mighty. The curator is so strong. I also want to practice hard to become a strong person like the curator and Teacher Lung. Seeing Lung Yin and Curator Qian displaying their majesty, the people below sighed one after another. Hey, it's actually the same sword intent as that kid. The figure of Blood Shadow appeared not far away. He discovered the martial intent used by the 2 strong human beings in front of him. It is exactly the same as the martial intent used by the boy before. The 2 people in front of them must have a deep relationship with each other. And it is true. Since I can't kill you, it's fine if I kill your friend. Thinking of this, Shuiying instantly felt killing intent towards the 2 people in front of him. After licking his lips, he disappeared in place. When it reappeared, it was already in front of Lung Yin. Who are you? Lung Yin looked at the human in front of him indifferently. The undisguised killing intent in the other party's body directly showed that the other party was an enemy rather than a friend. Who? Of course, the one who took your 2 lives. Blood Shadow laughed. Then he clenched the blood-red long knife in his hand. There is also a mountain of corpses piled up behind him. A terrifying killing intent instantly enveloped the 2 of them. It made the 2 of them fall into an ice cellar. Feeling cold all over the body, there is no desire to resist at all. What a powerful killing intent. Curator Qian frowned, looking at the Blood Shadow in front of him, then forcefully drive the Gale sword intent in the body. Only then did he barely resist the killing intent. Lung Yin at the side also imitated Curator Qian to use the Gale sword intent, forcibly dispelled the fear of this killing intent in his heart. Then he fought side by side with Curator Qian. When the 2 looked at each other, they immediately understood what the other was thinking, then nodded, planning to fight against the weird human in front of them together. Because they knew each other's martial intent, it was too weird and powerful. They alone are not their opponents at all. They can only unite together to resist the attack of this Blood Shadow. Then the 3 fought fiercely, and the owners of the 2 Gale sword intent fought together. The combat power possessed is also doubled. But even so, they could barely resist the attack of the Blood Shadow, and they were not at a disadvantage. But it didn't take any advantage. The same sword intent, but you all have sword intent. Compared with that kid, you are so weak to the extreme. Shui Ying used the bloody sword in his hand to continuously suppress the two of them, while laughing maniacally. Boy, you mean Yi Ling? Curator Qian frowned. After resisting the attack of the Blood Shadow, he also opened his mouth to reply. Because this Gale Wind Sword intent was created by his ancestors, only Yangshi's Gale Wind Sword is in charge. And in his family, he is the only one who can advance to the master level. So what the other party said was only Yi Ling. So his name is Yi Ling. Blood Shadow laughed. What did you do to him? When Leng Yin heard the other party mention Yi Ling, emotions become unstable in an instant. Be enraged. The Gale Sword technique in his hand also made it more fierce. It actually has a certain upper hand. Unfortunately, you will only meet Yi Ling in hell in the future. Looking at Leng Yin, who lost control of his emotions, Shuang also understood something. A weird smile appeared on his face. Then he spoke angrily. Sure enough, under the anger of Blood Shadow, Leng Yin gradually lost control. Leng Yin, hold on. Yi Ling is so strong. The other party is definitely not his opponent. Don't let him disturb you. Curator Qian reminded instantly. Yeah, Yi Ling is so powerful. How could the other party be his opponent? After hearing what Curator Qian said, Leng Yin also understood something instantly, then stabilized the mood. Unfortunately, you have no chance. Another energy body of Blood Shadow appeared not far away, standing side by side with both. Then he looked coldly at Leng Yin and Director Qian. Damn! Seeing this scene, Curator Qian and Leng Yin couldn't help cursing. But they also know that they may be more or less ill. A Blood Shadow made it so difficult for them to deal with. What's more, now there is one more. They just can't stand it. It's over, it's over. Why is there another one? Yeah, why did the same guy appear again? It's over now. Teacher Leng and Officer Qian must be fine. It would be great if Teacher Yi Ling was here. He would definitely be able to get rid of that weird human being in an instant. It's a pity that Teacher Yi Ling went to the secret realm, so he doesn't know what's going on outside. The students below looked at the strange human beings that appeared again in the sky. They also became anxious one after another. I see. It was you who died, right? Yi Ling's figure appeared not far away. He folded his arms, holding the killing sword, and looked at the blood figure in front of him indifferently. Damn it! Seeing Yi Ling appearing, the two clones looked at each other instantly. Actually escaped directly. The two fled in two opposite directions. As long as one escapes, it will be profitable for him. After all, each of his avatars are differentiated from the main body. Every death of a spiritual body is a huge blow to the main body. It is very possible that it was because of the death of one more spiritual body that he could not advance to the realm of the Great Master. Moreover, he has no desire to resist at all, because even his body is not Yi Ling's opponent. What's more, there are only two spiritual bodies. Yi Ling! Seeing Yi Ling's appearance, Leng Yan's face showed a trace of excitement. Curator Qian also nodded to Yi Ling. Talk later. Yi Ling has no extra time to reminisce with the two. Just nodded, and then disappeared in place, waiting to show up again. He has come to the face of the Blood Shadow. With a punch, accompanied by turbulent waves, the Blood Shadow was directly engulfed. After confirming that there was no trace of residual spiritual energy left, Yi Ling disappeared again. Damn it. One day, I'll crush you to ashes. Seeing Yi Ling appearing in front of him, Shuang didn't expect the speed of the other party to be so fast. And he also felt the death of his other spiritual body. This made him very horrified, so he let out a harsh word, trying to threaten Yi Ling. It's a pity that Yi Ling doesn't follow him at all. Without the slightest hesitation, he was blasted into nothingness with a single punch. Yi Ling, what's going on? Seeing Yi Ling coming back, Leng Yin hurriedly stepped forward to ask. It's the group of bastards from the Shenhui. They want to sacrifice the entire city of it as the blood of that guy just now. to help him advance to the realm of the Great Master. Yi Ling explained briefly. So it's the bugs from Shunhui. Hearing Xinhui's name, Leng Yin and Curator Qian showed a hint of disgust on their faces. Apparently God would have this notorious guy. In their impression, it is also extremely bad. What's more, this time the other party actually wants to sacrifice tens of millions of humans. This makes them even less fond of this force. I'll go find other avatars first, and we'll talk later. There was a slight hint of urgency on Yi Ling's face. He didn't intend to stay here for long. Before, he just felt that there was a powerful aura in it. So come and have a look. He found the blood shadow. Now he can only kill the other clones as soon as possible, in order to prevent the opponent from advancing to the Grandmaster. Otherwise, once the other party advances to the realm of a Grandmaster, I'm afraid it will speed up the death of these humans. Okay, then you go quickly. Leng Yin nodded. Then he said to Yi Ling, "Be safe." Curator Qian also warned. No. Afterwards, Yi Ling's figure disappeared directly into the sky. Originally, the people below saw the appearance of another blood shadow. They were all worried about the safety of Curator Qian and Teacher Leng. When they were worried about them, Yi Ling's appearance gave them a glimmer of hope. But when they saw Yi Ling's too young appearance, hope also turned to disappointment, because strength is directly proportional to age to a certain extent. They can't count on the young man in front of him to be a strong master. But what they didn't expect was that weird human being. When I saw this young man, I was like a frightened bird, directly escaped. Then everyone saw that Yi Ling dealt with the two blood shadows very easily. A blood shadow made the curator and Leng Yin overwhelmed. But in front of the boy, he couldn't make it through a round. Can only let him slaughter. This made them feel incredible. Who is that? Below are students and instructors from other martial arts gyms, and they don't know Yi Ling above. So I asked the question that other people wanted to know the most. That's Yi Ling from our Gale Win Martial Arts Academy. Teacher Yi. Hearing this question, a student of the Gale Win Sword Academy. He stood up very proudly and explained. He is the teacher Yi you mentioned. In an instant, everyone became interested. Then he looked at the students of the Gale Wind Sword Gym with scorching eyes. This star-studded feeling made him very happy. This group of people had heard of it before. In their Hurricane Sword Gym, the strongest ones are not the curator and teacher Leng. It was a faculty member named Yi Ling. Now it seems that it is indeed too powerful to match. In the eyes of others, it can be called a formidable enemy. In front of Yi Ling's eyes, he couldn't last a round. Teacher Yi looks so young. Has he reached the state of rejuvenation? And this time a beautiful woman. With peach blossoms in his eyes, slightly damp, he looked up at the sky. Although Yi Ling has disappeared, but that invincible posture has been deeply engraved in her mind. I'm afraid I will never forget it in my life. What rejuvenation! Our teacher Yi Ling is only 17 years old this year. Still in high school now. The teacher of the Galewind Sword Academy said proudly. What? He's only 17 years old? How can this be? Walking in the sky is a sign of the realm of a master. You mean he has already reached the realm of a master at the age of 17, which is unlikely. Even if you are a child from a big city, it is impossible to reach the realm of a master at this age. Hearing the teacher of the Storm Sword Gym say that Yi Ling was only 17 years old, everyone feels incredible, because most of this group of people are in their 20s, and some even in their 30s. But most of them are warriors. There are only a few martial artists. Now you tell them that the boy in front of him is actually only 17 years old, has reached the level of master. How does that make them believe? Damn Yi Ling! Somewhere underground, Blood Shadow once again felt that his clone died in Yi Ling's hands. He let out a painful roar, because every time a clone disappears, it is a huge blow to him, even if he has been devouring blood food. But his realm has been stagnant. There are even signs of regression. In that case, don't blame me for being cruel. Then, Blood Shadow gritted his teeth. He took out a golden bead directly from the space ring and crushed it. After taking out the golden bead, Shui Ying gritted his teeth. Then, a mouthful of blood was spit out on it. Immediately, the golden beads were dyed blood red. The blood shadow flew out from the ground and came to midair, then crushed the blood-red bead. Suddenly, a huge portal appeared in midair. There are tens of feet in length and width. After the portal is opened, an earth-shattering roar came from it. A huge and ferocious monster slowly walked out of it. This is actually a black tiger with a length of more than 10 feet. The whole body has dark hair, exuding a strange black, mysterious light. There is even a pitch black horn on the forehead. Dark black lightning is faintly entwined on it. And behind it, there is a pair of disgusting meat wings. Not a single hair on it. Damn it, it's a tier 4 monster. Outside the barrier, martial kings are constantly attacking the energy shield. They were also instantly attracted by the monster. But after seeing the other party's rank clearly, his face really became uglier. Among the same level, the combat effectiveness of monsters is much higher than that of warriors of the same level. What's more, it is this kind of powerful monster with special blood. Not at all. Those great masters in Ungshi can be compared. Thinking of this, these martial kings even did not hesitate to expend their own blood. I also want to speed up my speed of breaking the energy shield. Why, you still couldn't help calling me. Guehu looked at the blood shadow in front of him and opened his bloody mouth. Don't forget to mock the blood shadow in front of you. Stop talking nonsense. According to the previous regulations, you helped me kill these human great masters. I share 30% of your blood food. Looking at the ghost tiger in front of him, there was no trace of excitement on Shui Ying's face, because it had an agreement with the ghost tiger in front of it before. Once the other party helps him, he has to contribute 30% of the blood food. Only a huge price can be exchanged for a shot from the opponent. Now he was forced to have no choice but to choose to summon the other party. 30%. After hearing Shui Ying's words, Ghost Tiger let out a strange smile. Then it opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the blood shadow in front of it in one gulp. Damn, what do you want to do? The blood shadow had no time to react, so it was swallowed. He could only let out a painful roar. It's a pity that now he doesn't have the realm of a great master at all. How could it be possible to resist the ghost tiger's devouring? To be honest, if the blood shadow reached the level of a grand master, it might stay with the opponent for a while. It's a pity that even a grandmaster dares to negotiate terms with it. Belch, after devouring the blood shadow, Ghost Tiger burped in satisfaction. Then he said with a look of disdain, "What I want now is everything." Afterwards, the Ghost Tiger's figure shrank rapidly. It turned into a woman dressed in clothes, with an extremely proud figure. Clothes are hotter. Just using a few broken leaves to block his private parts. A third-order monster that can spit out human words. And the fourth-order monster can transform into a human form. Although becoming a human, her combat power will be partially weakened. But her actions are much more convenient. It can be said that there are advantages and disadvantages. Damn Ghost Tiger, you actually broke the agreement between us. Sure enough, an animal is an animal, and there is no faith at all. At the moment when a main body died, the rest of the clones felt all of this. They all roared. And with the death of the main body, the other clones gradually lost control. It can be said that they are no longer under the control of anyone. They are avatars. They can also be their own masters. I didn't expect you to come so fast. Ghost Tiger looked at the 5 great masters who suddenly appeared. Originally, she wanted to take the initiative to find these great masters. After all, for her, these great masters are the best food. It's just that I didn't expect that these great masters would take the initiative to send them to the door. Appeared in front of her. This made her very excited. Can't help but lick his lips. Slightly charming eyes, gently swept over those great masters. Guehu, I didn't expect you to escape from the ghost shadow realm. Seeing the familiar Ghost Tiger in front of him, the Grand Master of the Zhang family stood up. He stared at her intently. There was a hint of fear in his eyes. The strange secret realm is a 4th-rank secret realm, and Ghost Tiger is one of the 4 demon kings in the secret realm. He is also the most ruthless among the 4 great demon kings. In order to advance to the 4th level, he even devoured the entire ethnic group, just to improve your bloodline. But in the end, it was really promoted to the 4th level as she thought. and possessed terrifying strength. Even among the 4 demon kings, it is the most powerful one. If it weren't for the other 3 demon kings joining forces to fight, I'm afraid that the 3 demon kings will also become the food in the belly of this ghost tiger. This also explained from the side the horror of this ghost tiger. It's also thanks to your human warriors. If it weren't for him, how could I get out? Guehu looked proudly at the 5 great masters in front of him. There was no trace of fear on his face. Its bloodline is already extraordinary. As a monster, he has a powerful physique. She didn't pay attention to the 5 great masters in front of her at all. Xinhui's group of beasts don't deserve to be called human beings at all. Li Xie's grandfather, Li Mu's cold voice came. Oh, I didn't expect Li Mu, you old guy is here too. Guehu looked at Li Mu in front of him, with a hint of memory in his eyes. She once had a fight with Li Mu. The opponent's sword technique surprised her very much. It almost hurt a trace of its fur. It's a pity that the other party ran very fast. Otherwise, it would have tasted the other party's taste long ago. But this time, the opponent couldn't escape. Let's join hands. Now we have to let go of personal grievances. Otherwise, the entire city would be in a state of doom. Li Mu looked at the other great masters. Then let it go. The patriarch of the Zhang family nodded to Li Mu. Among them, the relationship between the ancestors of the Zhang family and the Li family is the worst. The grievances of other great masters are not that deep, just simple friction. And the 2 families with the deepest grievances have both reconciled for a short time. The other great masters also nodded in agreement. I didn't expect that. You humans are quite united. Guehu licked his lips, and there was a trace of curiosity in his charming eyes. But she didn't take it seriously. Even if the 5 great masters in front of them joined forces, they cannot be its opponent. The waste teamed up, and it was still considered waste. What about you, Ling? Grandpa, can they beat that 4th-order monster? At the bottom, Li Xie looked at Yi Ling anxiously. It should be possible. Yi Ling nodded hesitantly. After the body dies, the clones of Blood Shadow are independent. Crazy massacre those human fighters. I want to become the strongest one, and then devour other clones to become another body. But unexpectedly, all of this was seen by Yi Ling. Very simply, kill these clones. Without the command of the main body, these clones killed a mass of loose sand. Just when Yi Ling breathed a sigh of relief, he didn't expect a bigger difficulty to come. That is the ghost tiger in front of me. In the entire city, there is no king realm powerhouse. This 4th-order monster will become the biggest enemy. Didn't the Wolf King egg be taken away by a strong king? Has that King Wu already walked out of an city? At this moment, Li Xie suddenly remembered something. It should be gone, otherwise the other party will definitely show up in such a dangerous situation. Yi Ling said hesitantly, but he wasn't sure either. After all, there are many kings who simply ignore the death of human beings. With a full lifespan of 3,000 years, they don't care about the death of ordinary humans at all. Because in their eyes, human death is inevitable. It's just a matter of time. If it has not reached a certain level, it will not arouse their interest at all. They only care about their own family. Other than that, I don't care about other people at all. All right, I heard Yi Ling say so. Li Xie, who was originally full of hope, also lowered her head helplessly at this time. She also did not expect that things would become so serious. Originally, she thought that such a powerful grandpa, but he didn't expect to be forced into such a situation by a monster. You may lose your life at any time. Above the sky, the ghost tiger turned back into its own body, although it looks down on the 5 great masters in front of it. But she didn't dare to relax in the slightest. Then, a huge monster that covered the sky appeared in the sky. It has attracted the attention of countless beings. At this time, the ghost tiger did not hide its existence at all. A terrifying momentum swept out in all directions like a stormy sea. In an instant, the entire city of An was quiet. These monsters and human warriors seemed to have mountains pressing down on them. Unable to move his body, he could only crawl on the ground, not daring to move. Only those who are 3rd-tier monsters or strong masters can barely have the ability to move. But all monsters and human masters understand. Determine their lives. It depends on the battle between the 5 great masters in the sky and the ghost tiger. If the ghost tiger wins, the monsters will go into a complete carnival, devoured tens of millions of blood food. Once the 5 great masters of human beings win, these monsters will be slaughtered. The whole body must become alchemy materials for human beings. It was also devoured by humans. I didn't expect that after so many years, you were still so weak. The ghost tiger opened its bloody mouth. The sound of sneer came from it. Afterwards, the huge tiger claws were raised high, and they shot directly at the Grandmaster in front of him. Although it is huge in size, its speed is not slow at all. The surrounding space simply cannot bear this terrifying force. Just like a mirror, a series of slits appeared. I have a trick to kill it, but it will take time. While resisting the ghost tiger's giant claw attack, Li Mu spoke to the 4 great masters. Okay, we'll buy you time. The 4 great masters replied one after another. After getting a response, Li Mu retreated behind everyone. Oh, is this a big move? When Guehu saw Li Mu retreating, he also recalled the past memories. It also remembered that Li Mu has a trick that can accumulate energy and exert great power. Last time, the opponent relied on this trick to escape. But this time, it will not repeat the same mistakes. So he rushed directly to Li Mu. I don't want to give the other party a chance. Huge tiger claws with a power as heavy as Mount Tai, constantly swiping. The surrounding space is cracked. Dare! Seeing this, the other great masters stood in front regardless of their own lives. Even if he used his own body to block it, he didn't dare to let Li Mu get hurt. And in Li Mu's body, a powerful aura slowly accumulated. This is his talent. It can continue to accumulate its own momentum as time goes by. Infuse it into your next attack. The longer the accumulation time, the higher the bonus obtained. The side effect is that it cannot attack during the accumulation process, and it is very easy to be interrupted. Once interrupted, the accumulated momentum will be gone, doing nothing. So he has no way to help other great masters now. Can only hope they can block a little longer. Only in this way can he completely kill the ghost tiger in front of him. It seems that you really don't want your life and dare to block me. Seeing the patriarch of the Wang family, who dared to stand in front of his eyes, Guehu was furious. The tiger claws slashed down fiercely. Just when the patriarch of the Wang family rejoiced that he came back from the gate of hell again, but never thought of it, the unicorn on the ghost tiger's head suddenly burst out a terrifying black lightning. It directly hit the ancestor of the Wang family in front of him. It pierced through the head of the ancestor of the Wang family, taking his head and consciousness with him. They were all smashed to pieces. A complete fall. There is no chance of escape. Old ancestor. The master of the Wang family below watched his ancestor fall, suddenly screamed in pain. With tears in my eyes, I couldn't believe it. My ancestor, who had lived for 1,000 years, just fell away. This huge blow made him unbearable. And with the death of the ancestor, it also means that their royal family has fallen from the list of aristocratic families. Unless a Grand Master appears again in their family. Only then is it possible to become the top wealthy family in city again. However, how can a great master have such a simple achievement? Watching the death of the ancestor of the Wang family, Li Mu was usually on good terms with him. There was also a trace of weeping in his eyes. But he can't help it. It can only continue to accumulate momentum. No, the Beastmaster just now, why did he appear in Ungshi's? At this moment, Ling suddenly remembered something. Then there was a hint of joy in his eyes. He seemed to have thought of how to solve the difficult problem in front of him. Because the appearance of the previous Beast King completely ignored the obstruction of the magic circle. In other words, this magic circle is only aimed at the strong human beings. For monsters, it has no effect at all. This is also the reason why the ghost tiger in front of him and the Beastmaster before can both appear in city. You mean to let those king-level monsters who are friendly with humans enter it? At this moment, after hearing Yi Ling's explanation, in Li Xia's eyes, there was also a hint of joy. That's right, I'm going to find those martial kings to explain the situation. Yi Ling could no longer hide the joy in his heart. Fly directly into the air. Little guy, leave as soon as you have nothing to do, and don't bother me. Watching Yi Ling, who suddenly appeared on the other side of the energy shield. Normally, the other party has such a state and is still so young. Even if he is a king, Snow King immediately accepts him as a personal disciple. Then give everything about yourself. But now, facing such tens of millions of lives, he couldn't care less. Instead, he scolded, I am afraid that if my power leaks out, it will cause harm to the young genius in front of me. My lord, this energy circle is only aimed at human fighters and has absolutely no effect on some monsters. Yi Ling didn't intend to explain anything at all. Instead, he directly expressed his thoughts. Then he pointed to the ghost tiger not far away. He believed that the other party would be able to understand what he was expressing. Yes, since this ghost tiger can go in, then other monsters can also enter. After hearing Yi Ling's words, Snow King also instantly understood what Yi Ling meant. Afterwards, his face was ecstatic. He looked at the boy in front of him. Then it tore open the void and disappeared in place. Damn humans! During the battle before, the ghost fire noticed this side. She kept one hand on purpose. And after hearing the conversation between Yi Ling and Snow King, a chill suddenly struck, and it also made it shiver. At this moment, after listening to Yi Ling's conversation with Snow King, Ghost Tiger also realized that something was wrong. Because there are traitors among mankind. Among these monsters, there are also rebellious ones who take the initiative to make friends with humans. Among them, there are also some powerful existences in the realm of the Demon King. If you wait until those Demon Kings come, it is a fourth-order monster. No matter how powerful it is not an opponent of the fifth-order Monster King. And the sudden and unexpected change also made Guehu become restless. The attack is also becoming more and more fierce. But people with a discerning eye can clearly see that the ghost tiger's mind is in a mess. Guehu, it's still too late for you to retreat now. The patriarch of the Zhang family also saw the panic in Guehu's eyes. So he took the initiative to advise. Apparently, they also overheard Yi Ling's conversation with Snow King. But it will take some time before the Demon King arrives. During this period, if the ghost tiger fights back desperately, it is very likely that one or two of them will be replaced. This is what they don't want to see. Instead of doing this, it's better to let the will-o'-the-wisp retreat on its own initiative. In this way, it is the best ending for both of them. Boy, I remember you. After hearing the advice from the ancestor of the Zhang family, the ghost tiger's attack gradually slowed down. Finally stop. Confront the four great masters. Afterwards, Guehu looked at Li Mu behind the three great masters. After Li Mu had been accumulating momentum for so long, it actually came out of the opponent's body. Feeling threatened by yourself? Although not big, but if it continues like this, if he can't instantly kill the three old guys in front of him, wait for Li Mu to save for a while. I'm afraid it will cause fatal damage to its life. At that time, there will be no room left. Not to mention, King Wu on the human side has already gone to look for those demon kings. For it is even more unfavorable. This has given him the idea of retreating. Then, it took a deep look at Yi Ling not far away. The appearance of the other party is deeply engraved in the mind. It looks like I'm being missed again. Looking into Guehu's eyes, Yi Ling also had a wry smile on his face. Then he was relieved. First there is the Xinhui, and then there is this ghost tiger. There are more lice, and he is not afraid of being bitten. And as long as he is given time, the ghost tiger in front of him will be defeated. He can be killed easily. If you don't leave, it will be too late, asterisk. The ancestor of the Zhang family urged again. The long sword in his hand pointed straight at the ghost tiger. Snort! Ghost tiger snorted coldly, then broke through the void. In front of its eyes, a black portal suddenly appeared. Then it fell into it and disappeared in place. It's a pity that this time it used this to break through its own bottleneck. As a result, he could only return to that damned secret realm again. This brought its resentment towards Yi Ling to its peak. It's finally over. Seeing the ghost tiger disappear, several great masters also heaved a sigh of relief. But they still dare not relax their vigilance, staring at the surroundings, in order to prevent the ghost tiger from killing a carbine. Unfortunately, the old king is gone. Li Mu sighed. Among those present, only he has the best relationship with the ancestor of the Wang family. But I didn't think of it. An old friend of thousands of years is gone. Not even a whole body was left. Bear King, it's up to you next. Not long after, the energy passport is outside. Two figures slowly walked out of the void. The leader was none other than Snow King, who had gone to rescue the soldiers before. And beside him was a burly middle-aged man. And the middle-aged strong man in front of him is an extremely powerful demon king. Even Snow King and the others didn't dare touch their brows. However, the relationship between Bear King and humans is extremely friendly. So he didn't hesitate at all for Snow King's request. He rushed over directly. It's okay. It's a trivial matter, nothing to worry about. Bear King nodded. Then it turned out to be exactly what Ling thought. He directly ignored the energy shield and entered the sky above Angshi. Then from the inside, he directly punched the ability passport. Click! Suddenly, an energy shield enveloped the entire city of it. Just like a shattered mirror, tiny cracks burst out. And with the Bear King's continuous attack, the crack in front of him continued to expand. In the end, it collapsed completely amidst a violent clicking sound, turned into light rain all over the sky. Seeing this scene, several martial kings suddenly became excited. Then he rushed directly into an city. It only took less than 10 minutes to solve all the monsters. Unfortunately, even so, the loss in Angshi was also very heavy. According to later statistics, it was only this time that the monsters invaded. The population of tens of millions has been directly reduced by more than half. The original population of more than 13 million. After this time, there are only less than 5 million left. This huge blow shocked the world. At the same time, the country once again launched a crusade against the Shinhui. Even for this reason, the government specially took back a martial emperor realm expert. Clean up the remnants of the Shinhui. What did you say? Zhao Ming's parents are dead. Just after she settled her affairs, Ling couldn't wait to find Zhao Ming's parents. Ask about your own parents, but he didn't think of it. But this happened. I just found out too. His parents wanted to resist those third-tier monsters. So take the initiative to attack. Unexpectedly, the two of them were ambushed by monsters, besieged by several third-tier monsters, and finally torn to pieces. Not even the bones survived. Liu looked at Ling. Then he said in a low voice, slowly. His mood is also very low, because this time the loss is really too heavy. Even in their family, half of the people lost their lives. If it wasn't for his father, the underground passage would have been built earlier. You can hide in early. I'm afraid the loss will be even greater. But his dearest sister was not so lucky. The younger sister, who was still in school, together with the whole school, was trampled down by monsters. So far, not even the bones have been found. Then where is Zhao Ming now? Ling said. After hearing the news of the death of his parents, he went crazy and then he didn't know where to go. Liu shook his head. This time, the impact of the group of bastards of the Shinhui was really too great. Numerous families have been broken. He just wants to grow up as soon as possible now. Then completely wipe out this damn Shinhui. Then crush them all to ashes. Since then, pay homage to these dead souls. Ling, the martial arts exam in Angshi can no longer be held. If you want to take part in the martial arts test, might have to go to another city. At this time, Lao Ban walked over slowly. His eyes were obviously red from crying. At this time, he was just pretending to be calm. But for the future of his students, he had to come. Old class, are you okay? Looking at the old class with red eyes, Ling couldn't help but comfort him. A dozen or so members of Lao Ban's family were lost in the jaws of the monster. Not even a scrap of residue remained. Lao Ban, who had suffered such a huge blow, actually took the initiative to come over and inform himself of these people. This made him really unbearable. It's okay, it's all over. The old class pretended to be calm and said, but the slightly trembling body also means his heart. Not as calm as it looks on the surface. Then he continued. This time it was decided by the above. because this time, Angshi really suffered a heavy loss. It takes too long to rebuild order. Therefore, this Anshi martial arts test was cancelled. But to be fair, all warriors in a city can go to other cities, participate in the martial arts test, and do not occupy any of the places. So, my suggestion is that you go to the nearby Shangjing city. It is in your best interest to take part in the martial arts test in Shangjing. Is there anything to say about this? Old Ben, Liu stood aside and looked towards him curiously. Comparatively speaking, the level of warriors in Shangjing City is almost the same as ours in its city. For some ordinary students, going to Beijing is the best choice. Of course, Yi Ling, you don't need to think about this. You can go wherever you want. Lao Ban looked at Li Yu and then at Yi Ling. Because in the face of Yi Ling's terrifying strength, wherever he goes, he is crushed to the point of crushing. He has never seen a 17 or 18-year-old grandmaster. This terrifying talent. Even if it is said that Yi Ling will become a strong man in the imperial realm in the future. Very confident in him too. I'd better go to Beijing with Li Yu. We also have a care for each other. Yi Ling thought for a while before speaking. Yi Ling, can you promise me a request? The old class hesitated again and again, but still couldn't help but raised his head and said. There was a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Then he looked at his students. Tell me, teacher. Yi Ling guessed something, then nodded heavily. If one day you have enough ability, I hope you will eradicate the moth of Shenhui. It's a pity that my talent is nothing more than that. Otherwise, I must personally exterminate these bastards. Now I want to hand over this task to you. After speaking, Lao Ban looked at Yi Ling with burning eyes, very afraid of being rejected by the other party. After all, God would be a giant. It is said that there are also powerful people in the imperial realm, but whether it is true or not, no one is sure. But all in all, this is a very terrifying and powerful strength. It's not something that can be eradicated simply, but he believes that Yi Ling's talent will sooner or later become the real emperor. At that time, it should be very easy for Yi Ling to destroy the Shenhui. Teacher, I promise you. Yi Ling nodded heavily, agreed with Lao Ban's idea. Ever since the gods used the entire city as a blood market to improve themselves, Yi Ling's impression of Shenhui reached the bottom in an instant. It is already the point of immortality. One day, he will wipe out all the opponents. Most of the houses in Angshi were destroyed. Some students who had no place to live were all arranged in a well-preserved hotel. And Yi Ling and Liu just walked in. He saw Li CS sitting in the hall. At this time, she looked haggard. His face was very pale. From the looks of it, it should have not gotten out of the previous disaster. The Li family is the most powerful family in the entire family. When resisting the attack of monsters this time, it was also the family that sprinted to the front. So their loss was also very heavy. Nearly half of the clansmen died in this turmoil. Yi Ling. Seeing Yi Ling and Liu walk in, Li Xia's pale face was also rosy. Come over quickly. Why are you here? Liu spoke first. To be able to see the girl I like again. Liu's mood also became a little joyful. It also dispelled a lot of the damage caused by the previous turmoil. I came here specifically to find you. I just want to ask, which city do you plan to go to take the martial arts exam? Well, I want to follow you too. Li CS said. I have discussed with Liu, and I plan to go to the nearby city of Shangjing to take part in the martial arts exam. Yi Ling didn't hesitate and said it directly. One more companion makes the journey more fun. What's more, Li Xie is still familiar. He had no reason to refuse at all. Then you guys, when are you going to leave? Li Xie asked quickly. The day after tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm going to the sword hall to deal with some things. Yi Ling thought for a while, then said. He doesn't have many friends. Li Yu and Li Xie in front of them were counted among them. And everyone in the Galewind Sword Hall. As their teacher, although Yi Ling only taught them for 3 or 4 days. But the impression left is also very deep. At the last moment of parting, he also wanted to say goodbye one last time. Okay, then the morning after tomorrow, I'll wait for you at the hotel entrance. Li Xie nodded. Afterwards, the 3 of them went to work separately. Yi Ling, who is alone, is not idle. Instead, he quickly slashed the whirlwind, which is the advanced martial arts of this Gale sword art, cultivated to the level of artistic conception. This made him have one more whole card. Yi Ling thought for a while, and then used the Gale sword technique and the whirlwind cut technique. From entry, proficiency, small success, great success, consummation, artistic conception. Every small realm has been recorded, even more careful and refined than the last recording. Even if it is a pig, if you practice according to his recording, you can improve quickly. But Yi Ling didn't know because of his recordings. In just a few decades, hundreds of experts in the Guru realm have come out of the Gale Windsword Hall. There are also several great masters. The next day, early in the morning, Yi Ling came to the Gale Windsword Hall. Didn't say anything else either. But all the teachers and students know the fact that Yi Ling is about to leave. But no one mentioned it. Everyone tacitly followed Yi Ling silently, practicing the Gale sword technique. After practicing until the early hours of the morning, the students and teachers reluctantly left. Let all the farewells be put in silence. This is when Yi Ling took out the recording. Curator Qian excitedly played it. After seeing such fine teaching in it, Curator Qian's breathing also became short of breath. At the same time, he also understands that this recording will become the treasure of the entire Gale Wind Martial Art Museum. It can be said to be priceless. I really don't know how to thank you. Curator Qian was too excited to speak. Then he looked at Yi Ling with scorching eyes, which made Yi Ling feel a little hairy. It's nothing more than a little effort, not to mention that I still have a little affection for the Blast Windsword Hall. Yi Ling smiled softly and didn't care. Then, he nodded to Lung Yin at the side. Without saying anything, he turned and left. Are you leaving too? Seeing Yi Ling walk away, Curator Qian seemed to realize something. Then he turned his head and looked at Lung Yin not far away. My vacation is over, and I should go back to school? Lung Yin didn't say much, but nodded. Safe travels. Curator Qian didn't keep him either. Lung Yin is only in her early 20s. How could his sword gym retain a 20-year-old master? The Sea of Stars and Stars is the place where Lung Yin chases. Curator, goodbye by fate. After finishing speaking, Lung Yin also disappeared into the night. The silver-white moonlight sprinkled down. She was left alone, walking alone on a quiet street. Perhaps the path she pursued was wrong. But it's okay. She doesn't do anything. Early morning, when Yi Ling came to the hotel lobby, he saw Li Xie practicing on the sofa in the lobby. Really, I will not give up any chance of cultivation. Seeing this, Yi Ling blamed himself very much. Ever since he acquired the exchange talent, he seems to have never practiced for a full night. In comparison, he is a sinner. Morning, Li Xie, who was cultivating, felt something staring at her. Then he opened his eyes and saw Yi Ling and Li Yu. So he ended his practice and stood up, walked in front of the two of Yi Ling. Have you eaten? Yi Ling looked at Li Xie and said, Not yet. Li Xie shook her head. After getting up, she came directly. Really haven't eaten yet. Then let's have some breakfast before we go. Yi Ling looked at the time. Anyway, there is no rush for this moment. Okay. Li Xie and Li Yu nodded. Finally, the few people walked towards the busy city next door. Don't look, it's all over. When passing by Angshi No. 1 Middle School, several people saw that Angshi No. 1 Middle School was being rebuilt. There are many, many unfamiliar faces, in and out of school one after another. However, the school gate at this time was already dilapidated. The teacher who was on guard before was also gone. Unfortunately, this memory can never come back. Even after reconstruction, those people will not come back. And the girl who wrote him the letter also disappeared in this disaster. The chances of survival are pitifully small. Yi Ling, let's go. Li Xie also shook her head helplessly. This time, her family also suffered heavy losses. Many relatives also died in this disaster. But one cannot always be immersed in sorrow. Go and have breakfast first, don't think about it. Li Yu also persuaded. Okay. Yi Ling nodded. Wait a moment. As soon as they came to the suburbs, Li Xie stopped the two of them. His face was speechless. What's wrong? Yi Ling looked at Li Xie suspiciously. You don't intend to continue to hold one in each hand like last time, and then take us to Shanjing City. Lin Xie looked at Yi Ling with a headache. There are some bad memories in my mind. Last time in the secret realm, Yi Ling took them out of danger in this way. And then everything that happened after that happened. Now, she doesn't want this to happen again. I really didn't think about it. Yi Ling realized it later and scratched her head in embarrassment. I don't know what to do. It's okay. I'm ready. Li Xie waved her hands helplessly. Fortunately, she was well prepared. Otherwise, rely on Yi Ling and Li Yu. I don't know, only in the year of the monkey can I go to Shanjing. Afterwards, Li Xie took out a purple whistle from her space ring. Then it blew up. What a big bird. Afterwards, everyone felt a dark cloud floating over their heads. It blocked all the sunlight in their area. When I looked up, I realized that it was a huge bird. In this regard, Li Yu also sighed. This bird has snow-white hair all over its body. It looks spotless, and its appearance is very high. After the bird fluttered a few times in the sky, it came and stopped in front of Li Xie. Li Xie gently stroked its head, and it also hummed in great enjoyment. Bai Yuang, I didn't expect you to have such a monster. Yi Ling also recognized the species of the bird in front of him at a glance. This is an excellent mount. Although she is only a second rank, her extremely high appearance and kind personality are also loved by some children of aristocratic families. Moreover, Bai Yuang's speed is very fast, and it is no problem to travel thousands of miles a day. With this white jade eagle, they will be able to reach Shanjing in the afternoon. Go up. Li Xie whispered something in Bai Yuang's ear. After stabilizing the other party's emotions, then he signaled that Yi Ling and Li Yu can go up. So soft. Just as he went up, Li Yu stroked the feathers on Bai Yuang's back. It's like touching the delicate silk and satin, and the buttocks are as smooth as sitting on Simmons. The whole body is sunken in. This feeling made him very excited, and he couldn't help but praise him. It's really soft. Yi Ling also stroked the feathers under her body, expressing her agreement with Li Yu's statement. Let's go. Li Xie looked helplessly at the two live treasures behind her, then gently stroked the feathers on the white jade eagle's neck. Indicates that it is ready to go. Then, Bai Yuang uttered a low cry softly. Then it waved its huge wings, flying into the air. After flying to a certain height, the taxiing begins, so that the three people above could not feel the slightest jolt. And Li Xie, who just sat on it, unwilling to let go of any time, he began to practice. Seeing this, Li Yu also took the initiative to enter the practice. Only Yi Ling was left with an embarrassed face. He was very helpless, so he could only take out his mobile phone and scroll through some videos boringly. Wait until the afternoon. The group of them finally saw a huge city. That is the destination of their trip, Shanjing City. Good, let's go. Outside Shanjing City, Bai Yuang put the three of them down, but still reluctant to leave. Hovering in the sky, under Li Xie's persuasion, he flew away step by step. After all, this white jade eagle grew up with her from childhood. The two also had a deep relationship. But in Shanjing City, there are too many ordinary people. Entering with it may cause quite a bit of trouble. After all, this is Shanjing City, not their Li families and city. You are from Engshi. The guard in charge of the guard at the gate of the city frowned slightly when he saw the information of the three of Yi Ling. They received the news very early that the martial arts exam was canceled because the city was destroyed. As a result, a large number of martial arts students will go to other cities to participate in martial arts exams. As the closest to city, it is also the most suitable city for martial arts exams. Going to Beijing naturally became the best choice for Engshi. But he never expected that only one day later, students from Engshi would come to Beijing. This is a huge blow to their local students, because these martial arts students from a city are very likely to occupy a certain number of places. As a result, their city's promotion quota will be correspondingly reduced. Therefore, they're not very welcome, these Engshi students. Naturally, she didn't show any good looks. What? Is there a problem? Yi Ling also sensed the other person's face, and there seemed to be something wrong. Deng even frowned and looked at him, asking in bewilderment. Nothing, you go in? The guard shook his head and moved out of the way behind him. And after the three of Yi Ling disappeared at the end of his sight, he just picked up his phone and sent a message. Soon, there was an extra 100,000 yuan in his bank account. Yi Ling, what do I feel? There is something wrong with the way the guard looked at us just now. After walking away, Liu also frowned. He looked at the two companions beside him. Then he spoke his mind. The guard watched them as if he saw prey, but his eyes were full of disgust. Very contradictory. It should be that the news that our Ungshi martial arts exam has been cancelled has already spread. They must have known the news in advance. It is very normal to treat us like this. Li Xie discovered the criticality beforehand. Then he spoke. But this martial arts test, she will not give up. In the last battle, she benefited a lot. After the battle of life and death, his strength has been greatly improved. Now she has reached the peak of a warrior. Only one step away, you can advance to the realm of martial arts. Even in the previous martial arts test, with her peak strength as a warrior. In the national rankings, it can also be ranked in the ranks of 1,000. She doesn't pay attention to a mere Shanjing city. Even Liu, the weakest of the three, has already reached the 7th heaven of warriors. It also has the Gale Sword technique of Deshang realm. A strong martial artist can also wrestle his wrists. Not to mention, Yi Ling, who has already reached the realm of a master. Sweeping all the way, there is no exaggeration. We should be being watched. Yi Ling spoke. As outsiders, they will definitely occupy part of the places in the martial arts examination in Beijing. It is quite normal for the other party not to welcome them. Well, it's here. Suddenly, Liu pointed to a group of people not far away. The opponent looked aggressive. Obviously, it was coming towards the three of them. I just didn't expect it to come so fast. Yi Ling was also a little surprised by this. After thinking about it, I finally understood. It should be the guard just now who reported the news to them. You are the Wuxing who came from Ungshi this time. A group of people came in front of the three of them, blocked the way of the three of them. This group of people are about 17 or 18 years old. It should also be a candidate for the martial arts test this time. Facing these three Wuxing from Ungshi, they didn't have a good look. The young man in the lead even asked directly, "Why? Do you have an opinion?" Liu stood up directly. Looking in front of him, these little Karamis who have not even reached the 5th heaven of warriors. Immediately disdainful. There is no need for Yi Ling and Li Xie to take action. He alone can solve the opponent. Did he practice the technique of hiding his breath? Why can't I feel his strength? Wu Qi, who was the leader, frowned and looked at Liu in front of him. There was a murmur in my heart, because with his strength as a martial artist, he couldn't perceive the strength of the young man in front of him. There is only one thought in my mind. That is because the other party has cultivated the technique of secret breath, which made him unable to detect the real strength of the other party. But he didn't think about it, because the opponent's realm far surpassed him. Why don't you talk? Liu frowned, looking at Wu Qi in front of him. If you want to take part in the martial arts test in Shanjing, you must pass my test. Otherwise, you will go back wherever you came from. Wu Qi bit the bullet and stood up. Then he spoke. Give me 3 minutes, Liu said to Yi Ling with a smile. He licked his thirsty lips and stood up. He took out a blue long sword from the space ring and held it in his hand, pointing directly at Wu Qi in front of him. He was extremely arrogant. In the battle the day before yesterday, he was included in the infinite backpack by Yi Ling. Therefore, he did not participate in the battle. It was also full of fire. Now that someone is coming to his door, how can he let go of this opportunity? Gonna have a good time. Let go of your grievances. And seeing Liu take the initiative to stand up, Yi Ling and Li Xie also understood each other's meaning instantly. He took a few steps back and gave up the battlefield to Liu. When the pedestrians around saw this scene, they formed a circle consciously. A small arena was formed. As a world where martial arts prosper, this kind of thing they often see. Even though some guards were patrolling not far away, some people didn't take it seriously. As long as no one is killed, the guards will turn a blind eye. After all, only continuous fighting can improve oneself. Only in this way can we survive better in the secret realm. Step up to a higher level. So, they don't prevent this behavior. On the contrary, it is very encouraging. I'd like to see what's so great about you. Seeing such an arrogant Li Yu, Wu Qi felt dissatisfied. He directly picked up his companion's spear. He confronted Li Yu. It's a pity that the strength gap is really too big. No matter how Wu Qi attacked, Li Yu easily blocked it. And Li Yu is like an old man playing a naughty boy, playing with Wu Qi in front of him. Are you playing with me? Soon, Wu Qi discovered this fact, immediately burst into a rage. The spear in his hand played more and more viciously. It's a pity that the battle that didn't reach the level of a martial artist still lacks that flavor. After all, only a martial artist can expel the abilities in his body from his body as a means of attack. As for the martial arts masters, they all fight in close combat. Naturally, it was a little less fun. Okay, I won't play with you anymore. After dozens of tricks, Liu also understood that Wu Qi in front of him was just like that. So I lost the mind to continue playing. In an instant, a sword was cut out. Then he directly cut the long spear in front of him into two neat halves. Let's go. Seeing that the spear in his hand was broken in two, Wu Qi understood. The opponent's strength is far above his own. As a group of people, even the strongest one can't take advantage of it. Naturally, he had no intention of staying any longer. Went away with a group of people. It's really boring, just run away. Seeing this scene, Liu couldn't help complaining. He's not having fun yet. If he had known, he would have played a little longer. Okay, you a martial artist from the 8th heaven, bully of 5th heaven. You are too embarrassed. Li Xie looked at Liu, who was still not satisfied, and couldn't help complaining. Hey, don't you want to play around? Liu scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Let's find a place to live first. Yi Ling spoke. Although their line of business is all on by Yue Ying's body. But the physical and mental exhaustion can't be relieved no matter what. So, he wanted to take a good rest. Okay, Li Yu and the two nodded. Li Xie is only one step away from being a martial artist. So she has been cultivating in her room for the past 2 days and is unwilling to come out. And seeing Li Xie, who is so diligent, Li Yu is unwilling to fall. Then he also imitated Li Xie and practiced hard. In this regard, Yi Ling, who doesn't like to practice, is very helpless. And in the past few days, Yi Ling has continued to use the exchange talent. Improve your own realm. Steadily improve by a small level every day. Finally, he raised his true realm to the first level of a master. Then stopped using the exchange talent. After advancing to the Grandmaster realm, the huge energy and huge changes directly overwhelmed Yi Ling. So he planned to take 2 days off before continuing to improve. And looking at the two who have been practicing in the room and refuse to come out, Yi Ling is also very free. Even to eat, the two of them were unwilling to come down. This made Yi Ling even more helpless. So a person came to the bottom of the hotel. Going to eat alone. Have you heard? The Star Auction next door will hold an auction tomorrow night. I heard that there is a Tier 3 martial art auction, which is a martial art that can only be used by the master and strong. I don't know who will win this time. It must be the 4 major families in our Shanjing city. After all, there are only 4 major families. There is enough financial resources to fight for it. That's right, every 3rd-level martial arts book needs more than 10 million dragon coins for the bottom line. That is not a price that ordinary people can afford. Everyone nodded and agreed with him. Yi Ling had just arrived below the hotel when he heard some guests discussing something. So he listened and heard them mention the 3 words auction house. It also gave Yi Ling an idea. After all, after he advanced to the master level, the strongest martial art used is only the 2nd rank whirlwind slash. This is extremely inconsistent with his status as a master. Therefore, he also wanted to obtain a 3rd-grade martial art. Only in this way can you exert your greatest combat power. Otherwise, in the future to fight the Grandmaster, do you have to rely on the 2nd-rank martial arts will to fight? However, at this time, Yi Ling realized that he seemed to be running out of dragon coins. In order to exchange for gold coins last time, he exchanged most of the dragon coins for medicinal materials. Thinking about it now, he didn't have tens of millions of dragon coins on him. If you compete with those big families for 3rd-grade martial arts, it may not be enough. It seems that we can only practice Wui pill. At this time, Yi Ling had to go back to the old way. That is to sell pills. At this time, Ling also thought of a kind of elixir. Wuidan. This is an elixir specially refined for Tier 3 Grandmasters. After reaching the third stage, Grandmaster wants to go further, not only to swallow a large amount of dark energy. You also need to transform your martial arts will into substance. Once the will of martial arts is completely substantiated, it also advanced to the realm of the Great Master. And this martial intent pill is a pill that can speed up the materialization of martial intent. Each one is worth millions. And this pill is extremely rare. Ordinary alchemists don't dare to refine it all, because the success rate of this elixir is extremely low. And Ling believes that as long as he refines this top-grade Wuidan, I am afraid that its rarity is not weaker than that of the third-rank martial arts. After all, one martial intent pill is enough to increase a person's martial intent by 10%. What's more, it is Wuidan of the highest quality. This is a very rare panacea. Thinking of this, Ling hurriedly finished his meal, then came to the largest medicine market nearby. What? You don't have a third-order monster crystal here? At this moment, Ling was stunned, because there is no third-order monster crystal in such a large medicinal material market. How does this make him believe? He even wondered if the other party was targeting him. I'm really sorry. Some time ago, Master Zhong, our fourth-grade alchemist in Shanjing City, went home to visit his relatives. In order to practice a third-rank pill, he bought all the third-rank monster crystals. It's not just my family. It is estimated that all the Tier 3 monster crystals in the city were bought by Mr. Zhong. There is really nothing we can do. And the next batch of Tier 3 monster crystals, it will take at least a week before they can be purchased back. Guest, you can come back in a week if you can wait. When the time comes, there must be goods. The boss watched Ling's purchase of so many medicinal materials, which amounted to tens of millions. So very patiently explained to Ling. He also didn't want to lose this big client. Forget it, I'll go find it myself. I heard that the Tier 3 monster crystals from other shops were also bought. Ling prepared to go directly. He can't wait that long. After all, the auction is tomorrow night. Just one day. It's better for him to go to a secret realm by himself and get some third-order monster crystals by himself. Fortunately, this Wuidan does not have any requirements on the attributes of the monster crystal. The main thing is the crystallization of Tier 3 monsters. Otherwise, it will be even more troublesome. By the way, is there a third-rank secret realm near here? Ling asked directly. Yes, but sir, it's better to be careful and not take any risks. This third-rank secret realm is full of third-rank monsters. Looking at the question asked by the boy in front of him, the boss instantly understood what he meant. But he looked at Ling's such a young appearance. Naturally, he didn't want the other party to take risks. So admonished. But he didn't expect that the young boy in front of him was already a strong man in the guru realm. It's okay, just tell me. At that time, I will hire other strong people to go. After all, I urgently need this third-order monster crystal. Ling didn't intend to reveal his strength, but said it tactfully. Since that's the case, then I can't force you, sir. If you are in such a hurry, you can go to the secret realm of the Valley of 100 Flowers outside the city. There are some flowers and plants in it. Most of them are third-order. But be careful. In the end, the shop owner couldn't help reminding Ling. Okay, thank you, boss. Ling nodded. Then he swept the medicinal materials in front of him lightly and put them into the infinite backpack. Then he walked in the direction pointed by the boss. Soon, Ling found the secret place of Baiwa Valley that the shop owner said. And at the gate of the secret realm, there is still a group of guards guarding it. Wait, boy, this is not where you came from. The chief guard at the head. It seems that Ling has such a young face. Suddenly a little angry. I thought Ling was here to mess around. He stood up straight away and came to Ling. He was covered in metal armor all over his body. From time to time, there was a metallic creaking sound due to the movement, like an ancient knight. It looks very intimidating. I'm not a kid, but a master. Ling also didn't want to embarrass the guard in front of him. After all, the other party is also doing their best to guard these secret realms, to prevent some ignorant existence from entering. So Ling didn't intend to hide his strength. So he took the initiative to say, "Ha ha, if you're the Grandmaster, I will be King Wu." After hearing Yi Ling's brazen words, the guards on the side couldn't believe it. Someone even made a mocking sound, said to Yi Ling without hesitation, "Boy, stop joking, leave quickly, or I will arrest you." The chief guard looked helplessly at Yi Ling in front of him. Then he said half-jokingly, "But this behavior is very like an adult teaching a child." After all, in the eyes of the chief guard, Yi Ling was only 17 or 18 years old, but just graduated from high school. How could it be a strong man in the guru realm? If it is said that the other party is a martial artist, there is still a degree of credibility. "Grandmaster, forget it then. I'm really a master." Seeing that the people in front of him didn't believe it, Yi Ling also shrugged helplessly. Afterwards, he took the initiative to release the aura of his master realm. Suddenly, a huge phantom appeared behind him. It was a burly figure holding a long blue sword in his hand. Almost 40% of his body turned into substance. In other words, it represents the realm of the four heavens of the master. He is really a grandmaster. No way, he is so young, but he is really a master. And you see, a small part of his martial arts has been condensed into substance. Nearly 40% of the will to substantive martial arts. I think this lord has reached the realm of the Grandmaster 4th level. This so possible, he is so young. Is it the existence of rejuvenation? I seem to have offended someone. I hope that there will be a lot of masters, and don't blame me. After seeing the martial arts behind Yi Ling, the guards behind them all stared at everything in front of them with dumbfounded expressions. Can't believe it. Some people even rubbed their own eyes for fear that they might be wrong. But when he saw the same astonished expression of his companion, he also realized that everything that happened before his eyes was real. Some even regretted it very much, because it was him just now he taunted Yi Ling. After all, Yi Ling is so young, it is impossible to see that he is a powerful master. What's more, the winner even regarded Yi Ling as a rejuvenated monster. After all, after reaching a certain level, the cultivator will return to his youthful appearance. But someone as young as Yi Ling is still very rare. It can be seen that even Yi Ling is a rejuvenated monster. Then he was very young when he became a master. Otherwise, she wouldn't look so young now. "Big, my lord, please come in." At this moment, the chief guard also came back to his senses, hastily bowed out of the way, letting Yi Ling walk over. Even forgot to charge the fee. "It's over. I forgot to collect the money." Looking at Yi Ling walking away, the chief guard at this time felt a little regretful. If he didn't collect the money, he will pay the bill in advance. That was equivalent to several months of his wages. However, I asked for it myself, who told me that my eyesight is bad. Afterwards, the head of the guard was ready to pay out of his own pocket. And at this moment, an object was suddenly thrown from a distance. Then came Yi Ling's voice. "This Tier 2 Monster Beast Crystal will be used as my entrance fee this time." Afterwards, Yi Ling entered the secret realm without looking back. "Thank you, my lord." Seeing the Tier 2 Monster Crystal in his hand, the head guard heaved a sigh of relief. "Thank you again and again," in the direction of Yi Ling. Even this monster crystal that Yi Ling gave. After he pays the fee, there is still a large surplus. Enough for them, a group of brothers, to eat well for half a month. Is this the master? It's so powerful. And he hasn't blamed us yet. He's worthy of being a grandmaster. He's so magnanimous. When will I be as powerful as Master Grandmaster? Envy? Let's forget it. If you want to become a master, you need huge resources, powerful talents, and certain opportunities. It's not something ordinary people can accomplish. I just want to be flat and live my whole life. After all, with great power comes great responsibility. Yes, as long as we can live a normal life. Is this the Valley of 100 Flowers? As soon as Yi Ling entered the secret realm, he found himself in a huge valley. In the valley, there are flowers and plants everywhere. All kinds of colors, everything you need. Even the air in the entire valley is filled with a strong fragrance of flowers. Just when Yi Ling was wondering why he didn't see the monster, he felt that a strong wind hit him. The sudden danger also surprised Ling. Hastily summoned the killing sword and held it in his hand. Then he slashed in the direction of the strong wind. At this moment, he saw that it was a blue vine. Stretches for hundreds of meters. From 100 miles away, waved towards Ling. Die! Afterwards, Ling didn't hesitate at all. With one strike of the sword, the vine in front of him was cut in half. Just when Ling thought it was going to end, thousands of vines rushed towards him overwhelmingly. They interweave and surge together in the air. Eventually, a giant vine is formed. He waved it straight at Ling. Ling quickly dodged with ghost steps, so the vine lashed hard to the ground. Boom! A loud bang followed. I saw the huge vine being pulled up. It's just that a huge gully with a length of 100 meters was left on the ground. If this is drawn on Ling, the skin will be peeled off even if he is not dead. Whirlwind! Ling was furious about this. Then he raised the killing sword in his hand and directly used the whirlwind slash that he had just learned. A sword is cut out, and the artistic conception flows. A terrifying whirlwind was formed directly. In this whirlwind, there seemed to be countless tiny blades. The vines involved in it were chopped into pieces in an instant. It can be seen that this trick is very powerful. It is also worthy of the second-rank martial arts power. Seeing that the owner of the vine did not attack again, Ling felt relieved. But Ling will not let the other party go now. Walk directly in the direction the other party came from. After Ling came not far away, it was discovered that the target of the attack just now was actually a towering giant tree. It is as high as 7 or 8 floors. The whole body is covered with slender branches. And looking at the top of the giant tree, it is covered with colorful branches and leaves. Ling's breathing suddenly became short, because he discovered that the giant tree in front of him was called the 7-Color Treasure Tree. Judging by its size, it is also a Tier 3 monster. It is also a third-rank treasure of heaven and earth. The heart of the colorful treasure tree is the main material used to make the colorful treasure pill. It is a magical elixir with a medicinal effect comparable to that of Jujidan. It can improve a person's talent cultivation. It's a very rare item. Ling didn't expect that he would be so lucky. As soon as I entered it, I found such a treasure. It made him extremely excited and unbelievable. Finally, he licked his lips and prepared to attack the colorful treasure tree in front of him. Take away the opponent's colorful treasure heart. Stop! Just when Ling was about to make a move, a group of people appeared not far away. The scolding sound came later. There are 7 people in this group. It is actually the realm of a master. Feng Yuan, who is the leader, even reached the 8th heaven of Grand Masters. The moment he saw Ling attacking the colorful treasure tree, Feng Yuan was furious. Because of this colorful treasure tree, they have been searching for it for a long time before they found it. Moreover, it took a lot of thought to control the other party here. Otherwise, the other party would have already run away. How could it be possible to stay in place? The other party wanted to steal their achievements. How could he agree? After all, it took them so long to get this colorful treasure tree. If you say stop, stop it. Does he have your name written on it? Ling frowned, looking at the group of people in front of him. Even if the other party is all masters, he is not afraid at all. Look under the 7-Color Treasure Tree. That's the magic circle we set up. If it weren't for us, this colorful treasure tree would have gone long ago. Therefore, this colorful treasure tree should belong to me. Feng Yuan stood up and explained proactively. So what? Ling swept his eyes and also found the magic circle. But even so, he did not give up the idea of this treasure. Are you sure you want to fight us? There are 7 of us, but you only have 1. If you fight, you can't take any advantage. Feng Yuan frowned, still trying to persuade, because he looked at Ling in front of him, so young, led him very surprised. There was even a trace of fear. Such a young genius must also be a child from a big family. Otherwise, how could it be possible to advance to the realm of a master at such a young age? So he was not willing to easily offend the young man in front of him. If they can make the other party retreat voluntarily, then they will save a little trouble. If the other party insists on not leaving, then he can only let the other party stay here. After all, this is a secret place. As for letting him give up this colorful treasure tree, it is naturally impossible. He has exhausted all his wealth in pursuit of this colorful treasure tree. Just for the 7-color treasure heart of this 7-color treasure tree, and then improve my talent. His potential has long been exhausted. If there is no such colorful treasure heart, for the rest of his life, he could only stay in this guru realm, unable to see the scenery of higher realms. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible for him to give up this colorful treasure tree. I'm Yi Ling, and what I'm good at is hitting more than one. Looking at the 7 people in front of him, Yi Ling gently stroked the killing sword in his hand. Even, he could feel a trace of joy coming from the sword body. As he kills more and more powerhouses of the same level, the more damage the killing sword increases, the more damage it will increase. Young people are arrogant and domineering, and they don't know the heights of the sky and the earth. Today, I will teach you a good lesson on behalf of your elders. After seeing Yi Ling's reluctance to regress, he also lost his temper. Waving directly behind him, a younger brother flew over immediately. In his opinion, Yi Ling in front of him is not worth his shot. My suggestion is that you go up together or else just him alone. It's really not enough to watch. Yi Ling looked at the little brother in front of him, with a slight twist of the corner of his mouth, and said very indifferently. A gust of wind, sword slashed out instantly. Knock out the little brother in front of him directly. And this was just a random blow from him, with only half of his force. Fortunately, Yi Ling didn't kill him. Otherwise, this blow would be enough to split the little brother in half. However, there is no grievance between them. Yi Ling will not be cruel. Unexpectedly, 980 still underestimated you. Looking at the younger brother, who was easily repelled, Fang Yuan knew it too. Yi Ling in front of him was a bit difficult to mess with, because even he couldn't do what Yi Ling did. Afterwards, he signaled his younger brother to step back and let the battlefield out. Then he took out a big knife with 9 rings. 9 locks. The knife surface is extremely sharp, shining with a cold light. Even, there is a faint smell of blood permeating the air. You don't see enough? Looking at Fang Yuan in front of him, although the other party's realm has reached the 8th level of Grandmaster. But in Yi Ling's view, it's nothing more than that. The breath of the opponent is not even as strong as his own, so he didn't put the other party in his eyes at all. Lu Yu slash. As soon as he came up, Fang Yuan directly used the 3rd level martial arts. Swing directly at Yi Ling. Intangible energy condensed into a crescent moon, slashing towards Yi Ling. 3rd grade martial arts? Yi Ling also noticed how powerful Lu Yuezhan was. There was a hint of excitement in his eyes. Then he directly resorted to Whirlwind. A terrifying whirlwind directly met Lu Yu, constantly fighting in the air, tong. Finally, in a huge roar, both were reduced to nothingness. The energy overflowed, directly shattering everything within a radius of 100 miles. So strong. Fang Yuan knew that he was the one who lost this time. Because of Yi Ling in front of him, the martial arts he used. It can be clearly seen that the opponent is using 2nd grade martial arts, and I am using the 3rd grade martial arts. If the opponent also uses the 3rd grade martial arts, then he will lose. It's cool. This is the first time I have experienced such a happy battle. Come again. Yi Ling looked at Fang Yuan and said excitedly. The killing sword in his hand was also trembling slightly. Looks very happy. Boss, let's go together. There is something wrong with this kid. At this moment, the little brother behind Fang Yuan also found something wrong. After looking at each other, they did not wait for Fang Yuan to agree. So they stood side by side with him, planning to besiege Yi Ling. It came just in time, looking at the group of 7 people who were finally preparing to besiege him together. Yi Ling licked his lips excitedly. Then he clenched the murder sword in his hand. Then his body emitted a golden light. 3 scorching suns appeared behind him, hanging high. Under the golden light, his body exudes a golden light. It seems to be covered with a golden coat. This, Ajk, is Yi Ling's first-class martial arts, Senyang body. Another martial arts? Seeing this scene, the party was stunned. Ordinary people cultivate a kind of martial arts, and they're already at the level of untalented people. Otherwise, it would be impossible to reach the realm of a master. But the boy in front of him possessed two kinds of martial arts at such a young age. It puts him to shame. At the same time, he realized that something was wrong. Because such a talented young man is 100% a child from a big family. If the other party is allowed to escape, they will inevitably be unable to avoid the liquidation of the other party's family in the future. But they didn't want to give up the colorful treasure tree in front of them, because it is related to whether their eldest brother can advance to the level of a great master. They are 7 brothers, and they have always shared joys and sorrows and advanced and retreated together for 100 years. Among them, his eldest brother has the highest talent. But it was only after reaching the 8th level of the Grandmaster, and he couldn't make an inch of progress. So they spent decades looking for this colorful treasure tree, help the eldest brother reach the realm of the Great Master, then wait for them to reach the realm of a Great Master, and then come to help them. Back then, his elder brother was promoted from the realm of martial artist to the realm of Grandmaster in the same way. Later, after his eldest brother reached the realm of a master, they were all promoted to masters. That's why there are 7 of them, all masters. Now, they're just following the same pattern. However, now they encountered a little difficulty. Just remove the difficulty. Then their future achievements are unimaginable. Okay, let's go together. Seeing that his brother said so, Feng Yuan gritted his teeth. After looking at each other with his companions, he took the initiative to launch an attack. Surround Yi Ling in it. Recklessly waved the weapon in his hand to launch an attack. Interesting, as Yi Ling fought with the 7 people in front of him, he found that the 7 people in front of him had a very strong combat effectiveness in team combat. If the original 7 people fight separately, each person's combat power is 1. Then the 7 of them added up, and their fighting strength reached at least 20. Boy, it's still too late for you to retreat now. Otherwise, it will be too late for you when we really make a killing move. Watching Yi Ling fall back with reeds under siege, Feng Yuan, who was the leader, never dared to kill him. The purpose is to make Yi Ling retreat voluntarily. After all, he didn't go to the last point, and he didn't want to provoke the boy in front of him. If they really killed each other, then they would have no choice but to flee for their lives. Come again? Yi Ling looked at his gold coin exchange balance, and there were more than 1,000. So he gritted his teeth and directly promoted the first-rank martial arts Sanyang body to the 3rd-rank realm. Suddenly, a powerful breath gushed out from Yi Ling's body. Another 2 rounds of scorching sun flew out of his body. Then hang high. Immediately, 5 scorching suns appeared above Yi Ling's head. Reflecting each other, under the sunshine, the golden light on Yi Ling's body became thicker and thicker. From the previous soft armor, it directly changed to today's golden armor. The defense is even worse. There is a terrifying aura in every gesture. It makes Yi Ling's combat effectiveness improved, I don't know how much. This is the artistic conception of 3rd-grade martial arts. Feng Yuan's eyes widened with anger, and he recognized the martial arts used by Yi Ling in front of him. Directly from the 1st rank just now, it suddenly rose to the current 3rd rank. This made Feng Yuan think that Yi Ling was hiding his clumsiness. Only now has he shown his true strength. Just now. But this 3rd-grade martial art artistic conception is really too terrifying. It was a little hard for him to accept, because he has achieved the realm of a master, and he is only a 1st-grade martial arts. In fact, most of the masters, the martial arts will of the advanced masters are all 1st-grade martial arts. After all, not everyone is a genius. The higher the grade, the more difficult it is to cultivate. It can be said that the difficulty is exponentially increased. Therefore, most of the grandmasters are just masters who have entered the realm of 1st-grade martial arts, although it has a certain impact on the realm behind. But not everyone is qualified to advance to a higher level. Generally speaking, a master is already the pinnacle of ordinary people. 3rd-grade artistic conception. Is this a genius warrior? This is the first time that they and their group have seen a 3rd-rank Wui. Apart from being stunned, I just couldn't believe it. The 3-yang physique is originally for cultivating the physical body. What's more, the current Yi Ling has raised it to the 3rd rank of martial arts. The blessing of one's physical body can be said to have reached a terrifying level. Under the blessing of third-grade martial arts and Tianyang body, Yi Ling turned from defeat to victory directly. From being crushed and beaten, he reversely crushed the 7 people in front of him in an instant. Even ordinary attacks carry a terrifying aura. Crack! With just one punch, Yi Maijian shattered the Jihuan saber in Fang Yuan's hand. Make it retreat again and again, not daring to fight Yi Ling. But Yi Ling didn't have any scruples at all, so he went straight to Fang Yuan. Because he knew that Fang Yuan was the most powerful existence in this group. Also a leader. Just beat him. The remaining 6 people. It's just a chicken and a dog, you can let it go. He is at the mercy of. Seeing that the elder brother was in trouble, the younger brothers became anxious. Fearing that something might happen to his elder brother, he rushed towards Yi Ling like crazy. But what they didn't expect was, facing the attacks from his group of people, Yi Ling in front of him was actually unbiased. Let them attack. This made them very frustrated and very angry, because Yi Ling looked down on them. But when their attacks fell on Yi Ling, they realized how wrong they were. The third-rank martial arts they were proud of did not leave even a trace on Yi Ling's body. No matter how you attack, it will be useless. Stop, hold, stop. Seeing this fist as big as a sandbag is about to fall on his face. A strong gust of wind made Fang Yuan's face ache from the gust of wind. The great fear and life-and-death crisis made Fang Yuan couldn't help shouting. He waved his hands again and again to signal his surrender. He who knows things is a great man. Seeing this scene, Yi Ling quickly stopped. Nor is he really wanting the life of the person in front of him. After all, in the fight just now, the opponent has been holding back. Don't want to risk your own life. In this way, he can only keep his hand. If the other party made a killing attack just now, then the few people in front of him, I'm afraid he has already blown it up abruptly. Let's go. Fang Yuan took a deep look at the colorful treasure tree not far away. He knew that he had no predestined relationship with this colorful treasure heart. After all, he is not Yi Ling's opponent. So he turned his head and prepared to leave, etc. But at this moment, Yi Mai stopped him suddenly. Why? We have already planned to give you this 7-color treasure heart. Why are you still unwilling to let us go? Are you going to kill them all? The little brother on the side quickly stood up. He looked at Yi Ling angrily. After all, it was Yi Ling who snatched them away and searched hard for decades to find the colorful treasure tree. I can help you refine the colorful pill, but you have to promise me one condition. Yi Ling pointed to the colorful treasure tree not far away, then said with a smile. At this time, he looked at the group of people in front of him, but he had a little more idea. So he stopped them. 7-color treasure pill. Although it is only a 3rd-grade elixir, the difficulty of refining it is no less than that of a 4th-grade elixir. Even Master Zhong, who appeared in Shanjing City some time ago, did not dare to say that he could practice it 100%. What makes you able to refine this 7-colored treasure pill? Hearing Yi Ling's words, Fang Yuan also frowned. It seems that they don't quite believe what Yi Ling said. After all, the refining of this elixir is extremely difficult. Its master material is hard to find. This is also the reason why they searched for decades to capture this colorful treasure tree. Another reason is the difficulty of refining it. It is not something that can be simply refined. Originally, according to Fang Yuan's plan, he took the 7-color treasure heart directly. Although the efficacy is greatly halved, but it also saves some trouble. After all, if the 7-color treasure pill has not been cultivated, this 7-color treasure heart is also destroyed. It's better to take it directly, it's more secure. You don't have to worry about this. Come to ULI Hotel to find me in 3 days. By the time, I can hand over this 7-color treasure heart to you. But you have to promise me one thing. Yi Ling said confidently, with the spiritual stove in hand, let alone a mere 7-colored treasure pill. Even if it is the 7th-grade treasure pill of the highest quality. He also pinched it casually. Tell me first, what do you want me to promise you? At this moment, Fang Yuan also chose to believe in Yi Ling. After all, this colorful treasure pill, if the other party is telling the truth, that is, he took a huge advantage. After all, it is compared to taking the colorful treasure heart directly. This 7-color treasure pill can maximize the efficacy of this medicine. You can greatly improve your talent. It is more conducive to advancing to the level of a great master. I hope you can help me do things in form of force. Collected treasures of heaven and earth and some rare martial arts skills specially for me. Of course, I will not treat you badly. If you want to practice any elixir, just hand over the ingredients to me. I will help you refine at 100%. It can even guide you on some issues in martial arts. Afterwards, Ling expressed his thoughts. In fact, he had this idea very early on, but there has been no way to achieve it. Looking at the 7 people in front of him at this time, he had this idea. Can you give me 3 days? Yuan looked back at his 6 brothers. He could not agree in place of his brother. This matter can only be determined after discussing with them. But in fact, he has been shaken. Even his 6 brothers had this idea in their hearts. After all, Ling is so young and so talented. At a young age, he is in the realm of a master, and his combat power is outstanding. Following him, the future achievements are unimaginable. Okay, then I'll wait for you at ULI Hotel. Ling smiled confidently. He believed in this group of people and would definitely not refuse his kindness. So he handed over the contact information to the leader Yuan. Farewell. See, Ling is not saying anything. Yuan cupped his hands and then led the group behind him. The brothers left. Finally, Ling looked at the colorful treasure tree not far away. The 7-colored treasure tree was already killed by Ling's whirlwind. It's just that the 7-color treasure heart has not been taken away. In order to avoid nights and dreams, Ling took the colorful treasure heart directly. And looking at the colorful treasure heart in his hand, Ling also revealed a hint of joy in his eyes. It was the first time for him to encounter such a rare natural treasure. Although there are only 3 grades, its rarity is no less than that of the 4th rank or even 5th rank treasures. It's just that it's a pity. Ling looked at the colorful treasure heart in front of him and said with a little sigh. In fact, the upper limit of this colorful treasure tree is extremely high, enough to grow to a higher level. But the 100 Flowers Valley Secret Realm is, after all, a 3rd-rank secret realm, and only the 3rd rank is available online. Therefore, no matter how high the innate ability of the colorful treasure tree is, it is impossible to break through the 3rd level. This also means that it can only be a Tier 3 monster. If it was born in a 4th rank or 5th rank secret realm, maybe it will be able to break through to a higher level. Then the 7-color treasure heart in front of me might be the 4th or 5th grade. At that time, the refined 7-color pill will be even more effective. Even, it can transform an ordinary person into a peerless genius. Possesses a terrifying talent. But things are unpredictable. Even if the opponent lives in a 4th order or 5th order secret realm, maybe it was discovered by those powerful monsters early on. Then it was devoured. Don't give it a chance to grow at all. After all, the higher the realm, the more powerful the abilities one possesses, and the more terrifying the supernatural powers will be. It is also easier to detect the existence of the colorful treasure tree. So fortune and misfortune depend on each other. Perhaps it is precisely because the 7-colored treasure tree lives in the 3rd rank secret realm and the 100 Flower secret realm. That's why it survived for so long. Unfortunately, in the end it still did not escape the fate of being discovered by humans. In the end, he died at the hands of Ling. This is why Ling really wants to sigh. Afterwards, Ling put the colorful treasure heart into the infinite backpack, ready to start hunting other Tier 3 monsters. But at this moment, Ling found that there were many powerful auras coming here. The other party's target was actually the 7-colored treasure tree behind him. At this moment, he realized, even if you lose the 7-colored treasure heart, this colorful treasure tree is also quite good food for some monsters. For monsters, it has a fatal attraction. Thinking of this, the corners of Ling's mouth almost split open. It really doesn't take much effort. Ling chuckled. He originally planned to store all the colorful treasure trees in his infinite backpack, but he also gave up on this idea. Sit and wait for these 3rd-order monsters to come and die. Afterwards, Ling saw monsters one after another, attacking here like crazy. More and more monsters gathered below. They even started fighting for a piece of tree trunk. Seeing this bloody scene, Yi Ling did not stop him. Instead, sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. When they fight to the point of exhaustion, Yi Ling will appear and kill them. And relying on this trick, Yi Ling only used it for one night. They harvested dozens of Tier 3 Monster Beast crystals and hundreds of Tier 2 Monster Beast crystals. It can be said to be quite rewarding. It's all effortless. And this colorful treasure tree is really his lucky star. Not only did it bring him the 7-color treasure heart, such a treasure of genius and treasure. Even its corpse has attracted so many first-order monsters to Yi Ling, so that he doesn't have to go to other places to look for monsters. In the evening, Yi Ling walked out of the secret realm of Baiwa Valley contentedly. "My lord, let's go." The head of the guard standing guard at the door and the guards behind him. The moment he saw Yi Ling, he immediately shouted. This attitude made Yi Ling very useful and happy. So he took out a Tier 3 monster crystal from his infinite backpack and threw it to them. "Today's harvest is good, and I will reward you with this monster crystal." After speaking, Yi Ling laughed and left. Hiss! This is the crystallization of a third-order monster. When the head of the guard hurriedly took over the monster crystal that Yi Ling threw to him. But to his astonishment, he discovered that this monster crystal was actually a third-order monster crystal. A strong man equivalent to the realm of a human master. In the market, at least it is worth several million dragon coins. And a few million dragon coins. It is enough to buy a hardcover house of more than 100 square meters in Shanjing City. This master is really proud. A guard applauded. Some people gave them rewards before, but this was the first time they had received a Tier 3 monster crystal as a gift. That's right. I've never seen such a heroic Grand Master before. Not only did he not blame us before, but now he gives us such a great gift. This is the charm of the strong. The younger brothers on the side are looking at the crystallization of third-order monsters in front of them. There was excitement in his eyes. At the same time, breathing became rapid. This third-order monster crystal worth several million was divided. Each of them can at least get hundreds of thousands of dragon coins. It is equivalent to their 10-year salary. It really overwhelmed them. But the reality is like this. This third-order monster crystallization, whether they believe it or not, at this time, it is in the hands of their chief guard. After get off work, let's have a good meal. Looking at the Tier 3 monster crystal in his hand, the chief guard smiled and said to his brother behind him, "When the time comes, they split the money. You can start lying down straight away." It was late at night, and Yi Ling returned to the Uli Hotel. However, he found that the 2 rooms opposite him were still tightly closed. But Yi Ling perceives carefully. Then he could sense the aura of Li Yu and Li Siye. For this, Yi Ling lamented these 2 cultivating madmen very much. And at this moment, he was also aware of Li Siye's aura. It seems to be at the breaking point. Estimated at this rate, in these 2 days, the opponent can successfully break through to the martial artist realm, although the other party's talent is not as good as Yi Ling's. But it can also be regarded as a true genius. After all, ordinary warriors at this age are eligible to enter the martial arts university if they can possess the 5th heaven of warriors. And warriors from the 7th heaven can enter this book. If you reach the realm of a martial artist, you can enter 100%. Among the 4 most powerful holy-level academies in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Be a student of it. As for Yi Ling, as his master, I am afraid that instead of being a student, I can go in and be a teacher directly. However, Yi Ling didn't look too much. Instead, he returned directly to his room, planning to refine Wui Pill. Then he took out the Tier 3 Monster Beast crystal that he had just obtained. Then, together with the medicinal materials, they were directly put into the minister of the spirit stove. At this time, the spiritual furnace has already broken through to the 3rd grade after thousands of refinements. It can be 100% refined to produce 3rd-grade pills. Whether it is the Wui pill or the 7-color treasure pill, they are all within the refining scope of the spiritual stove. And once the spiritual furnace is sold, it must be a high-quality product. Last but not least, it is also a top-quality elixir. Soon a bottle of Wui Dan appeared in Yi Ling's hands. Each jade bottle is filled with 10 top-grade martial arts pills, and the top-grade Wui pill is fully filled with 50 jade bottles. In other words, Yi Ling has refined a total of 500 top-grade Wui pills this time, and these 500 top-grade Wui pills may be sold at a sky-high price, enough for Yi Ling to deal with tomorrow's auction. Thinking of this, Yi Ling's expression also became lighter. Finally, began to refine the 7-color treasure pill. Throw in the materials prepared in advance, and the colorful treasure hard directly. Successful refining of colorful treasure pill. Crit trigger 10 times. Looking at the critical strike this time, it actually triggered a multiplier of 10 times. This made Yi Ling's breathing more and more urgent. Originally, only 12 top-quality 7-color treasure pills came out of this furnace, but under 10 times the crit, it directly turned into 120 colorful treasure pills. It made Yi Ling's breathing become more rapid. It's a pity, no matter how good this colorful treasure pill is, it also only works when you take the first pill. I have to find someone to try this colorful pill first. Yi Ling licked his lips, then remembered something. Directly outside the door. Then there was a knock on Li Xie's door. At this moment, Li Xie is on the juncture of breaking through. If you swallow this 7-color treasure pill, it will greatly shorten the opponent's training time. It can even make her break through to a higher level immediately. And Li Xie was awakened by Yi Ling's violent knock on the door. Suddenly frowned. After sensing that the breath outside belonged to Yi Ling, the dissatisfaction on his face disappeared. Then he opened the door. Then he looked at Yi Ling in front of him with a look of reproach. It's so late? What's the matters? It's over. My goddess is about to lose her voice. This huge movement not only woke up Li Xie, but also woke up Li Yu. When he heard the voice next door, suddenly a sense of loss emerged from his heart. But he has no choice, after all. His relationship with Li Xie is just ordinary friends. What are the qualifications? To stop them both? I hope Yi Ling can be gentle with my goddess. Subsequently, Li Yu sighed silently. Then he closed his 5 senses and really couldn't bear to hear the voice next door. I have refined an elixir, and I want you to try it. Yi Ling said straight to the point. Then he took out the 7-color treasure pill that he had just refined from his bosom. Above, also distributed, with a faint heat. Then a tangy aroma overflowed. What kind of medicine is this? Looking at the elixir in Yi Ling's hand, Li Xie dared not pick it up. Instead, he looked at Yi Ling in front of him with slightly puzzled eyes. At the same time, my heart skipped a beat. Think Yi Ling is trying to do something bad. But to Yi Ling. But Li Xie couldn't think of refusing. However, Yi Ling soon explained to her the function of this elixir. It also made her breathe a sigh of relief. This is the 7-color treasure pill, which is refined from the 3rd-level Heaven and Earth Treasure 7-color treasure heart. The effect is similar to that of Zhuji pill, which can help a person cleanse the marrow and cut tendons and improve a person's cultivation talent. I just refined a furnace, and I want you to taste what it does. Yi Ling patiently explained. I was afraid that Li Xie might have misunderstood something. After all, it's the middle of the night, and it's lonely men and widows. It is easy to cause misunderstanding. I thought it was something. After hearing Yi Ling's explanation, Li Xie breathed a sigh of relief. But there was also a slight sense of loss. Then let me try first. Afterwards, Li Xie picked up the 7-colored treasure pill from Yi Ling's hand, swallowed into the stomach, then sit cross-legged, finally refining the colorful pill. After all, it is a 3rd-grade elixir, so it will take some time to refine it. But with the passage of time, the efficacy of the medicine gradually came into play. The effect of washing the essence and cutting the marrow was also gradually reflected in Li Xie's body. Layers of black jelly slowly overflowed from the surface of her body skin. With the birth came a strange stench. And Li Xie, who was practicing, also felt the stench coming from the surface of her body. When he opened his eyes, he saw that his whole body had turned black. Obviously, it is the impurity that has just been discharged. This process is also the legendary washing of scriptures and cutting marrow. But Li Xie has a slight obsession with cleanliness. It is simply unacceptable. Suddenly, there was an unbearable scream. Alas, another ignorant girl who was transformed from a girl into a woman. The guests in the next few rooms, after hearing this scream from a girl, suddenly, a half-understanding smile appeared. Then I complained about how the hotel's sound insulation is the worst, while secretly sighing, "It stinks." Looking at myself, full of stench, Licia couldn't bear it at all and rushed into the bathroom directly. After staying in the bathroom for a full hour, he walked out contentedly. "I have something to do, so I'll go first." And looking at the perfect body wrapped in a bath towel in front of him, Ling felt his nose itch. It seems that something is flowing out. Hastily covered his nose, then walked out, fleeing out of Licia's room. "I have no guts." Look at Ling, who just walked out. Licia couldn't help complaining. But then, she felt a strong energy rise from your own body. Feeling this familiar feeling, Licia showed an excited smile on her face. Is he finally going to be promoted to the realm of martial arts? And Ling in the opposite room also felt the energy fluctuation of Licia's breakthrough. A satisfied smile suddenly appeared. It's not in vain that he specially sent this 7-color treasure pill for the other party. As expected of a 7-colored treasure pill, soon, the volatility that the stock could break through disappeared. At this time, Licia could feel that her talent had been greatly improved, at least several times as much as before. And this is the huge change that the colorful treasure pill brought to her. In fact, she was as early as when Ling uttered the colorful pill. You already know the effect of this elixir. After all, she has also read relevant knowledge. Naturally, he also knows the effect of this colorful treasure pill. But he didn't expect that the medicinal effect of this colorful treasure pill would be so terrifying. Such a precious 7-color treasure pill. Ling actually gave it to me just like that. This kindness is really too great. Afterwards, Licia thought of Ling just now. Such a precious 7-colored treasure pill was just given to him directly. This caused Licia's heart to fluctuate a little. The favor towards Ling has skyrocketed. After all, this 7-color treasure pill is a rare treasure that cannot be found. In this age when the foundation establishment pill had disappeared, the value of a colorful treasure pill has far exceeded the price it should have. It can be said that it is something that has a price, but no market. If it is put on the auction, it is estimated that the price of hundreds of millions of dragon coins can be auctioned. After all, this colorful elixir is a magical elixir that can improve a person's cultivation talent. For some beings who are stuck in bottlenecks or have low talents, this 7-color treasure pill is equivalent to giving them a second life. Definitely want it at any cost. Thinking about it like this, GCF felt that she owed Ling more and more. This made her not know how to repay this kindness. But Ling, who returned to the room, didn't think so much. Then he also took a 7-colored treasure pill. Maybe it's because of the vermilion fruit I took before. Ling's body has been washed twice, so this time there are not many impurities discharged. Therefore, Ling didn't feel that his talent had improved much. Then I tried to replace sleep with practice again. But as he practiced, he fell asleep again, unknowingly. It wasn't until the next morning that Ling remembered what he had done last night. Suddenly feel ashamed. "Ling, are you up yet?" At this time, Liu's voice sounded outside the door. Ling hurriedly stood up, 143, and opened the door. "Let Liu walk in. How did you have time to come out today?" Ling looked at Liu curiously, a little puzzled, because in the past 2 days, Liu never walked out of the room. Even food and drink are called to the waiter to deliver. Like today, take the initiative to find yourself. It is also a rare thing. Let him quite puzzled. "It's been a long time since I've been out for activities, and I want to have breakfast with you." Liu walked in. Then Liu walked in and looked at Ling's room, pretending not to care. After failing to find that familiar figure, Liu also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Licia did not spend the night in Ling's room. He didn't let him see this embarrassing scene. He can also comfort himself. "By the way, this is a 7-color treasure pill. You can eat one too." Last night, Licia had already eaten one. Afterwards, Ling seemed to remember something. Then he quickly took out a colorful treasure pill from the infinite backpack and handed it to Liu. In this way, the opponent's talent can also be increased. Future achievements will be even higher. After all, he is his good brother, so Yi Ling will naturally not be stingy. Last night, could it be because of this elixir? At this moment, Ji Yu realized that he had misunderstood Yi Ling. Afterwards, he swallowed the 7-colored treasure pill very touched. Then, went back to the room. It seems that today, he can only stay in the room again. And as a warrior, he naturally knew the efficacy of this colorful pill. After all, he didn't want to choose the essence in front of other people. Seeing Li Yu return to the room, Yi Ling was also helpless. Today, he was the only one going to eat breakfast again. But he didn't expect that he just walked out of the room. I saw the door on the opposite side suddenly open. Then I saw Alicia walking out, stretched lazily. The beautiful figure is perfectly displayed. By the time she noticed that Yi Ling was seeing her, it was too late. Don't look, let's have breakfast. Alicia blushed and pulled you back. Today's Alicia is dressed in a blue dress. Show off his body perfectly, neither fat nor thin. The face is still full of youthful breath, like the first love in everyone's heart. When looking at Yi Ling, there was a smile on his face. This is also a bit surprising for her cold personality. Perhaps it was because of the 7-colored treasure pill that Yi Ling gave her last night, which completely moved her. Do you want to wake up, Li Yu? At this moment, Li Xie didn't know that Li Yu had just walked into the room. He still has something to do, so don't call him. Yi Ling shook his head. Absorbing colorful treasure pills cannot be completed in a short time. Then he followed Li Xie down. We came to the place below for morning tea together. Along the way, the cold-looking Li Xie also attracted the attention of many perverts. They all stared at her, but no one dared to make any excessive moves. After all, Yi Ling on the side seemed very difficult to mess with. That powerful breath even made them unable to breathe. But at this moment, many people have already come to the place to eat breakfast. Among them, the most talked about is about the auction tonight. Yi Ling was also interested in this and quickly listened to it. After all, he is also going to participate in this auction tonight. I heard that the patriarchs of the 4 major families will be present at the star auction this time. It is said that the rare treasures will be sold tonight. A burly middle-aged man said mysteriously, "Be the first to open the topic. Don't you know something? Don't keep it secret. Say it quickly and let us open our eyes." The people on the side quickly looked at the middle-aged man curiously. He spoke from the hearts of the people. This time, the star auction got a pet egg of a 4th-order monster. It is said that the goal of the patriarchs of the 4 major families is it. The man in the middle deliberately picked up the wine glass in front of him and sipped it lightly. When I saw everyone present, I was a little impatient, so I put down my wine glass. Said slowly, "What's wrong with this? Isn't it just a 4th-order pet egg?" "That's right. The pet egg of a 4th-level monster will only be a 4th-level egg if you die in the future. What's so good about grabbing it? Among the 4 major families, there is no shortage of great masters." The other drinkers, after hearing what the man in the middle said, there was a lot of discussion. Someone else let out a disdainful laugh. After all, in their view, this is just a 4th-order pet egg. No matter how powerful it is impossible to break through the 4th order. That's not necessarily the case. This pet egg has been tested by Fei and I at the star auction. It is said that atavism has been carried out. There is a certain chance that it will break through to level 5 in the future. In other words, it is very likely to surpass its parents and become a 5th-order demon king. Seeing this, the middle-aged man hurriedly opened his mouth and explained, "Even if there is only a 10% chance of breaking through to Tier 5, it is still worth fighting for by the 4 major families. That's the Demon King, equivalent to the Martial King realm of our human beings. No wonder the patriarchs of the 4 major families will fight for it." After hearing that this pet egg has a certain chance of advancing to the 5th level, it immediately caused an uproar. The 5th-order Demon King is equivalent to the realm of a human being's Martial King. Once owned, cultivated from an early age, for one's family, it is enough to protect one's family for thousands of years. He could even make his own family the only uncrowned king in Shanjing, become a true overlord existence. The people around also expressed emotion one after another. At the same time, he also realized that tonight, the four major families might be fighting for this pet egg. It is not an exaggeration to earn a broken head. Why, Yi Ling, are you interested too? Li Xie at the side also asked curiously after seeing Yi Ling's excited expression. It happens to be fine, I want to see and see, Yi Ling said with a smile. Afterwards, he looked at the Wui Dan and the colorful treasures in the infinite backpack. At that time, he might be able to use this 7-colored treasure pill to exchange it for something. Replace this pet egg. Presumably, no one should refuse. After all, that pet egg only has a certain probability of being promoted to the 5th rank. But with a 7-color treasure pill, there will definitely be a heavenly master in the future. This is the charm of colorful Baodan. Moreover, this is only a 3rd-rank 7-color pill. If it is a higher-grade colorful treasure pill, the powerhouse it can create will be even more terrifying. I'll go with you that night. Li Xie thought for a while, then whispered to Yi Ling. Okay, then I'll come with you tonight. Yi Ling looked at Li Xie. He found that the other party's ears were already red after saying this sentence. Even after a meal, he nodded. Did not refuse the other party's kindness. Seems to be aware of something. After finishing breakfast, Li Xie returned to her room. I plan to continue to practice and consolidate my martial artist realm. And Yi Ling came to the auction house. He plans to exchange the Wui Dan in his hand into dragon coins first. Otherwise, he would not have enough funds to auction those 3rd-tier martial arts at night. Although he can exchange for gold coins, he can directly use himself to a higher level of martial arts. But the martial art that Yi Ling can use now is really too little. It is quite necessary for Yi Ling to master more martial arts. What's more, the martial arts that can appear in the auction house. Nature has its uniqueness. When the time comes to strengthen, the power will be even stronger. Is this the Star Auction House? It's really magnificent and powerful enough. When Yi Ling got off the taxi, he saw the Star Auction House. There was also an exclamation. It was the first time he had seen this magnificent building. It is enough to see that this Star Auction House. Sure enough, the reputation is well-deserved. Dare to blame and dare to be crowned with the word star. It must be another force in a certain big world. And the Star Auction House in front of him, it's just one of the small subfields. Hi, sir. What can I do for you? Do you want to auction or sell? After seeing Yi Ling enter, a beautiful woman in a cheongsam greeted her gracefully. He bowed deeply to Yi Ling. A touch of white also flashed by. Let Yi Ling is also a feast for the eyes. I want to sell something, Yi Ling said with a smile. Sir, please come with me. After hearing Yi Ling's request, Yanli made a pleased gesture to Yi Ling. Come in. Then he took Yi Ling up to the 2nd floor, came to a room, knocked lightly on the door. Then, an old man's voice came from inside. After getting a response, Yanli opened the door. Signal Yi Ling to go in. After Yi Ling went in, Yanli then gently closed the doors for Yi Ling. She didn't leave either, but waited outside the door. Sir, please sit down. Looking at the young man in front of him, Fei Lao motioned him to sit on the chair in front of him. After seeing Yi Ling sitting down, he continued to speak. Please put the items for sale on the table, sir. I will help you identify it now and then evaluate its value. If you are happy with the price, you can sell it. Okay, then help me identify it. Yi Ling is very satisfied with the working attitude of the Star Auction House. Then he took out a bottle of top-grade Wu Yi Dan from the infinite backpack. Then put it on the table. This is Wu Yi Dan. Consumers sitting across from the chair. He opened the jade bottle in front of him and poured out a round and jade-like pill. I put it in my hand and observed it first. Then he sniffed it gently with his nose and confirmed that the elixir in front of him was Wu Yi elixir. Immediately, there was a trace of joy in his eyes. Because this Wu Yi Dan is something that has a price, but no market. Generally speaking, as long as this Wu Yi Dan appears on the market, they will be looted by those masters immediately. Basically, it will not be revealed in the market. That's why it's extremely expensive. There is no shortage of customers at all. This Wu Yi Dan, I would like to give you 3 million dragon coins. What do you think? Soon, Fei Lao set a price for Wu Yi Dan in front of him. These 10 Wu Yi pills are 300.0 3 million dragon coins. Even if they buy it at such a price, if they sell it, there will still be a huge profit. Even if Ling in front of him disagrees, he can still bargain with the other party and then negotiate. No matter how you say it, this kind of Wui Dan will not be thrown in the hand. There is always money to be made. Look carefully, mine are all top-quality Wui pills. Ling shook his head, pushed the jade bottle to the opposite side again. Let the other party take a closer look. What, Wui Dan of the highest quality? At this moment, Fei Lao heard Ling's words. Also froze. Then he looked at the Wui Dan in front of him again, because he hasn't seen the top-quality pill for a long time. Generally speaking, this kind of top-quality pill will only appear on some first-grade pills. After all, the higher the grade, the more difficult it is to refine the top-quality elixir. So, he never thought about the Wui Dan in front of him in that direction. Sir, please wait a moment. Looking at the boy in front of him, he didn't seem to be joking. There was also a little more excitement in Fei Lao's heart. After all, the price of top-quality pills cannot be compared with ordinary pills. The top-quality Wui Dan is already eligible to be auctioned. Finally, Fei Lao got up and came to the back of the bookshelf. A dark cabinet was opened. An instrument was taken out and placed on the table. Sure enough, it is the Wui Dan of the highest quality. When the Wui pill in front of him was consumed, the test was completed. He was surprised to find that the 10 Wui pills in front of him were all of the highest quality. This surprised him greatly, followed by ecstasy. He could imagine that if these 10 Wui pills of the highest quality appeared at the auction, what a huge fluctuation it will cause. Sir, I've already tested it. Your 10 Wui pills are all of the highest quality, so I would like to give you 10 million dragon coins to buy each. Look, are you satisfied? After confirming that the 10 Wui pills in front of him were all of the highest quality, Fei Lao swallowed his saliva. Then he looked at Ling in front of him and then quoted his own price. The price is a bit low, but I have a condition. If you agree, I will sell you 10 million pieces. Ling thought about it, although the price was not much different from his inner expectation. But he also knows that the other party must have a huge profit margin. But he doesn't care about these. After all, for him, this is the Wui pill that is difficult to refine in the eyes of others. But in the eyes of his spiritual stove, it can be refined at will. The cost is extremely low and the rate of return is extremely high. So even if you suffer a little loss and make a little profit, it doesn't matter. Please also, sir, if your request is not excessive, I can say yes. Seeing that Ling did not refute his price, Fei Lao also breathed a sigh of relief. But he didn't immediately state that he would agree 100% to Ling's request. If the other party asks too much, he also has the room for detours. I have a total of 500 of these top-grade Wui pills. If you eat it all, then I will accept the price of 10 million dragon coins. After finishing speaking, Ling faced Lao Fei directly. With a wave of his hand, the jade bottle filled with the best Wui Dan immediately covered the ground. What? 500. Look at the jade bottle that suddenly appeared on the ground. Fei Lao felt that his breathing became a little short, even a little out of breath. Sir, please take a rest first. Let me test it first. Lao Fei, who had recovered from his shock, couldn't believe Ling's words. After all, this is too scary. How could there be so many top-grade Wui pills? Afterwards, he asked Ling to sit down and rest first. They made a few phone calls. Afterwards, for appraisers who were about the same age as Fei, Lao pushed open the door and walked in. When they saw the top-grade Wui Dan on the ground, only then did I realize that what the consumer said was true. 09. Then he picked up the instrument in his hand. He tested all the top-grade Wui pills in front of him. I have completed the testing of all 100 pieces here, and each piece is of the highest quality. The same goes for me here. All top quality. Me too. As time went by, the 5 appraisers present reported the number and quality of their own tests. When they are all reported, looking up, each saw the shock and disbelief in the other's eyes. Because of the 500 Wui pills in front of him, it's really all top quality. It makes them feel incredible. It even feels a little ridiculous. But the reality is like this. Let them have to believe. This time, thank you for your help. after confirming that the 500 Wui pills in front of him are all of the highest quality. Fei Lao also touched the sweat on his head that didn't exist. Then he cupped his hands and thanked the 4 appraisers in front of him. After all, if he is the only one who detects these top-grade Wui pills, omissions or errors will inevitably occur. That's why he thought of calling other appraisers to help him. Even so, after the detection is complete, he still couldn't believe it, the 500 Wui Dan in front of him. All top quality. You're welcome, we're all colleagues, just help each other in the future. It's just a little shocking, I've seen this amount of Wui Dan. But they're all of the highest quality, which I have never heard of. This time Fei Lao's appraisal fee, but he will be soft. Tonight, Mr. Fei must invite us to have a good meal. The other 4 appraisers looked at Mr. Fei one after another. Then I laughed out loud. Definitely daily, Fei Lao said with a smile. Then the 4 appraisers were invited out. Yi Ling is still around after all. He didn't dare to waste Yi Ling's time too much. As for the matter of entertaining guests, they will get together again in the evening. How about it? He looked at Lao Fei, who was walking towards him. Yi Ling said with a smile. Then he pointed to the top-quality Wui Dan on the ground. He believed that the other party would definitely not give up such a big deal. Mr. Yi, your 500 top-quality Wui pills. Our star auction house completely accepts it. A total of 500 pieces, each 10 million dragon coins. In other words, 5 billion dragon coins. I will report to above. Please provide your account now, and it will be credited immediately. After finishing speaking, Fei Lao also felt that his breathing was a little short, because he has not done such a large business for many years. A full 5 billion dragon coins, but it is equivalent to his salary of several decades. And this time, his commission is at least 500 million dragon coins. Don't ask them to eat. It's just singing and dancing. Nothing to worry about. Okay. Yi Ling nodded and reported his bank account to the other party. Soon, Yi Ling received the information that 5 billion dragon coins had arrived. At the same time, he also admired the star auction house. It was really arrogant. 5 billion dragon coins. Take it out as soon as you say it. It is indeed a powerful force that exists in other great worlds. Mr. Yi, please wait a moment, asterisk. Looking at Yi Ling, who was about to leave. Fei Lao stood up quickly. What's the matter? Elder Fei, is there anything else? Yi Ling looked at Lao Fei curiously. I don't know why the other party stopped me. Mr. Yi, please wait a moment. Just now you sold such a valuable item in our star auction. So our auction house decided to give you a diamond membership card. It is currently being customized. Please wait a moment, and it will be delivered to you. With this diamond membership card, you will get a 30% discount when you buy items at any of the star auctions. There are also special people who will take care of everything about your auction for you. Seeing Yi Ling stop, he is old-fashioned. Okay, then I'll wait. Yi Ling also became interested when he heard what Fei Lao said about the diamond membership card. So he sat down again. Anyway, since he has nothing to do, he might as well wait a little longer. And soon, Yi Ling's diamond membership card was sent in. And the person who sent it was Yan Li, who had just brought Yi Ling in. At this time, Yan Li had already changed her clothes at some point. At this time, she was wearing a blue cheongsam. Outline her figure perfectly. The slender waist is not enough for a full grip. Stepping on high heels. Every jade toe on the jade feet is like white jade. People can't help but want to play with it. Even Yi Ling didn't dare to look directly at him. He only took one look, and his blood surged up, and he quickly turned his eyes to where he was. Mr. Yi, this is what our star auction has prepared for you. Diamond membership card. Fei Lao looked at Yi Ling's appearance. He knew that the Yi Ling in front of him was one. Then with a slight smile, he took the diamond membership card from Yan Li's hand. Then respectfully, he handed both hands to Yi Ling. Asterisk. Yi Ling nodded lightly, and then put the diamond membership card in his hand into the infinite backpack. Mr. Yi, this Miss Yan Li, we prepared it for you at the star auction. He has been specially trained by our star auction house. You can ask her any questions. As your exclusive, you can even decide her life or death. If you are not satisfied, I can also reselect for you. Afterwards, Fei Lao pointed to Yan Li, who was standing not far away, smiling, and said to Yi Ling. Yan Li, who heard Mr. Fei introducing herself, also lowered her head. He didn't dare to look at the two people in front of him. The tips of the ears turned slightly red. Ever since the day she was bought by the Star Auction House, Yinli knew that one day she would become someone subordinate. But I didn't expect this day to come so quickly. However, looking at Yi Ling's appearance, she felt that being the other subordinate was not a bad thing. Some of her previous partners were treated as playthings by some 40 to 50-year-old or even a 100-year-old old man. Rather than being a vassal of those people, it is better to be a vassal of Yi Ling. At least, Yi Ling is younger. They have been trained since childhood, just to one day become a vassal of others. It is also a small method for the Star Auction House to win over those distinguished guests. As for human rights, sorry. She could be the aborigines of the world, field, bought directly from other worlds. In other worlds, buying and selling people is allowed. So, even the Dragon Kingdom officials can't control this kind of thing. Okay, let's go to the international server. Yi Ling thought about it, but there was no reason to refuse. After all, he didn't know much about the auction house. With the existence of the other party, he also needs to have a more comprehensive understanding of some of the rules of the auction house. Yinli, Mr. Yi has already agreed. You still haven't thanked him. Fei Lao looked at Yinli, who was still in a daze, and scolded severely. But there was a hint of tenderness in his eyes. After all, Yinli had grown up under his watch. After learning about Yi Ling's conditions, I have already applied to become a diamond member. In other words, Yi Ling got his own service personnel in the Star Auction. At this moment, he was the first to think of Yin Li, who was close to him, so I recommended her immediately, compared with some bad old men, serving the mysterious existence of Yi Ling. Naturally, it is much better. Many, thank you, Dr. Yi. After hearing Fei Lao's scolding, Yin Li also reacted. Hastily thanked Yi Ling. After Yi Ling's exclusive service staff, it also means that Yin Li already has her own master. From now on, just focus on serving Yi Ling. Unless Yi Ling doesn't want her and drives her away, then she will always be Yi Ling's exclusive item. That's right, items. They are not so much service personnel as they are playthings in the hands of these distinguished guests. That's right. If I can take out a 7-color treasure pill. You guys, at the auction house, what price can you expect to get? Yi Ling hesitated for a moment, but still wanted to confirm the price of the colorful pill. After all, he checked the official website for a long time. Also did not find out the real price of colorful treasure pill. Approximate prices only. Excuse me, Mr. Yi, your colorful pill is of the highest quality, and what grade is it? After Fei Lao heard Yi Ling mention the 7-color treasure pill, he smiled knowingly. Now that Yi Ling brought it up, the opponent must have this 7-colored treasure pill on his body. Sampin, the quality is the best. Yi Ling didn't intend to hide it either, and said directly, the lowest price I gave was 1 billion dragon coins. If it is auctioned, the price will be even higher. Fei Lao thought for a while, and then said, the 3rd grade, and it is also the top quality colorful treasure pill. Enough to make an ordinary person before advancing to a Grand Master. There is no bottleneck. There is even a certain chance of breaking through to the realm of King Wu. Its value cannot be imagined. Okay, then I know, so I won't bother Lao Fei. After speaking, Yi Ling turned and left. Yin Li on the side also hurriedly stepped forward to open the door for Yi. This Mr. Yi is extremely mysterious. He can even get the 7-colored treasure pill, which is a priceless medicine. Seeing Yi Ling walking out, Lao Fei even had a thought of killing someone to seize the treasure, but then throw it away. Because 997 is a master, he can't see Yi Ling's strength clearly. In other words, the opponent's realm has surpassed him. This made him a little wary, because such a young and powerful master in the realm of the master must not come from any ordinary force. There must be stronger ones behind. For a colorful treasure pill, the loss outweighs the gain by offending the other party. What's more, the other party seems to intend to give this 7-color treasure to their auction house. Now that the price is asked, it is a question of the length of time. One day, their Star Auction House will get this colorful pill from the other party. Mr. Yi, this is my contact information. If you need anything, let me know and I will come to meet you immediately. Anytime, on call. After walking out of the room, Li quickly gave Yi Ling her contact information. Then he said nervously, "Don't be nervous. Just treat me as an ordinary guest from now on," Yi Ling said with a smile. He looked helplessly at the girl in front of him. "I see, Mr. Yi. I will pay attention to it in the future." Li nodded quickly, but seems more tense than before. "All right." Seeing this, Yi Ling couldn't say anything more. Then he said, "When will the auction tonight be held? By the way, do you have a list of items for this auction?" "Yes, Mr. Yi. I'll send it to you right now." After hearing Yi Ling's words, Li hastily turned on her phone, then sent Yi Ling the auction time and list of items tonight. Then Yi Ling also checked. Soon, he found the third-grade martial arts that he wanted most. And tonight, there are actually 6 copies of the third-grade martial arts auctioned. Yi Ling looked at their respective introductions. One of them immediately attracted Yi Ling's attention. The 3-stage Slash of the Wind. This is a third-grade martial arts suitable for masters to practice. After Dashang, every attack is like a violent storm. It can continuously superimpose its own momentum. Make each of your attacks stronger than the last one. The power is doubled. It can be said that it is a very powerful third-rank martial art. It is very suitable for Yi Ling's appetite. Tonight, he is bound to take it down. Why didn't you see that Tier 4 pet egg? But Yi Ling turned to the end, but he didn't see this morning. The 4th-order pet egg that the group of people talked about. So he looked curiously at Li, who was coming to the side. That Tier 4 pet is the finale item this time, so it's not on the list. This is news that only Diamond members and above know. Unexpectedly, it was revealed so quickly. Li explained. It turned out to be the finale. Yi Ling thought that group of people were bragging. It turned out that there really was a Tier 4 pet egg, and it was identified by the old Fae just now. Yi Ling checked the time on his phone. Then I found out that it was not until 12 noon. Now, the auction that starts at 12 o'clock in the evening. There are still 8 hours. And Yi Ling, who never liked to practice, didn't know how to spend the rest of the time. So he looked at Li, who was on the side. Immediately, his eyes lit up, and then he asked excitedly, "Do you know any places nearby where people can go for entertainment? Could it be that I'm going to get wet today?" Seeing Yi Ling's urgent appearance, Li's face was also rosy. Although I know there will be such a day sooner or later, but she didn't expect that this day would come so fast, so quickly. She didn't even react. But now, she already belonged to the other party. Can't refuse each other. Then he looked at Yi Ling shyly. "If Mr. Yi wants, you can do it any time." After hearing Li's words like tiger and wolf, Yi Ling then understood that the other party seemed to have misunderstood something. Finally, he covered his head with a headache. Then he quickly explained, "I want to ask you, what can I do to pass the time? After all, it's still so long at night." After realizing that she had misunderstood what Yi Ling meant, Li's face turned red. Like a ripe red apple can squeeze out water. She wished she could find a hole right away and just get in. But thinking that Yi Ling was still waiting for her answer, he said hastily, "On the 3rd floor, there is a quarry, sir. You can go there to play." Also, Yi Ling thought for a while, then nodded. Heed the advice of the other party. Afterwards, under the leadership of the other party, he came to the 3rd floor of the Star Auction House. The area of the 3rd floor is extremely large, covering thousands of square meters. There are hundreds of shops in it. There are also many small stall vendors setting up stalls on the roadside. They sell only one item, that is gambling stones. These gambling stones are basically products of other worlds. After all, many large secret realms are another big world. There are many forces, and it will be one of the specialties there. That is, gambling stones brought this world. These gambling stones have hidden caves inside. There are many treasures of heaven, material, and earth, which are stored in it. And betting on stones is betting on the value. But because of the uniqueness of gambling stones, on the outside, it is impossible to use any exercises to prove its value. So betting on stones is all about luck. It can be said that one knife is heaven, one knife is hell. It is not an exaggeration. It's fine for Mr. Yi to play a few games a little bit, but don't get on top. W. At this moment, Li was bringing Yi Ling up to the 3rd floor. In my heart, I have already started to regret it, because at this time, she thought of her former sisters, the distinguished guests who rely on cannot stand the temptation of gambling with stones. On this third level, the loser is bankrupt. In the end, all those sisters were sold to pay off the debt. Since then, she has never seen those sisters again, and she didn't want to follow their old ways. Of course I know this. Yi Ling smiled softly. I will not explain it any more. With his financial resources and alchemy technology, just take a while, even if it is to buy all the gambling stones on the third floor. He doesn't feel too much pressure either. This is from the strong confidence in the spiritual stove. Moreover, he has a 100% way to not lose money. That is his gold finger, the exchange talent. As long as the eyes can see, the target will be exchanged. The higher the value of exchange, that is to say, the higher the value of gambling stones. The opposite is also true. The lower the exchange value, the more rubbish the treasures will be. Afterwards, Yi Ling walked slowly with Yen Li, then used the exchange talent to skin all the way. Among them, none of the gambling stones exceeded 10 gold coins. This made Yi Ling really want to complain, because 10 gold coins are equivalent to 1 million dragon coins. In other words, the gambling stone he just saw, among them, the value does not exceed 1 million yuan. Afterwards, Yi Ling directly abandoned these vendors. Go straight to those shops. Finally saw something interesting. Yi Ling came to the door of a shop called Wanbatai, just ready to go in and have a look. Then I saw a human-shaped viewing stone standing at the entrance of the shop, which was more than 1 foot high. The shape is very strange, like the posture of a person fighting. As a result, Yi Ling became a little interested. Directly used the exchange talent to scan, and unexpectedly found out the sky-high price of 10,000 exchange gold coins. Exchange it into dragon coins. That is 1 billion dragon coins. Seeing this, Yi Ling couldn't help swallowing. Why, Mr. intends to buy this strange stone? The boss of Wanbatai came out slowly. After looking at the woman in Cheongsam behind Yi Ling, a flash of excitement flashed in his eyes. He naturally recognized the woman behind Yi Ling at a glance. It belongs to the Star Auction House and is specially trained for distinguished guests. That's at least something that diamonds can only equip as members. In other words, the boy in front of him spent at least 1 billion dragon coins at the Star Auction. Only then will you have a diamond membership card. So he regarded Yi Ling in front of him as a big fat sheep, ready to be slaughtered. How to sell? Yi Ling doesn't talk nonsense either. Point directly at the strange stone in front of you and start asking the price. What do you think of 5 million dragon coins? As soon as the boss of Wanbatai opened his mouth, he immediately offered a sky-high price. He directly regarded Yi Nuozhao Ling as a big injustice. If Yi Ling disagrees, then he can lower the price at any time. He could see that Yi Ling liked this stone, not afraid of not being sold. I said, Boss Liu, you were too unkind. I remember that you bought this stone for 3,000 yuan, didn't you? The owner of the shop opposite Wanbatai was also attracted by the movement at the door. When I heard that the boss of Wanbatai actually said that the strange stone in front of me was worth 5 million dragon coins, suddenly grinned, hastily opened his mouth to mock the Taoist. After all, his peers are enemies, so he naturally doesn't want his peers in front of him to make money. So, directly blocked. Old Wang, your behavior is no better than mine, is it? I heard that my old background was exposed. Boss Liu of Wanbatai also lost his temper, glaring at the person in front of him. Boss, you sold me 3,000 dragon coins for 5 million, which is too dark. At this moment, Yi Ling also heard the conversation between the two clearly. Obviously, the boss of Wanbatai will treat him as a big injustice. Immediately, he frowned dissatisfied. Sir, please don't be angry. If this is the case, then you can take 50,000 dragon coins for the strange stone, and I can earn some. After hearing Yi Ling's questioning, the boss of Wanbatai also felt a little embarrassed. Said hastily, but I was afraid that Yi Ling would just leave. So it came directly to a cut in half. That's about the same? Yi Ling nodded, then smiled with satisfaction. My friend, I advise you to think carefully about it. His strange stone was polished from an ordinary stone. The The 3,000 dragon coins are completely the processing price of polishing. If you buy it, you will lose money. Boss Wong saw that Yi Ling was really about to buy it, and hurriedly stopped him. Boss Wong, I won't be polite if you do this again. When I heard that Boss Wong was still persuading Yi Ling not to buy my own stones, Boss Lu frowned suddenly, with evil in his eyes. It seems that there is a feeling of big shot. Okay, stop arguing. I'll take the 50,000 dragon coins. Yi Ling waved his hand helplessly. Then he took out his mobile phone and paid the other party 50,000 dragon coins directly. Snort! After seeing that Yi Ling paid the money, Boss Lu also received the message that Wanlong coins had arrived. Immediately, he looked proudly at Boss Wong opposite him. Seeing that Yi Ling didn't listen to his advice, he still insisted on buying the strange stone in front of him. Boss Wong also sighed helplessly. Then he turned and went back to his shop. Sir, would you like me to cut it for you? After Yi Ling paid the money, Boss Lu's attitude became more and more friendly. Deng even asked, You don't need to add. Yi Ling shook his head, then took out his killing sword and waved it in the air. Looking at Yi Ling, she kept waving sword flowers in the air. The strange stone in front of him is also more than 10 feet longer than the original one, slowly reduced to 2 meters 1 meter, and finally only the size of a palm. Boss Lu was always smiling, very indifferent, because he believed that the strange stone in front of him would not be a miracle at all. After all, he just randomly found a stone. How can this be? Just when Boss Lu thought everything was going to end, in the pile of time, there were actually pieces of jade. Exudes a faint golden radiance. If you look carefully, you can see it. The jade piece was engraved with densely packed small characters. It is very extraordinary at first glance. Sir, can I have a look at this little piece of gold? Looking at the jade piece held in Yi Ling's hand, Boss Lu couldn't help swallowing, so he wanted to ask Yi Ling to show him. Sorry, I can't give it to you. Yi Ling has no intention of giving it to the other party, because the him just now already knew what was recorded on the jade tablet. If you show it to the other party will definitely have other thoughts. At that time, it will definitely cause a lot of trouble for him. In the end, he directly crushed the jade piece in his hand. It immediately turned into a streamer and poured directly into Yi Lin's body. It's actually the legendary secret art inheritance. Seeing this scene, Boss Lu's intestines were turning green with regret. Because of this situation, there is only one explanation. That is the jade piece in front of me, which is a legendary inheritance. The above record seems to be a secret technique. This is a powerful secret technique from another world, recorded on the jade piece. Generally, they are orphans. It can only be practiced if the jade pieces are absorbed at the same time. And this kind of secret technique is generally very powerful and rare. There is no doubt that he lost a lot of money. However, fortunately, Boss Wong, who was on the opposite side, didn't notice all of this. Otherwise, he will definitely be ridiculed by the other party for a lifetime. Golden Jade Body. Soon, Yi Ling received the inheritance contained in the jade piece. After absorbing the special energy contained in the jade piece, it can gradually transform one's body into a special kind of physique, Golden Jade Body. After Deshang, it is invulnerable to swords and guns, water, and fire. In this regard, Yi Ling had to lament the mystery of this inheritance. It can easily change a person's physique. It's a pity that only with the jade piece can the Golden Jade Body be transformed. But 50,000 dragon coins can be exchanged for this Golden Jade Body worth 1 billion dragon coins. Yi Ling is also very satisfied. Go in and have a look. Then, Yi Ling was in a good mood. He walked directly into Wan Batai with Yanli swaggeringly. Going to spend a lot. And looking at Yi Ling, who walked into his Wan Batai like this, Boss Lu of Wan Batai felt as if he had eaten a fly. After all, the inheritance that Yi Ling just got is worth hundreds of millions at least, and he sold it for 50,000 yuan. The original happy mood disappeared in an instant, and soon, Yi Ling found his second goal. It was a palm-sized gambling stone. Just put it in an inconspicuous corner. There is still a faint dust visible on it. It must have been left in this corner for too long, and few people cleaned it. How much is this one? Yi Ling pointed directly at the gambling stone in front of him, and then looked towards Boss Lu. Looking at the gambling stone in front of him, Boss Lu always felt that he had sold it, and he would definitely lose money again. However, with his eyesight, he couldn't see anything special about this gambling stone. After all, if he could see it, it is also impossible to put the opponent in the corner for so long. Not even the desire to clean up. Then he gritted his teeth and said directly, 100,000 dragon coins, what do you think? Okay. Yi Ling nodded, and then pointed to the gambling stone next to him. In fact, this is his real goal. What about this one? After speaking, he looked at the boss. This one is also 100,000 dragon coins. Upon seeing this, Boss Lu also directly offered the same price. Then I want it all. Then, Yi Ling directly transferred 100,000 dragon coins. Then he took out the killing sword again. Facing the two gambling stones in front of him, he danced the sword flower. Soon, the first gambling stone was opened by Yi Ling. There is nothing in it. Seeing this, Boss Lu also breathed a sigh of relief. Then he watched nervously as Yi Ling made his move on the second betting stone. Wait again. Just when Yi Ling was about to make a move on the second gambling stone, a handsome young man suddenly appeared at the door. As soon as he came in, he looked at the gambling stone in Yi Ling's hand very excitedly. Immediately, he opened his mouth to stop Yi Ling's behavior. Is there something wrong? Yi Ling stopped what he was doing. He looked at the young man walking towards him with a puzzled expression. A little puzzled, because he didn't know the boy in front of him. So it's because you don't have enough money. So why come to my Wanbatai when you have time? As the boss of Wanbatai, he naturally recognized Qian Wei at a glance. He is the young master of the Qian family, the four major families in Shanjing. Naturally, he didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly greeted him. But Qian Wei didn't even look at him. Then he walked straight to Yi Ling for 8-7. I want your gambling stone. Then, Qian Wei pointed at the gambling stone in Yi Ling's hand very arrogantly, and then said, in his tone, he did not hide his purpose at all. Very arrogant. It seems that he has regarded the gambling stone in front of him as his own item. I'm sorry, I won't give you the gambling stone. Yi Ling shook his head and rejected the other party, and ready to continue to open stone. Do you know who I am? Seeing that Yi Ling dared to ignore her and refuse her request, Qian Wei frowned, with anger in his eyes. Then he stared fixedly at Yi Ling in front of him, as if he wanted to take the other person's appearance into his eyes. I don't care who you are. Get out of here. Seeing this, Yi Ling stopped being polite and cursed directly. Afterwards, a powerful momentum like Mount Tai directly pressed Qian Wei. Immediately, Qian Wei felt that it was difficult for him to breathe. After taking a few steps back in a hurry, he regained his composure. Finally, he looked at the boy in front of him in horror. He never expected that the boy in front of him was about the same age as him. The strength is actually so powerful. It's just a breath, and I can't resist it. Back again and again. Only then did he recover. But he was unwilling to give up the gambling stone in front of him. Because of his talent, some special items can be perceived. He could feel the items contained in the gambling stone in front of him. It has a fatal attraction to itself. Relying on his talent before, he obtained a lot of valuable gambling stones, but never as strongly as today. So he must get the gambling stone in front of him. Then he took a deep look at Yi Ling, and he left, because he is not Yi Ling's opponent. Then we can only wait for Yi Ling to leave the star auction before making another plan. And watching Qian Weiman leave with anger, Boss Lu hesitated again and again, but he still came up and said in a low voice, then Qian Wei is the young master of the Qian family of the four major families. If you don't want to cause trouble, you should give him the gambling stone. A mere Qian family, I don't think much of it. Yi Ling directly ignored Boss Lu's advice. Then he continued to cut the gambling stone in his hand. Seeing this, Boss Lu at the side didn't say anything more. Instead, he quietly stepped aside. But his eyes have been watching this side. I want to see what magic power this gambling stone has. It was able to attract the eyes of Yi Ling and the young master of the Qian family at the same time. Monster crystal. No. What is this? Soon, The gambling stone in Yi Ling's hand was cut to the size of a fist. Finally, a round crystal object appeared in Yi Ling's hand. This made Boss Lu on the side very curious, because this spherical crystal is very similar to a monster crystal. But he had a vague feeling that this was not the same. It made him very puzzled. Yi Lin's next move explained to Boss Lu what kind of item it was. Then, the spherical crystal in Yi Ling's hand was divided again, finally revealed the treasure. It was a brown pill. It has been preserved very well so far. Even a faint fragrance can be smelled. This is the best foundation building pill. Boss Lu looked at the elixir in front of him, feeling very familiar. Then a bold idea appeared in his mind. Finally, he covered his mouth and said, trembling slightly. Then he was completely sure. The elixir in front of him is the legendary foundation building elixir. This top-grade elixir that has disappeared. It claims to be able to create a supreme foundation. Unexpectedly, he was lucky enough to see it. There is no regret in this life. But then came deep regret. If it was him just now, he wouldn't sell the gambling stone to the other party. This top-grade foundation establishment pill is his. I thought it was something, but it turned out to be just a top-grade foundation establishment pill. Looking at the ultimate foundation-building pill in his hand, Yi Ling was not interested at all. Then it was directly thrown into the infinite backpack. It was directly converted into 10,000 dragon coins. Afterwards, Yi Ling directly upgraded his talent, Realm +3 to Realm +4. In other words, Yi Ling's realm is the first level of a master. With the blessing of that talent, the realm is the 5th level of the master. As for a book of martial arts, only Yi Ling has read it. In an instant, you can directly reach the realm of Deshang. It can be said that it is quite arrogant. Elder Lu at the side was still in shock, but she didn't notice at all that Yi Ling had already left with Yen Li. After all, the most important treasure in Wanbatai has already been bought by himself. He doesn't like the others either. There is no more to stay. Not long after they left. 3.7. That Qianwei returned to Wanbatai with several masters. What? The best foundation building pill. After asking Boss Lu, he learned that Yi Ling had actually offered a top-quality foundation building pill. A golden light suddenly appeared in Qian Xiao's eyes. That is the best foundation building pill. If it is taken by him, even in the realm of King Wu, there is a certain chance to achieve it. This made his breathing quicken. Even the idea of wanting to kill and seize treasure has already sprouted. Then immediately sent someone to look for Yi Ling. It's a pity that it is currently in the auction house of the Star Auction. Otherwise, he might not be able to help but want to do it directly. After all, it is the legendary top-grade foundation building pill. It hasn't appeared on Blue Star for a long time. Mr. Yi, it seems that someone is following us. As a maid trained by the Star Auction House since childhood, Yen Li's realm is actually not too low. What's more, the master sent by Qian Wei followed behind Yi Yun in a swaggering way. I'm afraid others don't know. They seem to be following. It is better to say that it is stalking than tracking. It's okay. Just let them follow. Yi Ling looked back at the Grandmaster and said indifferently. The current him, as long as the Grandmaster doesn't make a move, he can instantly kill the opponent. So he doesn't care about the master. It's a pity that this is in the Star Auction field, and he has already done it himself in advance. Despite being followed, Yi Ling is extremely laid back. Continued to look for some high-value items in the major shops. However, the last harvest is not much. Among them, Yi Ling opened a book of 5th-level martial arts from the stone gambling. However, it seems that it is a 5th-grade martial art that can only be used by the Martial King. Yi Ling didn't even bother to look at it. 09 was directly thrown into the infinite backpack. I planned to wait until after I advanced to Martial King. And time flies by. Soon it was getting dark. Sir, it's already 7:50. You can enter the auction house. Yen Li kept staring at the time. The time to see the auction house membership has come. Hastily reminded. Then let's go. Then Yi Ling put down the gambling stone in his hand. Follow Yen Li to the 5th floor. Aren't you going to the auction house? Soon, Yi Ling was brought into a room by Yen Li. At the door, Tu Ling looked at Yin Dian suspiciously. Because this is clearly not the way to the auction house. Sir, as a Diamond VIP, You are the most noble guest in our star auction. So, there is an exclusive VIP room. Once you go in, you will naturally know. Yin explained to Ling, then slowly opened the door in front of him. Ling nodded and walked in. Then I saw the whole picture of this VIP room. Looking down is the auction house. In the room, there are all kinds of fruits, even fitness equipment. And sitting on the sofa, you can perfectly see everything in the auction house. Sir, it's about to start. Yin pointed to the auction house below. At this time, the lights of the entire auction house suddenly disappeared. It became dark. Faced with this scene, the guests present have long been accustomed to it. Then less than 10 seconds later, a beam of light went from the center of the auction house to all around. With the light, it turns on again. A girl in a purple cheongsam slowly walked onto the auction stage. The face of a girl, the figure of a devil. In an instant, the guests below let out howls like ghosts and jackals. And Ling could tell that the woman in front of her had practiced a technique with the ability to charm. For some low-level guests, it is extremely lethal. It can even be said that it can be deceptive. Sir, this is the third-rank auctioneer of our star auction, Luyuer. Hosted no less than 100 and 1,000 auctions. He himself is a strong master in the realm of masters, and he is one of the most popular auctioneers in our auction. After explaining, Yin slowly retreated behind Ling. Then how to quote? Ling looked around curiously, but found no similar equipment. A little curious. Sir, as long as you state the price directly. The automatic recognition function in this room can amplify your voice. In this way, the auctioneer below will naturally understand. Yin explained, but her voice was waxy. At this moment, Ling always felt that she had forgotten something, and he looked at the phone that suddenly rang. Only then did he realize that he seemed to have forgotten that girl Lia. It was really embarrassing. Can you pick someone up for me? Ling pointed at the phone helplessly. Sir, you just have to tell me her name. Yin nodded. Okay, then help me pick her up. Her name is Ji-Do. It should be right at the gate of the auction. Ling said with a smile. Okay, sir, I'll go first. Then Yin withdrew. Ling, you're really good at playing. Soon, Lia was brought up by Yin. As soon as he entered the door, he was wearing a long white dress. It made Ling's eyes shine. It was the first time he saw Lia dressed like this. After all, Lia is usually dressed in strong clothes. The kind that can enter the combat state at any time. This is the first time for such a gentle white dress. It's a pity that Lia looked at Ling with a strange expression as soon as she entered the door. Then he glanced at Ling and Yin behind him. The meaning of its expression is self-evident. No way, I sold something at the star auction. Then they accommodated me. I am too embarrassed to refuse. Ling waved his hand. Then let Lia sit down first. After all, the following auction has already started. You don't need to explain anything to me. I'm not your girlfriend. Lia sat down satisfied. After all, Ling can explain she is already 247 satisfied. As they say, there is no substantive relationship between the two of them, so it's not her turn to be jealous. The first lot, Qing Feng Sword, a second-grade weapon. It is a masterpiece made by Master Luo, a third-rank swordsmith in Shanjing City. Although it is only a second-grade weapon, its power is not weaker than some third-grade weapons. So its low price is 200,000 dragon coins. Each price increase shall not be less than 5,000 dragon coins. Luyuer on the auction stage gently raised the second-grade treasure Qing Feng sword in her hand, then waved it lightly. The perfect figure is undoubtedly displayed. In response to this, the wolves below were crying and howling. Then Luyuer began to explain its origin and quoted a price. After the introduction, he cast another wink at the bottom. Immediately, the group of wolves below became even more excited. Soon, this second-grade Qing Feng sword was auctioned for a high price of 500,000 dragon coins. The next one, the third-rank martial arts. The violent wind cuts 3 times. These 3 grades of martial arts are powerful, and I can't show them too much. But I believe you have already seen the relevant video in advance. So, I won't go into too much detail. Then its starting price is 1 million dragon coins. and each increase cannot be less than 50,000 dragon coins. After finishing speaking, Lu Yuer looked at the VIP room above with those charming eyes. After all, third-grade martial arts is already a martial arts that can only be used by those who are strong in the realm of masters. Generally speaking, powerhouses at this level have considerable savings. Most of them are in VIP rooms, and the group of auctioneers below have lost their qualifications to compete. Therefore, they're the real buyers of this martial arts book. 1.1 million dragon coins. Soon a voice came from the VIP room above. It was a middle-aged man full of magnetism. 1.2 million dragon coins. 130. 1.4 million dragon coins. 2 million dragon coins. The middle-aged man's voice was like a fuse. It directly ignited the atmosphere present. One after another, someone quoted the price. Start to compete. These dragon coins are like a number in the eyes of these big families. They are constantly stacked high, and swordsmanship, after all, is one of the most commonly used weapons. So the three-stage slash of the wind matches it. Naturally, it has also become the target of everyone's struggle. Even if it is not suitable for you, you can also give it to others. Yi Ling, don't you want a bids? Li Zaba has beautiful big eyes, staring at Yi Ling at the side. Asked very curiously, because she heard Yi Ling's goal before. It was the violent wind 3 cuts in front of him. But now there is no quotation from Yi Ling. It really made her a little curious. No hurry, just wait. Yi Ling shook his head lightly. Then he put the purple grape beside him in his mouth. Taste carefully. The current price has not yet fully reached the limit of this sword technique. Therefore, he is not in a hurry to make a move. At the end of the day, he hit the lure again. You can easily win these third-rank martial arts. And soon, the bidding speed is getting slower and slower. There are fewer and fewer bidders. From the original dozens, it slowly became 5, 3. In the end, only 2 people were bidding. Patriarch Zhao, you can give me this third-grade martial art. It's a phase for me. In the VIP room, a hearty laughter suddenly came out. Then he spoke. And the person who spoke was the head of the Wang family of the 4 major families. Okay, then I will give you some face today. Then the magnetic voice sounded again. The owner of this voice is actually the patriarch of the Zhao family, another big family among the 4 major families. He hesitated for a moment and did not continue to increase the price. After all, his Zhao family uses marksmanship. The general's requirements for this sword technique are not too high. Dispensable. Since no one is negotiating, I'm going to start bidding. Seeing the gradually quiet auction house, Lu Yuer nodded towards a certain VIP room, then lightly clenched the wooden hammer in his hand, and then hit it on the auction table. 5.01 million dragon coins the first time, 5.01 million dragon coins the second time, 5 million dragon coins. I offer 6 million dragon coins. Just when Lu Yuer was about to drop the third hammer, a voice suddenly sounded from the VIP room. There was an uproar among the people below. There are still people who dare not give face to the patriarch of the Wang family. Qian Hong, do you really want to be an enemy of this old man? After hearing this familiar voice, the patriarch of the Wang family was furious instantly. Then, a violent breath rushed directly to the VIP room. Others are afraid of you, but I am not afraid of you. Inside the main body of the Qian family, a powerful momentum erupted at the same time. Confront it. The 2 patriarchs, please stop, or I will be impolite. But when everyone thought that a battle was about to break out, a simple and old voice sounded from the void. Immediately, the 2 masters felt their hairs stand on their heads. Hastily stopped his actions, because at that moment, they really felt the threat from their lives. If they continue like this, the opponent will kill them without hesitation. They're also aware of this, the horror of this star auction house, and it made the 2 great masters feel like they were standing on their heads. I am afraid that there is only the strong King Wu. From the beginning to the end, the smile on Lu Yuer's face never changed. Obviously, she had expected all this. My land is 6.5 million, seeing that I can't ask for any benefits. But the parents of the Wang family are not willing to give up this third-grade martial art. I offer 7 million. The head of the Qian family followed closely behind. After a sneer, he started quoting directly. Soon, the price of this violent three-stage cut climbed to 10 million dragon coins. And at this price, you can buy some ordinary fourth-order martial arts. In the VIP room where the Wang family is located. Father, there can be no more arguing. If we continue to fight, we will not be qualified to fight for that Tier 4 pet egg. Beside the patriarch of the Wang family, there is an exceptionally handsome young man. Hastily advised. Patriarch, the young master is right. I don't really need this martial arts either. Or leave the dragon coins and scramble for pet eggs. The middle-aged master standing on the other side is also in line with the Tao. The patriarch of the Wang family wants to obtain the 3 breaks of the wind, just to give it to him, but for the Wang family to go further. Also for that pet egg, he would rather give up this third-grade martial arts. Then, that's all. Looking at his loyal subordinates. But he couldn't win for the opponent a martial arts that suits his heart. In this regard, Patriarch Wang felt very frustrated. But for the fourth-order pet eggs, he had to give up. Then he gave up and continued to bid. Fight with me, Dynasty Yule guy is also worthy? When the head of the Qian family saw the head of the Wang family, he no longer made any bids. There was a smug smile on his face. Has anyone bid yet? If no bids are made, then I'm going to drop the hammer again. After finishing speaking, Lu Yuer cast a wink at the VIP room above. I don't believe it. There are still people who dare to get my money. In the VIP room, the patriarch of the Qian family looked at his son proudly, instead of looking at each other and smiling. And just when he was proud, Ling said lightly, I offer 30 million dragon coins. He directly doubled the price. I'll go, who is this? How dare you offend the patriarch of the Qian family with such courage? It seems that he is another guy who doesn't know how to live or die. It must be an outsider, but it's a pity that he offended the Qian family. It is estimated that there will be no good days in the future. After hearing that in the VIP room, there are still people who dare to bid. The auctioneers below all dropped their jaws in shock. Damn guy. I just said that no one dares to offend me. Then he was slapped in the face. This made Patriarch Qian suddenly feel ashamed. Immediately, he became furious. With a direct kick, he kicked the maid who was carrying the fruit aside. Died? After Qian Hong's anger gradually subsided. Then he saw the charming maid lying on the side. Suddenly frowned. Because he has not enjoyed this yet. It's a bit of a waste to die like this now. Patriarchy is dead. After hearing the owner's inquiry, the servant standing aside hurriedly stepped forward to check. After checking that the other party's breath has disappeared, he bowed and replied, then throw it away, and after the auction is over, you can go to the auction house and ask for one. Seeing that the other party was really dead, Qian Hong's expression didn't even change a bit. Just ordered. After all, for him, this kind of plaything, as long as he wants, he can have as many as he wants, and completely free from any responsibility. Yes, the slave on the side quickly replied. Then 387 put the woman's body into the space ring, then stepped aside, extremely numb to it. He has long been used to this kind of thing. Father, do you still want to make an offer? Qian Wei on the side quickly said to his father. Because if you don't ask the price again. Then Lu Yuer was about to drop the hammer. Just leave it to him. The owner of the Qian family has no intention of continuing to compete with Ling. Because the 30 million dragon coins have exceeded his estimate. And this third-grade martial arts book is not worth even 10 million dragon coins. It has far exceeded its actual value. Before bidding, he was just trying to discuss the head of the Wang family. Now that someone has the bottom line, he naturally wants it. But since I offended my Qian family, I need to know who he is. After finishing speaking, Qian Hong waved to a master behind him. The master understood what Qian Hong meant, then pushed the door and walked out. 3,000 dragon coins, the third time. Congratulations to this guest from the number 12 VIP room, who took the photo of this main martial art. When the last hammer, ajp, fell, Li Yuer's heart also became excited. This order far exceeded his imagination. A full 30 million dragon coins. If she commissions 10%, she can also get 3 million dragon coins. It can be said that it is already a considerable income. The next lot is really special, but it should be the favorite of most male guests. After handing the third-grade martial arts in her hand, Blast 3 Chaos slash to the waiter, Lu Yuer clapped her hands lightly. Then several service personnel pushed a carriage and came to the center of the auction house. Above the carriage, there is a huge cage. However, at this time, it was covered by a black cloth. It makes it impossible for people outside to see the items clearly. Seeing this scene, the men below showed excited expressions, because they have already realized what is in it. This kind of object is extremely rare, and it is extremely difficult to capture, so our auction didn't put it on the list. Afterwards, Lu Yuer was in everyone's expectant eyes. Open the black curtain directly in front of you. Immediately, the objects in it were perfectly displayed to everyone in front of them. It was a naked girl who was curled up in a corner of the prison with her body in her arms. After feeling the gaze of other people, immediately buried his head. But even this hasty glance made everyone breathe, because the girl's face is too coquettish. The most striking thing is that her ears are actually a pair of cat ears. Even on her A***, there is a fluffy white tail. That's right, this time the object is the legendary cat-eared girl. Her rank is only 1 rank, so it is only equivalent to the realm of a human warrior. But he has grown up and is a perfect body, can be picked by you. And after our special training, her personality is extremely docile. Once the master is recognized, he will be obedient to his master. And her reserve price is 5 million dragon coins. Seeing the male customer below, she blushed and looked at the cat-eared lady beside her. A trace of disdain flashed in Lu Yuer's eyes. After all, in her opinion, the following group of people might only have a feast for their eyes. And the one who can really decide who this cat girl belongs to. I am afraid that there are only the patriarchs of the big families above. Unexpectedly, the auction actually gave me another surprise. After Qian Hong looked at the naked cat-eared girl below, immediately felt extremely swollen. I can't wait to vent immediately. It's a pity that the only maid was killed by herself just now. This made him regret it. If he had known earlier, he would not lose his temper. Now I want to vent, but there is no other way. And looking at the cat-eared girl below, he wanted her more and more. And at this moment, he also remembered the girl from the Goblin clan that I bought with a lot of money before. Thinking about it now, it made him have endless aftertaste. It's a pity that he didn't know how to cherish that time. Excessive force caused the fairy girl to die. And now this cat-eared girl, after he bought it, be sure to take good care of it. I will offer 10 million dragon coins. Subsequently, Qian Hong directly doubled the price. He has shown his determination, and he is bound to win this cat girl. I will offer 15 million dragon coins. After hearing Qian Hong's offer, the patriarch of the Wang family suddenly showed a strange smile. Then he hugged and said, "Father, why do you like this kind of thing?" Wang Li saw that his father had also left, immediately puzzled. If it weren't for knowing that his father was loyal to his mother, he even suspected that his father had been transferred. This Qian Hong is known as the evil ghost in S***X. Once you meet a beautiful woman, you can't walk. Not to mention cat ears girl. You see, he will definitely not give up and continue to bid. I'm sick of him. Hearing his son's question, the patriarch of the Wang family laughed and explained, I offer 30 million dragon coins. Sure enough, after hearing the offer from the patriarch of the Wang family, Qian Yin did not hesitate at all, directly doubled again. And Qian Wei, who was at the side, looked at his father, who actually spent such a large amount of money for a cat-eared lady. But it's not easy to say much, because he also knew his father's character. If I stop it myself, I am afraid that I will be scolded. Simply no longer care. However, after disgusting the head of the Qian family once, the head of the Wang family gave up and continued to bid. After all, disgusting the other party once is enough. If you are disgusting the other party, if the other party breaks the bowl, don't want this beast-ear girl in front of you, then he was out of luck. When the time comes to bring it back, he will not be able to explain to his wife. The tigress at home is much more fierce than him. I didn't expect to see this kind of creature again. Licia looked at the cat below mother. Immediately, he frowned deeply. A trace of pity flashed in his eyes. But then throw it away, because she has no ability to stop it at all. What's more, being weak is the original sin. Kong has such a stunning face, but has no combat power at all. He doesn't even have any talent for cultivation. In the final analysis, in the end, you can only rely on the strong. The best outcome is a lifetime of service to others. And then a little worse is to be abandoned after being tired of playing. Why? Have you seen it before? Ling looked at Licia curiously. To be honest, this was the first time he had seen this creature in reality. I've only seen it in books before. If Licia hadn't been here, he probably would have made an offer as well. After all, the cat-eared lady was one of his dreams in previous lives. I accompanied my father and participated in many auctions, so I've seen a lot. At an auction, a cat-eared lady also appeared. As a result, it was robbed that time. The sky-high price of hundreds of millions of dragon coins was fully auctioned. I just heard from my father that the cat-eared girl was auctioned off. After being tired of playing, she was rewarded by her master to his subordinates, finally directly tortured to death. Moreover, this kind of creature has no human rights at all on Blue Star. Even the Dragon Kingdom government will not protect these alien creatures. For this kind of auction, it is natural to turn a blind eye and close one eye. It's like Miss Yenli behind you. Her situation is even worse than this cat-eared girl. While talking, Licia looked at Yin Li, who was at the side. Is what she said true? Ling also frowned and looked at Yin Xin, who was at the side. He didn't actually know the twists and turns. It's the first time I've heard of such a thing. What Miss Li said is indeed true. We come from another world, so we are not protected by Blue Star law at all. So it can only become a vassal of those strong. Once we were assigned VIPs, then our lives are in the hands of these distinguished guests. Whether it is life or death, the auction house will not ask again. After all, we are just playthings. After she finished speaking, Yin Li's face darkened slightly. The little sister who grew up with her. Not even half of them are still alive. As for where the other half went, the results are obvious. Either died or was sold elsewhere. It's just another place to suffer. You are still relatively lucky to meet Ling. Licia looked at Ling strangely, then looked at it and continued. Really, Ling's? Ahem. That's natural. Ling coughed lightly, then said with a smile. After the three of them talked, Luo Li's mood gradually improved. No worries like before. After all, from now on, Ling is still very good to her. While the few people were talking, the bidding below fell into a very dramatic scene. Even the head of the Wang family gave up the fight. But there are still many lecherous evil spirits, ignoring the warning of the head of the Qian family. Join the ranks of the scramble. This price has climbed to the sky-high price of 50 million dragon coins, already fully 10 times higher than the starting price. And it shows no signs of stopping. Seeing this scene, Lu Yuer, who is an auctioneer, a pair of winking eyes really want to laugh into a pair of crescent moons. Cherry's little mouth couldn't close anymore. After all, the higher the price they shouted, the higher they're twitching. One day, she will be able to save enough resources to ascend to the Grand Master realm. And as long as you break through to the realm of the Great Master, you can have a free body according to the regulations of the Star Auction House. At that time, she will resign as the damn auctioneer, then travel all over the country. Take a good look at the great scenery of this foreign world. After all, she has spent all her time in this auction house since she was a child, but never went out. The farthest distance is only in Shanjing City. Thinking of this, Lu Yuer's face became more and more excited. Damn. Are these guys really not afraid of offending my Qian families? Qian Hong clenched his fists tightly, and the veins on his arms bulged. Already angry to a certain extent, he never thought of it. There are so many people who dare to go against their will, even at the risk of offending the Qian family. I also want to compete with myself for this cat-ear girl. This made him very angry. The guards on the side, even his son, did not dare to breathe too heavily. He was afraid of being noticed by his father. Instead, it caught fire. When Qian Hong was furious, a mocking voice sounded again. It completely made Qian Hong lose his mind. 0-0. Others are afraid of you, but I am not afraid of you. Isn't it just 50 million dragon coins? I offer 60 million dragon coins. This cat girl, I want to make a decision. In VIP room number 18, not far from Qian Hong, an extremely arrogant voice came from it. It seems to be targeting Qian Hong, said unceremoniously by name. Doesn't seem to be afraid of him at all. Damn old man with a woods. After hearing that voice, Qian Hong did not dare to refute, because the other party is not weaker than his Grand Master Realm powerhouse. And the other party is lonely. I have a family myself. If the opponent often sneaks up, he will not be able to protect the rest of the family at all. He didn't even dare to refute the other party under the taboo. Seeing that Qian Hong didn't dare to refute, the old man withered would also laughed out loud proudly. That extremely arrogant voice resounded through the entire auction house. Patriarch, I have already checked. And at this time, the master who was sent by Qian Hong to find out the details of Yi Ling came back. Behind him, there was another Chongsher. It is the existence who has been following Yi Ling. Oh, tell me, who is the other party? Qian Hong, who had just been bullied by the old man withered wood. I was holding back my stomach fire. After seeing the other party come back, immediately found the target to vent. Then he suppressed the anger in his heart and sat down. Then he asked the priest, Master, I have found it, and I also discovered a very interesting thing. The master, that is Qian Er, said mysteriously, Why, there's an unexpected harvest or what? Seeing that his subordinates actually showed a smile, Qian Hong also became interested. Asked quickly, All of this has to start with the young master. Qian Er pointed to the young master Qian Wei not far away, and then said with a smile, You don't mean to say that the person who competed with my father just now, it must be the guy we just met in Wanba Tai. At this moment, Qian Weikai saw that the master who he had sent out to monitor Yi Ling had also returned. Immediately, he was shocked and remembered something. Then he widened his eyes and looked at his subordinate. Yes, young master, it's that guy. The master also said hastily, Why? Does this matter have anything to do with Wei? Qian Hong looked at his son curiously with a 190 face, although a little puzzled. But he had a vague feeling that something interesting was about to happen. Afterwards, Qian Wei told his father everything that happened before. Then he told the news he got from the boss of Wanba Tai. Are you really sure that guy got a top-grade foundation establishment pill out of the gambling stone? After hearing that the other party had actually issued a top-grade foundation establishment pill, Qian Hong's breathing became rapid. She even forgot about the cat-eared girl. After all, compared with the best foundation-building pill. So what is the cat-eared girl? As long as he takes this top-grade foundation-building pill, as long as he is given 10 years, he can advance to the realm of Martial King. At that time, let alone the other 3 major families, even the surrounding cities must regard him as their king. That is the realm of the king, an existence that can seal off all lands. Father, you will understand after watching this video for yourself. Qian Wei had expected all of this a long time ago. Then he passed the video he had prepared to his father. It really is the best foundation-building pill. After receiving that video, Qian Hong also confirmed it with 100% certainty. The other party really opened a top-grade foundation-building pill. Even the hands holding the phone trembled slightly. There was even more insolent laughter from behind. Fortunately, Qian Wei turned off the broadcast function in advance. Otherwise, with his father's voice, it would definitely attract the attention of others. At that time, unnecessary troubles will be attracted, and it will be difficult to handle. After all, no matter how strong the Qian family is, they cannot defend themselves against the other 3 major families. Qian Er, I order you to keep an eye on that guy. Notify me as soon as he walks out of the auction house. Qian Hong quickly ordered. Yes. Qian Er received the order and then hurriedly withdrew. Looking at it now, what a cat-eared lady in this district is. As long as I advance to the realm of Martial King, I can have as much as I want. At this moment, Qian Hong did not hide the slightest. Speak directly from your heart. Then he laughed wildly. But he didn't notice that Qian Wei's eyes became gloomy. Because Qian Wei always thought that his father would give him the best foundation-building pill. Let yourself grow up quickly. But I didn't expect that after learning about the best foundation-building pill, His father actually wanted to take it all by himself. This made Qian Wei very unhappy. But there is no way. Then a bold idea appeared in his mind. As the thought got deeper and deeper, it gradually became firmly engraved in his heart. Then, slowly take root and sprout. After Qian Hong learned about the best foundation building pill, he no longer had any thoughts about the cat-eared lady. And with Qian Hong's withdrawal, no one will compete with the old man with deadwood anymore. In the end, the old man Witheredwood bought it at a price of 30 million dragon coins. And thinking of it, Mao and Yang will be crushed by an old man. The men below suddenly wailed in pain. But there is no way. After all, this is a world where the strong are respected. Afterwards, it continued with dozens of auction items. Ling didn't make another shot. After all, these auction items are not attractive to Ling at all. Instead, Li Xie made a move. Bought a jewelry made of crystal, although it has reached the second rank. But it can only block the full blow of a strong martial artist once. Then it will fail and enter the charging state. You can only continue to recover after the charge is complete. When Ling asked, why did she buy such a weak weapon? Li Xie gave a statement that Ling couldn't understand. That is good looking. Then Ling stopped asking. Slowly, the auction finally ushered in the last lot. That is the ultimate goal of the 4 major families. Tier 4 pet eggs. Clap. Following Lu Yuer, she gently patted her pressure point. The entire auction hall fell silent in an instant. Then several service staff pushed an incubator slowly to the center of the venue. That is, on the auction block. On the incubator sits a huge pet egg. There are substantial textures on it. Inside, there is a terrifying breath of life. The energy fluctuations that flow out of it alone are not lower than some warriors. Presumably everyone already knows the origin and potential of this pet egg. Then I won't talk nonsense anymore. Its base price is 10 million dragon coins. Each price increase shall not be less than 1 million dragon coins. Now, everyone can bid. After finishing speaking, Li Yuer stepped aside. Hand over the entire auction house to the guests in the VIP seats above. Because next, only those VIP seats above exist. Only those who are eligible to compete for these Tier 4 pet eggs. I offer 12 million dragon coins. Me, 15 million dragon coins? This Fei's heart is too dark. Yilin muttered to himself. Because just now, he used his exchange talent to try to exchange for that pet egg not far away. Because the distance is too far, the exchange was not successful. But it also received a talent evaluation. It was exactly as Fei Lao said. The Tier 4 pet egg in front of me has a certain chance of going against the ancestors after it reaches adulthood. Advance to the realm of the 5th Order Demon King. But the probability of this is less than 1 in a billion. So in the evaluation of talent, the price of this 4th Order pet egg does not have the slightest premium. In other words, this 1 in a billion chance of 4.0 is dispensable. And this is what the old man said. So this 1 in a billion probability is said to be a certain probability. The ability to secretly change concepts is also quite strong. Even so, though, these patriarchs also act like crazy, frantically fighting for the Tier 4 pet eggs in front of them. I wish I could take it for myself immediately. Forget it, let's go back. Thinking of this, Ling has no plan to stay any longer. Li Xie originally wanted to continue to take a look, but seeing Ling was leaving, there is no plan to stay. And as soon as Ling left, Qian Er sent a message to Qian Hong. Follow him, and I'll come. After hearing that Ling had walked out of the auction house, Qian Hong didn't hesitate at all. Slam the door and leave. Compared with the best foundation building pill, this 4th Order pet egg is nothing but garbage. What happened? Why didn't I hear that old guy Qian Hong's voice? The patriarch of the Wang family frowned and looked at his son. Originally, this time, they were fighting for the 4th Order pet eggs. Only the 4 major families have strength. After all, they have strong financial resources, and they are far from some lonely people who can be compared. However, as the 3 of them slowly bid, but suddenly found that the voice of a family suddenly disappeared. And it is also the most threatening Qin family among the 4 major families. This strange scene also made the other 3 families feel a little weird. And what's even more weird, their men went down to the VIP room where the Qian family was, only to find that the people inside had already disappeared. This made them feel even more puzzled, because according to past practice, it is impossible for Qian Hong to give up this opportunity. But the reality is not like this. Everywhere is full of weirdness. Father, I don't know too well. The young master of the Wang family also frowned. The handsome face was also full of doubts. But at this moment, a 09 message suddenly appeared on the young master of the Wang family's mobile phone. After reading it, there was a trace of fanaticism on his face. Father, I have found the reason. Afterwards, he looked at his father madly. At the same time, the other two major families also received this message. At first they thought it was someone's prank. After all, the sender did not leave any name. But then the other party sent another video. In this video, it was the video of Ling prescribing the best foundation building pill. After reading it, the heads of the three major families' breathing becomes rapid, because they are 100% sure that this top-grade foundation establishment pill really exists, facing the huge temptation that can make them become King Wu. The fourth-order pet eggs in front of them no longer have the slightest attraction to them. Thinking of this, the three major families have given up on continuing to compete. Then, this Tier 4 pet egg, in this way, among the three major families, in the hands of the Zhou family, who made the last bid. But at this moment, they have already left this fourth-order pet egg behind. After all, this fourth-order pet only has a certain chance of breaking through to the realm of the Demon King. But once they get that top-grade foundation establishment pill, it is 100% possible to advance to the realm of King Wu. It's just a matter of how long. An operation against Ling was carried out slowly and quietly, and they weren't afraid of Ling subduing that top-grade foundation establishment pill. As long as the other party takes it for no more than 1 day, they can also extract the remaining medicinal power from each other's body, craft Ling into a blood pill. Although the potency of the medicine was weaker, it was enough for them to advance to the realm of kings. There is no way, facing the temptation to become King Wu. This has made them completely lose their minds. And once the realm of Martial King is achieved, not only does it mean that you can have your own territory, has its own title, it also has a lifespan of 3,000 years. All kinds of benefits are even more unimaginable. A cut. At this moment, Ling didn't know what happened behind the scenes. It just feels like someone is thinking about me. He sneezed violently. Then he looked around suspiciously. Ling, why has that person been following us? At this moment, Li Xie also realized that something was wrong, because of the person behind him from the moment they walked out of the auction house. Just followed them all the time. Just let him follow. Ling glanced back and didn't really care, because in the urban area, it is not allowed to fight with the strong of the master level and above. After all, a warrior who has reached this level, the destructive power is astonishing. If not blocked, in less than half an hour, the battle between them, even the aftermath, can destroy an entire community. Mr. Lin, can we have a talk? And just when Ling was about to return to the room, a handsome young man blocked Ling's way. It was Qian Wei who had had a dispute with Ling before. At this moment, he was staring at Ling in front of him, as if to see through him. At the same time, there was a hint of longing in his eyes. I have nothing to talk to you about. Looking at Qian Wei in front of him, Ling frowned. In the auction house, he investigated the identities of the four major families through Yin Li. He also knew that Qian Wei in front of him was the young master of the Qian family of the four major families. He was the one he had just offended. Now I actually want to talk to myself. Obviously, the other party has a plan. As for himself, there is something that makes the other party think about it. That was the only top-grade foundation establishment pill that he issued not long ago. But that foundation establishment pill had already been exchanged for gold coins by him. Can't get it out now. What's more, he has no desire to talk to the other party at all. Mr. Yi, I would like to buy the top-grade foundation building pill on your body. Look, can you sell it to me? Qian Wei frowned, and then suppressed the anger in his heart. Then he lowered his head and asked again. I'm sorry, but I've already eaten that top-grade foundation establishment pill. You're late. After speaking, Ling ignored the other party directly. With a snap, 090 closed the door. If that's the case, then don't blame me for being rude. Touched Wei, who was ashamed. At this time, he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes. How about it? In the silent hall downstairs, only the patriarch of the Qian family and a group of strong men in the realm of masters remained. As for the others, they had all been kicked out a long time ago. At this moment, he watched Wei walk out of the elevator. Qianhong looked up. With just one glance, he can see the general idea. But he still asked. He refused, and he has already swallowed that top-grade foundation establishment pill. Wei shook his head. Then he said indifferently, "It seems that Ling has been regarded as a dead person. In this case, we have to blame us." Qianhong nodded, then waved his right hand. The masters behind him immediately took orders. Suddenly, a huge magic circle slowly emerged from the ground. The entire Uli Hotel is completely enveloped in it. This huge magic circle instantly attracted the attention of all passers-by. But no one dared to approach half a point, because outside the magic circle, there are several ministers. It is constantly giving the magic circle and injecting strength. The Qian family is becoming more and more lawless, so is there no one to take care of it? A passerby looked at the 6 masters in the sky. From the other party's clothing, he recognized that it was the Grand Master of the Qian family. Suddenly issued a painful roar. "Shoo, you have to keep your voice down so they don't hear you. Otherwise, your family will not be able to escape." The friend who was traveling with him hastily covered his mouth. "Tell him to stop talking." At the same time, he looked to the side with palpitations. "Hope no one notices them. The Qian family is domineering." Another passerby also sighed. "I can't help it, so the leader who called us is the dog of the Qian family. He turned a blind eye to everything the Qian family did. It's not bad if you don't become an accomplice." There are also those who are not afraid of death, directly expressing the essence of the matter. The tone was full of sarcasm. This top leader in Shangjing City was supported by the Qian family. Naturally, they wanted to help the Qian family. What's more, this is not the first time this kind of thing has happened. And just when passers-by were talking about it, the Zhou family, Wang family, and Zhao family of the other 3 major families. It also came to the door of Uli Hotel. "You, the Qian family, are too domineering. This is not paying attention to the rest of our 3 major families at all." Soon, the head of the Tian family came to the door of Uli Hotel. Then he spoke directly. This mocking voice, under the blessing of his great master realm, instantly resounded throughout the Uli Hotel. "What's the matter? Why are they here?" After Qianhong heard this familiar voice that disgusted him, also frowned. Then he looked at his subordinates. Because of this matter, only they know. He immediately understood that there were spies among his subordinates. But now, he simply doesn't have time to find out these things. So with a gloomy face, he walked slowly to the doctor. "How do you say that?" "We, the Qian family, are existences that share weal and woe with your 3 major families." Qianhong just walked out. Facing the old fox, the patriarch of the Wang family, he also quickly put on a smile. Then he laughed. The 2 of them are like friends who haven't seen each other for many years, but familiar with the people among them. It is natural to know how much hatred there is between the 2 of them. It is the incompatible existence of water and fire. But for this top-grade foundation-building pill, he didn't dare to tear his face. Because once the face is torn apart, the other party is very likely to unite with the other 2 families to deal with him, even if his own money family dominates. But it is also impossible to resist the other 3 major families with the power of one family. So now you must not tear your face. Patriarch Qian, you don't want to come here to discuss this matter, do you? The head of the Wang family pointed to the 2 heads of the Zhao family and the Zhou family behind him, and then smiled at each other. "That's right, the 3 of you come in first." When Qianhong heard the words of Wang Jun, the patriarch of the Wang family, he immediately understood something, and immediately led several people in. Also, as an old fox, he naturally understood. It is no longer possible to release the news of the best foundation building pill. Otherwise, more people would be involved. I told you in advance that the top-grade foundation establishment pill has already been swallowed by that kid. Therefore, now he can only be refined into a blood pill. Seeing the other three patriarchs sitting down, Qianqing said straight to the point. In this blood pill method, he is already prepared. Then divide one into four, and each family gets a share. Wang Jun spoke directly. Now in their eyes, Yi Ling is already regarded as a dead person. I agree with Patriarch Wang's thoughts. I agree. Reconsideration. The Patriarch of the Zhou family and the Patriarch of the Zhao family nodded at the same time. Okay, then it's decided. Although there is no other way, Qian Hong bit the bullet and nodded. As for what is planned in mind, not known. Yi Ling, what should we do now? The area below has been surrounded by the Qian family's magic circle. Li Siye and Li Yu at this moment also found something wrong outside. He hurried to Yi Ling's room, but suddenly found that there was an extra old man in Yi Ling's room. This surprised them very much. Who is this? Li Siye asked directly. She could vaguely feel that the old man in front of her was extraordinary. This is Bai Lao, who is here to protect us, Yi Ling explained. In fact, when he walked out of the auction house, he had already expected all this. But they didn't expect that the Qian family was so crazy. Actually wrapped the entire ULI hotel in it with a magic circle. I planned to grab it directly. Fortunately, he was prepared early. Meanwhile, Bai Lao was calm and composed. He has no interest in Li Yu and Li Siye who entered. After all, he only came here for the 4th grade 7-color treasure pill in Yi Ling's hand. With that treasure pill, he will be able to truly step into the realm of Martial King. What is now is just comprehending a trace of the power of rules. It can only be regarded as 1 foot into the realm of King Wu. But to him, the group of great masters below are nothing more than chickens and dogs. In Yi Ling's 4th order 7-stage treasure pill, but he spent 10,000 in exchange for gold coins to get promoted. It made his heart ache, but in order to save his own life, he didn't care so much. But next time, he will definitely not gamble with stones under the noses of others. In vain provoked trouble. Here comes. Suddenly, Bai Lao opened his eyes and then looked outside the door. At this moment, the patriarchs of the 4 major families had already arrived outside the door. Seeing this, Yi Ling stood up and walked directly to the door. Then he opened the door generously. I didn't expect that you kid would have the guts to open this door. Aren't you afraid of death? Li Zhao, Qian Hong frowned, and then looked at the fearless Yi Ling in front of him. I am deeply puzzled, but when he looked into the room, I saw Bai Lao sitting there. Suddenly felt a chill welling up in my heart. This feeling is very familiar to him, because not long ago he felt it. It is very similar to his star auction house, the strong man who is similar to the realm of King Wu. Unexpectedly, he actually saw the other party here. Sir, he couldn't have handed over that top-grade foundation establishment pill to you, right? At this moment, Qian Hong couldn't think of anything else. Let the strong man in the realm of King Wu come to help Yi Ling. However, the best foundation building pill can provide very little effect to the Martial King, a powerhouse of this level. After all, after reaching the realm of King Wu, he has already started to cultivate the land of rules, no longer relying on one's own talent, but more on understanding. The price he gave, you can't give it at all. So, you retreat now. I can still forgive you. Otherwise, don't blame me for not being serious. Although it is very curious that Yi Ling still has the best foundation building pill, this kind of medicine that has been lost. But compared to the 4th grade 7-color treasure pill that Yi Ling gave him, this colorful pill is even more valuable. After all, colorful pills can not only enhance a person's talent, it can further enhance a person's understanding. And for a strong man like him, who has stepped into the realm of King Wu with 1 foot, can improve one's own understanding. This will speed up your comprehension of the power of rules. Let's go first. The patriarch of the Wang family also realized the power of the old man in front of him before. Naturally, in an instant, he recognized the other party's identity. For this strong man who is suspected to be in the realm of Martial King. He thought that the four of them would not be able to live any good at all. So he directly spoke to Qian Hong. Senior, I will take my leave first. After hearing Wang Jun's message, Qian Hong also shook his teeth. After saluting respectfully, he withdrew. At least in the city of Shanjing, they couldn't take another 837 shots against Yi Ling in front of them. After all, as a strong man in the realm of King Wu, its spiritual power is enough to cover the entire Shanjing city. Once there is trouble, you will feel the convenience. Patriarch Zhao and Zhou followed Qian Hong slowly downstairs in doubt. Finally, Patriarch Zhou still couldn't help asking, "What's the matter? Why didn't you do it?" Hearing these words, Qian Hong took a deep look, the head of the Zhou family in front of him. Then he said lightly, "The old man just now is King Wu. How did he do it?" After speaking, he was still afraid for a while. If they shot Yi Ling as soon as they entered the door, I'm afraid I can't even keep the corpse now. What? You mean to say that the old man just now is the legendary King Wu? After hearing Qian Hong's explanation, Patriarch Zhao also felt a chill down his back. Now what? Patriarch Zhou is still unwilling to give up this opportunity. With this top-grade foundation establishment pill, maybe they also have the opportunity to achieve the realm of martial kings. That kid is from Engshi, and he will definitely take the martial arts test in a few days. When the time comes, let's operate it, and the location of the exam will be outside Shanjing City. When the time comes, we can do it again. For the Star Auction House, King Wu would definitely not come out of Shanjing City. When the time comes, the other party will let us grasp it. Qian Hong smiled coldly. But when the time comes, that guy has already digested the top-grade foundation establishment pill, so how can I return it? Wang Jun frowned. Up to now, you are still thinking about that top-grade foundation establishment pill. Haven't you ever wondered why Yi Ling was able to convince King Wu? He was able to get the best foundation-building pills out of the gambling stones. It also means that he can develop more valuable natural treasures. I believe that there must be something more precious in him. It's like even if we lose a bet, it's just a waste of time. But if we win the bet, the benefits we will get are unimaginable. Qian Hong looked at the head of the Wang family, who looked like an idiot in front of her, and then couldn't help but speak. I see. Hearing Qian Hong's explanation, Wang Jun also suddenly realized, and then nodded heavily. By the way, how did you know that I have the best foundation-building pill here? At this time, Qian Hong suddenly looked at the three of them. You know, he never told anyone about this news. Only the upper echelons of the Qian family knew the news. Now he just wants to know who is the high-level person who disclosed this news. One person sent me a message. Presumably the other two patriarchs have also received it. Wang Jun directly betrayed the person behind it, then took the phone out, and looking at the familiar phone number, Qian Hong's face instantly became gloomy. He never thought that the one who betrayed him was actually his own son, and this number was chosen by him personally for Qian Wei, so he recognized it at a glance. Well, I know now. You go back first. When the arrangements are made, I will let you know, Qian Hong said with a smile. There was a gloomy look on his face. Okay. Wang Jun and the other two patriarchs looked at each other. Then they looked at each other and smiled. In fact, they have already investigated and found out that the owner of the cell phone number is Qian Wei, who is also Qian Hong's son. Doing this now is just to make them fight among themselves. After all, it can weaken the strength of the opponent's family. It is also of great benefit to them. After all, it has been too long since the Qian family dominated. And soon, Qian Wei was brought in front of him. Can you explain? Qian Hong looked at his son. It never occurred to her that she was the only one who betrayed herself. He was actually his own son. There was also a hint of viciousness in the tone at this time. Although he is already old now, as a Grand Master, he still has hundreds of years of life. So his sons had many. The one in front of him is just his favorite one. But he doesn't recommend changing to another favorite. I have nothing to explain. Qian Wei lowered his head. There is nothing to explain. Then you go to die. Qian Hong looked at his son disappointed. Then he waved to the master behind him. Boy, since I'm fine, I'll go back first. Anyway, Shanjing City is in my perception. I can come anytime, but only if you are in Shanjing City. If you leave Shanjing City, I can't control you. Bai Lao took a deep look at Yi Ling in front of him, and then said, "I know, Mr. Bai, then you should go back first." Yi Ling said with a smile. In the past few days, he has completely stabilized his cultivation base. In other words, he can continue to use exchange gold coins to improve his cultivation. In a few days, his combat power will be able to reach the level of a great master. At that time, those old guys will no longer be his opponents. He had nothing to fear either. Okay. Old Bai nodded. Then he tore through the void and walked in a hurry. Yi Ling, why didn't you let Lao Bai just kill those 4 guys directly? Li Yu frowned. I want to do it myself. Yi Ling smiled softly. He predicted that these 4 old guys would definitely not give up on themselves. However, they have already reached the realm of great masters, and you have just advanced to the rank of grandmaster. Li Yu was very puzzled by Yi Ling's thoughts. You know, the patriarchs of the 4 major families have already become famous in the realm of great masters for 10 years. And Yi Ling is only 17 years old this year. Although he has already reached the level of a master. But how is it possible for him to be the opponent of those great masters? Before the martial arts exam, you should stay at the ULI hotel. I'm afraid they'll make a fool of themselves. Yi Ling didn't explain much, but exhorted. Okay, I just want to practice more. Li Siye nodded. Regarding this, Li Yu didn't ask any more questions, but also nodded. After all, he had just taken the colorful pill. His talent has also been greatly improved. In the current state, he has reached the 8th day of martial artist. It can be described as rapid progress. Since Yi Ling won't let him out, that happened to be practicing in the room, in the next few days, it was a dry and quiet life. Until Fang Yuan's arrival. Why are you alone and your partner? Yi Ling looked curiously at Fang Yuan, who suddenly appeared at his door. But they didn't see their companions behind each other. I can represent them, so it's fine for me to come alone. Fang Yuan shook his head, then sat on a chair beside him. Very conscious. Then you think about it, you plan to follow me. Still have any other ideas? Yi Ling said, on behalf of the 7 brothers, I am willing to pledge allegiance to your excellency. Without any hesitation, Fang Yuan knelt down on one knee and smiled. Represents his sincerity. Since that's the case, then you can take these 7 colored treasure pills back. As long as you do well, you can get more benefits. At least let you become strong in the realm of King Wu. For me, it's pretty simple. After speaking, Yi Ling took out 7 colorful pills from the infinite backpack, then put it in a jade bottle and threw it to Fang Yuan in front of him. 7. Fang Yuan originally thought that Yi Ling in front of him would only give him a colorful pill, but he never expected that he would actually give himself 7. In other words, each of them can obtain a 7-color treasure pill. This made him extremely excited. It's also an unbelievable look. Then he opened the jade bottle in his hand, picked up a 7-colored treasure pill, and started to watch it carefully. He found the colorful treasure pill in front of him. It is exactly the same as what I saw in the ancient book. This made his breathing short of breath. Once again, he knelt down on one knee and saluted Yi Ling. I want you to form a faction and then collect some genius treasures or rare martial arts for me. As for how to do it, I won't intervene too much. I just want results. Yi Ling said with a soft smile. He was not afraid either. Fang Yuan in front of him took the 7-colored pill away. After all, he put a lot of ingredients in his elixir. If the other party does not betray him, then this material will never take effect. But if the other party betrayed himself, then this material will turn into poison that kills people. In that case, what should I call you from now on? Fang Yuan looked at the young man in front of him and said, the tone already carried the honorific title. Obviously, he has regarded Yi Ling as their master. Call me young master from now on. Yi Ling thought for a moment, then said. After that, he had a brief conversation with Fang Yuan for a while. They have determined the future direction of development. And wait until the event in Beijing. He might hand over Li Yu to them. At that time, there will be the bonus of Li Yu's physical treasure talent. The speed at which the group of them searched for heaven, material, and earth treasures will be greatly improved. For Li Yu, there are also great benefits. It can be said that they complement each other. Similar to the colorful treasure tree, this strange and rare natural treasure. Even if someone finds it, it will not be sold on the market. Instead, choose to stay or sell to that powerful force in exchange for protection or some favor. Therefore, he must send special people to find those natural treasures. Fang Yuan and his party just happened to meet his requirements. What's more, he can also use the colorful pill to control them. For Yi Ling herself, there is no harm at all. Time flies. Another few days passed. In the early morning, Yi Ling opened his eyes violently. Since 7 days have passed, this is his first weekly check-in. Sign in successfully. Congratulations on getting a physical enhancement. Yi Ling didn't expect it. The weekly sign-in this time turned out to be a perfect physique. Afterwards, he remembered the golden jade body he had just acquired. So after a little thought, he directly strengthened this physique. After being strengthened, Yi Ling can perceive the golden jade body, whether it is strength, defense, or the speed of cultivation. Compared with before, it has been improved several times. Now, even if he is standing, let those grandmasters attack. Neither could break through his defenses. Perhaps only a strong person in the realm of a great master can barely cause harm to him. And just in a few days, Yi Ling has already raised his realm to the 6th level of a master. With the blessing of talent, his real combat power has reached the 1st level of a great master. There are also major artistic conceptions in hand. Now Yi Ling is no longer afraid of those old guys. I just don't know how those old guys are digging holes. It actually allowed us to arrive at the secret place outside the city 3 days in advance. Can't wait any longer. The next day, Yi Ling got the news. The original location of the martial arts examination was a minister of the 2nd-rank secret realm in the city. But now, it was suddenly changed to Shangjing City, a 3rd-rank secret realm outside the city. And you have to arrive 3 days in advance. This is not the fault of the 4 big families. Yi Ling wouldn't believe it either. What shall we do? Shall we go? Soon, Li Xie and Li Yu also received the news. Straight to Yi Ling's room. Frowning, he asked about Yi Ling. It's okay. Just go. What are you afraid of? Yi Ling smiled confidently. Then he spoke. Okay, then listen to you. Seeing how confident Yi Ling looks, Li Yu and Li Xie looked at each other. Although their eyes were filled with worry, they still chose to believe in Ling. However, you will leave in 2 days. At that time, riding a white jade eagle should be able to arrive within a day. At that point, I should be able to figure things out ahead of time. Yi Ling thought about it, and then said, Then you must be careful. Li Xie and Li Yu immediately understood what Yi Ling wanted to do. But there is no way to stop Yi Ling, so I can only exhort. It's okay, I'll be careful. After deciding, Yi Ling simply packed up his things, went downstairs to have breakfast. Then he swaggered out of the ULI hotel. This was the first time he had walked out of the hotel in so many days. As soon as he walked out, Qian Er followed him. I said, Aren't you tired after following me for so long? Yi Ling stopped in her tracks, looking at the middle-aged man behind him, said helplessly, I'm here for the safety of Mr. Yi, right? So I have to follow closely. If lost, our patriarch will blame me. Qian Er also stopped. Then he looked at Yi Ling with a sneer. Then you go and tell your patriarch, master, that I will leave Shangjing City right now. If you have the ability, let him follow. Yi Ling straight 543 into the theme, and then spoke. Today, he wants to completely solve this trouble. What's the use of telling me this? I don't care where you go. Although Qian Er was a little puzzled by Yi Ling's words, but he still acted like he had nothing to do with himself. Seeing this, Yi Ling ignored it. Anyway, he had already notified the other party. If the other party does not come, then he has nothing to do. But as Qian Er, watching Yi Ling really walk out of Shangjing in a big way, immediately froze. He just didn't understand what was going on with Yi Ling in front of him. But he still didn't hesitate at all, and directly reported the news of Yi Ling's leaving the market to the owner. Why? Why did he go out all of a sudden? Received Yi Ling, just went out. Qian Hong couldn't believe it. But looking at the information in his hand, it can't be fake. He paced around the room, really a little uncertain. Then he dialed a number. Parent Qian, what else is there? Soon, a soft voice sounded over there. "Excuse me, is Bai Lao still in the auction house?" Qian Hong spoke directly. And Bai Lao was the strong man they had met before who was suspected to be King Wu. He entrusted a lot of relationships before he found out the other party's name. Originally, he wanted to ask the other party not to help Yi Ling, but the other party actually refused to enter. This also left Qian Hong with no choice. "I can only try my best to please Bai Lao. Old Bai is drinking tea now. What can you do for him?" The voice came from over there. "It's okay, just asking." Then, after chatting for a few words, Qian Hong hung up the phone. The only thing that made him excited was that Bai Lao was indeed still in the star auction. Did not go out with Yi Ling, but even greater doubts flooded into his heart. That is, why you know you will be in danger if you go out. But Yi Ling went out anyway. Soon, Zhou's parents, Patriarch Zhao and Patriarch Wang, who got the news, all came to Qian's house. "I mean, it's better to shoot directly. Kill him first." Patriarch Zhou said directly. "That's right. Why think so much?" Wang Jun also spoke directly. Patriarch Zhao also agreed. "However, I always feel that something is wrong. But I can't say it. This Yi Ling must have taken us too seriously. Does he have any other guards of honor?" Qian Hong expressed his inner doubts. Looking at the other three at the same time, "Qian Hong, when did you become so timid?" "Add me, but there are 4 great masters." "I don't believe it. He's a 17-year-old kid. Can it withstand the siege of the 4 of us?" Wang Jun looked at Qian Hong with sarcasm on his face. Qian Hong, who was once so strong, actually flinched at this time. "Just let it be unbelievable." "Okay, then let's go and see the tricks when the time comes." Being so provoked by Wang Jun, Qian Hong didn't care. He spoke directly. "Let's go then." Then, the 4 looked at each other and set off. This time, they did not notify the old guys in the family. After all, they also want to take Yi Ling's treasures for themselves. I don't want more people involved. Field. Yi Ling was walking leisurely among the mountains. Suddenly, a strong force came from my ear, straight into Yi Ling's eyes. Want to scrape off his eyes directly. Extremely vicious. As a master, Yi Ling has actually discovered the existence of the other party long ago. He punched out with his right hand. Directly, it smashed the giant tree in front of it. Then a golden leopard fell from above. There was fear in his eyes. It didn't expect that the human youth in front of him was so powerful. It has a certain amount of wisdom, but it also feels something is wrong at this time. He wanted to get up and run away. It's a pity that Yi Ling didn't give him this chance at all. A sword energy was directly cut out by him. The golden leopard, which was still running for its life, instantly split into 2 halves. After rolling a few times on the ground, there was no movement at all. I happened to be hungry, so I delivered it to my door. Looking at the flesh and blood not far away, Yi Ling licked his lips. Then to the river. After handling it casually, he put it on the fire and roasted it. Baked for over an hour. This leopard meat, slowly turning golden yellow, exudes a strong aroma. It's delicious. Yi Ling ate the leopard leg contentedly, mouth full of oil. I said, "Since everyone is here, why don't you make a move?" Yi Ling held the leopard's leg while looking somewhere. Then he said with a smile, "I really don't understand. What are you relying on? What gave you courage?" The 4 of Qian Hong walked out of the void in the continuation of 4.8. Looking at Yi Ling with a relaxed expression below, Wang Jun frowned deeply, because he didn't feel any other aura around him. This made him even more puzzled, because he had no idea what Yi Ling was thinking at this moment. "When I'm full, I'll send you on your way." Yi Ling pointed to the leopard leg in his hand. Then he bared his big teeth and smiled at the 4 of them. "I'll try him." Zhou Hao, the patriarch of the Zhou family, exchanged a glance with them, then nodded and walked up. "I said it all. Wait for me to eat the tiger." Yi Ling frowned, looking at Patriarch Zhou, who was walking towards him. "If you don't make a move, don't blame me for being rude." Zhou Hao put his hands behind his back and looked down at Yi Ling below. "I've already said shit. Don't bother me. Wait until I finish eating. Why don't you listen?" Yi Ling stood up and slowly drew his killing sword from the void. "Then hold it high," pointing at Zhou Hao in front of him. "Patriarch Zhou, don't talk nonsense with him. Just do it directly. Not far away, Wang Jun spoke directly. He also vaguely sensed that something was wrong, so he frowned and urged. Originally, I still played with you. Since someone has urged you so much, I will only do it. Zhou Hao, who is a grandmaster, been in this realm for 10 years. This is a kind of absolute confidence in power. So from the beginning to the end, he did not regard Yi Ling as his opponent. As for facing Wang Jun's urging, he found it funny. The other party is actually afraid of a young child. But since his companion urged him, he had no choice but to kill him. It's your luck to die under the hands of the Grandmaster. After all, how many people have never even seen a great master make a move? Zhou Hao said to Yi Ling very confidently. Finally, his right hand was lifted slightly, and an invisible energy made his palm condense, then pressed down slowly. Immediately, Yi Ling felt the pressure around him suddenly increase. It's a pity that this kind of pressure is coming from Yi Ling. It's just ants scratching an itch. It's really noisy. Yi Ling smiled disdainfully at this. 6 rounds of scorching sun rose behind him, hanging high. He has been promoted to the Luoyang body of the 4th-rank martial arts by him. At this time played a huge role. The scorching sun hangs high. The terrifying temperature directly incinerated everything around it. At the same time, a force instantly enveloped Zhou Hao in front of him. Even if he is a grand master, he will be stunned for a moment. Pooh! At this moment, the killing sword in Yi Ling's hand pierced his heart. Is this the Grand Master? Yi Ling drew his killing sword from the opponent's chest. Then he grinned. He also did not expect that this great master died in his own hands so easily. Perhaps it was because the other party was careless. Or maybe it's because Yi Ling's fighting power is too terrifying. As a result, Zhou Hao didn't think about it until he died. Why did Yuanran kill himself in an instant, this brat in front of him? And he himself didn't even have the ability to react. Then he felt his vitality disappear rapidly, being devoured frantically by the murderous sword in front of him. How can this be? Not far away, Qian Hong and the other 3 stared at everything in front of them with dumbfounded expressions. Then look at it. They all saw the horror in each other's eyes. They never thought of it. Yi Ling's greatest reliance is himself. They didn't think about it either. The child in front of them they looked down upon. Possessing such a terrifying combat power, he could instantly kill a grandmaster. You know, at Yi Ling's age, they are no more than martial arts masters. Are you sure he's not a rejuvenated monster? Is he really only 17? At this moment, the royal family has a look of disbelief. Then he looked at Qian Hong. He knows that there are many old monsters who like to pretend to be pigs and eat tigers. Otherwise, how could there be a 17-year-old grandmaster? I investigated and his parents died. There are records from childhood to adulthood. He is 17 years old. Could it be that he was taken away by someone? Qian Hong also fell into deep confusion. In my mind, there is only one idea left. That is the Yi Ling in front of him, who was taken away by the old monster. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible to have such terrifying strength at this age. It doesn't matter. Let's do it together. In any case, we're going to get his secret. As for Zhou Hao, that guy's death would not be a pity. Wang Jun was heartbroken. Then he directly spoke to the 2 of them. Okay, let's go together. Qian Hong and the head of the Zhao family also nodded. Then the 3 of them were shameless and directly surrounded Yi Ling. Interesting. How much do you play? Seeing the 3 people besieging him, Yi Ling laughed loudly. After killing the patriarch of the Zhou family, he lost his respect for these so-called patriarchs. Now that the 3 of them are attacking together, not only did it not make him give up, but it made his fighting spirit even stronger. He completely activated the golden jade body. The whole body is like a work of art carved from gold and jade. It is even under the shining of the 6 rounds of scorching sun. On the outer body, a layer of hard golden armor is laid. The whole person walks under the scorching sun, like an immortal warrior. Stacking wave fist, Yi Ling relies on the golden jade body and the 6 yang body, directly resisting the attacks of the 3 people. Then, he punched the patriarch of the Zhao family fiercely in front of him. Between the fists and palms, there are waves of turmoil. An incomparably terrifying momentum erupted suddenly. The patriarch of the Zhao family was hit in the head by a blow. Just like a watermelon, it fell apart. It turned into a blood mist all over the sky. Ling is very satisfied with the power of the folding wave fist. It is inevitable that he spent tens of thousands of gold coins to upgrade it. And after upgrading to the 4th rank, it's even more powerful. It was several times more than before. Damn! Seeing that the patriarch of the Zhao family followed suit, Qian Hong and Wang Jun looked at each other, feeling that things were getting tricky. And Qian Hong, as expected, is the one with the strongest combat power among the 4 major families. A horrible aura exudes from the whole body. He was able to withstand Yi Ling's blow and retreat completely. This also made Yi Ling a little interested. You know, with the blessing of 2 4th-rank martial arts, 547. Yi Ling's fighting power has already been able to completely crush ordinary experts in the Grandmaster realm. After all, there are very few great masters who can possess 4th-grade martial intent. And Yi Ling and Qian Hongzheng were in the middle of their battle. Wang Jun sneaked around behind Yi Ling. Then he grabbed the big knife in his hand and slashed at Yi Ling's neck. On top of the sword, there are many shadows. Contains a strong, evil spirit. At first glance, he drank countless blood. Otherwise, there would be no such scene at all. You must have underestimated me. Yi Ling turned her head sharply, looking at the royal family in front of her. Holding a sword in his right hand, he resisted Qian Hong's attack. Form a fist with your left hand and go out with all your strength. Click! With one punch, the long knife in Wang Jun's hand was snapped off. After that, Yi Ling's punch continued unabated and directly hit Wang Jun's head. Send the other party directly to the King of Hades. At this time, Qian Hong also realized that something was wrong. It's a pity that it's too late. You only want to escape now. What's the point? Yi Ling followed behind Qian Hong as if playing tricks, but he was not in a hurry to kill him. Yi Ling, as long as you let me go, I will give you all my wealth. Qian Hong screamed in pain while running away. His voice was full of longing. I don't like it. Yi Ling smiled coldly. My dear father, how did you become so downcast now? The sudden voice made Qian Hong feel chills. The voice made him familiar yet strange. Because the owner of this voice is Qian Wei, his own son. But some time ago, wasn't the other party executed by him? Now, how could it appear in his ears again? Is it an illusion that the time of death is approaching? But then Qian Wei appeared not far away, and Qian Hong's face changed drastically. The son who should have died suddenly appeared in front of him now. This made him feel incredible. Why are you not dead? Qian Hong stopped in his tracks, looked at Qian Wei not far away, and frowned deeply. Of course I saved him. The void next to it was torn open, and an elderly man walked out of it. His appearance is actually about 7 or 8 times that of Qian Hong in front of him. Father, why did you come here? Looking at the old man beside Qian Wei, Qian Hong was ecstatic. His father was a strong man at the peak of the Grandmaster. With his father around, he didn't have to run away in such a hurry. It also put Qian Wei's question behind him. For him now, saving his life is the most important thing. Oh, this is the young one and the old one again? Yi Ling stopped walking with great interest and looked at the grandpa and grandson in front of him. There was a hint of amusement on his face. Grandpa, that's him. That's the top-grade foundation establishment pill that he prescribed. Moreover, there should be secrets in him. As long as you kill him, it's all ours. The moment Yi Ling appeared, Qian Wei excitedly said to Qian Ming, who was beside him, It's okay. Let's see how I can get it for you, Grandpa. Qian Ming stroked Qian Wei's head lovingly and said confidently, Father, be careful. This kid is very evil. The heads of the Zhou family, the Zhao family, and the Wang family have just been killed. Qian Hong saw his father make a move. Fearing that his father would despise the other party, he quickly reminded him. Is there such a thing? After hearing Qian Hong's reminder, Qian Ming also put away his contempt for the young man in front of him. At this time, he also discovered that he couldn't see Yi Ling's true strength. This made him even more cautious. Okay, stop arguing. After sending you guys on the road, I still have to take the martial arts exam. Yi Ling waved his hand, directly interrupting the conversation of the three people in front of him. And if his barbecue goes on like this, it will be cold. He has to go back to eat in a hurry. Qianming saw Yi Ling being so rude. All of a sudden, he was furious. For so many years, he has been pampered. I have never seen anyone dare to treat him like this. When even a hand reached out to Yi Ling, intangible energy condenses in the air, finally forming a huge palm. I want to crush Yi Ling directly. As far as this kind of strength is concerned, don't show it to shame. And seeing that huge palm, Yi Ling smiled disdainfully. The last punch was blasted out, accompanied by endless waves. Directly disperse the energy giant palm in front of you. After that, the momentum continued unabated. They swept away towards the three grandparents not far away. Careful! Seeing the menacing stormy sea, Qianming hurriedly protected his grandson. Then back again and again. Father me! In the previous battle with Yi Ling, he suffered a lot of injuries. The current him simply does not have the ability to dodge Yi Ling's blow. I can only turn to my father for help. But he didn't expect that his father didn't even look at him. After uttering a painful roar, his body was instantly submerged by the monstrous waves, disappeared without a trace. And watching his father die, Qianwei did not show a trace of reluctance on his face, because he already knew that Qianming in front of him was his real father. Moreover, when the other party asked Qianer to kill him, the last bit of affection between him and the other party was cut off. I really didn't expect that you could watch your son die like this. Seeing this scene, Yi Ling was also very surprised. Can't help but stupefied. Entering Qian Hong is dead. Then the grievances between us should be written off. Why don't we settle on this? At this time, Qianming had already retreated. Don't dare to play Yi Ling's idea again. Because of Yi Ling's move just now, even he felt the mortal danger. He knows that he is not the opponent of the other party. The other party is indeed very evil. If he continued to fight with the opponent like this, he might end up staying here. Grandfather. Up to now, Qianwei has not seen clearly the situation on the scene. Hearing that his grandfather actually wanted to reconcile with Yi Ling, Yishur said anxiously, "Shut up." Seeing what Qianwei wanted to say, Qianming quickly sealed his mouth with an energy man, telling him not to say more. Unfortunately, my last thing is to cut the weeds and roots. Yi Ling shook his head, rejecting the other party's request for reconciliation. You mean, you want to fight to the death with me? Qianming frowned. He already understood that this battle was unavoidable. Always ready to attack. Are you worthy of fighting to the death with me? Yi Ling snorted coldly. The 6 rounds of scorching sun above the head erupted in an instant. A terrifying golden light shone down. A terrifying aura directly fixed Qianming in front of him. Although it was only for a moment, it was enough for Yi Ling to come to him. Then with a sword, Qianming's head was sliced off. Seeing this scene, Qianwei was intimidated. When Yi Ling saw it, he couldn't laugh or cry. This mighty son of an aristocratic family unexpectedly burst into gallbladder and was frightened to death directly. It's really useless. Good money, Zhao. Seeing this scene, Yi Ling won. Directly beat the corpses of the two into a blood mist. Then the 6 blazing suns in the sky burst in a dazzling light. Evaporate the blood mist directly. Only then did Yi Ling feel relieved. Really wasting my time and messing with my leg of lamb. Waiting for Yi Ling to return to the place where he used to eat meat, only to find that the fire had already been extinguished. The originally delicious roasted meat was also cold. This made Yi Ling very regretful. If only he had dealt with the opponent earlier. Perhaps this barbecue could still be eaten. Before going to sleep, Yi Ling sent messages to Li Xie and Li Yu. Let them go. In fact, Yi Ling didn't expect it either. Grandmaster's battle power is actually so weak. He had thought it would be a tough fight. Unexpectedly, he solved these guys in half a day. Have you met the 4 major families? After receiving Yi Ling's message, Li Xie replied quickly. Yi Ling, I have. Li Xie, is that resolved? Yi Ling, solved. Li Xie, okay, then I will leave tomorrow morning. Li Yu, okay? Yi Ling. Okay. Through the battle with the patriarchs of the four major families, Yi Ling understood. How terrifying is the bonus of high-grade artistic conception in battle. The patriarchs of the four major families did not have high-grade martial arts in hand, so I was completely crushed by Yi Ling. However, not many people can be like Yi Ling. Several high-grade martial arts are in hand, plus a strong physique. If so, Yi Ling will not be able to crush them. That was outrageous too. Early the next morning, Yi Ling was not in a hurry to set off. From the infinite backpack, he took out the remaining half of the leopard meat from last night, then put it on the fire and roast it. Prepare a hearty meal before heading out. Soon, under Yi Ling's careful roasting, a strong aroma of barbecue overflowed. It whetted Yi Ling's appetite. Brother, this tastes delicious. Can you give me some? 163 was just when Yi Ling was about to eat. A petite figure slowly walked towards this side. She looked at the roast on the rack. Immediately, all the halotzi flowed out. Then he looked at Yi Ling with a pitiful face. Then you can eat. Yi Ling looked at such a bold little lowly in front of him and was slightly surprised. After sensing the other party's aura, she realized that the little lowly in front of her was actually a martial artist. It turned out that the artist was bold. After all, at this age, it is already rare to be able to become a martial artist. Moreover, he can't eat so much. It's also great to get to know each other. What's more, he likes such a little lowly very much. By the way, brother, my name is Ganyu. What's your name? Are you going to take part in this martial arts test too? Little Lolita looked at Yi Ling vaguely while eating, then asked curiously, Yi Ling, a candidate for the martial arts exam this time. Yi Ling responded with a smile. I really don't understand, obviously, the location of the martial arts test this time. The agreed-upon second-ranked secret realm. I don't know how to do it, but it became Sampigny. It caused me to walk so far that my legs were about to break. If only I knew who changed the martial arts test this time. I must kill him. While eating the barbecue, the little lowly complained dissatisfiedly. He bit the barbecue in his hand desperately. It seems to let all the grievances vent on the barbecue in this hand. Cough, cough. When Yi Ling heard about little Lolita, she wanted to beat to death the heads of the four major families who were responsible for the crime. Accidentally, he almost choked to death. Brother, why are you so careless? You can watch even a barbecue. Little Lolita hurried over and patted Yi Ling on the back. I was afraid that Yi Ling would choke to death. No, nothing. Yi Ling quickly waved his hand, signaling the little girl not to be nervous. Little Lolita didn't think about it either. The group of guys she wanted to hammer to death. He was hammered to death by Yi Ling not long ago, and it was not far away. After eating and drinking enough, the little lowly leaned against the tree beside her in satisfaction. Then he rested very satisfied. This was the most satisfying meal she had eaten in the past 2 days. By the way, why did you come to take part in the martial arts test alone? Where is your companion? Taking advantage of the rest, Yi Ling asked curiously. No, my companions have all been killed by monsters. And I also ran over from Ungshi next door. After the little lowly heard Yi Ling's words, his face gradually darkened. Then he barely held up a smile and said to Yi Ling, Ungshi? Which high school are you from? I'm also from Ungshi. Hearing that the little lowly in front of her is actually from Ungshi, a gleam of light suddenly appeared in Yi Ling's eyes. There is also a touch of kindness towards the little lowly in front of her. Brother, you are actually from Ungshi. I'm from number 3 middle school. What about you? After hearing that Yi Ling is also from Ungshi, the little Lolita has a little bit of affection for Yi Ling in front of her. Immediately shouted excitedly, I'm from number 1 middle school. Yi Ling nodded. This time, there are more than 3,000 students in our 3rd middle school. In the end, there were less than 500 students who survived. Most of them have given up the martial arts test. In our class, I came alone, so left alone. Fortunately, I have met my little brother now, and I have a companion. Little Lolita looked at Yi Ling with a smile on her face. Obviously, both are from Ungshi. This relationship has brought the two of them closer. Okay, let the past be the past. Just stop thinking about it. Yi Ling comforted. Brother, where is your companion? Why are you alone? At this time, the little lowly was also interested. I have something to do, so I went alone. They were waiting for me at the gate of the secret realm. Then I will introduce you to each other. Yi Ling said. Okay. The little loli nodded excitedly. How is it? Have you rested? Rest well? We are about to set off. Yi Ling looked at the little girl who was about to fall asleep and said helplessly, if you really wait for this little guy to fall asleep, it is estimated that it will take another day to reach the destination. Then let's go. Little Loli rubbed her sleepy eyes. Then he looked at Yi Ling next to him and smiled awkwardly. Then they set off. In order not to hit the little Lolita in front of her, Yi Ling still didn't show her master-level strength, but followed the little Lolita all the way. Walking to the secret realm, fortunately, the secret realm is not far from where they are, and it took only a few hours to see the destination this time, the third-ranked secret realm, 10,000 Snake Valley. Yi Ling, come here. Li Xie has been waiting for Yi Ling at the entrance. Seeing the familiar figure at the end of the road, he immediately waved his hands excitedly. Go over there. Yi Ling also glanced at Li Xie not far away. Then he took the little loli and walked over there. This is... Looking at the little loli that suddenly appeared beside Yi Ling, Li Xie had a strange expression on her face. It seems to be considering the relationship between the two. This is a friend I just made on the road, also from Engshi. This is Li Xie, Li Yu. It is also from Engshi. As a straight man, Yi Ling didn't notice the atmosphere at all. Still smiling, he introduced them. After hearing that the little loli is also from Engshi, Li Xie also silently let go of her guard. He took the initiative to talk to the little Lolita. Has the content of the exam come out this time? Yi Ling suddenly remembered something, and then looked at Li Xie, who was at the side. It's officially announced. Li Xie nodded. Then, the request for the first test was sent to Yi Ling. Then I saw the content this time. Third grade secret realm, 10,000 Snakes Valley. Just like its name, this secret realm is full of monsters like monster snakes. Among them, the strongest has reached the third level, which is equivalent to the human Grandmaster Realm powerhouse. However, in 10,000 Snakes Valley, the number of Tier 3 monsters is extremely rare. It will only appear in the most central area of the secret realm, and the scope of this assessment, basically on the periphery. There are a large number of first-order monsters entrenched there. In other words, it is equivalent to the combat power of a human warrior. So, as long as you don't look for death, go inside. Nothing will go wrong. And the assessment of the first level is to gain points by killing monsters. When the points reach 100 points, you can advance to the next level. Get 10 points for killing first-order monsters. Get 100 points for killing Tier 2 monsters. And killing the third-order monsters will directly get 1,000 points and pass the level directly, without the need to participate in the subsequent assessment. Looking at the last requirement, if you kill the third-order monster, you can pass the level directly without participating in the subsequent assessment. But this request for these ordinary students is undoubtedly a fantasy. After all, one can become a martial artist. It is already a 1 in a million existence. Not to mention being a master, a great state above this martial artist. In the past, it was only among the top 10 students in the country. It is only possible for such a peerless genius in the realm of a master to appear. Time flies. Soon, 2 days passed. The secret realm is finally about to open. During this period, the relationship between the little Lolita Ganyu and the three of them became closer and closer. At the same time, Ganyu was also surprised to find out. Li Yu and Li Xie in front of me, these two people are actually in the realm of martial arts. The strength is also very strong. Even she thought that she couldn't beat these two people steadily. What made her feel even more strange was that the two vaguely respected Yi Ling. In other words, Yi Ling's strength far surpassed the two of them. This made Ganyu, a little girl, very curious. So she kept asking about Yi Ling's strength. Unfortunately, Yi Ling has been unwilling to tell him. At the same time, it also warned Li Yu and Li Xie not to speak out. Yi Ling was afraid that there would be a gap between Ganyu in front of him and himself because of his excessive strength. Destroy the relationship between the two. But just like that, Ganyu became more and more curious, so she kept chasing Yi Ling. Soon, the examiner who was in charge of this martial arts test came to the gate of the secret realm of 10,000 Snakes Valley. then began to distribute a scoring watch to each person. Look at the watch has been sent to everyone's hands. Chui Rong, who was in charge of this assessment, also picked up a watch and said to the students below, "Bring on the score watch. You can record the points of the monsters you kill. Once you have accumulated 100 points, you will be sent directly to level 2. And this assessment time is 3 days. If within 3 days, the accumulation of 100 points has not been completed, will be eliminated automatically. Students who successfully advance to the next level can continue the assessment. As for the assessment requirements, after passing the first level assessment, of course you will know. Well, now I won't talk nonsense anymore. The assessment begins." After finishing speaking, Chui Rong flew into the air directly, then flipped his hands quickly, forming a mysterious seal. Then pushed it away, and the blockade on the secret realm of 10,000 Snakes Valley in front of you was completely untied. An invisible portal slowly opened. From it shines a white soft beam. Slowly suck the students below into it. Hold hands, don't get separated. At this time, Ling quickly reminded. The next few people also nodded hastily, and then firmly held each other's hand. In this way, it can be guaranteed that the 4 of them can be assigned to the same area. Just when Ling thought that he was about to enter the secret realm, an accident happened. Li Yu and the 3 of them were teleported away, but Ling stayed where he was. This made Ling frown immediately. What happened? At this time, Chui Rong, who was the invigilator, also noticed the strangeness below, slowly flying towards Ling. At this time, Ling suddenly remembered that with the blessing of talent, his true realm was already due to the master. In other words, it exceeded the upper limit that the 3rd-rank secret realm could accept. So he was banned from entering the 3rd-rank secret realm. Ling had no choice but to inquire about the exchange talent. Is there any way to solve this problem? Then the exchange system gave him a reminder. Then temporarily seal its realm plus 5 talent. It just needs to cost a little to exchange for gold coins. Okay, let's exchange it. Seeing the assessors getting closer, Ling had no choice but to agree directly. And when Ling chose to exchange, looking at the deducted exchange gold coins, I immediately felt a heartache, because the little gold coins mentioned in the mouth of the exchange talent are as high as 10,000 exchange gold coins. Afterwards, the talent realm plus 5 was directly hidden. Ling's realm has changed back to the 6th heaven in the capital. Seeing this, Ling also breathed a sigh of relief. This time the white light swept over him, accepted him directly, and then brought him into the secret realm of 10,000 Snakes Valley. Seeing this scene, Chui Rong, who was not far away, also stopped and didn't think much about it. But this also led to the loss of contact between Ling and Li Yu. "No, I will earn back all the gold coins I spent this time." Looking at the point watch in his hand, Ling took it off directly. Throw it into the infinite backpack. Then go straight to the central area of 10,000 Snakes Valley. He spent 10,000 in exchange for gold coins. His balance is about to be cleared. He had to find a way to make it up again. As a result, the next 3rd-tier monsters in 10,000 Snakes Valley all fell ill. "What's the matter, brother Ling?" As soon as she opened her eyes, little Lolita realized that Ling had disappeared. Immediately, she looked at Li Xie nervously. It's gone, what's there to worry about?" Li Xie looked indifferent. She has long been used to Ling's elusive state. Maybe he's off to something big. Li Yu waved his hand and didn't pay much attention. After all, for a monster like Ling, this kind of sudden disappearance is really too common. "You don't worry at all? Will my brother have a group affair?" Looking at the 2 indifferent faces, little Lolita became a little anxious. "It's okay. We'll see you in the 2nd level," Li Xinyu said indifferently. Even if the 3 of them had an accident, she would not 130 believe that an accident would happen to Ling. The opponent is so strong. Even if the 3rd-order monsters in this secret realm are added together, it is probably not enough for him to kill alone. All right, seeing that the 2 of them have so much confidence in Ling, little Lolita couldn't say anything more. On the other side, just entered the distance of 10,000 Snakes Valley. In order to make up for the loss he had just lost, Yi Ling headed straight to the center of 10,000 Snakes Valley. There gathered the most powerful monsters in the entire 10,000 Snakes Valley. Most of the Tier 3 monsters are entrenched here. At this time, Yi Ling seemed to be crazy and directly started the massacre on the one hand. One is incomparably powerful third order in the eyes of candidates. Monster. At this moment, in Yi Ling's hands, he was easily killed like an ant. Then, together with the corpse, Yi Ling exchanged them for gold coins. With the large number of deaths of the third-order monsters, it finally caused a chain reaction. Some third-tier monsters, in order to escape Yi Ling's pursuit, started to move towards the periphery, quickly occupied the territory of those second-order monsters. And those Tier 2 monsters flocked to the periphery frantically because their territory was occupied. As a result, a large number of students encountered Tier 2 monsters. As a result, many students were unable to resist the attacks of the second-order monsters. In the end, he was directly sent out of the mystery of 10,000 Snakes Valley by the scoring watch in his hand, and lost the qualification to continue the assessment. What's going on here? Why did a Tier 2 monster suddenly appear? Seeing the huge creature that suddenly appeared in front of her eyes, Licia also frowned. But at a glance, she could tell that the big black star in front of her was a second-order monster. I just don't know why the other party appears in this periphery. Shouldn't this be the gathering place for Tier 1 monsters? Whatever, it's all given away anyway. Liu, who has just advanced to the rank of martial artist, looking at the black gorilla in front of him, a strong fighting spirit welled up in his heart. After becoming an advanced martial artist, she hasn't experienced a decent battle yet. So he rushed out directly, holding the blue long sword in his hand. He has already completed the Gale sword art. In his hands, a huge power was exerted. With just one move, the right arm of the black gorilla was cut off. Roar! And the black gorilla, who felt a sharp pain, was furious. There was a painful roar. A violent beam of energy gushes out directly from its mouth, straight to Liu in front of him. Damn it, you actually have supernatural powers. Seeing this scene, Liu quickly avoided. He also didn't expect the second-order monster to fight for the first time. He actually has the legendary supernatural powers. This is an extremely rare existence. You must know that monsters have supernatural powers, and they are generally at or above the third level. Like this kind of monster that has supernatural powers after reaching the second level. Generally speaking, they are all gifted existences. The fighting power is extremely powerful. Liu, do you want me to help? Not far away, Licia seemed to have seen Jiyu's plight. Hastily opened the mouth to say, "No, I can handle him." Liu quickly refused. He can't show timidity in front of his goddess. Then he stared at the black gorilla in front of him. Be prepared to wait your turn. Seeing that his energy light beam missed, the black gorilla was even more angry. Directly waving the only remaining left arm, he rushed towards Liu. Sure enough, a monster is a monster, really stupid. Seeing this scene, Liu's confidence increased greatly. Using body skills, he kept approaching the black gorilla. Then, directly used the Gale Sword technique that has reached the perfect state. He slashed fiercely and pierced the neck of the black orangutan star. Then rode down. Suddenly, a stream of blood flowed from the neck. Soon, the other party had no life, fell to the ground and died. I have enough points. I have to send them away. Soon, Liu has more points on his watch, and there are 100 more points. The requirements for entering level 2 have been met. You go first, we will come later, Licia said with a smile. Good. After speaking, Liu was teleported away. Sister Cia, look, there are 2 more. One for each of us. Just right. At this time, the little lowly suddenly laughed out loud. Then the finger points not far away. Suddenly, 2 second-order monsters appeared. Don't know why it's here, though. But the 2 of them were also extremely excited. Because of these 2 Tier 2 monsters, they can also quickly pass the first test. Okay, Licia nodded. Then with the little lowly in front of him, they quickly dealt with the 2 second-tier monsters. Entered level 2. When they entered the second level, they suddenly found themselves on the platform that should be huge. At this time, there are only a few people on the platform. For point 9, soon they all saw Liu's figure. Yi Ling doesn't seem to come up yet. Liu looked at the two of them and shook his head. I don't know what the hell is he doing. Li Xie was also helpless. Brother, there's nothing wrong with him, right? Little Lolita couldn't help worrying again. It should be fine, but I don't know what he is doing. Liu comforted him. In the Valley of 10,000 Snakes, Yi Ling found that he had already killed hundreds of third-tier monsters. I have earned back the 10,000 exchange gold coins I just spent, even earned tens of thousands more. In response, Yi Ling also nodded in satisfaction, then put on the point watch, and after killing a second-tier monster, it disappeared in place. By the time Yi Ling appeared on the platform, more than 100 people had already gathered on the platform. Yi Ling this way? Yi Ling just appeared on the platform not long ago. The little lowly, who had been paying attention to the surroundings, immediately noticed his appearance. Hastily ran over excitedly. Where have you been? Why are you so slow? Li Xie frowned, looking at Yi Ling in front of her. She could smell Yi Ling in front of her, and she smelled blood all over her body. It seems that he should have experienced a lot of battles. Otherwise, there would not be such a strong smell of blood. Something happened, but it's settled. Yi Ling smiled and said indifferently, if anyone saw him, he would just be like a demon god slaughtering a monster. I'm afraid I can't compare him with this kind young man in front of me. And on the high platform, not far away, Cui Rong, the examiner in charge of the assessment, was frowning at this time. Looking at the candidates below, he remembered the candidates who came to take the martial arts test this time. Even if you only count the students in Beijing, there are more than 1,000 students in 2009. But on the platform at this time, there are not even more than 200 people. This ratio also made him frown, and at the same time realized that something was wrong. Then, a staff member ran up. I don't know why, just now the third-tier monsters and second-tier monsters have gone crazy, then escaped from his own area. As a result, many Tier 2 monsters entered the periphery. Many students had no way to resist and were directly eliminated. This led to the fact that only so many students advanced to the second level. The staff hurried forward and said. At the same time, his face was full of dignity. However, fortunately, they were prepared in advance. If it weren't for the existence of the scoring watch, I am afraid that this time, many students will die. The number of students who pass the customs is really too small. You go to notify the students who have been eliminated. If the realm has reached the 5th level of martial artist or above, we'll go directly to the second level. Cui Rong hesitated for a while, but decided to break the rules and let those students who have reached the 5th level of warriors enter the second level. In the past, according to this practice, students of the 5th level of warriors were also eligible to enter the second level. But because of this special situation, these students were eliminated prematurely. It's also a little unfair, so Cui Rong decided to give them a chance to make amends. Anyway, there is a second level. If you fail to pass, you will also be kicked out. But he didn't allow it, and only less than 200 people entered the second level. At that time, he couldn't bear the troubles of those parents. After all, the families that can provide martial arts training in this world are all wealthy families. What's going on? The second level hasn't started yet. Do you want us to stay here and wait for 3 days? Yi Ling frowned, then looked at his 3 companions, really puzzled. Probably not. Li Xie also frowned. In fact, she has been waiting here for a long time. Can't, like Yi Ling said, really wait for 3 days. Some students can't hold back anymore. Little Lolita pointed to a group of students not far away. They've started to get restless. Even, someone has already walked towards the examiner. Quiet. He looked at the restless students below. Cui Rong hesitated for a moment, still decided to open the second level in advance. After all, wait any longer. The emotions of the students below will become more and more excited. And someone has already voiced their grievances. Since everyone is so impatient to enter the second level, then the second round of assessment begins. Now I invite you all to enter the portal before you. We are about to go to the location of the second level assessment. Cui Rong looked down and became quiet. Then he waved his hand. A series of white portals appeared at the forefront of the crowd. And with his command, all the students present here couldn't bear the excitement in their hearts. Because finally, the second level can start. They also followed Shui Rong's guidance and slowly walked into the portal in front of them. Soon, it was Yi Mai's turn and the four of them. Soon, when they opened their eyes again, then I found myself in another open space. And not far away, there is a towering mountain. A large part of the mountain has disappeared into the clouds. It looked like they had encountered that Victoria Mountain before. It's just a mountain in front of me. Compared with the previous Taiping Mountain, it looks even more dangerous. The mountain in front of me is called Golden Snake Mountain. According to legend, it was transformed from the bones of a powerful monster. The more he went to the top of the mountain, the more oppressive he faced. And this time the assessment requirements to climb the Golden Snake Mountain. For every 100 meters up, the integral on the integral watch will increase by 1 point. Once you reach 100 points, you can automatically transfer to the third level. So now you can start. Shui Rong stepped on the void, lovingly walking towards this side. Then announced the assessment requirements for the second pass. After the announcement, he disappeared again. The points have been cleared. At this time, Yi Ling raised his hand. Looking at the points above, he also smiled slightly. This mountain must be more than 10,000. That is, as long as the 390 climbs to a certain height, that will be able to end this level. It still looks very simple. Li Xia also expressed her thoughts. Forget about this. Let's go up and have a look, and we'll know if we don't. Li Yu said directly and decisively. Okay. Little Lolita also nodded. Afterwards, the four of them headed towards the Golden Snake Mountain. The other students also slowly climbed up the mountain. Somewhere in a huge square, a piece of invisible screen appeared in the void, and each screen in the screen corresponds to a candidate. Recorded everything they did on Golden Snake Mountain. How is it? Are there any good seedlings? An admissions teacher from a certain Shigemoto University looked at his friend next to him and asked with a smile. Although his friend is not from the same university as himself, but they've been friends for decades, so there is no taboo to talk about these things. This time, there are still quite a few good seedlings. I didn't expect that in Shanjing City, there are actually more than 10 gifted children who are in the realm of martial arts. It seems that this time, we did not make a mistake. Lao Yi said with a smile. I'm just afraid that the guys from the 4 holy level colleges will come over and snatch them from us. The middle-aged man sighed. The 4 most powerful martial arts universities in the Dragon Kingdom. They are respectively named after the 4 holy beasts, Qinglong, Baihu, Suzuku, and Xuanwu. As long as they make a move, there will be no other schools to intervene. After all, it is one of the 4 holy colleges, and it has long been familiar to the world. No one will give up this opportunity to enter it. It is the university that all warriors dream of. That thing happened some time ago. As a result, the requirements for selecting candidates from the 4 holy colleges are now much higher. Maybe we still have a chance. Lao Yi looked up and looked around, then bent down and whispered to his friend. You mean what happened some time ago? When I heard my friend say so. The middle-aged man also instantly remembered and understood what the other party said, even if it was booing. I dare not mention it again. After all that happened. As a result, many martial arts academies in Longwood conducted a strict investigation. There was quite a commotion. Up to now, many people remain in the shadow of that time. However, as my friend said, since that incident, all books, even the 4 holy colleges, for the origin of the students, the investigation is more careful. Do not allow any unstable factors to enter into it. So, they also have a great possibility. A seedling who can obtain 1 or 2 martial artist realms. Over time, the night dimmed day by day. But there are more and more people going up the mountain. The moon in the starry sky also slowly poked its head out. The silvery white moonlight poured down. For all those who are climbing up, put on an invisible coat. It seems to be cheering them on. This coercion is about to crush me to death. Little Lolita, Ganyu touched her calf that was about to break. With a childlike heart, she still couldn't help complaining. And when she looked at the phone, it was not halfway there yet. In other words, now she has not even walked 5 kilometers. But already tired like this. Suddenly felt physically and mentally exhausted. If it was an ordinary road, no matter how much she walked, it would not be acceptable. But this Golden Snake Mountain, the higher it goes, the more pressure it faces. Originally, the little lowly felt quite relaxed, but slowly, her feet seemed to be filled with lead. Then after walking a certain distance, it was as if a huge boulder was pressed on his body. Behind, it was like carrying a huge mountain on its back. It was so heavy that her legs could not straighten up. Then she raised her head and looked at the three calm and composed people in front of her. Immediately sighed, why the gap is so big. She never thought about the three people in front of her. Ling is powerful, and his realm has reached the capital. Possesses a terrifying physique. Regarding the coercion of Gene Snake Mountain, he directly ignored it. And Liu and Li Se even took the 7-color treasure pill, a miraculous medicine. Physique and talent have undergone tremendous changes. Therefore, the coercion of the Golden Snake Mountain has been reduced to an extremely low level for them. So among the 4 of them, the only little lowly who didn't hang out seemed a little cramped. What? Do you want me to carry you? At this time, Ling also discovered the tragic situation of the little lowly behind her. Then he spoke. Gonna lend a helping hand. No need. Hearing that Ling was going to carry her on her back, the little lowly already had a crush on Ling. The little face suddenly turned red. Then he waved his hands again and again. But it was this movement that made her body, which was already not good enough, look even heavier. Almost fell over. Why are you trying to be brave? Seeing the little lowly who was about to fall, Ling flashed over in an instant. Then lift her up? Can't help but criticize. Then he squatted down gently. All right. Seeing this scene, little lowly didn't refuse anymore. Blushing, he climbed up. Damn, why didn't I think of using this trick? 11. Li Se, who was not far away, turned around. Looking at the little lowly who jumped onto Ling's back, she immediately looked at herself with remorse. Now he can't wait to jump on Ling's back as himself. Square. This little guy is a bit interesting. He even carried someone on his back. Doesn't he know that this Golden Snake Mountain cannot carry peoples? Many admissions teachers have noticed that Ling is an alternative, especially old leaves. In this regard, issued his own exclamation. Why can't you carry someone back? Lao Bai at the side also asked the doubts in his heart. You have never been to Shangjing City to recruit students before. Therefore, they may not understand the coercion of the Golden Snake Mountain. On this Golden Snake Mountain, if you want to carry people's words, it is equivalent to the coercion that another person bears. Superimpose on yourself. So, now this young man has to bear the coercion of 2 people. So, I don't think he can last long. Lao Yi looked at his friend with a smile and said. Teachers from other colleges also nodded. Agree with Lao Ye's statement. I also think Ling can't last too long. But I always feel that this kid is a bit unusual. I just don't know how strong he is. Lao Bai expressed a different idea. Because before him, he also noticed Ling and his party. From beginning to end, they are climbers in the first ranks. Especially the 3 of Ling. They didn't show any strangeness. It can be seen that the coercion of Gene Snake Mountain is for them. It won't make much of an impact at all. This young man doesn't seem to be among the group of martial artists we investigated. Lao Yi frowned. It is also considering what Lao Bai said. It seems to be absent. Lao Bai was taken aback for a moment, then picked up the phone, checked the list from the previous investigation. It was found that Ling was not among them. He also had a little doubt about his own judgment. But slowly, everyone present, their eyes have changed a lot, because Ling, who carried the little lowly on his back, not only did not slow down at this time. On the contrary, it accelerated a lot. This made everyone present realize it. The little guy in front of him may be hiding his real history. Gene, Hao Zhao, Snake Mountain. Before, considering that little lowly could not bear too much coercion. So Ling and his group are trying to accommodate the little Lolita. So I didn't do my best. Now Ling bears the coercion of the little Lolita. The speed of the 3 of them is getting faster and faster. Soon, they completely surpass the first echelon. Stand alone. In less than half an hour, they had already reached the critical point. Hey, why wasn't it forced to teleport this time? Li Se discovered at this time that they had reached the 10,000-meter limit. According to the practice of the first level, They should be sent away directly at this time. But this time, Licia went on for another meter. But I found that the score on the watch changed directly from 10,000 to 10001. And it hasn't been teleported yet. This also surprised Licia. And at this time, she can also feel it. As long as you want to teleport away, you can be teleported away. Continue. Ling also discovered that the numbers on his points watch still going up. However, Ling also sensed that he could be teleported away at any time. But this time it's possible to move on. It also means that there must be something waiting for them ahead. So Ling didn't hesitate anymore and said directly to the three people beside him. It seems that they have found out. On the square, more and more people have paid attention to Ling and his group. Carrying people on your back, you can walk 1,000 meters so calmly, and not even breathless. This kind of Ling is really too eye-catching, and his partner is also extraordinary. No, even if this guy isn't on our list, but his companions are also not on our list. At this moment, Lao Bai suddenly realized something, then opened the list and turn it from beginning to end. Not to mention martial artists. Even among the martial artists, there is no one like Ling. Could it be that there are people from other cities coming to participate in the competition in Shanjing? In this regard, Lao Bai felt deeply puzzled. Then he looked at his friend. Lao Bai also thought of something when he was 490. Then he suddenly froze. Some time ago, and city seemed to be in trouble. Caused a large number of deaths. In order to repair the endgame, Ungshi canceled the martial arts test this time. Most of the martial arts students went to other cities for martial arts exams. Shanjing City is the closest city to In-City. They should be from In-City. After Lao Yi expressed his judgment, the teachers around were also stunned. Then he quickly called and began to contact and investigate the identity of Ling and his party. They already desperately want to know, what is the identity of this boy in front of him? It's so strong. Although it is impossible to directly observe Ling's realm through the secret realm. But for now, at least one thing is known. Ling in front of him has at least reached the level of a martial artist. Even the level in the realm of martial arts is not low, because in the list, there are also students in the ranks of martial arts masters. At this time, it was still hovering around 7,000 meters. So with people on your back, you can still go up to 10,000 meters of Ling. The strength is at least 7 or 8 times that of a martial artist. Such a discovery made these teachers extremely excited. Like a treasure. I didn't expect it to be in this kind of place. Actually found a good seedling. In the square, the most prominent position. Sitting with teachers from the 4 holy colleges. A graceful and luxurious young woman. Seeing Ling's performance all the way, I also sighed. A smile appeared on his face. In fact, third-tier cities like Shanjing. By convention, cities are divided into first tier, second tier, and third tier. Generally speaking, first-tier cities. The 4 holy colleges will send people to recruit students. After all, it is a first-tier city with the most abundant resources and teaching resources. It is also the place where genius warriors are most likely to appear. And like Shanjing City, this third-tier city. Generally speaking, some teachers are randomly selected to go there. Originally, he was transferred to such a third-tier city. Dou-Wei was still a little dissatisfied. Therefore, for this trip to Beijing, she didn't hold out hope. But when she saw Ling in front of her, she suddenly became interested. Because she could see that the Ling in front of her was extremely extraordinary. Even in those first-tier cities, there are rare good seedlings. I just don't know what my character is, so I still need to investigate. Otherwise, it would be bad to reproduce that incident again. Tang Xiaoyang from White Tiger Academy put forward a different opinion. That's right. Let's investigate first. Look at his background and character. If you pass the test, you can consider it. As the head of the 4 holy level colleges, Teacher C from Qinglong College also expressed his own opinion. After hearing Teacher C's words, everyone nodded. Then he ordered his subordinates to investigate Ling's background. Soon, Ling's background was in the hands of these teachers. Both parents died. Awaken your talent on your 16th birthday. In just 10 days, such a terrifying combat power has been achieved. This sky-defying speed of cultivation. It also surprised everyone. Even the teachers from the four holy colleges were greatly surprised. They all thought that Yi Ling had awakened his talent since he was a child. Because the earlier the talent is awakened, the longer the training time will be. Unexpectedly, Yi Ling only successfully awakened when she was 16 years old. In other words, Yi Ling has risen to the present. Not even half a month, he has already reached the level of a martial artist or above. Then, the teachers of the Four Holy Theater Academy looked at each other. They all saw a trace of fanaticism in their eyes. If it is confirmed that there is no problem with Yi Ling in front of him, the Yi Ling in front of him will be a peerless genius. I'm afraid that if you enter the university, you will be able to be listed on the Tianjiao list immediately. Become a true pride of heaven. Then let's go our separate ways. Sima Yun looked at the three of them. Then he stroked his pale beard and smiled. Then it's up to each other. Do Wei also laughed. The teachers below, after reading the information of Yi Ling, then he realized that he might have missed the Yi Ling in front of him. Because above them, there are four holy colleges. They will definitely not give up a peerless talent like Yi Ling. It's a pity we can't compete with those four guys at all. Lao Yi also raised his head and looked not far away. The admissions teacher of the four holy colleges on the high platform. His face showed embarrassment. I can't help it, it takes 4 days to meet people. Lao Bai also shook his head. Pull your sight back to the Golden Snake Mountain. At this time, Yi Ling was continuing to move forward with little Lolito on her back. It's already 20,000 meters away. Li Yu stopped and then looked at the points on his watch. Then several people who also stopped said they unknowingly climbed another 10,000 meters, but never see the top of the mountain. At this time, Li Yu and Li Xie also felt a little pressure. Can you hold on? If you can hold on, keep going. Yi Ling thought for a while, and then spoke. He always feels something awaits them up there. We're okay, let's move on. Li Yu and Li Xie looked at each other, then nodded. The four continued to move forward. As for the little loli, she is the weirdest. Actually fell asleep on Yi Ling's back. If the students who have worked so hard to climb the mountain see this, they will probably die of anger. Now, when the sky is already dark, the three of Yi Ling and the others have already reached the height of 30,000 meters of Golden Snake Mountain. At this time, Li Xie and Li Yu finally felt the tremendous pressure. Although they took the colorful pills, their talent and physique have been greatly improved. However, the time they take is too short. His own strength has not been raised to a certain level, so being able to reach the height of 30,000 meters is already very rare. I can't do it. After another 30,000 meters, Li Yu finally couldn't bear it. He fell heavily to the ground. Before Yi Ling went to help the other party, Ji Yu disappeared in place. Li Yu has reached his limit, and he should be sent out forcibly. Looking at Li Yu, who disappeared, Li Xie, who was extremely weak, said helplessly. Afterwards, he advanced several thousand meters, but Li Xie couldn't hold on anymore. Then, fell heavily. It hasn't landed yet. Was sent directly. As for Yi Ling, she didn't feel a trace of Wia at all. The only pressure is the little loli on her back. In her sleep, it may be because she is too comfortable. It caused saliva to flow down his back. His clothes were soaked, but the little loli had a face full of ignorance. Still asleep, Yi Ling was quite helpless. He looked up and looked at the top, but still couldn't see the top at a glance. Thinking of this, Yi Ling had the idea of giving up. Forget it. It's all here. Let's climb to the top. But Yi Ling thought in a blink of an eye, since he had wasted so much time climbing the Golden Snake Mountain. Why not go straight to the top? Afterwards, Yi Ling decided to move on. Without the constraints of Li Xie and Li Yu, Yi Ling completely let go of her speed. Use it directly, and it has already been upgraded to the 4th grade ghost step. The current speed at which he is advancing can be described as terrifying. Damn, look at Yi Ling. On the square, a teacher noticed the screen where Yi Ling was. Immediately, I couldn't help crying out. Attracted the attention of many teachers. When recruiting teachers, they all look at the screen where Yi Ling is. But he found Yi Ling's figure moving rapidly. The scenery around him also keeps receding. It can be seen that Yi Ling is climbing at an extremely fast speed. This kid can actually accelerate, and there is no problem at all. I suspect that he has surpassed the realm of a martial artist. Although I also have this feeling, he can't have reached the realm of a master. Grandmaster realm +1. In less than a minute, it has crossed the square meter again. I remember that this Golden Snake Mountain seems to be only 90,000 meters long. It won't be long before he fears he will be able to climb to the top. It seems that there will be another Heaven's Chosen One on the Heaven's Chosen list. The teachers below lamented Ling one after another. At the same time, it is also aware of Ling's realm. It may have reached the level of a master, because only a master can climb so easily. On the Golden Snake Mountain, they ignored all coercion and turned a blind eye. Many teachers from the admissions office of the third and second books. This is also an expression of displeasure. Because of their realm, they are also the realm of masters. And in front of him, the young man who just turned 16 years old has actually reached the realm of a master. This made them embarrassing after decades of cultivation. Can't wait to find a place immediately, bury the hole, and drill in. What's the secret on the top of the Golden Snake Mountain? Lao Yi looked at Lao Bai with a puzzled look on his face. As a college, there are always teachers recruiting students in Shanjing City. He believed that Lao Bai must know something. Sure enough, after hearing Lao Ye's question, Lao Bai whispered in Lao Bai's ear, "Only the master level can go up this Golden Snake Mountain. Once the climber reaches the realm of a master. In accordance with the provisions of the Wukao, you can choose arbitrarily, including all colleges, including the 4 holy colleges, and enter them to study. Moreover, he can also obtain an additional 4th grade martial art. However, no one has received this reward for hundreds of years. It's perfectly normal that you don't know. A 4th-rank martial art is at least tens of millions of dragon coins. You are also willing to go to Beijing. After hearing about climbing to the top, one can actually get a 4th grade martial art. This made Lao Yi, who is a master, also look envious. Because even if it is the most common 4th grade martial art, if you sell it casually, you can get tens of millions of dragon coins. If you can't bear children, you can't trap wolves. Although he is not from our Shanjing City. But in our Shanjing City, we took part in the martial arts test. That is half of the people in Shanjing City. Lao Bai said with a hazy smile, "There is such a proud man of heaven as a propaganda." He believes that those students listed are more motivated. It is very likely that a trend of martial arts will be set off. It is very conducive to the development of martial arts in Shanjing City. Therefore, paying for a 4th-rank martial art can exchange for a proud son of heaven. For them to go to Beijing, it is also a steady profit. Li Yu and Li Xie were teleported over early. It appeared directly on the square. That's why, after they reached the 10,000-meter requirement, not sent directly. Instead, follow their advice. You can move on, because as long as it exceeds 20,000 meters, all subsequent assessments can be directly exempted. Go straight to the admissions process. So, Gu and Li Xie after reaching 10,000 meters. It was sent out directly. All examinations are waived. In the face of Li Xie and Li Yu, 2 talented warriors. Even the 4 holy colleges have offered olive branches. However, Li Yu and the others, after considering that Ling hadn't come out yet, no immediate choice was made. And the teachers of the 4 holy colleges, after seeing their hesitation, did not urge them. After all, they can also see that the 2 people in front of them have a very good relationship with Ling. So, it's very possible. While getting Ling, they can also harvest these 2 talented warriors. When the time comes, it's up to each of us to do what we can. The admissions teacher from Qinglong College looked at the 3 teachers beside him. He knew that only these 3 teachers were qualified to compete with him for Ling. So speak up. Although, your Qinglong College is the #1 college among the 4 holy colleges. But our Suzaku Academy is not weak either. This time I will not give up. The beautiful woman from Suzaku Academy plans to fight to the end this time. Our White Tiger Academy is also unwilling to give up. It just so happens that my Xuanwu Academy also plans to play a role this time. The 2 teachers from White Tiger Academy and Xuanwu Academy looked at each other. It is also from the eyes of the other party that they can see the words that they do not want to give up. Then they spoke at the same time and said Tao. When the sun was born, It had just risen from the horizon. Yi Ling has already stood on the top of Golden Snake Mountain. It's a pity that there seems to be an invisible barrier on the top of Gene Snake Mountain. Only Yi Ling is allowed to enter alone, and he just put little Loli down. An extremely terrifying coercion directly enveloped the little Lolita. It made her feel the danger from death. She was awakened in an instant, and she hadn't had time to react yet. It was sent directly by the Point's watch, came directly to the square. Looking at each other, it was Yi Ling who was carrying it all the time. The relationship with Yi Ling is not bad either. In the end, little Lolita still entered the eyes of the 4 holy colleges. This made the teachers below, who still wanted to fight for it, all look helpless. Don't even dare to get angry, just because the opponent is the 4 holy colleges. In front of them, they are not 1 or 2 grades worse. 647. There is no desire to resist at all. There is such a good thing. And when Yi Ling stepped onto the top of the mountain, it was instantly transferred to a sea of stars. Countless martial arts cheats turned into streaks of light, non-stop across his side. Then, a piece of information flooded into his mind. From this information, Yi Ling knew the reward for reaching the top. Unexpectedly, he was asked to choose a 4th-grade martial arts skill among them. Then, a long list flooded into Yi Ling's mind. Yi Ling thought for a while, and then went straight to swordsmanship and martial arts. Soon, he found a martial art that he was very satisfied with. 4th-grade martial arts, sword drawing. This sword technique is simple and brutal, killing people with only 1 sword. This sword gathered the energy of a sword cultivator. Pay attention to one-hit kill. After Yi Ling has chosen his own martial arts. In the sea of stars, a beam of light flew towards Yi Ling with its tail. It seems to be some kind of attraction, standing out from countless streamers. It fell directly into Yi Ling's mind. Then it exploded violently. A huge amount of information directly appeared in Yi Ling's mind. Above, all the information about the sword drawing technique is recorded. Now, it has been engraved in his mind. You can practice at any time. And when Yi Ling received the sword drawing technique, that mysterious space directly kicked him out. Yi Ling also realized that this mysterious space is extremely extraordinary. In the sea of stars, there are countless streamers. It also means countless martial arts. Just now, just a casual swipe, he discovered that the breath in a streamer was very powerful. It is as terrifying as an abyss, and as dignified as a star. So Yi Ling understands that there are more powerful military officials here. I just don't know when he will be able to enter this mysterious space again. But he had a hunch that one day he would enter again. Just don't know when. After being kicked out, Yi Ling really appeared on the top of Snake Mountain. Finally up, looking at the newborn sun, Yi Ling inexplicably felt a trace of satisfaction. There is a feeling of seeing all the mountains and small mountains at a glance. However, Yi Ling didn't express too much emotion. Instead, I watched it for a while. So he chose to accept the guidance of the Point's watch and disappeared in place. When he appeared again, he found that he had come to the square. Immediately, curious eyes looked at Yi Ling. When Yi Ling looked at the screens above the void of the square, then I understood what. Dang even looked helpless. It turned out that everything he did just now was seen by these people in front of him. It's no wonder that she looks at herself with this kind of eyes. Come up. Sitting at the top, the teacher of the admissions office of Qinglong College smiled softly. Then a voice rang in Yi Ling's ear. Yi Ling followed the guidance of that voice. Came to the high platform. Here, there are only 4 teachers. Obviously, compared with the teachers below, he is a bit out of place. But Yi Ling also understood. The 4 teachers in front of me should be the admissions teachers from the 4 holy colleges. And his 3 companions were watching him from the sidelines. As for the little Loli, she looked at a loss. Inexplicably, it was brought here. Yi Ling, I think you already know our identities. Do you have any idea now? Which of our 4 holy colleges do you want to join? However, if you are willing to join our Qinglong Academy, we will provide you with all the resources and supporting martial arts and elixirs before you reach the realm of Martial King. Seeing Yi Ling in front of him, Sima Yun became more and more delighted. Finally, with a smile, he put forward his own conditions. And Dowei from Suzaku Academy, after hearing Sima Yun's conditions, heartbroken, he said directly, although our Vermilion Bird Academy cannot provide such strong conditions as Qinglong Academy, but I can, before you advance to Grandmaster, apply for a Phoenix blood baptism for you. It can make a huge difference in your physique. There is even a slight chance to obtain the legendary undead Phoenix body. I, Xuanwu Academy, should be willing to waive all your tuition fees for 4 years. All mysteries are open to you, and provide a reward of 10,000 credits. The voice from Xuanwu Academy seemed a little lacking in confidence. After all, the conditions of their academy are far inferior to the 3 of them, although it is also a member of the 4 holy colleges. But among the 4 holy colleges, there are also strong and weak points. And the weakest one is their Xuanwu Academy. White Tiger Academy, can add a 5th-level pet egg to their foundation. Tang Xiaoyang spoke directly. But I haven't waited for Yi Ling to speak yet. The few people in front of them started arguing by themselves. It takes hundreds of years for a 5th-order pet egg to hatch. Maybe by then, Yi Ling will become King Wu. Do you still expect him to raise pets? Sima Yun fired directly at Tang Xiaoyang. But he does have a point. According to Yi Ling's practice speed, the time of cultivating this pet is enough for Yi Ling to advance to the realm of Martial King. As for Yi Ling, who is in the realm of King Wu, how could he need a pet of the same realm as him? 5.1 Rather than cultivating that pet, it is more important to improve one's own strength. Is your Qinglong Academy very kind? Why didn't you give Yi Ling the long qi of your Qinglong Academy? Also, can Suzuka's Phoenix blood baptism really awaken the immortal Phoenix body? I don't think it's possible. At least, you have for hundreds of years. There hasn't been an owner of the undead Phoenix body yet. Tang Xiaoyang from White Tiger Academy also fired directly, and it also affected Suzaku Academy. You two talked well. Why did you involve me again? I didn't provoke you. Dowei didn't expect that his own theater watching would also be affected. And the teacher of the admissions office of Xuanwu College was directly ignored. Silently, stand aside. Wait a minute, don't make noise. I would like to ask which college is the closest to Angshi. I am more home-loving, so I don't want to go too far. I think our Xuanwu Academy is relatively close to Angshi. At this time, in a corner, Zhang Xiai from Xuanwu Academy silently raised his right hand. A pitiful look. Then Xuanwu Academy. After hearing that Xuanwu College is relatively close to Angshi, Yi Ling's eyes lit up, and then he spoke directly. Student Yi Ling, do you really stop thinking about it? Our Qinglong Academy can also provide better benefits. Yes, our Suzaku Academy is also good. We can talk again. Don't make a decision so easily. It is said that Yi Ling wants to choose Xuanwu Academy, the weakest of the 4 holy level academies. The teachers of the other 3 holy colleges were stunned. Hastily opened his mouth. Want to stop Yi Ling. No way, who told me to love home more? I have already made up my mind. I will choose Xuanwu College. Teachers, don't persuade me anymore. Yi Ling said helplessly. In fact, he doesn't care about dragon blood or phoenix blood baptism. Anyway, with the golden finger in hand, he will not be short of anything. Moreover, he only used this Holy Academy 09 as a springboard. After all, with his cultivation speed, it is estimated that in less than a year and a half, he will completely leave the academy and enter the secret world. Okay, since Yi Ling, you have said so, then I can't say anything more. But our Qinglong College welcomes Yi Ling anytime. Seeing that Yi Ling has made up his mind, the teacher of Qinglong College also nodded helplessly. Then I, Suzaku Academy, can only bless Yi Ling. We, Suzaku Academy, also welcome you. Our White Tiger Academy also welcomes Yi Ling. Several teachers looked at each other, and then said, with Yi Ling's terrifying cultivation speed, in the future, he will surely become a world-renowned powerhouse. Since the other party cannot be included in one's own school, it is also the best choice to make friends with him. This is natural, and I will definitely visit when I have the opportunity. Yi Ling nodded. Soon, all but the teachers from Xuanwu Academy stayed. The teachers of other holy colleges left one after another. Student Yi Ling, if you want. Your 3 classmates can also join our Xuanwu Academy. What do you think? Zhang Xi is very excited now. 3 talents can be earned at the same time. Only little lowly Ganyu. That is an accessory, not a genius. Can. Yi Ling looked at the 3 of them and saw that they nodded in agreement. Replied with a smile. The little lowly on the side. This is inexplicable, entering the Holy College. Although it is only the weakest White Tiger Academy among the 4 holy level academies. But with her aptitude, she couldn't enter it at all. Now it's just under the light of Yi Ling. He immediately looked at Yi Ling with excitement. A look of admiration. Yi Ling, thank you. Afterwards, the little lowly wanted to pounce on her, give Yi Ling a big hug, etc. However, it was blocked by Li Siye. Get out of the way. Little Lolita looked at Li Siye with dissatisfaction. In fact, she has long seen that Li Yongjian is interested in Yi Ling. But now she also has thoughts about Yi Ling. Nature will not give up. So, 2 women, you look at me, and I look at you. Confront it up. Student Yi Ling, this time you join our White Tiger Academy. I am very happy. After returning to the college, I will do my best to fight for the best benefits for you. Zhang Xi said to Yi Ling with a smile. The more he watched, the more satisfied he was. Although it is only because their Xuanwu Academy is relatively close to an city, they took advantage of this. But no matter what, Yi Ling still entered their White Tiger Academy. Even with a strong student like Yi Ling, maybe, after the White Tiger Academy, it can suppress the arrogance of the other 3 colleges. Thank you, Teacher Jiang. Yi Ling quickly thanked. Soon, after telling Yi Ling the school start time, Zhang Xi also left. Okay, stop making trouble. Seeing the 2 people who were still confronting each other, Yi Ling could only step forward to stop the 2 of them. Snort! Under the obstruction of Yi Ling, the 2 also snorted coldly, temporarily truce. Go out first. Looking at the 2 little ancestors who had stopped, Yi Ling said helplessly. Then, under the leadership of the staff, several people were teleported out, with a few people being teleported. Only then did they realize that they had appeared at the entrance of the secret realm of 10,000 Snakes Valley again. In other words, they never left the secret realm of 10,000 Snakes Valley from beginning to end. Go back to Angxi? Li Yu looked at Yi Ling. Go back anyway. In Shangjing City, there is nothing worth nostalgic about. Yi Ling nodded. And you? Then, he looked at Ganyu again. I'll go back too. The little girl nodded. Okay, let's go back together then. Yi Ling nodded. Where's the white jade eagle? But after waiting for a long time, Li Siye did not wait for her pet. This made her frown. No, something must have happened to Bai Yueing. At this time, Kidu, who was the master, the seriousness of the matter was understood at a glance, because he knows very well that his white jade eagle is never late. This happens now. The only possibility is that something happened to Bai Yueing. There is simply no way to come. Haha 107, don't wait. Your mount is here with me. Seeing Li Siye's nervous appearance, the void not far away was torn apart. Then a group of people walked out of it, and behind them there was a huge cage. Bai Yueing was imprisoned in it at this time. The feathers that were originally as white as snow turned scorched black. Dozens of wounds covered his whole body. At this moment, it was so weak that it couldn't even open its eyes. Damn it! Why are you treating my white jade eagle like this? Who are you guys? Watching his own Bai Yueing being tortured into such a state, Li Siye also couldn't hold back the anger in her heart and roared directly. Who am I? I have to ask you carefully. The one behind you? The old man in the lead looked coldly at the blank space in front of him. But his main target is still Yi Ling. Give it to me. Yi Ling patted Li Siye's shoulder lightly, then comforted. At this time, Li Siye also calmed down and slowly retreated to the back. She knew that she might not be able to participate in the next battle, so you can't add trouble to Yi Ling. The Qian family? The Zhao family? The Zhou family? Or the royal family? Or, you're all here? Yi Ling tilted his head and looked at the group of people in front of him. Then he opened his mouth and smiled coldly. You, together with Bai Ke, killed the patriarchs of our 4 major families. Now, old Bai Kuei is not here. You can't escape, and you can't get caught without a fight. I heard Yi Ling's mocking tone. The great elder of the Qian family was furious and stood up, holding a straight spear in his hand, following Yi Ling's nose. A look of coldness. Before, you had that old Bai Kuei as your helper. Now he has fallen into retreat. I see what else you can do now. The great elder of the Wang family also stood up. With a cold face, he looked at Yi Ling in front of him. The head of the family is dead, so as the great elder, he naturally has to support all matters of the entire family. So after confirming that Bai Kuei entered the retreat, they quickly contacted other families to come together. How do you know that your patriarch is from Baijiao? Yi Ling chuckled. He thought it was kind of fun, but it's not their fault either. Who would believe that a 16-year-old boy would have the strength to slaughter a great master? It wasn't Baijiao, old fellow. Could it be that you failed to kill him? After finishing speaking, the first elder of the Qian family laughed out loud, because he felt that what he said was a bit funny. It's too far-fetched. How could this 16-year-old child in front of him be the opponent of the Grand Master? For sure, it's the old man by subordinates. One day, they will recover today's blood debt from old fellow Bai Kuina. It's just that they have to recover a little interest from Yi Ling first. Talking nonsense with him, go directly. The great elder of the Wang family was also extremely angry. Their royal family is not like the other three major families. Only their patriarch is a strong man in the Grand Master realm. But because of Yi Ling's relationship, he died in Bai Kuei's hands. As a result, their royal family can no longer confront the other three major families. Sooner or later, it will be annexed by them. Then it became a second-rate force. And the source of all this is because the young man in front of him. So even in spite of everything, he wanted to kill Yi Ling. In order to calm down my mood, let me deal with him. Qiangan raised his eyebrows and stared fixedly at Yi Ling in front of him. He didn't intend to directly kill Yi Ling in front of him. Instead, have fun with him, until he was tortured to death. Only in this way can the hatred in my heart be calmed down. Take comfort, the spirit in heaven in your own home. Li Xie, take the two of them and retreat first. Yi Ling frowned and said to the three people behind him, Good? Li Xie nodded. Then with Li Yu, the little lowly went backwards crazily. Leave the battlefield to the two of them. But the group of people on the opposite side didn't care. After all, it was just that martial artist, and he was just an ant in front of them. Just deal with Yi Ling in front of you. Where else could they escape? I advise you to watch together. You alone are not enough to watch. Yi Ling directly lifted the suppression of the exchange talent. Then, a terrifying breath gushed out from Yi Ling's body. 6 rounds of scorching sun rose slowly from behind him. Like a scorching sun-like substance, empty, exuding scorching power, it burned everything around it. And under this terrifying coercion, Qiangan felt that there was a mountain pressing on him. He couldn't even maintain the posture of holding a spear. Both legs were also bent, and in the end they couldn't bear it anymore, and then they knelt heavily on the ground. Even the spear next to it was directly crushed by this terrifying coercion. It became a pile of scrap iron, completely useless. Everyone present felt incredible when they saw this scene. Some people even have the idea of wanting to escape. How can it be? Why? Qiangan, who is in the realm of a great master, kneels down. Get up. You are a great master. Looking at the great elder, who was usually invincible, he knelt down in front of his enemy, like a bereaved dog. The Qian family couldn't accept this result even at all, and roared in pain. Could it be that he really killed the patriarch? How can this be? The 16-year-old Grand Master is simply the greatest joke in the world. A group of people behind, after seeing Yi Ling showing such terrifying strength, they were all dumbfounded. His face was unbelievable. Yi Ling in front of him is like a god of war, shrouded in golden light. This group of people was already at a loss. Some have even come to believe it. Their patriarch died at the hands of Yi Ling, not by Kuei. This made them absolutely unbelievable. They would rather believe that it was by Kuei, who was in the realm of King Wu, who killed their patriarch. It was not the young boy in front of him who killed them. What the hell? When did Yi Ling become a Grand Master? Not far away, Liu also heard the conversation of a group of people opposite. What's more, he saw that mighty elder of the Qian family kneeling in front of Yi Ling. At this moment, he couldn't believe Yi Ling in front of him. It has really reached a realm that they dare not imagine. It's just that they didn't expect that the other party had already reached the realm of a great master. You know, Yi Ling has only been practicing for less than half a month. With such a terrifying speed of cultivation, it's no wonder that he received competition from the teachers of the 4 great saint-level academies. Little brother is a great master. At this time, the little lowly also had a cute face. She couldn't imagine Yi Ling walking with them. Has actually reached the legendary Grand Master realm. That's a state that the patriarch of a big family can reach. And Yi Ling, who is the same age as him, it has reached such a terrifying state. The future achievements are unimaginable. This terrifying speed and level of cultivation also gave little Lolita a sense of inferiority. She felt that she was no longer good enough for Yi Ling, and she felt a little lost. After all, with Yi Ling's advanced speed, he will definitely go to a bigger world stage in the future. Meet more proud daughters of heaven. I didn't expect that he was already a great master. No wonder he said he solved the problem. Similarly, facing such an excellent Yi Ling, Li Xie also felt a little inferior. But then she remembered. As Yi Ling said before, the matter of the 4 major families has been resolved. Before that, she had been guessing how Yi Ling would solve this problem. Unexpectedly, the households of the 4 major families were directly settled. It's all fake. I don't believe it anymore. You a 16-year-old doll, able to possess the combat power of a grand master. The great elder of the Wang family has gone completely insane. A full head of long hair, one flying, holding a blood-red sword in his hand, he attacked Yi Ling. Too weak. Seeing the elder of the Wang family in front of him rushing towards him. In the eyes of others, this is a high-ranking master. At this moment, in Yi Ling's eyes, it seemed so vulnerable. Afterwards, Yi Ling pointed out, the 6 rounds of scorching sun above the sky instantly burst into more intense light. Instantly stopped the elder of the Wang family in front of him. Then, the great elder of the Wang family was in full view. Gradually melt. It's like it never happened. Disappeared without a trace. Run! The members of other families were stunned when they saw this scene. After a person yelled in pain, they woke up instantly and then scattered and fled. I want to escape quickly. The devil in front of me. It's too late to run now. Yi Ling looked at the group of people coldly. Then, the scorching sun above the head bloomed again. Directly set all 140 people in place. Then, under the scorching sun, evaporate them directly. You are the devil. You are a real devil. Qian Gan, who was kneeling on the ground, looked at the scene in front of him and suddenly felt that his heart was bleeding. Because these people who died were already high-ranking members of their Qian family. Originally brought them by himself. It was to let them witness how he killed Yi Ling. Have a good time getting angry. But he didn't expect that he caused them to die in front of him. And similarly, the top leaders of the other 3 major families are also here. That means their Qian family and even the 4 major families in Shangjing City. From this moment, they were completely reduced to third-rate forces. Not even second-rate. Almost forgot. And you? Yi Ling rubbed his head, then looked at the money under his feet in a little surprise. Then punch out. The endless waves directly engulfed the money in front of him. Since Dai Lang Quan advanced to the 4th rank, coupled with the realm bonus of his great master, the turbulent waves transformed by the Dai Lang Quan. Every huge wave is as heavy as Mount Tai. Every drop of seawater, condenses terrifying power. Qinggan, who has no defense at all, is under the scour of this terrifying calendar. Naturally, it disappeared without a trace. Brother, you are too cruel. Little Lolita couldn't bear to look at those who disappeared. Open your mouth and say, you are too young to understand. If I keep my hand, I will be the one who will die then. Instead of this, it is better for me to strike first. Yi Ling is not in the habit of letting the tiger go back to the mountain. Then he sent a message to Feng Yuan. Let them get rid of the rest of the 4 major families. Since we want to cut the weeds and eradicate the roots, we must do it thoroughly. He didn't want to give the opponent a chance to come back. But you're only a few months older than me. I'm not a child. Hearing Yi Ling say that she was still young, the little Lolita suddenly remembered something about herself. Then he said with a dissatisfied face, "Indeed not small." Yi Ling glanced at it, then smiled helplessly. "However, little Lolita is indeed extraordinary. At least twice that of Licia. Maybe this is the reason why the other party is not tall." And watching Yi Ling staring at himself, little Lolita also blushed and hurried to the side. "The remaining members of the four major families, do you want us to get rid of them together? Otherwise, sooner or later there will be no future troubles." Licia walked up slowly. Then he spoke. "It's not necessary. The highest combat power of the four major families has already died here. The rest should no longer pose a threat. There is no need to kill them all." Liu frowned, not quite agreeing with Licia's statement. I've already sent someone to kill him." Yi Ling waved his hand helplessly. However, he did not intend to stop Fang Yuan and the others from continuing their actions. "All right." Licia and Liu looked at each other. It's not good to say anything. All of them are ruthless people. Watching Licia and Yi Ling plan to destroy everyone. The little loli not far away was also trembling. "Is your white jade eagle alone?" Looking at Licia, who was still in deep thought, Yi Ling pointed to the dying white jade eagle not far away. Then he said with a strange face. He found that Licia in front of him seemed to have forgotten his mount. "Ah, my white jade eagle." After Licia was reminded by Yi Ling, she woke up instantly, then frantically pounced on his white jade eagle. Fortunately, that group of people spared a hand and did not kill by Yueying. Otherwise, she didn't know what to do. After all, this white jade eagle has accompanied her since childhood. A full 10 years of feelings. If you say no, it's gone. Then he really couldn't accept this kind of thing. "Don't worry, you'll be fine after taking this pill." Looking at Licia, who is so anxious, Yi Ling took out a healing elixir directly from the infinite backpack, then let Bai Yueying swallow it. The rank of this healing pill has reached the 3rd rank. It is enough to heal the white jade eagle in front of him. What's more, if it is produced by the spiritual stove, it must be the best. Soon, under this 3rd-grade healing pill, Bai Yueying's scorched skin gradually scabbed over and then fell off. Snow-white tender meat was exposed. At this rate, after a while, as long as Bai Yueying's hair grows back, it can be restored to its original appearance. "Yi Ling, thank you." Seeing this scene, Licia thanked her sincerely. Then I wanted to hug Yi Ling, but this time she was stopped by the little Lolita. Then the two women began to look at each other again. "Let's go." Seeing this scene, Yi Ling had a very headache, and then pulled Liu and wanted to leave. "Come on, wait for me." And watching Yi Ling want to leave, the two women behind him were also a little anxious, pulling Bai Yueying to follow. "Forget it, I'll take you with me." Halfway through, yes, she abandoned them too slowly. Then he threw out the blue long sword directly, up against the wind. In an instant, it turned into a giant sword more than 3 feet long. Then 4 people and 1 eagle walked up. In less than an hour, they arrived in Angshi. It's a pity that now Angshi is destroyed, and Yi Ling and Liu, who are homeless, can only stay in a hotel. Originally, little Lolita also planned to stay in the hotel with Yi Ling and the others. But Licia got the moon first in order to prevent the little Lolita from getting close to the water. Then he took her home. There is a saying, 10 years is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. But Yi Ling recalled the harm caused by the ghost tiger to Angshi not long ago. "I hate it so much. What's more, he now has the combat power of a grandmaster. He should also go meet the so-called ghost tiger." At the beginning, Wei, who was a fighting madman with several great masters. The resulting aftermath. It has far exceeded the damage caused by other monsters to Angshi. At that time, almost half of An City was destroyed. After all, the combat effectiveness of the Grand Master realm can already be described as terrifying. Under the outbreak of full force, in a short period of time, it is enough to destroy a city with a population of tens of millions. Soon, Ling found information about Ghost Tiger on the internet. Ghost Tiger lives in a fourth-rank secret realm called Ghost Shadow Secret Realm. It is the most powerful monster in the Ghost Shadow realm. Possesses a strong and special bloodline. But the specific bloodline is unknown, because everyone has seen the existence of the power of his blood. They have all disappeared into the long river of history. Ling thought about it, and he decided to go alone, after sending messages to Liu, Li Xie, and the others. Then flew directly to the outside of the city. Ghost Shadow Secret Realm is actually not too far from its city. It just took less than half an hour. Ling has reached his destination. Ghost Realm. The place where it is located is the back of a giant mountain. Can't see here because of sunlight. So, slightly shady. A lush bamboo forest is formed by bamboos that are emitting black air. Besides, there is no longer any trace of life. Weirdness is everywhere. Boy, if you go any further, you will enter the fourth-rank secret realm. I advise you to go back, lest you lose your life in vain. Just when Ling wondered why there were no guards guarding the secret realm, a man stepped out from the void. A silver-white armor exudes a chilly air. It seems that it is extremely difficult to mess with. And the moment he saw Ling, he frowned, because the Ling in front of him is really too young. Such a young teenager. Come to these 4 ranks of secret realms. Isn't this courting death? So his tone was extra cold. He wanted the boy in front of him to leave quickly. I thought I'm entitled to go in. Ling also didn't want to embarrass the guards in front of him. After all, every guard who guards the secret realm is a talent selected by the country. In the end, he directly released his hidden aura. Are you the Grandmaster? Feeling this powerful breath that suffocated him, the man in front of him finally changed his expression. His expression was unbelievable. Then he realized that he had lost his composure and asked hastily, "Replacement as fake." Ling smiled slightly. A huge figure appeared behind him. Like the essence, it exudes panic and heavenly power. Exactly, the Gale Sword intent that has reached the 4th rank of martial arts. Please! Looking behind Ling again, the powerful martial intent seemed to be substantial. The man at this moment also confirmed the boy in front of him. Really a great master. Then he bowed to get out of the way, indicating that he could use it. Thank you. Lin returned to salute. Then Dayo ostentatiously walked into the Ghost Shadow realm and watched Ling disappear not far away. On the man's face, there was also a level of Ziki. This was the first time he had seen such a young genius. I am afraid that at the age of less than 20, he is already a strong man in the Grandmaster realm. I just don't know which one of the 4 holy level colleges the other party is the proud son of heaven. I'm afraid it has already been on the top of the list. I don't know how much it ranks. Thinking of this, the man couldn't help but sigh. Back then, he also came from the 4 holy colleges. However, he was just an ordinary student. I have never seen the demeanor on the Tianjiao list. But even so, he was promoted to the Grandmaster realm within 100 years. Step aside. Just when the man was lost in memory, an old man suddenly appeared in front of him. Looking at the man standing in front of him, he frowned. Oh! Before the man could react, he subconsciously walked around. Seeing this, the old man snorted coldly. Then he walked towards the entrance of the secret realm. Seeing the old man slowly entering the secret realm, the man came back to his senses. Just wanted to stop him. It is conceivable that the other party's attitude just now. He put his hand down. Anyway, the other party wanted to die, so he couldn't stop him. It's just that he was a little surprised why this Ghost Shadow Secret Realm is so lively today. There are not many people in the usual Ghost Shadow Realm. After all, in this strange secret realm, there is a ghost tiger that everyone knows. Feeds exclusively on humans, relying on the powerful bloodline ability and realm, and familiarity with the secret realm. Many human beings who are strong in the realm of great masters have fallen into it. Over time, not many people dare to move forward. I hope that boy just now is safe and sound. At this time, the man also remembered. Ling was the first one to go in just now. He always felt that the boy would do different things. The entire Ghost Shadow realm is shrouded in gray smog. You can't see your fingers, which is its best realism. Yi Ling just appeared in the ghost shadow realm. I felt a creature attacking me, but it was blocked by the haze. Damn it! Seeing this scene, Yi Ling flew directly into the sky. Looking down from a high altitude, it is a scene buried in smog. Can't see anything. This strange mist can even block his spiritual detection, make him unable to perceive the situation inside. Seeing this scene, Yi Ling frowned deeply. Since you can't find it, let you come to me. Yi Ling thought of a way. Since he couldn't find the ghost tiger from the endless smog, then he will take the initiative to expose himself and let the ghost tiger come to him. After all, Ghost Tiger hated him to the extreme. If it wasn't for him, he would have proposed to Snow King. The Bear King was found, and the energy shield was broken. Ungshi was saved. If he hadn't reported it, Ghost Tiger even great chance, relying on the blood that devoured the entire Ungshi, successfully advanced to the 5th level. That way, he wouldn't have to go back to that damn ghost shadow realm. So, her hatred for Yi Ling, it can be said that it has reached an extreme level. Ghost realm. Even the sky is covered by layers of thick lead clouds. Only a little bit of twilight flows out from those gaps. The entire ghost shadow secret realm was in a dim state. A round of scorching sun slowly flew out of Yi Ling's body, then fly into the air, under Yi Ling's energy infusion. At this time, it is like a real sun, blooming, dazzling light. The golden flame that can burn everything is lingering on it. Brilliant and gorgeous golden light poured down. Under the blazing sun, the mist below gradually melted away. Seeing this scene, Yi Ling was also a little surprised. He also didn't expect that his Luoyang Ju actually had such abilities. This discovery also made him overjoyed. It's like discovering a new continent, 997, and Yi Ling at this time, under this scorching sun, like a beacon in the dark, lighthouse on an isolated island. It's so eye-catching. Soon, those monsters living in the mist below, when seeing the light, it seems like a moth. It keeps appearing below, then desperately rush towards the scorching sun in the sky. Because in their world, this is something that never came up. It is not allowed to appear. The impulse from the blood, they just want to extinguish the flame in front of them, return the entire secret realm to its previous state. And looking down, there are more and more monsters. Yi Ling snorted coldly and punched out directly. Heavy waves slammed down with the force of the fist. It directly photographed the monster below into a blood mist. Immediately, a strong smell of blood spread from the stock market, but it attracted more monsters. Seeing things are getting bigger and bigger, Yi Ling was even more excited. It does not believe that such a big movement. The ghost tiger will not notice it. In a dark lair somewhere. The ghost tiger at this time had only eaten once not long ago. At this time, he was sleeping soundly in the nest. Still, this kind of environment suits him. Not far from its lair, there are thick and bloody bones everywhere. It's all the monsters left by it and its subordinates. Sure enough, a beast is a beast. Looking at the bones all over the floor, there is still residual blood falling on it. And some snakes, insects, rats, and ants that were born as a result. A trace of disdain appeared on Shuetu's face. But it is fleeting. After all, this time he also asked Guihu for help. If the ghost tiger sees his posture. But that's bad. Master Ghost Tiger, I'm begging to see you. Shuetu stood directly at the door of the cave, then bowed and said, "The attitude is extremely humble. Come in." Ghost Tiger opened his eyes instantly. A strange phantom flashed through its eyes, then turned into a human form, lazily lying on the throne. Wearing a blood-red cheongsam, she wrapped her exquisite and delicate body in it. "Shuetu, why are you looking for me again this time? Didn't the last operation fail already?" Guihu looked at Shuetu, who walked in, said with great interest, "Master Guihu, this time I want to ask you to make another move. Ungshi, the king of reconstruction at this time, definitely not much defense. So, we have a great chance of success. And for the safety of this time, we have prepared a more powerful energy circle, enough to stop anyone, including those demon kings in the realm of martial kings. They couldn't enter at this time." As he spoke, There was a hint of madness in Shuetu's eyes. As long as he has the help of Ghost Tiger, then the entire city of him was sacrificed. He can also use this to become King Wu. When the time comes, he will reach the realm of King Wu. Then you can become the real high level of the entire God Council. When the time comes, he will no longer do things with winks from other people. I'm very curious. Last time, I devoured that guy from your God meeting. Don't you blame me at all? Ghost Tiger looked at Shuetu, who had descended to Earth, with a strange expression. You know her previous behavior. It means betraying the Shunhui. This should be something that cannot be forgiven. Looking at the scene in front of him, it was obvious that Shunhui didn't take that matter seriously. This act of generosity, it made Guihu think that the god in front of him was some kind of righteous force. It's just a blood shadow. Elder Shueke has so many grandsons. He's just one of them. He'll die if he dies. What else can he do? Shuetu sneered. After advancing to the realm of Martial King, the lifespan is as high as 3,000 years. A character of the grandson generation, as the King of Wu, there are countless blood sunflowers. How could it be possible to offend a fourth-order monster because of a grandson who is not even a grandmaster? What's more, it is a tiger with a special bloodline. With the ability of the Ghost Tiger, he will become the Demon King in the future. He was even able to reach the list of Demon Kings with his strong bloodline. It is better to rebuild the old than to turn against each other. Sure enough, you humans are ruthless enough. After hearing Shuetu's explanation, only then did Guihu feel relieved. There was a weird smile on his face. After the last failure, it has been trying to find its way back. Now with the help of Shunhui, it will definitely be able to hit the realm of the Demon King again. When the time comes, it must escape from this damn ghost realm. Never want to come back here again. After it becomes the Demon King, it has the ability to resist those high-level human beings. As long as humans at the Emperor Wu level don't make a move, it can remain invincible. Rather than like this, it has not reached the realm of King Demon King. They can only hide in these 4 secret realms, relying on the rules of the 5.5 secret realm. Go out to live. No, it's not good, Lord Ghost King. There is a human being, not far away, a monster that slaughters us madly. Many monsters have already died in his hands. If you don't stop it, I'm afraid there will be more damage. Just when the two were chatting happily, a blood-red tiger demon ran in. As soon as he opened his mouth, he said urgently, "Go and see." After hearing the report from his subordinates, Guihu's face turned cold. You know, it has been a long time since humans have visited this weird secret realm. Up to now, there are still people who dare to enter this secret realm. Butcher her for food. This is not taking it seriously. Then I'll go and have a look. Shuetu nodded. Then he followed behind the Ghost Tiger. Is this the so-called moths to the flame? Looking at the bottom, these monsters are coming one after another. Ling was also a little curious. Most of those who took the initiative to pounce on Lin were low-level monsters. No wit. Just relying on instinct, I want to chase the light. Maybe it's because of staying in the dark for too long. That's why they have such a strong interest in the light above the sky. It's actually you. The void not far away was torn apart. A ghost tiger dressed in red slowly walked out of it. Shuetu also followed closely behind. When Guihu stared in front of him, this familiar boy, there was a strong anger in his eyes. Back then, if it wasn't for the damn human kid in front of him, secretly told Snow King, and then the energy barrier was broken. It had to escape back to the ghost realm ahead of schedule. As a result, he couldn't suck enough blood food. Then in the process of breaking through, it will fail. After the breakthrough failed in 2009, its strength has regressed a lot. It will take decades to return to the previous state. This huge blow made him feel great anger towards the boy in front of him, wishing he could swallow him alive. Master Ghost Tiger, do you know him? Shuetu looked at this ghost tiger with such an angry expression, showing a trace of curiosity. Until I die, I will never forget this damn human kid. He was the one who tipped Snow King back then. That's why the energy passport is broken. Guihu's teeth chattered with hatred. Then he looked at Shuetu leisurely. It really doesn't understand why the gods don't know about it. And she is also very curious. Why does the Yi Ling in front of me dare to set foot on its territory? It's him. At this time, Shuatu realized it and then stared at the young man in front of him. In my mind, I suddenly recalled a list. Among the list, there is information about Yi Ling. Now, after Ghost Tiger's reminder, he suddenly remembered. No wonder. He always felt that the boy in front of him had a familiar feeling. It turned out that I had seen it myself. And the young man in front of him was actually the chief culprit that caused the failure of Ungshi's blood sacrifice. This made him. He couldn't help but have a killing intent towards the young man in front of him. I didn't expect you to get mixed up with Shanhui again. Yi Ling looked at Shuatu beside Guihu. He could tell at a glance that this person was AB*************** D from Shanhui. Because the aura on the other party's body was like a mouse coming out of an underground tunnel. It was disgusting. Although I don't know, what purpose did you come to my ghost realm? But since you're here, don't even think about going out. Just let me entertain you well, and do my best to be a landlord. Guihu looked at Yi Ling in front of him, with a weird smile on his face. It wants to take out the soul of Yi Ling in front of him, and then practice it into a wick, so that he can bear the pain of burning soul. It would make him feel worse than death. Only in this way can the anger in its heart be calmed down. Aren't you curious? Why do I dare to come to this ghost realm? Yi Ling looked at Guihu in front of him and Shuatu behind him and smiled coldly. I don't care what your purpose is. Now I just want you to stay in this secret realm forever. Ghost Tiger opened his mouth wide and then smiled strangely. Then one hand stretched out and a huge, energy giant hand stretched out against the wind, instantly condensed into substance. He reached directly towards Yi Ling, wanted to hold him in it, and forcefully squeeze him to burst. This trick of yours won't work for me. Mr. Yi Ling waved his palm. Smash the energy palm in front of you directly. Then he looked at the ghost tiger in front of him with disdain. You are actually a grandmaster? Look at the breath that Yi Ling revealed inadvertently. Even Ghost Tiger showed a trace of solemnity and bewilderment. Because in his perception, Yi Ling's breath in front of him was very immature. According to human beings, it is less than 16, 17, or 18 years old. But this age has such a powerful strength. It has reached the level of a great master. This made it necessary to suspect that there was an ancient soul living in Yi Ling's body. It should be an existence that was taken away by others. Otherwise, how could there be a 16-year-old grandmaster? This also gave birth to a trace of fear. But even so, it does not intend to let go of Yi Ling in front of it. Even had an idea, that is to devour the soul in Yi Ling's body, then get all his inheritance. Thus, he can speed up the speed at which he advances to the realm of the Demon King. How is this possible? How can he be a grandmaster? I remember it was written in his information that he is only 16 years old. Shuatu couldn't believe it either. Even, he could feel Yi Ling's breath. But he still didn't want to believe that Yi Ling in front of him actually had the realm of a great master. You'll know if you try it. Yi Ling grinned. Afterwards, the Japanese fist blasted out. A series of terrifying sea waves were condensed with his punch. As in substance, the ghost tiger and blood slaughter flocked forward. Each of them contains a terrifying power that can overwhelm 230 mountains. Interesting, there are ghosts. Looking at Yi Ling in front of him, he can actually have such a powerful martial art conception. This made Ghost Tiger confirm Yi Ling in front of him. There is an old soul inside. Otherwise, even if he has been practicing since he was born, I have only practiced for 16 years. How is it possible, while possessing the realm of a great master? It is also possible to have such a terrifying artistic conception of martial arts, thinking that soon after he will be able to swallow Yi Ling in front of him and obtain the inheritance in his body. It gets more and more excited. Then a black hydrogen enveloped it. Then the monstrous huge waves directly submerged it. Question mark. Seeing the ghost tiger disappearing in place, Yi Ling frowned. Because he dared to sense the breath of the other party, it didn't disappear at all. As expected, after the big waves, the black mist appeared again, slowly condensed into entities. This ghost tiger actually appeared there unscathed. Is this the power of your blood? the bloodbath not far away. Seeing that the ghost tiger dealt with Yi Ling's attack so easily, a trace of envy could not help showing on his face. Look at yourself, because you have to dodge Yi Ling's attack hastily. Lead to embarrassment. One arm was also turned into blood mist in this attack. Fortunately, his exercises can quickly restore his body. Then, a burst of blood gushed out from his body, slowly weaved together. Not long after, his right arm returned to its original state. But he is still very envious of the ghost tiger's bloodline. It can be completely immune to physical attacks. It really is a powerful bloodline. Same as humans. Monster beasts also have their own bloodline abilities. But there are strengths and weaknesses. Obviously, the ghost tiger in front of him. The bloodline he has is an extremely powerful bloodline. Ability to transform one's own body into a phantom at any time. Completely immune to physical attacks. It is an extremely powerful blood force. No wonder some people say, in the 4th level, it is very difficult for the ghost tiger not to kill. After all, the only way to deal with this kind of weird bloodline is to directly crush it with a powerful realm. Only by making it impossible to transform into a phantom body can it be beheaded. But with the secret realm, this natural protection, all existence higher than the 4th level cannot enter it. As a Tier 4 ghost tiger, it naturally became a beneficiary. Your bloodline is a bit interesting. At this time, Yi Ling also realized something. He looked at the ghost tiger with great interest. Praise without hesitation. I didn't expect that your strength is so powerful. It was able to force me to use my bloodline ability. Ghost Tiger also appreciated it very much. Yi Ling actually possessed such terrifying, destructive power. The blow just now, even if it recovers its body, it is difficult to undo it. It is enough to show Yi Ling's combat effectiveness. It's a pity that in front of my own blood, I can't turn over any storms. I don't believe it. You are invincible. Yi Ling wanted to try again, the ghost tiger in front of him. He didn't believe that the power of this bloodline was invincible. There will always be flaws. Then he punched out one after another. The endless sea waves slapped against the ghost tiger not far away one after another. Shuetu not far away, seeing this scene, was also frightened and backed up again and again. After retreating hundreds of miles, he breathed a sigh of relief. It's useless. Gigu let these huge waves with terrifying energy beat on his body. Even if it is shattered, it can return to its original appearance after a few seconds. So even if Yi Ling's attack power is terrifying, couldn't do any harm to him. That is useless work. However, even if I can attack you, can you hurt me? Seeing his fruitless attack, Yi Ling also stopped. The Jinyu body was directly activated. The whole body is like a piece of carefully carved white jade and exudes a faint golden brilliance. Then, under the scorching sun, she put on a layer of golden armor. Like the god of war returning from ancient times, exudes a terrifying aura. Golden jade body, I didn't expect you to have such a special physique. Guehu looked at Yi. The shiny skin on his body was like gold and jade. It is also from his own memory inheritance that he got the name of this physique. Immediately, there was a hint of surprise. Because of this physique, it is very famous even in the big world. After activation, the whole body is like gold and jade. Possess unparalleled defense and attack capabilities. It is a superior and tyrannical system. I feel like I know how to kill you. Suddenly, a light flashed in Yi Ling's eyes. He smiled coldly in his heart. Why don't you give up? Seeing that Yi Ling still wanted to attack, Guehu sneered. However, it also found he couldn't cause any harm to Yi Ling, because it doesn't have the confidence to break through the defense of this golden jade body at all. 6 suns come out together. Yi Ling didn't answer anymore. In the body, 5 rounds of scorching sun flew out again, hanging in the air. Lu Yang like on. The terrifying temperature was superimposed together. Its power is before. A single round of Lai Yang is several times or even 10 times stronger. The scorching energy can burn everything. Dispel all the smog in the surrounding area for hundreds of miles. The dense white bones on the surface were exposed. although I admit that you are really strong. But that doesn't work for me. Guehu watched Yi Ling's performance coldly. Its complexion did not change at all. It seems to be mocking Yi Ling's wasted effort. Yeah. Yi Ling smiled coldly, and in an instant, a strange force of Japanese shares enveloped the ghost tiger in front of him. Let its spirit encompass all. All froze in a short moment. What kind of power is this? When Guehu came back to his senses, he saw that his head had deviated from his body. It just wanted to transform into a phantom. Yi Ling blew its head off with one punch. Let it lose its breath completely. A monster with a powerful bloodline died in Yi Ling's hands for no apparent reason. This made the blood slaughter not far away. Also felt a bit of coolness. The thought of running away was born, but he just wanted to tear open the void and get in to escape this damned ghost realm. But suddenly, he found that 6 rounds of fierce sun appeared in the sky above him, locked him firmly in place. Even the energy in the body cannot be mobilized. It is too late to escape now. Tell me, how do you plan to deal with Ungshi this time? Yi Ling had already discovered it. Lu Yongju is after advancing to the 4th rank. There is a special force. Can imprison everything. The stronger the strength, the shorter the imprisonment time will be. But the higher the realm, the shorter the time to decide the outcome. Good. Often a short moment can determine the outcome of a battle. So Yi Ling seized this opportunity and beheaded the invincible tiger in an instant. And like the blood slaughter in front of him, his strength is far less than 1/10 of that of Ghost Tiger. Yi Ling can even imprison the opponent until death. Unless you are willing to swear by your own martial arts, otherwise, I will not tell you. Xuetu looked coldly at Yi Ling in front of him, then said, Okay, I swear by my martial arts. As long as you tell me, yeah. For your arrangement this time, I will spare your life. Yi Ling swears with a smile. After seeing Yi Ling really swear, there was a hint of excitement in Xuetu's eyes. Although he said everything he knew. After all, what if Yi Ling broke his martial arts oath? Then his cultivation will stagnate, can no longer advance to the next level. Soon, Yi Ling learned of all the plans of the Shunhui this time. Among them, the most powerful ones are the Blood Slaughter and Ghost Tiger in front of them. Except for these 2 great masters, the rest are just cats and dogs. God's arrangement. First, let the low-level monsters and the bottom-level staff of the Shunhui wantonly destroyed. Then hundreds of masters will prop up the inflammatory shield. In case the previous incident happened, what method did you use to contact them? Yi Ling looked at Xuetu in front of him. This? The bloody hesitated. I don't know if I should give the contact information to Yi Ling. If he handed it over, the brothers who belong to God will undoubtedly die. But if you don't hand it over, he was also afraid of what Yi Ling in front of him would do to him. I have sworn on my own martial arts. Since I said to let you go, I will definitely let you go. You have nothing to worry about. Yi Ling continued. After hearing what Yi Ling said, Ergua felt relieved. After all, the binding force of the martial arts oath is extremely strong. Afterwards, Xuetu will contact 353. Take it out of the ring and give it to Yi Ling. Then he said how to use it. Is this the one? Yi Ling looked at the contact tool in his hand. Play with it carefully. Learn how to use it. Then you are worthless. Yi Ling smiled lightly, and then slapped out with a palm. Smashed Xuetu's Dantian directly. The other party's hundreds of years of cultivation disappeared. A high-ranking great master, in this instant, became an ordinary person. No, it's more rubbish than ordinary people. After all, ordinary people in this world also have the first level of warrior and the second level of strength, and the blood slaughtered in front of him. But not even an ordinary person. Why did you abolish my Dantian? Looking at his own destroyed Dantian, she would have first had an expression of disbelief. Then came surprise and bewilderment. Then there was a look of resentment. Become extremely angry, because the Dantian is everything to all warriors. Once it is destroyed, it means that there is no cultivation base. Unless you take Tainkatabo, you can have a certain chance to repair it. But now he has no cultivation base. How can I get out of the Ghost Shadow secret realm? This made him full of resentment towards Yi Ling in front of him. Damn boy. Then, Xu would have thought of something. He looked at Yi Ling angrily. Now he doesn't need Yi Ling to do anything. Those monsters below. And tear him to pieces too. I didn't kill you. I just abolished your cultivation. Didn't this let you go? Yi Ling waved his hand. Then the imprisonment will be cancelled. He directly lifted Shuetu and threw it down. The monsters below jumped on it like a dog, seeing shit. In less than a few seconds, the great master who was once aloof. At this time, it has turned into a white bone. Oh, great man of God's society. How did he die like this? Yi Ling felt a little regretful, looking at the bloody massacre below who had turned into bones. Subsequently, he punched out fiercely. The endless turbulent waves directly turned the bones in front of them into nothingness. In this way, Yi Ling breathed a sigh of relief. I don't like this place a bit, though. Yi Ling flew in midair, looking at the thick smog below, and the ghosts and monsters hidden in it. Yi Ling felt a trace of disgust for no reason. Afterwards, directly infuse the energy of the whole body on the 6 rounds of fierce sun. Make them dozens of times bigger again. Ask them at this time, just like the real sun, hanging high in the sky. Terrifying and scorching power poured down. Directly turn the haze below into nothingness. And those monsters who hide in it. Seeing this scene, they fled crazily. But in the next second, they were directly melted by the terrifying heat brought by the scorching sun. Turned into nothingness. The entire Ghost Shadow secret realm was shrouded in these 6 rounds of scorching sun. Finally, all the smog has dissipated. Yi Ling looked down at the pitch-black land. Finally, a satisfied smile appeared. This is Yi Ling, who was patrolling the sky, suddenly discovered a special place. Even the sunlight from the scorching sun behind him couldn't shine on it. Full of weirdness. Wait for Yi Ling to walk in and take a look. Only then did I realize that it was a huge crack with bottomless bottom. He stood on it and could actually feel it. There was a gust of cold air. Let his body rush. You know, there are still 6 rounds of scorching sun on top of his head. Even so, it made him feel such a cold temperature. This is actually a bit weird. Please stay still. So you came over. Hastily held back Yi Ling, who wanted to see what happened. He was the guard from before. He saw that Yi Ling hadn't gone out. I was a little worried about Yi Ling's safety, so he entered it at the risk of life and death. Unexpectedly, Yi Ling showed his might. He directly killed the blood disciple and that invincible ghost tiger. This took him by surprise, just when he thought Yi Ling would end there. I didn't expect that the other party actually came here, so he flew over in a hurry and stopped him. Hey, aren't you the guard of the secret realm? How did you get in? Do you know what's going on below? Yi Ling looked at the guard in front of him curiously. Then he pointed to the huge crack under the 2 of them. He vaguely felt that there was a big secret below, just wondering if I should go in or not, because here may be full of unknown dangers. There was once a great master who used a magic circle to investigate, and it was suspected to have the breath of a 5th-order demon king. But no one dared to go in, so not sure. Suyu nodded, then answered with a frown. In fact, that great master is him. He has an innate ability to detect changes in the surrounding atmosphere. He could clearly feel that there was a powerful aura that surpassed the 4th-order monsters below. But isn't this a 4th-rank secret realm? How could there be a 5th-order demon king? Yi Ling frowned deeply. I really don't understand. Because if the 5th-order demon king can appear, it also means that this secret realm is the 5th rank, not the 4th rank. Tell me, is there such a possibility? Below this, there is another entrance, connected to another secret realm. At this time, Suyu proposed a bold idea. Because of a secret realm, which is connected to another secret realm, not something uncommon. There are many secret realms on Blue Star. Many secret realms have similarities. So at this time, under the Ghost Secret Realm, there is another entrance to the secret realm. It is also very possible. Go down and have a look. You'll know if you don't. Yi Ling pondered for a while, then looked back at Suyu. Looking at Suyu, he looked embarrassed. Yi Ling smiled and said, Why? Don't you dare? After hearing what Yi Ling said, Suyu was also lost in thought. Then he smiled wryly. I really don't dare. Maybe it's because my life is too comfortable. Since he retired from the ancient battlefield, he has been guarding the entrance of this secret realm. For too long, there was no fight for him. I have long forgotten the feeling of fighting, the kind of bloody battlefield. Therefore, in the face of unknown territory, he also hesitated for no reason. Okay, then I'll go down by myself. Looking at Su Yu, who was looking embarrassed in front of him, Yi Ling couldn't force him. After all, the other party still has the responsibility of this ghost secret realm. If something happened to the other party, it would be bad. Then you must be more careful. If anything is wrong, just run away. Su Yu at this time also knew that he could not persuade the young man in front of him. But remember that the other party can kill even ghost tigers. Thinking about coming here, Su Yu couldn't help feeling a little bit of confidence in the young man in front of him. Yi Ling nodded. Carrying 6 rounds of scorching sun, it slowly went down. The crack in the originally silent and dark canyon. Under the shining of these 6 rounds of scorching sun, all darkness is driven away. Chi-chi. Suddenly a strange voice came from the 4 ministers. It made Yi Ling feel a little wary. It was as if some inexplicable creature was approaching him quickly. However, Yi Ling hadn't waited for Yi Ling to react. The scorching sun above his head melted it directly. At this time, Yi Ling was unable to observe. What is it that is approaching me? But with the first experience, the second time, Yi Ling focused on observing the surroundings, very vigilant. Here we go again. Sure enough, Yi Ling heard that weird voice again, then stick out with one hand. When he retracted his hand, in his hand, there was actually a small black bug. This worm is extremely weird. The whole body is dark with a single horn. The most peculiar thing is that there is actually a pattern similar to a human face on its back. Yi Ling just took a look at the grimace in front of her eyes. He actually found this grimace wriggling in a weird way. Afterwards, I felt myself in a trance. But in just a moment, Yi Ling returned to normal. It may be because of the realm, the weird bug in front of him. It didn't have any effect on him, but it also made Yi Ling a little more vigilant, because he found that it was just a bug the size of a thumb. The breath in the body is not weaker than some third-order monsters. If the bug in front of him had the same realm as him, so for him, wouldn't it be able to cause a greater impact? When the time comes to fight, it will be extremely dangerous. Moreover, the opponent used a mental attack, which made him feel even more headache. After all, he had no way of preventing such attacks in the way. This made Yi Ling realize his mental weakness. It seems that next time I will find a martial art that specializes in cultivating spiritual strength. Yi Ling muttered to himself. Buzz! Just when Yi Ling fell into deep thought, suddenly, strange sounds came from his ears. Wait for him to come back to his senses. Then he saw the overwhelming human-faced worms rushing towards him. It's a pity that Yi Ling didn't show mercy this time. Directly pushed the 6 rounds of Liang on the head. Burned them directly into nothingness. These face bugs, even the other party couldn't get within 10 meters of him. But this amount is too much. 0 seeking flowers. Follow Yi Ling further down. It was found that the number of face bugs is increasing. This made him very puzzled. However, there is always an end to this huge crack. Soon, Yi Ling reached the innermost part, under the shining of the 6 rounds of scorching sun. Yi Ling had a panoramic view of the scene with a radius of 100 meters. And he finally found out, where did this face bug come from? It was a huge human-faced insect several feet long. At this time, he was lying on the ground. Its abdomen has a huge hole, and those little face bugs just fly out of it. Although the face bug in front of him has been dead for a long time. But Yi Ling could still perceive a powerful and suffocating breath from the opponent's body. Most likely, it is the legendary 5th-order Demon King. However, he was also very puzzled. This is a monster of the 5th-order Demon King realm. How did it appear in these 4 ranks of secret realms? At this time, he was also very inclined to Su Yu's thoughts. That is here, and there is another entrance to the secret realm. However, because of the restrictions of the 4th-rank secret realm, this is the moment when the 5th-order Demon King enters, beheaded according to the rules of Ghost Shadow Secret Realm. Then, Such a corpse was left behind. But where's the entrance? Yiling looked around. This canyon is actually not too big. The distance is only 1,000 kilometers, and the width is not enough. But Yiling observed for a long time. There is still no entrance to another secret realm. I'm really stupid. At this time, Yiling suddenly thought of something, then turned around suddenly. He stared at the place where the human face worm flew out. That's okay. Another entrance to a secret realm. Just under this huge human face bug. Yiling thought about it. Recover the Demon King in front of you directly. A large amount of exchange gold coins was obtained. The entrance to the secret realm below also appeared in front of Yiling. Sure enough, it's right below here. Looking at the portal exuding a strange atmosphere. There was a trace of satisfaction on Yiling's face. It doesn't matter, let's go and have a look first. Yiling looked at the entrance in front of him and hesitated for a moment. Still choose to go in and have a look. After all, he was also very curious. What the hell is in here? Moreover, if an unknown meaning can be found, when the time comes to report to the official, he can also get a large reward. If so, this is really a secret realm that has not yet been discovered. Then he is the first person to eat crabs. All the resources in it can be chosen by him. Thinking of this, Yiling became more and more excited. Throw out all the sense of crisis directly. Then, without hesitation, he directly plunged into the secret realm. Wait for him to come back to his senses. I found myself in an unknown world. Looking at the gray sky, Yiling frowned. He always felt that it was not a cloud. 003 inch, and just when Yiling was in a daze, the lead cloud above the sky suddenly moved. Then there was a buzzing sound, deafening. Only then did Yiling realize the lead cloud above the sky. It is actually stacked together by gray bugs, then formed. At this time, even if Yiling is not a dense fear, seeing this scene, not only felt the scalp numb, stacking wave fist, facing the overwhelming gray bugs. Yiling couldn't bear it anymore. Blast out with a punch. The relentless and endless waves come out with the beat. Directly hit the bug in front of him into nothingness. It's disgusting, watching the overwhelming bugs be wiped out by themselves. Yiling breathed a sigh of relief. Then he swallowed his saliva and continued to move forward. He found that this world is really too desolate. On the ground, there are not even any plants. Just endless bugs. It's just after Yiling took back 6 rounds of Liang. These bugs also lost interest in him. It was less than 1,000 miles away. Yiling found dozens of bugs he had never seen before. Either gather or act alone. Soon, Yiling came to a huge valley. Then, he saw a scene that made him very curious. A huge 9-segmented insect just lay in the valley. The reason why Yiling called him 9-section insect, it is because the huge bug in front of you has a total of 9 degrees per day. It is white and tender, and the meat is plump, and its lower body is still wriggling, with every squirm of it. Below its body, more small 9-section insects will emerge. And at the end of the valley, there is a huge portal. Obviously, this is connected to an unknown secret realm. So, Yiling lay on the side, observed carefully. As time went by, he found that this section continued to give birth to small 9-section weight. Then, send them into the portal. And from the portal, the 9-section insect came back. It's not just chubby to eat. The breath of the body is also much stronger. Even the level has increased. And what happened next left Yiling dumbfounded. Those 9-segmented insects who came back. Just like that, it walked into the mouth of the giant 9-bamboo worm. The giant 9-segmented worm chews directly, smashed the 9-segmented worm in its mouth into pieces, then swallowed it into the stomach. Indistinctly, Yiling found out. The size of the 9-segmented insect in front of him also increased slightly. Is this homegrown? Yiling, not far away, was also surprised by this operation. Then he also realized something. If you follow this development, the giant 9-segmented insects continuously discharge small 9-segmented insects, then dispatch them, these small 9 sections. After becoming stronger, he will return to the side of the giant 9-section insect. Then feedback. In this way, the giant nine-section insect will become stronger and stronger, and more offspring will be born. Such a horrible way of development. It also made Yi Ling feel terrified. I just don't know the race of this monster. Looking at the nine-section insect in front of him, Yi Ling fell into deep thought. In fact, he didn't know the monster in front of him. What race is it? I don't know what kind of monster he is. Just based on the other party's appearance, he named it a nine-section insect. But this terrifying way of development also shocked Yi Ling deeply. So there was an idea. That is to bring back the nine-section insect in front of me. Show it to the teachers at Xuanwu Academy. Yi Ling believes that the teacher of the Holy Class Academy. You will definitely know what kind of race this creature is. In Yi Ling's perception, fortunately, the nine-section insect in front of him is only at the 4th level. If he reached the realm of the 5th-order Demon King, Yi Ling would not have the guts to attack. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Yi Ling's face. Then he touched it quietly. Human, why are you here? It's just that Yi Ling didn't expect it. As soon as he walked down, he was sensed by the nine-section insect in front of him. The small eyes narrowed slightly. Then, a voice appeared in Yi Ling's mind. It turned out to be the use of mental power. After hearing this voice, Yi Ling was also stunned. He didn't expect that the nine-section insect in front of him actually possessed such terrifying spiritual power. It was able to transmit sound directly in his mind. This made Yi Ling feel a little wary. Human, I advise you to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, don't blame me for being a killer. Seeing that Yi Ling in front of him didn't answer his own words. The nine-segmented insect's tone was a little hasty. Then it was said in Yi Ling's mind again. I'd like to see how you beat the killer. Yi Ling looked at the nine-section insect in front of him. It's like looking at a baby. Because just now, he wants to use the exchange talent. Exchange it for the nine-section insect in front of you. 5.4 suddenly discovered that the nine-section insect in front of him. Its value is compared to the value of the corpse of the 5th-ranked Demon King. It is also several times more expensive. This made Yi Ling ecstatic. The value of a 4th-order monster is comparable to that of a 5th-order monster. Suffice to say, it's extraordinary. However, it's a pity that the nine-section insect in front of him doesn't belong to him yet. Therefore, he did not exchange successfully. Damn! Facing Yi Ling's provocation, Nine Knotworm decided to strike first. Terrifying spiritual power, small needles in each piece. Directly stab at Yi Ling's sea of consciousness. Wanting to directly destroy Yi Ling's sea of consciousness. Make Yi Ling a madman. Is it a mental attack again? Yi Ling was slightly surprised, looking at the 5 insects in front of him. He found that these bugs seemed to be particularly good at mental attacks. However, Yi Ling thought about it in a blink of an eye. The nine-section insect in front of him is so bulky. At first glance, it is the kind that has a certain degree of defense, but the existence of extremely weak attack power. So, the opponent's mental strength is stronger. It is also a very reasonable explanation. I won't play with you anymore. Facing this kind of mental attack, Yi Ling knew he couldn't resist it. After all, he hasn't cultivated his spiritual power yet. Therefore, after knowing that you are bound to suffer, Yi Ling directly used the ghost step, disappeared in place in an instant. Ever since Yi Ling raised the ghost step to the 4th rank of martial arts, his speed, I don't know how many times it has been improved. Now he can be said to be truly acting like a ghost. Think thousands of miles. This can't be overstated. This world has been discovered by humans. Is it going to move again? No, I have to inform the Insect King immediately. We must get rid of this human as soon as possible. Can't let him escape. Watching Yi Ling disappear, nine-section insect fell into deep contemplation. They are Zerg, relying on their terrifying reproductive ability and devouring talent. Crazy reproduction of their own offspring. Plunder the energy of the entire universe. 09. This almost predatory growth. As a result, the Zerg, have been suppressed by many races. The human race is naturally among the forces that suppress their Zerg race. They have many of the same race died in the hands of human beings. So the moment I saw Yi Ling appear, the inheritance from the bloodline made the nine-section insect realize that something was wrong. Subsequently, It directs itself to everything it sees. Through mental power, it was directly sent to the Insect King. Damn! In this world, in a cave somewhere as deep as 10,000 meters, suddenly there was a voice full of anger. And the owner of this voice was actually a huge beetle with a size of hundreds of meters, lying in a cave as deep as 10,000 meters, wearing a red-gold carapace. It has very fine textures carved on it. Beside it are tens of millions of offspring. Everyone is doing their job, and not far away, there are 10 portals. Each portal is linked to a small secret realm. At this time, the Insect King, after learning the message from the 9-section insect sent him, immediately flew into a rage. At the same time, he realized that his secret realm had been exposed. This means that he has to transfer again. This makes it extremely angry. Because of it, it has only reached the realm of the 5th-order Demon King. The portals that can be connected are only 10. If this secret realm is discovered, then there are only 9 portals left in his possession. This is undoubtedly a great blow to its growth. Come to think of it, all of this was caused by a human being. As a king, how could he bear it? Even if it is, send Yi Ling's information to all his subordinates. Let them find this human being and kill it. Only in this way can he let out a bad breath. But it is also an urgent order to his own men. Move yourself out of this secret place. And Yi Ling doesn't know this yet. When he found out that he was being hunted down, it is already evening time. The overwhelming monsters surrounded him firmly, wanted to tear him in half. This damn monster. Yi Ling felt his head numb when he looked at the overwhelming monsters. Although there are no 5th-order monsters, that is, the legendary Monster King, this made him breathe a sigh of relief. However, such a number of monsters, even he felt a headache. If you carry on hard, sooner or later, it will grind him to death. It made Yi Ling feel a little tired. See you later. Seeing more and more monsters, Yi Ling really had no choice. Had to choose to escape. Afterwards, Yi Ling directly blasted a round of Liang. Terrible and hot horror energy. In an instant, everything within a radius of 100 miles was razed to the ground. And during this gap, Yi Ling exchanged the gold coins just now, upgraded the hidden breath art to rank 4, completely concealed his breath, disappeared in the perception of the Demon King. Finally safe. Somewhere, watching no one noticed himself anymore. Yi Ling breathed a sigh of relief. The hidden breath art of the 4th rank. It is not only able to hide the breath, and it can also simulate the breath of other races. Now, even the Demon King cannot check his true identity. So, Yi Ling is already safe. Damn 9-section insect. At this time, Yi Ling thought of all this. It was all caused by that damned 9-segmented insect just now. There was also a hint of anger on Yi Ling's face. After that, he quietly walked towards the direction of the 9-section insect. Is this trying to escape? Looking at the offspring of the 9-knotworm, the bodies of the 9-knotworm being carried, Yi Ling in the dark suddenly frowned. Fortunately, he came early. Otherwise, one step later, the 9-section insect in front of him was really about to escape. When the time comes, close the door entrance. Yi Ling may never find each other again. And here the 9-section insect, after receiving the message from the Demon King. Then he prepared to bring his men to another world following in the footsteps of the Demon King. After all, it is also a 4th-order monster under the Demon King. Belonging to the loyal force, it is impossible not to carry it. As for other 1st- and 2nd-tier tribesmen, it is not within the scope of consideration of the Insect King. With that level of existence, it can have as much as it wants. 450 Zergs are small, and what they are most proud of is their terrifying reproductive ability. Since I found out, then don't leave. Yi Ling quietly came to the back of the 9-section insect, this time with the help of Jue. He was not discovered by the 9-section insect in front of him again. Then a fist was blasted hard. The endless waves of energy directly smashed the head of the 9-segmented insect in front of him into a cloud of blood mist. In an instant, the opponent lost his breath, and those airs around. After feeling the terrifying power of Yi Ling, it was also shattered. Afterwards, Yi Ling took advantage of the lightning speed. Directly put the 9-section insect in front of you into the infinite backpack. There was a hint of joy on his face. Just bring back the body of the 9-segmented insect. He believes that it will definitely attract the attention of the government. At that time, he will be able to obtain rich rewards. Human, you damn it! Just when Yi Ling was happy, a voice suddenly appeared in his ear. Let him be stunned for a moment. Then Yi Ling saw it. A huge humanoid ant appeared not far away. It is covered with a red stomach. It stands up. There are 3 pairs of crimson, transparent wings on its back. There are also 2 pairs of antennae on the head. Purple lightning hovered over it. From time to time, there was a small crackling sound. Dragon ant? Yi Ling looked at the giant human ant in front of him, slightly surprised. Because of this monster, Yi Ling knew it. This is an extremely rare dragon blood monster. Legend has it that there is a trace of dragon blood in his body. Because of the trace of dragon's blood in its body, its attack power and defense power are extremely terrifying. It can even be immune to some energy attacks. Among the monsters, the combat power is also at the top level. This one is already a tier 4 monster. Damn human, you actually killed my companion. Looking at the 9-section insect that was blasted to death by Yi Ling's punch, the dragon ant showed an angry expression on its face. It has been friends with the 9-section insect in front of it for many years. Now my friend died in front of me like this, and he didn't have time to stop it, which made him very regretful. But at the same time, he also had the desire to kill Yi Ling. The crimson wings trembling crazily behind it made its speed terrifying to the extreme. Like a bolt of lightning, it quickly appeared behind Yi Ling. Then, he punched Yi Ling hard on the back. Knock Yi Ling out. Nice power. Yi Ling got up from the ground. Then he patted his clothes with his hands to clean off the dust on them. His whole body was exposed, revealing his skin carved like gold and jade. Yi Ling also looked at the dragon ant in front of 833 with great interest. It's a monster with a trace of dragon's blood. An attack of this strength, if it is an ordinary grandmaster, I am afraid that under one blow, it will be seriously injured before it is too late. But unfortunately, the other party met Yi Ling. Die to me! Dragon ant repeats its old trick and wants to attack Yi Ling again. Do you think you can succeed again? Yi Ling looked at the dragon ants attacking him. The right fist was struck several times faster than the opponent. Pooh! Under the 2 fists, Yi Ling's fist directly smashed Long Ant's fist into a pool of blood mist. Damn it! Seeing this scene, the dragon ants only knew. I'm absolutely no match for the man in front of me. As soon as his face changed, he wanted to run away. As for avenging his good brother, let's go aside. Now it's life-saving. It's too late to escape now. Yi Ling instantly appeared behind the dragon ant. One punch shattered its head. Looking at the corpse of the dragon ant that lost its breath and fell down, Yi Ling didn't want to waste either. Throw it directly into the Edge Infinite backpack. Then it was directly converted into gold coins. The corpses of 4th-order monsters can still be exchanged for a lot of gold coins. The higher the monsters are, the more tyrannical their physical bodies will be. Even the corpses of high-level monsters. Their value is no less than some natural treasures. Damn! I want you to die. Damn humans. Just when Yi Ling was proud, several voices rang out from his ears. Yi Ling looked up quickly. Then he found hundreds of 4th-order monsters surrounding him. Seeing this scene, I dare not be careless anymore, because he would be seriously injured under the siege of the 4th-order monsters. Snort. Regarding this, Yi Ling showed a trace of caution on his face. Afterwards, before these monsters surrounded them, Yi Ling directly urged the ghost step and fled away. I'm going first by everyone. Afterwards, only an extremely arrogant discourse was left behind. Damn it, look at Yi Ling, who has disappeared. These 4th-order monsters suddenly went crazy. Enough, let's go. At this time, the voice of the insect king stood out in the minds of these 4th-order monsters. Prevent their further actions. King, he has hurt so many of our brothers. Are we going to do that? A level 4 monster expressed its dissatisfaction. I said, let's go. Seeing someone who dared to question his words, the insect king spoke again. In fact, it didn't want its subordinates to kill Yi Ling, to avenge his companions. But just now, it also saw Yi Ling's terrifying fighting power. Even the subordinates below can kill each other. But there is also a heavy price to pay. In this way, the gains outweigh the losses for it. It's better to leave as soon as possible. In order to prevent the other party from escaping, notify the strong human beings. When the time comes, it will be too late for them to escape. There will be more losses. Rather than chasing an irrelevant human being, it is better to escape as soon as possible. What's more, they Zerg are not good at fighting. Instead, relying on the terrifying reproductive ability, he conquered powerful worlds one after another. As long as they survive, they have a future. It has the ability to come back. Now they can't ruin their plans because of a human being. After all, there are not many Zerg races left in the entire universe. Under the suppression of the major races, the Zerg could only develop silently. One day, the Zerg will return to the universe and become the real overlord. But I'm not reconciled. Some Zerg roared unwillingly. It's a pity that there is no other way. They can only obey the order of the Insect King and flee quickly. And Yi Ling, on the other side, has also arrived at the exit of the secret realm. Escaped smoothly. But before escaping, Yi Ling kept an eye out. It is to bury an energy coordinate at the bottom of this secret realm, a place that no one else can imagine. With these coordinates, even if the entrance to this secret realm is sealed, he can also rely on this coordinate to find this secret place again. Entrance to the ghost realm. Fortunately, you're fine. He looked at Yi Ling, who appeared in front of him, and scathed. So you also breathed a sigh of relief. Then he smiled and said to Yi Ling, "You guessed it right, the intersection below is indeed connected to another secret realm. And I still have important discoveries, so I won't talk to you first." I hurried back. Yi Ling nodded to Suyu. But he has more important things. So there is no intention of talking to the other party. As soon as he came out, he took a picture of the 9-section worm he had killed and sent it to his teacher at Xuanwu Academy. The other party recognized at a glance that this is the legendary Zerg, attracted the other party's attention. Afterwards, Yi Ling told the teacher everything he knew. A teacher at Xuanwu Academy. After agreeing to Yi Ling's enrollment, more generous rewards will be given. Yi Ling also nodded in satisfaction. Then he turned around and went to deal with another matter. Yi Ling looked at the man in the suit in front of him. In my mind, an idea suddenly came up. So under the strange circumstances, his spiritual powers sank into the infinite backpack. Then he played the list that Xuetu gave him not long ago. On one of the pages, there is a photo of the lining of the suit. This is going to be fun. Yi Ling looked at the man in the suit in front of him. But in my heart I sneered again and again. Why, I don't want to. This is a mere 100,000 dragon coins. Shouldn't it be an easy thing for you? If you haggle like this again, then after a while, it will cost 20,000-00000 dragon coins. Yu Chen spoke again. He looked at the boy in front of him with disdain. This young man was completely controlled by him. Already let him slaughter. It's just that he regretted that his price was too low. I saved a lot of oil and water, so I added another sentence. Death is imminent, don't you know? Yi Ling smiled coldly. In the next second, he appeared in front of the man in the suit. He held the opponent's neck with one hand. Lift him from the chair. A pair of murderous eyes, staring at each other. Let go of me. This is the gate of the city hall. How dare you do this, such? Yu Chun was strangled and lifted up. I feel like I can't speak well. Even breathing became short. The blood on his face turned livid due to lack of oxygen. But still do not forget to struggle. Angrily scolded Yi Ling. Let him put himself down quickly. Even until now, he couldn't believe it. How dare someone do this in front of the city government? Isn't this a slap in the face of the government? Quick, put down Director Yu. The guards on the side were watching this scene. Immediately, the jaw was also surprised. It was the first time he had seen such a fierce person. And as a guard, he did not dare to forget what he should do. So he quickly took out his baton, pointing at Yi Ling, telling him to quickly put down Yu Chun in his hand. I advise you don't point this thing at me. Yi Ling looked at the guard in front of him. Then slap out. Let the opponent fly out directly. It hit the ground hard. Let's pretend to be dead. Seeing that he was far from being the opponent's opponent, the guard also tilted his head very consciously, pretending to faint. After all, he only earns 3,000 dragon coins a month. If you risk your life for these 3,000 dragon coins, that's not worth it. You let me go? Yu-Chen looked at Yi Ling in front of him coldly. But to his astonishment, he found that he couldn't mobilize any energy in his body. This made him instantly bewildered and at a loss. Then he looked at Yi Ling in front of him. With only a little bit of strength, he screamed loudly. Want to attract more people's attention. Damn god bastards, you should have expected this day. Yi Ling looked at Yu-Chen, who was struggling constantly, then whispered softly in each other's ear. How do you know? Yu-Chen looked at Yi Ling in horror. Unfortunately, he hasn't finished yet. His neck was directly broken by Yi Ling. Okay, stop pretending to be dead. Get up. Yi Ling directly threw Yu-Chen's body aside, then sat down on that chair. With the fingers of the right hand, tap leisurely on the hand of the chair. Make a crisp knocking sound. Then he said to the guard beside him, without raising his head. The slap, he just didn't use much force at all. It is impossible for the other party to be unconscious. My lord, I did not offend you. The guard quickly got up from the ground. Then he looked at Yi Ling with a mournful face. His legs were also trembling violently. This time he really felt the danger from his life. Because Director Yu just died in front of him. He didn't want to follow in the other party's footsteps. I can only beg for mercy. You can notify number 1 now. Don't worry, I won't leave. Yi Ling closed her eyes, then lied down on the chair leisurely. Commanded. Yes. The guard hastily wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, and then rushed into the room scrambling. Zero, seeking flowers. I am very glad that I saved my life in the hands of this young devil. It's a pity, the mighty Director Yu. Because he asked for too much money, he was killed by the devil in front of him. Next time he must ask for less. Otherwise, they will accidentally follow in the other party's footsteps. What? Who is so bold? How dare you kill someone at the gate of the city hall? And it was our city government officials who were killed. This is simply the greatest joke in the world. Number 1 was furious when he heard the guard's report. Stand up straight from the chair. Then he pushed open the door aggressively and walked down. He wants to see it. Which one ate the bear's heart and leopard's guts? Dared to make trouble in his territory. It's just that he doesn't take his number 1 seriously. It's him. But when he came downstairs, looking at the boy sitting on the chair, suddenly frowned. The boy in front of him is so immature. It's not like someone who can kill Director Yu. Director Yu, although he is not very familiar with it. But he also knew that he could reach the level of supervisor. Its realm has also reached the high level of a martial artist. It's not like a boy of 16 or 17 can kill him. This made him also have a little doubt. Number 1, that's him. I saw him kill Director Guang with my own eyes. The guard quickly explained. Then he took out his mobile phone and adjusted the monitoring just now. It's really him. Watch everything on the monitor. Although he was extremely dissatisfied with the behavior of the guards and Supervisor Yu accepting benefits. But the young man in front of him should never have done so, killing people at the gate of the city hall. Moreover, Director Yu's behavior should not be punished by death. Why did you kill Director Yu? Number 1 frowned, looking at such a leisurely boy. I don't know what guard of honor the other party has. When watching him coming, he didn't get up and didn't say hello. Not even a trace of panic. If I say, he is God's undercover agent, do you believe? Yi Ling directly transmitted the voice down. Yi Ling didn't dare to speak directly, because Yi Ling knows, in this building, not only Yu-Chen is a traitor, but there are more traitors from Shenhui. If he said it so blatantly, it might arouse their vigilance. At that time, it will not be possible to have a litter. Why should I trust you? Number 1 looked at Yi Ling in front of him, then frowned deeply. Empty-handed vernacular. You want him to trust a person who killed his subordinates so directly, and still such a young face. He absolutely cannot believe it. My majestic great master, do I still need to deceive you? Yi Ling looked at number 1 in front of him coldly. Then, a huge figure appeared behind him. The terrifying breath directly caused the surrounding void to begin to crack. Like a mirror, there are small cracks in the 5-7 kingdoms. Come in and talk. Looking behind Yi Ling, that seems to be a substantial martial arts will. At this moment, number one understood in an instant. The young man in front of him is actually a powerful grandmaster. Let him be a little overwhelmed. Nodding repeatedly, he moved his body away. Let Yi Ling go in. Such a young grandmaster will surely become a strong martial king in the future. Once the opponent becomes the martial king, the surrounding cities will become each other's fiefdoms. Then it will be his head. Thinking of this, even if he is number one, he dare not neglect. Forget it, I won't go in. You go straight to the list and check it out. You will know. 1. Yi Ling frowned and glanced at the corpse not far away. Kind of loathe this place. I really don't want to go in. Afterwards, Yi Ling kept pointing out. A huge amount of information poured directly into number one's mind. How can this be? Number one receives everything in the message. The more you look, the uglier your face becomes. Because in this list, it is listed as a person of God's meeting. There is actually a small half, which is the blind spot of his subordinates. Even his closest secretary is a kind of cub. This made his face turn livid and even clenched his right fist tightly. He didn't know it. Go check it out and you'll know. After speaking, Yi Ling turned and left. I don't want to say anything to the person number one in front of me. After all, God will be able to arrange so many people under his command. It is also his fault. Moreover, he has already given the other party a chance to make amends. If the other party does not deal with it according to the above, he will do it himself. Kill them one by one. He didn't believe it, and he couldn't restore peace to Angshi. Thank you. Number one looked at Yi Ling's disappearing figure and bowed deeply. Although he didn't know where Yi Ling got this list, but now he has somewhat confirmed it. This list is true, because it is connected to some things that happened before. He can easily discover the authenticity of this list. It seems that I have to contact the above. Thinking of this, number one hurried back to his office. If everything on the list is true, that also means that there are not many of his men who can use it. So he must notify the higher authorities, send people directly from above, and then carry out the beheading operation. Soon, under Shangfeng's investigation, it was soon confirmed that the list was genuine. Then an undercurrent quietly surged in the surrounding cities. After all, this time, it is about hundreds of masters and thousands of traders from the Shenhui. If you kill them all this time, that's a huge credit. For Shenhui, it was also a big blow. Hey, why did Teacher Jiang send me a message? Yi Ling has just returned home, but suddenly found that there was an extra message on his mobile phone. It was Mr. Jiang Ci from Xuanwu College who sent it to him last time. Last time, he was the one who came to Shangjing City to take charge of recruiting students. It was also he who included Yi Ling in the Xuanwu Academy. And soon, Yi Ling's 9 events were reported to Shangdi. It must have been answered. Finally, Yi Ling hastily replied with a message. Before Yi Ling breathed a sigh of relief, Teacher Jiang directly dialed the video call. What's the matter, Mr. Jiang? Is there anything else? Looking at the phantom in front of him, Yi Ling looked at him curiously. We have already sent people to the matter you reported last time. It's a pity that I went one step late. Almost all the Insect King and the Fourth-Order monsters escaped. Only some low-level Zerg were left. Jiang Ci said with regret when he saw Yi Ling just now. Master, is there anything else? Yi Ling was curious. Teacher, I just want to ask you a question. Were you in the body of the 9-segmented worm you killed? Found a special egg. Jiang Ci said with a little embarrassment. Let me see. Yi Ling froze for a moment, not knowing what the other party was thinking. But he still sank his mind into the infinite backpack. Then, using his mental power, he pushed open the 9-section insect's stomach. He really found a golden egg, then quickly took it out. See if it's alive. After seeing the golden bug eggs in Yi Ling's hands, Jiang Ci's face instantly became excited. Said quickly, It's alive. Yi Ling pretended to sense it, and then nodded. His wireless backpack can freeze everything in the second before putting it in. Even life can freeze, so he is 100% sure that the egg in front of him is alive. That's good, that's good. Jiang Ci nodded again and again with excitement on his face. Teacher Jiang, I may ask you a question. What is the purpose of this egg? Yi Ling was really curious and didn't know why Jiang Ci was so excited in front of him. 4.3. Anyway, the other party is also a teacher from Xuanwu Academy. At least it is also the realm of a great master. It was a reaction he didn't quite understand. As you may not know, the Zerg is a special race. Among the Zerg, there are many races, but each race has only one queen. In other words, only after the death of the previous generation of queens. Only then will another queen appear. And the one in front of you is the legendary queen. Only queens can reproduce. The idea of our academy is to nurture it, then use it for us. So far, there is only one queen egg like you. So, he is extremely precious. That's why I'm so excited. Jiang Ci explained with a smile. Ahem, Mr. Jiang. If I leave this to you, can you give me a little more reward? Yi Ling pointed to the golden eggs in his hand. Then look at the projection in front of you. Slightly embarrassed, he scratched his head. Then he spoke. Ah, you kid, I've already thought about you. This time, with this golden egg, I will definitely be able to exchange for you a basalt blood essence. However, when the time comes, can you transform your physique into a basalt body? It's up to you. Jiang Ci looked at Yi Ling in front of him and laughed loudly. In fact, when he enrolled Yi Ling into Xuanwu Academy, so he applied for a basalt essence blood for Yi Ling from the school. There has been no owner of the Xuanwu body in the Xuanwu Academy for many years. Therefore, the Xuanwu blood essence was used less and less, so his application was rejected. But this time with this golden egg. In addition, Yi Ling beheaded the fourth order queen. In other words, Yi Ling possessed the strength of a grand master. Such a powerful talent and such a great contribution. He didn't believe that the school would have any reason to reject his application this time. Xuanwu essence blood. Is it the same as the last Phoenix blood baptism? Yi Ling was a little curious. He remembered that Xuanwu Academy didn't offer this thing as a condition last time. Qinglong Academy and Shizuku Academy took it out. Is this basalt blood essence more precious? You are right, this basalt blood essence is indeed very precious. After all, our Xuanwu Academy has not seen a Xuanwu body for at least 100 years. So this basalt blood essence is used less and less. Still, you have such a big contribution this time. I can definitely apply for a basalt blood essence for you. You don't have to worry about that. Jiang Ci patiently explained. Then thank you, teacher. Yi Ling thanked. As long as he gets that basalt blood essence, he can have 100% basalt body. After all, he has the powerful talent of exchanging talent. At that time, strengthen the Xuanwu blood essence several times. He can awaken the basalt body 100%. It's all right. It's what you deserve. 17. Jiang Ci said with a smile. After chatting with Yi Ling for a few more words, I hung up the video. The following few days, Shi was caught in a bloodbath. Countless grandmasters secretly rushed to his city from several neighboring cities. Then on the second night, the beheading operation was carried out directly. The traitor of Shun Hui was beheaded. The number one in Shi also received a huge award for this incident. He was directly promoted to 3 ranks and transferred to a higher place. But Yi Ling never expected that because of this incident, he would also be approached by the authorities. Clap, clap. There was a knock on the door, which made Yi Ling a little confused. But he opened the door anyway. Then, he saw an extremely burly middle-aged man standing at the door. Without a trace of breath, it made Yi Mai feel that the person in front of him was not human, but a beast from the prehistoric. You are Yi Ling. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Ling curiously. There was a hint of playfulness. He didn't expect that the guy in front of him was so young. Moreover, at such a young age, he has such a powerful strength. Yes, I am Yi Ling. Yi Ling nodded. Don't be nervous. I'm here to give you a reward. The Tiger King laughed out loud as he saw Yi Ling's appearance, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He walked in very familiarly. Then he sat on a chair beside him. Award. Yi Ling was puzzled, not knowing what reward the other party was talking about. Could it be Jiang Ci just now? Teacher Jiang said to make blood. However, Mr. Jiang did not apply. Probably not that reward. So where does this reward come from? This time, you will be rewarded for reporting traitors to the God Council. And your reward for helping Snow King break out of the energy shield last time. Originally, Snow King should have given you that reward. But Snow King is my friend. So that reward was entrusted to me. Now I will give you both rewards. Tiger King patiently explained. You are also the king? Yi Ling looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, although he had already guessed that the other party was a strong man in the realm of King Wu, but still couldn't help being surprised. But I thought that the other party was Snow King's friend. There shouldn't be anything else to think about him. This made Yi Ling breathe a sigh of relief. Yes, I am also the king. The two rewards add up to a total of 200,000 points. It should have hit your account by now. You can see for yourself. Also, the above has raised your account authority to level 4. In other words, you will buy any resources on the official platform in the future. 40% discount will be enjoyed. This is the benefit that only the strong in the realm of the Martial Emperor can enjoy. You have to cherish it. Tiger King nodded, then explained to Yi Ling. After mentioning the other party's level 4 authority, he also showed a hint of envy on his face. Because even he only has level 5 authority. Thank you very much. After hearing that the other party gave him 200,000 points, Yi Ling's breath became short of breath. He quickly turned on his mobile phone to confirm. After seeing my balance, it has reached 823 to 200,000. His eyes began to light up. Because the points are issued by the government. Every point counts. You know, Tier 4 martial arts is on this official platform. Only 1,000 points can be exchanged. It can be seen how terrifying the value of these 200,000 points is, since the reward has been sent to you. Then I should go too. Tiger King looked at Yi Ling excitedly. He also nodded in satisfaction, then said, "Thank you." Yi Ling thanked again. He also did not expect to inform number 1 of the news of the traitor of the God Council. It can be exchanged for so many rewards. He originally just wanted to get rid of this scourge for Ungshi. It never occurred to me that there would be a reward. More, for the people of Ungshi. And this reward was a complete surprise. This is what you deserve, Tiger King said with a smile, and then pushed open the door. But he seemed to think of something again, and then turned around and said, "This is my contact information. Please add it. Maybe we have something to do in the future. You can get in touch." Good. Yi Ling nodded, then added Tiger King's contact information. Papa. Tiger King chased him away, but Yi Ling hadn't had time to get to the bed. Someone knocked on his door again. "Xiao Yu? What are you doing here?" As soon as Yi Ling opened the door, she saw a little lowly Ganyu in black Lolita. "Brother, is there no one else in your room?" Little Loli looked around the room with her head poking around. Then he turned around curiously. "No one." Yi Ling moved away and let little Loli walk in, then closed the door. Then he sat on the bed and looked at the little girl in front of him. "Tell me, what can you do with me?" "Brother, do you know about talent upgrades?" Little Loli sat on a chair beside her, both feet dangling in the air, shaking constantly. Then he raised his head and looked at Yi Ling in front of him. "I know, why? Is your talent going to be upgraded?" Yi Ling heard about little Loli's talent upgrade. Immediately raised his head. He looked at her curiously. Talent upgrade is a very important thing. Generally speaking, only take Tying Katabo. Moreover, this kind of natural material and earthly treasure must also respond to one's own talent and meet the requirements. Only then is it possible to upgrade your talent. Advance to a higher grade. Not yet, but I already know. Where is there any natural treasure to upgrade my talent? But that secret realm is a 4th-rank secret realm. The highest existence inside has reached the realm of a great master. With my ability, I can't enter it at all. So, I want to ask my brother to help me. Little Loli looked at Yi Ling in front of her in embarrassment. Then as he talked, his tone became smaller and smaller. Before entering Xuanwu Academy, it was because of Yi Ling in front of him. Now ask the other party for help. She was a little embarrassed. Then how do you plan to repay me? Yi Ling looked at the little Loli in front of him with a smirk. Then he said jokingly, look at me, I don't have anything valuable on me. Otherwise, I promise with my body." Seeing Yi Ling's eyes, the little Lolita also lowered her head, blushing. "And it's my first time? Seeing that Yi Ling was silent, little Lolita spoke again. It's just that the sound is as thin as a mosquito. I promise you that's all. As for the body promise, let's forget it. Yi Ling shook his head helplessly. All right. Hearing Yi Ling promised herself, for some reason, little Lolita felt a little bit disappointed. Then when are you going to leave? Yi Ling said. Let's go now. Go early and return early. Little Loli took out her mobile phone and checked the time. Does Sia know about this? Yi Ling looked at the little girl curiously. He remembered that little Loli seemed to have always lived at Sia's house. She is currently in retreat, as if accepting a kind of inheritance from their family. Anyway, I haven't seen her for days. There was no chance at all to tell her about it. Little Lolita shook her head, then said, Inherited? Yi Ling was stunned. He didn't expect that Li Sia's family still had inheritance. Okay, let's go then. Yi Ling thought about it, then nodded. As for Li Yu, Yi Ling didn't intend to call him either. Li Yu is now in retreat. What to say, his realm has surpassed too much. He has to work harder. Tell Yi Ling not to look for him until he goes to Xuanwu Academy. Then it was announced that it was close to death. Just the two of us? After hearing that Li Yu was not going, little Lolita revealed undisguised joy in her eyes. Then he followed Yi Ling out of the room in a bouncing manner. As soon as he left the hotel entrance, Yi Ling summoned the killing sword. Rise with the wind. The killing sword instantly turned into a gigantic sword with several feet in length. Why are you in a daze? Come up quickly. Looking at the little Loli, who was still in a daze, Yi Ling hurriedly urged, I'm a little scared, little brother. Can you carry me like last time? Little Loli glanced hesitantly at the giant sword at Yi Ling's feet, and then spoke. All right. Yi Ling froze for a moment. Take back the killing sword. Bend over. Hey. Seeing that her plan had succeeded, little Lolita also revealed a hint of cleverness in her eyes. Then he jumped on Yi Ling's back very happily. By the way, you haven't said which secret realm you want to go to? Yi Ling flew into the air, only to remember that he still didn't know where his destination was this time. 4th rank secret realm, desert secret realm. My talent is an intermediate talent, manipulating clay, a desert giant crab in the desert secret realm. If I refine its monster crystal, my talent level has a great chance to improve. This kind of monster crystal is very rare, and its medicinal value is very high. In the market, there is no way to buy it. We can only go to the desert secret place to find it. Little Loli lay on Yi Ling's back and whispered in his ear. Okay, let's go then. After getting his destination, Yi Ling took out his mobile phone. I took a look at the location of the desert secret realm. After getting the exact location of the secret realm, Yi Ling headed directly in that direction. In less than half an hour, they reached their destination. Tier 4 secret realm, desert secret realm. A lot of people. Seeing so many people at the entrance of the desert secret realm, little Loli sighed. Let's line up first. Yi Ling took a look at the long line and dragged Li, who had lost Xiao Luo, to the end. Young man, you are so young, why can't you think about it? To actually come to this 4th rank secret realm, could it be that you can't find death? I advise you to go back quickly. Seeing behind him, 2 dolls actually appeared. The old man looked back with regret on his face. Then he kindly reminded Dao Shun, Grandpa, my little brother is very powerful. Don't underestimate him. Seeing that the old man in front of her looked down on the two of them, little Loli felt nothing. But the other party actually looked down on his little brother. She couldn't bear it anymore and said quickly, How powerful are you 17 or 18-year-old brats? The old man only wrote 3 words on his face, which is disbelief. After all, with Yi Ling's immature appearance and little Lolita, it looks like a primary school student. The word strong has nothing to do with it. Xiao Yu, stop making noise. Seeing that the little Loli wanted to continue arguing with the old man in front of her, Yi Ling quickly reached out to stop her. But little Lolita wanted to say something, but then she saw Yi Ling's eyes. So, no more words. Young people nowadays, alas. Seeing that he couldn't persuade the old man, the 2 young men in front of him also shook their heads helplessly. Then he turned around and said nothing more. Hey, why can I go in directly? At this time, the little Loli, who was swiping her phone, looked up inadvertently, but found a group of people clicked directly past the team. Then he said something to the guard. The guard actually let them in. This immediately caused little Loli's dissatisfaction. He is a great master. Of course he has privileges. If you are great masters, you can also go in directly. If you are an ordinary person, you can only stay here honestly. Then pay a fee to get in. The old man turned around and explained patiently. Say it early. Ling was able to go in directly as soon as he heard the great master. Deng even took little Lolita's hand and walked towards the guard. Hey boy, why are you so impulsive? 330. Seeing Ling walk out so impulsively, the old man hurried over, trying to hold him back. What heavy? The guard looked at Ling, who was walking towards him. Frowned. I'm a grand master, so I should be able to go in directly. Ling directly revealed a trace of breath. Big, please come in because of people. Feel this terrifying aura to the extreme. The guard only felt that his own was about to kneel down. Hastily bowed down. This has reduced the pressure a lot. Hastily opened the mouth to say, let's go. Hearing that he was able to go in, Ling also withdrew his breath. Nodding her head, she took little Lolita's hand and walked towards the intersection. Wait, are you with him too? The guard felt the pressure disappear and quickly straightened up. Then I saw the old man following behind Ling. He frowned and asked, I'm with him. The old man nodded repeatedly. Okay, then go in. The guard didn't think too much, so he waved his hand to signal that he could go in. The old man also hurriedly followed. He didn't expect that that young man was actually a grandmaster. The breath just now, even if it didn't target him, made him feel suffocated. F***K. What the hell? That boy is a great master. Improbable. How could he be a great master? It should be the old man behind him. Yes, it must be the old man. That old man must be a great master. In the line on the side, someone watched Yi and Xiao Luoli just walk in. Let them all have doubts. Seeing the old man following behind, he suddenly realized. Push everything onto the old man. But they never imagined that the real master is Ling, who stands at the top. It's just that they were too far away, and they didn't feel Ling's breath at all. Only the old man behind is the real master. It can be said that this is a clever misunderstanding. Ling and little Loli just opened their eyes. What caught the eye was a deserted desert. In the ear, only the breathing of the two of them. There are also grains of sand, rustling sounds. High above the sky, there are 3 suns. Terrible heat can burn people to death. It's no wonder that the desert in front of me is so desolate. Afterwards, Ling and the two quickly formed a protective shield on their body surface. This blocked the vicious heat. This is too desolate. Ling looked at the desert. At a glance, I couldn't even see a single tree, not to mention any creatures. Then how to find the desert giant crab? Little Lolita was also lost in thought. In this uninhabited desert, look for the 4th-order monster desert giant crab. For him, there is no doubt that it is difficult to reach the sky. This also made him realize that he seemed to have made a big mistake. That is, there was no investigation in advance. I brought Ling here. I will look for it, as long as you pay me a little reward. Just when the two of Ling didn't know what to do, an old man slowly walked out from the exit of the secret realm. Open your mouth and say. It was the old man who came down to chat with him before. Grandpa, do you know how to find the 4th-order monster, desert cancer? After hearing the old man's words, little Lolita's eyes immediately brightened. You actually want to find a desert giant crab, but that is a 4th-order monster. The real overlord of the desert. This guy is extremely rare. The old man said, paused for a while, then continued. However, fortunately, it was me you met. I happen to know how to look for it. Tell me, old man, what reward do you want? Looking at the old man who stopped talking, Yi knew what the other party wanted. So he said happily, as long as the remuneration proposed by the other party is not too excessive, then he will try his best to agree. When the time comes to kill the giant desert crab, I want all his flesh and blood, and the monster crystals will belong to you. How about you? The old man looked at Ling, then rubbed his hands. He swallowed and spit and spoke. He knew that his conditions were a bit too much. But there is no way he wants to advance to a higher level. It is necessary to use the flesh and blood of monsters of these levels. And the desert giant crab, the flesh and blood of this overlord level monster. Even more delicious. The energy contained in it is even higher. But his realm is simply not enough for him to kill such a powerful monster. So he can only rely on Yi Ling in front of him. Although he also knew that his request was a little too much, but there was nothing he could do about it. In order to advance to a higher level, he can only do this. Okay, I promise you. As long as you find it, help us find the fourth order monster desert cancer. You could throw away all this flesh and blood at that time. Yi Ling nodded. Agreed directly. The flesh and blood of a tier 4 monster. For him, it is simply something within reach. As long as the opponent can find the desert cancer. If you give it to the other party, there is no harm in doing it. Okay, then you just wait for what I'm good at. You two just watch my performance well. The old man rubbed his hands, said to Yi Ling, while constantly moving things out from his space ring. Soon a simple trap appeared in place. Is that all right? Yi Ling was a little puzzled, looking at the old man in front of him. Then he pointed at the trap under his feet with his hand. No matter how it looks, it's a bit unreliable. He didn't believe that this would be able to attract the desert giant crab of the fourth order monster. Yes, old man, although you are a bit old. But if you lie to us, we will not pay you. Little Lolita, who was on the side, responded quickly. Don't worry, there are more, the old man said confidently. Then, without looking back, he once again took out a piece of flesh and blood from his space ring. There are still drops of blood on it, which has not gone away. This is the monster meat that desert cancer crabs like to eat most. It took me a lot of work to collect it. It is preserved with a special treasure. That's what makes it so fresh. Unexpectedly, it finally came in handy today. Looking at Yi Ling's puzzled eyes, the old man explained with a smile. Then he put the flesh and blood in his hands on the trap he made. I'll add some more ingredients. The old man laughed. Once again, he took out a jade bottle from his space ring. Sprinkle some powder on top of this piece of flesh and blood. Soon, a strange aroma burst out wantonly. It smells so good. Little Lolita also smelled this aroma. The small eyes are wide open, a look of curiosity. This drug can amplify the smell of flesh and blood several times, even 10 times, enough to attract desert cancer. The old man smiled confidently. Then let's wait. Yi Ling nodded. He felt that the old man in front of him was not as unreliable as he imagined. Let's hide first, otherwise, the giant desert crabs will not dare to come when they see us. 11. Little Lolita suggested. The little girl is right, let's hide. The old man also nodded hastily. Agree with little Lolita's statement. Okay. Yi Ling also nodded, agreeing with the two of them. With a single point, the void in front of him was directly broken, then ready to go in, but the old man grabbed his right hand. Young man, I'm just a little teacher. I can't bear the broken energy of this space. The old man hesitated. He looked at Yi Ling in fear. It's okay, I'll just protect you. Yi Ling wondered why, shaking his head helplessly, then pointed out. An invisible energy shield instantly enveloped the three of them. That's fine. The old man also breathed a sigh of relief. Walked in. Why haven't you come yet? In the void, little Loli is very boring. Sit in a corner and watch the trap. No, it's already here. At this moment, Yi Ling opened his eyes. There was a hint of a smile. He didn't expect that this old man still had a few brushes. In his perception, a fourth-order monster has already been driven here. I just don't know if the little Loli has always wanted my fourth-order monster desert cancer. A very large, plump, red giant crab. He was running sideways, running towards his side. With a fourth-order state, even if you walk sideways, the speed of the cancer is not slow. In an instant, he came to the front of the trap from thousands of miles away. I don't know if it is the suppression of the secret realm. As a result, its intelligence seems to be inferior to that of ordinary human beings. Didn't even observe the surrounding environment. They ate the food in the trap directly. It's my turn, Yi Ling said with a smile, ready to walk out from the void. But at this moment, An invisible big hand condensed out of thin air, grabbed straight to the desert giant crab that was eating. Dare you? Seeing this scene, Ling instantly understood. This is someone trying to pick peaches. It took so long to prepare. How could Ling bear the fruits of his own victory to be picked by others? Even if he took out the killing sword, he struck the minister with a single sword. Directly, the energy palm was cut into pieces. Boy, if you just continued to hide in the void. I pretend I didn't see you, but you just want to come out. But don't blame me. 3 men in black slowly walk out from the void. The one in the lead looked at Ling with cold eyes. Indifferent opening. Why? Is it reasonable for you to snatch my monster? Ling frowned. He always felt that these 3 people were weird. Your name isn't written on this giant desert crab, so why is it yours? The leading man in black sneered again and again. Then he pointed at Ling's forehead. The invisible energy condenses into a purple energy beam, bursting directly to Ling's forehead. It's kind of interesting. Your goal is actually me. Ling slapped the energy beam in front of him into pieces. There was a trace of doubt on his face. Before, he felt that there was something wrong with the 3 people in front of him. Now it seems, these 3 guys are not for desert cancer at all, but for him. Moreover, he vaguely felt a familiar 853 breath from the bodies of the other 3. After he carefully identified it, he recognized the breath. This is the unique aura that only the goddamn bastards possess. It was full of stench and blood. This time, you killed so many brothers of our God Council. Shouldn't I come to you? The leading man in black saw that he had been exposed. Not hiding anymore, directly angrily said. While speaking, endless energy burst out from his hand and hit Ling. You will die. Now it's actually coming to die again, so I will accept it completely. Ling looked coldly at the 3 men in black in front of him. Now that he has confirmed the identity of the other party, then he doesn't have to hold back anymore. Then it disappeared in place in an instant. He punched directly at the man in black in front of him. In an instant, the opponent's head exploded like a watermelon. Boss! Only then did the 2 men in black beside him react. A look of astonishment. Then they shot at the same time and launched an attack on Ling. You guys go too? Ling spoke coldly. Then the fists blasted out instantly. The 2 people in front of them were also blasted into a blood mist. Are these people from God? The old man looked serious, watching the 3 men in black who were killed by Ling raise his own doubts. Yes, if you are afraid, you can leave first. Ling nodded, then looked to God. If they're all a bunch of damn bastards, I have nothing to be afraid of. The old man shook his head without a trace of fear. It's a pity that the giant desert crab escaped. Little Lolita also spoke at this time. There was a pity in his eyes. After all, the monster crystallization of this desert giant crab is related to the improvement of his realm. Boom! Just when the 3 of them wanted to shift positions and rearrange traps, Ling turned around suddenly, looked to the ground. There was a loud rumbling sound. It's as if something is about to come out of the ground. What? The old man frowned and flew into the air. Ling also mentioned little Lolita, not daring to stay on the ground. I'm afraid that something unexpected will happen. It should be caused by the blood of that group of bastards just now. Ling remembered just killed those 3 men in black. Their blood ran to you under the desert. Now it seems that it should be him who triggered some mechanism. That's what caused such a big commotion. And as the movement became louder and louder, a huge pyramid slowly emerged from the ground. It's just that this pyramid looks extra strange. The whole body is made of blood-red bricks piled up one by one. It's not like the golden pyramids they usually see. It's kind of weird. The movement here is really too big. Soon, there will be thousands of masters, great masters, and strong men. They gathered in succession. Wrap this blood-red pyramid firmly in the Lord. Everyone please be quiet and don't touch this pyramid. We'll wait until our official guards arrive to make a decision. At that time, in order to avoid any accidents. At this moment, a man in an official uniform flew out of the crowd quietly. Standing above the tip of the pyramid, said to the people around, Wang-san, what the hell are you pretending to me? Are you still official and still wearing this suit? A man suddenly walked out of the void. With one knife, Zhang San's head was beheaded directly in front of him. Randomly said with a sneer. He knew that Zhang San in front of him was not a member of the government at all, but a notorious fugitive. If such a person can be a government employee, then 4.4, wouldn't he be able to go to heaven? Don't waste it. Throw it up and try. Looking at the man in front of him, he was about to throw Zhang San's body away. A great master stepped forward slowly, then grinned. 2. The man was taken aback for a moment, and then he understood what was going on. Then he threw Zhang San's body directly on top of the pyramid. Soon a surprising scene happened. That Zhang San's body. As soon as I touched the pyramid, I was devoured by madness. Not even a trace can be seen. Wait, why does this color seem to be a little darker? At this moment, a great master suddenly yelled out. It attracted everyone's attention. I also discovered that after that guy's flesh and blood were devoured, the bloody light on the golden pyramid became even more intense. You said if we feed it more flesh and blood, will it produce more wonderful changes? I also have this idea, or try it. The masters around him respect the masters. You look at me, I look at you. It seems to be tacit-like. Those great masters and grand masters began to attack the existence below their realm. Those martial artists who don't even have the ability to fly. They all suffer disasters. There is no way who told them that their strength is low. Soon, hundreds of martial artists were captured by them. It's not my fault. A 09 man with a gloomy face smiled coldly. Then he threw the martial artist in his hand directly out. The throne warrior touched the scarlet pyramid at the moment. It was instantly swallowed by the red light on the bloody pyramid. Not a trace was left. Also, as everyone thinks, the pyramid in front of you. The red light on the tower surface became a little thicker again. Seeing this scene, the rest of the people followed suit. Throw out the food in your hand little by little. On the other hand, Ling watched all this silently. A powerful aura permeated there, and no one dared to provoke him. Even the little girl next to him was ignored by those people. Brother, can you save them? At this time, the little Lolita couldn't bear it. Then he said softly in Ling's ear, the law of the jungle is one of the rules of heaven. Since they chose to come to this fourth-order secret realm, I've already thought about throwing away life and death. Ling lowered his head, explained to the little Loli. He didn't intend to save them. After all, he wanted to see it too. What the hell is in this pyramid? All right. Hearing what Ling said, little Lolita also knew that there was no way she could save this group of people. So he could only watch those martial artists die one by the hands of those grand masters and grandmasters. However, even those Wu masters were thrown up. This pyramid, except the color on the top, becomes more character. There was no other reaction. Not enough. A great master spoke coldly, cracked his mouth and smiled. His tone was full of killing intent. Then he exchanged glances with the other great masters. Go directly to those masters. Under the absolute pressure of the great realm, these masters are just like the previous martial arts masters. Was instantly beheaded, then being crushed, thrown onto the pyramid. Boy, hand over that old guy and girl behind you. Otherwise, you too will die. At this time, someone finally had their eyes on the three of Ling. The 5 great masters wrapped the 3 of them firmly in it. At Ling's age, he has such terrifying strength. Make them extremely dissatisfied. So after getting the signal, the 5 of them directly surrounded Ling. I advise you not to do this. Ling spoke indifferently, not even willing to pull out the killing sword. Superior. Bai Shi just smiled coldly, then waved. The 5 great masters rushed out together in an instant. Without hesitation, he displayed his unique technique, wanting to kill Ling in an instant. Too weak. Unfortunately, Ling didn't even want to raise his hand. A scorching sun suddenly appeared overhead. The golden light shines under it. The 5 great masters in front of them melted instantly, like the first snow. And this scene also stared aside. The Grand Master who originally wanted to sneak attack. After seeing Ling's terrifying fighting power, others also consciously avoided this place. And Ling stood there swaggeringly with a scorching sun on his head. No one dared to step within 10 meters of him. "Young man, your fighting power is too fierce." The old man saw Yi Ling's brave performance. Not only did he swallow a mouthful of saliva. To be honest, he has seen fierce 870. But I have never seen such a fierce one. One hit 5 in the same realm and can kill instantly. This is the first time he has seen such a level of fighting power. Of course, my little brother is in such a mess. Little Loli, after hearing someone praise her, also jumped out quickly, excitedly shouted. And she was even more excited to hear others praise Yi Ling than to praise her. Finally open. At this moment, a voice full of excitement resounded through the entire sky. And as the voice sounded over there, everyone turned their eyes to the pyramid below. The pyramid at this time can no longer be described as scarlet red, but blood red, bright like a drop of blood dripping on it. It looks even more weird. Under everyone's gaze, the pyramid in front of them slowly spread out from the middle. The buzzing sound came from nowhere. Why does it feel like there's something down there? Yi Ling's perception is amazing. He also felt that after the pyramid was opened, there seems to be something below, trying to come out of it. This made him vigilant. The last point points out 2 invisible energy passports. Wrap the old man and the little Loli in it respectively. Look, something is coming out. Someone yelled. Then everyone saw it. Blood-red monsters crawled out of the pyramid slowly. Desert cancer, no. Why are they blood-red? Looking at the familiar monster, the little Lolita hurriedly shouted loudly. But when she saw the monster in front of her, she felt something was wrong. Because normally speaking, desert cancer is not this color. But the desert giant crab in front of him was blood-red, like overripe, and there is no trace of anger on them. It's like a puppet being manipulated by people. Moreover, more and more desert cancers came out of the pyramid. What makes them strange is that these blood-red, deserted giant crabs are only expanding outwards, but do not take the initiative to launch an attack. This also made the great masters above breathe a sigh of relief. After all, there are at least tens of thousands of these desert giant crabs below, and each one is a powerful tier 4 monster. If they attack, they can't stand it at all. Even some great masters have already retreated slowly and then fled away. I am afraid that I will be left here in the next moment. Bang, bang, bang. Just when everyone thought nothing would happen, the giant desert crabs in front of them exploded violently. After they exploded, pools of blood mist formed. A strange magic circle was revealed on the ground. Seeing this scene, Yi Ling was stunned for an instant. No way, it's another blood sacrifice. Because this scene is too familiar. If you add this time, then it will be the 3rd time he has met him. I just don't know what the blood sacrifice is for this time. There's something down there. A blue flame burst from the eyes of a grand master. Obviously, what did he see? Then he frowned tightly. His face changed drastically, but he still didn't have time to react. A purple light burst out from the golden pyramid, directly through his head. The speed was so fast that even Yi Ling couldn't react. This made him frown deeply. The magic circle below is under the infusion of endless blood. An invisible long column of blood energy was formed and then inserted straight into the void. Soon, Yi Ling noticed the changes in his surroundings. The space he was in gradually changed. The previous him could easily shatter the void. At this time, it was much harder. Even the concentration of energy in the air has increased a lot, and it's still rising. This means that this secret realm is advancing. You're here, I'll go in and have a look. Yi Ling pondered for a while, then turned around and said to the little Loli and the old man, "Brother, then you have to be careful." The little Loli quickly said with concern. With a worried look on his face, he was afraid that something happened to Yi Ling. "It's okay, I'll be careful." Yi Ling nodded. It directly stimulated the golden jade body. Even if the creature in the pyramid attacks, he has a chance to react. Then, Yi Ling slowly flew into the pyramid. There are still stairs. Yi Ling looked at the stairs under his feet, showing a hint of curiosity. Then he also walked down the stairs slowly. The blood-red desert giant crab at the side simply ignored Yi Ling. Each one is like a dead thing, moving outward. After walking the stairs, there is a long and narrow passage. Unknown gems are inlaid on the walls. There was a faint light. Yi Ling slowly moved forward along this corridor. Finally came to an end. Just saw a giant nest. And in the center of the lair, there is a huge portal. Blood-red desert giant crabs crawled out of it. Unexpectedly, this place is actually connected to another intersection of the secret realm. Seeing this, Yi Ling understood something, then became vigilant, because he didn't see the culprit who killed the Grandmaster. It can be seen, Zhao Lihao, the other party is hiding. While Yi Ling was looking around, a gust of cold wind directly hit Yi Ling's head and directly smashed it down. So it's here? Yi Ling made a ghost step and dodged the blow. Then I saw a huge creature climbing on the cliff. It was a huge centipede with thousands of feet. The whole body is covered with a hard blood-red shell. But Yi Ling didn't see a trace of wisdom from the opponent's eyeballs. It can be seen that the monster in front of him is a so-called puppet. Just when Yi Ling was in a daze, the centipede in front of him opened its mouth wide. A purple silver needle was shot directly at Yi Ling's head. This is the thing, the great master you just killed? Yi Ling stretched out his right hand quickly. When it was retracted again, there was already a purple needle as thin as a cow's hair in his hand. Yi Ling gently held it in her hand and kneaded it. With a bang, the purple needle shattered directly, turned into a rapid dissipation of energy. Yi Ling was very surprised. He discovered that this purple needle was actually formed by condensing spiritual power. Before Yi Ling could think about it, terrifying purple needles appeared on the top of his head. Like a downpour, it leaned towards him. Bodhisattva. There was a hint of playfulness on Yi Ling's face. Since the last time, after returning from the secret place of the Zerg, he used the rewarded 200,000 points to buy a 4th-grade martial arts book online. It is specially used to cultivate one's own spiritual power. It is the Bodhisattva method he is using now. You can practice your own spiritual power by observing the Bodhi ancestors. Yi Ling's current mental power is already comparable to the monster in front of him. Reach the degree of substantive 257. Then an energy shield formed by mental power firmly enveloped Yi Ling. The spiritual power of the monster turned into purple needles that crackled and hit Yi Ling's spiritual shield, but couldn't get any further. Nothing worked. It couldn't even leave a trace on Yi Ling's mental shield. This made the monster above furious. He straightened up and rushed directly at Yi Ling. The huge mouth parts opened like 2 sharp pieces of iron, with a cold light shining on them. It can easily shred a 4th-grade spiritual weapon. Yi Ling frowned, drew out the killing sword, and slashed out with one blow. The frightening cyan sword light then streaked across the sky. In an instant, the head of the monster in front of him was split into 2 halves. Black blood. The weird blood-red centipede fell from the cliff. The head rolled to the side. Ajp. Yi Ling frowned. The blood of the monster in front of him was actually black. It's really weird. Human, you shouldn't be here? In the illusory portal, a figure draped in the void slowly emerged. The moment he appeared, the surrounding space instantly collapsed. A strange aura is also staring at this place. Seeing this, the figure withdrew his right hand. 5th Order? Seeing this weird scene, Yi Ling instantly understood. The existence in front of him is the existence of the 5th Order. Otherwise, the way of heaven in this desert secret realm would not be able to stop the opponent. It seems that the blood sacrifice this time is for you. Yi Ling looked at the figure in front of him, tilted his body, and said. His face was a bit playful. He seemed to have never fought against King Wu. I just don't know. He is a 7th-rank heavenly master. Are you qualified to fight with it? Yes, and why? The strange existence didn't deny it, but looked at Yi Ling and asked. It has an idea for the young man in front of it. The boy in front of him, the blood, is so young and strong. It can be seen that the opponent's talent is extremely strong. Even in their clan, such a young grandmaster is very rare. But very rare existence. Come over. Thinking of this, there was a trace of strangeness in Wei Li's eyes. Taking advantage of Yi Ling's inattention, a spirit force directly invaded Yi Ling's mind. Yes, Yi Ling was caught in the attack instantly, lost his mind and soul, and slowly walked into the secret realm. I didn't expect it to be so simple and successful. Seeing such a young genius, he was subdued by himself. A gleam of joy appeared on Han Li's face. You know, if a body of this level is occupied by it, it also goes to what Blue Star. Relying on this physical body, it can advance to a higher level. Thinking of this, it impeaches excitement. I have begun to dislike the body that has been with me for hundreds of years. Can't wait to get close to Yi Ling, who has entered the secret realm. It was so anxious that it didn't notice that Yi Ling's eyes had returned to clarity. Wait for Han Li to come back to his senses. There's already a huge hole in its chest. Are you okay? Look at the big hole in my chest. Han Li looked at Yi Ling in confusion. You know, what it just used was the natal supernatural power from the soul race. But never missed. Did not expect. It missed today. You are too weak. Yi Ling withdrew his right hand, but frowned. For the fifth-rank powerhouse in front of him, the opponent's combat power really disappointed him. He couldn't even react to the attack of a great master like him. It's a bit strange. Moreover, the opponent's aura was not as strong as the Snow King and Tiger King he had seen before. It's like a cardboard box. There's no way, although we soul race can occupy other people's bodies, we can't fully develop the other party's abilities. This is also a defect. Black mist slowly flew out from the corpse in front of him, then condensed into a human face in the air. Han Li also explained this. There was a bit of pity in his tone. Soul race? Yi Ling frowned, because this was another race he had never heard of. And looking at the soul body in front of him, Yi Ling seemed to have a certain guess. Although I lost a body, the old one won't go, and the new one won't come. Since you have harmed him, then use your own body to compensate me. Han Li looked at Yi Ling in front of him, as if he was looking at an exquisite work of art. Although this work of art does not belong to him yet, but it will be soon. You want my body? Instead of staring at each other, Yi Ling felt as if he was being followed by a demon. There was a chill all over his body. That's right. Han Li laughed out loud. Then it completely dispersed, turning into a black mist covering the sky, like a giant cloth covering the sky, directly covering Yi Ling. Bodhisattva. Seeing this scene, Yi Ling was also a little flustered. This is also the first time he has encountered this strange race. In this regard, he can only be a dead horse as a living horse doctor. The golden ancient Buddha, holding 36 bodhisattvas in his hand, slowly flew out of Yi Ling's body. In the end, it settled firmly on top of Yi Ling's head, like a canopy. The golden streamer exuding Buddha nature hangs down, wrapping him firmly in it. Seeing Yi Ling, he breathed a sigh of relief. Chi-chi. The black mist all over the sky slowly approached Yi Ling. Unexpectedly, it was covered by the golden streamer. Then, there was the sound of something being corroded. Damn bald A****. In the black mist, a huge eyeball suddenly appeared. He stared fixedly at the golden ancient Buddha above Yi Ling's head. Afterwards, an exasperated voice followed. I didn't expect you to be afraid of this kind of thing. Yi Ling looked at the black mist in front of him with a mocking face. He never expected that this golden Bodhi is so easy to use. It was actually able to prevent this so-called soul race. It seems that this soul race is not as fishy as he imagined. Don't get complacent too early. Seeing Yi Ling's arrogance, the beings in the black mist suddenly lost their temper. Then, a black long knife burst out directly from the black mist, slashed directly at the golden ancient Buddha on top of Yi Ling's head. I've been on guard against you for a long time. Seeing the long black knife, Yi Ling smiled disdainfully. The last hand stretched out and directly held the black long knife. The black long knife made a clicking sound and broke into two pieces. He had expected that the opponent would attack his golden ancient Buddha. After all, this golden ancient Buddha only has a suppressive effect on spiritual or soul power. But it can't have much defense against substantial knives, guns, and sticks. So he was on guard against all this early. Unexpectedly, the black shadow in front of him was really fooled. Lost his wife and lost his army. Damn all damn. An angry roar came from the black mist again. Hanli didn't expect it to be a treasure that connects his soul. It was just like that, easily destroyed in the hands of the young man in front of him. He also didn't expect that a Grand Master could break his own fifth-order treasure. What kind of combat power is this? But after thinking about it, Hanli became more and more interested in Yi Ling's body. Only such a body can be worthy of him. Why? Don't you give up? Looking at the black mist in front of him, Yi Ling raised his head. No, I won't give up. I want a body. In the black mist, bursts of strange smiles suddenly came. The black mist slowly merged together and slowly gathered. It turned into a giant black tiger. The whole body is covered with black hair. A pair of tiger eyes filled with murderous intent. Stepping on black clouds with 4 feet, full of ominous. After turning into a black giant tiger, Hanli rushed towards Yi Ling directly. Huge tiger claws, raised high. It seems to have the power of thunder. Point directly at the top of Yi Ling's head and take a picture. See this scene. Yi Ling also frowned. After that, 6 rounds of Liang shot out directly from his body. Liang was originally the size of a fist. Under the infusion of energy, it grows against the wind and instantly becomes like a huge scorching sun. Representing the flames of infinite terror, it hangs high in the air. Wrap the huge black tiger in front of you tightly. The scorching energy turned into countless swords. It slanted down like a torrential rain. What kind of martial art is this? The black giant tiger did not expect that there is such a martial art in this world. Speak directly. There was also a hint of curiosity in the eyes full of murderous intent. He became very interested in the martial arts used by Yi Ling. As soon as I think about it, this powerful martial arts will belong to me after a while. The black giant tiger also showed a satisfied smile. They soul race can directly take the body of others through the soul and obtain everything of the other party, including martial arts knowledge, memory, and so on. Even after the body dies, as long as his original soul is still there, he can recondense his body again. This is also the reason why he was able to condense this giant black tiger again. This is by far his most powerful body. It came from a 5th-order demon king Yu with a special bloodline. What martial arts? Of course it is martial arts that can kill you. Yi Ling looked coldly at the giant black tiger in front of him. Then he manipulated the 6 rounds of scorching sun above the sky, attacking the giant tiger in front of him in turn. Endless, red golden flames. Swallow from the scorching sun. Everything around the giant black tiger was engulfed in a sea of flames. The power of this martial art is really good, but it's a pity that your realm is too low. If you were at the 5th level, I might still be afraid. Looking at the surrounding flames, there was no trace of panic on the black giant tiger's face. Instead, he commented 253. In the end, he walked slowly in the sea of flames like a leisurely stroll. The cloud follows the dragon. The wind follows the tiger. The black giant tiger opened its bloody mouth. Facing the sea of flames in front of him, he sucked suddenly. His stomach was bulging, and all the flames in front of him were absorbed into his belly. When he opened his mouth again, the red golden flame in his mouth had been dyed jet black, exuding a strange aura. He looked up to the sky and screamed. Black flames sprayed out like pillars of fire. Directly dyed a round of scorching sun into jet black. Try this trick. Yi Ling looked at the Liang that had been infected. I also feel that this move will not have any effect on the black giant tiger in front of me. After all, his realm is really far from the opponent's. Although his talent is extraordinary, his strength is far beyond the same level. But the further you go, the bigger the gap between each big realm. This is enough to instantly kill the attack of any strong person in the Grand Master realm. In front of the Demon King, he looks a little weak, but Yi Ling has another trick. Afterwards, he directly controlled the scorching sun above the sky, rushing towards the giant black tigers one after another. There is a feeling of seeing death as home. It came just in time. Seeing the oncoming 6 rounds of fierce sun, the giant black tiger directly opened its huge mouth. He directly swallowed the 6 rounds of Liang in front of him. Seeing this scene, Yi Ling was taken aback. Then a weird smile appeared on his face, directly controlling the violent explosion of 6 rounds of Liang. Immediately, the black and white tiger in front of him was directly blasted away, turned into a black mist all over the sky. Seeing this, Yi Ling's expression changed, because he discovered that his own trick, it can't cause any substantial damage to the guy in front of him. At most, he can only be beaten into a state of black mist. But in the blink of an eye, the black mist in front of him condensed again. I'm so full. Han Li looked at Yi Ling with interest, then tapped his mouth, and then rubbed his stomach. A look of comfort. Is it so hard to kill? At this moment, Yi Ling realized that the guy in front of him was really difficult to deal with. Even if you kill the other party, the opponent will also turn into a black mist, which will be condensed again. It's a pity. Seeing that Yi Ling was silent, the giant black tiger spoke again. There is a trace of regret in the words. But when he looked at Yi Ling, he became more and more satisfied. After all, he is so young and has a talented body. You can't kill me either. With a golden body on her head, Yi Ling looked coldly at the black electric tiger in front of her. I don't believe that you can maintain this state at any time. The black giant tiger was also taken aback. He said coldly. Indeed, in front of Yi Ling, who has the golden body protection. He also couldn't do damage to Yi Ling, but he can drive other monsters. No, but Yi Ling didn't give him this chance at all. Stepping on ghost steps, he turned around and went directly to the entrance of the secret realm. If you don't talk about Wuda, why can't you beat and run away? Seeing this scene, the black tiger was also completely stunned. He never expected that Yi Ling in front of him would actually do this. It made him a little bit out of date. He thought Yi Ling would always fight him hard. I'm not stupid. Why don't I run away? If I can't beat it, why should I stay here? Yi Ling was taken aback. Then, without looking back, he plunged directly into the entrance. As long as he destroys this blood sacrifice, no matter how powerful Han Li in front of him is, can't get out either. After all, Rule 3.5 of the Rift is supreme. Unless the soul in front of him can surpass the gods. Only in this way can we completely ignore the restrictions of the secret realm. But unfortunately, Han Li in front of him has not reached this level at all. Brother, come back. Little Lolita saw Yi Ling and rushed out of the energy shield, throwing into Yi Ling's arms. The original nervousness on his face disappeared, replaced by a look of excitement. During the period of Yi Ling's absence, she was very worried, feeling her heart pounding. Seeing Yi Ling come back now, I can no longer bear my inner emotions. Boy, what's going on down here? The old man became more sensible and asked quickly if the situation is not right. He also wanted to run away immediately. After all, saving your own life is the most important thing. A secret realm is connected below, and there is a fifth-order alien in it. The blood sacrifice this time should be for it. It wants to complete the blood sacrifice with the blood of this desert giant crab. Promote the desert secret realm from the 4th rank to the 5th rank. In this way, it can come out of that secret realm. And outside the desert secret is Blue Star. Its purpose must be Blue Star. So I want to destroy this blood sacrifice and prevent him from entering the outside. Yi Ling nodded. 09 said what he learned and speculated. I'm afraid it's in a hurry. The old man shook his head, then pointed to the top of Yi Ling's head. So fast. Yi Ling looked up. The sky above has been dyed blood red. These are all because of the flesh and blood energy area below. This kind of energy is more pure and more nourishing. The space has become more solidified. Yi Ling punched the surrounding void. He discovered that he could break the void at will. Much stronger now. He punched it down, and there was only a thin crack on it. It was repaired in a blink of an eye. Moreover, the energy in the space is much thicker than before. It can be seen that the secret realm in front of me is about to advance to the 5th rank secret realm. It's okay. I still have the calendar. Yi Ling shook his head. He has a better way to solve all this. Yi Ling sent the spiritual furnace directly. The spiritual stove, which was originally the size of a palm, grew with the wind. It directly covers the pyramid below, cut off the blood-red beam of light below. I can't waste so much flesh and blood energy. Yi Ling grinned. He wants to cut off the beard and train these flesh and blood energies into qi and blood pills. This is a qi and blood pill refined from the flesh and blood of a fourth-order monster. Even a grandmaster can use it. Soon, the spiritual furnace directly began to plunder the blood energy between the heaven and the earth. Endless blood energy crazily poured into the spiritual stove. Afterwards, a batch of qi and blood pills were condensed in the spiritual furnace. The strange danxiang permeated the void. Even taking a sip can improve one's cultivation. What a terrifying alchemy speed! Watching furnaces of qi and blood pills being refined. The old man who saw this scene was stunned. He has seen alchemists make alchemy, but he has never seen such a way of alchemy. Less than a few seconds later, another batch of fourth-grade top-grade qi and blood pills was released. With a wave of Yi Ling's hand, this furnace of qi and blood pills was collected by him into the infinite backpack. "Young man, can you give me a try?" The old man licked his dry lips, stood up a little embarrassedly, and said. He could clearly feel the terrifying qi and blood contained in this elixir. "For myself, it can definitely achieve the effect of cultivation." Piece of cake. Yi Ling waved his hand indifferently and directly grabbed a handful of blood pills from the infinite backpack. "Throw it into the hands of the old man." Hiss. Each one is an extremely high-quality qi and blood pill. The old man looked at the qi and blood pill in his hand, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. He picked up one and stuffed it into his mouth. Then, a stream of pure qi and blood poured into his body. Among them, there is not a trace of impurities. The elixir that can reach this level is only the legendary top-quality elixir. Breakthrough. Just when the old man inhaled the blood, a huge breath gushed out from the old man's body. At this moment, under the infusion of huge energy and blood, he directly broke through his decades of bottlenecks, leaping to the realm of the heavenly grandmaster. At the moment of the breakthrough, his lifespan upper limit changed from 500 years to 1,000 years. The original white hair gradually turned gray and finally turned black. 093. Dry skin and wrinkles are also gone. The appearance of the old man has now directly changed into the appearance of a middle-aged man. "Wow, Grandpa, you're so young now, I should call you Uncle now." Little Lolita was also surprised to find that the old man in front of her had undergone tremendous changes. Immediately exclaimed excitedly, "Ah, I didn't expect that I would break through to Grandmaster today. Thank you, little brother, for your qi and blood pill." The old man laughed loudly. He bowed to Yi Ling. He knows that today he can break through to the Grandmaster realm. It all depends on Yi Ling's elixir. It can be said that without Yi Ling's elixir, he would not be what he is now. "It's okay, you deserve it," Yi Ling said indifferently. The other party did help him attract the giant desert scorpion, although the other party ran away because of the pyramid. But the other party also has credit. He was willing to give up just a few qi and blood pills. "What's going on? Why haven't you been promoted to rank 5? Han Li's face became more and more ugly. So far, the flesh and blood produced by the giant desert crab puppets he sent out is enough to push a 3rd-rank secret realm to a 5th-rank secret realm. But the 4th-rank secret realm in front of him has not been promoted to the 5th-rank secret realm for a long time. This puzzled him a lot. Just now he tried again, stretched out his right hand, but directly suffered the backlash of the secret realm. The invisible rule turned into a guillotine, directly cutting off his right hand. Looking at the severed right arm, there is a strange force there, which has not dissipated for a long time. This made his right hand unable to return to its original appearance. Han Li was terrified of the rules of this secret realm. Go and see what happened. Han Li quickly found a solution. Directly control a 4th-order monster, and then throw him into it. The blood-red snow leopard also followed Han Li's order into the desert's secret environment. Then he walked up the stairs and came to the outside of the pyramid. As soon as he walked, he saw the spiritual stove above the pyramid. The endless blood energy was absorbed by the spiritual stove in front of him. And at this moment of blood, the blood leopard also understood something, and even returned. What? What did you say? From the mouth of the blood leopard in front of him, Hunley learned that the blood energy he worked so hard for was actually absorbed by an unknown furnace. After getting this result, Hunley was furious, directly slapped the blood leopard in front of him into pieces. Then he looked up to the sky and screamed to vent his dissatisfaction. The endless energy directly moves the surrounding area thousands of miles into flat ground. Monster beasts below the fourth rank all turned into blood mist. Dye the whole ground red. Even the fourth-order monsters are not feeling well. Under this roar, he was seriously injured, but fortunately, their realm is high enough to save their own lives. But he didn't dare to get close to Hunley again, for fear of suffering another unreasonable disaster. After all, the blood leopard just now found clues for Hunley in front of him, but he still couldn't escape death. Let them also feel a little disappointed with Hunley in front of them. Damn, it must be that damn human. Hunley suddenly remembered Ling, who had escaped before, and muttered to himself, "Never mind." But slowly Hunley also regained his calm. There is nothing he can do now. After all, he is well aware of the power of that human being. If you send out these subordinates of your own, it is probably not enough for the opponent to fight alone. And as the Demon King, he couldn't enter these fourth-rank secret realms at all. Thinking of this, he thought of giving up. With a wave of his right hand, the intersection in front of him is directly closed. Cut off the connection with the desert rift. After all, he has missed the best opportunity. In this short period of time, the fourth-rank secret realm on the opposite side could not be advanced to fifth rank. In other words, he lost the best opportunity. If it drags on, wait for human strength to react. Even if he successfully advanced the secret realm in front of him to the fourth rank, then he could not escape death. When the time comes, if you go out, you will definitely be surrounded by the human King Wu, and it will be a dead end. It's better to block this secret realm as soon as possible and find another opportunity. Soon, because of Hunley, he cut off the connection with the secret realm. The pyramid also disappeared directly. The desert cancer naturally did not appear. Have you found it yet? Ling also discovered this situation in an instant, Tian Fan said regretfully. The blood-red desert crab no longer appears. The blood energy between heaven and earth also disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Income into the spiritual stove by Ling. After refining the last furnace of qi and blood pill, Ling did a rough calculation, and he had already gained millions of school spirits, enough to train tens of thousands of grandmasters. Trouble. After solving Hunley's matter, Ling realized that the desert cancer he had promised little Lolita was looking for had not been fulfilled for a long time. I can only trouble the old man in front of me again. Build yourself another trap. I have received such a great favor from you. A trivial matter is nothing to worry about. The old man was very excited to find an open space and rearranged a trap. Compared with Li Hao before, he worked harder than before. After all, the current him has received real benefits from Ling. Soon, under the careful setting of the old man, a perfect trap appeared on the ground. The last few people hid. I'm coming. The sand not far away was suddenly kicked up by something. It made flying sand dance wildly all over the sky. But the old man and Ling recognized it immediately. That is the goal of their trip, desert cancer. And little Lolita also knew about this situation. Dang even shouted excitedly, dancing with hands and feet. It's time for me to act. Ling smiled lightly, and then disappeared in place. Soon, Ling dragged the body of the desert cancer back to the original place. Little Lolita also ran over excitedly. Here you are. Ling smiled softly, and then took out the killing sword. Gently pick at the head of the desert giant crab in front of you. A purple monster crystal appeared in his hand. Using the energy, I cleaned up the things on it and handed it to the little Loli. Thank you, brother. Little Loli took the monster crystal in her hand, looked at Ling excitedly, then jumped up and kissed Ling on the face. He excitedly took the monster crystal in his hand and ran to the side to absorb it. Feeling the temperature on her cheek, Yi Ling also had no choice but to follow her. Little friend, you're not still in high school, are you? The old man looked at the little lowly who was cultivating beside him, then quietly sat next to Yi Ling and asked. There was also a wretched smile on his face. I have already taken the martial arts exam and was admitted to Xuanwu 523 Academy. Yi Ling shook his head. Xuanwu Academy, my good granddaughter is also in that academy. When the time comes, I can introduce you to me. Hearing that Yi Ling was admitted to Xuanwu Academy, the old man could no longer hide a trace of ecstasy in his heart. Said quickly, the tone was too loud. Many people didn't notice. Let's talk about it later. At this point, Yi Ling finally understood what the old man in front of him wanted to do. He actually wanted to be the other party's grandson-in-law. This makes Yi Ling a bit unexpected. But such an outstanding talent like him is liked by so many people. It's a very normal thing. Hey, uncle, what do you want to do? The little lowly on the side. After hearing the old man in front of him, he actually wanted to introduce his grandson-in-law to Yi Ling as his girlfriend. It immediately aroused her dissatisfaction, and she stood up with her hips akimbo. Feeling that this was not enough, he walked to Yi Ling's side. Holding his right arm in his arms, he looked at the old man warily. Nothing else. I just want to introduce Yi Ling so I can get to know my granddaughter. There is no other meaning. The old man looked at little lowly with a smirk. Okay, stop making trouble. Yi Ling looked helplessly at the little girl who was holding her arm, then said, All right. Little Lolita also let go of Yi Ling's arm in embarrassment. Still looking vigilant, he looked at the old man beside him. Licia was originally her only competitor. If you add a granddaughter now, didn't she lose another chance of winning? Little brother, if I have something to do, I will leave first. However, this is my daughter's business card. If you have the opportunity, you can also get to know each other. The old man said with a smile. Before leaving, he gave Yi Ling a golden card. Don't look. Yi Ling just took that card. Little lowly snatched it with one hand. In front of him, he was torn to pieces. He looked at Yi Ling arrogantly. Seeing this, Yi Ling didn't say anything more. After all, it's just a card. It's just that he also saw the name on it. Gee, go and absorb it. Yi Ling rubbed little Lolita's head helplessly. Open your mouth and say, Okay, then I'll refine it first. Little Lolita gave a shallow smile, then held the monster crystal and continued to refine it again. And Yi Ling, who had nothing to do, also took out his 4-piece set of pots and pans. He directly cooked the desert giant crab in front of him. Going to have a good meal. The original promise was to give the old man the flesh and blood of this giant desert beast. Today's old man has successfully advanced to the level of a great master. This flesh and blood does not appear to be so important. Tini, the haunted soul, is still there, isn't it? Yi Ling is eating a big crab. She turned her head sharply and stared at a certain place. There was an aura that he extremely disgusted, flying towards here rapidly. Obviously, who else but the bastards of God's society? What's the matter? Is something wrong? The little lowly on the side also felt something was wrong. Hastily opened his eyes. He stopped refining the monster crystals, looked to Yi Ling and asked what happened. Continue refining, it's just a few bugs. I will go back as soon as I go. Yi Ling shook his head to signal the little girl not to be nervous. Then he rushed out directly. What's going on? Why did the breath of those guys disappear here? A group of men in black stopped there. Looking down, puzzled. They were killed by me here. Of course they will disappear. Yi Ling stood up directly. He looked coldly at the group of 7 people in front of him. Yi Ling thought that this group of people had left their marks on him. That's why he found his place so quickly. Unexpectedly, the other party came for the 3 men in black who disappeared before. Thinking of this, Yi Ling also heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the 7 people in front of him with a trace of helplessness on his face. The 7 people in front of me are all great masters. God will, and really think highly of him. There were 3 grand masters before, and now there are 7. Next time, maybe it will be 10 or 20. This further aroused Yi Ling's desire to uproot the Shenhui. But he knows, I can't do it in a short time. After all, God will be in it. but it has the existence of the realm of the martial emperor. Even the Dragon Kingdom officials can only suppress them, cannot be completely eliminated. Yi Ling wants to eliminate the opponent, so he doesn't know how long he will have to wait. Head is our target. The three brothers who disappeared before should have been killed by him. The man in black looked at Yi Ling in front of him, feeling very familiar. I took out my mobile phone and compared it with the photo above and thoroughly confirmed it. The boy in front of them was the target of their trip. Hearing each other's tone, the three brothers disappeared. It should have died in the hands of the young man in front of him. Yi Ling, although I really want to kill you, but our president asked me to invite you again. If you are willing to join our God Association, then we will promise. He never looked into the past, and will give you the greatest support. You will directly become the only son of God in our God congregation. Our God Council will also give everything, let you break through to a higher level. Zuefuda took a deep look at Yi Ling in front of him. Then he spoke. Although he really wanted to kill Yi Ling in front of him, but he couldn't go against the wishes of his president. I can only hold back my dissatisfaction. Solicit Yi Ling in front of him. However, he also understood the chairman's thoughts. Yi Ling is indeed a peerless genius. They are also watching the opponent's growth rate. Such a terrifying speed of improvement was unprecedented for them. If you recruit the other party into your own God meeting, in the future Shenhui, there will definitely be an invincible existence. If they can't recruit, then they will do everything they can to completely kill Yi Ling in front of them. It would not be an exaggeration to use even a strong man in the realm of the martial king. This time is also the last solicitation proposed by the president. It is also the last chance for Yi Ling to choose. If Yi Ling persists again, then their president will directly send a strong man in the realm of King Wu to carry out the beheading operation directly. Never give Yi Ling any chance to improve himself. I would. Yi Ling spoke directly. What did you say? Zuefuda had a look of disbelief. He looked at Yi Ling in front of him. It seems to be questioning whether I heard it wrong just now. Yi Ling in front of him actually said I agree with these three words. I said I would. Yi Ling said helplessly again. Oh, then you come with me? When Yi Ling said again that he was willing, Zuefuda was overjoyed. If it is really possible to bring Yi Ling back, even if Yi Ling is pretending, their president has a solution. 0. Seeking flowers. Bind the other party under the banner of Shenhui forever and ever. After all, they did a lot of things like this. Wait a minute. I have something to do. I'll follow you when I'm done. Yi Ling looked back at the little lowly who was not far away, and then said, Okay, then I'll wait for you here. Zuefuda nodded. Yi Ling is willing to go back with them. They were naturally very happy and didn't think much about it. Okay. Yi Ling nodded, then flew back to the side of little lowly. 0. He told her what he had just done. What? You're going to join the God Council. There's no danger, is there? Little Lolita naturally knew that Yi Ling didn't really want to join the Shenhui. It must be trying to make something bad again. But he was still very worried about the safety of little Lolita. After all, there are no good things in that divine meeting. Already notorious. So I was very worried about Yi Ling and joined the Shenhui. Will something go wrong? His face was full of worry. It's okay. As long as I don't do anything out of the ordinary. If I think about it, they won't kill me. Yi Ling shook his head. He is well aware of how terrifying his talent is. Otherwise, the other party would not pester him so much. So, as long as he doesn't do anything too extreme, God will naturally not do anything to him. But God will 100% will find a way to control him. At that time, he can only adapt to the circumstances. He really wanted to know about the situation of Shenhui. Provide some help for yourself and the other party in the future. Boss, are you really sure? Is he sincerely joining our God Association? I always feel cheated. The younger brother on the side looked at his boss. He hesitated, but still didn't hold back. He stepped forward and said to himself, God, I don't care if he is sincere or not, as long as he dares to follow us back to the Shenhui headquarters. The president naturally has the opportunity to keep him in our God Association forever and ever. You have also seen the power of that artifact. Unless he can become a strong martial emperor realm. Otherwise, Life and death must be in the hands of our 057. Looking at his little brother, Zuefida turned around and stared at Yi Ling not far away. Haha laughed. How could he not know that Yi Ling was pretending? But he believed in the ability of the president. I can keep Yi Ling forever. The younger brother didn't know what to say. He always felt that the Yi Ling in front of him was not a good one. Don't worry, the president will naturally deal with him when the time comes. We just need to be responsible for taking him back. No matter how strong he is now, it is impossible for him to be the opponent of King Wu. Zuefida looked at his little brother and said confidently, "Then you must be careful." Little Lolita still couldn't bear to say. Looking at Yi Ling, there was a trace of reluctance in his eyes. At that time, you can explain to Li Yu and Li Xie. I'm afraid that if they find out, they will do something stupid. Yi Ling gently rubbed the little head in front of her eyes. There was a trace of pity in his eyes. After spending so many days together, he and the little lowly in front of him, there was also a different kind of emotion. However, he is also afraid of his good brothers Li Yu and Li Xie. After knowing this matter, we'll do something else for myself. When the time comes to destroy his plan, the loss outweighs the gain. So he still reminded him earnestly. Well, I see. I will definitely talk to both of them properly. Little Lolita nodded heavily. Eyes slowly moistened. Okay, I'm not going to die. Don't cry. Yi Ling also found out that something was wrong with little Lolita and quickly comforted her. Am I worried about you? The little lowly pouted. While holding back tears, he said helplessly. His eyes were full of reluctance. Can I hug you again? Little Lolita looked at Yi Ling, who was about to leave. Still not holding back, he spoke. Yi Ling still didn't have the heart to refuse little Lolita's request. Opened his arms and took the little lowly in front of him into his arms, feeling the remaining warmth. But I have to say, the little lowly in front of me is quite predictable. It made his chest tight. Don't move around. Your sword handle is against me. Little lowly leaned on Yi Ling's chest, feeling a foreign object pressing against her. Feeling uncomfortable, she reached out and pushed a stick aside. Then he pouted and said, Okay, I'm leaving. You must remember what I told you. Yi Ling blushed, let go of the little girl, and said 0. I got it? The little girl nodded. Afterwards, Yi Ling left the spot directly. Girlfriend? Seeing Yi Ling flying over, Zuefida said with a smile. The eyes are that of the little lowly who is not far away when you glance casually. She didn't leave yet, but looked at this side with reluctance. I advise you, don't get her idea. Zuefida's seemingly joking words, but Yi Ling heard a different meaning from it. Even with a cold face, facing the blood Buddha in front of him, he warned. There was extreme dissatisfaction in his tone. As long as you come with us, of course we won't hurt her. Zuefida shook his head lightly and laughed loudly. In fact, he had already noticed the little lowly not far away. With a single glance, one can know the other party's realm. But it's just a martial artist. In the eyes of ordinary people, this age and this state can already be regarded as a genius. But in Shunhui, this kind of level 2.8 genius has 800 instead of 1,000. So he didn't care. Instead, Yi Ling in front of him, at the age of 16, has already reached the 4th realm of warriors, Grandmaster. He had never heard of such a terrifying cultivation speed. Even in the history of Dragon Kingdom, there are only a few people there. Those few later became Emperor Wu. In other words, as long as Yi Ling does not fall, he will definitely become a military tomb in the future. The purpose of the president of the God Association is to control Yi Ling in front of him. Even there are deeper thoughts. Okay, don't say any more, just take me away. Yi Ling spoke directly. He couldn't wait to see where the so-called Shunhui headquarters was. He also wanted to know who the legendary chairman of the Shunhui was, to be able to become the leader of such a force as the Shunhui. Let's go, this is it. Zuefida also saw what Yi Ling was thinking. Then he spoke. Afterwards, Yi Ling didn't say any more and followed Zuefida directly. Follow him slowly and walk out of the secret place. The group of younger brothers behind Zuefida showed a bit of disdain for Yi Ling, but more helpless. 09 after all, Yi Ling is now the chairman's favorite character. They dare not do anything about it, even if one of the three people who died was their own brother. But there is no way. They simply do not have the ability to change the decision of the president of the God Council. In the Shunhui, the president of the Shunhui is the only true God. No one dares to disobey his orders. After the previous president of the Society of God disappeared, no one would dare to go against his wishes again. How did you come to this secret place? As he walked, Ling felt more and more that something was wrong. He frowned, then stopped in his tracks, because the secret realm in front of him is actually a rank 5 secret realm. This made him hesitate a bit, because the highest combat power inside has reached the realm of the Demon King. If something really happened, he couldn't get out. This made him wary of the group of people in front of him. I'm afraid that the few people in front of me will trick me into it and carry out the siege. The higher the level of the secret realm, the larger the scope inside. And all kinds of equipment on the blue star can't play any role in the secret realm. Once something happened to him inside, there was no way to escape. So he hesitated very much whether he should go in or not. We won't do anything to you. Don't worry, since you are willing to join our God Association. I will be responsible for protecting you. Seeing Yi Ling's terrified appearance, Zuefudu also looked helpless. Then he spoke. This 5th-rank secret realm is not our destination. The headquarters of our God Association has set up an entrance inside. As long as you pass through the entrance of the secret realm, you can enter the Shunhui headquarters. There is no way. The Dragon Kingdom government chased us too frequently. There is no way we can only keep a few more mines. Leave a few more entrances. Only in this way can we avoid some unnecessary troubles. Zuefuda's tone was full of helplessness. Go on. Yi Ling nodded. He also understood the idea of Shunhui, then said. Afterwards, he followed Zuefudu and walked in. After entering the secret realm, the Blood Buddha began to accelerate. Take Yi Ling directly and fly in one direction. Soon, they came to a valley. Right here, let's go in. I looked around, and there was no life there. Zuefuda nodded, and then led Yi Ling and the others into the cave. But in the cave, there is nothing. Where's the entrance? Yi Ling looked at the cave curiously. However, even if they come to an end, there is nothing left. What's more, it is the portal of transmission. This made Yi Ling very puzzled and asked, Don't worry, I'm here. Zuefuda shook his head helplessly. Then he bit his own finger and then dripped a drop of blood on the ground. In an instant, an invisible magic circle appeared on the spot. The blood-red portal slowly emerged in the void. Exudes a strange breath. Yi Ling couldn't help frowning. Very 887 discomfort. Go in? Zuefuda turned his head and said to several people. Then he took the lead and walked in. After successfully completing the task, his pace is also much easier. This portal needs your blood essence to open? Yi Ling looked at the blood pagoda curiously. I have a strong interest in everything that has just happened, since you want to join our God Council. When the time comes, you must accept the baptism of the God Council. I have nothing to hide about this matter. After accepting the baptism of God's Association, you will be transformed into our vampire. This is the entrance to the headquarters of the Shunhui. Only the blood of our blood can be opened, and those who can accept baptism or have bloodlines also only reach the Great East Division, or some high-level offspring. Only such treatment. Zuefuda patiently explained, want to enter the Shunhui headquarters. Not only to find the entrance to this secret realm, you must also have a bloodline to be able to enter it. Moreover, the entrance to the Gods Association will change from time to time. They are of the same line of blood and can pass messages to each other. So you can always know the intersection of this change. That's why God is so safe. It is precisely because of this that Shunhui can be independent from the outside world in every hunt. After hearing Zuefuda's explanation, Yi Ling also nodded. Following Zuefuda, he walked into the bloody portal. After he opened his eyes, then he found that he had come to a huge, isolated island. And under their feet is a long road. It is covered with fine marble. At the end of this road, there is a huge city wall. What's under this island? Yi Ling looked curiously at the Blood Buddha. He could clearly feel that he and others were in the air. Then there must be something under this floating island. This floating island is our Shenhui headquarters. In a small world, it is equivalent to a sixth-rank secret realm and can accommodate up to a strong person in the martial emperor realm. Under the floating island, there live the aborigines of this world. It can also be regarded as one of the reserves of our God Association. Specific time of year. Our God Council will go to the small world below to recruit some talented disciples. Then join our Gods Association to replenish fresh blood. Cultivate them from an early age. Among the gods, a small half of the existence comes from it. Zuefutu patiently explained. After all, in the future, Yimai in front of him will become the son of their gods. By the time, he will become the first person under the president of the God Council. There is no harm in being respectful to him at this time. I see. Ling nodded, but she was a little surprised in her heart. He didn't expect that this group of guys would actually sit in a small world of rank 6. It's no wonder that the headquarters of the Shenhui was not found in the outside world. Actually hiding here. And in this small world, there are still aborigines. That is to say, even if they don't make a wish. There is also a steady stream of fresh blood supplements. Go straight along this ladder, and you will enter our Shenhui headquarters. Zuefutu said as he walked. Here, forbidden space? Ling soon discovered that he was actually flying in the air. A little bit surprised, he didn't expect that such a ghostly place would be forbidden. The air is forbidden here because of the air forbidden circle that comes with the floating island. If it enters the range of the floating island, it cannot fly. Of course, if you can reach the realm of Martial Emperor, you can ignore this rule. Zuefutu said with a smile. Go on. When Ling heard that only the Emperor Wu could fly, he lost the idea in an instant. If he had the Martial Emperor realm, he would smash this Tao island with 10 slaps. Nodding directly, then motioned for Zuefutu to continue leading the way. I'll take you to meet our president first. Zuefutu nodded. Then he waved his hand and asked his group of younger brothers to retreat first. Then he led Ling to the headquarters of the Shenhui alone. Soon came to a huge temple. You wait for me here, and I will report first. Zuefutu stopped Ling and said, No, let him come in by himself. Just when Zuefutu was about to go in and report by himself, a magnetic voice suddenly rang in the ears of the two of them. Yes, President. Hearing this familiar voice, Zuefutu's face showed a trace of perverted obsession. Then he said respectfully, Then I'll go in? Ling looked at Zuefutu's almost perverted expression. He also frowned, but still didn't say anything. Alone, he walked into the temple. Soon, he met the legendary president of the Society of God. It was actually a little doll that looked like it was only 6 years old. At this time, he was sitting on a high throne. It's just ridiculous that when he sat on it, it was not as tall as the throne. Pooh! Ling couldn't help it. It's so good, and burst out laughing. You are the first, such a person. Shui Tian looked at Ling below, showing a strange smile. It was the first time for him to meet someone who mocked him. This made him feel a little interested. In this divine meeting, all people, even people from the lower realms, when seeing him, it was like seeing a mystery. Never have any bad thoughts about him, let alone making fun of his looks and height. But the Ling in front of him was different. He mocked Volt so bluntly. I didn't expect that the legendary president of God's Association was actually a child. Ling looked at the lifeless Shui Tiandu above, then withdrew his smile. Open your mouth and say, My practice went wrong, causing my body to freeze forever at the state of 6 years old. Shui Tian didn't care about Ling's ridicule. Instead, she opened her mouth to explain to him. You called me? What's the matter? Just say it. Ling spoke directly, watching intently the legendary president of the God Council. Although Ling felt a little disappointed that the head of the God Council was a child, but he didn't think that the president of the Shenhui in front of him was any good. Being able to control Shenhui, such a huge force. Moreover, under hundreds of years of hunting by the Dragon Kingdom government, it was able to be completely preserved. It is enough to explain his terror, and the reason why Shui Tian is not angry. Naturally, he was unwilling to give up the genius Ling. The young man in front of him is an existence 10 times more terrifying than his talent. At Yi Ling's age, he is just a master. Yi Ling in front of him has already reached the level of a great master and killed many of their great masters. If it is said that Yi Ling is only practicing fast, he may not pay too much attention to it. But unfortunately, the Yi Ling in front of him not only has a terrifying cultivation speed and such a terrifying combat power. This has to pay attention to each other. That's why he tried again and again to subdue Yi Ling in front of him. Although I don't know, do you really want to submit to my Shenhui? But I have to guard against. So, I'll do your bloodbath later. When the time comes, you will truly become a person of our God meeting. I think you should not refuse it. Shui Tian looked at Yi Ling in front of him and finally revealed his real purpose. His voice was full of doubts. Even if Yi Ling wants to go back on his word now, he will not let him leave. Directly will be forced. Let the other party carry out blood baptism. As long as the blood baptism is successful, the other party will no longer be able to refuse any of his requests. After all, it was Yi Ling who was baptized in his blood. In other words, Yi Ling will become his subordinate. This is a unique method of their bloodline, unless Yi Ling's blood purity can surpass his. But this is an impossible thing. After all, the blood on Yi Ling's body belongs to him. After merging with Yi Ling's own blood, it will definitely be diluted. How could it be possible to surpass him? Okay, then you can start. Yi Ling was not surprised. In fact, he had already guessed that the other party would baptize him with blood. This is also the usual method used by the gods. God will use this method to control how many great people and talented beings. But this method has long been known to the world and spread out. So Yi Ling guessed early on that the other party would use this method to control him. Doing so, on the contrary, did what he wanted. It can be said that it is even more difficult for others to escape God's control. However, the president of the Shenhui did this, but it really fell into Yi Ling's hands. You know, he has the talent of exchange. You can purify your own blood at any time, as long as his bloodline exceeds that of Shui Tiandu. Not only can he ignore Zui Dianda's orders, but he can even turn his back on the guest and directly control Shenhui. At that time, he was the real president of the Society of God. When the time comes, he will even be able to lead the entire God Council, become one of the affiliates of Dragon Kingdom. This is a great achievement. Okay, then you come with me. Although puzzled, I don't know why Yi Ling in front of me is so excited. But Shui Tiandu, the president of the Shenhui, believes in the power of his own blood. So there is not much doubt. On the contrary, he is very happy Yi Ling can think so. Then, guide the way ahead. He took Yi Ling to a secret room behind the main hall. Do you want me to lie down? Yi Ling entered the secret room. Then I saw a huge pool in the secret room. It's just that the pool is full of bright red blood. Yi Ling took off his clothes very consciously and jumped in directly. Just go in? Shui Tiandu was also stunned by Yi Ling's scene at this moment. I don't know what to say. He could only helplessly, watching Yi Ling soaring freely in the pool of blood. After seeing Yi Ling's whole body, it was already flooded with blood. Shui Tiandu also breathed a sigh of relief. Now he just needs to wait for his blood to slowly enter Yi Ling's body. Although Yi Ling's behavior is a bit strange. But all in all, it turned out to be good. After all, Yi Ling in front of him has successfully entered the blood pool. Soon Shui Tian felt it. His own blood has entered Yi Ling's body. Slowly integrate with Yi Ling's own blood. Under the influence of this bloodline, now, he could vaguely feel the change of Yi Ling's mood. This made him very excited, because that's what it means. He has been able to completely control Yi Ling. Congratulations, you have successfully joined the God Society. Tomorrow I will hold a meeting for you and officially accept you as our son of Shenhui. However, do you want me to change a name for you? Now Shui Tian is very happy, and then he said to Yi Ling in the pool, No, I'll just call it that name. I'm used to it. Yi Ling shook his head, rejecting the other party's idea. At this time, after he absorbed the blood from the blood pool, he suddenly discovered that the blood came from the realm of King Wu. There has also been a certain improvement in one's own strength. His golden jade body, after absorbing this special blood, there was a strange change, but overall, it is still a positive change. It made Yi Ling's skin tighter and its defense stronger. This made Yi Ling excited too. Then soak it slowly. This blood will still be of great help to you. Shui Tian felt it too, and Yi Ling's mood changed. Said with a smile. Then he walked out. Let Yi Ling soak there. As for him, he was going to go out and prepare for the canonization of the Son of God tomorrow. Not long after Shui Tiandu left, a young man slowly pushed open the door of the secret room. Walked in. He was born extremely handsome, wearing a red robe. Behind him, he carried a giant sword on his back. It was actually much longer than his body, but when he moved, he didn't feel the slightest cumbersome feeling. You are the Yi Ling that the president said. As soon as he came in, Shui Tianyang stared at Yi Ling in the blood pool, then frowned. Who are you? Yi Ling opened his eyes, originally black eyes. After absorbing the blood of the blood clan, it turned out to be dyed a little red. Looking at the young man in front of him, he could feel that the young man in front of him was actually a great master. Deng even spoke in a little surprise. I am Zue Shenyang, and the president is my father, Shui Tianyang said. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes. Because the identity of the son of Shen Hui was originally left to him by his father. However, this guy Yi Ling was born out of nowhere. Directly took away his identity as the son of God. This made him extremely dissatisfied. After learning that Yi Ling had arrived, I wanted to come and get to know each other. After watching his father leave, he rushed in directly. Want to take back the title of son of God from Yi Ling. You are not my opponent, so hurry up, lest I hurt you. Yi Ling looked at Shui Tianyang indifferently. He doesn't care if you are the son of the president of the Society of God. But after Yi Ling's careful observation, then he realized that Shui Tianyang in front of him was really pitifully weak. He couldn't even bring up the desire to fight with each other. After having the blood of the bloodline in his body, he can also feel it, the blood of Tianyang who also has blood, anger in the veins of the body. Deng even spoke. Moreover, he can feel it too. Shui Tianyang in front of him was full of fighting spirit and hostility. It was clearly aimed at him. Come to think of it, I have no communication with the other party. The only possibility is that he just obtained the identity of Shenhui Shensi. Thinking about it, the other party should be for this. Raise your sword and fight with me. 0. Otherwise, I will not recognize your son of God status. Shui Tianyang felt that Yi Ling was very arrogant. To look down on him so much. Pull out the huge sword behind it directly, and then hold it in your hand. Pointing at Yi Ling in the pool of blood from afar, he said coldly. I said, you are not my opponent. Yi Ling looked coldly at Shui Tianyang in front of him. A monstrous sword intent condensed directly on top of his head. Like a big mountain directly pressed down, it fell on Shui Tianyang's body in front of him. How is this possible? Shui Tianyang quickly raised the giant sword in his hand. He held it high above his head, wanting to bear this powerful momentum. But with Yi Ling's pressure, that momentum became more terrifying. It turned out that his body slowly bent down. Click! The giant sword in his hand could no longer resist. Take the first step. With a click, it broke into 2 pieces. Finally, the pressure plummeted, and even he couldn't resist. Finally, he knelt down on the ground, on the forehead, dripping constantly from the large bottle. I said, you're not my opponent. If you don't believe it, you have to bring shame on yourself. Yi Ling looked at Shui Tianyang, who was kneeling on the ground. After feeling that the other party has reached the limit, remove that momentum directly. Then he waved his hand and said helplessly. Then he didn't wait for the other party to answer, and just looked after himself. Drilled back into the pool of blood. He hasn't completely absorbed the essence in the blood pool. It can't be wasted. How can this be? Why is he so powerful? Tianyang, who was kneeling on the ground, didn't even feel 883 that the pressure on his body had disappeared. Kneeling on the ground, he knelt on the ground with an expression of disbelief, constantly questioning. His self-confidence was severely hit. He stood up, then opened the door and walked out of the hospital in a daze. I said you are not his opponent. You don't believe me. Shui Tian looked at his son in such a devastated state, without any meaningful emotion on his face, and spoke indifferently. "Father, I know I was wrong." When Shui Tianyang saw his father, he also understood his father's intentions. But he still had a bitter look on his face. At this time, he also understood how arrogant he was. In the past, he thought that God would be the first person in the younger generation. But he didn't expect that his number one person couldn't even bear the aura of an outsider. Only now did he realize how weak he was. Don't talk about Yi Ling, even the other younger generations of Shenhui. Anyone who can defeat you is no less than 5 fingers. They are just afraid of your power, afraid that I will not dare to attack you. You are nothing without me. Looking at his son, Shui Tiandu reprimanded him again. Hearing what his father said, he realized something at this moment. After being hit again, he became even more distraught. Don't know what should he do next? A few words and you lose confidence. Seeing that his son still didn't wake up, Tiandu reprimanded him again. At the same time, contains a wave of mind control. Although on the surface, he doesn't seem to care about the child. But this is his only heir. How could you not care? To reach his level, the chances of being able to give birth to heirs are pitifully small. Being able to possess the blood heaven nourishing was the result of hundreds of years of effort. He couldn't just watch his son degenerate like this. "Father, I understand." After repeated waking-ups by his father, Shui Tianyang finally understood what his father meant. The disappointment on his face has disappeared. Instead, there is a kind of self-confidence. "So what are you going to do now?" Shui Tian nodded in satisfaction. "I want to go out and experience it." Shui Tianyang raised his head and thought for a while, then spoke. In this divine meeting, he lived too comfortably. Only by going outside can he find his true self. "Okay, then you go, but be careful not to reveal your identity." Shui Tian nodded in satisfaction. "Yes." Shui Tianyang nodded heavily, and then walked out of the Shenhui Hall without looking back. "I said, you old boy, it's not good to use me to beat your son." The door to the secret room on the side was opened, and Yi Ling came out wearing a blood-red robe. He looked dissatisfied at Shui Tiandu in front of him. He didn't pay attention to the president of the Shenhui in front of him at all, and said unceremoniously, "No way, he's my only son, so naturally I have to think about him." Shui Tian shook his head, then looked at Yi Ling helplessly and said. He also didn't care about the unreasonableness in Yi Ling's mouth. "It's okay. I will cover him in the future." Yi Ling waved his hands, patted his chest, and laughed. "After the general meeting is over tomorrow, the next day will be the annual admissions conference below. The biggest city. I want you to go to you. What do you think?" Shui Tian looked at Yi Ling. "Okay, then I'll go." Yi Ling nodded. He also wanted to see what the world below was like. "I've prepared your room for you too. Let Shui take you there." 1.9 Shui Tiandu clapped his hands lightly, and then a tall woman walked by. "Son of God." As soon as Shui came over, she bowed deeply to Shinzi in front of her. A touch of whiteness was clearly seen by Ling. "Take me there?" Yi Ling nodded. He discovered that the maid in front of him was actually a great master. When will a strong man at the level of a great master be rotten? "In the future, I will serve you exclusively," Shui Tian never forgot to say. After Shui Tian finished speaking, Shui led the way. "Are you an aborigine under this floating island?" Yi Ling could feel that the girl in front of her didn't seem to have any blood in her body. The opponent doesn't have a bloodline and can still cultivate the realm of a great master. Then this is the only possibility left. Son of God, from the glazed city below. He was elected at the age of 6 and has been staying at the headquarters of the Shenhui. I have been practicing in the secret realm before, and I was selected some time ago. Later, I became your maid." Shui looked up at Yi Ling and then said slowly. There was also a surprise in his eyes. "She has cultivated in the secret realm for 30 years, which is equivalent to 300 years in the outside world. Only then did he successfully cultivate to the level of a great master. I heard that the Shinzi in front of me is 16 years old this year, and he is already a strong man in the Grandmaster realm. Such a terrifying talent. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would have believed it. But after she sensed the powerful breath in Yi Ling's body, she actually felt a sense of suffocation. This made her have to believe. Yi Ling looked curiously at Shui and asked, "How many people are there in the world below?" There are a total of 6 large cities below. Every big city has a population of more than 10 million. Counting the rest of the population should exceed 200 million. Shuer thought for a moment, then said, "Is that so?" Asked. Ling was also lost in thought. He never imagined that in such a small world, there are actually more than 200 million people. Sure enough, every powerful force was able to survive. Each has its own unique place. Son of God, we're here. Soon, Shuer brought Ling in front of a huge palace. It was an extremely luxurious palace. Pushing open the door, the two of them walked in. The footsteps are all trails made of jade. Various flowers and trees are planted beside it. Even there were many servants, and they all saluted when they saw Ling. Obviously, the order has already been received. That's why there is such a reaction. Ling also smiled back at this. This also made these servants breathe a sigh of relief. But I didn't dare to relax too much. After all, they only just met Ling. It's better to know Ling's character. If there is some negligence, they may lose their lives as a result. After all, it is in the headquarters of the Divine Society. Except for those who have bloodlines or high-level powerhouses. These ordinary existences can be killed at will. After all, they are all slaves that the gods will buy below. There are no human rights. Although they came to the Shunhui, they didn't have to worry about eating and drinking, but also want to suffer great danger. Once you meet a master with unique hobbies, then death is an extremely luxurious thing. This is a palace specially prepared for the Son of God. There are dormitories, exercise rooms, entertainment, and so on. Dozens of rooms are enough for your usual practice, Son of God. Shuer turned her head and explained to Ling while taking crisp steps. Then Yusho pushed away the front hall and walked in. Not bad. Ling carefully looked at the facilities in each room. Very satisfied, in line with my wish. Dang even nodded. God, it's good to be satisfied. I live next door if Son of God needs anything. I am on call. I can meet any of your requirements. In the end, Shuer's face turned red with blood. Okay, I'll look for you then. Ling nodded. He naturally understood the meaning of Shuer's words. But as a good man in the 21st century, how could he be seduced by such a beauty? By the way, Son of God, tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock to participate in the ceremony of receiving the seal, Son of God must not forget. But it's okay. I will remind my body when the time comes. At this time, Shuer seemed to think of something and said quickly, "Okay, I remember." After speaking, Ling pushed open the door and walked in. He looked around casually and found that the furniture and various facilities were new. There is no dust even on the ground. Seeing this, he nodded, very satisfied. Is it possible to communicate with the outside world here? Ling looked at the table beside him. There was actually a computer. He didn't expect there to be such a thing in this secret realm. Doesn't that mean that in this secret realm, one can communicate with the outside world? Immediately, he looked at Shuer and asked, "In this secret realm, it is indeed possible to contact the outside world?" Shuer nodded. "Okay, then I know you go to work." After hearing Shuer's explanation, Ling's eyes lit up. Dang even nodded and said with a smile, "Son of God, then I'll go out first." However, Son of God should also pay attention. The internal network of Shunhui is monitored. Therefore, the Son of God should not spread information about the Shunhui. Otherwise, the president will be angry. Shuer nodded and then walked out. When the door was about to close, Shuer's voice came. "Okay." Ling was taken aback for a moment and instantly understood Shuer's meaning. After all, this is the headquarters of the Society of God. Being monitored is also a very normal thing. In the Shunhui headquarters, not everyone can enjoy the blood baptism. Only a handful of people at the top are eligible. In the Shunhui headquarters, there are more ordinary people who have not been baptized. It is normal to be so defensive. In fact, what Ling doesn't know is that only high-level officials are eligible to contact the outside world. Shuer's words were specifically for Ling. After all, Ling has just been baptized. Although he is the Son of God, the other party's loyalty still needs to be considered. After Shuer left, Ling turned on the computer directly. contacted little Loli. Both Li Yu and Li Xie are in retreat, so it is not easy for him to contact them. All he could think of was little Lolita. Seeing Yi Ling suddenly playing a video for herself, little Lolita also quickly put down what she was doing. Then click on the video link. After seeing Yi Ling on the other side, a kind of undisguised joy appeared on the little Lolita's face. Then she said tremblingly, "It's really you. I thought your account was stolen. Brother, aren't you in the Shenhui? How come you still have the opportunity to make a video for me? Could it be that you didn't go to the meeting and escaped?" Little Lolita looked at Yi Ling in the video curiously. Then he asked impatiently, full of curiosity, "No, I'm in the headquarters of the Shenhui. But here, you can still contact the outside world. I didn't think of that either. So I want to contact you as soon as possible." Yi Ling moved away and let the little Loli look behind her. Then he replied with a smile, "It looks very good." Little Lolita looked at the decorations behind Yi Ling. She can see it. The decor and furniture are all up to date. There are also all kinds of modern things. All appeared in Yi Ling's room. It can be seen that Yi Ling is living a good life now. It's not as difficult as she imagined. This made the little Loli secretly heave a sigh of relief. As long as Yi Ling is safe, she will feel relieved. President of the God Association, he didn't make things difficult for you, did he? But little Lolita suddenly remembered that Yi Ling was still at Shenhui headquarters. Always faced that old guy, the president of God. Worried, he expressed his worries. "It's okay. The president of the God Society treats me very well. From now on, I will be the son of Shenhui, the next president of Shenhui, and his son, who has been beaten away by me, is completely safe." Yi Ling looked at the little Loli at the other end of the video, and then said with a proud face. Shui Tiandu, who was under surveillance, looked at Yi Ling's open-mouthed appearance. Dang even rubbed his forehead with a face full of headaches. He didn't even know how to say hello to each other. But there is no way. After all, he was the one who took the initiative to give Yi Ling the identity of Shenhui's son. This is the truth. No matter what he did, he could only endure Yi Ling's existence. And he suspected that Yi Ling in front of him was telling him on purpose. This made him helpless again. There is no other way. "Little brother, are you so powerful?" After hearing such a heroic record of Yi Ling, there was a trace of admiration in the little Loli's eyes. Dang even said excitedly, "That's natural. You don't even look at who I am." Yi Ling said proudly, "Brother, you said this Wang Zhao time. The president of the God Council, is he watching us?" Little Lolita spoke, with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. "Whatever, surveillance is surveillance. Anyway, he can't do anything to me now. Now I am the son of Shenhui, his future successor." Yi Ling said indifferently. In fact, he already knew that Shui Tian must be spying on him. But he didn't care at all, as long as his words don't touch the most fundamental secret of the God Council. The Zuidi Yandu in front of him will definitely turn a blind eye. Then tell. Little Lolita nodded half understanding. As far as she is concerned, she only wants Yi Ling to be safe. Then she will be relieved. She didn't know when she had such a strong interest in Yi Ling. Then it fell into a slump and fell completely. Perhaps it was Yi Ling's appearance in battle. Or maybe Yi Ling's inadvertent care. It made her fall into it deeply, unable to extricate herself. But she also enjoyed the feeling. Even if she is allowed to be a child, she will not hesitate. "Why did you suddenly froze, preoccupied?" Seeing that little Loli suddenly stopped talking, she seemed to be thinking about something. Yi Ling also showed a curious look. He always felt that little Lolita's eyes seemed to be yearning for spring. "Oh no, nothing. I was thinking about something." After being interrupted by Yi Ling's words, the little Lolita woke up with a start. Her little face suddenly turned blood red. He didn't even dare to look up at Yi Ling, hastily buried his little head in his chest. She was thinking about that person in her heart, right in front of my eyes. She was a little scared whether her little thoughts had been discovered by Yi Ling. Ahem. Seeing the shy appearance of little Lolita, Yi Ling seemed to understand something. Even a cough, pretending not to know about it. But now he seriously suspects that the object of little Loli's longing just now is himself. "Brother, I still have something to do, so I hung up." It seemed that he felt Yi Ling's fiery gaze. Little Lolita couldn't take it anymore. He faltered and said, and then hung up the video call. This little girl, seeing the little Lolita hang up the phone so quickly, a helpless smile appeared on Yi Ling's face. He could see that little Loli was interested in him. Such a shy appearance also made him feel a little bit of fun. If the other party can take the initiative to say it, he does not recommend being with the other party. But this should be a very difficult thing. After all, girls have thin skins. It's time for God to wake up. Early in the morning, Shuer came to Yi Ling's room and knocked on the door gently. I'm coming. Yi Ling opened his sleepy eyes, then slowly opened the door and walked out of the room. Son of God, didn't you practice last night? Seeing Yi Ling like this, Shuer understood Yi Ling in front of her. Must have had a good night's sleep yesterday. As for cultivation, it should be nothing. After all, if you practice cultivation, there will be no such thing as yawning. But in her impression, there is such a gifted existence as Shunzi. Should have replaced sleep with practice early. In this way, the other party will have such a terrifying cultivation base. Practice, IJ. Never practice. Yi Ling smiled dumbly, and then spoke directly. God, don't be joking. With such a powerful cultivation base, how could it be possible that you have never cultivated? Shuer looked into Yi Ling's eyes, then shook her head. I don't believe what Yi Ling said. If he didn't practice, how could Yi Ling have such a realm? I have never practiced, but my realm will grow with time. Maybe this is talent. Yi Ling said with a smile. Goldfinger is also his talent. Therefore, it can be said that it is not an exaggeration to say that it grows automatically. All right, son of God, let's go. We need to change clothes later. Shuer wouldn't believe Yi Ling's nonsense. It was just that he didn't want to tell herself. Shaking his head, he pulled Yi Ling and walked directly outside the hall. This time the canonization is very grand. As long as there is no major event, the high-level members of the Shun Hui will basically be there. Yi Ling is the son of God. As long as you don't fall, you will be the president of the God Association in the future. So everyone dare not neglect. And this time the canonization is also very cumbersome. First, let me introduce Yi Ling's identity and origin to everyone. Then, in front of all the disciples, Yi Ling's identity as the Son of God was announced. Let everyone know of his existence. Afterwards, a series of big gifts were carried out. Yi Ling had been busy all day, and the moon climbed up the branches. This was a chance to breathe. When she returned to her room, Yi Ling couldn't take it anymore and fell down from exhaustion. This canonization is several times more tiring than his usual training. Oh, by the way, he never practiced. But this kind of thing, Yi Ling will never want to come a second time. Son of God, tomorrow you have to go to Bayou City to recruit students. Don't forget. Shuer's voice sounded outside Yi Ling's room. I know. Yi Ling gasped and then sounded. Then Shuer will leave first. Shuer said helplessly, because she has heard Yi Ling snoring. Obviously, Yi Ling had already fallen asleep. But this is also normal. After all, today's Yi Ling is exhausted. There were so many rituals and etiquettes that he never had a break from day to night. So she didn't want to bother Yi Ling anymore, and left directly after speaking. Wow, I slept so well. After a tiring day, Yi Ling slept soundly. Waking up early in the morning, he felt very refreshed all over his body. Beautifully, she stretched her waist. When he pushed open the door, he saw Shuer standing there. He still held a change of clothes in his hands. Sorry to bother you. Seeing this, Yi Ling also nodded. Then it was ready to be washed. I have to say that the days when someone is serving me is comfortable. Sure should. Shuer smiled softly. Then he helped Yi Ling close the door. Waiting for Yi Ling to finish washing, it was already 9 o'clock in the morning. Let's go. Soon, Yi Ling came out. Wearing a blood-red robe, she wrapped her body firmly in it. The edge of the robe was embroidered with golden silk threads. This is only qualified to embroider at the top of the Shenhui. And on the chest, there is a symbol of Shenhui. Besides, on the top of this sign, there is also a blood-red moon. It is a unique mark belonging to the Son of God. The president of the Shenhui is a blood-red sun. For the Supreme Elders, the sky is full of stars. White Jade City. In the Scarlet World, the largest city. The population has reached more than 30 million. It is also the city that sends the most geniuses to the God Society every year. The president of the God Association hand over the recruitment of this city to Yi Ling. It is enough to show that he values Yi Ling. Arrive. After leaving the floating island, they can fly in the air. Soon came to the sky above Bayou City. Shuer pointed directly at the city below and said, "Somebody is coming." Yi Ling raised his head and looked into the distance curiously. There are several powerful auras rushing towards this side. It should be here to pick up the Son of God, Shuer said with a smile. Soon, the three old men quickly came to Yi Ling. "Master Shensi, we are late, please forgive me." Seeing how young Yi Ling was in front of him, Zhang Shu was also surprised. He is the lord of Bayou City, but he was not eligible to participate in yesterday's canonization ceremony. I just learned from the mouths of other high-level Shenhui that Shensi is very young, but he didn't expect that the other party was so young. It was clearly a 16 or 17-year-old doll, but the aura in the opponent's body was actually several times stronger than his. And this is just the aura that the Son of God inadvertently exudes. Haven't taken the initiative to target him. If it is aimed at him to distribute breath, I'm afraid he can't even straighten his waist. Sure enough, the existence that can become the Son of God has a talent far beyond that of ordinary people. "It's okay, I just arrived." Yi Ling echoed the Lord of Bayou City in front of him, speaking nice words. "Son of God, the first test is about to begin. This way, please." Seeing that Yi Ling didn't blame him, Zhang Shu also breathed a sigh of relief. Afterwards, he took the lead to a huge square. "Son of God, please take your seat." Zhang Shu is very good at coming. He directly gave up the best and farthest position to Yi Ling. Then I sat down below. Looks like a dog leg. In fact, this is also very normal. After all, being the Son of God represents the face of Shenhui, the future president of the Society of God. What's more, Yi Ling in front of him is stronger than him. So no matter how you look at it, Yi Ling should be at the top. The first level, what is the assessment? Yi Ling looked curiously at the crowd below. It also showed a trace of curiosity. There are at least tens of thousands of people below, although most may be parents. But even so, the number of participants is quite impressive. Son of God, the assessment of the first level is coercion. The closer to the center of the square, the greater the coercion, and can enter the range of 100 meters of the square. You can enter the next level. After hearing Yi Ling's question, Zhang Shu answered quickly. I'm afraid it's not very good for these children. Will it affect the child's body and mind? Yi Ling frowned, because the children they recruit are basically 6 or 7 years old. Basically, there is no existence that can awaken talents. In other words, they have no trace of cultivation at all. With this level of Wia, how can a child bear justice? The Son of God doesn't know something, according to years of research by our God Society. A child who can withstand the pressure and move to the center. The closer you are, the earlier you will awaken your talent. Zhang Yu said with a smile. Then he explained the question Yi Ling just raised. And we have staff who are watching these children all the time. Once what happens to them, our staff will kick them out immediately. As long as the timely response, it will not cause any harm to these children. Okay. Seeing that Yi Ling was so confident in the 583 side, he hesitated for a while. Also agreed with his idea. After all, they have lived here for so many years. You must have your own code of conduct. As an outsider, it is not easy for him to get involved. Can only look at the students below. Nodded. Son of God, it's your turn. You can announce the start of the assessment. Zhang Yu picked up the phone, looked at the time on it, then turned around with a light in his eyes and said to Yi Ling above with his hands clasped. Okay. Yi Ling nodded and then walked into the void. Look at the child below. Level 1 assessment, start now. Although his voice was very quiet, it was under the blessing of his blood, enough to resound over the entire square. And with Yi Ling's order, the children below flocked to the square like crazy. Thump! Then I saw those children falling straight down like overripe ears of rice. This is the terrifying pressure brought about by coercion. Without enough strength, it is impossible to compete. Interesting. Seeing this scene, Ling couldn't help showing a playful look. When he even returned to his seat, he looked at the students below with great interest. Son of God, you see there are still many geniuses. Zhang Yu clutched his white beard in satisfaction. Then he looked at the students below with a proud face. By the way, Ling said, in the direction his finger pointed, there were students one by one, bending the body, slowly moving forward. The pressure on them was already as heavy as a mountain. But this pressure cannot suppress their perseverance. Relying on a will, they moved forward slowly. Never admit defeat. The terrifying pressure on them slowly lost its effect. Indeed, there are still many good seedlings. Ling looked at the group of children in the front. My eyes are also bright. He could feel that there was a terrifying potential in these children. Dang even nodded in satisfaction. Son of God, there are children who have awakened their talents. At this moment, Zhang Yu suddenly shouted loudly, excited on his face. Yeah. Ling followed the direction Zhang Yu's eyes were looking at. Then I saw a child walking in front. Crimson flames burst out from all over his body. The child next to him looked at the child with red flames in front of him. They showed envious expressions one after another, because they understand that this is a precursor to awakening talent. And the 6-year-old companion in front of him, the talent that awakens so quickly. This means that he can start the road of martial arts at the age of 6, far ahead of others by 7 or 8 years, or even 10 years. It means that he can move towards the road of the strong faster. This undoubtedly made the people next to him look envious. Can't wait to replace it. Soon, the child who had awakened his talent in front of him was brought down by the staff. After all, those who can successfully awaken their talents at this age are all top geniuses. It is no longer necessary to participate in the following 2 levels of assessment. It's another seedling in the realm of a great master. Zhang Yu laughed with satisfaction. Being able to awaken talent at this age will at least be a great master in the future. If one gets the blood baptism of Shenhui, one may not have a chance to achieve the realm of martial king. And this kind of child, he naturally hopes that the more the better. The more words, the more 0.7 reward he will get. Another awakening talent. Keep staring at Ling below. I frowned. On the square below, a child suddenly fell to his knees. The whole body exudes terrifying power. Then, a long sword appeared behind him. The whole body is white, more than 3 feet long, and exudes a cold air. It makes the children around feel a chill rushing into their hearts. They all backed away. This makes me feel much better. Natural sword spirit. Natural sword spirit. Look at the white long sword that appeared behind the child. Zhang Yu's eyes turned red, and he couldn't believe himself. To be able to see such a terrifying talent in his lifetime. Why is this talent rare? Ling didn't pay too much attention to talent, so he didn't understand this talent. So he looked curiously at Zhang Yu beside him. Then he asked, Son of God, you don't know something. This natural sword spirit is a king-level talent. As long as the future does not fall, he will definitely become a martial king in the future. With this kind of talent, practicing swordsmanship is like a fish in water, and it takes no effort to get it. You can easily climb the martial arts mood that everyone else dreams of. Zhang Yu laughed and explained to Ling, and at the same time his eyes were full of joy. The innate sword spirit in front of him is 100 times more precious than the owner of the fire attribute talent before. Even if the president of the Divine Society finds out, he will personally teach him to his disciples. It's a pity that the natural sword spirit in front of him is still not as good as the God's Son above him. At the age of 16, he has reached the level of a grandmaster. And facing the strong in the same realm, he can achieve instant kills. He had never heard of such a terrifying combat power. Even the natural sword spirit in front of him. He also felt that in the future, he would not be the opponent of his own Son of God. You said, what do you think if I accept him as my disciples? After hearing Zhang Yu's explanation, Ling suddenly had a different idea. Dang even looked at Zhang Yu and said jokingly. However, he did have the idea of taking the child in front of him as a disciple. If he doesn't accept him as a disciple, he will definitely be accepted by other elders of the Shenhui. At that time, if it is cultivated, It will also be a great disaster to the Longwood government. It might as well be taught by him personally and disciplined from an early age. At that time, I will overthrow the damn Shenhui together with myself and throw myself into the arms of the Dragon Kingdom government. That's where life belongs. This? Zhang Yu looked at the Son of God hesitantly. But I don't know how to say no. After all, the Son of God is the future president of the Society of God. This made him unable to produce any reason to reject the other party. So he just said a word helplessly. But the meaning expressed in it is self-evident. In that case, I'll accept it, Yi Ling said. Then, he appeared directly in front of the child. May I have your name? Yi Ling looked at the child kneeling on the ground, smiled lightly. My name is Bai Shi, the little girl said timidly. Then he raised his head and looked at the extremely handsome young man in front of him. She could sense that the young man in front of her had a terrifying martial art conception in her body. The sword intent in it made her feel even more cordial. As a natural sword spirit, she couldn't help feeling a sense of belonging to Yi Ling in front of her. Will you be my apprentice? Yi Ling said with a smile. At this time, he realized that the little doll in front of him was actually a girl. This surprised him a little, but it didn't stop him. He continued to accept the other party as his disciple. Xiao Baishi quickly kowtowed. Before that, she had noticed that Yi Ling was sitting on top. The city lords who can make them Baiyu City are willing to give up their existence. How can it be ordinary people? And Baishi, who has a natural sword spirit, is already extremely intelligent. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Ling agreed directly. Okay, from now on you will be my Yi Ling's apprentice. Remember to call me master in the future. Yi Ling smiled, then rubbed Xiao Baishi's head, nodding with satisfaction. Master, Xiao Baishi smiled sweetly. Go, I'll take you up 320. Yi Ling smiled and took Xiao Baishi's hand, then brought her back to the high platform. He sat down on his lap. Congratulations, Son of God, for harvesting a talented apprentice. At this moment, Zhang Yu also accepted this reality, but then he quickly complimented him. To please Yi Ling, it would be great if I could get acquainted with Yi Ling. In the future, he will also be able to enter the high level of the Shenhui. Little Baishi's talent is pretty good. While rubbing Xiao Baishi's head, Yi Ling smiled and said to Zhang Yu below, Master is actually the son of Shenhui. Shenhui is the ruler of the entire bloody world, and Xiao Baishi naturally knows that Shenhui has a son of God. That is the future president of the Society of God. Xiao Baishi never thought that the master she just recognized was actually the son of Shenhui. Maybe after her master becomes the president, she can also be the son of God. The assessment is still going on, but then no more gifted children appeared. This made Zhang Yu, who had been staring down, sigh in regret. Just happened to be seen by Yi Ling. Deng even said with a smile, Why, isn't City Lord Zhang still not satisfied? This is not. There are already 2 gifted children. Is that enough for you to make a difference? Yi Ling knew that in the past, in Baiyu City, there would only be at most 1 gifted child a year. Now there are 2. Among them is the innate sword spirit, such a powerful king-level talent. It should be said that it is something to be happy about. The subordinate is a little greedy, and want more gifted kids. Zhang Yu heard another meaning in Yi Ling's tone. Deng even smiled and said Indeed, he was too eager for success. Want more talented children in exchange for rewards. However, this time he has this natural spirit body. His reward this time will not be too small. But everyone is greedy. Never enough. City Master Zhang, what is the next level? Yi Ling looked at the child below. Originally, there were thousands of people, but now there are probably less than 500 left. This made him a little curious as to what the next test would be. After all, judging from the assessment of the first level, their assessment method is quite unique. Can quickly screen out gifted children. It is even more able to use pressure to make some gifted people awaken powerful talents. Son of God, the assessment of our second level is still on this square. Please take a look. After finishing speaking, Zhang Yu clapped his hands lightly. With the clapping of his palm, on the huge square, stone monuments appeared out of thin air. On this stele, There are strange rune patterns engraved on it. This is... Ling looked down at the stone monuments. There was a hint of curiosity in his eyes. After that, he didn't understand anything, so he turned to Zhang Yu and asked curiously, "Son of God, the pattern on this stele is a special formation. The higher the comprehension, the more exercises that can be seen in it. The higher the level of martial arts." Zhang Yu stroked his beard and explained to Ling. He is in good spirits, and Tian is proud of himself. Is this second level to test the children's understanding? Ling nodded as if realizing something, then asked with a smile. Indeed, the second level tests the children's understanding. After all, in addition to possessing a powerful talent, one also needs to have a certain understanding. Only with the combination of strong martial arts talent and comprehension can one be truly strong. Zhang Yu nodded heavily. Echoed, "Master, I want to go down too." At this time, Xiao Baishi also looked up at Ling. Then he showed a curious look towards the stone tablet below. "She is known for a long time, this so-called stele. I also want to go down and have a look, if you can get a skill from it. For her, it is also an excellent thing. After all, this is one of the few opportunities to go whoring for nothing." "Okay, then you can go down." Ling smiled softly. He also understood the thoughts of his little apprentice, and did not refuse. It just so happened that he also wanted to see how enlightened his apprentice was. However, no matter how poor his apprentice's comprehension is, Ling can also make the opponent a peerless powerhouse. After all, he has a powerful golden finger. It is also a piece of cake to take a little Baishi away. Of course, if Xiao Baishi can rely on her own ability to comprehend her own martial arts, that would be great. "Son of God, don't worry about it. This apprentice of yours has a natural sword spirit. It has a terrifying bonus when practicing swordsmanship. I'm afraid she's going to go. You will comprehend the highest level of swordsmanship among them." Zhang Yu on the side, hastily flattered, Li Nuance, said with a smile. However, what he said was indeed true. In front of the natural sword spirit, any sword technique can be easily comprehended by her. Just like 100 rivers returning to the sea, they flowed directly into Xiao Baishi's mind. Even with her realm, it is impossible to practice these high-grade swordsmanship now. But that's just a matter of time. After hearing Zhang Yu's explanation, Ling suddenly realized and nodded. He was also a little too worried about the little Baishi in front of him. After all, it was his first apprentice Kong. Caring is messy. As a result, he almost forgot that the little Baishi in front of him was a genius with a natural spiritual body. Hey, this little guy actually went down too. Ling looked down curiously. A child in a blood-red robe also slowly walked onto the square. Came under a stone monument. This guy is the little genius who just awakened the fire attribute talent. His clothes were burned clean after awakening the fire attribute talent. Now, the red robe he is wearing is the robe of the Shinui. Therefore, on his body, it looks particularly big. He looked a little funny in this red robe. But the children around did not show any sign of ridicule. Anyway, it's a look of envy and admiration. After all, the young man in front of him is 100% able to enter the Shinui. He even awakened his talent. Even after that, they also joined the God Association. The status of them and each other can be said to be very different. Perhaps the other party has reached the sect realm. They're still worrying about breaking through to 570 martial arts masters. Perhaps this is the problem that genius warriors must face. Son of God, this child's name is Zhobin. His awakened talent is an advanced talent, Red Flame. It can release ultra-high temperature flames to burn the target. It can be regarded as an extremely powerful talent. Seeing that Ling was interested in Zhobin under his eyes, Zhang Yu on the side also received some news about the child early on, and detected the other party's talent. Dang even said it. Advanced talent? It's not bad. Ling nodded. Although it is not comparable to the king-level talent, the high-level talent is far beyond ordinary people. What's more, the boy in front of him has awakened his talent at such a young age. It must be add several times more time for others to practice. In the future, without accident, he will be a powerful Grand Master again. It has to be said that after God will own this bloody world. It is to have a steady stream of follow-up power. This made Yi Ling, who couldn't wait to destroy this congregation. Get this bloody world. At that time, the whole world will be his. However, it's coming soon. Yi Ling smiled coldly in his heart. His realm will soon be elevated to the peak of a Grand Master. Then, he can consider breaking through to the realm of King Wu. At that time, as long as the opponent's martial emperor realm does not make a move, then he will be invincible. Below, Xiao Baishi also found a stone tablet and sat down. When the children around saw Xiao Baishi, they all had a different meaning in their eyes. If we say when they saw Zhou Bin, it is a kind of envy and desire. Then when they saw Xiao Baishi, it was a kind of jealousy. Not only that, possessing such a powerful talent, he was also accepted as an apprentice by the big man above. That was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Didn't see it. Even the lord of their white jade city. Can it only be number 2? It can be seen how big the background of the boy above is. This made them jealous. Xiao Baishi's innate wisdom far exceeds that of ordinary people, so he naturally feels the grievances of the children around him. But she doesn't care. After all, for her, the gap between the children in front of her and her was too great. After all, after awakening their talents today, they are destined to be different. There was no communication in the future. Therefore, she does not need to care about the attitudes of these people. Then she closed her eyes and immersed her mind in the stone tablet. Out of sight, out of mind. Soon, streams of light gushed out of the stone tablet like crazy. Then he kept floating around Xiao Baishi. Like the stars supporting the moon, she is firmly protected in the center. And these streamers are all powerful swordsmanship and martial arts. The moment Xiao Baishi's mental power entered the stone tablet, he took the initiative to choose him. Then it poured directly into Xiao Baishi's mind. But that's just the beginning. Following Xiao Baishi summon her own natural sword, Zero. The steel in front of him exudes a golden light. A stream of light, the fish jumped out. Crazy flocked to Xiao Baishi's mind. Is this a natural sword spirit? It's really scary. Zhang Yu above was watching this scene. He couldn't help showing a horrified expression. He thought that the natural sword spirit might be terrifying. But I didn't expect it to be so terrifying. He was dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. But unfortunately, this is reality. Sure enough, it is indeed a king-level talent. Zhou Bin on the other side, though not as good as the little Baishi in front of him. But the vision he caused completely crushed the other children. Groups of light with hot aura flew out from the stone tablet and hovered beside Zhou Bin. It is also like the stars arching the moon, guarding him among them, regarded as the existence of the king. Then, in Zhou Shi's palm, a fiery flame appeared, and those light clusters with flame attribute breath. It also seemed to be attracted, and it poured directly into Zhou Bin's mind. Then absorbed by him, his aura, like Ping, has also become much stronger. This Zhou Bin is also good. Yi Ling looked at Zhou Bin, and also let out a sound of appreciation. Such talent at such an age. In the eyes of the outside world, he is also a peerless genius. This gave him a hint of the idea of wanting to accept disciples. After all, Yi Ling is a warrior with all attributes, and any attribute can be cultivated for him. Therefore, even if it is a martial art with fire attributes, he can practice it, then teach Zhou Bin in front of him. But then, Yi Ling dropped the idea. Zhou Bin in front of him, in his opinion, is a bit talented, but it is far from meeting the requirements in Yi Ling's heart. So, he also gave up this idea. It's really good. In my opinion, apart from the disciples and the Son of God, he is the one with the highest talent asterisk. Zhang Yu also nodded with a smile, agreeing with Yi Ling's idea. But as soon as he finished speaking, he was slapped in the face. Because at this time, a more terrifying light appeared on the square. He attracted the eyes of Yi Ling and Zhang Yu. It was a dazzling white light. It is hundreds of times more dazzling than the golden sunlight above the sky. The entire square was dyed an almost abnormal white. It was horribly white, with no shadows to be seen. And on top of that child's head was a white ancient book. There is no text on it, but it exudes a strange light. One after another, streamers of various colors rushed out from the stone tablet. But this time, they didn't flood the kid's mind. Instead, it directly rushed into the book on the child's head. Like crazy, the influx continued. With the fusion of these light groups, words slowly appeared on the white wordless ancient book. What kind of talent is this? Ling looked at Zhang Yu curiously. He doesn't know that much about talent, so he didn't know much about it, so he could only ask Zhang Yu. But he also saw that this talent was extraordinary, even not weaker than Xiao Baishi's natural sword spirit. This is heaven. And Zhang Yu on the side, after seeing the scene in front of him, was suddenly stunned. It never occurred to him that the pressure just now did not make the talent in front of him appear. And this steel can actually make this talent appear. This heavenly scripture is a master-level opening fu of the same level as Xiao Baishi. It can be said that it is a very powerful talent, able to engrave martial arts of all attributes into one's own heavenly book, then record and make it play its greatest power. It can be said that he is a very powerful fighting king talent. Son of God, this is a heavenly book, a king-level talent. And after hearing Yi Ling's question, Zhang Yu said to Yi Ling ecstatically. He is now suspicious that the Yi Ling in front of him is the legendary Lucky Star. The first time I came to Baiyu City to recruit disciples, I encountered 2 king-level talents and 1 high-level talent. In their previous recruitment, there can only be 1 talent at most, and most of them are advanced talents. 0. Even some years, a gifted owner did not appear. Tian Shu, another king-level talent? Yi Ling was taken aback. He didn't expect that his family would encounter another king-level talent. Also curious, does the book have any effect today? Yi Ling looked at Zhang Shu beside him with a little curiosity. He is able to record all the martial arts in it, and the owner of the heavenly book can display the greatest power of this martial art. It can be said that this is an extremely powerful talent. Zhang Yu quickly explained. There was a hint of longing in the eyes. If only he had such talent. Perhaps he has already achieved the realm of martial king. Even early, he entered the high level of the Shenhui, instead of coming here to be a so-called city lord. Although in the eyes of other ordinary people, how majestic he is the lord of Baiyu City. But in his opinion, he can't even compare to any high-ranking member of the Shenhui. Only the upper echelons of the Shenhui can truly override everything in this world. Just become an offering of the God Council. Then you can concentrate on cultivation. Don't worry about other things. Take the improvement of your cultivation as the only thing you have to do. But it is not an easy thing to become a real high-ranking member of the God Society, unless you make a significant contribution to God, or maybe you have a powerful parent. And as a native of the blood-colored world, it is even more difficult to become a high-ranking member of the Shenhui. One must reach the realm of King Wu to be eligible to enter the Shenhui and enjoy the blood baptism of the Shenhui. Truly become a high-ranking member of the Shenhui. Otherwise, 1970 is the discovery of peerless themes. For example, he discovered 2 geniuses with king-level talents today. Such a great contribution should be enough for him to join the top ranks of the God Council. When the time comes, use the resources of Shenhui to break through to the realm of King Wu in one fell swoop. At that time, he will be the real high level. His descendants can enjoy the baptism of the blood race as soon as they are born. The same is true for the original Blood Shadow. It is because his ancestors were the real, high-level members of the Shenhui. Once born, one can enjoy the blood baptism of the Blood Clan. This is something that other ordinary people can hardly imagine. It seems that the reward this time is extremely rich. Yi Ling, who was on the side, also noticed the change in Zhang Yu's expression and joked with a smile. This time, 2 king-level talents can appear, all thanks to the Son of God. The Son of God is really a lucky star who has brought all the luck to me. Faced with Yi Ling's joke, Zhang Yu was not only not angry, but flattered with excitement. Am I a lucky star? Yi Ling was taken aback for a moment, then laughed loudly. Zhang Yu also followed suit and laughed. Then the 2 of them looked down again. With the appearance of Tian Shu, a king-level talent, even Zhou Bin was robbed of the limelight. Others looked at this 3rd child who showed talent with envious eyes. This heavenly book, tell me, what if I accept him as a disciple? Ling looked at Zhang Yu and made another request. It's all up to the Son of God. I don't have any opinions, Zhang Yu said with a smile. Anyway, Ling has already accepted one, so it doesn't matter if he accepts another one. Soon, the second round of assessment was over. Ling also came to the owner of the heavenly book, the owner of the king-level talent, Zhao Li. Then he smiled and said, "Would you like to be my apprentice?" Zhao Li was taken aback for a moment, and then he was ecstatic, quickly knelt down, kowtowed repeatedly, saluted, and then said, "Master, okay, from now on you will be my second apprentice, and that is your senior sister, Bai Shi. You went to meet her." Ling nodded in satisfaction, then pointed to Bai Shi not far away, and said, "Yes, master." Zhao Li nodded excitedly. Then he walked towards Bai Shi. "Senior sister, the master asked me to salute you." The moment he saw Bai Shi, Zhao Li quickly saluted, although the little Bai Shi in front of her looks younger than her. However, since Bai Shi was ahead of her, he had to call her senior sister. "Hello, little brother." Looking at the junior brother who was about the same age as him in front of him, Bai Shi smiled and said, she just noticed the appearance of her master, so it was instantly clear. The master has accepted Zhao Li in front of him as a disciple. When she watched the other person walking towards her and called her senior sister, Xiao Baishi had already confirmed it 100%. The child in front of him has become his younger brother. It's just that she never thought that she would have a junior so soon. Soon, the second assessment will be over. Originally, there were only 500 people entering the second level. But after the second level, on the square, less than 100 people were left behind. What is the third test? Ling looked curiously, looked at Zhang Yu, and asked. Level 3 is about perseverance. Zhang Yu replied with a smile. How can you test this perseverance? Ling was curious. In the entire world of warriors, talent and understanding are very important. But perseverance is also very important, because cultivation is an extremely boring thing. The cultivation of martial arts is only after thousands of trials and hardships, so that you can make great progress and make further progress. This process is so tormented. It is difficult to persist without a certain amount of perseverance. So, Ling was really curious about how Zhang Yu would conduct the test. Son of God, you will understand how I assess. Zhang Yu looked at Ling, without explaining for now, showing a mysterious smile. Okay, then I'll watch your performance. Ling is also interested, looking at Zhang Yu in front of him. I want to see what he is trying to sell. Son of God, then you can take care of it, Zhang Yu said with a smile. Then he clapped his hands again, and the stone tablets on the square also slowly floated down, and then disappeared. Then, tables rose from the square one by one. On the table, there are exquisite food and wine exuding a strong aroma. Seeing this scene, these children couldn't help but want to reach out for it. After a whole day of assessment, they did not rest, nor did they eat any food. They were already hungry, facing such exquisite food in front of them. I can't wait to pounce on them at this moment and eat them all directly. But a kind of rationality is admonishing them. Let them always hesitate to go to the front of 09. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yu also nodded in satisfaction. Then he came to the square, looked at the children below, and said with a smile, the test of the third level is perseverance. You look at the food in front of you. Who can bear it longer? You will be treated better. There were 96 people left in the room. The first 50 people to be eliminated are handyman disciples. The 40 people who were eliminated were the outer disciples. The last 6 people who are eliminated will directly become inner disciples. You should also know how big the gap is between the handyman disciples, the outer disciples, and the inner disciples. So work hard and be the last 6 left. After finishing speaking, Zhang Yu laughed and left. Your way, it's too bad. Ling looked down at the children who were almost drooling on the ground. Immediately felt how damaging Zhang Yu's methods are. If it were him, he would definitely not be able to bear it. After all, this delicious food is poison to children. He also admired the children below, who didn't rush up immediately. Ha, Son of God, if they can't even resist this kind of temptation, what kind of perseverance do you have to keep going on the road of martial arts? Although it is a bit cruel, it is still a good way, Zhang Yu said with a smile. Okay. 27. Yi Ling had no choice but to look at the children below. My mouth is watering watching the food. You can even hear the sound of some children swallowing saliva. There are also children whose stomachs are gurgling. Someone can't help it. Yi Ling pointed to a little fat man and said, "That little fat man has been staring at the food in front of him all day long." The saliva almost wet the ground. Soon, he was just as Yi Ling thought. Unable to bear it any longer, he lay down directly on the food and began to eat in big mouthfuls. Looking at the children around, their eyes suddenly brightened. The little fat man eats so deliciously. Under this temptation, several children could not bear it. He threw himself directly on the table and began to feast on it. The aroma of food is unrestrained. Children around could smell the aroma. They all gulped down their saliva, but strong willpower made them control themselves. After all, this is a matter related to their future achievements. Their father also said that they must become inner disciples of the Shenhui. As long as he can become an inner disciple, their family can become a first-class force. It can be said to be the matter of Guangzhong Yawu, even if it can be defeated by a powerful elder. It can also make your own family have no worries for 1,000 years. Although the disciples of the outer sect are not bad, they're still not as good as the disciples of the inner sect. Miscellaneous disciples are even worse, although there is a name of a disciple. But if you have to do chores every day, then you have the opportunity to practice. And some children are smarter, just close their eyes and cover their ears. Don't look at the food, and don't listen to the sound of those 927 children chewing food next to them. In this way, it can be endured. Still smart. Seeing this scene, Yi Ling couldn't help laughing. Ah, these two little guys. Yi Ling also noticed at this time that his two apprentices had already eaten their fill. Directly ignoring the gazes of the children around him, he sat down and started eating. Still, their eating coherence points to elegance. Take your time. Son of God, these two apprentices of yours are interesting, Zhang Yu also said with a smile. These two children have become Yi Ling's disciples. In the future, he will definitely become a high-ranking member of the Shenhui. The status are simply not comparable to that of intersect disciples, even the direct disciples of those great elders. It is also much worse than them. Therefore, there is no need for them to compete with them for the so-called intersect places. So there is no need to be so urgent now. Once the president of the God Council announces his abdication, at that time, Yi Ling will be the next president of Shenhui. At that time, these two guys will be the president's apprentices. The treatment between them can even be said to be even more terrifying than that of direct disciples. Is the true direct descendant. Even one of the two of them may become the next son of God, the next president of the God Association. That is the real step up to the sky. Their family will also become a real wealthy family. This also made Zhang Yu, a great master, feel a little jealous, wishing to replace him immediately. These two little guys are really interesting, Yi Ling said with a smile. He didn't expect that his two apprentices directly gave up the third test. Also, after becoming his own apprentice, there is no need to fight for these resources. What inner disciples, outer disciples? After becoming their own disciples, their treatment will naturally not be lower. Naturally, there is no need to suffer, to test some perseverance. Perhaps this is the benefit of strong talent. And the owner of the fire element talent, Zhou Bin, also ate food at this time. At this age, with talent, he has long been booked by the elders. Once you enter the Shenhui, you are a direct disciple. There is no need to compete with them for the so-called inner disciples. It's better to give the opportunity to others directly. This guy is really ruthless. Yi Ling's gaze was suddenly attracted by a child. That child was already about to fall down. And falling down means that this level has failed. But at the moment of fainting, that child directly cut off his right-hand finger. The huge pain instantly woke him up. A surge of blood energized him, and his body stood tall again. At such an age, there are such ruthless methods. It was also involuntary, which made Yi Ling feel a little more playful. He seems to want to take another apprentice. Is it worth it? Yi Ling's voice appeared directly in Yang Kuei's heart. You. Who are you? Hearing the voice in his mind, Yang Ke was stunned, looked around anxiously, and asked in his heart, "It's you?" Then, he saw Yi Ling, who was watching him from above. "That's right, it's me. Do you want to become an insider so much?" Yi Ling said with a smile. "I want to take revenge. I can only do this if I become an insider." After Yang Kuei finished speaking, there was hatred in his eyes. "Then I will give you a chance to be my registered disciple. After all, your talent is not as good as your other two senior brothers and sisters." Yi Ling said with a smile. "Really, really?" Yang Kuei seemed unable to believe what he heard. Yi Ling in front of him is such a big person. He actually accepted himself as a disciple, although only by name. But that is also a disciple. With such a powerful character, he will definitely be able to take revenge. So he said quickly, I am willing. Okay, after it's over, you can just follow me," Yi Ling said with a smile. "Thank you, master," Yang Kuei said quickly. Afterwards, Yi Ling stopped paying attention to Yang Kuei in front of him. He also just wanted to give this little guy a chance. He wants to see it too. Can this guy in front of me bring himself a little surprise? After all, such a hot method seems to mean that Yang Kuei in front of him is not a good person. Maybe under his own training, his future achievements may not be lower than those of Bai Shi and Zhao Li. Soon the assessment passed. On the entire square, only 6 children are still standing. After seeing that he stayed until the end, Yang Kuei also completed his mission. Unable to bear it any longer, he fell directly to the ground, and his 10 fingers have all been broken off by him. Seeing this scene, Yi Ling couldn't help feeling a little more heartache. With a finger of his right hand, he directly hooked Yang Kuei to his side. A soft energy directly wrapped his 10 fingers, gradually restore it to its original appearance. "Son of God, what are you?" Zhang Yu on the side showed a curious rope. Looking at the young man in front of him, he really didn't understand why Yi Ling would hook him to his side. Li Liao Zhao. "I want to take him," Yi Ling said with a smile. "Oh, fine." Zhang Yu seemed to understand, but looked at the 10 fingers wrapped in energy. It also seems to want to understand something. "This is me. There is another junior brother." Xiao Baishi at the side looked at Yang Ke, who was in front of Yi Ling. It also showed a curious look. He quickly looked at his master. "Yes, but he is only a registered disciple. When can I become my real disciple?" "It also depends on his performance," Yi Ling said with a smile. Then he glanced at Yang Kuei, who was still pretending to be asleep. Then he pointed at the opponent's small head. "Ah, it hurts." Yang Kuei was stunned by Yi Ling's blow and immediately jumped up. Covering his head, he looked at the master in front of him with a helpless expression. "In front of me, dare to put on a show. This is a small punishment," Yi Ling said with a smile, full of bad taste. "Master, I won't dare in the future." Yang Kuei quickly apologized. Okay, I won't blame you. This is your senior sister, Bai Shi. Second senior brother, Zhou Li. This is your third junior brother, Yang Kuei." Yi Ling introduced to the 3 of them. "Hello, senior sister. Hello, senior brother." Yang Kuei's eyes lit up. Quickly salute. He saw it. The 2 in front of him showed superhuman talent. Compared with this kind of existence, it is really a world of difference. Although I don't know why Yi Ling was able to accept him. But he will not be proud of it. Instead, he wants to do his best to live up to Yi Ling's expectations. "Hello, junior brother." Bai Shi and Zhao Li also nodded slightly at 567. Replied. Xiao Baishi was very curious about the little junior in front of him. Unable to bear the doubts in his heart, he asked curiously, "Little brother, why did you break your finger just now? If I didn't, I probably wouldn't be able to keep going. So only by gaining pain in this way can I stand longer. Get better status," Yang Kuei said indifferently. It seems that breaking one's finger is as easy as eating. The fierceness revealed in the tone also made Zhang Yu show a hint of appreciation. In a real society, if it is equal talent, he believed in what was in front of him even more. Yang Kuei can live longer and go further. But it's a pity that Yang Kuei's talent in front of him is far inferior to Bai Shi and Zhao Li. To be able to catch up with the 2 halves of them in the future is already considered pretty good. Okay, this time the enrollment is over. You 3 can go back with me. If you have relatives and friends, Wait until you are settled down. When the time comes, you will be familiar with Shan Hui, and you will be able to come and go freely. Yi Ling said with a smile. Yes, it all depends on the master's arrangement. The three little kids were very sensible and hurried back. Son of God, do you want to stay one more night? I want to entertain you again. Hearing that Yi Ling wanted to leave, Zhang Yu said quickly. City Lord Zhang, you have made such a great contribution. Presumably, he will be able to enter the Divine Council soon. When the time comes, are you still afraid that you won't find me? Yi Ling looked at Zhang Yu in front of him and said, What the Son of God said is true. When I come to visit, the Son of God must not despise me. Zhang Yu said with a smile. That's natural, Yi Ling said with a smile. Then he greeted Shuer and walked up to the floating island with the three little kids. Master, there is a young lady at the master's place. Pointing not far away, Xiao Baishi hurriedly said to Yi Ling Ada. Well, what about Miss Sister? Yi Ling followed Xiao Baishi's finger and looked in the direction it was pointing. I really saw a young girl sitting cross-legged at the gate of my palace. I am practicing meditation. The appearance is also stunning. After all, a martial artist who can cultivate will become more and more perfect as he goes to the back. It is normal to have such stunning beauty. But what Yi Ling wondered was why the other party meditated at his door. I don't know each other. Son of God, this is Xue Tianyue, the president's daughter. Shuer on the side hurriedly stepped forward to explain to Yi Ling. She won't. It's because of her brother's business. Yi Ling frowned and looked at Xue Tianyue not far away. That's right. I'm here just for my brother. Xue Tianyue also noticed Yi Ling not far away at this time. After hearing their conversation, he also sat up from the ground, wearing a milky white shirt on the upper body and tight shorts on the lower body. A pair of slender and straight jade legs are exposed, coupled with his tall figure. It is particularly conspicuous in the crowd. It's just that at this moment, her face was full of anger. He stared at Yi Ling in front of him. It seemed that Yi Ling had done something wrong to her. I didn't do anything to your brother. He voluntarily went out to practice. It's none of my business. Yi Ling frowned, looking at Xue Tianyue in front of him, then said, I want to see what kind of existence it is, to be able to obtain the identity of the Son of God in the hands of my father. Xue Tianyue took out a long sword from her space ring and held it in her hand. Then he raised his jade arm high and pointed at Yi Ling in front of him, as if declaring war. You are not qualified enough. You're not good enough. Yi Ling looked at Xue Tianyue in front of him and said indifferently, The opponent's elder brother is not his opponent. And Xue Tianyue in front of her was not even comparable to her elder brother. Yi Ling didn't even have the desire to do anything. Are you insulting me? Xue Tianyue frowned beautifully and looked at Yi Ling in front of her. Still did not give up, said, I said, You're not my opponent. Yi Ling whispered in Xue Tianyue's ear. Then he moved quickly, directly touching Xue Tianyue's brow. Immediately, Xue Tianyue seemed to have lost consciousness. He fell straight to the ground. Shuer on the side hurried forward. He lifted Xue Tianyue in front of him. At the same time, I was shocked by Yi Ling's strength. She, who was also in the Grand Master realm, unexpectedly didn't realize how Yi Ling disappeared and how he attacked. Originally, she thought that she could still make 2 moves with Yi Ling. Now it seems that she is not even qualified to let Yi Ling make a move. Just like the bloody moon in front of me. This is also the reason for him to understand why Yi Ling can become the Son of God. Such a terrifying combat power. Even the president of the Shenhui back then, in the same realm, couldn't be as relaxed as Yi Ling. Take her back. Yi Ling waved his hand lightly and said to Shuer, Son of God, I will return as soon as I go. Shuer immediately took the order, then picked up Xue Tianyue in her hand and left quickly. Master, you are amazing. When Xiao Baishi saw that Yi Ling had dealt with such a powerful warrior so easily, his eyes were filled with stars. A look of admiration. In the future, you will be as good as me, Yi Ling said with a smile. Then, the gate of the palace was pushed open. The 3 of them were brought in. Tell me, what do you want to learn? Yi Ling took the 3 of them to the back garden, and then sat down at a stone table beside them. Looking at the 3 apprentices in front of him, he asked, I want to learn swordplay. Xiao Baishi was the first to raise her hand and said, obviously, swordsmanship is everything to her. As a natural sword spirit, he is also very suitable for swordsmanship. Okay, then you can learn swordsmanship. Ling nodded slightly, then pointed out. Gale Sword Intent and Whirlwind Slash appeared in Xiao Baishi's mind. Then I'll choose swordsmanship too. Zhao Li thought about it and chose the same choice as Xiao Baishi. Okay. Afterwards, Ling also gave his Gale Sword technique and Whirlwind Cut technique to the opponent. How about you? Ling looked at Yang Kuei. Master, I want to learn boxing or cultivate my body. Yang Kuei thought for a while, then raised his head, looked at his master firmly, and said, okay, then I'll pass him on to you. Ling thought for a while, and finally handed Liangju and Dialanquan to the opponent. The martial arts he gave them all included from the first rank to the fourth rank. After all, none of the children in front of them had formally started training. It can only start from the first rank and slowly go up to practice. Thank you, Master. Xiao Baishi, Zhao Li, and Yang Kuei looked at the martial arts in their minds. The more I look, the more excited I get. After being strengthened by Goldfinger, even first-rank martial arts, its power is also comparable to other second-grade martial arts of the same type. What's more in their minds? In addition to first-rank martial arts, there are corresponding second-rank, third-rank, and fourth-rank advanced martial arts. This is something they have never heard of. Appearing in front of them now, they have no choice but to believe. 0. Immediately, he showed an expression of admiration to Ling in front of him and thanked him repeatedly. Being able to meet a master like Ling is considered a blessing for them. After all, not everyone can come up with this kind of martial arts. Okay, let's go to practice. If you encounter any difficulties during cultivation, or if you lack any pills, you can come to me. I'll try my best to help you out. Ling said with a smile. Yes, Master. The three little dolls walked down excitedly. Master President, how long do you have to watch? Ling picked up the tea on the stone table and took a sip lightly. Then, facing somewhere in the void, he showed an innocent expression. He just didn't understand why these big shots always like to hide in the void and watch others secretly. Ahem, didn't you want to see how you train your students? I forgot it on a whim. Shui Tian laughed loudly, and then walked out of the void. There was no embarrassment on his face at all. Tell me, what's the matter with me? Ling looked at Zuidiandu indifferently. This guy goes to the Three Treasures Hall for nothing. Coming to him this time, there must be something I want from him. There is indeed one thing for you. Shui Tian sat on a chair beside him. He also picked up the tea on the side, because he poured a cup himself. He took a sip lightly, said with a smile, if you have anything to say, just say it. Ling glanced at Shui Tiandu in front of him. I also don't want to say anything meaningless to the big devil in front of me. Although the current Zuidiandu looks like a child, 673. Nothing out of the ordinary was shown either. It is not as full of evil as it seems to the outside world. But Ling knew that this was a sheep in wolf's clothing. Everything about him now is just a disguise. When he really opens his fangs, that person will die. While sipping tea, Shui Tiandu said, there is a special piece of news in city today. What news? When Ling heard this, he immediately became interested. In the wilderness of city, there are many secret places. There are no fewer than 10 fourth-rank secret realms alone. But this time, someone discovered the breath of the blood of the divine beast in the secret realm of the Sea of Bitterness. Shui Tiandu said slowly, You want me to go? Ling frowned, looking at Air Tiandu in front of him. Indeed, I can only send you there. After all, this Bitter Sea secret realm is a fourth-rank secret realm. And as a strong person in the Martial King realm, I can't enter it at all. It can only rely on you. After all, you are now the staff of our God Council. Shui Tian looked at Ling and winked, trusting him very much. Okay, then I'll go. Ling thought for a while and nodded in agreement. Coincidentally, he is also idle in this divine meeting. Shui Tian smiled and said, Then I will find a few more people to meet with you? No, I'm fine by myself. There are too many people, but it is not easy to act. Ling shook his head, rejecting Shui Tiandu's kindness. As far as he is concerned, he is alone. Too many people, for him, is a kind of paradox. However, this time apart from our God Council, the news was also spread out. There are many powerful forces that will go forward because of this. I'm afraid they will deal with you together when the time comes. You alone responded to it. Shui Tian frowned, admonishing again. A fourth-rank secret realm, since there is no martial king in it. No matter how many great masters there are, they are nothing but ants in front of me. Don't you believe in my fighting power? Yi Ling looked confidently at Zidiandu in front of him. Then he spoke his mind. Shui Tian looked at Yi Ling in front of him with confidence. At this time, he also remembered Yi Ling's relaxed appearance when he killed the subordinates of the Shenhui. That powerful combat power also reminded him of Yi Ling in front of him, not a simple little character. It is a terrifying existence with powerful combat power. Then he breathed a sigh of relief and said helplessly, if that's the case, then so be it. You alone, though, proceed with caution. Don't provoke other people too much. If possible, hide your identity as Shenhui said, and finally Tiandu's voice also slowly sank down. Obviously, he's also aware of it. My own God will not see the light, and belongs to the role that everyone shouts and beats. But soon, they can change all that. Okay, I see. Yi Ling waved his hand helplessly. Of course he didn't dare to expose his identity as a god. I'm afraid that once he is exposed, he will become a character that everyone shouts and beats. Okay, then I'll go first. Shui Tian nodded. Then it went straight into the void. Disappeared in place. Master, are you leaving so soon? Hearing that Yi Ling is going to the secret realm so soon after completing the mission, a trace of reluctance suddenly appeared on Xiao Baishi's face. After all, she just recognized the master in front of her for less than a day. 5.0 The master will go to the secret realm to perform tasks. This made her extremely sad. It's okay. I'll be back in 2 days. You have to practice hard. When I come back, I'll test your cultivation. Yi Ling gently stroked Xiao Baishi's head, said amiably, Okay, master, you must be careful. Zhao Li also said at this time. Yang Kuei on the side silently watched Yi Ling in front of him. Although he was not good at expressing his words, there was a trace of reluctance in his eyes. Okay, remember to practice hard. If you slack off at that time, I won't spare you. Yi Ling urged again and again. Got it, teacher? Be careful. Teacher, you must pay attention to safety. The three little dolls each expressed their concern in their own words. A teacher for a day, a father for life. In this world of supreme martial arts, master and father are very similar. One is the parents who gave birth to you and raised you. One is the parents who secretly guide you in martial arts. Schwerer looked at Yi Ling, who was packing up her things, but still hesitated a little. When he came to Yi Ling, he said in person, Son of God, are you sure you don't want me to go this time? I could take care of your basic necessities. It's okay, just help me 09 take good care of those three little dolls. We can't let them slack off. As my apprentices, their talents are far beyond others, and so should their realm. Yi Ling patted Schwerer on the shoulder lightly, entrusting her with this big task. Then I know, Son of God, I will definitely take good care of them. Schwerer nodded heavily and said, Okay, then I'll go first. Yi Ling nodded and then disappeared in place. Soon came to the intersection of the secret realm. Finally, he took a deep look at this so-called Shenhui. Then it disappeared in place, not long after Yi Ling left. A group of people walked out of the void, including Shui Tiandu and Shui Ying's grandfather Shui Gui. Are you so relieved to let him go alone? Shui Gui turned his head and glanced at Shui Tiandu in front of him. I don't know what he was thinking, but he let Yi Ling out by himself. One must know how much effort they spent to bring this Yi Ling back to the divine assembly. Just let him go so easily. What if you let the tiger go back to the mountain? The blood he was baptized this time is my natal blood, and he can't escape my palm. Shui Tiandu looked confident, looked at Shui Gui behind him, and laughed loudly. You're actually willing to give him your life essence and blood for baptism. Shui Gui seemed to have thought of something, and looked deeply at Shui Tiandu in front of him. Then he smiled coldly. "Umph, I already hate this body to the extreme. Now that there is a better option, how can I give up?" Shui Tian looked at Shui Gui. Let him not meddle in his own business. What's more, the one in front of him is the president of the God Association, and the Shui Gui in front of him is just a loser, and he has no right to criticize him anymore. Since his failure in cultivation, his body has not only stayed in this state. Even the realm cannot be improved. Only by changing his body can he practice better. And Yi Ling, who was baptized with his blood essence, is naturally the best choice. It's up to you. If you can't control him, then it will be a joke. Shui Gui looked at Shui Tiandu in front of him with a mocking face. Just take care of yourself, and you'll be fine. Shui Tian looked coldly at Shui Gui in front of him. Then, with a wave of his sleeves, he disappeared into the void. Let's go too. Shui Gui also snorted coldly and led a group of people behind him into the void, disappearing. At that time, the previous president of the Xinhui desperately recommended it. The president of the Gods Association, he will do it wherever it is his turn. As for the chairman, it should be him, and Kuai is more qualified. There will always be a few days when he will take all this back from the opponent's hands. Sea of Bitterness Secret Realm. This is a 4th-rank secret realm, and the entire secret realm is a skyless and endless ocean. In this ocean, everything exists with 400 kinds of bitter taste, hence the name Bitter Sea. At this time, the gate of Kahamajan is already crowded with people. You squeeze me, you and I squeeze you. Even the air is full of people. After all, this is the bloodline of the legendary beast. Even if the news is false, it can attract countless people to come. Because in the legendary beast bloodline, there is a big secret. Once you master that secret, you will be able to break the shackles of the Emperor realm and become a true god. So many people flock to it. Little kid, you should probably drink milk. How dare you come here and still not get the hell out of here? Seeing Yi Ling's youthful appearance, the big man at the side immediately despised him. The thick arm stretched out directly in front of Yi Ling, wanting to push it aside, and then occupy Yi Ling's position. I'm the first to enter in the secret realm. Such vulgar behavior and words naturally aroused Yi Ling's dissatisfaction. No, it's Xiao Bai. Let's get out of the way. That guy is not easy to mess with. That guy killed a lot of people with extremely cruel methods. Why this time he also came, it's really unlucky. Stop talking. If he hears it, it's over. Let's get out of the way a little bit. It's a pity that that little guy probably lost half his life. You'd better stop caring about him and care about yourself. The people on the side looked at the strong man in front of them. At the moment when he shot Yi Ling, his thoughts were full of thoughts. But when they saw the appearance of the strong man clearly, they didn't dare to make a sound. They hid aside one after another, not daring to stretch out, for fear of offending Xiao Bai in front of him. That is a vicious master strongman. These ordinary martial artists are not their opponents at all. It's just that they didn't expect that Xiao Bai in front of him would be so hostile, and such a young child would want to be his slave. But what happened next left them dumbfounded. Roll! Yi Ling looked at Xiao Bai in front of him coldly, his eyes revealing a cold air. Then he pointed out and tapped on Xiao Bai's eyebrows. That speed is extremely fast. None of the people present noticed Yi Ling's attack this time. Afterwards, Yi Ling disappeared in place. Hey, why is he not moving? That's right, it's strange. Actually, it's not in his character. Are any of you going up to see what happened? I don't dare to go up. I want to see. You go up by yourself. A group of people saw Xiao Bai being scolded, but they didn't react at all. Suddenly stopped in place. This is extremely inconsistent with his personality and makes the people around him a little embarrassed. But due to Xiao Bai's coercion, no one dared to go forward. Where did it come from? It's actually blocking here. Finally, a big boss came. A powerful Grand Master walked out directly from the void. Looking at Xiao Bai, who was blocking the entrance, re-slapped him. Fly the opponent aside. It turned out to be dead. What a F asterisk 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 G bad luck. He looked at Xiao Bai, who was lying aside without any reaction. The Grand Master sensed it with his mental power, and then his face turned black. He spat out a mouthful of phlegm, then cursed secretly. Dead? When did you die? Could it be that boy, just now? No way, isn't Xiao by a master? It just died in front of us for no apparent reason, and we didn't even notice it. Wicked people have their own troubles. This time Xiao by met a werewolf. Ha! This damn guy is finally dead. The people nearby all heard this curse from the great master. Finally, someone had the courage to go up and found that Xiao Bai was really dead. Immediately shouted excitedly. Then he couldn't hold back the excitement in his heart and kicked Xiao Bai hard on the head. A good vent of anger. Sea of Bitterness Secret Realm. Is this the Sea of Bitterness? As soon as Yi Ling entered the secret realm, he found himself in a huge ocean. Looking from a distance, it is extremely quiet. Did not see anything. Just when Yi Ling was curious about the things around her, a huge black shadow appeared in the sea area below his body. Then, the behemoth opened its bloody mouth. Facing Yi Ling above, he rushed over, wanting to swallow Yi Ling in one gulp. So daring. Looking at the marine life in front of him, he dared to attack him. Yi Ling couldn't help but cursed angrily, then took out the killing sword in his mind and held it in his hand. Facing the giant under him, he slashed down with a sword. The cyan sword energy, which was 100 feet long, was slashing straight towards the huge monster below, divided the behemoth into two halves. The scarlet blood dyed the sea area with a radius of 100 meters red. But what followed was a nauseating and dizzying bitter taste. Yi Ling, who was facing upwards, attacked. Yi Ling couldn't help but cover his mouth and nose. De nuance. Unexpectedly, these creatures even have such a disgusting smell in their bodies. At this time, Yi Ling also wanted to understand the origin of this bitter sea. Sure enough, whatever it is, I can't get rid of a word of bitterness. Let's go to Central Island first. Yi Ling suppressed his nausea and then walked in one direction. He had investigated it before, and the so-called blood of the beast was discovered on this central island. Some people say that the projection of the phoenix gone was found on the island. Whether it is true or not, he wants to see it. If he really found the so-called blood of the beast, then he might be qualified to become a real god. Finally reached, seeing a smear of red in the sky, Yi Ling finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even with the strength of his great master realm, coupled with the ghost step of the fourth rank movement technique, it took him half a day to run. Finally found this so-called center island. It can be seen how large the scope of these 4 ranks of secret realms is. Stop! This is the territory of our Zhang family. I advise you to leave here as soon as possible. On the golden beach, Zhang looked at Yi Ling falling from the sky, stood up directly, and said, "Want to expel Yi Ling in front of him." Faced with these casual cultivators, the Zhang family was not polite. After all, he also knew that the purpose of these Sanxio was to find the blood of the so-called divine beasts. It's a pity that these casual cultivators can't recognize themselves, and they want to compete with powerful families like them for the blood of divine beasts. It is simply life and death. This is what prevents them from continuing to move forward. It can be regarded as allowing them to recover a 217 life. I'm really a good person. Is the name of your Zhang family engraved on this central island? Yi Ling frowned, looking at the group of people in front of him. Then he spoke indifferently. He didn't pay attention to these people in front of him. Seeing Yi Ling's reaction, Zhang laughed angrily. After waving his hand, a little brother behind him came up. Finally, looking at Yi Ling, he said jokingly, "Unexpectedly, there is a hard stubble today. Very stormy. Destroy the palm. Heart claws." The 3 younger brothers looked at each other and surrounded Yi Ling as if they had received some order. Each used its own tricks. Obviously, they wanted to surround Yi Ling in front of him. "Based on the 3 of you, you want to make a move in front of me?" Yi, Ajkp. Ling dismissed it and swung his sword lightly. The 3 younger brothers in front of them immediately felt as if they had been hit by something heavy in the chest. It flew out directly and then smashed hard on the ground. Act recklessly. You. Seeing this scene, Zhang was immediately speechless in surprise. I can only point at Yi Ling with my finger, not knowing what to say. "Get out of here too." Yi Ling kicked hard. He directly kicked Zhang and in front of him fiercely, and then smashed it on a giant tree. Wow! The huge pain and physical reaction made Zhang instantly accept that he shouldn't. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, which still looked like minced meat. It seemed like the heart was kicked out by Yi Ling's kick. Then he fell heavily on the ground, reckless. Seeing this scene, Yi Ling just smiled coldly. Then they bypassed them and headed towards the central part of the central island. It was pretty good that he didn't kill the 4 people in front of him, and Zhang and who passed out. It never occurred to him that this random block of his own would be the legendary Grandmaster Realm powerhouse. How could he have imagined that such a young boy would be a strong man in the Grandmaster Realm? If only he had known earlier. Then he gave him 10 guts, and he didn't dare to reach out to stop him. Even in his Zhang family, there are only a few strong masters. 100 Flowers Hotel. Yi Ling took a look at the outside decoration and the scale of the hotel. He swaggered in. Seeing the young lady sitting at the front desk, she was so handsome. His mood also improved a lot. Then he handed over his ID card. Then he said, "Give me a room." "Sir, I'm really sorry, our Baiwa Hotel's rooms are full, so I'm really sorry." Tianjing bowed slightly apologetically, and then apologized to Yi Ling in front of her. "All right." Yi Ling was taken aback. He didn't expect that the guest rooms here would be full so soon. Then I took back my ID card and went to the next hotel. Tianjing looked at Yi Ling in front of her, so young, she couldn't help thinking of her younger brother, who was the opposite age. He couldn't help but said, "Sir, you don't need to waste your efforts. All our hotels here have been booked by those big families 3 days ago. There are no more rooms available." "It's those big families again." Hearing this, Yi Ling's face darkened suddenly. Tianjing could also see that Yi Ling in front of him seemed dissatisfied with the actions of those big families. But with a kind heart, she still couldn't help but reminded, "Sir, I advise you not to fight against those big families. After all, you can't get any benefits by yourself." Yi Ling listened to Tianjing's words and turned his head around Ishur. I looked at the young lady in front of me again and said with a smile, "Thank you for reminding me. I will notice." The young lady in front of him was very kind, and he couldn't help but think of a certain girl. It's a pity that the girl is no longer here. "Sir, if you don't mind, you can stay at my house. I happen to have a spare room in my house, but you have to wait for me for a while. I will be able to get off work after half an hour." Looking at Yi Ling, who was about to leave, Tianjing thought for a while, but she still couldn't hold back her inner thoughts, and said, it was because the boy in front of him was too similar to his younger brother. Couldn't bear to show the young man in front of him outside. After all, there is no hotel outside for the boy in front of him to live in. Then the other party must also stay overnight on the street. What's the point of this? Yi Ling was taken aback. It is rare for him to see such a kind-hearted person like the young lady in front of him. It was also a little embarrassing to say, "It doesn't matter. I think your age is about the same as my brother. And he is not at home now, just so you can live in his room." Tianjing replied with a smile. "Then I will trouble you." Yi Ling didn't refuse anymore. Then he walked to the rest area beside him and said, "Then I'll wait for you over there." "Okay, I'll find you when I'm done." Tianjing smiled sweetly and then said, "I said, Tianjing, you are too kind. You actually let a stranger live in your house. Aren't you afraid that he is a bad guy?" Zhanglan at the side saw Yi Ling walking away. Immediately couldn't help but speak. She really doesn't understand Tianjing's behavior and thinks that her best friend is too sincere. Just a stranger living in his own home. If something really happened, it would be too late to regret. Although the other party looks so young. But who can tell clearly whether the other party pretends to be like this on purpose? After all, in this world there are strange talents. Tianjing also shook her head when she heard what her best friend said and smiled softly. "I don't think he looks like a bad guy. What's more, his age is so similar to my younger brother. I really can't bear him staying out alone. There is nothing wrong with my family, so I will stay overnight with him, and nothing will happen." "I see you, it's just that you have a good heart." Zhanglan was a little helpless, but it's hard to say anything more. She thought she was afraid that the girlfriend in front of her would be sad again, because her younger brother died in an accident. So, she has a unique affection for her brother. So when I saw Yi Ling, even if the other party has only a slight resemblance to her brother, she is unwilling to watch him stay outside the street. Tianjing looked in front of her, this best friend who was worried about her. Feeling warm in my heart, I said, if it really doesn't work, then you can go to sleep with me tonight. That way, he won't be able to attack both of us. That's not necessarily the case. We too are great beauties. If he really couldn't help but do something to us, wouldn't it be sending sheep to the tiger's mouth? Zhang Lan's face was very solemn, and he said in a serious manner, "Then are you going tonight or not?" I heard Zhang Lan's words. Tianjing also glanced at her. Go. Of course I have to go. How can I be willing to let my best friend face it alone? Zhang Lan said quickly. Hey, you two. Have you seen this kid? Just when the two were chatting happily, a group of people swaggered in. The man in the suit headed by him was extremely domineering. He directly threw a photo in his hand on the table and then asked the two of them directly. Tianjing quickly picked up the photo on the desktop and looked at it carefully. 0. The man in the suit in front of him was the manager of their hotel and belonged to his immediate superior. She didn't dare to offend the other party. Even if the attitude of the other party is extremely bad, she will greet her with a smiling face. But when she saw the person in the photo clearly, her eyelids twitched suddenly, but she still pretended to be calm and said, "No, I haven't seen it before. I think you should have seen it. If you don't tell the truth, you will feel better." It's a pity that Tianjing made such a small move, not hiding it from the man in the suit in front of him. Deng even said with a sneer. He wanted to reach out and grab Tianjing in front of him. Want to teach each other a lesson? I advise you to take back your claws. Otherwise, I don't guarantee that he will still be on your body in the next second. At this moment, Ling slowly walked out of the next lounge. Looking coldly at the man in the suit in front of him, his tone was extremely cold. He didn't want to hurt the girl in front of him because of his own affairs. So he took the initiative to stand up. I didn't expect that you would dare to stand up on your own initiative. Is it because of the girl in front of me? Sure enough, he is a guy who loves the fragrance and cherishes the jade. Zhang Wei looked at Ling in front of him coldly, then compared the photos in his hands, and then said. After that, he looked at Ling in front of him with great interest, and then looked back at Tianjing, who was beside him. He continued, "It's just a pity my brain is a bit out of sorts." With a light wave of his hand, the horseman behind him wrapped Ling in front of him. Then he straightened his suit and walked to Ling in a slow 033. Then he mocked, "Although I don't know how you defeated Zhang In and caused him to suffer such serious injuries. But I'm not as stupid as him. I don't think you're much wiser than him." At this time, Ling also understood the purpose of these people in front of him. It turned out that he came to avenge the few people he had injured on the Golden Beach before. But it was indeed as he said. The people in front of him were not much smarter than the years he had spent in the past. Knowing that he has a problem, but still sending these spicy chickens to surround him, he really underestimated him. "I want to see how hard your mouth is." Zhang Wei looked at Ling in front of him, still speaking stiffly, and waved his hand one last time. The group of younger brothers surrounding Ling clenched their fists one after another, and were about to attack Ling in front of them. "Be careful." Tianjing looked at these people in front of her, and wanted to attack Ling. I couldn't help but speak. "This is the end." Zhang Lan on the side quickly covered her head, looking at her too kind best friend. After this time, their jobs might be lost. But that's okay. She's tired of staying in this Baiwa hotel. Wait for a while, and then clean up you. When Zhang Wei heard that his employees were actually reminding the family's enemies, an unknown fire suddenly arose. But seeing Ling in front of him still hadn't solved it. Deng even said coldly. Then he turned around, but looked at his subordinates suspiciously. "Why don't you do anything?" Because their subordinates still maintained that movement, but did not punch, which made him a little suspicious. "Old boss, no, it's not me, I don't want to do it. It's because I can't move at all." Among the few people, the one with the strongest strength falters and falters. It took a long time to speak out my own words completely. "What?" Zhang Wei also spent a lot of effort to fully understand this sentence. Then he finally frowned deeply. Looking at the group of people in front of me, I felt very strange. What's even weirder is Ling, who is surrounded, looking at him with a provocative look. "Damn it, I don't believe it. Zhang Wei couldn't bear Yi Ling's provocative gaze. Gritting his teeth, he directly took out a long sword from the space ring. With his right foot on the ground, with the help of strength, the whole person shot out violently. Clenching the long sword in his hand, he stabbed straight at Yi Ling. The exquisite tiles on the ground also had lines like spider webs because of his foot. Then it exploded completely. The loud sound also attracted the attention of others. All of them turned their attention to this side. And the Blue Star people like to watch the excitement, which is fully revealed at this moment. "Kneel down," Yi Ling spoke coldly. "What happened?" Zhang Wei immediately felt that there was a huge mountain on his body. He slammed him straight to the ground. "I can't even lift my hands." The sword in his hand seemed to suddenly become countless times heavier. It hit the ground hard, leaving a deep hole. Now he can't even move his fingers. Afterwards, Yi Ling ignored Zhang Wei in front of him and walked towards Tianjing. Slightly 4.2 smiled and said, "I see you too. You can't stay here anymore. You might as well just leave like this." "Tianjing, let's go. There's no point in staying here anymore." Zhang Lan took a deep look at Yi Ling in front of him. Taking another look not far away, the manager, who was paralyzed on the ground like a dead pig, also spoke to persuade him. "All right." Tianjing thought for a while and agreed with her girlfriend's statement. After simply packing up their belongings, they followed Yi Ling and they walked out of the Baiwa Hotel. Boss, how are you doing?" After Yi Ling left, the group of punks were finally able to move. Seeing the boss lying on the ground beside him, he also realized that something was wrong. He hurried over, wanting to see what happened to his boss. The moment the younger brother touched him, Tan Wei couldn't help but yelled. Tears flowed from the pain. Under that huge pressure, all the bones in his body were broken. This piercing pain made his life worse than death. It also made him a little more afraid of Yi Ling. He never expected that, as a master, he would be so vulnerable in front of this young man. What to do? The younger brother on the side looked anxiously at his boss. In their panic, 09 didn't know what to do. Go back to your family, go to the second elder, and just ask for a bone-shaping pill. But never mention what just happened. Enduring the severe pain, Zhang Wei said to the younger brother beside him. Although he resented Yi Ling very much, he didn't want to make this matter worse because of his own affairs. After all, there wasn't much animosity between them and Yi Ling. He just came to see Yi Ling, and he just wanted to vent his anger. Yi Ling beat up their family members like that, and it would be a lie to say that they are not angry. But now he was scared by Yi Ling. He also didn't want to provoke another strong enemy for his family. The opponent is so young, so he has such a terrifying realm and fighting power. So cultivating his family must be a big force. I am afraid that even their Zhang family is not as good as the other party's branch. Now he can only smash this bitterness into pieces and swallow it in his stomach. I see, boss. The little brother nodded quickly. Yi Ling, who walked away, never expected it. Not only did I perfectly solve the matter in front of me, but I also made the other party mistakenly think that I was a child of a certain big family, which made me jealous. Sister, I heard that there is a legend about a phoenix on the central island. Is this true? Yi Ling, who was walking on the road, suddenly looked curiously at Tianjing and asked curiously. You have to ask her about this. She knows better. After all, she claims to have seen this phoenix with her own eyes. Tianjing gently raised her jade hand, then pointed to Zhang Lan beside her and said with a smile. When Yi Ling heard that someone actually saw the legendary phoenix, he immediately became interested. Hastily asked in a sweet voice, Sister, have you really seen Phoenix? Hearing Yi Ling call her elder sister, Zhang Lan's heart felt cold for no reason. Afterwards, he waved his hands again and helplessly told the truth. I was just trying to deceive her, and I have never really seen the so-called phoenix. Okay, you actually beat me up? After hearing that Zhang Lan was lying to her, Tianjing raised her eyebrows in dissatisfaction. Before Zhang Lan could react, a hand was directly stretched to Zhang Lan's armpit. Scratch an itch? Don't I know I'm wrong. Take good care of it. Zhang Lan couldn't stand being scratched so much. Her delicate body was writhing unsteadily. Tears were about to be tickled to flow out. Yi Ling looked helplessly at the two sisters who were fighting. He originally thought that he had already found news about Phoenix. I never expected that it was a joke between the two sisters, and I couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. But then he was relieved. If it's really that easy to find, there won't be more and more people on this central island. Seeing more and more people on Central Island, Yi Ling began to doubt the news of Phoenix. Is there some unscrupulous merchants who deliberately released 557 in order to promote the development of the Central Island? For economic development. How else to explain it? The Manchurians couldn't even find a single phoenix. You know, so many people are enough to turn over the entire Central Island. Dang, it's here. Soon. Tianjing brought the two of them to her residence. It was a single-family apartment. Although off-center, it is possible to have a home of your own on this Central Island. It is also a very warm thing. I have to tell you ahead of time. Tonight, you are only allowed to stay in your room. Walking around and touching are also not allowed. You know, the two of us are still big girls. Before entering the apartment, Zhang Lan stopped Yi Ling, said solemnly. It's just that the last sentence she said was so full of ambiguity. It seemed to be tempting Yi Ling to break in. Just after Zhang Lan finished speaking, she also realized that her words seemed to be full of ambiguity, and her face turned slightly red. I was really embarrassed to look at Yi Ling again, and then pushed away Tianjing, who was walking in the front, and walked in alone. Jing Tian also looked at Yi Ling with a look of embarrassment and hurriedly said in a low voice, "She is such a temperament. You must not pay too much attention to it. It's okay, I won't think too much about it." Yi Ling laughed, not taking this matter to heart. Then he followed Tianjing to the apartment. The layout of the apartment is very warm, from which it can be seen that the owner of this small apartment, that is, Tianjing, should belong to the kind of young lady next door. By the way, you haven't eaten tonight. I'll get you something to eat. Seeing Yi Ling standing at the door at a loss, Tianjing led him into the living room and sat down, and then got up to prepare food for Yi Ling. It doesn't need to be too much trouble, just get a little bit. Seeing such a hospitable Tianjing, Yi Ling was too embarrassed to refuse, and said quickly, "Okay, then I'll cook whatever I want." Tianjing smiled peacefully, then put on her apron and walked into the kitchen, preparing to prepare delicious food for Yi Ling. Since the younger brother left, no man has been in their room for a long time. "Hey, little one, do you want a snack?" Zhang Lan had already changed into a suit of clothes and came in front of Yi Ling in a very cool short skirt and shirt. In his arms, he still held a lot of snacks. At this time, he was no longer in the same embarrassment as before. It was very natural. "Thank you." Yi Ling nodded lightly, took apart one casually, and began to eat. "You too. Are you here for the Phoenix this time?" Zhang Lan looked curiously at Yi Ling, who was eating snacks. I really couldn't bear my inner curiosity, so I asked. Yi Ling nodded lightly. "It is indeed for Phoenix. But unfortunately, no news about it has been found so far. I'm not even sure if this Phoenix is real." After finishing speaking, Yi Ling shook his head lightly. "It should be true." Zhang Lan hesitated for a moment, then said uncertainly, "Why? Do you really know the news about Phoenix?" Hearing the hesitant voice, Yi Ling also looked at her curiously. Zhang Lan paused, and then said, "In the early morning of the day before yesterday, for some reason, the temperature suddenly rose by at least 10 degrees. When I was in the room, I felt like I was in the fire. The whole body is sweating profusely. But it was only for a dozen seconds, and the strange temperature disappeared. The next day, I asked Tianjing how many other colleagues she had. They also suffered from such a situation. I heard later that someone was there in the wee hours of the morning. Saw the Phoenix parading. I guess this should have something to do with Phoenix." Yi Ling's eyes lit up when he heard Zhang Lan's explanation. He smiled again and again. "Thank you for letting me know. Your words have made me firm a lot. This trip was finally worthless." He also got some news about Phoenix by accident. Okay, don't talk about Phoenix. Come and eat quickly." Tianjing looked at the two people who were chatting happily and smiled helplessly. Then the prepared meals were brought to the table. Hastily greeted, "I am coming." Hearing that there was food to eat, Zhang Lan jumped up from the table excitedly. Straight to the table. "Wow, today is so rich." Looking at the food on the table, Zhang Lan couldn't help but let out in admiration. These are all prepared for guests. You should eat less. Tianjing looked at Zhonglan, who was about to feast, and hurriedly said, I'll go, you're too eccentric. You usually cook 2 dishes for me, but when he comes, there are only so many dishes. Zhonglan looked at Tianjing in front of him with dissatisfaction, and then looked at the sumptuous delicacies on the table, and couldn't help but Li Zhao protested. Okay, let's eat. Tianjing looked helplessly at Zhonglan in front of her. Ling also came to the dining table, and then sat down, looking at Zhonglan, who looked like a living treasure, and thought it was a bit amusing. Ling, you can stay in my brother's room tonight, Tianjing said to Ling. Okay. Ling nodded his head. Zhonglan also looked up at Tianjing, and found that there was no other abnormality on her face, so she breathed a sigh of relief. This move also caught Ling's attention, but Ling didn't intend to ask too much. You can stay in this room tonight. You can use whatever is inside, as long as it doesn't get damaged. After eating and drinking enough, Tianjing took Ling to the 2nd floor of the apartment, the room where her younger brother lived. Okay. Ling went in and took a look and found that the layout inside was very new. And it can be seen that there are traces of frequent cleaning, unlike the long-term unoccupied. Good night. Tianjing breathed out and said to Ling, who was at the side. Without waiting for Ling to answer, he walked to the opposite room. It also looks very sleepy. Originally, she only ate casually at night alone. Due to the arrival of guests this evening, the meals prepared are extraordinarily sumptuous. It also took a lot of thought. Coupled with a hard day's work, she was exhausted. 410, good night. Looking at Tianjing, who had already walked in, Ling whispered. Then, the door was also closed. Ling carefully observed the layout of the room. On the desk, I saw a photo. Above is a group photo of 4 people. The 2 older ones should be Tianjing's parents. Besides Tianjing, there is also a younger boy. It seems that it should be the younger brother, he said. Before at the dining table, Ling has been noticing. Zhonglan seemed to be deliberately lowering Tianjing's younger brother's sense of existence. And Tianjing also kept silent about his younger brother. It can be seen from this that his younger brother must have encountered something. Tianyang. Ling was on the desk next to him, flipping through it casually. Then in one of the books, I saw a name, which should be his brother's name. Forget it, let's sleep. Ling pondered for a while and did not intend to continue to delve into these matters. After all, in the final analysis, this is Tianjing's private matter. Even an outsider has no right to meddle in other people's affairs. After thinking about it, Ling sat on the bed and got ready to rest. Sign in. Successful sign in every week. Get talent. False eye. Eye of illusion. Only you can see through all illusions. Okay. After being busy for a long time, Ling kept forgetting to check in. He is still quite satisfied with the talent he got when he signed in today. But the requirements for this kind of talent are not too high. After all, acquiring talent before was enough to make him stronger. After signing in, Ling fell into a dream, going to have a good night's sleep. Why is it so hot all of a sudden? Not long after Ling fell into a deep sleep, he suddenly felt the air around him rise steadily. As a Grand Master, he opened his eyes instantly, frowning, aged, and looking around. I want to know where this sudden high temperature is coming from. Then he suddenly remembered. Before eating, Zhonglan mentioned the Phoenix legend. It was also because of this strange temperature that some people later said that a phoenix was found that night. This discovery filled Ling's face with excitement. Maybe tonight he will be able to discover the phoenix they mentioned. So Ling went straight into the void and came to the sky above the central island. What a young master! Seeing Ling appearing in the sky above the central island, the rest of the great masters all showed expressions of horror. Before Ling came, they teamed up to set up the magic circle. Only a great master can break through the limitation of this magic circle. There are also a kind of defense to prevent the phoenix from disappearing suddenly. But he didn't expect that he accidentally discovered a powerful young genius. They have never heard of such a young Grand Master realm. The great masters around want to communicate with Ling. He hesitated all the time and didn't dare to go forward, for fear of offending the young genius in front of him. After all, in the eyes of the world, some geniuses are very lonely and disdain to communicate with others. Ling saw a lot of powerful forces in it. For example, the two major forces from the government, Six Doors and Xingxi, the Fourth Order Orc of the Orc clan, and the Fourth Order monster seen through by Ling's illusory eyes. There is an aura of the Valley of Beasts on his body. It should be transformed into a human form by taking the shape change grass. But Ling recognized him at a glance. In addition, there are all kinds of strong human beings. Ow! Just when everyone was thinking about who Ling was, with an exclamation, everyone was pulled back from it. Then everyone saw that a huge figure suddenly flew out from the center of the central island. Its whole body is wrapped in red golden flames, making it impossible to see its appearance, and it is truly mysterious. The huge figure wrapped in red golden flames actually broke through the magic circle jointly arranged by the Great Master. Soar above the sky, thousands of miles above. He swayed his huge body heartily. The red golden flames turned into long tails, dyed the originally dark sky into red gold dash. The whole world instantly changed from night to day. Fake. But Ling, who has the false eye, saw through this so-called phoenix at a glance. The huge body wrapped in red golden flames is nothing more than a spirit body. That is to say, it is not a real thing. But as Ling got closer, there was a hint of joy in his eyes, because he was surprised to find that the most central position of the spirit body, there was actually a drop of red golden blood essence. Now it seems that all the reasons for the formation of this huge spiritual body, it was all because of that drop of scarlet golden phoenix blood in his body. This is a real treasure. If Ling gets it, he can even get the real phoenix blood. That is the bloodline of the divine beast, far more powerful than the so-called holy beast. This made Ling full of excitement and licked his lips. Then he rushed directly to the altitude of 10,000 meters. Damn! How dare! Ling's move also aroused the dissatisfaction of other great masters. They rushed forward one after another. But they didn't want to stop Ling, but directly wanted to rush forward and capture the phoenix in front of them. They also want to see what this phoenix is. Naturally, they also knew that the phoenix in front of them was definitely not real. Because even the newly born phoenix larva has the strength of emperor level. Once an adult, he is a real god. How could it appear in this mere fourth-order secret environment? But the phoenix in front of them really made them feel a breath from the gods. So they also wanted to see what was going on. After all, the existence that can possess this kind of breath is not a mortal thing. It's worth their while to come here. Go away, it's all mine. Ling looked coldly at the great masters below, who wanted to compete with him for the blood of the divine beast. Just hit them hard with a punch. Endless sea water blasted out with his fist. The monstrous waves that formed instantly submerged the great master in front of him. Then it was thrown out fiercely and hit the ground. Life or death is unknown. With just this blow, 3 great masters lost their fighting ability. I have shown mercy, and if you dare to do this again, don't blame me for being rude. Ling was extremely domineering, looked at the other great masters, and said coldly, "There is no trace of empathy at all. Just now he has shown mercy. If he had used all his strength just now, those great masters would not even leave their bones behind. But he didn't have any deep hatred with these great masters. What's more, there are also forces from the Dragon Kingdom government, and it is impossible for him to kill them all. So I left some affection. But then, these people are still so ignorant. Don't blame him. Don't show mercy. Damn it. For the remaining great masters, you look at me, and I look at you." But he never dared to step forward, because the powerful combat power shown by Ling has already deeply shocked them, so that they dare not go forward, for fear of suffering unreasonable disasters. Let's have a look first, then we can talk. It's not too much to make a move when the time comes. The leader of the 6 Doors seems to have discovered something, so he waited for his subordinates and quietly stepped back. Finally stayed not far away. Wait until you find something is wrong, and then rush up in an instant. The rest of the forces have the same idea. Prison me? Yi Ling above the sky showed his supernatural power, and 6 rounds of scorching sun rushed out of his body directly. It rose against the wind and instantly turned into gigantic giants, exuding a suffocating and terrifying temperature. Wrap the phoenix in front of you tightly. Following Yi Ling's order, some kind of strange calendar region seemed to be born in the 6 rounds of scorching sun. This made the phoenix in front of him unable to move a single bit in place. This scene also stunned the great masters below. "Break it!" Yi Ling took out the killing sword and held it in his hand. Then he slashed fiercely at the phoenix that was fixed in place. 100 feet of golden sword energy passed by in an instant, directly splitting the phoenix in two, cutting it into 2 halves. The terrifying phoenix spirit body and the flames all over the sky immediately turned into pure aura and dissipated in the air. Then a drop of red gold blood essence appeared in midair. The red gold blood essence was just suspended in midair. Exudes a breath from the gods. This made everyone realize that the so-called phoenix was caused by this bit of blood. The great masters present all discovered this secret. You look at me, I look at you. Eyes have started to turn red. Breathing becomes rapid. Because this is the legendary phoenix blood essence. Blood essence from the gods. As long as you swallow it, even if you can't get the legendary phoenix blood. But it can also greatly increase one's own potential by 250. Future achievements. The minimum is a martial emperor. It can be seen how terrifying this phoenix blood essence is. In thinking of this, everyone present couldn't wait to get the legendary phoenix blood essence. At this moment, they will not belong to any forces. At this moment, they belong only to themselves. As long as they obtain the blood essence of the phoenix, their lowest achievement in the future would be a martial emperor. At that time, as King Wu, he will be able to create a powerful force. Just you. Are you worthy of stealing the phoenix blood from me? At this moment, Yi Ling's words poured directly on them like a bucket of cold water. But this sentence immediately aroused their dissatisfaction. He is alone. There are no less than 100 great masters here. Why should we be afraid of him? That is, let's kill him together first, and then we will discuss the ownership of this drop of phoenix blood essence. Kill him first. If you don't kill him, the rest of us won't be able to get this phoenix blood essence. Kill him. All the great masters present were very excited, because they know that they are no match for the young man in front of them if they fight alone. Such a terrifying combat power also frightened them. As a last resort, they can only unite and deal with him together to have a slight chance of winning. Otherwise, they can only give up the phoenix essence and blood this time. But this is a result they absolutely cannot accept. Therefore, joining forces is their only option. Shoot together, or there is no chance of winning. Someone is calling the shots. Afterwards, all the great masters launched attacks with a tacit understanding. The overwhelming black flame turned into a giant black dragon and rushed towards Yi Ling. The endless rain of swords, densely packed like a downpour, slanted down in the direction of Yi Ling. The purple divine light shot straight at Yi Ling's eyebrows in an instant. It was engraved with magical talismans, spontaneously ignited in the absence of wind, and finally turned into a terrifying giant with a height of 100 feet. Their sole purpose is to destroy Yi Ling in front of them. Such a terrifying attack and number directly shattered the void within 100 miles of Yi Ling. The invisible and terrifying void turbulence overflowed, buried Yi Ling in it, but disappeared. Do you died? Should be dead. With such a terrifying attack, even the king of martial arts cannot be unscathed. I hope so. The great master below, looking at the terrifying, turbulent void above. His face was very tense. How can it be? But what happened next made them terrified, because at this moment, Yi Ling was appearing in midair unscathed. From top to bottom, not even the clothes showed a trace of depreciation. Only vaguely, one can see that his hands are like gold and jade. It seems to have some extraordinary physique. Yi Ling looked at the stunned crowd below, with a mocking look on his face. Then he said, "If you only have this ability, you should go home early to grow vegetables." Zhuzi, arrogant and arrogant. Qing really can't understand Yi Ling's arrogance. The whole person was instantly shrouded in the silver-white moonlight. Then, a burly giant wolf walked out of it. The whole body is covered with silver-white hair. On the forehead, there is a purple crescent mark. It seems that it is the same species 3.0 as the moon wolf that Yi Ling met before, but it is also different. For example, the moon wolf last time did not have this purple crescent mark. Exactly, I like him out, and that is you. The more Yi Ling looked at the moon wolf in front of him, the more satisfied he became, and finally said directly, "Court death." Hearing that the young man in front of him actually wanted to accept herself as his mount, Qing couldn't help but be furious. A long river emerged behind him. Silver Moon slowly emerged from the water. A mysterious force quietly dispersed away. The moon rises from the sea. Seeing such a vision, the great masters below all showed surprised expressions. Such powerful images are rare. Generally speaking, this kind of vision is accompanied by a strong physique. I seem to already know who he is. At this time, a great master had guessed Qing's true identity. The great master at the side asked hurriedly, "Who is it?" And the other great masters don't seem to care about this side. In fact, he also pricked up his ears, wanting to hear the identity of this moon wolf. The moon rises from the sea. I've only seen this image on Ziyue Wolf King in the Valley of Beasts. The bright moon rises from the sea, and the bright moon hangs high, which can determine everything in the world. Ziyue Wolf King, I was once lucky enough to be its real body. 09, and it also has a purple crescent on its forehead. It is extremely similar to the one in front of you. In other words, the person in front of him has a rich relationship with Ziyue Wolf King, so he should be his descendant. This great master said everything he knew, and what he deduced is almost the same as the real truth. And the people around, after learning that Qing in front of them is actually a descendant of Ziyue Wolf King, they showed shocking looks one after another, because Ziyue Wolf King is one of the top fighters in the Valley of Beasts. The strength cannot be underestimated. Although the great masters around him have been speculating about the identity of Mu Wei. But the battle between Qing and Yi Ling has not stopped. Said it for me. Qing directly used her strongest blow. That is, the bright moon rises on the sea. A strange force covered Yi Ling in front of him. He wanted to freeze Yi Ling in front of him to death in the void. Then kill directly. Yi Ling looked at the moon in front of her coldly. Afterwards, the 6 rounds of scorching sun reappeared above his head. A bright moon is born on the sea. I'll let you taste it, my 6th sunshine in the world. The 6 rounds of scorching sun radiated dazzling rays of light, making the surrounding great masters unable to open their eyes. Then a wave of heat enough to incinerate everything directly evaporated the long river in front of him. And Qing saw this scene. Her huge pupils were full of dullness. How is this possible? Be my mount obediently. Yi Ling looked in front of him. This has already made his stomach stunned. Then he reached out with one hand, turned it to a giant palm covering the sky, and directly grabbed Qing in front of him. Then with a punch, it broke Qing's head. Are you convinced? If you have the ability, you will kill me. Even if I die, I will not be your mount. Don't wait for me to run out. Otherwise, I will definitely ask my father to cut you into 8 pieces. Qing stared fiercely at Yi Ling in front of her. Sun Lung's killing intent was revealed in his eyes. As the heir of the Wolf Prince, it has never been treated like this. Boy, it is the descendant of Ziyue Wolf King. You have to be careful, don't offend him. You offended him, and when you get out of this sea of bitterness secret realm, I'm afraid you will be dead on the street. That is, even though you are so young and powerful now in front of the Demon King, you are just an ordinary person. If you don't become a king, you will end up as an ant. No matter how powerful you are in the Grandmaster realm, you can't be the opponent of the Demon King. The great masters around looked at Yi Ling, and they treated the descendants of the Wolf King like this. They all spoke. Advise Yi Ling not to do stupid things. Because of the green moon in front of him, the background is too terrifying. Ordinary kings would not dare to provoke a demon king of the same realm. What's more, Among the demon kings, Ziyue Wolf King is very powerful. This made them even more jealous. I will ask you one last time, would you like to be my mount? 307 Yi Ling completely ignored the advice of these great masters. Instead, he lowered his head and asked Yue Qing in his hand again. There was a murderous look in his eyes. If you have the ability, you will kill me. Yue Qing also felt the murderous look in Yi Ling's eyes. But it still didn't believe that Yi Ling in front of him dared to kill him. So he bit the bullet and continued. In that case, you will die. Yi Ling looked at the moon pocket that was no longer of any use value. Then with a light lift of his right hand, he directly twisted Yue Qing's neck. Then a powerful spiritual force directly rushed into its mind, hang everything in it. And this scene also frightened the great master who was watching the play below. Anyway, they couldn't believe it. Yi Ling in front of them dared to kill the offspring of Ziyue Wolf King. Since you don't have any opinions, I'm leaving. Yi Ling grabbed the phoenix blood essence in front of him with one hand and looked at the crowd below triumphantly. And the Grand Master below could only watch helplessly as Yi Ling left with the phoenix blood essence. The ruthless man in front of him even killed the Demon King's heir without mistake. Ordinary great masters like them, how dare they make a move? What's more, they can't beat Xiaowei in front of them. Is it still found? Yi Ling had just stepped out of the void when he saw that the door had been opened. Obviously, the matter of going out by oneself has already been discovered. Otherwise, the door of this room will not be opened. Thinking of this, Yi Ling pondered for a while, then walked downstairs. When did you go out? Tianjing was wearing a cool pajamas, leaning on the sofa with half of her snow-white thighs exposed. With sleepy eyes, he stared at Yi Ling who was coming down the stairs, and then spoke. Yi Ling looked at Tianjing in front of him, scolded himself like scolding his younger brother, and he was also very helpless. It's not easy to hide from the other party, so I can only say truthfully, just now when the strange temperature rose, I went out. Sure enough, you are not an ordinary person. I didn't even find out when you went out. Tianjing opened his almond eyes and took a deep look at Yi Ling in front of him. When she was at the entrance of the hotel, she realized that the young man in front of her was extraordinary. But she never thought that the young man in front of her could disappear just like that under the eyes of a master like her. Yi Ling sat on the sofa beside him and said casually, "Aren't you the same? As a master, he is willing to be the front desk at the entrance of a hotel. Relying on your strength, you can be a deacon and an elder if you go to any family at will. I'm used to being free and undisciplined, and it's enough to be a front desk." Tianjing was not surprised at all when her strength was known. To be able to disappear in such a majestic way under her nose. Yi Ling's strength must surpass her by a lot, and it is very normal to find her true realm. I'm leaving tomorrow. Yi Ling thought for a while, then said, "There is no plan to stay here any longer. See you by fate." Tianjing let out a breath, then got up and walked up the stairs. "We'll meet," Yi Ling said with a smile. "Already gone?" Early the next morning, Zhanglan saw that Tianjing was the only one left in the living room. Asked curiously, "Gone early in the morning? Hopefully he gets through the week safely." While cleaning up the housework, Jing Tian turned his head and said to Zhanglan, "The entrance to the Sea of Bitterness secret realm." The moment Yi Ling walked out of the secret realm of the Sea of Bitterness, he felt that he was being watched by Wu Shuang. The sky is full of strong men in the realm of great masters and masters. They all looked at themselves with this kind of strange eyes. But being stared at by so many people, Yi Ling didn't panic at all. Instead, he raised his head and faced somewhere in the void. "Since you're here, come out. I'm right here. Killed my child. You dare to come out if you hide in this sea of bitterness for the rest of your life. I really have nothing to do with you." The void suddenly split open, and then a silver-white giant wolf stepped out of it. It raised its head high, and there was a purple crescent moon on its forehead, which made him look inexplicably noble. A pair of pupils stared fixedly at Yi Ling below. It is very strange why this young man in front of him only has the realm of a great master. After killing his own heir, he was able to walk out of such a daring secret realm. staying here so calmly and contentedly. Don't run away quickly. This makes it very puzzled. I told you don't hide. Now that I know, I have obtained this phoenix blood essence. Could it be that you can just watch it being taken away by others? Ling didn't care about Ziyue Wolf King in front of him. Instead, he spoke coldly to somewhere in the void. Haha, I'm here, Qianqian, don't worry. The president of the God Council laughed out loud. Lead a group of people directly out of the void. What's going on? How did the people from the God Council come here? Could it be that the young man is a man of God? How is this possible? How could such a young genius be so soft? Why is this impossible? Didn't you see that they were walking towards the boy? The group of great masters above also recognized the group of people in front of them from Shenhui. They were surprised by the sudden arrival of Shenhui. And when they heard that the young man in front of them actually had a relationship with God, they immediately showed expressions of astonishment. Give me the phoenix essence and blood. I have already come. Shui Tiandu brought a group of people to Yi Ling, and then directly reached out to Yi Ling to beg for the phoenix blood. The eyes are full of greed. Originally, his target was Yi Ling in front of him. He also needs to control Yi Ling in front of him with his blood essence, and then seize Yi Ling. In this way, he is equivalent to possessing Yi Ling's terrifying talent and reliving his life. But now with the phoenix blood essence, he can completely break out of his confinement. And once he consumes the blood essence of the phoenix, his talent will definitely surpass Yi Ling in front of him. As long as he can firmly suppress Yi Ling in the realm, then Yi Ling will not be able to make any troubles in the future. He can also let him be the son of Shenhui forever and ever. And he will always be the aloof president of the Society of God. 893. Even with this phoenix blood essence, he can break through to the martial emperor realm. At that time, he will have the qualifications to negotiate with the Longwu government. A Wu Huang who is on the verge of death, and a Ho who had just entered the prime of life. The gap between the two is simply worlds apart. This is the capital he used to negotiate. Once he becomes Emperor Wu, the Longwu government will have to admit the existence of Shenhui. At that time, the Shenhui will no longer be an evil force that everyone shouts about. Their aura can also appear openly in front of everyone. For you, Yi Ling directly took out a jade bottle from his infinite backpack. Then he threw it directly at Shui Tiandu in front of him, without the slightest nostalgia. Then he stepped back, because he knew that the moment he handed over the phoenix blood essence in front of him, everyone's attention will not be on him. Sure enough, the facts are just as Yi Ling thought. Even Ziyue Wolf King, who was not far away, averted his eyes from Yi Ling. He stared at the phoenix blood essence in front of him. What kind of air is not as precious as the drop of phoenix blood in front of him? As long as it becomes Emperor Wu, there will be as many heirs as there are children. It can even inherit this drop of phoenix blood essence and become a real emperor. At that time, their Purple Moon Wolf clan will become the real dominant existence on the entire blue star. It will no longer be used, and it will no longer be limited to a mere myriad of Beast Valley secret realm. President, you should see if this is real phoenix blood essence. There was a hint of greed in Xuekui's eyes, but he still doubted whether Yi Ling would give the real phoenix blood to Shui Tiandu. So I still had doubts, so I asked directly, "That's right, President. Aren't you afraid that he will cheat?" There are also people who don't believe in Yi Ling. After all, Yi Ling is an outsider. It took less than a few days to enter the God Council. How could they believe it completely? You are right. Shui Tian also nodded after listening to the persuasion of his subordinates. Only then did he manage to not be dazzled by the joy of the phoenix's blood essence. Then he opened the jade bottle in his hand. After he opened it, a strange fragrance rushed straight into his mind, making him a lot lighter. Then with the cry of a phoenix, it flew out of the jade bottle. Now, they have confirmed 100% that this is the real phoenix blood essence. They were also very surprised that Yi Ling actually gave them the real phoenix blood essence. In that case, then you go to die. After confirming that this phoenix blood essence is indeed real, the group of people next to Xuekui looked at each other. Then they communicated in their minds. Xuekui made an instant move and delivered his deadliest blow to Xue Tiandu's head. The second elder, third elder, and fourth elder are on the side. The three martial king realm powerhouses also shot at the same time. To the heart and other parts of Zui Tiandu launched fatal blows. The attack of the four martial kings was very close at hand. Even in Dead Blood Sky, he never thought that he would be suddenly attacked by his subordinates. The mighty president of the Gods Association died unexpectedly in the hands of his own subordinates. Sure enough, it was a dog biting a dog. It's a hairy mouth. Not far away, Ziwa Wolf King laughed. It did not expect that human beings are so terrifying. Tang Tang was so easily beheaded by his subordinates after a while. Not even a chance to react. Why, if you still don't leave, do you want to stay here too? Xueke holds the phoenix blood essence in his hand. Then he looked at Ziwa Wolf King not far away with a murderous look in his eyes. After Xue Tiandu died, Xuekui naturally became the leader of the Shenhui. He stood up, looking at Ziwa Wolf King in front of him with erratic eyes. I don't know where he got the confidence to stay here. In this world, you are not the only force in God's society. I, Valley of Beasts, am not much weaker than you. Ziwa Wolf King looked coldly at the clever man in front of him. Then he raised his head to the sky and screamed, and an earth-shattering wolf howl resounded within a radius of 10,000 miles. Then several streamers of light rushed towards this side. The Polar Bear King. It was also a gigantic monster with a height of tens of feet. The whole body is covered with snow-white hair. And as soon as it appeared, the temperature in the entire sky dropped by several degrees. Let everyone around you feel a little cold. It is a strong man in the realm of the Demon King. Soul Eater. The sky suddenly became dark, and everyone looked up in fear and immediately backed away in fright. Because the master in front of him is the frightening beast, Soul Eater. According to legend, it can devour other people's souls and obtain other people's cultivation and memory. The Red Flood Dragon King. On the ground, there was a sudden loud roar. Everyone could only see a long gully that was hundreds of miles long on the ground. Then, the huge creature roared straight into the clouds, came before the crowd. When everyone looked at it, they suddenly discovered that the strange creature in front of them was actually a giant python with a length of hundreds of feet and bloody aura. The upper and lower parts of the body are covered with crimson armor. There is a pair of ferocious horns on the top of the head. I didn't expect so many demon kings to come to the Valley of Beasts this time. Xuekui's face became more and more ugly, looking at the Scarlet Jiao King, Soul Eater, Polar Bear King, and Ziwa Wolf King in front of him. In terms of realm, it has been on par with King Wu on their side. But don't forget, the one facing you is the Demon King. Under the same realm, the fighting power of the Demon King is far superior to that of ordinary martial king powerhouses. 4 against 4, their side has been completely crushed. If you do this, aren't you afraid of the suppression of the Dragon Kingdom government? Xuekui stood up with a cold face, and then stared at Ziwa Wolf King in front of him. It's really funny you guys have the face to say such things. Do you think the Dragon Kingdom government will control you? Don't even think about it. Who are you, and will they control you? If it is other forces, the Longwood government may still take care of it. But you guys know how to do it, but everyone shouts and beats you. Let me think about it. Even if you all die here, not only will the Longwood government not blame us, but they will thank us anyway. Hearing Xuekui's words, Ziwa Wolf King seemed to have heard a big joke. With a look of disbelief, he looked at the Xue in front of him and laughed loudly. The words were full of sarcasm, without any regard for Xinhui's increasingly ugly face. He also didn't think of it. This man of God can be so shameless, can still say this. The great masters around heard Ziwa Wolf King's ridicule, wanted to laugh, but didn't dare to. Almost got sick, because they are just great masters, and Xinhui in front of him is a strong man in the realm of King Wu. It seems that in a short time, it cannot be solved. Ling looked at the group of people coldly, and then went straight into the void. Next, it's none of his business. Moreover, Xue Tian, the president of the Shenhui, is dead, and the imprisonment on him has disappeared. 0. Originally, he was already prepared to purify the blood in his body. Wait until the purity of your bloodline far surpasses Shui Tiandu, and then make a breakthrough. But now Shui Tian is dead. He no longer had this idea, but planned to return directly to the Shenhui and directly break through to the realm of King Wu. Then completely control and master Shenhui. As for the phoenix blood essence he gave to Shui Tiandu, it is naturally true. Only half of it, and the other half is in his hands. And his half-share has been strengthened countless times by him in exchange for talent. The phoenix blood essence in his hand is comparable to the heart and soul of the phoenix. It is far from being comparable to a drop of phoenix blood essence. The current Ling can completely test this drop of phoenix blood essence and transform her physique into a phoenix body. Ling, who had just returned to Shenhui, immediately began to retreat. Even the 3 apprentices on the side were very puzzled. My own master, who has only been there for a few days, returned to the factory so quickly. Where did your son of God go? Shueke dragged his broken body to the gate of Ling's palace. Then looking at Shuer standing at the door, she reached out and lifted him into her hands. Then tightly clenched her snow-white neck and asked. Shuer felt that her breathing became short of breath, and she didn't understand why the great elder in front of her was treating her like this. But he still hesitated and said, Son of God, he is in the closed door. Damn guy, you really want to swallow half of the phoenix's blood essence for yourself. You really have the guts. Equals after hearing Shuer's answer. Shui Kuei smiled coldly, and then threw Shuer aside. Disappeared in place, heading straight for Ling's retreat. If he waited a little longer, the phoenix blood essence might be swallowed by Ling. Just now he fought with the 4 demon kings of Longevity Valley. At the last critical moment, under the desperate protection of the 3 elders of the Shenhui, he finally swallowed the phoenix blood essence. His strength skyrocketed, and he was instantly promoted to the half-step martial emperor realm. Instantly beheaded the 4 demon kings in the Valley of Beasts. But he was also seriously injured. The 3 martial king elders of Shenhui also fell because of this. And after the battle, Shuekue came back to his senses. The phoenix blood essence that I took was obviously only half a portion, and the efficacy of the medicine was much weaker. Only then did he realize that Ling must have done something wrong. So he rushed back to Shenhui nonstop, ready to take back half of the phoenix's blood essence. In this way, he can steadily break through to the realm of Martial Emperor. At that time, even if the Valley of the Beasts realizes that it wants to avenge the 4 demon kings, it still has to weigh whether its own strength is enough. After all, Emperor Wu's strong man is not Chinese cabbage. He is already standing at the top of the world. Soon, Shuekue came to Ling's retreat. It was a huge mountain. In the center of the mountain, there is a cave. It was tightly closed at this time. This is where Ling retreats. Break it! Looking at the closed door in front of her, Aoi couldn't bear it anymore. He directly raised his right hand, facing the door in front of him, and slapped it with his palm, intending to shatter it directly. Then go in and kill Ling. Even the current Ling has already swallowed the phoenix blood essence. He also has a way to extract it. Why? Have you found out? At this moment, Ling's voice suddenly came from behind him. Make him turn around abruptly. Shuei looked at Ling in front of him. Aren't you in a deadlock? I have already broken through. Why bother to retreat? Ling looked at Shuekue in front of him with a look of disdain. Then a terrifying breath spread, causing the surrounding void to become fragmented. What? You are already in the martial king realm. Sensing Ling's sudden burst of terror, Shuekue's face became serious. This breath, even as a half-step martial emperor, he feels suffocated. He backed away abruptly, trying to escape. It's too late for you to run now. Seeing Shuege fleeing frantically and bewildered, Ling stretched out his right hand. When he took it back again, he had already held Shuegue's spiritual body in his hand, and his body was contaminated by phoenix flames. In an instant, it burned cleanly. The so-called half-step martial emperor in front of Ling, the martial king. It seems so vulnerable. This is the horror of the phoenix body plus Wuong realm. How is this possible? How is it possible for you to have a phoenix body? Didn't you just take half of the phoenix blood essence? It's not fair. Looking at the divine aura emanating from Yi Ling's body, Shui Gui's spiritual body felt a little absurd. Obviously, they are both half of the phoenix blood essence. He can only be promoted to half-step martial emperor, and there is no benefit anymore. But Yi Ling in front of him got the legendary Phoenix 3.3 body, possessed the qualifications to become a god. This made him feel that the way of heaven is unfair. The boy who has been taking care of him in front of him seems to be the illegitimate child of Tiandao. There is nothing impossible about this, but you can't see it now. Yi Ling looked at Shui Gui in front of him coldly. Then he threw it directly into his belly. Then chew carefully. After all, it is a spiritual body that is half a step into the realm of the martial emperor. For him, it is also a good tonic. Sure, go and gather all the elders in the hall. I have something to discuss with them. After dealing with Shui Gui, Yi Ling returned directly to his palace. Shuer looked at Yi Ling, who flew back, and said anxiously, "Son of God, the great elder is looking for you. You should run quickly." Judging by his appearance, it doesn't look like a good thing. After finishing speaking, he pushed Yi Ling's body, trying to make him run away quickly. Yi Ling looked at Shuer, who was anxious for herself, and felt warm in her heart. After all, he only came to God for a few days, but Shuer in front of him cared so much about him, which also warmed his heart. Then he said, "I have already killed Shui. Don't worry, go to the other elders and come over." Son of God, don't be joking. Although the great elder is injured, he is still a strong man in the realm of Martial King. How could you be his opponent? Shuer looked at Yi Ling in disbelief. Think he's lying. After all, Shueke is a genuine King Wu strongman, and even a powerful existence who has indulged in the realm of King Wu for hundreds of years. How could he die in the hands of the Son of God? Although the Son of God in front of him is very talented and has a strong fighting power. But it's also impossible. Let's kill the great elder who is in the realm of King Wu with the realm of Grandmaster. I'm already a martial king, so there's nothing to worry about. Yi Ling looked helplessly at Shuer in front of her, and with a tap of her right hand, an image appeared in the void. Inside was the scene of Shuege being killed by himself. Seeing this scene, Shuer was also dumbfounded and watched the whole thing. Then he said with a dazed face, "I'm going right now." Afterwards, Shuer ran out excitedly. She did not expect that the Son of God she served already became a strong martial king. A 16-year-old Wu Wang. What a talent. Above the main hall, all the elders were summoned. Because the great elder, second elder, third elder, fourth elder, including Ertian, have all died completely. There were only 11 elders present. They all looked at the Son of God above with puzzled faces, but they didn't know what to say. Because the Shensi in front of him exuded an aura that terrified them, making them afraid to say more. And when the last elder arrived, Yi Ling said slowly, "From now on, the Shunhui will be renamed Wuming." His words are full of doubts, and because he hated the name Shunhui, he changed it to Wuming. Rename? Son of God. Where did the president go? Why did you change the name of Shunhui to Wuming? Elder Wu Wu, as the most experienced existence in the field. He stood up directly, frowned at Yi Ling, and asked, "The president, the great elder, the second elder, the third elder, and the fourth elder all died at the hands of the Valley of Beasts. So now I will take the place of the president. You may have any objections." Yi Ling looked at the elders below. A terrifying aura spread, pressing downwards. King Wu. Feeling this terrifying aura, the dozen or so elders were all dumbfounded, with disbelief on their faces. Then he stared at Yi Ling in front of him. He never imagined that the Yi Ling in front of him already possessed the strength of a strong man in the realm of Martial King. I heard that he is only 16. Then, you look at me, I look at you. I was speechless for a long time. After all, they have cultivated for hundreds of years, and they are only in the realm of great masters. Unable to break through to King Wu, the Yi Ling in front of him, at the age of 16, has already broken through the realm of King Wu. This terrifying gap made them feel like they were living in the dog's belly. From now on, our Wooming League will not allow the random killing of innocent people. Once I find out, I will directly kill anything that is harmful to the country and the people. For 980, I will set up a practice team to manage this matter. I hope everyone will take care of themselves and take care of their own subordinates. In order to avoid that when the time comes, it will be difficult for the family to do well. After speaking, Ling left. He has other means to restrain these elders below. Even if they disagree, there is no other way. What to do? The remaining elders, after seeing Ling leave, finally began to discuss. I think it's good. Anyway, I don't care about fighting and killing, and practicing hard is the right way. Why? I think it's not bad. Shenzi is already in the realm of King Wu. He will definitely become Emperor Wu in the future. Once he becomes the martial emperor, our martial league will definitely walk out of the bloody world. At that time, it would not be good if it was called Shunhui, which everyone shouted. Agreed. 1 inch. Reconsideration. In the palace of the Son of God, Ling was taking out his own spiritual stove and then putting medicinal ingredients into it and brewing them carefully. Ling is used to living here, so she has no plans to move to the temple. And with the addition of blindly medicinal materials, a very strong aroma permeated the air. Afterwards, Ling cut his right hand and dripped drops of blood into it. Seeing this scene, Shuer next to her was a little puzzled and quickly asked, Son of God, what are you planning to practice? She had never seen such a way of refining pills with her own blood. Blood vein pill, an elixir made from my blood, is just right for those who can control the Shenhui. Ling thought about it, but he didn't intend to hide it, but said it directly. Why control them? Shuer was stunned. As an aborigine in the Scarlet World, she actually didn't know that God would be baptized by blood. Therefore, I don't quite understand Ling's actions. No way, I don't trust them very much. After taking this blood pill, I managed it better. In this way, there will be no chaos. Moreover, not everyone is qualified to take my blood pill. Ling smiled coldly. He is not at ease at all, these so-called elders. However, after they took the blood pill, they had to obey their own arrangement. What's more, not everyone is qualified to take this blood pill. There is part of his phoenix blood in it. As long as you take it, your strength will advance by leaps and bounds and reach a higher level. Soon, more than a dozen blood pills were refined by Ling. Then, put them into exquisite jade boxes. Shui, you give these pills to those elders. I told them that after taking this, they can continue to stay in the Wooming. If you don't want to, you can leave on your own. Then what if the elders really leave? Cher hesitated a little. Among those elders, although there is no strong person in the realm of King Wu. However, he is also a strong man in the realm of a great master. If they are all gone, the Wooming, which has just undergone a change of dynasty, will be broken, and it will go directly from the first-rate power to the bottom-end third-rate. They won't, as long as one of them takes one, the others won't think about leaving. Ling said very confidently. All right, Son of God, I'll go first. After Shuer finished speaking, she took the dozen or so jade boxes and disappeared in place. What? You want me to take this pill? Seeing the jade box that Snowman handed over to him, Fifth Elder Shui Yuan's expression changed suddenly, and then he looked at Shuer in front of him with dissatisfaction. Shuer was also frightened by this angry expression, but she still bit the bullet and said, Son of God said, as long as you have seen this elixir, you will definitely take it. Oh, I don't believe it, show me. After all, Yuan directly took the protagonist from Shui Er's hands, then opened it and saw the blood-red pill inside. Suddenly, a strong desire emanated from his body. He wanted to swallow the pill in front of him. How is this going? Feeling the strange attraction in his body, Yuan also frowned. Then, he seemed to want to understand something. Without the slightest hesitation, he swallowed the blood pill in front of him in one gulp. Shortly thereafter, a terrifying force erupted from his body. The terrifying aura swept up and rushed straight into the sky, so that there is not a cloud in the sky for 300 miles. After absorbing a trace of crazy blood, Xuyun broke through to the realm of Martial King in an instant. He broke the shackles that had bound him for hundreds of years and became the new King Wu. At this moment, At the same time, he bound himself to Yi Ling's chariot. But in this way, thousands of years of life can be exchanged, and he feels that he has made a lot of money. Wu Wang. Good deed. Feeling this powerful aura, Shui finally understood. Why did Yi Ling say that the elders in front of him would eagerly take this elixir after they obtained it? It turned out that the elixir given by Yi Ling actually possessed such a powerful ability. She couldn't help but swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He looked at Yu Wu in his space ring. She couldn't help it a little and wanted to take it by herself. But then she restrained her desire. Because this is the task entrusted to her by the Son of God, she can't do it alone. So suppressing his own desire, he moved his eyes away from the space ring. Do you still have this pill? Feeling the unprecedented power and aura in his body, Xun instantly felt himself swell to the extreme. Then he looked at Schwer in front of him with burning eyes. Want to get more pills? In this way, you can completely stabilize your own realm. Climb to higher ground. He naturally understood that after taking this ammunition, it meant dedicating his life to Yi Ling. But to be able to exchange for the strength of a martial king realm, for him, it is like a dream. Yes, but the rest is not for you. Schwer looked nervously at Xun in front of her, for fear that he would attack her. Forget it. Since that's the case, you should leave quickly. I'm afraid you can't help it. You won't be able to leave. Shui Yuan forcibly suppressed the greed in his heart. Then he walked back to his room and closed the door tightly. Because he was really afraid of himself, he accidentally killed Schwer in front of him. But in the end, he may not be able to bear Yi Ling's revenge and die in the hands of the other party. Because he has learned but how to die. I also learned how Shuetian died. He even knew that before Shui Gui came back, he had already killed 4 demon kings from Longevity Valley. But even so, Yi Ling didn't even block a blow and died in his hands. That was a half-step martial emperor who couldn't even withstand Yi Ling's blow and died. But the fact is like this, so he didn't dare to offend Yi Ling. Yes. I'm leaving now, Schwer said quickly, then quickly disappeared. Because she was also really afraid that if she didn't leave, she wouldn't be able to leave. It seems that we, a group of old fellows, are going to be firmly tied to his army. Seeing Schwer going away, Shui Gui couldn't help showing a wry smile. With this bloodline pill, Hicho couldn't control Nuada's martial league. Once these elders are under control, the remaining disciples will naturally not be able to turn any waves. Soon, Schwer sent out all the 13 jade boxes in her hand. Among the remaining 13 elders, 7 have successfully broken through to the realm of King Wu. Although the remaining 6 did not break through to martial kings, they also reached the peak of grandmasters. Only one step away, you can break through to King Wu. Now the martial kings in the entire Xinhui have far surpassed when the Blood Sky was there. It can be said that the strength has taken a step forward. What's more, the current Wuming still has Yi Ling, a supernatural being. Future achievements are unimaginable and limitless. Schwer, do you know where the secrets of Xinhui are hidden? Yi Ling looked at Schwer, who came back, and then asked directly. Every Ajaf, powerful force must have a foundation. It is to prevent the forces from being destructively attacked one day. It is also a force, the last straw. And Xinhui naturally has a background. Yi Ling didn't know where it was. He thought Cher should know. After all, the other party has been here for a short time. It seems to be in a tunnel below the temple, and usually only the president is qualified to enter it. After all, only his blood can unlock the so-called background. Son of God, why are you asking this? Cher thought for a while and responded. In fact, this background is not a big secret. Many people know. For the existence of the outside world, it is also a warning. I'm just asking out of curiosity, Yi Ling said with a smile. If there's nothing else to do, son of God, I'll go down and prepare dinner for you first. Schwer looked at the time and then said, Okay, then you go. Yi Ling also did not correct the other party's address to herself. After all, Shinzi was already used to it. Didn't bother about it too much. Schwer likes to call it whatever she wants, so she can call it whatever she wants. Soon, Yi Ling came to the temple. Do you know where the entrance to the tunnel is? Yi Ling looked at the guards beside him curiously. They have been staying in this temple. You should know where this intersection is. Leader, this authentic intersection is just behind the throne. Just take a look and you'll know. The moment they saw Yi Ling coming, the two guards said immediately, "Okay." Yi Ling nodded, and then went directly to the throne above the temple. Is this the so-called authentic? Looking at the tunnel in front of him, Yi Ling fell into deep thought. Then keep clicking. The authentic door slowly opened. White mist floated out of it. A piercing cold air rushed towards him, making him feel a bone-chilling coolness. Out! Seeing the bone-piercing cold air, Yi Ling thought. Directly used the Qiang Ju that had just been strengthened. Since Luyang Ju was strengthened to rank 5, it became Qiang Ju. Not only has its power increased greatly, but its appearance has also undergone a huge change. It was originally a round of scorching sun, but now it has turned into a red-gold golden crow. It exudes a mysterious atmosphere that makes people dare not look directly at it. And following Yi Ling's order, a golden crow gushed out from Yi Ling's body, appeared in front of him, and then flew around his body. The scorching light shone on his whole body because he got rid of all the cold air. Afterwards, Yi Ling walked into the tunnel. Oncoming is the more terrifying low temperature. But now Yi Ling has the golden crow body protector. Did not feel any trace of cold. Then he walked down the stairs slowly. The further you go down, the lower the temperature will be. Thinking of this, Yi Ling summoned a golden crow again. In this way, the two golden crows were able to barely get rid of the bone-piercing cold air. Then the further down, the lower the temperature. Yi Ling summoned the third golden crow and the fourth sheng again, until the sixth golden crow was summoned. Yi Ling finally arrived at the final destination slowly. That is where the foundation of the Divine Society lies. It was a palace completely made of ice. At the very end of the palace, Yi Ling saw a coffin made of ice crystals. A thin, skinny old man was lying in the crystal coffin at this moment, with no trace of blood in his body. If it weren't for the illusory eyes he possesses, it would be difficult for Yi Ling to see that the existence in front of him is just in a state of suspended animation. There is a trace left. Moreover, in this mutilated body, there is a magical power blocked out. If opened, it will be earth-shattering. The horror of this power far exceeded Yi Ling's imagination. This should belong to the strength of the martial emperor. However, it exists in the coffin in front of you. Not daring to reveal a trace of breath, and not daring to open this ice coffin. Because the bloody world in front of me is a 5th-rank secret realm. Once he reveals his true strength, he will be beheaded directly by the rules of heaven in the Scarlet World. However, this ice hall is also a rare treasure. It was actually able to completely cover up the aura of the martial emperor powerhouse. Not to be noticed by heaven. Stay there honestly. Afterwards, with a wave of Yi Ling's hand, he put it into the infinite backpack, completely suppressing it. Now, Yi Ling has no worries at all. After all, in his infinite backpack, there is an existence that can freeze even time. 0. Seeking flowers. The incomplete martial emperor in front of him entered it. As long as he didn't have Yi Ling's permission, he would never be able to escape. Everything about him was frozen in the second before being put into the backpack by Yi Ling, including thoughts, time, everything was completely frozen in that moment. No matter how long the outside world passes, for him, it is just a blink of an eye. After dealing with this matter, Yi Ling was completely relieved. Don't worry, this so-called background will bite me back when the time comes. 0. After finishing her work, Yi Ling returned to her room. Soon after the food was cooked, Schwer brought the food up. Looking at Yi Ling with a sad face, he immediately asked with concern, "Son of God, what are you thinking? You look very unhappy." "I was thinking, should I go to Xuanwu Academy as a student?" Yi Ling said to Schwer helplessly. He is now a strong man in the realm of King Wu. For him, it doesn't seem to make much sense to go to Xinwu Academy or not. What's more, he no longer needs the so-called Xuanwu blood essence. He can still tell the difference between holy beasts and divine beasts. With the phoenix blood in his body, he definitely couldn't contain the so-called Xuanwu essence blood. "Son of God, I think you should go. After all, there are many powerful secret realms that can only be encountered in those universities. Only in this way can you achieve better development. Shuer thought for a while, and then said people. 2. Yiling thought carefully about what Shuer said. I don't think there is anything wrong with what she said. Nodded agreed. Then he decided to go to Xuanwu Academy. But there is no rush now. After all, there are still about 20 days until the start of the Xuanwu Academy. But now his strength has improved too fast, and he also wants to calm down his own strength. And now that he is a strong man in the realm of King Wu, he can also find out the reason why his parents disappeared at that time. It's just that Ling didn't expect that within a few days, he knew the news about his parents. 367. Are you really sure that my parents are not dead? Ling looked at Xuan in front of him in astonishment. Listened to his report. A throbbing gushed out from the depths of his heart, making him look at the blood source in front of him in disbelief. He knew that this was caused by the residual memory in his body. But he has no choice. After all, he is not the original owner of this body. After learning that his parents hadn't died, the original memory resurfaced, making his emotions fluctuate like this for the first time. Report to the Lord. I have indeed found out about your parents. Shu Yuan said solemnly again. Ling calmed down his emotions, then sat down on the throne and asked, Tell me, how did you find out? Seeing that Ling had calmed down, Shu Yuan said slowly, I will follow the tips you gave and then go to find them. Unexpectedly, in that secret realm, a magic weapon that can record images was discovered. It just happened to record everything that happened to your parents completely. And we've recognized it. The existence that took your parents away is very likely to be the Titans of the Longevity Valley. Is it the Valley of Beasts? Ling thought before that her parents disappeared, which was related to the Valley of Beasts. But until now, he was really sure. What happened in the sky over Anqing City back then was also a Beast King who came to the Valley of Beasts to save him. Otherwise, I would have died at that time. That, too, reminded him of something that wasn't quite right. Why did the Beast King help a human being whom he had never seen before? Now it seems that it should be the reason of his parents. It seems that his parents should be relatively safe. Otherwise, he would not have found a Demon King to help him. And the source of all this points to the Valley of Beasts. In that case, I'll go there. Ling muttered to himself. Now only Ling can go to the Valley of Beasts himself to fully understand these things. While their parents built in, I haven't sent a message to myself for more than 10 years. Then he looked at the blood source below. Then he said with a smile, The next woman will be taken care of by you. If you manage well, there will be benefits that you can't imagine. After all, the bloodline pill you are taking only contains 1/10,000th of my bloodline power. When the time comes, I don't mind giving you the second one. Follow the leader's order, and I will definitely manage the wombing well. After hearing Ling's words, Xun's breathing became short, and his eyes were full of greed. If it wasn't for him not being able to beat Ling in front of him, I can't wait to refine Ling into a blood pill now. But now Ling has given him a promise. As long as he does a good job, Ling in front of him will definitely fulfill his promise. He was already addicted to the joy of quickly improving his strength. And after taking Ling's blood pill, he could feel that his talent had been multiplied several times. The originally stagnant realm is also improving rapidly at this time. Otherwise, he would not have broken through to the realm of King Wu. Looking at the greed in Shu Yuan's eyes, Ling knew that his goal had been achieved. As long as these guys in front of them want to break through to a higher level, they must rely on themselves. My own blood pill not only enhances their talents, but also a shortcut to break through to a higher level. Once they enjoy the joy and fun of it, they will be completely addicted to it, and they will never be able to extricate themselves, and they will be under his control from generation to generation. But for people like 2.5 who no longer have any potential, Ling's actions undoubtedly gave them a glimmer of hope. Therefore, they will not reject Ling's method. Even 10 points of approval. Entrust everything in the Martial League to the current Great Elder Blood Origin Empress. Ling returned to his palace. He carefully taught his 3 apprentices and asked them to practice well. After that, he hurriedly left the Scarlet World. Go to the secret realm of the Valley of Beasts. See if you can find your parents. For Yi Ling, finding her parents is already an obsession. Even though the soul of the original owner has dissipated, this obsession still exists. It made Yi Ling unable to completely control this body. Only at the moment when he finds his parents will this obsession completely disappear. Only then can he completely control this body. Soon, after settling down, Yi Mai was ready to go. I have to say, Yi Ling is quite busy. It seems that I haven't rested much. Longevity Valley is actually a 6th-rank secret realm. Among them, the highest can accommodate the strong in the realm of the Demon Emperor. However, he has never heard that there are strong men in the realm of the Demon Emperor haunting the Valley of 10,000 Beasts. On the human side, there are very few strong people in the realm of the Martial Emperor. It seems that the existence of this level has disappeared inexplicably. Puzzling. But wait until Yi Ling reaches the realm of Emperor Wu. He will naturally know what happened. However, the current Emperor Wu is still very early for Yi Ling. From that video, Yi Ling learned that her parents were taken away by a giant titan. In other words, he only needs to go to the Valley of Beasts. You will be able to find this race, and you will be able to find information about your parents. Please stay still. In the void, a middle-aged man moved quickly in the void. Soon, he came in front of Yi Ling, blocked his way, and said with a very humble attitude. Yi Ling stopped, then frowned and looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. In his only remaining memory, he did not find the memory of the man in front of him, so he could only say, I don't seem to know you. What's the matter? Mr. Yi Ling, I am Zhao Qianming, the director of the official martial arts bureau of the Dragon Kingdom, and I hope to have a good talk with you. Seeing Yi Ling stop, the middle-aged man also took a deep breath, swallowed his saliva, and then spoke. Budo Bureau. Yi Ling was taken aback for a moment, but he didn't expect that the middle-aged man in front of him was actually from the Dragon Kingdom official. Thinking of this, Yi Ling's complexion also improved a lot. He didn't want to fight against the official people of the Dragon Kingdom. After all, since he was a child, his parents died, and he survived only by the government's relief. But Yi Ling didn't know what Zhao Qianming in front of him was looking for. Then Yi Ling thought of something and said with a smile, You came here for God. You already know, sir, but we say it anyway. With your talents, you should not go to such a dirty place as God's meeting. If you are willing, our martial arts bureau is willing to invite the Martial Emperor to cleanse your blood. In this way, you can get rid of the control of the God Council. So, what do you think? The middle-aged man did not hesitate at all, and then continued to speak. They have investigated Yi Ling's information from beginning to end. Facing such a young genius, it is impossible for them to let him fall into Xin Hui's hands and finally become Xin Hui's minions. Oh, you guys were able to break the control of Xin Hui's bloodline? Yi Ling was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the officials already knew that God would use blood to control his subordinates. What's more, he didn't expect that the Dragon Kingdom officials not only knew, but also mastered the method of breaking it, which surprised him a little. The man in the middle nodded, with the pride of sunshine. This is natural. We have a powerful martial emperor realm, a true 5th-rank alchemy master. The Paer Dan he refined can get rid of all negative effects and clean up the blood in your body. Unfortunately, it's already a step too late. Yi Ling shook his head and laughed uncontrollably. The 130-year-old man frowned when he heard Yi Ling's words. Sir, where did you come from? Yi Ling laughed. Shen Hui is already under my control, and it has been renamed Wuming. Moreover, Xue Tian is dead, and his bloodline can't suppress me in any way. So, there is no need to break it. The middle-aged man said hastily. But the great elder of Shenhui, Xue, has disappeared. Didn't he return to Shenhui? At the entrance of the Sea of Bitterness secret realm, Xue, the great elder of the Shenhui, under the protection of the other 3 elders, successfully took the blood essence of the phoenix, finally broke through to the half-step martial emperor realm, instantly beheaded the 4 demon kings in the Valley of Beasts. The momentum was so great that it shocked the entire Dragon Kingdom. Even other countries in the world are trembling, because there is very little news of the fall of such a great martial king and demon king. If the great elder of the Shenhui, Shui Gui, had not returned to the Shenhui, then where should he go? Could it be that he hid and continued to stabilize his realm? At that time, he might be able to break through to the martial emperor realm. At that time, it will be a huge disaster for the entire Dragon Kingdom, because the martial emperor realm is strong enough to destroy the entire Blue Star. At that time, Shuigui will have the qualifications to talk to the Dragon Kingdom government. For the entire Dragon Kingdom, it is a bad news. Come back, but he has died in my hands. Yi Ling didn't intend to hide it, but spoke directly. When Zhao Qianming heard Yi Ling's explanation, his first reaction was to not believe it. No matter how severely injured Shuigui was, he was still a strong man in the half-step martial emperor realm. Otherwise, it would be impossible to instantly kill 4 demon kings from the Valley of Beasts. His information on Yi Ling still stays above the level of the great master of the other party. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Ling in front of him has broken through to the realm of King Wu. Looking at Yi Ling with a frown, he said, "Mr. Yi Ling, you must stop making such jokes. It's not funny at all. That Shuigui is insidious and cunning, and does many evils. Even Shui Tiandu is not as good as 1/10 of his. Nearly 80% of the anti-human incidents that God will carry out are from his hands. If it is true, it will be an absolute disaster for our Dragon Kingdom government to let him break through to the realm of Emperor Wu." Seeing Zhao Qianming's serious face in front of him, Yi Ling smiled helplessly. Fortunately, he had already foreseen the occurrence of this kind of thing in advance. Record everything that happened during that period in advance. Then with a finger, an image emerged out of thin air. He said helplessly, "You can see it when you look at it." Afterwards, Zhao Ganming watched the video completely. Immediately, a look of shock and disbelief appeared on his face. He never expected that the mighty Shuigui would actually die in Yi Ling's hands. "Have you broken through to the Martial King realm?" Zhao Ganming, who had been watching Shuigui silently, was surprised to find Yi Ling in the image until the end. Behind him, pieces of broken rules appeared. Zhao Ganming, who was at the same level, recognized it at a glance. This was the sign of a strong King Wu. The warrior fights to boil his blood. The martial artist absorbs dark energy, and the energy can come out through the body. Grandmaster, the artistic conception of martial arts. Great Master, the artistic conception of martial arts is substantive. King Wu, with the materialized conception of martial arts, comprehends his own rules. Form pieces of broken rules wrapped around him. Emperor Wu, a complete iron chain of rules and order. Yi Ling nodded without denying it. Zhao Ganming heard Yi Ling admit that he had advanced to the realm of King Wu. The expression on his face also froze slightly. It never occurred to him that the young man in front of him had really advanced to the realm of King Wu. And from the information he knew, the boy in front of him seemed to be only 16 years old. A 16-year-old Wu Wang. To be honest, he didn't really believe it, but it just happened to appear in front of him. And those broken pieces of rules are impossible to lie to. That is a unique symbol only for those who are strong in the realm of King Wu. When pieces of broken regular fragments form one piece, a complete rule will be formed, which is the day of becoming the martial emperor. At this time, Zhao Qianming suddenly thought of what Yi Ling said, and he had already controlled the entire Shenhui, and renamed it Wuming, but he was still worried. But he was afraid that what he said next would make Yi Ling in front of him furious, because he was not sure whether he, King Wu, would be Yi Ling's opponent. The opponent, but the existence that can instantly kill the half-step martial emperor. I was afraid that I would offend him. After all, he didn't understand Yi Ling's temper. So he tentatively asked, "Mr. Yi, are you sure you can control the Wuming? What if they do those evil things again?" After hearing what Zhao Ganming said, Yi Ling knew that the other party didn't believe in him very much. After pondering for a while, then Denoa Zhao said, "You can send people in the Wuming to watch at any time. At that time, if there is something wrong, you can point it out at any time." This, Zhao Qianming didn't expect that Yi Mei Guanren offered to let people from the Martial Arts Bureau monitor him. Make him a little confused. It's okay, with my management, the Wuming can't mess with C, Yi Ling said confidently. He dared to take the initiative and let the people from the Martial Arts Bureau monitor it. Naturally, there is absolute certainty to control that person. After all, the means he has are endless. It is not ordinary people who can resist the huge temptation of just a blood pill. Since Mr. Yi Ling, you are so generous. Then, on behalf of me, our Martial Arts Bureau has made a decision. That is to send a subordinate to your Wuming. Observe you for half a year. If within half a year we didn't find anything, then we will withdraw the monitoring of our Budo Bureau. How do you like this? Zhao Qianming pondered for a while, and then said his own solution. Then he looked at Yi Ling, ready to listen to his opinion. I agree with your plan. Yi Ling nodded and agreed. Anyway, it's only half a year. Moreover, Shui Gui is the one who likes to fight and kill the most. But now that Shui Gui was dead, he had nothing to worry about. As long as Shui Yuan can properly control his subordinates. Don't make any more blood sacrifice incidents that shock the inside and outside. That's all. Not to mention the resources of the Scarlet World. It is enough to feed the entire Wuming. Afterwards, 387 Yi Ling handed over his contact information to Zhao Qianming in front of him. By the way, Mr. Yi Ling, is this going to the Valley of Beasts? Zhao Ganming looked at Yi Ling very curiously. I don't know why he left Wuming and came here. And not far ahead is the 6th grade secret realm, the Valley of Beasts. I'm going to the Valley of Beasts. I have something to do. Yi Ling didn't want to reveal his real purpose, but prevaricated. And Zhao Qianming also realized that Yi Ling in front of him didn't want to talk about this matter with him. So he also consciously jumped over it. Then he bowed and said, Mr. has something to do, so I won't bother you anymore, but you still have to be more careful, sir. Although this Valley of Beasts seems to be incompatible with us humans. But there are also many monsters who have hatred with the Monster King and humans. Thanks for letting me know. I'll keep an eye on it. Yi Ling returned the gift. There will be a period after that. Zhao Qianming cupped his hands in a salute. Yi Ling, there will be a period later. Afterwards, the two looked at each other and left separately. Valley of Beasts. Looking at the huge valley in front of him, Yi Ling heaved a sigh of relief and then rushed in. No matter what exists in front of him, no matter how ferocious monsters there are, it can't stop his determination to find out the truth about his parents. Yi Ling has just entered the Valley of Beasts. What comes into view is an endless mountain range, and Yi Ling was at an altitude of 10,000 meters. And when he saw the mountains below, he also showed a bit of dignity. Even with just one glance, he could feel several powerful auras of the Demon King. It can be seen that there are not a few Demon Kings in these 6th-rank secret realms. It's no wonder that the Valley of Beasts looks down on Shun Hui so much. Such a terrifying number of Demon Kings. If it weren't for the suppression by the Dragon Kingdom government, the entire Blue Star would have been turned upside down. This is also one of the most powerful rifts. Human, who allowed you to enter the Valley of Beasts. Just when Yi Ling was lamenting how many Demon Kings there were below, the huge black shadow that covered the sky and the sun quickly struck here. The moment it approached Yi Ling, its figure shrunk rapidly, transforming into an old man. With a gloomy face, he looked at Yi Ling in front of him very unkindly, as if he was dissatisfied with why the other party appeared here. Who are you? Yi Ling frowned, looking at the old man in front of him. A monster capable of transforming into a human form, at least at the Demon King level. He didn't expect to attract the attention of the Demon King just after he came in. I ask you, why did you appear in the Valley of Beasts? The old man didn't answer Yi Ling, but repeated his own question. He already had a killing intent towards Yi Ling in front of him, because he could also perceive that the young man in front of him contained a terrifying power star in his body. Even he doesn't have the confidence to subdue the opponent. Therefore, he was very puzzled. What purpose did this young boy have? And why did he appear here? I'm here to find the Titans, Yi Ling just said indifferently. It's just what Yi Ling didn't expect. The old man in front of him changed his face suddenly when he heard about the Titans. The originally gloomy face was also full of murderous intent at this time, as if he might strike at any time. Who told you about the Titans? Endless black feathers slowly appeared behind the old man. It exudes a chilly air, as if it might shoot out at any time. The old man's tone became more and more cold, as if the Titans were four words that could not be mentioned in his eyes. Question mark. Seeing the old man's reaction, Ling also realized that something was wrong. The whole body is full of momentum, ready to go, and is fully prepared. Let me ask you, where did you hear about the family of Titans? The old man's voice sounded again. The killing intent contained in it was revealed without any concealment. A pair of pitch-black eyes stared at Ling intently. Why do you like to repeat a sentence so much? Are you out of your mind? Ling frowned, looking at the old man in front of him. I really feel that the other party has some serious illness in his head. Why do I always like to repeat a sentence? The old man glanced at the knight in front of him and finally sighed softly. Forget it, since you know the Titan clan. That must have something to do with those guys. If so, go to hell. After saying that, behind it, the endless flying feathers. He just turned around and stared at Ling in front of him with the tip of his tail. With one of his dead words blurted out. The flying feathers all over the sky slanted towards Ling like a violent storm. There was a whistling sound in the air. There's no need for that, Ling pointed out. The water element between heaven and earth condensed in his palm, and then turned into a water curtain in front of his eyes. After those flying feathers fell into the water curtain, they made a puffing sound as if they had fallen into the water, and then disappeared. It was actually melted directly by this water curtain. The king of martial arts. At this moment, the old man finally confirmed it. The young man in front of him is actually the martial king among human beings. And it's the kind with a very high realm. Generally speaking, if you have just entered the realm of King Wu, it is impossible to use the power of rules so familiarly. The young man in front of him is able to use the water element so skillfully. Obviously, he has been immersed in the realm of King Wu for a long time. This made it involuntarily give birth to a trace of caution. Afterwards, all the black feathers behind him were removed, because he knew that this kind of attack would not be able to cause any harm to the boy in front of him. Ling frowned as he looked at Fiyu, who had been removed. Looking at the old man in front of him coldly, he said, "If you don't agree with what you said, just do it. It doesn't seem to be in line with the rules." Rules? You are a human and ran to the territory of monsters. What rules are you talking about with me? Under your human laws, breaking into someone else's home is also illegal. I now cast you out of my home. It doesn't seem like it's against the law. The old man looked at Ling in front of him coldly and said with a sneer. Ling was too lazy to talk to the old man in front of him, but asked about the Titans once again. I advise you to listen to this matter. Before I get angry, you should get out quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. The old man fixed his eyes on Ling. Because of the other side's sentence of Titan clan, the murderous intent broke out again. But unfortunately, he could sense that I am not the opponent of this boy in front of me. In other words, once they fight, it is very likely that both sides will suffer. So it didn't dare to fight Ling in front of it. If the time comes, it would be bad if both sides suffer from a fight. In the Valley of Beasts, the consequences for an injured demon king are too heavy. If he was seriously injured, it would be very difficult to survive in this Valley of Beasts. After all, the relationship between each demon king is not very harmonious. So don't fight if you can't fight. At this time, Ling had indeed lost his temper and looked at the old man in front of him with disdain. He sneered and said, I'd like to see if you have the ability to let me quit. You! The old man was completely enraged by Ling's words. Bursts of black mist emerged from his body, then turned into a bewildered giant. It turned out to be an eagle covered with jet black feathers. When the wingspan spreads out, it is hundreds of feet wide. A pair of lantern-sized pupils stared fixedly at Ling in front of him. Then it turned out to be swooping towards Ling. But when he was about to reach Ling, he suddenly made a sharp turn and quickly lost in the distance. Is this running away? Ling looked at the old man who was getting further and further away, gradually disappearing from his field of vision. Also can't help frowning. He didn't expect the Demon King to be so aggressive. After turning around, it disappeared. It made him very helpless. But he also confirmed a message. That is the Titan family, as if in this valley of beasts, it is a taboo existence. Otherwise, he would not have mentioned the Titans. The old man would burst out with such monstrous killing intent, as if he was deliberately trying to hide something. Afterwards, Ling also wanted to understand, why did I attract the Demon King's attention so easily? The aura unintentionally exuded from him was too powerful. The breakthrough of the realm is too fast, and it is still unable to cover up his aura perfectly. Coupled with the identity of human beings, there is an obvious surprise with monsters. Therefore, he will be discovered immediately, and he is standing above the 10,000-meter altitude, so it is easier to become the target of others. It seems that I have to change my identity. Ling looked at his body. Then it changed in a blink of an eye, and became the old 210 person before. Even the breath is exactly the same. Afterwards, Ling flew down with a smirk on his face. With the identity of this old man, he can act better. Found it. Ling used his mental strength to casually glance down. With a flash in front of his eyes, he found a target and then rushed in that direction. Ghost G, what are you doing here with me? Just when Ling was about to reach his destination, a terrifying mental force has enveloped him. Then an old voice sounded in Ling's mind. The owner of this voice is a towering giant tree. It is as high as hundreds of feet, covered with green branches and leaves, and is perfectly round. From a distance, it looks like a huge canopy. Its root system is densely covered, penetrating thousands of meters deep into the ground, covering hundreds of miles. It can be said that the trees within a radius of 100 miles are all his descendants. What it is most proud of is its terrifying spiritual power. But it is very puzzled by Ling's arrival, although they know each other. But the relationship between them is not so friendly. I want to know about the news of the Titan family. Do you know where it is? Ling's voice sounded, trying to imitate the old man's indifferent tone. The Titans right here? The voice was talking but suddenly stopped. Afterwards, violent fluctuations emanated from the mental power. Then said, "You're not that guy, say. Who the hell are you?" "I'm the Ghost Collection." Ling still didn't want to admit it, but continued to speak. "Want to get away with it. Don't try to lie to me again." The news of the Titan family was originally spread among the Demon Kings. As the Demon King, how could you not know? Unless you are not him at all. And as a king, you don't know what's going on between the Demon Kings. You are human. Old man, you know too much. Seeing that she was exposed, Ling couldn't pretend anymore. Moreover, he doesn't like this body very much. He quickly recovered his true body. From the giant tree in the sky, an illusory figure appeared. Looking at Ling in front of him, he said, "Humans, you'd better get out of here quickly. No matter how late it is, I'm afraid you won't be able to get out of here." "Is it because of the Titan family?" Ling asked back. He stared at the phantom figure in front of him with scorching eyes. He knew that it was the spiritual body of the other party. "I advise you not to inquire about the matter of the Titans, and leave quickly, Otherwise, when other Demon Kings find out, you won't be able to leave." Songwoo looked at Ling indifferently. As a plant monster, it doesn't have that much hatred for humans. Therefore, there is no plan to make a move. Ling looked at Songwoo, who was about to leave, that is, the spiritual body in front of him. He said, "Please stay still, if you are willing to tell me about this matter. I have a great gift." "Oh, tell me what kind of gift is there?" Songwoo stopped and looked back at Ling in front of him. There was a hint of interest, wondering what kind of gift Ling could give. "I see that your spiritual body is about to turn into reality, but still missing the last step. Here I have a soul-fixing pill that can improve spiritual power. As long as you are willing to tell me the news of the Titan family, I will give it to you. What do you think?" Seeing Kangwoo turn around, Ling smiled and took out a pill from his 1.7 infinite backpack and put it in his hand. Solid soul pill. When Songwoo saw the soul-fixing pill in Ling's hand, there was a trace of greed in Aoi's eyes that were originally Wubwa. As a plant monster, the difficulty of cultivation can be imagined. It is Chu Kaji who can become a strong man in the realm of the Demon King. As plant monsters, they're huge bodies. It is their best protection, and it is also a kind of bondage. But it doesn't want to get out of this damn bondage all the time. Soar through the world. Therefore, cultivating spiritual power has become the best choice for the plant Demon King. Song Wu has practiced for nearly 1,000 years before he reached such a state. And this last step, which completely turned the spiritual power into reality, has stuck it for hundreds of years. It saw the solid soul pill in Yi Ling's hand. I can no longer take care of anything else. I just want to get the soul-fixing pill in front of me. Then swallow it as soon as possible. Completely solidify your spiritual power, and then get rid of this damn bondage. He has always had a dream, that is to go to the human world to see for himself. Take a look at how the human race, who is the leader of all spirits, survives. Although in the mouths of some monsters, some images of human society have also been obtained. But he never saw it with his own eyes, and he always felt that something was missing. Come with me. Thinking of this, Song Wu could no longer bear the throbbing in 09's heart. But it also knows that this is not a good place to chat. It is easy to be discovered by other demon kings. After all, the human in front of him has recovered his body. King Wu's aura is too strong, and it is easy to attract the attention of other demon kings. But it was also very surprised that the aura unintentionally exuded by the boy in front of him was so powerful. Yi Ling nodded, and then followed. He is not afraid of what Kang Wu in front of him can do to himself. As long as the opponent is not the existence of the Demon Emperor realm, he has absolute confidence that he can fight against one or two, and he can escape no matter how bad it is. Soon, Yi Ling followed Song Wu to the giant tree. Then a void portal slowly opened. Please come in. Song Wu stayed for a while, and then made a gesture of please. Yi Ling didn't refuse either, and walked in swaggeringly. This small world is not bad. As soon as Yi Ling entered the portal, he found himself in another small world. As soon as his mental power is released, he will completely live everything around him in his mind. But in the small world, although the sparrow is small, it has all internal organs. There are all kinds of ecological environments, and the temperature is suitable, and the birds are singing, and the flowers are fragrant. There are also many strange creatures that have never been seen in the outside world. This made him sigh involuntarily. Ha ha, this is just a little supernatural power of mine. In fact, it is just an ordinary space. What you see is just an illusion constructed by me with my spiritual power. After hearing Yi Ling's praise of his masterpiece, Song Wu couldn't help showing a smug smile. Finally, it beckoned, and a table and 2 chairs appeared in front of him. He gestured, please sit down. Yi Ling didn't show any modesty either, and just sat on it. Then he looked at Song Wu in front of him and said, now you can talk about the Titans. Song Wu pondered for a while, then cleared his mind. Then, after sighing, Wei Wei said, do you know why there are so many demon kings in the Valley of 10,000 Beasts? Yi Ling shook his head. I don't really know. But what does this have to do with the Titans? Song Wu took a deep look at Yi Ling. The reason why there are so many demon kings is because of the blood of the Titans. Its words are full of embarrassment. It seems to disdain this behavior. What? The blood of the Titans? Yi Ling was taken aback when he heard that. Then he remembered something and asked in surprise. Could it be that all the demon kings have absorbed the blood of the Titan family? How did they absorb it? I remember that although the Titan family has fallen, they are also descendants of gods. That is not something ordinary people can bear. Just dilute the blood of the Titans by 687. In this way, it can be absorbed by monsters. Song Wu shook his head, then explained. Hearing this, Yi Ling was taken aback. Then the Valley of Beasts, isn't there a steady stream of demon kings? Song Wu laughed loudly. Even if it is the diluted Titan bloodline, not everyone can absorb it. Don't look at it. There are so many demon kings in the Valley of Beasts. But underneath, endless piles of monster bones were piled up. Often there are hundreds of thousands of monsters, and only one can bear it. Therefore, not everyone can bear the blood of the Titan family. Then do you know where the Titans are now? Yi Ling frowned deeply. He had always thought that the Titans had a high status in the Valley of Beasts. My parents are also very safe. Looking at it this way, the situation of the parents does not seem to be very good. Song-woo took a deep look at Yi-Ling, but didn't say a word. Okay, I'll give it to you first. Yi-Ling naturally saw what Song-woo wanted. Then he threw the soul-solid pill in the infinite backpack to the opponent. Song-woo looked at the soul-fixing pill in his hand and quickly began to size it up. Then stretched it between his nose and took a deep breath. Immediately, I felt that my mental strength was solidified. Let him confirm that the soul-fixing pill in his hand is indeed real. You go straight to the center of the Valley of Beasts, where there is a continuous lava mountain, and the Titans are locked under it. Song-woo looked at the solid soul pill in his hand, nodded in satisfaction, and then said with a smile, Yi-Ling, thank you. You're welcome. Bartering is a normal transaction. Song-woo pointed to the solid soul pill in his hand, then said with a smile. The door was subsequently opened for Yi-Ling. It came so fast. Yi-Ling just walked out of that mysterious space. He felt a strong aura lock on him, which made him frown. Human boy, you haven't left yet. A huge figure suddenly came galloping from a distance. It was the ghost collection of old men from before. His figure shrank rapidly, turning into a human appearance. When I saw Yi-Ling, I was overjoyed. He was afraid that the other party would leave. Otherwise, how could he take revenge? Then he waved his hand, and 4 monster king-level existences suddenly appeared not far away. Then wrapped Yi-Ling tightly in it. Then they all turned into human figures and surrounded them here. I said, Gigi, you were frightened by such a brat. A middle-aged man with a very ferocious appearance looked at Gigi coldly. After seeing Yi-Ling's youthful appearance, he immediately made a mocking sound, looking down on Gigi very much. That's right, a brat who is just a child didn't bother so many of us to come. Can't you solve it by yourself? The coquettish woman next to her also said the same thing. I really don't understand why the old man summoned them all here. How can you kill a chicken with a butcher's knife? Gigi looked at the 2 companions around him with a serious expression. He understands the companion in front of him very well and despises the young man in front of him. I feel that he is still young, so I look down on him very much. As everyone knows, what kind of terrifying power is contained in Yi-Ling's body? Otherwise, he wouldn't turn around and run away the moment Yi-Ling was about to strike. Only after finding 4 companions did he have the courage to come back to find Yi-Ling. Helplessly said, don't underestimate the strength of this kid. He is very powerful. When have you seen such a young genius? Such an existence, at first glance, is the ultimate genius and evildoer among human beings. We can't take it lightly. Don't worry about it. Let Jean subdue him. After hearing Gigi's persuasion, the middle-aged man put away his contempt. Then he stared at Yi-Ling in front of him, planning to subdue him first, then discuss how to deal with the other party. What's more, this time the other party took the initiative to break into the secret realm of the Valley of Beasts. He had violated the agreement with the monster first. Therefore, they have the right to deal with Yi-Ling in front of them. Yi-Ling just looked at the 5 demon kings in front of him indifferently and said indifferently, since this is the case, let's go together. Get over you guys early. I have other things to do. After finishing speaking, Yi-Ling let out a sigh of relief, not paying attention to the 5 demon kings in front of him at all. How dare! Seeing Yi-Ling belittle him so much, the middle-aged man was furious. The whole body suddenly rose several feet, turning into a giant bear. The whole body is covered with blood-red hair, which looks very evil. Exuding a bloodthirsty breath, it seems that there are not a few killings in normal times, and it stared at Yi-Ling in front of it, furious. He was completely irritated by Yi-Ling's words. It slapped its chest frantically and let out roars. The surrounding void, in this huge roar, is like a broken mirror. Afterwards, it directly raised its huge bare paw, which exuded a chilly air, and slapped Yi-Ling's head with one paw. I haven't eaten bear's paw for a long time. Seeing the huge bare paw slapped at him, Yi-Ling couldn't help but licked his thirsty lips. Then he raised his killing sword and waved it lightly in the air. Immediately, the huge bear paw was cut off by Yi Ling's sword. Yi Ling picked out a sword flower, and that huge bear paw was held in Yi Ling's hand. Good. Yi Ling looked at the bear paw in his hand and nodded in satisfaction. Then put it in the infinite backpack. Ah, damned home. The giant bear was furious, looking at his severed right palm. Not only did it not make it flinch, but it made it even more furious. The fury was burning fiercely, making the hair color on its body even more terrifying. A wave of bloodthirsty, killing intent spewed out undisguisedly, and they all turned into substance. Afterwards, streams of strong blood energy condensed in his severed palm, slowly repairing it. Subsequently, the severed bear's paw was restored as before. But this repair also consumed a lot of its original resources. It caused its aura to be a little disordered. Seeing that his 513 right palm had recovered, the giant bear breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he turned his head sharply and fixedly stared at Yi Ling in front of him. But there was also a trace of fear in his eyes. But he was not reconciled, so he admitted his failure. Stop directly. Several companions who wanted to help. Stop. Let me come alone. For demon kings, you look at me, I look at you. They also didn't reject the giant bear's idea, and then retreated one after another. Give the battlefield to the giant bear. Afterwards, it directly used its supernatural powers. A blood-red dagger appeared in its belly. Afterwards, the giant bear raised its head to the sky and roared loudly, accompanied by a terrifying sound wave. A blood-red dagger was also thrown out. Shoot Yi Ling directly in the forehead. Click! It's just that the giant bear didn't expect that the supernatural power it was proud of ate a turtle on the human in front of it. One must know that this dagger has been tempered for hundreds of years. With this move, it has killed no less than 10 demon kings. Unexpectedly, I met the human teenager in front of me. It was obvious that he had stabbed the other party between the eyebrows. But with a click, it turned into invisible energy fragments. The sword of supernatural power, which was poured into the painstaking efforts of the giant bear for hundreds of years, just shattered. The giant bear who was connected with him also felt that his mind had suffered a huge blow. In addition, in order to repair the body, the source in front did a lot. Its realm directly fell to the realm of the Demon King. Seeing this scene, the other 4 Demon Kings were furious, turned into their own bodies one after another, and besieged Yi Ling. He vowed to kill Yi Ling and avenge the blood hatred for his companion. I have asked you all to fight together a long time ago, but you just don't believe it. Looking at the 4 Demon Kings who looked like he was besieging him, Yi Ling smiled coldly. Then a sword was swung out, and the killing sword in his hand was swung wantonly. Endless, bursts of sword energy. Every sword chi contains terrifying energy that can destroy the world. How can this be? Gigi looked at the cracks that appeared on his body. Afterwards, his body was shattered like broken glass. At the last moment of its life, it turned to look at its 3 companions. The companion who found it was exactly the same as its condition. It was chopped into tiny pieces by the sword chi. But don't let it go to waste. Yi Ling looked at the sky, full of monster flesh and blood. Then take out the spiritual furnace and put them into it. It is planned to refine it into an elixir. Damn! When the giant bear saw this scene, anger burned in his heart. Completely block your fear. To smash Yi Ling in front of him into thousands of pieces. In the end, it desperately returned to its original form. It turned into a huge monster with a height of hundreds of feet. The bear's paw that covered the sky directly slapped Yi Ling fiercely. Do you think you'll be useful when you're older? Yi Ling looked at the giant bear in front of him coldly and said coldly. Then he punched out, and endless water elements condensed in his palm. It turned into endless waves, directly submerging the giant bear in front of him. Waves of waves hit the giant bear's body. Each one has an unmatched terrifying power. Under the superposition of layers of waves, no matter how powerful the giant bear in front of him is, it could only turn into a cloud of blood mist, and was finally sucked into the spiritual furnace by Yi Ling. It really is a scary boy. Song Wu appeared not far away. At this time, its body has turned into substance. completely got rid of his old body. From beginning to end, it sees Yi Ling's battle in its eyes. Can't help but let out an exclamation. There will be a period later. Yi Ling felt Song Wu's presence. He turned his head and motioned, then smiled softly. He already felt that Kang Wu's mental power had been completely solidified at this time, and he also understood the other party's intentions. There will be a period later. Song Wu also nodded heavily. Just now it has taken the soul-returning pill, which has completely condensed its spiritual power. It can be said that he can soar freely between the sky and the earth now, no longer in this secret place. So, I would like to thank Yi Ling from the bottom of my heart. Even if it was only because of bartering, it was full of gratitude to Yi Ling. Then the two turned and left silently. Yi Ling was busy trying to find out the real reason why her parents disappeared. And Kang Wu wanted to see the beauty of this human world. Let's change back to the Ghost Collection. Yi Ling thought about what happened just now, and really didn't want more Demon Kings to find him and disturb him. Disrupt your schedule. Wasting his time, forced into desperation, he once again chose to transform back into a Ghost Collection. In this way, much less trouble, although he extremely dislikes the appearance of Gigi. But he also had to cover his nose and reluctantly accepted this fact. Sure enough, after turning his breath and appearance into ghosts, I never saw any other Demon Kings using their spiritual power to detect its existence. In this way, Yi Ling also saved a lot of trouble. Finally, when the sun was setting, we reached the so-called lava mountains. Just as Kang Wu said, this lava mountain is indeed connected by pieces of lava. The endless magma has corroded the entire mountain range. A huge sinkhole was formed. At the bottom of the sinkhole, steaming magma. The red magma has a terrifying temperature, enough to incinerate everything. But in front of Yi Ling, this magma is just a small path. Even if Yi Ling took a bath in it, she wouldn't scald even a single hair of her own. Afterwards, Yi Ling went straight down, intending to find the figures of the Titans. Ghost Collection Demon King, please stay still. Just when Yi Ling was about to rush in, the magma below was churning crazily. A huge figure surged out of it, preventing Yi Ling from moving forward. It was a humanoid creature covered in hot lava. He watched Yi Ling's arrival and said with a frown, "Why are you stopping me?" Yi Ling frowned, and then looked at the creature in front of him with an unkind expression. Inadvertently, he activated his false eyes. It can be seen at a glance that this so-called humanoid creature is only controlled by a spirit body in its body. And this spirit body also made Yi Ling very interested. Yi Ling sees through the other party's essence with the eyes of delusion. It was discovered that the other party was a spirit body called Ling. It is a life born from a special stone body. You must know that it takes at least hundreds of millions of years of breeding to be able to conceive life from the essence. Only by chance and coincidence, when the aura is sufficient, can there be a certain chance of conceiving it. This kind of creature is rare to see once in a million years. But once born, it must be an earth-shattering creature. Possesses absolute fighting ability and unrivaled talent. It can be seen from this that the stone spirit in front of him is very precious. Gigi Demon King. Have you forgotten the original agreement? Every Demon King can only enter the territory of the Titans at the beginning of the month. Receive a diluted blood. It's only the middle of the month. If you come here like this, it's breaking the rules. Ling frowned, looking coldly at the Demon King in front of him. Dissatisfied with the Ghost King in front of him, breaking the rules set by everyone. 0. So what if I forcefully break in? Yi Ling looked at Ling coldly in front of him, and already had the idea of wanting the other party to win and take him away. This kind of stone spirit is a natural treasure. If it is used to practice medicine, it can immediately produce a peerless treasure pill. Achievable enhancement of one's talent. Therefore, Yi Ling was not only curious about the Titans below, but also curious about the stone spirit in front of him. Ghost Collection Demon King, I advise you not to do this. Ling looked at Yi Ling in front of him coldly. Then a powerful momentum surged from his body, faintly surpassed the powerful aura displayed by him, the Demon King. It seems that the Ling in front of him also has the fighting ability not to fall into the realm of the Demon King. It aroused Yi Ling's excitement even more. You must know that the reason why this rare object, which is rare to see in a million years, has become so rare is that it is a treasure in itself. So once it comes out, it will be attacked by others. As a result, for so many years, only a few powerful stone spirits have been passed down through the ages. More are righteousness that disappeared in the long river of history. As a stone spirit, to be able to possess the combat power of the Demon King realm, I am afraid that the training time will not be short. Yi Ling looked at Ling in front of him playfully, then smiled. I didn't expect it to be spotted by you. Seeing his true identity being seen by Yi Ling in front of him, Ling's expression changed drastically. Because he knows that once his identity is exposed, it will cause the coveting of many powerful beings. Because he also knows very well that his body is very precious. Whether it is refining medicine or directly refining, it can have a huge effect. So, he has been hiding under the molten 600 rock and turned into a giant of lava. On the surface, it is to protect the so-called rock veins. Secretly, it is quietly practicing, absorbing the energy under the ground. It develops secretly. Just break through to the martial emperor realm. He can stimulate his full potential and truly be invincible. Stone spirits have to go through tens of millions of years of evolution before they can be born. Among the same level possesses absolute combat power, known as the undefeated existence of the same level. But also because of this, he was hostile by many powerful races, and he was unwilling to let him grow up smoothly. Now that the ghost set in front of him has discovered his identity, this also caused a monstrous killing intent in Ling's heart. Only by beheading the opponent can this secret be buried here forever. He can also continue to hide here. Then he decided not to hide his strength anymore. Endless magma erupted from the ground. It directly turned into an invisible lava barrier, enveloping the two of them. Cover up all the breath. Make them fight without drawing attention from others. It seems that you want to kill someone to silence you. Yi Ling laughed softly and understood the other party's purpose at a glance. But the other party took it for granted. Yi Ling is not a good stubble. Afterwards, he directly took out his killing sword, raised it from a distance, and pointed at Ling in front of him. Ling sneered and removed his disguise, rushed out of the lava giant, revealing his true colors. At this time, he looked like a child. The whole body is red, but it can be seen from his body structure. His body is transparent. His internal organs and various organs can even be seen clearly from the outside, which looks very weird. Only when he advances to the realm of Martial Emperor, his body will become like a human being, and no one can see through it anymore. And this is the so-called stone spirit, a powerful creature bred by nature. Once they grow up, they can surpass the 9 heavens, become the supreme being. It is also because of this that few stone spirits really grow up. Generally speaking, they all died before becoming Emperor Wu. Seeing this, Yi Ling didn't say any more. Clenching the murder sword in his hand, the whole person disappeared in place in an instant. When it reappeared, it was already in front of Ling. Facing his head, it was cut off with a sword. He chopped off Ling's head directly and immediately made Yi Ling smile. Why are you so weak? But looking at the severed head, Yi Ling frowned. Although beheading the opponent's head, the opponent's aura is still so powerful. Not even a hint of abating weather. It can be seen from this that his sword did not cause any substantial damage to the opponent. Your sword is a bit special. It can cut off my holy spirit body easily. The head on the ground slowly flew back to Ling's body. He gently twisted his neck. Tianfen looked at Yi Ling in front of him naturally. Or rather, he looked at the killing sword in Yi Ling's hand with interest. The Holy Spirit physique is a special physique possessed by their kind of spirit body. Even if it is a martial artist attack, it must be at least one realm higher than him to be able to shatter his body. Obviously, Yi Ling in front of him was able to cut off his body because of this sword. Since it can chop up your body, 0.7 will be easy to handle. Yi Ling smiled coldly. After that, he launched an attack on Ling crazily. Endless sword energy swung out, trying to cut the Holy Spirit in front of him into 8 sections. Don't think that this is how you can get me. Ling smiled coldly. A crimson light radiated from his body, and his body gradually became fuller. Become like human beings. This is the complete state of the Holy Spirit. Among the myriad worlds, the Holy Spirit body can also rank in the forefront of the terrifying essence. This is the first time Ling used the killing sword and did not cut off the target he wanted to cut off. The killing sword at this time can only draw traces on the opponent's body, ruthlessly left behind bursts of sparks, but it can't cause the slightest damage to the opponent's body. This also made Ling a little stunned. First time encountering this situation. It also made him a little puzzled. This defense is probably too strong. It is indeed the physique of the Holy Spirit. How? My defense is pretty good. Ling looked proudly at Ling in front of him and laughed loudly. The physique of the Holy Spirit not only possesses strong self-healing ability and vitality. There is also a powerful 0-9 offensive and defensive power. Others can't beat it, and the defense is not as high as others. Also has a strong vitality. This gave Holy Spirit the reputation of being invincible at the same level. This is a name recognized by the heavens. Interesting. Ling looked at the killing sword in his hand, and then smiled coldly. Endless crimson flames gushed out from his body. Then, lingering on the killing sword in his hand, he didn't believe it, and cut off the opponent's body all of a sudden. This is the Phoenix Flame, a flame that can only be born from the blood of gods. Possesses the power of a god. I said that. Looking at the other party, still wanting to chop off his own body with that murderous sword, Ling just wanted to taunt him. But just halfway through his words, he found that strange flame wrapped around his body. The terrifyingly extreme temperature made his proud body make a sizzling sound. In less than a few seconds, half of his arms had been burned to death by this strange flame. Moreover, the flame didn't show any sign of melting, but the energy obtained by burning became more and more vigorous, gradually spread to the whole body. He tried to use the remaining Holy Spirit energy in his body to repair his mutilated body, but he could never keep up with the burning speed. If this continues, he will die under this flame sooner or later. Don't kill me. I am willing to surrender. I am willing to surrender. Please don't kill me. Watching this terrifying flame gradually spread to his body, a great fear gripped Yuan's heart. He was unwilling to die directly like this. Kneeling on the ground with the only remaining right leg, he begged Ling fiercely. It has cultivated for hundreds of millions of years before it gave birth to spiritual wisdom. He also wants to stand at the end of the whole world. Now, he can only beg for mercy from the man in front of him. It is possible to survive, and with such a terrifying flame, the man in front of him is worthy of his surrender. Since that's the case, then take this elixir. Ling took out a pill from his bosom and threw it to the other party. Yes, I will take it now. Looking at the flames that were no longer burning, Ling also heaved a sigh of relief and then took the pill that Ling gave him. Suddenly, I felt a consciousness appeared in my mind. He also understood that this was the elixir specially refined by the other party to control him. His body resisted instinctively. Then subconsciously, he wanted to destroy that consciousness. But he didn't expect that this consciousness had entered his sea of consciousness. It cannot be removed at all. Give up. Unless your consciousness can be a big realm stronger than mine, otherwise you should bear it honestly. Ling looked at Ling in front of him and said indifferently, watching each other's performance with a playful face. In order to completely control the other party, he spent a huge price on this elixir to strengthen him to rank 6 by 100. Wouldn't it be a bit funny if it was broken so simply? You ask Ling why he doesn't use higher-level pills. In fact, for Ling, as long as he keeps practicing, his cultivation speed must be faster than Ling in front of him. As long as one's own realm keeps suppressing the other party will never have room to resist. This is Ling's real purpose. Afterwards, Ling stretched out his hand, sucked the phoenix flame into his hand, and then disappeared. "What kind of flame are you?" Ling also heaved a sigh of relief, seeing the terrifying flames that had been entangled around his body being retracted by the other party. "Then run the energy in the body to repair your body." Although his body was quickly restored to a complete state, what happened just now still left him with lingering fears. After hesitating for a while, he finally couldn't help asking. Ling looked at Ling indifferently, and then said, "The phoenix is really hot. The natal flame of the divine phoenix." After hearing Ling's words, Ling froze. He never thought of the existence in front of him. To have such a terrifying origin, to possess the natal flame of a god. Even in the king of gods, the phoenix is also an existence that is so powerful that it cannot be spoken. It belongs to the pyramid tip among the gods. This made Ling, who originally planned to surrender to the opponent, feel even more honored. "From you onwards, you are my fourth disciple. On top of you, there are 2 senior brothers and 1 senior sister. Do you remember clearly?" At this time, Ling already had the idea of taking Ling in front of him as his disciple. But he did not seek the other party's request, but ordered directly. After all, the other party's life is already in his hands. He believed that the other party did not dare to resist. What Ling didn't expect was that the Ling in front of him was not only lifeless, but also happy. "I am very fortunate to be accepted as an apprentice by Ling. He believes that Ling has the blood of the phoenix and will become a real god in the future. And as the apprentice of the gods, he has a great possibility of becoming a god in the future. Therefore, Kaifin is willing to become the other party's apprentice. It's a pity that he is only ranked 4th. Afterwards, he slammed his head 3 times on the ground in great excitement. He said repeatedly, "Master, please accept Ling's worship. Don't you have a name?" Ling looked at each other, and Chu Ran called himself Ling. Also frowned. Ling said hastily, "I also asked the master to give the disciple a name asterisk. Since you were born with this rock, I will call you Yin from now on. What do you think?" Ling looked at the rocks under his feet and the endless magma, and then said with a smile, Yin hastily kowtowed. "Thank you, master, for giving me the name. From now on, my disciple will be called Yin. By the way, have you seen a human couple near the territory of the Titans?" At this time, Ling remembered the news about his parents. Asked Yin at the side. When Yin heard Ling's question, he fell into deep thought, and then his eyes lit up, and he suddenly remembered something. He quickly replied, "It is true that a human couple has been found." "Then how are they?" Ling asked hastily. "They seem to be descendants of the Titan family. After all, as the descendants of the Titan family, their bloodline also has a strengthening effect. So those demon kings have demands on them. Don't dare to do too much. So they have been entertained with good food and drink, but they are not allowed to enter or exit the territory of the Titans. The Titans are so powerful, and they are the descendants of gods. Why don't you walk out of the forbidden land of the Titans?" Ling frowned, also shocked. His parents are descendants of the Titan family. So doesn't he say that he is also a descendant of the Titan family? But he didn't find a trace of the blood of the Titans in his body. If there is, it is impossible for him to awaken his talent so late. Only by relying on the strength of Goldfinger did he grow up completely. Master, you are not the Ghost King, are you?" At this time, Yin also realized something, and then looked at the master in front of him with great interest. "Since you discovered it, I won't hide it any more." Afterwards, Ling returned to his human form and looked at Yin in front of him. "Master, you are so young. Yin has powerful supernatural powers and can observe a person's origin. He discovered the origin of the master, but he was only 16 years old. In other words, the young Ling has such terrifying strength at the age of 16. This shocked him greatly. At the same time, I think I have recognized a good master, and I am very excited. Come on, stop flattering me." Ling looked helplessly at Yin in front of him. Yin also laughed loudly and quickly explained, "Master doesn't know, although the blood of the Titan family is the blood of gods. But they are a race abandoned by the gods. The blood vessels in the body were completely Demos sealed. The members of the Titan family can't use this bloodline at all. Therefore, it is only said that it can only be plundered by others. This is also the reason why the Demon King of the Valley of Beasts can use this bloodline. Just now I said that the Master is not a Ghost Collection Demon King warehouse. It is because of this matter that all the Demon Kings are well aware of. And since you don't know, naturally it's not him. Okay, take me in. Ling heard the other party's explanation and said helplessly. In fact, he has nothing to do, who told him not to understand the things inside. As an imitator, it is not bad to be able to do this. Master, this way please. Yin pointed the way in front very attentively. Afterwards, he took Ling into the depths of the lava. There is a huge portal there, exuding a faint white light. Under the crimson magma, it looked out of place. Is this the entrance to another secret realm? Ling stopped and looked curiously at Yin. Master, you guessed right, the territory of the Titans is indeed in another secret realm. This is their entrance. The bloodline of the Titan family is really too tyrannical. Being able to produce so many Demon Kings is enough to see its preciousness. So I had to be careful, and they also ordered me to guard here. If there are other Demon Kings who don't obey the rules, I can pinch the alarm. All the Demon Kings will rush over quickly. Yin said 663 what he had to say, highlighting everything, and then said to Ling in front of him, By the way, Master, I can't accompany you in. If I go in, the alarm here will go off too. So, you can only go in and find it yourself. Fortunately, the secret realm where the Titans are located is not big, so you should be able to find them quickly. Yin remembered something, then looked at Ling embarrassedly and said, Okay, then you wait here for me first. When I come back, I will take you out together. Ling sensed it just now and found that the other party was not lying, so she nodded very reassuringly. Said, Okay, Master, be more careful. Yin said hastily. Afterwards, Ling directly entered the secret realm. Into Aegea, eyes is a huge plain. The endless green was directly printed in Ling's eyes. Lin, who was in the air, suddenly felt his body sank and fell straight down. Ling felt it carefully. It was discovered that the secret realm where the Titans are located should have several times the gravity of the blue star. He didn't notice it just now, so he fell down rapidly. Now that he has reacted, he has finally stabilized his body and did not continue to fall. After all, as a strong martial king, his control over his body can be said to be down to the subtleties. It is very easy to adapt to this gravity, then continue to fly forward. There is a calling that is connected by blood. Chances are the giant is in that direction. Soon, he saw a huge monster appearing not far away, but a giant with a height of more than 3 feet, wearing clothes made of animal skins of unknown creatures. If you look carefully, the stitches of the clothes are neat and tidy. It can be seen that the person who sewed this dress spent a lot of thought and was very ingenious. Ling, the huge giant, is resting there. Suddenly felt a breath moving here. Then he opened his eyes in confusion. When he saw clearly the appearance of the human being in front of him, his pupils suddenly dilated. Then he looked at the boy in front of him with disbelief. Hearing the giant in front of him, he recognized himself at a glance and called out his name clearly. Ling also had a look of disbelief and doubt, then stopped, came to the giant, and asked in surprise, Why do you know my name? Do we know each other? But from his memory, he couldn't recognize who the giant in front of him was. I am your father, silly boy. Tears flowed from the huge eyes of the giant in front of him. He never imagined that he could meet his son in this place. I am very regretful that I have not fulfilled my father's responsibility since I was a child. Then he erupted into a monstrous rage, spewing out a terrifying aura, and then looked at the sky with hatred. Those damn Demon Kings, didn't you agree? I told them not to touch you. Why, I still have to pull you in? Is it not enough to satisfy their greed with me and your mother here? One day, I will kill them all. Ling stared blankly at the giant in front of him. He finally knew why he felt a sense of blood connection when he saw the giant in front of him. It turned out to be his father. I almost forgot. I still look like a titan? Seeing that Yi Ling in front of him didn't respond, Yi Chen thought that his son didn't believe him. Then he touched his head, but suddenly found that he still maintained the appearance of the titans, and suddenly realized. The khaki mist slowly rose from the ground, enveloping the entire lava giant in it. Then the khaki mist gradually dissipated, and a burly middle-aged man walked out of the mist. Dad! Seeing this middle-aged man, Yi Ling finally confirmed that the person in front of him was his biological father, whom he had been thinking about for more than 10 years. Then he couldn't bear the affection from his blood anymore, and flew over to hug his father. Then he said again, I was looking for you so hard. Fortunately, I finally found you. Aren't you captured by those demon kings? At this time, Yi Chen also heard another meaning in Yi Ling's words, immediately frowned, and then asked. Yi Ling let go of his father, then sat on the ground side by side with him, and said, Those demon kings are not worthy of arresting me. If it wasn't for the agreement between them and the Dragon Kingdom government, they wouldn't be able to act at will. I would have thought they were all killed. In fact, he was telling the truth. A long time ago, the Dragon Kingdom government made an agreement with the demon kings of the Valley of Beasts. Large-scale killings cannot happen at will. After all, in this world, ordinary humans make up the majority. If they cannot be completely wiped out, those demon kings hid in a random place, and then came out to make trouble from time to time. For the Longwood government, it is a very headache. For the Dragon Kingdom government, they not only have to face the Demon King of the Valley of Beasts, there are also other secret realms, ancient battlefields, and so on. So a long time ago, the contract was drawn up, and Yi Chen, who was on the side, frowned when he saw his son say such words. In his consciousness, the Yi Ling in front of him was only 16 years old. How could he be the opponent of those demon kings? And Yi Ling could see at a glance that his father was questioning his own strength. Deng even stood up and looked at his father helplessly. I can only show my strength. As Yi Ling stood up, a powerful aura gushed out from his body, which finally changed the face of Yi Ling in front of him. Because he could feel that the Yi Ling in front of him had terrifying strength, far beyond his imagination. Afterwards, Yi Ling will show the unique sign of King Wu's realm in his father's even more astonished eyes. Pieces of rules that shattered like shards of glass appeared in midair, and then lingered around Yi Ling's body. The surrounding void couldn't bear the power of this terrifying rule at all, and was constantly being torn apart. The endless void turbulence wanted to erode Yi Ling in front of him, but it was directly obliterated by the rule fragments. Seeing Yi Ling, he took back all the fragments of momentum and rules into his body. Yi Chen was speechless for a long time. After being silent for a long time, he swallowed his saliva and looked at his son in front of him with an expression of disbelief. Said, Child, when did you become Wu? Have you awakened the blood of the Titans in your body? After speaking, he realized that it was impossible, because the blood in the body of the Titans was forbidden by the gods. Unless a god-level existence unlocks it himself, the blood in his body can only be kept in a blocked state. But Yi Ling in front of him has such a powerful strength. Other than that, he couldn't think of any other explanation. Your son, I am a peerless evildoer. This is the strength of King Wu, and it is naturally from my cultivation. 0. To be honest, before I found you, I didn't even know that I had the blood of the Titan family. Yi Ling looked at his father proudly, then said with a smile, After all, Goldfinger is also his talent. So, his own strength comes from his own cultivation. This statement is absolutely true. After listening to Yi Ling's explanation, Yi Chen also looked astonished. Then he had to believe that his son was actually a peerless genius. Then he said with a look of surprise, Doesn't that mean that you can take us out of this damn place? Yi Ling nodded, then said with a smile, That's natural. I came this time just to take you out of here. By the way, where did Mom go? She should be hunting ahead. After all, there is nothing for entertainment here. Yi Chen's expression was very strange. Then he scratched his head and said. Afterwards, Yi Chen took his child to find his mother. On the way, Yi Ling also learned many things. For example, the reason why Yi Chen and Yi Mu disappeared back then. It turned out that in the Valley of Beasts, all the original Titans died of old age. And the Demon King of the Valley of Beasts, in order to find the blood of the Titan family that can continue to absorb. So, they're looking everywhere. I don't know where, but the Demon King learned that Yi Ling's parents have the blood of the Titan family. Therefore, those Demon Kings pretended to be from the Titan family, tricked his 127 parents into the Valley of Beasts, and then imprisoned them. As a price for the exchange, Yi Ling's parents must provide their own blood power from time to time. Correspondingly, they must also report Yi Ling's information to Yi Ling's parents at all times. So Yi Chen has always been familiar with Yi Ling's information, and even asked Wan Shugu to send a Demon King to protect Yi Ling at all times. This is also the reason why, when the blood shadow of Shunhui launched a blood sacrifice in the sky above in city, the Demon King would come to rescue him. Later, Yi Ling's strength improved rapidly, and he soon reached Grandmaster. After that, Yi Ling's ability to conceal his breath became more and more terrifying, and the Demon King who had been monitoring him lost control of him. Slowly, it disappeared from the Demon King's sight. Since then, Yi Chen has not heard from Yi Ling. I don't know that he has been promoted to the level of a Grandmaster or even a King of Martial Arts. So he was always worried if something happened to Yi Ling. Now he is very excited to see his son in this secret place. So father and son talked a lot. It's just that during this period, Yi Ling always felt that his father was hiding something from him, and his face was very strange. This made Yi Ling doubtful, but he was too embarrassed to ask what it was. But he was vaguely aware that what his father was concealing should be related to his mother. But after a while, he saw his mother. Naturally, he knew what his father was hiding. This is a huge valley. In this valley, there are all kinds of flowers and plants. There is also a vegetable garden, which grows some cabbage, radish, and other very common foods. In addition, there is a simple house. At this moment, on the grass at the entrance of the house, a little girl who looks like a finely crafted child is meditating and practicing. A powerful breath continuously gushes out from her body. Click! A sound like broken glass sounded from the little girl's body, as if some confinement had been broken. Soon, the little girl opened her eyes and jumped up excitedly. Then he ran to the young woman not far away and said with a sweet face, "Mom, I have already broken through to the realm of a martial artist. Am I great?" The young woman looked back and saw such an excellent daughter in front of her, and she also showed a satisfied smile. Hastily patted her head, said with a smile, "Yes, Bebe is the best." However, there was a hint of worry in her eyes, because she has not received any information from her son for a long time. I don't know how my child is doing now. And Yi Bebe at the side also saw the worry in her mother's eyes. Hastily opened his mouth to comfort him. "Mom, don't worry, brother will be fine." "I hope so." The young woman nodded helplessly and smiled wryly. And the young woman in front of her is Yi Ling's mother, Chong Zishi. She had been receiving messages from Yi Ling before. We also know that Yi Ling didn't awaken his talent until he was 16 years old. She always thought that her son's cultivation talent was poor. After all, he was stuck until the last day before successfully awakening his talent. Unexpectedly, in just a few months, his son broke through to the realm of a martial artist. It made her ecstatic. 0.0, but after that, she lost the information of her son. That's why it's such a burden. I'm afraid it was because the Demon King of the Valley of Beasts killed Yi Ling, because he was afraid that Yi Ling would grow too fast. Looking at her daughter, Mother Yi sighed leisurely. If it wasn't for the fact that her daughter was still there, she would have had this support. Maybe she and her husband will end their lives when they lose the news of Yi Ling. After all, they had a word with the Demon King first, and they must not hurt Yi Ling. That is their only reliance. "Mom!" Just when Mother Yi fell into deep contemplation, a voice different from her own daughter sounded from behind her. Let her body freeze in place directly. On the other hand, Yi Bebe rubbed her eyes in disbelief after seeing the figure at the entrance of the valley. After confirming that the figure was her brother whom she had never met before, she pulled the corner of her mother's clothes with excitement. Excitedly said, Mom, it's brother. I saw it. Mother Yi was finally pulled back from her stupor by Yi Beibei's move. Finally, with an unbelievable expression on his face, 09 looked at the figure that only appeared in his dream and slowly walked towards him. The sluggish body gradually regained its expression. After that, tears flowed down from his eye sockets without disappointment, and he said foolishly, "Mom, long time no see." Yi Ling looked at the familiar, yet unfamiliar figure in front of him. After that, he couldn't control his emotions and hugged him straight up. Until this moment, the obsession in his mind also completely disappeared. In fact, it is not so much a complete disappearance. Might as well say, it is Yi Ling who has completely accepted the fact that her parents in this world are her own parents. From this moment, that obsession is him. And at this moment, Yi Ling's realm was completely stabilized at the realm of King Wu. The strength goes one step further. The phoenix blood in the body is also more pure and has received a sliver of approval from the gods. Brother, I want a hug too." Yi Beibei at the side couldn't bear the excitement in his heart when he looked at his brother in front of him, so he hurriedly asked. Mother Yi also let go of her son, feeling very helpless. However, they have already met and they will spend more time with each other in the future, so there is no rush for this moment. Then, she pulled Yi Beibei over, gently stroked her little head, and introduced excitedly, "This is your sister, Yi Beibei." Yi Ling, on the other hand, had a strange look on her face, looking at her inexplicably extra younger sister. "I finally understood why my father's face was so weird and old just now. So there is no way to entertain, so I created a younger sister for myself, right?" However, Yi Ling also loves the younger sister in front of her very much. This is a kind of family affection from blood, which cannot be expressed in words. Then he directly hugged Bei in front of him and lifted her high above his head. He smiled softly and said, "Hello, sister. Fun." Yi Beibei, who was held high above her head, also felt a surge of excitement that she had never experienced before. Shouted happily. The little girl has never met her brother since she was a child. Therefore, the first meeting seemed extraordinarily exciting. After playing with Yi Ling for a long time, this time he will let go of his brother. And Mother Yi, who was at the side, also learned from Father Ye's mouth that Yi Ling had advanced to the realm of Martial King. Although very shocked, Mother Yi also slowly accepted the fact of herself. After all, in the eyes of their parents, every child is the best. So she didn't doubt Yi Ling's strength, but felt very surprised and excited. Not bad. At such a young age, he has already reached the realm of a martial artist. Yi Ling squeezed Beibei's little head and said with a smile. He saw Beibei's strength at a glance. Having reached the realm of a martial artist, he couldn't help showing a little surprise. Through the false eyes, Yi Ling saw Beibei's bone age at a glance and learned that she was only 8 years old this year. From the perspective of 493, Beibei should have awakened his talent a long time ago. I'm afraid it's not much worse than his 2 apprentices. At this point, Yi Ling finally remembered something. Then he took out 3 blood-red pills from his infinite backpack and handed them to his parents and Beibei. Father Yi looked curiously at the red pill in his hand and asked, "Son, what is this?" When his body touched this elixir, it let out a roar of excitement. It seems that the elixir in front of him is of great benefit to him. The instinct of the body drove him to devour the elixir in front of him. Yi Ling explained with a smile. This is a blood pill refined from a drop of Phoenix's blood. After you take it, you will be able to have the Phoenix bloodline. This Phoenix bloodline is a powerful bloodline, no weaker than the Titan's bloodline. You must have heard of it. After obtaining the Phoenix blood essence, Yi Ling can use his exchange talent to exchange the so-called Phoenix blood essence indefinitely. Therefore, he thought of giving his parents the blood pill refined by the Phoenix's blood essence very early on. Now there is an extra biological sister, so Yi Ling exchanged for one more. And this bloodline pill contains the essence and blood of the Phoenix. It can be said that after being refined by Yi Ling, this bloodline pill contains the essence of Phoenix blood. It has far surpassed the half drop of Phoenix blood essence that Yi Ling took back then. No, this is too precious. We don't need it. You should keep it for yourself. Father Yi and Mother Yi heard that Yi Ling actually wanted to give such a precious blood pill to the three of them, waved their hands again and again, and refused. Because they believed that this precious thing should be reserved for Yi Ling to take by himself. They want to give all of these to their sons, and they dare not be greedy. This is the biological parents. If it was anyone else, they would want to snatch the blood pill from Yi Ling's hand immediately and take it. After all, the essence and blood of the phoenix contains the blood of the gods. It means that as long as you take this blood pill, you can have a direct machine to become a god. Yi Ling laughed loudly and said indifferently, "Parents, don't worry, I have obtained the blood of the phoenix. This blood pill for me has no effect. Take it with confidence." This. Father Yi and Mother Yi looked at each other. They all saw a trace of hesitation in each other's eyes. Afterwards, under Yi Ling's persuasion, the three finally reluctantly accepted. Afterwards, under the care of Yi Ling, the three of them began to sit together, preparing to absorb the blood pill, refined by the phoenix blood essence. 3 short days have passed, and those demon kings didn't find Yi Ling's existence at all. And it was exactly the middle of the month. Those demon kings didn't have time to come to the territory of the Titans, so give them enough time to develop. Soon, among the three, Father Yi was the one with the highest realm, the first to break through to his own realm. A powerful aura burst out from his body, heading straight into the sky. Pieces of broken regular fragments gathered around him, tearing apart the surrounding space. He opened his eyes suddenly, and divine light burst out one after another. The powerful breath disappeared in a flash. He looked at his son with a happy face and said with a smile, "Ling, I have also become a strong man in the realm of King Wu." Yi Ling nodded and said, "Indeed, Dad, you have become King Wu." What Yi Ling gave to the three parents was not an ordinary blood pill. It was refined from the phoenix blood essence that he had strengthened countless times with points. With such a powerful elixir, it is not enough for a grand master to advance to the realm of King Wu. It even allowed Father Yi in front of him to have the blood of the phoenix. Let him benefit for life until he becomes a god. This power has always remained in his body, constantly nourishing his flesh and blood, making him stronger. Talent is even more against the sky. Not long after, Yimu also successfully broke through to the realm of King Wu. Yi Beibei was still young, so she couldn't bear such a strong blood infusion. It is impossible to break through the realm that is too high in a short time. But it also broke through to the realm of a master. An 8-year-old little grandmaster was born like this. "Brother, I feel that I am so strong." Yi Beibei jumped up from the ground excitedly. Like ceramics, an excited smile appeared on the cute little face. A small fist punched out. The surrounding void is broken like a mirror. The dense space cracks like a spider web spread to the surroundings. However, after just a few seconds, the space is restored and completed by a powerful rule. But it was enough to show that Yi Beibei's punch possessed such terrifying power. And she is only in the realm of a master, and she has the ability to shatter the void that only a great master can have. It can be seen how powerful this phoenix bloodline is. "How is it? Have you got the blood of the phoenix?" Yi Qian Wangzhao looked curiously at Yi Mu and Yi Er. A look of curiosity, although he can use his illusory eyes to clearly see the blood in the opponent's body. But he wanted to hear more that his mother and sister had come out to the bathroom. Yi Beibei nodded and said with a smile, "Brother, I can feel my phoenix blood." And from it, the inheritance of the day was obtained. Inside is exactly how to use the phoenix real fire. It's the same for me. I also obtained the method of using phoenix bloodline and phoenix true fire. Mother Yi also nodded in satisfaction. In this case, we can get out of this damned valley of beasts. Seeing that her parents and younger sister had obtained the blood of the phoenix, Yi Ling couldn't hide the excitement on his face anymore. Then his face turned cold. He looked at the entrance of the secret realm not far away and said coldly, "Yes, I can't hold back anymore. I want to beat those bastards hard." Father Yi was also furious and could no longer conceal the anger in his heart. He has been stuck here for more than 10 years. Every month, a trace of blood must be given to those damned demon kings. Not only did it lead to my own realm, but I couldn't get any improvement for more than 10 years. Even, there are still shortfalls of one's own potential. If not, the Phoenix bloodline given by his son this time made up for his losses. I'm afraid he will never get any promotion again. All of this damn thing must be counted in the hands of the King of Heaven. By the way, Dad 663, I see you turn into a Titan before. Does it mean that you have awakened the blood of the Titans? At this time, Ling seemed to have remembered something and looked at his father curiously. After hearing Ling's question, Father Yi shook his head slightly and said helplessly, "That's just a changed form, and it doesn't mean that the blood of the Titan family has been unsealed. My strength can't get any improvement. It's just better convenience they extract the blood in my body. They've been threatening us with your life before. If we hadn't listened to him, I'm afraid you would have been killed long ago. Those guys are things that eat people without spitting out their bones. Many of our ancestors died at their hands in this way. From birth to death, they have been sucked blood by them. But fortunately, so far, no demon king has been able to fully adapt to the blood of the Titan family. It also means that there will never be an imperial monster among them." Hearing his father's explanation, Ling nodded and realized. It turned out that this was the reason why there was no Demon King realm expert in the Valley of Beasts. It seems that the blood of the gods cannot be absorbed casually. The Phoenix blood essence absorbed by Ling, if he hadn't raised it with his golden finger, its side effects would have been reduced. Otherwise, it is very possible that it will be completely burned by the Phoenix real fire contained in the blood essence. The blood sunflower back then also had a lot of luck to successfully absorb it. But later, he also died in the hands of Ling. Bebe was overjoyed when she heard that she was about to walk out of the secret realm. She has long heard her mother describe the beauty of the human world. At this moment, I can't hide the joy in my heart. Jumped up and down on the ground, said, "I'm finally going out. I'm finally going out. Okay, brother, I'll take you out now." Ling looked at his younger sister, pinched her little head lovingly, and laughed loudly. After looking at each other with his parents, he hugged Bebe in his arms and walked straight towards the intersection of the secret realm. "Linger, it seems that something is coming this way." As soon as he reached the intersection of the secret realm, Ling frowned. He could feel that there was a powerful aura rushing towards his side, and the speed was extremely fast, and he came within 100 meters of himself in a blink of an eye. "It's okay, it's my apprentice." Ling smiled softly. He already sensed the presence of someone coming, and hurriedly stopped his father who was about to fight, and said with a smile, "Have you started taking apprentices yet?" Chen looked at his son in surprise. "I have taken 4 apprentices, and 3 are not here. In my wombing." Ling laughed and said, "Haha." He didn't dare to tell his father that the predecessor of his wombing was the so-called Shinhui, the power that everyone shouts and beats. "Master, you are out." Yin just felt his master's breath appear at the entrance of the Titan clan's secret realm, so he rushed over without stopping. Then he looked curiously at the middle-aged man and woman behind Ling. There was a trace of surprise on his face, because he recognized the pair of middle-aged people in front of him. It was the pair of men and women who had the blood of the Titan family that he had been guarding. But Father Yi and Mother Yi did not recognize Yin in front of them. After all, his usual appearance is that of a stone rock giant. It wasn't until Ling revealed his true identity that he revealed his original state of Shilin. But at this time, Yin also discovered something, because the middle-aged man in front of him was extremely similar to Ling. This caused a great guess in his heart. That is, the middle-aged man and young woman in front of them are Ling's parents. You guessed it right, they're my parents. Ling looked at Yin. The expression on his face changed drastically. Also said with a smile. After Yin heard it, he hurriedly said, "Uncle and Aunt, hello." Father Yi and Mother Yi nodded. "Hello. I'll take you out first." Ling nodded, and then with a wave of his hand, he led Yin and the others to fly into the sky. "Master, if I step out of the range of this lava, the alarm on my body will sound. What should I do then?" Yin stopped in his tracks, frowned, and looked at his master. You must know that there are at least a few hundred of the Monster King among the monsters, and he is not his opponent. Ling looked at the sky with disdain and said with a cold smile, "If they dare to hinder me, I will kill them all." Feeling the strong, murderous aura erupting from his master's body, Yin couldn't say anything more. But he also believed in the strength of his master. With that kind of terrifying combat power, even he, who is born as a holy spirit, is no match for him. Presumably, those demon kings will not be the opponents of their masters. Thinking of this, he ignored it. Following Ling directly, he rushed out of the range of the lava. Soon, an invisible fluctuation was encountered. It appeared in the minds of all the demon kings. Suddenly, all the demon kings seemed to be crazy. They rushed out of their own lair, and then rushed towards the direction of the lava mountain. Soon, the overwhelming demon king appeared not far away. The black shadows in the sky felt a little numb when they saw Ling. However, he didn't have the slightest fear, but looked at his parents behind him, as well as Bebe, Yin, and others. After pondering for a while, he said, "Wait a minute. I will send you to a space where it is absolutely safe. After I go out, I will release you. But can you deal with them alone?" Mother Yi frowned and looked at her son. "I really don't want my son to face so many demon kings alone. Those demon kings are connected together with a terrifying aura. It directly turned the entire void into fragments of fragments. With so many demon kings gathered together, one's scalp tingles just thinking about it." Father Yi, on the other hand, was much more sober. Pulling his wife, he explained, "Let's not make trouble for Year. Let's enter that space. We have to believe that Year can handle all this. Brother, come on." The younger sister also saw her brother and had to face all this alone. Hastily cheered, Yin remained silent. Obviously, he felt sleepy looking at these demon kings. Now he has not grown to the most complete state. That is, the legendary Holy Spirit with an impeccable body. Now he is not the opponent of these demon kings. In that case, I'll send you in first. Ling nodded, and then sent the four of them to his infinite backpack king with a wave of his hand. Fix everything about them at that moment. In this way, Ling can completely let go of his hands and feet and do a big job. You are that guy Chen's son. Among the many demon kings, finally came out a heavyweight figure. Its whole body exudes a terrifying aura. The surrounding void, just being touched by his breath, immediately became fragmented. This is a black augur, a powerful existence cultivated into the realm of the Demon King. Even among the Demon Kings, its combat power is at the top of the pyramid. Its powerful combat power makes it never put everything in front of its eyes. All the Demon Kings here have seen Ling's appearance. So when it saw Ling for the first time, it frowned and stood up actively. "You have imprisoned my parents for more than 10 years. Should I take them away?" Ling looked coldly at the Flood Dragon King in front of him and reprimanded him impolitely. "That depends on whether you have the ability to do so." Flood Dragon King looked coldly at Ling in front of him, his face full of sarcasm. It doesn't think that Ling in front of him has become King Wu. It is also impossible to escape in his hands. And there are more than 500 Demon Kings behind it. If he was really allowed to escape, then the Valley of Beasts would no longer need to exist in this world. It would just be destroyed. Ling pulled out the killing sword directly from his mind, then held it in his hand, and said with a look of disdain, "Whether I hit you group alone, or you group hit me alone, I will accompany you." Between the words, it turned out to be 3 points stronger than the Dragon King, 330, in front of him. He didn't pay attention to the group of Demon Kings in front of him at all. "How dare!" Flood Dragon King laughed out loud after hearing Ling's arrogant tone, then turned into his true colors. It was a huge monster with black scales all over its body. The body is more than 10 feet long. There is even a pair of horns on the head, and a purple mist is faintly lingering on it. Behind him, there is even a pair of disgusting flesh wings. But it hasn't fully unfolded yet. It's just the state of birth. It turned out to be a loach. Ling looked at the Flood Dragon King in front of him coldly, and then said disdainfully. Then, under the furious eyes of the Dragon King, he rushed up. A sword pierced into the back scale of Jiaolong King. Then with the pick of the sword flower, Yi Ling pulled out the blood-red dragon tendon. Ah! Feeling my body, suddenly something disappeared. The Dragon King still wanted to struggle, but found that he had no strength all over his body and fell straight down. It turned out that in this instant, its dragon tendons were drawn by Ling. And at this time, it reacted. After losing the dragon tendons, its whole body is weak, and it can't support the whole body at all. Can only crawl helplessly on the ground. Even if it is restored to the human state, it is still unable to act. He could only helplessly, watching Yi Ling walking towards him. It did not expect that in just a split second, I have grown from a high and mighty demon king. It turned into such a miserable appearance. Not even the strength to resist. Dare! Seeing his good friend, he was picked up in an instant. A golden dragon carp was enraged instantly, covered with endless sea water, and submerged towards Yi Ling. Every drop of sea water carries the power of 10,000 June. He wanted to submerge Yi Ling in it and beat him to death heavily. Roll! Yi Ling turned his head fiercely and swung his sword at the monstrous waves in front of him. Waves of waves also spewed out following Yi Ling's punch. It turns into layers of waves, impacting upwards. It turned out that the sea water was swept away, directly submerged the golden carp in it. After the waves dissipated, the golden carp and the demon king with it all disappeared without a trace. This made all the demon kings look shocked, unable to believe everything in front of them. The Yi Ling in front of him was actually so powerful that it was terrifying. The Flood Dragon King, who saw all this below, also realized that he seemed to have provoked an incredible existence, and there was a trace of death in his eyes. In the next second, Yi Ling's feet appeared on top of its head. Don't look at it, just let it go. Yi Ling smiled coldly, and then stepped on it. The Flood Dragon King in front of him is already dead and cannot die anymore. After it died, it revealed a huge body. Seeing this huge flood dragon, Yi Ling showed a hint of joy. Put it in the infinite backpack. Although this flood dragon is not a real dragon, but he has also cultivated to the realm of the Demon King, and his whole body is full of treasures. Just like the dragon tendon he pulled just now, it is also a great treasure. What's more, there are dragon scales, dragon whips, dragons, and other lotus. Flood Dragon King and Golden Carp, as well as some demon kings who were inexplicably drowned in the waves, died just like that. Their death shocked the other demon kings a lot. A more heavyweight existence came out of the demon king. It turned out to be a huge peacock more than 10 feet long. The whole body is covered with colorful feathers. The moment it appeared, the demon kings around all gave way one after another, and 5.4 gave up a space. Great respect is given to it, and it is the Peacock King, one of the most powerful demon kings in the Valley of Beasts. Possessing a trace of the blood of the god Peacock, it can be said to be one of the top noodles of Longevity Valley. Human, although you are very powerful, it is impossible for you to leave safely under the siege of so many of our demon kings. I advise you to keep your parents. It will be good for us all. You can also come in and visit your biological parents anytime, as long as they are still under our control. The Peacock King looked at Yi Ling in front of him coldly, with a cold air in his eyes. Yi Ling clenched the killer in his hand, then pointed at the peacock in front of him, and said with a cold smile, "There's a lot of nonsense. If you want to hit it. If you don't hit it, get out of here." How could he still leave his parents in this damn Valley of Beasts? His parents have been imprisoned here for 16 years, and every month of every year, they have to undergo the pain of blood stripping. The reason why he didn't kill all the demon kings in an instant, it is because the current him does not have enough ability to kill all the demon kings in an instant. If the demon king among them is allowed to escape, it will cause great harm to human society. But it doesn't mean that he just let go of the demon kings in front of him. 09. One day he will personally come to the door and kill all the demon kings in the Valley of Beasts. The Peacock King was furious when he heard Yi Ling's words. Even in the Valley of Beasts, it is still the top demon king. None of the demon kings in the Valley of Beasts was terrified when they saw it. Even those powerful demon kings can only bow their knees when they see it. No one is as good as the human being in front of him, and he doesn't give it any face. This is him who was not very good-tempered in the first place, and suddenly became furious. The whole body exudes colorful light. Those rays of light condense around it, turning into a handle, colorful sharp blades. Although it is beautiful, it is also pregnant with powerful damage, fiercely shooting towards Ling. Like a torrential rain, it slanted down in the direction of Ling. He was about to shoot Ling in front of him into a sieve. It came just in time. Seeing the rain of colorful swords all over the sky, Ling dismissed it. 7 golden crows rushed out of his body and grew against the wind. In an instant, it became extremely huge, hanging high in the air. Those colorful sword rains were turned into nothingness by the terrifying heat before they could get close to Ling. Then a more terrifying heat poured out. The surrounding void also crumbled crazily under this terrifying heat. The surrounding demon kings also howled in pain one after another, and before they had time to dodge, they were burned into nothingness by the terrifying heat. Ling's Qiangju, after being strengthened to the 5th grade martial arts. It was already terrifying. After Ling obtained the phoenix blood, he deliberately tempered the 7 golden crows with the phoenix true fire in his body. It becomes even more terrifying, and its power is multiplied even more. Today's 7 golden crows can be said to be a real killer. Even if it is as strong as the Peacock King, under the radiance of this terrifying flame, it can only resist reluctantly. It propped up the tail behind it, and the colorful rays of light turned into a colorful canopy, covering it all over. Only then did he barely resist the attack this time. However, those demon kings around did not end so well. "You forced me to do this?" Seeing his subordinates dying under the terrifying flames one by one, at this moment, the Peacock King was finally furious. Looking up to the sky and screaming, a stream of colorful light shot out from its mouth. Then the Peacock King looked at the streamer in front of him. A mouthful of blood was sprayed on it, dyeing the entire streamer in blood red. Its body contains a trace of the blood of the gods. Therefore, its blood contains extremely powerful power. At this time, it is blessed on the colorful streamer, making it have a breath of God. The power has greatly increased. All obstacles can be easily broken. Then it waved its right palm. Blood-red streamers shot straight at Ling's brow, with an unstoppable momentum. At this moment, Ling also felt a threat to his life. Looking up with great interest, he looked at the blood-red streamer. Then, the Crimson Phoenix real fire spewed out from Ling's body, covering his whole body in it. Compared with the golden crow on the top of the head, the Phoenix real fire is 10,000 times more terrifying. In an instant, the surrounding void and even the cracks were burned into nothingness. However, the blood-red streamer that the Peacock King placed high hopes on had not had time to touch Ling's eyebrows. It was burned into nothingness by this terrifying phoenix flame. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, the Peacock King finally lost his former composure. His face was incredible. It absolutely couldn't believe that the one-hit killing move it was proud of had lost its effect like this. Too weak. The figure of Ling appeared in front of the Peacock King in an instant. Then he waved his hand, and the endless phoenix fire was like covering the Peacock King in front of him. After the Peacock King was shrouded in phoenix flames, he sent out painful yuan dui again and again. But after a few short breaths, its entire body, including his mental body, was burned into nothingness by the terrifying phoenix true fire. After the death of the Peacock King, all the demon kings present were terrified, because the Peacock King, as their most advanced combat power, didn't even take a single move from the opponent, and just died in the opponent's hands so directly. This huge gap made them feel panic. In fact, among the demon kings present, there are also demon kings of the same level as the Peacock King. But when they saw the Peacock King, they died so easily. Not even the ability to fight back at all. This moment made them lose any temper. Therefore, They also kept silent and did not stand up anymore. Yi Ling stood above the void, looking at the demon kings around him. Seeing that they did not continue their movements, they smiled coldly. He had already guessed what they were thinking, so he taunted and said, "Now, do you still have people who want to stop me? Hundreds of demon kings here. You look at me, I look at you." Without making a sound, he backed away silently. Some demon kings have even started to leave. After all, they also know the blood of the Titans, so they can only support them to break through to the realm of the Demon King. And they are already Demon Kings, so there is no requirement to continue to keep the blood of the Titans. What's more, before, they plan to leave the blood of the Titan family to their offspring. Now that you can't keep them, let them go. After all, it is more important to live than to die. In fact, this is the gap caused by strength. Since you're not talking, I'm leaving. Yi Ling smiled coldly, dismissively. Go directly over the Demon Kings and walk directly towards the entrance. Seeing this, the Demon Kings next to him gave way one after another. He lowered his head, not daring to say anything more. It seemed that he had encountered some terrifying monster. Just let them go. Among the Demon Kings, a very powerful giant rhinoceros turned into a human form. Then he frowned and looked at the two companions next to him. Their breath is very powerful. The surrounding space was also squeezed into nothingness by their terrifying aura. They are the four most powerful demon kings in the Valley of Beasts. One of the Peacock Kings had died at the hands of Yi Ling. The remaining three largest combat powers exist. That is the White Jade Giant Rhinoceros, the Sky-Horned Ant, and the Liangu Giant Clam. They are all ancient monsters. The strength is extremely powerful, not weaker than the previous Peacock King. Seeing Yi Ling leave safely at this time, the White Jade Giant Rhinoceros was very dissatisfied. His face was full of resentment. I want to stop him, but unfortunately, we are not his opponent. Just look at the tragic death of the Peacock King, and you will know how strong that guy is. Unless we have a strong man in the realm of the Demon Emperor. Otherwise, there is no way to keep him. Manga Giant Clam shook his head helplessly and then spoke. His eyes were full of hatred, because Yi Ling in front of him not only killed many of their subordinates, even many of its clansmen died tragically at Yi Ling's hands. He had to avenge this revenge. But it is not Yi Ling's opponent, so it can only crush this hatred and then swallow it into its stomach. The White Jade Giant Rhino looked at his two companions and then said coldly, I have a solution, but I don't know if you agree or not. Skyhorn Ant and Mango Giant Clam Mango glanced at each other and then hurriedly said straight face, say it quickly. It's not that we don't exist in the realm of King Wu. As long as we start the blood sacrifice, we can wake up that guy in the ground. In this way, we will have the combat power of the Martial Emperor realm. Dealing with that guy is not easy. The White Jade Giant Rhinoceros looked at the two companions in front of it, then pointed to the ground meaningfully, then opened its mouth and smiled. The Skyhorn Ant fell in a deep thought. It naturally understands. What exactly is the other party referring to? But it still hesitated and asked quickly, but that guy has some mental problems. Can we control him? After listening to the Skyhorn Ant's words, the White Jade Giant Rhino patted his chest, Manoa Zhao, and then said proudly, I have my own way to control it, as long as you can cooperate with me. Okay, then we will do as you wish. As long as you can handle this matter well. Wash away this humiliation for us. From now on, you will be the leader of our Longevity Valley. The Skyhorn Ant drew a big cake for the White Jade Giant Rhinoceros in front of him. Ha, just look at mine. When the White Jade Giant Rhinoceros heard the words of the Tianjiao ants, it seemed to have been approved by all the Demon Kings, nodding again and again, laughing loudly. After all, in the past, the four Demon Kings jointly handled the entire Valley of Beasts. After walking out of the secret realm of the Valley of Beasts, Yi Ling breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, everything is done. Reaching the rescue of parents is the biggest achievement. Now he can go to Xuanwu Academy for advice without worry. It's just that he was very curious. The The teacher who was in charge of enrolling students at Xuanwu Academy saw that he had become the king of martial arts. What kind of expression will it show? Not long after, Yi Ling released his parents, Bei Bei, and Shi Yin, who had been in the infinite backpack. Brother, nothing happened to you, right? As soon as Yi Bei Bei came out, she looked anxiously at Gao in front of her. Although after entering that space, it is only a moment to come out again. However, she was able to perceive 433 that something must have happened. So at the first moment of appearance, he hugged his brother. Check him for injuries all over his body, and see if he is injured. The eyes are full of concern. It can be seen that blood is thicker than water. Even if they have known each other for less than a few days, the family relationship between the two has surpassed everything. It's okay, brother. I'm not doing well. Yi Ling put Yi Bei Bei down and made a circle in front of her, smiled lightly. Then he jumped up and down a few times, indicating that he really didn't have any problems. Seeing that her brother really had no problems, Yi Bei Bei breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. That's fine, brother, as long as you're fine. Mother Yi on the side also carefully looked at the son in front of her. After finding out that his son was fine, he was also relieved. Father Yi looked smug and said to Mother Yi beside him, "Look at how powerful my son is. He was able to escape from so many demon kings. He is indeed a peerless monster." Yi Ling interrupted his father directly, and then said with a smile, "I didn't escape, but I subdued them," and then walked out swaggeringly. Then, a strong self-confidence rushed out of him. Ye's mother looked at Ye's father, who was eating turtles, and quickly covered her mouth with a smile and said, "I knew that Year is the best." Where do we go next, though? She had already learned from the Demon King before that their home was completely destroyed in that blood sacrifice. So they too were homeless. Nowhere to go. Yi Ling thought for a while, and thought of his wombing. After thinking about it, I told my parents the real truth. You mean, you not only subdued Shenhui, but also changed its name to Wuming and became the leader of Wuming. After hearing Yi Ling's explanation, Ye's father and Ye's mother looked at each other at the same time. They all saw a trace of shock and a little bit of astonishment from the other party's eyes. Because God will be a giant in their eyes. Unexpectedly, he was subdued by his son now and changed his name to Wuming. It makes him feel incredible. At the same time, I realized that my doll seemed to have grown up. Even from childhood to adulthood, I never took care of him for a day. But with their own efforts, their son has become a powerful existence that can stand on his own. And having such a high realm will definitely stand on a higher ground in the future. This made them very pleased, but also proud of him. Then they both nodded. Agreed, since that's the case, then we will accompany you to the Martial League. Then, the two of them looked at each other and smiled. As long as they can get out of the damn Valley of Beast's secret realm, you can go anywhere. Of course, parents, you can also go to Xuanwu Academy with me. Xuanwu City, where Xuanwu Academy is located, is hundreds of times bigger than in city. Yi Ling came up with another suggestion. Xuanwu College, one of the 4 holy colleges in Longhua. Father Yi and Mother Yi thought about it. Then Father Yi said, "Then after you settle down, we will move there." Okay. Yi Ling nodded. And you? Yi Ling looked at Shi Yin at the side. Wanted to ask his thoughts. Master, I want to go to your martial league. As long as I practice, I will continue to grow stronger. In a few years, I will be able to break through to the martial emperor realm. At that time, I will be able to accompany you to conquer the secret realm of all races. Shi Yin pondered for a while, then replied, "He is a natural Holy Spirit. As long as he keeps practicing, he can perfect his text. As long as it can grow up smoothly, it is an invincible existence. Then you stay in Wuming. It happens that your senior sister, second senior brother, and third senior brother are all there. You can learn from them. Their talents are not inferior to yours." Yi Ling said with a smile. Before, he had bestowed the Phoenix bloodline on 3 of his apprentices. Their talents were no less than that of Shi Yin in front of them. Even after possessing the blood of the Phoenix, his future achievements may be even higher than that of Shi Yin in front of him. However, the upper limit of a natural Holy Spirit is far higher than that of the Phoenix blood. As long as it can grow safely, it will surely become a god in the future. But so far, there has not been a natural Holy Spirit who has truly become a god. This kind of creature is really too powerful. As long as it is born, it is CG invincible. Basically, the natural Holy Spirit can only be completely killed by the crushing of the big realm. Therefore, when encountering natural Holy Spirits, they're usually killed when they are weak and do not give them any chance to grow. Therefore, there is never an example of an innate Holy Spirit becoming a deity. Naturally, no one knows what the innate Holy Spirit looks like after becoming a god. This made Ling very curious. I want to see what kind of performance this so-called innate Holy Spirit will perform after becoming a real god. It's also a training game. However, Shiyan's ascension speed is definitely not as fast as Ling's ascension. For Ling now, the speed at which his realm is improving can be described as terrifying. In the Scarlet World, he took away all the savings of the president of the God Council and those elders. There are billions of gold coins exchanged for light exchange. He can exchange gold coins at any time to raise his realm to the realm of Martial Emperor. But he didn't dare and could only slowly improve. Because he discovered that after the king of Martial Realm, every time he was promoted to a small realm, his own strength has been improved dozens of times. This increased speed caused his foundation to be unstable at all. Every time he advances to a level, he has to spend more time to stabilize his cultivation. In this way, his foundation will be more stable. After all, only with a solid foundation can the combat effectiveness continue to rise. Otherwise, if you have realms but no combat power, it will become a real vain air. Combat power and realm go hand in hand. Only in this way can he become a truly powerful existence. Soon, under the guidance of Ling, the four of them were brought into the Bloody World. And Ling decided to go to Xuanwu World ahead of schedule. As for Li Yu and Li Xie, they seemed to be still in retreat. After leaving a message, Ling took little lowly Ganyu to Xuanwu Academy. Brother, why are we going to Xuanwu Academy so early? There are still 2 weeks before the school starts completely. At this time, Ganyu, under Ling's careful pouring, was finally promoted to the realm of a master. So walk in the sky with Ling. Go in the direction of Xuanwu City. Extremely fast. She looked at Ling very curiously and asked in confusion. Ling told Ganyu what happened recently. Then he said, "You understand now?" After listening to Ling's explanation, little Lolita was taken aback for a while. He found out what happened to Ling this week. It was enough for her to remember for a lifetime. First, he subdued Xinhui, changed his name to Wuming, and became the leader of Wuming. Master the Bloody World. Go to the Valley of Beasts again and beat up all the demon kings. And save his parents from it. Such a shocking thing came out of Ling's mouth so lightly. This made her feel a little unbelievable. Moreover, Ling seems to be only 16 years old this year, and he is already a strong man in the realm of King Wu. She had never heard of such a peerless evildoer. Looking at Ling in front of him with admiration, he said quickly, "Brother, you are really amazing. I like you more and more." Ling laughed loudly and then said, "That's natural. You don't look at who I am. I am a peerless monster." "Brother, we're here?" The little lowly pointed down, said happily. Below that, there is a huge city. In the center of the big city is the so-called Xuanwu City. Xuanwu City is a huge city formed because of the gradual spread of Xuanwu Academy. The huge city wall continuously wraps the entire Xuanwu in it. There is a magic circle in the air, and any flight is prohibited. Therefore, Ling and the others could only walk down from the air. The entire city wall is made of basalt stones. It is completely integrated, and under the sunshine, it exudes a strong breath. Inky black lines appear from time to time. It also means that there are also many magic circles and magic circles engraved on the city wall. Come to Xuanwu City. Ling and Ganyu didn't want to be too ostentatious and walked straight to the city gate. Enter the city from the intersection of the city gate. Ling found that there were streaks of purple light sweeping across his body. This made Yi Ling a little curious. The little loli also saw Yi Ling's doubts and explained, "Brother, this is a high-tech technology specially used to detect monsters. As long as it detects the breath of a monster, the instrument will immediately call the police. The guards of Xuanwu City will respond. The combat power of monsters far surpasses that of ordinary people, and most of the 437 in Xuanwu City are ordinary people. In order not to harm them, this is an essential procedure. Brother, don't be too surprised." Yi Ling also nodded and said with a smile after listening, "It's okay. I'm just curious." Afterwards, the two continued to head towards Xuanwu City. "Let's go buy a house first." Yi Ling looked around, then stopped the taxi casually and took it. The middle-aged driver was also interested when he saw a boy and girl sitting up and asked, "Where do you two want to go?" "I want to buy a house," Yi Ling asked directly. This is also his purpose. As taxi drivers, they travel around the city all day long, and they're the group of people who are most familiar with the city, so there is nothing wrong with asking him. Hearing that the man and woman behind him actually wanted to buy a house, the driver was also taken aback, and then said, "Little brother, the housing price in Xuanwu City is not low. 1 square meter costs hundreds of thousands of dragon coins. Can you afford it?" Ganyu was also stunned after hearing the hundreds of thousands of dragon coins per square meter. She also did not expect that the housing prices in Xuanwu City were so expensive. Yi Ling smiled softly. He had too many dragon coins to spend. There are not tens of billions, but billions of dragon coins. The house price of several 100,000 per square meter is just a drop in the bucket for him. He said directly, "Master, just take me directly. I can still afford this price." After hearing Yi Ling's tone, the middle-aged master couldn't say anything more. He directly pulled Yi Ling to the largest sales department in Xuanwu City. Then he said, "This is the largest real estate in Xuanwu City. It is the property of Xuanwu Academy. If you want to buy here, you need not only strong financial resources, but also a student or teacher certificate from Xuanwu Academy to be eligible to buy here." After finishing speaking, the old master stopped the car. Then he looked at Yi Ling behind him from the rearview mirror to see the reaction of the two of them. After hearing what the master said, Yi Ling said with a smile, "It just so happens that we are also students of Xuanwu Academy. This property is just right for us." After Yi Ling paid the money, she dragged Ganyu in. Seeing the two people who really walked into the Xuanwu sales department, the master couldn't help sighing. "You are a genius, and you have a strong family background. I am envious." Able to enter and become a student of Xuanwu Academy. At least those who are among the top few in this city are eligible to apply for the Xuanwu Academy and be successfully admitted. As far as he knows, there is still a long time before the start of the Xuanwu Academy. So quickly came to Xuanwu City to buy real estate. With such a cute little girlfriend, it looks like a Xuanwu college student who wants to live outside. There are not many such students. Such a powerful talent and background is already something he looks up to. Just now he wanted to treat the other party as a clown, but he didn't expect the clown to be himself. This made him a little unacceptable and drove away in a hurry. "I don't want to be in this sad place anymore. Hello, is there anything I can help you with?" Seeing the pair of teenagers and girls who just started walking, Guan Lulu hastily walked up with her long legs more than 1 meter long. Then he bent down and said respectfully, "Very generous business attire, revealing a touch of white. It dazzled people." Seeing this, little Loli stood in front of Yi Ling, 4.5 dissatisfied. It stopped Yi Ling from continuing to watch. As for Guan Lulu, it can be seen that the temperament of this boy and girl is extremely extraordinary. From top to bottom, there was a trace of unspeakable need for energy. This made her conscious instantly realize that the two people in front of her must be extraordinary, so she hurriedly greeted them. In fact, this special aura is the Martial King's aura on Yi Ling and the Master's aura on little Lolita. For low-level warriors, it is fatally attractive. They can't help but want to get close and worship. The waiter at the side also sighed after seeing that Guan Lulu had snatched away their target. "I will no longer pay attention to this side. After all, they also have rules here. Whoever grabs the customer first, other service personnel will not be able to continue to come forward. Unless that customer not very happy with the receptionist. Only then will they have the opportunity to continue to move forward. But obviously, Yi Ling in front of him didn't have that need. Miss Guan, let me introduce you to the most expensive villa here. Yi Ling glanced at the name tag next to the white snow, then said with a smile, "Okay, this way, sir." After hearing that Yi Ling wanted to buy a villa, Sen Lulu's heart skipped a beat. I also realized that there might be a big order in front of me. Immediately excited, he took Yi Ling and walked towards the real estate where the villa is located in District 09. "Brother, do you want to buy a villa?" Little Lolita was also very surprised when she heard that Yi Ling wanted to buy a villa, because the ordinary housing prices here cost hundreds of thousands of dragon coins per square meter. This villa must be more expensive. She was a little worried about whether Yi Ling could afford it. Yi Ling knew at a glance that he had seen through little Lolita's thoughts and said, "Your brother and I can still afford this little money, don't worry." Then he followed behind Guan Lulu and came to the real estate where the villa area was located. The villa area is really different. Each villa is independent. Swimming pools, garages, rockery, fake water, etc., things that others can hardly have in their lifetime, can be clearly seen here. Is this the king of building number 1? The villa in the center of the villa area that Yi Ling pointed to. This villa is particularly conspicuous, and it is also the largest and most luxurious one. It can even be said that the 10 surrounding villas are all used to guard this villa. This made Yi Ling want to buy. After seeing the villa Yi Ling was referring to, Guan Lulu also nodded and quickly responded with a smile. "Sir, you guessed right. This is indeed building number 1 king. It's a pity that this landlord has already been bought." That's it. In this regard, Yi Ling was slightly disappointed and then saw the number 2 villa on the side. Although this number 2 villa is not as good as Luang, it is still in a very good location, and the floor area is not bad. "What about this one?" "Sir, this villa is still vacant, with a total area of 1,500 square meters, a master bedroom, a movie room, a swimming pool, entertainment venues, a gym, and a garage. The price is 6.6 billion dragon coins." After hearing Yi Ling mentioning villa number 2, Guan Lulu hastily suppressed the excitement in her heart. Then checked the information. While speaking, he handed the tablet in his hand to Yi Ling, allowing him to learn more about the details of this villa. Then, he looked at Yi Ling expectantly. After all, she doesn't know whether the young man in front of her is strong enough to buy the number 2 villa in front of her. After all, villa number 2 has been vacant here for a long time, and no one has ever bought it. How about it? Yi Ling was a little undecided, then hesitated for a while, and then handed the tablet in his hand to the curious little Lolita. After the little Lolita took the tablet, she was extremely excited. Her little heart was beating thumpingly. What she was excited about was not this villa. It was Yi Ling who gave her the right to choose. In other words, she has a certain status in Yi Ling's heart. Otherwise, Yi Ling wouldn't let her choose. That's the real reason for her excitement. After the observation, little Loli gave a very satisfactory answer. "I like it very much." "Then it's number 2. Yi Ling nodded, and then returned the tablet to the other party. 580. "Sir, are you sure?" Guan Lulu couldn't believe it. The young man in front of him decided to buy this number 2 villa so easily. He couldn't help but speak again. "I've confirmed it. Let's go through the formalities." Yi Ling shook his head helplessly, and then spoke. "Okay, sir. Wait here for me. I'll go back as soon as I go." Guan Lulu couldn't hold back the excitement in her heart anymore. She hurriedly hugged the tablet in her hand and headed towards the manager's office. The Xuanwu real estate is because it is the property of Xuanwu College. Have certain requirements and prices. This has led to the fact that not ordinary people can afford to buy a house in the Xuanwu real estate. Today, only 2 people, Yi Ling, came in to buy a house. The little sisters on the side were also idle and bored, so they kept staring at this side. When they saw Guan Lulu running towards the manager's office with her notebook in her arms, they all showed a hint of surprise. Because they have all experienced this kind of thing, this means that Guan Lulu is very likely to sign this order. However, they are very curious. Which house did Guan Lulu sign? After all, there is only one real estate difference between the ordinary area and the villa area. Very close. But looking at Yi Ling's young appearance, Everyone tacitly believed that what Yi Ling in front of him bought was an ordinary house. But that is a price of several million, even if it is a 1% commission. Guan Lulu can also get tens of thousands of dragon coins. This is equivalent to the annual income of an ordinary person. It was so easy, and it was taken by Guan Lulu in front of her. Moreover, he is still a newcomer who has just joined the company for less than a month. This made them all a little jealous. Can't wait for this to happen to me. Here, Guan Lulu watched Yi Ling sign her name on the contract, and then excitedly took out the credit card machine. Sir, please swipe your card. Guan Lulu's voice trembled slightly, because this is the largest income she has ever seen in her career. If the other party swipes the card successfully, it means that she will never have to come out to work again. It is completely possible to rely on this commission to earn a living. Yi Ling nodded, and then took out a black card from the infinite backpack. This card is the anonymous black card of Shui Tiandu, the president of the God Council. As long as someone holds it, you can swipe it at will without a password. But in normal times, it is simply impossible. After all, Shui Tiandu is a strong man in the realm of Martial King. No one has the ability to get this anonymous black card from his hand. But after Shui Tiandu died, this card fell into Shui Gui's hands. After Shui Gui died, this card naturally fell into Yi Ling's hands, completely cheap Yi Ling. The reason why there is no password is entirely because the reputation of Shunhui is too ugly. Once he uses his real information, I am afraid that it will not be long before he will be blocked. So some special forces produce this kind of anonymous black card. It can be swiped without any password. There is no need to provide any proof of information. Just in line with the existence of Zvidi Yandu. Payment successful. Seeing the payment success on the tablet, Guan Lulu's breathing finally became short of breath. Then he remembered something, quickly opened another page, handed it to Yi Ling in front of him, and said quickly, "Sir, please take your fingerprints." Okay. Although he didn't know what the other party meant, Yi Ling still pressed his finger on it. Take your fingerprints. Seeing that the fingerprints were successfully taken, Guan Lulu explained the purpose of taking fingerprints and explained with a smile. Sir, you are now free to go to the Xuanwu Mansion where Villa Number 2 is located. Your fingerprints, your appearance, and all your information have been recorded in Xuanwu Mansion. From now on, you can enter unimpeded. Congratulations on becoming the owner of Villa Number 2 in Xuanwu Mansion. After finishing speaking, Guan Lulu stretched out her right hand to Yi Ling meaningfully. Yi Ling nodded. He also stretched out his right hand. After lightly shaking it, Yi Ling took it back. Goodbye, sir. Seeing Yi Ling and little Lolita go away, Guan Lulu bowed quickly and said, No way. Yi Ling bought the number 2 villa this time. She got too much commission. If she didn't bow to express it, she would feel a little embarrassed. As soon as she walked out of the sales department of Xuanwu Mansion, the little Lolita stopped and said dissatisfiedly to Yi Ling, Brother, I advise you to throw away the note in your hand. Otherwise I will be angry. All right. Looking at the little Loli's muttering mouth, Yi Ling was also a little embarrassed. Then a crimson flame burst out from the palm of his hand. The little piece of paper in his hand also disappeared without a trace. In fact, Guan Lulu just wanted to thank herself with her body. Other than that, nothing else. However, since the little Loli doesn't let it, then he, Nuo Wanghao, will lose this idea. After all, who told him that he was a clean man? Guan Lulu, which house did you sign for? How much did you earn? Seeing him coming out of the manager's office, he sent Lu Lutsai with a happy face. The little sister on the side couldn't hold back the throbbing in her heart anymore. Hastily surrounded him. It's only 66 million, Guan Lulu said indifferently. 66005? The little sisters present, after hearing what Guan Lulu said, their first reaction was disbelief. And the smart man has already ran into the manager's office and asked the manager. Guan Lulu sold the number 2 villa and got a commission of 66 million, which has already entered her account. You can make him a treat. If it's a few days later, you won't be able to see him. Soon, the manager came out. Then he broke the news in front of everyone. This is good news, so there is no need for him to hide it. It can also inspire everyone in the room, because there is a living example in front of you. After completing the order, Guanlulu received a commission of 66 million dragon coins. Even if she doesn't work, she won't be able to spend the 66 million dragon coins in 10 lifetimes. Hiss! After hearing the manager's confirmation, the little sisters suddenly took a deep breath. At the same time, full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. 663. Because Guanlulu has been here for less than a month, and she got the 66 million commission. How can this make them not jealous? You know, many of them have been here for 5 or 6 years. He only sold a few ordinary houses and got a commission of tens of thousands of dollars. They have never had such a high commission like Guanlulu. After all, the people who got so much commission left the sales department long ago and realized the freedom of wealth. Where else will I stay here? Guanlulu in front of her thought the same way. After getting his commission, he resigned to the manager. But since the manager offered to treat her, she couldn't refuse. He smiled and said to these sisters, "Tonight, I am treating guests on the top floor of Julafu. Everyone must not forget to come." After finishing speaking, she swaggered out of the sales department. Looking at the sunshine in the sky, I feel that life is all beautiful. With these 66 million, complete financial freedom has been achieved. From then on, the sky is high for birds to fly, and the sea is wide for fish to leap. To regain freedom, no longer need anyone's face. If you want to work, you can work, and if you want to play, you can play. This is real life. Xuanwu Mansion. Soon, Ling brought little Lolita to Xuanwu Mansion. He recorded his fingerprints into the Xuanwu Mansion system. All the staff of Xuanwu Mansion have already known of his existence. Therefore, his line of business can be said to be unimpeded, and there is no one to stop him. He entered his number 2 villa smoothly. Wow, what a big swimming pool. Just after entering villa number 2, little Loli took a fancy to the big swimming pool. There was a golden light in his eyes. Then, under Ling's surprised eyes, he jumped into the swimming pool directly. In this regard, Ling is also, very helpless. Simply no longer care. Let her play alone in the swimming pool. I went into the villa area, found a computer in the entertainment room, and logged in. Prepare to contact your parents and let them come over as soon as they have time. After explaining to his parents, Father Yi and Mother Yi promised to come back after a while. Afterwards, Ling searched the internet for how to enter the mysterious realm of 10,000 races. Myriad Races' secret realm is a special secret realm. Rather than saying it is a secret realm, it is better to say it is a huge world. It can accommodate countless races. Even the human race has its own races. It seems to be differentiated from human beings, which is completely opposite to modern civilization. In the Myriad Races mystery realm, the human race is called the Ancients by other races. Every 10 years, an ancient battlefield will appear in the secret realm of the Myriad Races. He will select the 10 most powerful people in each race and each realm to enter it to fight. Until every battlefield in the realm, only one race of life is left. This battlefield will end, and the surviving lives, the race represented, will receive generous rewards. So it's a battle of honor. In the past years, when humans from Blue Star entered the mystery of 10,000 clans, they would be naturally assigned to the ancient human clan. Therefore, there are also many modern powerhouses who have been arranged into the top 10 and entered the eternal battlefield to fight. Later, he was lucky enough to win. Therefore, Blue Star's human race also received rich rewards. The concentration of dark energy in the space has also been greatly improved because of this. Only then will there be a flourishing age of martial arts. A newborn child can become very powerful. The chance of dying is almost zero. Only in this way can the humans on the Blue Star become stronger and stronger. The level of the world is also enhanced accordingly. After advancing to the realm of King Wu, Ling discovered a big secret. That is, Blue Star can't bear the powerhouses of the Martial Emperor realm. It is precisely because of this that there is no Martial Emperor realm on the entire Blue Star. They all went to the 10,000 races battlefield. On the battlefield of thousands of races in the realm of the Martial Emperor, she shines and glows for the Blue Star human beings. And Ling's purpose at this time is to enter the battlefield of 10,000 races. He not only wants to win the victory of the Wuhuang realm, even if it is the victory of the Wuhuang realm, he also wants to get it. After all, with his fighting power, the powerhouses of other races are nothing more than ants to him. Soon, Ling found out how to enter the Myriad Races Mystery Realm on the internet. One is to directly enter the Myriad Clan's Mystery Realm through the Xuanwu Academy. But the requirements are extremely high, and you must reach the realm of the Master of Heaven. Ling meets this requirement. Unfortunately, it's not time to start school yet. You have to wait at least a few weeks before you can enter. Second, that is smuggling. With the help of the teleportation devices in the homes of some powerful forces, they are directly teleported to the secret realm of all races. Then by challenging the ancient race, constantly improve their influence. Prove your own combat power and be perceived by the Tao of Heaven. That way, when the next 10,000 races battlefield opens, they will be selected and enter it. This is by far the best way. Thinking of this, Ling directly contacted the smugglers online. Soon on a relatively dark forum, Ling bought a smuggling quota for 50 million dragon coins. It is agreed to gather outside the city at 9 o'clock tomorrow night. Then they smuggled together to the Myriad Clan's secret realm. Thinking of this, Ling couldn't wait to pay the money. Ling, who had nothing to do, saw the little lowly in the swimming pool through the sea view window. Looking at the happy little lowly in the swimming pool, Ling couldn't help but smile and said, "It seems that you still like this swimming pool. My wish since childhood was to be able to swim freely in the swimming pool," the little lowly said with a smile. But then, she remembered the promise her parents had made to herself. They once promised to take themselves to the swimming pool for an experience after the college entrance examination. After all, the cost of the swimming pool is extremely high, and it is difficult for their ordinary family to afford it. So little Lowly has been looking forward to the end of the college entrance examination. It's a pity that little Lolita didn't wait for the promise of her parents, but instead waited for the news of their death. This memory made little Lolita's mood depressed, and there were tears in her eyes. Did you remember something sad again? Ling felt the change in little Lolita's mood. Appeared next to little Loli in an instant, pick her up from the pool, and use the energy within to dry her clothes. Gently comforted. "It's okay, I just remembered something." Seeing that Ling cared about her so much, little Lolita put her emotions away, then buried her little head on Ling's shoulder and said softly, "Since everything is over, don't think about it anymore. We have to look forward. After all, we have to continue living, don't we?" Ling comforted. Afterwards, Ling talked about his plan to go to Myriad Races tomorrow. "I intend to use this topic to divert little Lolita's mind to other directions." Sure enough, after hearing that Ling was about to go to the Myriad Races Mystery Realm, little Lolita also became nervous. Naturally, she also knows where the Myriad Races secret realm is. Feeling uneasy today, I quickly hugged Ling in my arms. Afraid he just disappeared. The huge XX was so pressed on Ling's body that he could barely breathe. Little Lolita hesitated for a moment, but still couldn't hold back the concern in her heart, and then whispered in Ling's ear, "Can you not go? It's very dangerous there. Why don't you just stay in Blue Star?" "I have reasons why I must go." Ling shook his head and said helplessly, "We want a strong man in the Martial Emperor realm to appear on Blue Star. It is necessary to go to the secret realm of the 10,000 races and win the victories on the battlefield of the 10,000 races again and again. Only in this way can Blue Star get enough rewards to promote himself to become a 6th-rank secret realm. In that way, on the Blue Star, it is possible to have a strong person in the realm of the Martial Emperor. Otherwise, once Ling becomes Emperor Wu, I will never come back to Blue Star again. After all, his cultivation speed is so fast, the Martial Emperor realm is just a realm that is within easy reach for him. You want me?" Little Lolita's voice was as thin as an ant, but Ling could not hear it clearly. Ling didn't say much, picked up the little Loli, and walked towards the dormitory. The fight was short, lasting only one night. A blood-colored plum blossom was left on the white bed sheet. The tortured little Lolita had no strength at all. After she regained consciousness, it was already afternoon. At this time, Yi Ling packed up her things early and headed out of the city. After waking up, the little Lolita felt the tingling pain in her lower body and didn't say much. She had expected that Yi Ling would leave quietly. Looking at the blood-red plum blossom on the bedsheet, little Lolita showed a happy smile on her face. Then he picked up the scissors and cut out the plum blossom, and then sealed the Kisanki in a jade box and kept it well. It will be one of his fondest memories. It was dark at this time, and Yi Ling came to the agreed place early. At this time, he found that besides him, there were more than a dozen people who were also smuggled away, waiting for the arrival of the smugglers. Soon, Yi Ling felt a wave of energy, and then looked somewhere in the void. There, the void is cut open. A paper boat slowly got out of it and arrived in front of everyone. This is an ancient paper boat with a dark body, exuding a strange aura, and it looks very unstable. Yi Ling was a little skeptical if he could support the dozen or so people present. Obviously, Yi Ling's worries are unnecessary. After everyone is on board, the ship can still move quickly. Soon, it slowly drove into the void. The so-called smuggling leader Zhou Xiao was sitting on the bow of the boat, controlling the paper boat to move forward. I don't know when we will be able to reach our destination. Yi Ling looked at the paper boat and muttered to himself. The middle-aged man on the side heard Yi Ling's words and then said, "If you are lucky, it will take a long time. If you are not lucky, you may not be able to leave the so-called myriad races mystery realm for the rest of your life." How do you say that? Yi Ling looked at the middle-aged man next to him and became interested. Hastily opened the mouth to ask, "If we're lucky, we can get there in half a day at normal driving speed. But if we are unlucky, we may be left here if we encounter some kind of thief or something." The middle-aged man explained patiently. At the same time, there was a faint gleam in his eyes, constantly lighting up the dozen or so people on board. A trace of hesitation flashed across his eyes and face, as if he was thinking about something. "Traveler?" Yi Ling fell into deep thought after hearing what the middle-aged man said about the thief. This kind of thieves specialize in wandering in the void, specifically robbing those warriors. Generally speaking, a thief who can freely shuttle in the void. All have the strength of the Grand Master realm. And he looked at the dozens of smugglers present. Apart from himself being a martial king, only the middle-aged man next to him was a Grand Master. The rest are basically master realms. When the time comes to fight, it is estimated that only the two of them can save themselves. The middle-aged man looked at the smugglers around him with disgust, and then said disdainfully, "Even if the thief finds out, it's impossible to make a move. After all, for such a poor person, their actions are just a waste of time." 2. Yi Ling nodded, agreeing with the middle-aged man. "But you are different." The middle-aged man suddenly turned his head, and then directly grabbed Yi Ling's neck. "I want to let him control it instantly." "What are you doing?" Facing the middle-aged man's attack, Yi Ling's face turned cold instantly. Then he slapped the middle-aged man with eyes flying out and smashed hard on the shipboard not far away. The middle-aged man held his chest, looked coldly at Yi Ling, and then laughed loudly. "Sure enough, there are big fish, so I said, why can't I check what you mean? Originally, I thought it was because you had treasures on you. Now it seems that it is because your strength is stronger than mine. Presumably, you're also a child of a certain family. As long as it catches you, there will be a steady stream of money. Really, God has blessed me." After finishing speaking, the man looked up to the sky and laughed, and a strange sound came from his belly. 3.8. Not long after the voice came out, streamers of light appeared in the distance. Then it came to this side quickly, and every streamer is a strong man in the realm of a great master. "Ah, you're finished, my brother is here." The middle-aged man held his painful chest and laughed loudly. Then, a white light flashed past. His voice stopped abruptly. Finally quiet, Yi Ling withdrew his killing sword, and then looked at the dead middle-aged man coldly. The smuggling leader Zhou Xiao looked at the beheaded middle-aged man, frowned back, and looked at the murderer Yi Ling. He said helplessly, "You shouldn't have killed him. If he doesn't die, we will be robbed at most. But if you kill him, we won't be able to live. Just kill his companions together." Yi Ling looked at the murder sword in his hand indifferently. The killing sword at this time was sucking the blood of the middle-aged man. It's like a gluttonous child. After smoking, it changed back to its original appearance. Seeing this, Yi Ling also took it back into his mind. The more targets he kills, the more powerful the killing sword becomes. Already stronger than some 6th-grade weapons. How could you, a grandmaster, be their opponent? It's too arrogant. 09. Zhou Xiao looked at Yi Ling in front of him and just regarded him as a strong man in the realm of a great master. After all, as a master, he can only see here. He was just an ordinary smuggler who came here by smuggling others in exchange for a little money. It's not like he hasn't been robbed by thieves in the past. However, this is the first time that Liu Pirate died on his own boat. This made him realize that disaster was imminent, so he couldn't help speeding up the paper boat. But he didn't expect that those thieves would come so fast. Each and every one of the strong masters tightly wrapped the entire paper boat on top of it. There are several powerful auras among them. Even he can't understand them. It should be a grand master whose realm is higher than his. Seeing this scene, Zhou Xiao was already disheartened. You kill my brother? Clouds of black mist floated from nowhere. On the paper boat, they gathered to form a person. An old voice floated out from within the black mist. The owner of the voice is hiding in the black mist. Others could not see his true face clearly. Ghost old! Not far away, Zhou Xiao felt his scalp go numb the moment he saw the strange black mist appear. He never expected that the bandit leader would appear this time. It turned out to be the legendary Ghost Elder. That murderous guy. It is said that all the prey he encountered never jumped out and lived. It seemed that this time he was in danger. Suddenly, my heart felt ashamed and my body went limp. He is just an ordinary smuggler who barely supports his family by smuggling others to the Myriad Clan's secret realm. He was also attacked by thieves and robbed several times. Because what he brought were stowaways, which were of no value, and nothing happened. But today, he happened to meet Gui Lao. Even just now, Yi Ling did not kill the middle-aged man. He probably won't end well either. After all, this guy is a butcher who takes pleasure in killing people. Yi Ling looked coldly in front of this whole body caged in the black snow. There was a faint light in his eyes. The false eye was activated by him. The black mist was nothing in his eyes, and he had a panoramic view of the creatures in it. Then, a trace of disdain appeared on his face. In his illusory eyes, the person in the black mist was actually a villain less than 1 meter long. His face was ferocious, very ugly. What are you laughing at? Gui Lao, who was watched by Yi Ling, felt as if his whole body had been seen through. It was as if a naked self appeared in the eyes of the other party. Let him be at a loss, and then become angry from embarrassment. The originally ferocious face now looked even more terrifying. Then with a wave of his hand, the endless black mist turned into a giant hand covering the sky. Then he grabbed Yi Ling. He wanted to pinch Yi Ling in front of him into a blood mist, so as to calm down his furious mood. 803 bored. Looking at the giant palm that covered the sky, Yi Ling didn't even lift his eyelids. With the last slap, he waved it out. It actually shattered the giant palm that covered the sky. Then Yi Ling's right hand poked directly and grabbed the old ghost out of the black mist. Then he held the opponent's neck in one hand. You, who the hell are you? Looking at Yi Ling in front of him, his master's peak strength is like a chicken in the eyes of the other party, was pinched in the hands of the opponent. This made him very stunned and unbelievable. I wanted to struggle, but found that all the energy in my body was frozen in my body, and I couldn't mobilize Finfu. Dead people don't need to know too much. Yi Ling could sense the many resentments in the guy in front of him. These are just caused by too many innocent killings. The little brothers next to him watched their boss being controlled by Yi Ling. One after another anxiously wanted to make a move, but they suddenly discovered that their bodies seemed to be fixed by some inexplicable given. Neither the energy in his body nor his body can move an inch. It's like a puppet. Only the soul is still there. They could only helplessly watching clusters of orange-red flames slowly spread upward from the soles of their feet. It was slowly burned by Yi Ling's phoenix flames, turning into strands of fly ash. It's like never came to this world. Damn! Seeing his brother, he just died in front of his eyes. Even his own life is in the hands of the other party. Gui Lao also let out a painful roar. These brothers are good brothers who have accompanied him for hundreds of years. Been through life and death for so many years. No matter how ruthless he is, he still has his own weakness. And his weakness is his brother's. At this moment, he felt that the energy in his body could be mobilized. This made him very excited. Then he mobilized the energy in his body, opened his mouth to spit out a blood blade, and shot directly at Yi Mai's face. To this, Yi Ling didn't respond and let the blood blade hit him on the forehead. There was a click, and the blood blade seemed to hit some hard object and shattered into pieces. See this scene. Gui Lao was stunned for a moment. This is him. With his own painstaking efforts, he has laid 1,000-year-old peerless treasure. But is it so vulnerable? This made his face ashen. Yi Ling laughed loudly. The smile on his face became even more presumptuous, and then said, "You don't think that you broke through my confinement by relying on your own ability. I just want you to experience from hell to heaven, from heaven to hell. Unexpectedly, you are still so useless, W." Afterwards, Yi Ling exerted a little force. He crushed the old ghost in front of him to death. Then, a burst of mental power rushed out of Gui Lao's body. Crazy escape. Although I have lost my body, as long as my spiritual body is still there. He has the opportunity to go back to the past. Still want to run? Yi Ling smiled coldly and activated his illusory eyes. Endless energy turned into a picture of the void line. In the end, he imprisoned Gui Lao's spiritual body firmly in it, prevent him from moving an inch. Then, it was pulled into Yi Ling's hands. And looking at the spirit body in his hand, Yi Ling swallowed it in one gulp. After thinking about it for a while, I looked up at Zhou Xiao, who was not far away. Reluctantly said, "Hurry up and leave." "Yes, it's the boss. I'm leaving now." Zhou Xiao saw everything in his eyes from the beginning to the end. It never occurred to him that the Yi Ling in front of him turned out to be a stubble even more ruthless than Gui Lao. It's that easy to kill the legendary ghost who kills without blinking an eye, and also swallowed the opponent's spiritual body. It made him swallow uncontrollably. Not daring to neglect the young man in front of him, he nodded hastily. "Control the paper boat and move towards your destination." Surrounding stowaways who also see all this in their eyes. They also silently gave up Yi Ling's piece of land. Don't dare to disturb him in the past. After all, in their opinion, the Yi Ling in front of them is more terrifying than the old ghost not far away. It is an existence that they must never provoke. So they gave up their positions one after another. Seeing this, Yi Ling couldn't say anything. He is too lazy to deal with these people. Although they are smugglers, there are still big differences between them. However, no one had ever met King Wu, and they wanted to take the stowaway boat to go to the myriad clan's secret realm. Yi Ling is still young and has little experience. Although he is good King Wu, he still doesn't know the privileges that King Wu has. All he needs to say is that he is the king of martial arts. If you go to any aristocratic family at will, you can take the free teleportation device and be directly teleported to the secret realm of all races. After all, as a secret realm of 10,000 races, there are countless entrances. Basically, slightly larger forces have their entrances. You can directly enter the secret realm of all races. Arrive. After driving for 2 full days, Zhou Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Then, trembling, he came to Yi Ling. It refers to the void that was stripped not far away. Looking at the torn void, Yi Ling flew over without thinking too much. Etc. Zhou Xiao wanted to say something, but saw that Yi Ling had disappeared. A look of helplessness. He wanted to say something, but Yi Ling's speed was too fast, so he didn't say it. But think of Yi Ling's combat effectiveness is so strong. Presumably those guys wouldn't embarrass him too much. So he didn't think too much about it, and took control of the paper boat. It is intended to take the stowaways on board to a safe place. These masters, without the shelter of paper boats, could not walk in the void. There is great danger. Although he is a stowaway, he has to take his guests to a safe place so that he can leave with peace of mind. Soon, Yi Ling passed through the void crack and came to the myriad clan's mystery realm. As soon as he entered, Yi Ling felt a strong energy leading to his sleepiness. And the level of energy is far higher than that of Blue Star. Breathe casually, and you can feel traces of pure energy pouring into your body. Practicing in this myriad race secret realm, the speed of cultivation is probably more than 100 Ajai times faster than that of Blue Star. It's no wonder that so many people want to smuggle into this myriad clan's secret realm. Practicing for 1 year is equivalent to cultivating in Blue Star for 100 years. At this time, Yi Ling was above the sky. Looking down, it is a bare mountain range without any vegetation. It looks like a mine. Yi Ling could feel that there were many powerful breaths of life below. Among them, there are no less than 100 strong ones in the Grandmaster realm alone. There is even a King Wu, which makes Yi Ling very excited. Because he just entered the Myriad Clan's secret realm, he was able to meet such a powerful expert. The warlike blood in his body kept rolling, making him full of fighting spirit. I can't wait to rush into the battlefield of 10,000 races and compete with the powerful geniuses of all the heavens and 10,000 races. Yo, another stowaway came. The void was broken, and an old man came out. A full head of white hair hangs down. His face was like that of a childish teenager. There was a dead air all over his body, which looked extremely strange. Iban observed the young man in front of him, but the more he looked at him, the more he felt something was wrong, because he didn't see through the boy's true strength, which made him a little puzzled. But thinking of the young man in front of him, since he came here by illegal immigration, his strength would definitely not be too strong, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, he also realized that the young man in front of him might have a magic weapon that could hide his strength. Otherwise, how could it be possible to block his detection? On his face, he couldn't help letting out a greedy smile. He was ordered to guard the Chuyuan mine, but he did not expect to get an unexpected harvest today. This made him very satisfied. Why are you laughing? Yi Ling frowned, looking at the old man in front of him. I feel cold all over, like being stared at by an old glass. A look of displeasure. Iban looked Yi Ling up and down indifferently, and then said, "Hand over the treasure in your body that can hide your strength. Maybe I can consider making you suffer less." Why do you think that I am hiding my strength? Isn't it because I am strong myself? Yi Ling frowned, tilted his head, and looked at the old man in front of him. There was a hint of amusement on his face. He also saw that the old man in front of him. It was just that he detected that Wu Wang. But he didn't care. Even if it is a strong man at the peak of King Wu, he can slaughter at will. What's more, it's this King Wu who is exhausted. I'm afraid there won't be many years of Shuyuan left. This kind of existence, he might be able to kill it with half strength. So there is also a playful mind. After listening to Yi Ling's words, Iban laughed out loud. Then there was a sudden pause, and the expression on the face that was originally full of smiles suddenly disappeared. Then a ferocious face appeared, very terrifying. Said, "Since you don't want to hand it over, then I have no choice but to take it myself." After finishing speaking, a powerful and terrifying aura erupted from his body. Even if the fuel is exhausted, he is still the real king of martial arts. Regular pieces of shattered flame elements appeared in the void, enveloping him in it. The power of endless rules spreads. Rip the surrounding void to shreds. It's still too late for you to surrender now. After looking at the terrifying fragments of fire elemental rules around him, as their master, Iban showed a crazy smile. Looking at Yi Ling not far away with a grim face, he said. Yi Ling yawned indifferently, and a terrifying aura hundreds of times stronger than the other party directly crushed out. Endless fragments of rules flowed from his body to the surroundings. Within a radius of several miles, all voids were shattered. If you look up from the bottom, you can see a black area in the sky. Everything there was crushed into pieces by Yi Ling's powerful aura, and even light couldn't enter it. It's like a forbidden area. You, how could you be King Wu? Iban felt the powerful and suffocating breath in front of him. Unexpectedly, the guy in front of him is actually so much stronger than himself. It turned out that it wasn't because the other party had a treasure that could shield his breath. It's because the opponent's realm is far higher than his own. Therefore, it cannot be detected. After getting this desperate fact, Iban felt as if he had fallen from heaven to hell. It feels like death is coming. I cannot be reconciled. Facing the threat of death, Iban decided to fight to the death. Finally, he took out a ghost streamer from his space ring and swayed it gently. Clouds of black mist drifted away from the ghost streamer and then condensed into a huge ghost image above the void. Very ferocious and terrifying. Yi Ling looked at the ghost in front of him and frowned deeply. He could feel endless resentment from it. From this, it can be seen that this ghost fan is an evil thing. On it, Yi Ling at least felt the resentment of hundreds of lives. That is to say, at least hundreds of lives were killed in this ghost story. Originally, I didn't want to kill you. Yi Ling sighed quietly. My ghost banner is a treasure that I sacrificed a full 300 lives to refine. Even if the half-step martial emperor sees my ghost banner, he can only back away. If you still don't leave, don't blame me for being cruel. Iban looked at Yi Ling fearfully. Even with the ghost banner in his hand, he dare not be too presumptuous, because he always felt that the boy in front of him, 110-inch, is very strange. And from the beginning to the end, it seemed that he didn't take himself seriously. There must be backhands. If you can force the opponent back, then it is naturally a better choice. If not, they can only die. Hearing that the other party actually said that the martial emperor would retreat even half a step, a sneer appeared on Yi Ling's face, and then he said indifferently, "It's not like I haven't killed a half-step martial emperor. Just by sacrificing 300 lives, you will die today." Yi Ling didn't intend to kill the other party at first, but just taught the other party a lesson. But the other party dared to sacrifice 300 lives. This made him see how he could let the other party go. The opponent already has a certain way to die. Since that's the case, let the horse come here. Seeing that Yi Ling didn't retreat, Iban's expression turned pale. Then he kept waving the ghost banner in his hand. The ghost in the air also slowly turned from virtual to real. It turned into a strange one, covered in black armor all over its body. The mouth is full of fangs, and the huge tongue spurts out, which is more than 100 meters long. It is covered with barbs, which looks very hideous and terrifying. Seeing this, Yi Ling frowned. It's better for this evil thing to disappear. Yi Ling pointed out. A ball of orange flames suddenly appeared from the fingertips. It grew against the wind, intertwined in the air, and immediately turned into a giant net that covered the sky and rushed towards the weirdness. Iban also felt a deadly threat. He hurriedly controlled the ghost banner, trying to control the ghost to escape from the long, giant net. This is a treasure that he cultivated after sacrificing 300 lives, and it cannot be destroyed just like that. Unfortunately, it was too late. The phoenix flame that Yi Ling displayed turned into a giant net. The ghost has been firmly blocked in it. The ghost was burned immediately when it touched the giant net. Make a hissing sound. There was also a constant painful neighing from his mouth. Not only did it wave the long knife in its hand, but it couldn't cut off the huge net. Receive. Watching the ghost constantly struggling in the giant net, Yi Ling sneered. The giant net slowly closed. The monster's body also slowly shrunk. With a final puff, it completely turned into nothingness. Feeling that the treasure of self-cultivation of life was completely destroyed. Iban also suffered a backlash in an instant. As soon as his mouth was sweet, a pool of blood sprayed out when he opened his mouth. Then he passed out completely and slowly fell down. You also die at 2.9. Seeing this scene, Yi pointed. Endless phoenix flames swept towards Iban's body. Wrap him directly in it. Iban felt the terrifying flame burning himself and quickly woke up from his lethargy. But it was too late. There was no time to count interest. Was burned into nothingness. Since you're here, come out. Ling made a hook with his right hand. Phoenix Flame is like a cute and mischievous elf. It slowly returned to Ling's palm, and then submerged into his body. Then he looked somewhere in the void, and then an indifferent voice sounded. "Grown-ups!" The void was broken, and Lu Sui hurried out. Looking at Ling in front of him, he hastily wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Respectfully, he bowed to Ling to express his attitude. After all, he didn't quite know what the behavior of the young man in front of him was. So be very careful. 09, even if the opponent had just killed the priest of his family, he didn't dare to blame too much. "I'm afraid that the other party will involve me and end up getting angry, even if he is the heir of the Liu family. But in front of the real strong, even if it is just a martial king, he is still an inconspicuous character, can be crushed at will. After all, this is a world that respects martial arts." Ling looked at the young man in front of him and seemed to be aware of what the other party was thinking. He asked slightly playfully, "I killed him. Don't you hate me at all?" After Lu Sui heard this death-like inquiry, he quickly explained. "That old guy dared to use 300 human lives as sacrifices to train evil things. Senior killed him to do justice for the heavens. How dare I blame him?" After hearing the boy's explanation, Ling nodded in satisfaction, then said with a smile, "If that's the case, then I'm leaving. Senior, go slowly." Lu Sui didn't dare to stop him, so he made another salute. He said with his head down. In this regard, Ling smiled lightly and didn't say anything more. Instead, he looked around and asked again, "Is there a city near here?" Because at this time Ling remembered that he didn't seem to understand the myriad races mystery realm very well. Looking up at the young man in front of him, who was still leaving quickly, Lu Sui thought that the other party was going to drive something. Hearing that the other party actually asked where the nearest city was, he couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief and quickly explained, "Senior, go straight to the east, and there is Suchao City. There, many strong men gathered. There are also teleportation arrays leading to major cities. If seniors want to go, they can go there. Come." Ling nodded slightly when she heard Lu Sui's directions. Then he quickly flew towards the direction Lu Sui pointed at. Seeing that Ling finally disappeared from his sight, Lu Sui breathed a sigh of relief. There is no thought of revenge at all. After all, being able to cultivate such a young genius, 540's subsequent influence cannot be worse than his shop. Even stronger. This also made him feel jealous. Not to mention, the old guy who died was simply to blame. Even sacrificing the lives of others and refining evil things can be done. Moreover, it was discovered that it deserved to be killed. Here, Ling walked with all his strength. A huge silhouette gradually appeared in his eyes, like a giant dragon lying prone on the ground. The Black City bricks are like the scales on a giant dragon. Suchao City. Suchao City. As the largest city with a radius of 100,000 li, its prosperity is unimaginable. The continuous city wall tightly wraps the entire Suchao Wu in it. Above the sky, there is a powerful magic circle. All flights are prohibited. As soon as Ling entered the sky above Suchao City, he felt a resistance and lowered his body involuntarily. Can only enter from the main entrance. As soon as he entered Suchao City, Ling felt a powerful aura appearing around him. Most of them are great masters or masters. Although in Ling's eyes, this kind of powerhouse no longer poses any threat. But you must know that this is Suchao City. At least 1 million people. And most of the people are strong men above the realm of masters. From the bottom level alone, the people on Blue Star have been completely crushed. After all, the world level of this 10,000 races secret realm is far higher than Blue Star. It is also a matter of course. But one day, he will also make Blue Star a mystical realm of 10,000 races, such a high-level world. Even far surpassed him. After arriving in Suchao City, the first thing Ling did was to find an internet cafe. Find some important information. The technology of this 10,000 races secret realm far exceeds that of Blue Star. The level of the secret realm is also much higher. If you want to enter the 10,000 races battlefield, you must first go to the Tiandao Pagoda. Defeat the arrogant in the tower. Only those who reach the top 100 will be selected into it when the next Tiandao battlefield opens. And the way to enter the Heavenly Dao Pagoda is also very simple. You can feel the induction of Heavenly Dao just by chanting in your heart, and then directly enter the Heavenly Dao Pagoda. Thinking of this, Ling silently turned off the phone. Just find a hotel and live in it. After everything was ready, Ling silently recited the name of the Heavenly Dao Pagoda in his heart. The whole person disappeared in place in an instant. When he opened his eyes again, he found that he seemed to be above the clouds, surrounded by a piece of white, as far as the eye can see. Just when Ling was puzzled, in his mind, a voice suddenly appeared. Welcome to Tiandao Tower. Are you ready for the first round of challenges? Ready. Ling nodded lightly, and then spoke. The challenge begins, the 10 millionth place in the Tianjiao list. Evergreen Python. As soon as the voice fell, an extremely alluring woman appeared in front of Ling. She has a hot figure and is only wearing a revealing blue-purple dress. Unexpectedly, there is such a young little brother to challenge the slave family. It really flatters the slave family. The moment Qingzi saw Ling, she was also a little stunned. She didn't expect that there would be such a young king-level warrior to challenge her. One must know that those who achieve the state of martial king within 100 years are considered peerless geniuses. And it was the first time she saw such a young guy. However, she didn't think much about it. After all, she is just a clone factory built by Tiandao Tower. Just some basic wisdom. It's good. It's far inferior to the main body. She swayed her seductive figure and walked towards Ling. A faint pink haze floated from his body, slowly drifting towards Ling. Seeing this scene, Ling frowned and directly opened her mouth to expose her purpose straight face. You don't need to waste your efforts. Just your charm is too low level. After speaking, Ling's eyes glowed lavender. Directly inhale the pink haze in front of you, completely obliterating it. With a wave of Qingzi's hand, the pink smog that wrapped around her body was expelled. Then he glanced at the young man in front of him with a little charm, pouted his mouth and said, "What a puzzling little guy." Small. When Ling heard the other party, she actually said that she was young. Hastily drew out his own 3-meter-long killing sword and directly slashed across it. The cyan in front of him was cut in half, and it turned into pieces and disappeared in front of his eyes. Then he smiled coldly. "I'm not young. The challenge is successful. Congratulations on your ranking. 10,000. Please leave your name." Number 1. Ling thought for a while. Then with a strange smile on his face, he said directly, 450 recording success. Would you like to continue the challenge? Ling, challenge. The challenge continues, the 9,999th Tianjiao. The white jade eagle is about to manifest. Question mark. Ling was stunned when he heard the words by Yueying. Because his good partner, Li Xie, is this pet. It's just that he didn't expect that this kind of monster could be cultivated to the level of the Monster King and be listed on the list of Tianjiao. Although the ranking is not high, it is enough to show that his combat ability is extremely powerful. Otherwise, it would be impossible to stand out and be ranked 999th on the Tianjiao list. A white figure slowly appeared not far away. It was another woman, wearing a white cheongsam, revealing half of her long legs that are as white as jade. She exudes a faint fragrance. Oh, it's actually a little guy. Bai Yi looked at Ling in front of him, showing the same doubts as Z. Obviously, young challengers like Ling are rare. But the challenge has reached here, which means that the other party has already eliminated her good sister Qingzi. He also became a little cautious. However, he never thought of it. It was because of the little minister I just mentioned. Ruined his own life. When Ling heard this small word, his expression turned cold. The most annoying thing is that other people say this word. When even a sword was swung out, it directly changed the opponent into two halves. Not even time to react. After the Demon King reaches the realm of the Demon King, he can transform into a human form. But their most powerful state is their own body. The human form is just to facilitate them to fight. In fact, they can't exert their full fighting ability at all. It's just that Yi Ling is too powerful. They didn't even have time to react. This is caused by the great disparity in strength. The challenge is successful. The 9,957th Tianjiao, Zhou Fei, will be realized soon. As soon as the words fell, a very thick man appeared in front of Yi Ling. It was a figure whose whole body was covered in black armor. People can't see his face clearly. As soon as Zhou Fei appeared, he directly clenched the long knife in his hand and slashed straight at Yi Ling without the slightest hesitation. Yi Ling didn't hesitate either. He clenched the killing sword in his hand, fought with him a few times, and then cut the long knife in the opponent's hand in half. "I'm not your match." Looking at the long knife in his hand that had been broken into two pieces, Zhou Fei's eyes showed a hint of shrewdness, and then he disappeared voluntarily as soon as he clasped his hands together. "I actually gave up on my own initiative." Looking at Zhou Fei, he just gave up on his own initiative. Yi Ling was also curious about Zhou Fei in front of him. He always felt that there must be entanglements between the two of them. "We'll definitely see you again in the future." Then, in the prompt of Tiandao Pagoda, he had already replaced the position above the opponent. Became number 995 to 7 on the Tianjiao list. However, it took several hours to advance to more than 40 people, which made Yi Ling extremely dissatisfied. It's a pity that the Heavenly Tao Pagoda doesn't have such rules, and only allows one challenge after another, which makes Yi Ling very helpless. After advancing a few more positions, Yi Ling gave up the challenge and planned to take a rest. Fight again tomorrow. Thinking of this, Yi Ling withdrew from the Heavenly Tao Pagoda. Then get ready to go down for a meal. Unexpectedly, a familiar, yet unfamiliar figure suddenly appeared not far away. "Lu Mu!" Looking at the girl who walked in from the door, Yi Ling couldn't believe it and quickly rubbed his eyes. But there is already a nearly 90% chance of confirming that the other party is the girl who gave him the love letter. However, at this time her hair was dyed blood red, but the tenderness on her face still persisted. Yi Ling, feeling that someone was watching her, Lu Mu turned her head to look. Then he saw Yi Ling not far away, staring at him. Suddenly, an indescribable emotion erupted completely from her heart. She couldn't control her inner emotions any longer and ran over quickly, bumping into Yi Ling's arms deeply, tears streaming down her face. Damn, who was that guy? Not far away, Sichin saw his beloved suddenly fall into the arms of another man. Immediately felt that he was green. Want to get up and stop this. But he suddenly thought that he was just a crush. There is no right to accuse the other party. Go and investigate. But this can't stop him. He went to investigate the other party's identity. After finishing speaking, a younger brother behind him quickly walked out with understanding. As for him, he continued to look angrily at a man and a woman not far away. Can't wait to replace the other party at this time. Come with me, let's have a good chat. Yi Ling gently comforted Lu Mu, who was sobbing in his arms. Then he took her little hand and walked to his room. Li Mu also seemed to realize something, and followed Yi Ling obediently without any resistance. Si Chun could only watch helplessly as his goddess was brought into the room just like that. I could only grit my teeth fiercely, but didn't dare to go forward directly, because he couldn't clearly see the strength of that young man, which made him very afraid. In the room, Yi Ling looked at Lu Mu in front of him and reached out to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes. He said softly, "How did you escape back then? I asked a lot of people, and they all said they didn't see you. I thought you had already." Yi Ling didn't say much at the end. Lu Mu has appeared in front of him safely. It is useless to say more. Lu Mu also knew what Yi Ling was talking about. After thinking about it for a while, he said, "I remember being killed by a monster. Wisps of red light suddenly appeared in my body and wrapped me in it, forming a giant cocoon. When I woke up again, I had already arrived in this mystical realm of 10,000 races. Since then, I have been living in the myriad races mystery realm. Every time I die, I can be reborn. Every time I am reborn, my realm will become stronger and stronger. Up to now, I have already possessed the strength of the Martial King realm." After speaking, Lu Mu looked deeply at Yi Ling in front of him. There was love in his eyes. I have already firmly remembered the figure of Yi Ling in my heart. 327. Back then, she sent a love letter, just to draw a perfect end to my secret love at the beginning. But he didn't expect that it made him sink deeper and deeper, and he couldn't forget Yi Ling even more. So when I met Yi Ling, I couldn't hide my inner joy and excitement, and wept with joy. Immortal Fire Phoenix bloodline? Yi Ling was taken aback and muttered to himself. He opened his eyes of emptiness and suddenly saw everything. Also froze in place. Unexpectedly, Lu Mu in front of him actually awakened the blood of the immortal Fire Phoenix. It also made him very fortunate. If it weren't for this blood, Lu Mu would have died in that turmoil long ago. He will never see the girl in front of him again. The undead Fire Phoenix bloodline exists at the same level as the Phoenix bloodline in Yi Ling's body. Even in a certain sense, the undead Fire Phoenix is stronger than his Phoenix bloodline to a certain extent. After all, the undead Fire Phoenix has the ability to continue nirvana. As long as the true blood in the body is not completely wiped out, it can be reborn again and again. Every rebirth can make oneself stronger. It is an out-and-out abnormal blood. Never having the ability to cultivate. In just 1 month, he was able to reach the realm that he could only obtain by cheating on himself. This is enough to show the strength of this bloodline. Lu Mu looked at Yi Ling in front of her and said softly, "Can you never leave me again? I miss you so much." Yi Ling didn't dare to hug Lu Mu again. One is the fear of misfiring. The second is that he already has a little lowly Ganyu in his family, and Li Xie, who is practicing in retreat. These two, for him, were entangled women. As if seeing Yi Ling's hesitation, Lu Mu said indifferently, "I don't care if you have other women, as long as you have a place in your heart." Okay. After Lu Mu said that, Yi Ling had no reason to reject Lu Mu. Back then, he also knew that the other party had a crush on him. But I have no awakening talent, no strength. So I have never accepted the other party, nor have I taken the initiative to confess. Now that he has the opportunity, he will naturally not give up on the girl in front of him. What happened back then happened too quickly. When he came back from there, the other party had disappeared. Can't find it anymore. I suppressed this feeling in my heart. After this was confirmed by Yi Ling, Lu Mu breathed a sigh of relief and lay quietly in Yi Ling's arms. 2.2. By the way, Yi Ling, how are my parents doing? At this time, Lu Mu suddenly remembered something. Hastily opened the mouth to ask. A trace of hesitation flashed in his eyes. Finally he asked, "Uncles and aunts are no longer here." Yi Ling hesitated, but told her the truth. "Not gonna hide it. Actually, I already guessed it. Under that kind of chaos, there are very few people who can survive." Lu Mu said sadly, "Perhaps they are not your biological parents. After all, you have the blood of the immortal Fire Phoenix in your body. They should have too. If not, they're most likely not your biological parents." Yi Ling said, "They have raised me for so many years. Even if it's not my biological parents, I have already regarded them as my biological parents. It's a pity that I couldn't fulfill my filial piety in front of them." 09 separates yin and yang. Lu Mu sobbed softly and said, "I heard that after reaching the realm of gods, one has the ability to reverse time, and there may be a chance." Yi Ling couldn't bear to see the girl in her arms sad again, so she told a little lie. "Really?" Lu Mu, who was pregnant, raised her head and looked at Yi Ling in front of her with a look of expectation. Looking into his eyes, it seems that he wants to see if Yi Ling is lying from his eyes. "It is true." Yi Ling nodded heavily. "Okay, then I will become a god first, then turn back the time and let my parents come back." After hearing Yi Ling's confirmation, Lu Mu was completely depressed. He looked at Yi Ling with excitement all over his face. "Since then, I have my own goals. By the way, Yi Ling, why did you come to this myriad races mystery realm?" Li Mu looked at Yi Ling curiously. He could feel that the breath in Yi Ling's body was not much weaker than his own, as expected of the man she was looking for. The talent is so terrifying. She has the undead Fire Phoenix, and she has such an achievement. And Yi Ling, without any blood, has such a powerful realm and fighting ability. I just didn't understand why Yi Ling came here. I'm here for the 10,000 races battlefield. Yi Ling smiled, then pointed to the Tiandao Pagoda in the sky. That mysterious building above the clouds. It has always made him very curious. I don't know what kind of existence it is to create such a terrifying treasure. It should be the legendary god. Li Mu said with a smile. In Tiandao Pagoda, I have already ranked over 1,000. Perhaps we will have a chance to play against each other in the future. Oh, you can actually rank more than 1,000? Yi Ling looked at the girl in his arms in surprise. Li Mu's current changes have far exceeded his imagination. Not only has a strong realm, but also has become a strong king of martial arts. 033's combat ability is actually so strong. Hearing Yi Ling's words, Lu Mu pursed his mouth in dissatisfaction and bit Yi Ling's back hard, leaving his own mark. With a triumphant smile on his face, he said, I told you to underestimate me, but I have the blood of the immortal Fire Phoenix, so my fighting power should not be underestimated. Okay. I know you are very strong. Yi Ling said with a hasty smile. When Li Mu bit him just now, he almost couldn't hold back and activated the national body. If he really used the Golden Jade body, at least it would break Li Mu's teeth. This made him very scared. Fortunately, he responded, looking at Lu Mu through his mental power. He used those small white teeth to leave marks on his back. Yi Ling smiled helplessly and didn't care too much. After all, for this kind of minor injury, he can restore the original state by simply circulating the qi and blood in his body. But after thinking about it in a blink of an eye, this trace still has a different meaning, so I didn't plan to restore it. Let it continue like this. Why do you want to participate in the 10,000 races battlefield? Lu Mu glanced at Yi Ling curiously, then rested his head on his shoulder, sniffing his scent lightly, and replied. Hearing Lu Mu's question, Yi Ling said helplessly, the current blue star is only a 5th-rank secret realm, and it can accommodate the existence of a strong martial emperor realm. With my cultivation speed, it won't take too long to advance to martial emperor. But after being promoted, you can no longer enter blue star. So I want to advance blue star to a 6th-rank world through the rewards from the 10,000 races battlefield. In this way, the strong in the martial emperor realm can survive on the blue star. After hearing Yi Ling's words, Lu Mu also fell in a deep thought. Then he said, it's not that the strong men on the blue star have never won the battlefield of the martial king realm, but they still haven't advanced the blue star to the 6th-rank secret realm. Are you sure you can do it? If King Wu's battlefield doesn't work, then I'll go to Emperor Wu's battlefield. Yi Ling smiled softly. Well, I believe you. Hearing Yi Ling was so confident, Lu Mu didn't know what to say. But she has always been by this man's side, forever and always his decision. No way. Who told him to take a fancy to the man in his arms? Suddenly, Yi Ling felt that someone was watching him outside. Then, he looked outside and asked suspiciously, it seems that there is a guy who has been staring at us. Do you know him? After hearing Yi Ling's words, Lu Mu fell into deep thought. Then a person appeared in his mind, and a trace of disgust suddenly appeared on his face. I seem to know who it is, a very annoying guy who has always wanted to pursue me, but I never agreed. Yi Ling joked and said, then why don't you agree? Of course it's because of you, bad guy. Lu Mu snorted coldly, looked at Yi Ling in front of him, and said, dissatisfied. Her heart has long been filled with the man in front of her. Where can other people be accommodated? Then how did he know you? Yi Ling asked curiously. I originally wanted to take the passages of those big families, then go back to Blue Star to find yours. As a result, that guy's family is very powerful, and many big families don't want to offend him, so they don't let me take the passage. He has been pestering me. As I walked and fled, I came to Suqiao City. Unexpectedly, he turned around again. After Qian Zhaozhao finished speaking, Lu Mu had a look of remorse. Can't wait to kill each other. I'll go see what he says. Yi Ling thought for a while, and then spoke. Okay, then you go. After finishing speaking, Lu Mu got off Yi Ling's body, then sat aside. Yi Ling also smiled, got up and opened the door. Just saw it. Tong Chun stood there with a gloomy face. Who are you? Sichen looked at Yi Ling, who suddenly opened the door, frowning at him, looking at the room inadvertently. He was also relieved to find Lu Mu standing there intact. Then he looked at Yi Ling suspiciously. Unexpectedly, Yi Mu's actions directly angered him. Before Yi Ling could speak, Lu Mu walked over, took Yi Ling's arm, hugged it in his arms, and said with a happy face, "He is my boyfriend." Sichen saw that the girl he was chasing after was hugging another man, and he clenched his fists. But he didn't dare to do anything to Lu Mu, turned his head to look at Yi Ling beside 530, frowned and said, "You are not good enough for her. I advise you to let go." "Huh? Are you worthy?" Yi Ling looked at the boy in front of him playfully. "I don't know where the other party's confidence comes from. Our family in this eastern region is a family with a head and a face. You can't compare it to 10,000. Although I don't know where did you come from, but I still advise you to relax. Otherwise, I don't know how to die by then." Sichen looked at Yi Ling in front of him arrogantly. Aft. Then he revealed his family background, hoping to make Yi Ling back in front of him. Eastern region? Yi Ling frowned and looked at the woman in his arms. "I don't know what this so-called Eastern territory is." Seeing Yi Ling's probing gaze, Lu Mu also quickly explained. Myriad Race Secret Realm is very large, with 9 heavens, 10 lands, hundreds of states in Xianfu. 1. I didn't expect that the Myriad Race Secret Realm is so big. Yi Ling also showed a little surprise when he heard Lu Mu's explanation. He did not expect that the area of the 10,000 Races Secret Realm would be so large. Si Chun, who was at the side, heard the exchange between the two, also understood instantly. The boy in front of him and Lu Mu are both from Blue Star. There was an instant gleam of joy on his face. Although Blue Star is the ancestral land of the human race, it has now declined. Those who can get out of it are naturally not some powerful characters. Moreover, there are no powerful forces on Blue Star. Thinking of this, Si Chun became more confident. The waist is also straightened up. He looked at the boy in front of him fearlessly. Said, "It's actually from the ancestral land. I think you'd better let it go obediently." Yi Ling took a deep look at the young man in front of him, and then said with a strange smile, "I'm afraid you are doing it for the immortal fire phoenix blood in Lu Mu's body." After hearing the words "undead Huofeng," Si Chen's expression changed drastically, as if someone had grabbed him by the pigtails, and he was speechless. "Why? Stop talking." Yi Ling looked at Si Chun, who was afraid to speak, and said with a smile. Si Chen's face turned cold, and then he said calmly, "Since you found out, then I won't pretend. I am indeed for the blood of the immortal fire phoenix in her body. This is the bloodline closest to the gods. Although I can't directly deprive her, but if I can combine with her, my descendants will definitely be able to achieve the position of gods. At that time, our C family will be able to become the most powerful family in the entire Myriad Clan's secret realm." Nausea. Hearing that the young man in front of him actually came for his own blood. Even Lu Mu had already guessed it, but getting the acknowledgement from the other party made her feel sick. "Haha, no matter what you say, I will never give up on you. As long as I get your blood, my descendants will surely become gods. This is the blood of the immortal fire phoenix. No matter how difficult it is to find out in this entire Myriad Clan's secret realm, there is no second undead bloodline. In this era of no gods, you're the next real god." Si Chun frantically looked at Lu Mu in front of him. "I can't wait to swallow her in my stomach." Lu Mu looked at the eyes that disgusted her, and didn't even want to look at him. Went straight back to the room. Yi Ling looked at the young man in front of him, yawned, and said, "I advise you to leave. Otherwise, you will regret it later." "I'd like to see how you make me regret it." Sichen looked at the young man in front of him with disdain. Because in his sense, the elders of his family have come to his side. That is a strong man in the 7th heavenly layer of Martial King. No matter how powerful the young man in front of him is, he can't be the match of King Wu. After finishing speaking, he looked at Yi Ling proudly. It seems that everything has been controlled by himself. Yi Ling looked up at the young man in front of him, then turned his head to look at a void. He smiled and said, "If your hope is him, I advise you to give up your own ideas. After all, if I move my hands, you may not be able to leave. Ah, I didn't expect me to be so old. The aura was not covered up well, and you discovered it. It's a pity that you shouldn't provoke our sea family. Si Yuan walked out of the void. A powerful momentum directly crushed Yi Ling. After seeing that Yi Ling didn't respond, his face is also a lot more dignified, but still can't believe that the boy in front of him is his opponent. Too much nonsense. Yi Ling looked at the old man in front of him coldly and walked directly into the void. Then a voice came. Go to the void to solve it. It's not good to destroy other people's things. Snort. Si Yuan directly entered the void without the slightest hesitation. Seeing the two of them enter the void, Chen showed a smirk on his face. Then he went straight to Lu Mu, wanting to capture the thief first and capture the king first. Why do you think that you are my opponent? Lu Mu frowned and looked at Si Chen in front of him. 0. Then a palm was released, directly killing Si and Kan Chen. He tilted his head and passed out. Soon, the battle in the void was over. Yi Ling dragged the old man's body and walked out from the void. Then, like a dead dog, he threw the opponent's body on the ground. Didn't kill him? Yi Ling looked curiously at Si Chen, who was doomed to die in the void. What? Are you scared? Lu Mu said with a smile. Yi Ling shook his head. Don't be afraid, it's a bit troublesome to kill. Cutting the weeds means eradicating the roots. In the future, the Sea family will also be destroyed. Forehead. Hearing Yi Ling's words, Lu Mu didn't know what to do. Soon, the two people who were knocked out woke up. Let go of me. Si Chen struggled for a while and found that his body was restrained, unable to move an inch. He frowned suddenly, looked at Yi Ling in front of him, and angrily said. Si Yuan on the side was much calmer. He comforted, Master, don't talk about it. Let me talk to them. After hearing what the old man said, Si Chen stopped talking. 6'5" just stared at Yi Ling in front of him. His eyes were full of resentment. Seeing this scene, Yi Ling frowned suddenly, with a hint of killing intent. And this killing intent was instantly felt by Si Yuan. He quickly said with a smile, My lord, it was our fault just now. Please let us go. If you want something, I can try my best to satisfy you. Yi Ling shook his head. There doesn't seem to be anything worthy of what I want in you. Then, what about the entry qualification of a 6th-rank secret realm? Si Yuan hesitated for a moment, then spoke directly. What secret realm? Yi Ling became interested and looked at the other party. Then said. Si Yuan smiled softly, and there was a hint of ruthlessness in the depths of his eyes. The 6th-rank secret realm, the 9th-level demon world. Si Chen at the side, seeing his elders, actually wanted to give the other party a qualification for a 6th-rank secret realm. Just want to stop him. But when he heard that his elders gave him the qualification to enter the 9-layered demon realm, immediately stopped speaking. Seeing this, Yi Ling also understood that there must be something wrong with this secret realm. But he didn't want to give up the entry qualification of this 6th-rank secret realm. You must know that some special secret realms must have an introduction before they can enter. If there is no so-called introduction, no matter how powerful you are, you will not be able to find the location of the secret realm. The higher the rank of the secret realm, the more resources it contains, and the stronger the power of the world. The 6th-rank secret realm is a big world that is even scarier than Blue Star. Everything in it is far more than that of Blue Star. This made Yi Ling not want to give up, nodded and agreed. If that's the case, then hand it over. You let us go first. Si Yuan was a little worried about Yi Ling. Then he spoke. Seeing this, Yi Ling didn't say much. Then with a wave of his hand, the restriction was completely lifted. Si Yuan and Si Chen looked at each other. Both breathed a sigh of relief. Afterwards, Si Yuan took out a token from his space ring and threw it to Yi Ling. He said, This is the introduction to the 9-layered demon realm. When the secret realm is opened, it will issue a call. As long as you follow its call, you can enter the secret realm. If you want to bring more people in, just take his hand. Okay, let's go then. Yi Ling hesitated for a moment, then waved his hand. Seeing this, Tong Yuan and Si Chen didn't dare to delay. Just tear 1.3 to open the void and run away. That's it. Let them go. Lu Mu frowned. Once these two guys are released, They will definitely come to trouble them again in the future. When the time comes to find a martial emperor, they can't deal with it. It's okay, I won't live long. Yi Ling looked back at the girl in front of him and smiled softly. Orange flames flickered across his fingertips. Obviously, Yi Ling just now has already made a move. Secretly put the Phoenix true fire into the opponent's body. These two people, as long as they stay away from Yi Ling to reach a certain distance, the Phoenix real fire in their bodies will burn themselves uncontrollably. In less than half a breath, the opponent can be directly burned into nothingness. And at that time, no one would doubt their death. After all, the other party died after leaving him. Lumu looked at Yi Ling and realized what Yi Ling must have done just now. But then, she just remembered again. The introduction to the 9-layer demon realm that Siyuan handed over to Yi Ling just now. 09. The other party offered to hand it over to them. Definitely not kind. Looking at Yi Ling, he quickly reminded, the old guy's expression was not right just now. I always feel that this 9-level demon world is a big pit. Yi Ling smiled softly and said indifferently, it's just a 6th-rank secret realm. I will find my own way when the time comes. He has the talent of exchange and can raise his realm to Wuji realm at any time. After reaching the realm of Emperor Wu, he can instantly crush all enemies. In the 6th-rank secret realm, he is an invincible existence. Naturally, he will not be afraid of any opponents. This is the powerful self-confidence brought about by strength. Seeing Yi Ling's self-confidence, Lu Mu couldn't say anything, can only nod silently. The following days were very dull. They challenged the Tiandao Pagoda together. Rest together, eat and play together. 3 days later, the call from the 6th-level world and the 9th-level demon world finally came. That means they can enter the 9-layer demon realm. Let's go. Yi Ling turned his head and looked at Lu Shu, who was at the side. Lu Mu nodded. Then he put his little hand into Yi Ling's. Yi Ling obeyed her inner calling. The two disappeared in place. When they appeared again, they appeared in a dark world. The breath is very depressing, and the sky is dark purple. Only wisps of sunlight peeked through the gaps between the clouds. When they looked up, they could see a huge pagoda, crossing the heaven and earth, occupying the center of the whole world. The size is so large that it has reached a terrifying level. A huge monster energy diffused out from it, and when the entire 9-level demon world turned into a world of monsters. Even the air and energy are cold. However, Yi Ling has the real fire of the phoenix in his body, and Lu Mu also has the blood of the immortal fire phoenix in his body. A mere bit of cold energy is just tickling for the 020s. Can't even cause any slight impact. A streak of white light continuously flashed in the distance. Among them, most are powerhouses of other races. At this moment, they are all in human form. After all, human beings are the master of all spirits and the most suitable body for cultivation. As soon as they appeared, they were hostile to each other. And Yi Ling was not idle in the 10,000 clans secret realm and had investigated it clearly early on. Why did they come to this 9-level demon world? And all of this is because of the 9-story demon tower in front of them that spans the entire demon world. This is all because of the center of the 9-story demon world, the giant pagoda that pierces the sky and the earth. Each of the floors is home to countless powerful monsters. There are all kinds of powerful blood in their bodies. As long as you kill them, you have a chance to get their blood essence. These blood essence can be used to purify one's own blood. Make your own bloodline more powerful and pure. The benefit is to improve one's combat ability. Therefore, every time the 9-story demon tower is opened, it will attract countless powerful people to enter. To enter it, you should have a blog. See if you can find a bloodline suitable for you to devour. Even if it is not suitable for me, a piece of blood essence from ancient fierce beasts, even the blood of divine beasts, the blood of gods, all can reach a sky-high price. No matter how you say it, you won't lose. This is also the reason why everyone flocks to it. Go to the demon tower first, Yi Ling said. Then he directly took Lu Mu's little hand. He rushed directly to the 9-story demon tower. and Yi Ling's move undoubtedly drove the other powerhouses. They got up one after another and rushed to the 9-story demon tower. Because the world inside the 9-story demon tower is the real 9-story demon world. The place where he is now is just the outside world of the 9-level demon world, and it has no effect. At this time, the 9-story demon tower is like a huge monster, constantly devouring people from other worlds. Other powerhouses want to obtain the blood of other monsters in the 9-story demon tower. However, the 9-story demon tower doesn't want to devour those who enter the 9-story demon tower. This is a double-edged sword. The strong will always be strong, and the weak will always be weak. The two of them, Yi Ling, were just approaching the 9-story demon tower, just disappeared in place. When they opened their eyes again, they found that they had appeared on a huge plain. The moment they appeared, they felt terrifying auras and stared at themselves. A lot of cows. Lumu opened his eyes curiously and looked not far away. At this moment, a group of men and women with black hair all over their bodies. At this time, he raised his head and stared at himself. The moment he saw them, he moved his hooves. He kept running on the ground and then rushed towards Yi Ling. Do you do it as soon as we meet? Yi Ling didn't expect the two of them to appear as soon as Feng Gang appeared. It caught the attention of this group of bulls. At this time, he rushed towards himself desperately. Yi Ling naturally wouldn't be afraid, just about to draw out his own killing sword. Lu Mu on the side stretched out his hand to stop him, smiling softly. Let me come. 1 inch. All right. Yi Ling nodded and stepped aside. Just right, he also wanted to see Lu Mu's fighting ability. With Yi Ling backing away, Lu Mu walked forward slowly, then opened his hands to say no. In the void, one after another crimson flowers, Wang Zhao, slowly bloomed, exuding a terrifying temperature, slowly drifting towards the herd of bulls. When the bulls touched these flowers, the whole body suddenly melted into nothingness as if it had touched something. Looking at the horrible flowers, Yi Ling can feel the so-called flowers. It is constructed of one after another, pure flames. Its level of horror is no less than that of my own Phoenix True Fire. Clap. Looking at the eyes, this group of bulls were destroyed by themselves. Lu Mu smiled softly and clapped her hands. A look of satisfaction. But suddenly his eyes lit up and he waved his hand. In the void, a drop of pure blood was recruited by him. This is... Yi Ling looked curiously at the blood essence in front of Lu Mu's eyes. He could feel a powerful breath from it. This made him very curious. It should be the essence and blood in the body of the bull. I didn't expect that our luck is so good. It's that simple, just a drop of blood essence. If this is sold, it will cost at least 527 worth hundreds of thousands of purple gold coins. Lu Mu explained with a smile. Purple gold coin is a kind of currency in this world. It contains terrifying energy, which can be used for consumption or trading. It is the recognized transaction currency in the entire myriad race's mystery realm. And this drop of blood has a certain chance of obtaining the blood of the ancient bull. Those with bloodlines also purify their own bloodlines. It can be said to be of great value. It's a pity that Yi and Lu Mu have powerful god blood in their bodies. These low bloodlines have no effect on the two of them. Afterwards, they were thrown into their space ring by the two of them, no matter what. The two of them now want to further increase the blood concentration in their bodies. It can only be further selected, the blood of the gods of the same level. But want to obtain such a powerful blood of the gods, you can only go to the highest 9th floor. After all, that kind of terrifying existence can only exist at the highest level of the 9-story demon tower. Moreover, it is not 100% possible to encounter. Thinking of this, Yi Ling and Lu Mu walked slowly towards the center of the 9-story demon tower. There is a passage leading to the next floor. Just when the two were flying in the air, the ground below suddenly churned. It's like an earth dragon turning over. Then, a terrifying figure emerged from the ground. It was a giant python that was hundreds of feet long. The whole body is covered with khaki armor, and there are a pair of sharp horns on the head. Very hideous and terrifying. Opening its bloody mouth, Endless earth elements condense in its belly. A series of sharp swords formed and shot out. He wanted to shoot two people in midair into a sieve, then swallowed the two humans in one gulp. It can feel that the two human beings in front of them contain terrifying energy in their bodies. Eat them, and you can have a full meal. No more hunting for months. This time, I'll do it. Ling drew out the killing sword in his hand and waved it lightly in the direction of the giant python. The giant python felt a deadly threat and wanted to escape, but felt that he had to hide no matter what. None can avoid this mortal danger. Then a white light exploded in front of its eyes, split into hundreds of millions of sword lights. Its huge body, it was like a broken mirror, fragmented and divided into countless segments. Seeing this scene, Ling nodded in satisfaction. Then, he took back his killing sword. Then he frowned and looked not far away. There it seems that something is coming. At this time, Lu Mu also raised his head. Look in that direction. In his perception, he is also aware of it. There is a strong breath coming here. In the distant sky, a blood-red cloud floated. Ling opened the eye of illusion and took a closer look. But it was discovered that it was not a cloud at all, but formed by the gathering of fiery red ants. These red ants are no different from ordinary ants. It's just that its size is several times larger, and there are a pair of transparent crimson wings behind it. They fly through the air while breaking their wings following the sound of vibrations. Under the same frequency, they merge into one, make a deafening sound. It was as if a giant beast opened its mouth and roared, charged towards Ling and the others. The speed is extremely fast, and thousands of miles have passed in an instant. This group of guys are coming in a menacing way. Ling raised his head to look at the red clouds, and his expression also changed a little strangely. It's not that I'm afraid, but I feel a little interesting. Moreover, he also found out, in this 9-layered demon world, these monsters seem to have an interest in human beings. The same is true for the previous bulls. As soon as they appeared in this world, they were full of malice towards them, crazy to kill them. There is also the giant python not long ago, and this weird ant in front of him. Lu Mu also looked in the direction Ling was looking at, and a mysterious power zone appeared in his eyes. If you look carefully, you can find a crimson fire phoenix floating in her eyes. When he saw that the so-called fire cloud was made up of ants, he also showed a little surprise. Hastily said, "It's the fire cloud ants. They all act in groups, and they have the ability to kill by leapfrogging." Fortunately, the group of fire cloud ants in front of them did not have strong fighting abilities. It is only equivalent to a strong man in the Wubai realm. We can still handle it. But at this time, Ling frowned. He found the group of fire cloud ants in front of him. It doesn't seem to be coming for yourself. Rather, there is some terrifying existence chasing after them. Let him have some surprises. Then, he once again cast a false eye. Looking behind the fire cloud ant, he really saw the culprit. It was a monster with a human face, back and wings. Snake transformation. Seeing this monster, a name instantly appeared in Ling's mind, and then blurted out. This snake is a kind of strange beast in Shanghai Jing. He did not expect that in this different world, he could actually see the monsters in the Book of Mountains and Seas. 00. Lu Mu on the side also heard the snake in Ling's mouth. Dang even understood something. Looking behind the Huiyun ant, his face was overjoyed, and he said hastily, "Kill him. Even if we don't have any gains in the future, it will definitely not be a loss." How do you say this? Isn't it just a strange beast? Ling looked at Lu Mu curiously, not knowing where to go. After all, in his opinion, this snake, at most, it is just a kind of strange beast in Shanghai Jing, and its strength is not strong. It is said that the serpent seldom speaks. Once you open your mouth and pronounce it, it will attract a monstrous flood. But this kind of ability, for Ling, he can easily do justice now. Lu Mu looked at Ling and patiently explained. You don't know, this snake race is also a relatively powerful race among the 10,000 races. The blood of this family, after countless generations of spread, has been thinned to almost zero. Therefore, there has never been a decent strong man. The strongest of their generation has not shown their heads for nearly 100 years. I suspect that it has already become 403. If we can get it from the body of this snake, get its essence and blood, and then sell them to the snake clan, surely there will be unimaginable benefits. Who would have thought that there is still a snake in this 9-story demon tower? However, Lu Mu remembered something later, sighed, and said, "It's a pity that not every monster in this 9-story pagoda has blood essence in its body. Then what if we capture it alive?" At this time, Ling suddenly thought of an idea. His infinite backpack can store living things inside, as long as he restrains the snake in front of him. Then put it in your infinite backpack and take it back. At that time, hand over this snake to the snake family. At that time, no matter what happens, it won't be their business anymore. Catch it alive? Then how? Lu Mu was also persuaded by Ling's idea, but still a little doubtful. "I have my own way." Ling smiled mysteriously. Afterwards, he and Lu Mu rushed to the sky, blocking the fire cloud ant. When Huiyun Ant saw someone blocking him, he ignored it, because behind them, there are snakes chasing them. Compared to the transformed snake behind them, the two humans in front of them seemed much weaker. So straight, rushed towards Ling and the others. How dare! Seeing this scene, Ling didn't hold back either. After all, his final goal is the transformed snake behind the opponent. Then he waved his hand, and the phoenix real flames overwhelming the sky. It turned into a giant net. The entire Fire Cloud Ant clan is firmly wrapped in it, as the giant net slowly shrinks. Under the burning of the phoenix flames, this group of fire cloud ants have turned into nothingness. Afterwards, Ling looked at the snake in the distance with great interest. At this time, the snake's eyes were dull. Looking at Ling in front of him, he felt that he had bumped into a giant beast, and he seemed very scared. From the body of the young man in front of him, he could feel a terrifying force. Being able to kill himself easily, even if his spiritual intelligence is not high, he knows how to shrink back. Backed away crazily. From time to time, it sounds like a baby crying loudly or like a woman scolding. Ling also discovered the transformed snake in front of him. Although he has the strength of the Demon King realm, but the other party's spiritual intelligence does not seem to have reached the wisdom possessed by this realm. Generally speaking, Tier 4 monsters should have the same intelligence as humans. And the 5th-order monsters in the realm of the Demon King can transform into human form, has extremely high wisdom. The snake in front of him obviously didn't have the corresponding wisdom, not even as good as the average 6-year-old urchin. Ling looked at the snake that wanted to escape, then stretched out his right hand. Endless feng elements gathered around his body. Then he tapped lightly, and the endless wind elements condensed into entities. It turned into giant pillars one by one, burst shot at the snake, and then intertwined together. Form a huge cage. Imprison the snake in front of you firmly. Afterwards, Ling recited the formula in his mind. Directly shrink the cage continuously. And the body of the snake was also slowly shrunk under Ling's technique. As soon as Ling waved, he took the snake into his hands. Seeing Ling's miraculous operation, Lu Mu had little stars in his eyes, with a look of admiration on his face. Obviously, she didn't expect Ling to have such a hand. Afterwards, Ling looked at the snake in his hand and said, "I always feel that the wisdom of this snake is not as high as I imagined. Otherwise, I wouldn't have conquered it so easily." What Ling said was also true. No matter how weak the snake in front of him was, he was still an ancient beast, a monster from Shanghai Jing. But this kind of combat ability is much weaker than some demon kings outside. Let him very surprised. It should be because of the suppression of the 9-story demon tower that his wisdom is not as high as that of the outside world. Lu Mu fell into deep thought and then spoke, made his own judgment. Ling looked up at the void. He always felt that the 9-story demon tower was very strange. Then he said, "It should be the ghost of this 9-story demon tower." "Then what do you plan to do with this transformed snake? Do you keep carrying it with you?" Lu Mu looked at Yi Ling curiously. I don't know what method Yi Ling mentioned just now, because in her cognition, storage treasures cannot store living things. My storage space can store living things, so it can be regarded as a small treasure, Yi Ling said with a smile. In the end, he put the snake into his infinite backpack. There is still such a treasure. Lu Mu was taken aback. It was the first time she had heard that space treasures could store living things. You know, the general space class of space storage. They are all made of space stones. There is no way to save any living things at all. It is also unheard of for Yi Ling to have a treasure that can store living things. When I have a chance, I'll make one for you too, Yi Ling said with a smile. In this world, there must be treasures similar to the system backpack, which can store living things. 420. It's just that their current realm is too low to touch this kind of existence. When they become stronger in the future, they will be able to meet naturally. After all, this world is so big. There are all kinds of secret realms, and there are all kinds of treasures in them. After hearing Yi Ling's words, Lu Mu showed an excited smile on his face. He nodded heavily, then said with a smile, "Okay, then I'll wait. I will never forget," Yi Ling said with a smile. Then he was about to hold Lu Mu's hand and go to the second floor of the 9-story ghost. "Stop!" A furious voice suddenly came from a distance. It made Yi Ling and Lu Mu stop, and when they looked around, they saw a wolf-headed monster rushing towards this side quickly. His body bowed slightly. Every time he jumped, he could appear thousands of miles away. The speed was extremely fast, and he was in front of Yi Ling in the blink of an eye. Then, looking at Yi Ling in front of him, his face was full of greed, while he looked at Lu Mu next to him. His eyes were full of lust. He said coldly again, "Hand over the snake you just killed. I have seen it, you put it away. Also, give me your companion to play with." Originally, after listening to what the team said, Yi Ling still wanted to play. But the other party dared to insult Lu Mu. He couldn't stand it anymore. The orange flame condensed at his fingertips, turning into a sharp sword. With a whoosh, it directly cut through the head of the monster in front of him. Then it exploded violently, and the monster's entire body turned into a pool of blood mist, sprinkled down slowly. You know, this can be the flesh and blood of a demon king. As you can imagine, these plants are underneath. After being nourished by the king-level monster, I am afraid that wisdom will be born. This can be regarded as a godsend. Then he looked at Lu Mu and asked curiously, "What is this monster? The look in your eyes is not right." After hearing Yi Ling's words, Lu Mu also showed a hint of disgust on his face. Then he said, "This guy is a wolf thief. Wolf robbers do not have any ability to reproduce. There are only males in their family, so want to mate and reproduce. It is necessary to rob human women. These human females will become their reproduction machines. Once they are unable to produce offspring, they will even be killed and eaten. It can be said that it is a race where everyone shouts and beats. However, their clan is very united once a wolf thief is killed. The rest of the wolf thieves will frantically rush over to avenge them. Therefore, most human beings dare not speak out. As a result, these guys became more and more arrogant. If you didn't do it just now, I will do it too. This kind of scourge is not worth living in the world. Also a sin. It turned out to be a bunch of bastards." Yi Ling was taken aback and immediately understood what kind of thing this wolf thief was. No wonder the other party looked at Lu Mu just now, full of obscenity. "I did not kill wrong." Lu Mu seemed to remember something, and then looked at Yi Ling. Said, "Your body should be contaminated by the breath of that wolf thief. If you don't remove it, the wolves and robbers can enjoy this breath and find you at any time to avenge their brothers and sisters. Do you want me to remove it for you?" "Hello, Wang. As it happens, I have research." Hearing this, Yi Ling said indifferently, "Just let them come, just right. I also want to see this so-called wolf benefit, how powerful it is." Seeing Yi Ling smile, Lu Mu knew what Yi Ling was up to. After that, she didn't say anything more. After all, with Yi Ling's method, those wolf robbers came. It is estimated that there is no return. 9 layers of Demon World, the second layer. Tree World. The first floor of the 9-story demon world is a plain, as far as the eye can see. Yi Ling had just entered the second world, and all he saw was green. There is fresh air everywhere. It also contains a lot of monster breath. They are all lurking in the woods. Go down and have a look first. Yi Ling thought for a while, then took Lu Mu's little hand. Go slowly to the woods below, now that I have come to this second layer of demon world. He also wanted to see what was so special about this second layer of demon world. After all, the first layer seems to be the most ordinary world. They all gave themselves a surprise. That is the beast that turns into a snake. The second floor of 283 might give me a little surprise. Unexpectedly, just after coming here, I discovered unexpected benefits. Yi Ling looked at an open space not far away, smiled lightly. There are lush trees and a terrifying life energy, which makes him feel very interesting. Then pointed out, wind attribute energy gathers in his palm and turns into an energy shield. Block that area firmly in the shield. Let me out. Soon, the life in the cage felt as something was wrong, said loudly dissatisfied. He slowly drilled out from the ground, and it turned out to be a chubby little doll. The whole body reveals a strong breath of life, which makes people want to swallow it in one gulp. This is ginseng has become essence. Lu Mu looked at the little baby and became interested once again. Through his own binoculars, he can clearly see the opponent's body. The body of the other party is actually a ginseng tree that has been cultivated for thousands of years. Today, he has reached the realm of the 5th-ranked Demon King. It is a rare existence even in the myriad race secret realm. However, she looked at Yi Ling very curiously and asked, "How did you find him?" Immediately, I was looking forward to Yi Ling's answer. Yi Ling looked at Lu Mu, then pointed to his own eyes and said with a smile, "It all depends on it." "Your eyes?" Lu Mu was taken aback, realized that Yi Ling's eyes have the same powerful magical powers as himself. "Yes, thanks to it, I can see some false existence in any disguise," Yi Ling explained with a smile. "Then you usually watch whatever you want?" At this moment, Lu Mu seemed to remember something. He reached out and pinched Yi Ling's ear. This seems to be the trick that every woman will do. "It hurts?" Seeing Yi Ling's exaggerated expression, Lu Mu laughed angrily. "I just squeezed, but I didn't use any force. Your performance is too exaggerated." He simply couldn't bear to use his strength to pinch his favorite man. "It's just for show, but I didn't expect Yi Ling to cooperate with her performance so well." Hey, can you stop showing affection? It's good to let me go." Shen Wang, who was not far away, after seeing this scene, suddenly called out in dissatisfaction. "Almost forgot about you." Hearing King Shen's cry, Yi Ling remembered that he had just captured a treasure. Then, with a smile on his face, he walked towards the Shen King. "Let go of me. If my brothers and sisters come, you will be finished." King Shen looked at Yi Ling in front of him, walking slowly towards him, and couldn't help but panic. After all, in its perception, the existence in front of it is very terrifying. Make it feel chilling. I can't wait to eat myself raw. Indeed, Yi Ling had exactly this idea. But when he heard that the other party actually had brothers and sisters, he suddenly showed a strange smile, and then said, "You still have brothers and sisters, otherwise you call them out. Maybe I can consider to spare your life." "Damn it, you still want to miss my brothers and sisters." At this time, King Shun Tuan realized that he had slipped his tongue. Cursed. It never expected that the guy in front of him would actually target his family members. "Didn't you say it yourself? Let them come to me." Yi Ling looked helplessly at King Shun in front of him. Obviously, the other party said it. But now, he looked like he was blaming himself. It just made him a little unable to understand what the other party was thinking. Lu Mu, who was on the side, came over with a smirk. He said, "One is enough. After all, this is a rare treasure. The 5th-grade treasure of heaven, material and earth. After being nourished by heaven and earth, already able to transform into a human form, that is the appearance of the baby in front of him. However, don't look at the fact that it is at a disadvantage now, at the mercy of others. However, this is in front of Yi Ling. In the eyes of ordinary people, he is an out-and-out powerful existence. After all, it is a Demon King level existence. If it weren't for Yi Ling's formidable combat power, instantly took control of it. Not sure what else will happen. Forget it, I'll follow you. Anyway, you don't intend to let me go. King Shun looked at Yi Ling fearlessly. Then he turned his head and said, seeing the king of ginseng, who had started to show off, Yi Ling didn't know what to say. Afterwards, he wanted to reach out and grab King Shun in front of him. He suddenly felt a powerful aura rushing from beside him. Made him shudder. Back again and again. A black tentacle slipped out of the void. The void where he was originally was smashed to pieces by a terrifying tentacle. Endless shattering energy overflows from it. Ruined everything around it. Seeing the ugly tentacles, Yi Ling also frowned. I always feel that this tentacle in front of me, the breath above, is very familiar. But I can't tell. Zerg! Seeing the tentacle slamming towards Yi Ling again, Lu Mu slapped the tentacle directly with one hand. The terrifying undead flame covers the right hand. This palm patted on the tentacle. The terrifying undead flame instantly contaminates the opponent. Infected by the undead fire, the tentacles felt pain and quickly retracted into the void. Then he said what the so-called tentacles were. Zerg? Hearing this familiar and unfamiliar name, Yi Ling was also stunned. Then he remembered the 9-section insect he had met in a secret place. It never occurred to him that he would also be able to meet the Zerg spoon here. The tentacles in the void retreated after a single defeat. It was drawn back into the void. Hidden up, Yi Ling and Lu Mu also frowned, because in their perception, they didn't find the existence of this Zerg at all. It can be seen how strong the opponent's concealment ability is. To know, Yi Ling's combat ability in the entire King realm is already an invincible existence. So far, in 870, no existence has been able to escape from his hands. The Zerg in front of him could actually cause a little bit of trouble to Yi Ling, and even bring a dangerous threat. The other party is very likely to have touched the self-environment. Only monsters of this level can cause harm to Yi Ling. The power of this monster has greatly surpassed the Zerg that Yi Ling encountered in that secret realm before. After all, the highest Zerg he met that time was the Demon King, far less terrifying than the owner of the tentacle in front of him. What to do? Lu Mu frowned and looked at Yi Ling, a little overwhelmed. After all, she had only heard of the existence of Zerg. But in reality, it was also the first time I saw it, and I was a little overwhelmed. I don't know how to solve it. After all, the other party is in the dark, but they are in the light. It is really difficult to be on guard against it all the time. Yi Ling looked at King Shun on the ground and seemed to understand something. Then he pointed at it and said to Lu Mu, its purpose should be the Ginseng King. Its body has an extremely strong life energy area. For Zerg, it is a great supplement, enough for it to breed more offspring. So, it will definitely not give up easily. If we keep it with us, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape its pursuit. So what should I do now? Lu Mu was a little stunned, feeling in a dilemma. After all, like Yi Ling, she didn't want to give up the Ginseng King. What should I do? Of course, kill it or else, Yi Ling said coldly. Then he put King Shun into the infinite backpack. He directly took Lu Mu's hand and went to the center of the second floor. That is the intersection of the third world. He took a fancy to a certain place in the void, and he didn't believe that the other party would not follow. As long as the opponent follows up, with vigilance he can kill the opponent in an instant. As long as he has not reached the Imperial Realm, it is absolutely impossible to be his opponent. The Insect King in the void hesitated for a moment. Following Yi Ling, he entered the third level of the 9 levels of Demon Realm. But the moment had just appeared. Then I felt a terrifying force, and since it was oppressing myself, I understood something in an instant. Darkly careless. Then it went straight into the void. This is also a headache for Yi Ling. The landing point to access the next level is the same. Yi Ling originally thought that he could rely on this. You can capture the 5.7 Zerg in front of you. But I never expected that the other party's reaction speed was so fast. In an instant, he jumped into the void, disappeared without a trace. The speed of escape is simply faster than that of a rabbit. Yi Ling didn't have time to attack at all. Lost the lock on the opponent. I was busy in vain. it can be seen that the other party knows the way well. His accomplishments in the void far surpassed Yi Ling's imagination. Lu Mu, do you know the origin of the things? Yi Ling looked at Lu Mu with doubts. After hearing Yi Ling's question, Lu Mu also fell into deep thought. Then, I remembered something. Quickly said, this seems to be the legendary void worm. This kind of Zerg can freely shuttle in the gaps in the void. Even among the Zerg, 09 is a very powerful existence. I didn't expect to encounter this kind of creature here. Hearing the name of this race, Yi Ling also understood that the void in front of him was extraordinary. Otherwise, they would not dare to name their own race after this kind of emptiness. Afterwards, Yi Ling fell into distress. He is confident enough to kill this void in an instant. It's a pity that this void doesn't intend to confront him head-on. Instead, it hides in the void. This made him very uncomfortable. Even if he chased into the void, he might not be able to find the trace of the other party, because he had tried it just now, and the other party could actually disappear into the void. It's as if it's merged with the void. He didn't expect that there was such a race between heaven and earth. It also greatly refreshed Yi Ling's cognition. He realized that there are still many mysteries in this world. It's not as simple as he imagined. This experience made Yi Ling feel powerless. Even though he had premeditated just now, he still made the other party react. It is enough to see how vigilant the other party is. Next time, you will no longer be able to use this method to subdue the opponent. Let Yi Ling very headache. It's a pity that he has no better way. Afterwards, Yi Ling took Lu Mu to the first floor, going just like that to go straight to the top. He didn't believe it and went to the top. This damn Zerg will follow them. You know, the top 3 floors have the existence of powerful people in the Imperial realm. This horrible existence. It can directly suppress the Zerg in front of it with the realm. It's definitely not the Zerg in front of you who can fight against it. Just when Yi Ling and Lu Mu are about to enter the 3rd floor. Above the sky, there is a large black shadow, rushing here suddenly. Yi Ling looked more playful on his face. Then he looked at Lin Mu, who was on the side, and said, "It seems that there is a good show to watch." "What?" Lu Mu was taken aback for a moment, then looked in the direction Yi Ling was pointing. It was found that there were dozens of wolf thieves rushing here. The purpose is obviously Yi Ling in front of him. After all, before 147, Yi Ling killed a wolf thief, and the wolf thief's breath still remained in its body. Therefore, the other party's purpose must be him. Thinking of this, Yi Ling was gearing up with a playful expression on his face, and he was about to make a move. But what happened next? But it made him a little unexpected. That group of wolf thieves was about to come before Yi Ling and the others. The void on the opposite side suddenly burst into terrifying cracks. Then a thick, round, slippery tentacle, then pulled out from the void. He drew straight towards the wolf thief in front of him. In an instant, a wolf thief was photographed into a blood mist and smashed into pieces. "Damn it, hurry up, let's all kill it together." Seeing his brother, he suddenly died under a strange tentacle. They were already used to being arrogant, but they didn't even realize that they had provoked a terrifying monster. Suddenly lost his mind. Under the madness, it poured directly into the void. Gonna find trouble with that tentacle. Seeing this scene, Yi Ling fell into a daze for an instant. Then he looked at Lu Mu, who was on the side, and said, "We seem to be taken as prey by this Zerg, and it doesn't seem to allow other existences to attack us. It seems to be like this." Lu Mu was also taken aback and nodded. Agreed with Yi Ling. After all, from the current point of view, the Zerg in front of them really regarded the two of them as their prey. Therefore, it is not allowed that other existences have any thoughts about Yi Ling and the two of them. We'll take the initiative to shoot. This group of wolf thieves is really unlucky. They dare to provoke this Zerg. Yi Ling also fell into helplessness, feeling sorry for these wolves and thieves. After all, that Zerg is extremely powerful. It's just that under his hands, he looks a little weak. But in front of other existences, it is not so easy to deal with. Anyway, they're a bunch of beasts, so if they die, they will die. Lu Mu on the side said indifferently. She doesn't have any affection for these wolf thieves. In her view, this kind of existence is dead when it dies. There is nothing to miss. This group of wolves steal human females as a tool for reproduction. It shouldn't exist in this world. Human beings are too weak and regressive, causing them to be so arrogant now. Now, dying in front of his eyes, in the hands of this Zerg, he deserved it. Then, there was a crackling sound in the void. There were countless howls. But soon, this wailing completely ceased. There was no more movement, knowing that those wolf thieves had been killed by that Zerg. The smelly blood even seeped out of the entire void, making people shudder. Seeing this, Ling has no intention of staying any longer. Then he took Lu Mu's little hand and went straight into the third world. The third world of the 9-level demon world is a world of oceans. The moment Ling and the others appeared, a blue ocean came into view. He waved his hand lightly, and a wave instantly stirred up on the sea surface. They ride the waves and move forward with love. The surrounding salty sea water slapped up from time to time, startled the stormy waves. Just when the two of them rode the waves and continued to move forward, under them, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared. He opened his bloody mouth. Zhao Lihao straightly bit Ling and Lu Mu. I want to swallow the two people in front of me and have a good meal. You dare? Seeing this scene, Ling directly took out the killing sword. Facing the terrifying black shadow, he swung his sword and chopped it off. The huge sword energy directly pierced the entire sea surface, together with the black shadow of the sea below. It was also cut in half by his sword. Words shortly after the pair left. Not long after the two left, the huge corpse slowly floated from the bottom of the sea to the surface of the water. Blood and internal organs covered the entire sea area. After the nearby marine life smelled this smell, it was like a vicious dog pouncing on its food, frantically flocking to this side, wanting to get a share of the pie. After all, such a powerful creature. After death, the flesh and blood energy possessed will be extremely terrifying, enough to give them a good meal. This is a rare delicacy in the sea world, just below the existence, ready to eat a good meal. In the void, dozens of terrifying tentacles emerged. It was very thick and instantly wrapped the corpse of 833 below, and then was drawn into the void. Soon there was the sound of food chewing. The sea creatures below were stunned when they saw this scene, not knowing what to do. But that breath is really too powerful. Let them not have any thoughts of resistance, and they can only admit that they are unlucky. Where are we going now? Lu Mu looked at Ling, not knowing the other party's purpose. Go directly to the top floor? Ling thought for a while, and then spoke directly. Are you trying to get rid of that Zerg? Lu Mu also understood what Ling was thinking. Indeed, Ling continued after nodding his head. It's really annoying that guy's been following behind. Let me see if he dares to enter the top 3 floors. However, if we go in, it will be difficult to protect ourselves. There are powerful people in the Imperial realm above the 3rd floor. Lu Mu on the side fell into deep thought and frowned. I don't quite agree with Ling's idea. Now, they are only in the realm of King Wu. No matter how high the fighting power is, it is impossible for the Emperor to be an opponent. The higher the realm, the greater the gap. After reaching the realm above King Wu, the more difficult it is to fight. What's more, it's a fight with a bigger realm. Even more edge is even harder. They can't take such a big risk and go to the first 3 floors. At that time, if you meet the Emperor, you can't escape if you want to, and you can only wait to be killed. Then let's stay at the 6th card. Ling also fell into deep thought after hearing Lu Mu's words. Then said, he still has a few days before he can raise his realm to the 6th level of Martial King. At that time, add the bonus of talent. He has the combat power of the Martial Emperor realm. Once advanced to the Martial Emperor realm, he is capable enough to have the power of complete law. When the time comes, directly imprison that piece of void and make all the laws invalid. Even if the other party uses supernatural powers, they cannot escape his control. This is the power of the Martial Emperor realm. Being able to have a complete law does not lie in the various restrictions that limit the realm of King Wu. Instead, engrave the complete law in his body. From then on, it can run freely. Integrate with the rules. If you reach the Emperor realm, the rules in the body will evolve to form a small world. At that time, it will be even more terrifying. With just one blow, the power of a small world gathers on it, enough to break any existence. At that time, if the Zerg still dares to disturb him, then don't blame him for being rude. After all, a person's patience is limited. It is impossible for him to indulge the other party. Staring at himself all the time, even clay figurines are angry. Zerg, this race is extremely terrifying. Relying on crazily plundering the resources of other creatures to make up for itself. The energy consumed by each Zerg to develop is more than 10 times that of other races. And the speed of reproduction is extremely fast. If you don't control it, it's easy to swallow everything. At the most terrifying time, the Zerg had already corroded nearly half of the entire universe. If not, the gods from a higher level will kill them. Sooner or later, the entire universe will become a paradise for the Zerg. Later, for unknown reasons, the figure of the Zerg reappeared, gradually develop in the universe. But after seeing the power of the Zerg, all races have followed a common rule. That is, if they see the existence of Zerg, they must kill them, kill its soul, and destroy its species. Make it impossible to survive in this world. This 9-layer demon world, the higher it goes up, the larger the world area will be. They flew for half a day. The time spent has far exceeded the time they spent on the first 2 floors. But even this 3rd floor, half of the distance has not been passed. It is enough to see how big the gap between them is. Soon, Lu Mu, who hadn't eaten for a day, stomach started to growl. I couldn't help but speak directly, and said directly. In fact, it has reached their level. I don't need to eat any food anymore. But they've gotten into the habit of having to eat something. Otherwise, I always feel that I am separated from the whole society. Became a little less human. Okay, I'll get you something to eat. Ling thought about it and realized that he had indeed not eaten for a day. Immediately scratched his head in embarrassment. Hastily said to Lu Mu at the side. Lu Mu said, "Let's find a place first." Ling nodded. Afterwards, using the eye of illusion, the eyes became extremely dark, as if filled with a strange aura. Looking into the distance, you can have a panoramic view of everything in a radius of thousands of miles. Then his eyes lit up, has found its purpose. It was a huge island. At this time, he was floating on the sea thousands of miles away. With their speed, they can throw it in an instant. Afterwards, Ling nodded in satisfaction and took Lu Mu's hand. Directly tearing through the void, came thousands of miles away. Looking at the island below, Lu Mu also showed a satisfied smile. Then he followed Ling down, came to a beach. Seeing this golden beach, Lu Mu's mood also improved a lot. Let's eat grilled fish today. Ling looked at the ocean not far away, then turned back and said to Lu Mu. Lu Mu said with a smile, "Okay, just eat this." Afterwards, Ling rushed directly to Neptune. Not long after, he brought back a golden fish with a faint fragrance all over his body. This is the Demon King. Feeling this powerful breath, Lu Mu couldn't help sighing. On this 3rd floor, any fish caught casually is a Demon King with a small realm. You know, monsters in the realm of the Demon King. If it is on Blue Star, it can be said to be the existence that dominates one side. If you were a strong human being, that would be the realm of the King of Martial Arts. A powerful existence that can guard several cities. Admired by all people. Have supreme rights. But in this 9-level demon world, he can only be slaughtered by others and become food in his mouth. Sure enough, in different worlds, May 77 has different fates. However, the monsters in this 9-level demon world cannot be compared with Lan Xing. It's really because the monsters in this world simply don't have the wisdom to match the realm of the Monster King. It can only be said that it is a muddy state. At least from the current point of view, it is like this. Lu Mu, come and help me, don't just sit here. Seeing Lu Mu, who was still dazed by the side, Ling said helplessly. Lu Mu quickly stood up and helped Ling pick up the fish in the Demon King realm. Soon, Ling was pulling out her own 4-piece pots and pans set from her infinity backpack. Then put it in front of you. Soon, Lu Mu on the side was also dumbfounded and quickly asked, "You actually carry this thing with you all the time?" Yi Ling smiled very naturally. "This is the guy who eats. How can I forget it?" Yi Ling looked at Lu Mu smugly and burst out laughing when he saw the bewildered look on his face. After that, he started his own cooking plan without hesitation. Soon, a delicious dish was created in Yi Ling's hands. The moment the lid was opened, a scent came out. It makes people want to drool. Seeing this, Lu Mu also smiled in satisfaction. Then he picked up the bowl and served a bowl of thick fish soup beautifully. "Drink it sweetly." The small face was glowing red, moistened by the fish soup. Yi Ling couldn't help it and wanted to knead it well. After all, this is a very beautiful thing. Ordinary, but hard to meet. The food in front of him is made of the flesh and blood of monsters in the realm of the Demon King. How many people can eat the fish soup made from the flesh and blood of monsters in the realm of the Demon King? Only in this 9-level demon world can you enjoy. This is also the first time for Yi Ling and Lu Mu to eat such delicious food. They are all ordinary and unimaginable treasures. At this time, Yi Ling also became interested. "I also made a bowl of fish soup with a little fish. Enjoy it sweetly." The Zerg race in the void saw this scene, and the Halatsi were about to flow out. The entire tentacle helplessly grabbed the corpse in his hand. It used to eat with relish, but now looking at the food in its hand, it is like chewing wax. A little overwhelmed. "I can't wait. I'm going to rush down now." Snatch the bowl of fish soup from Yi Ling's hand. 4.8. Treat yourself to a good meal. But I also thought that Yi Ling has such a powerful combat power. Let it not dare to go down at all. After all, it also knows that it is not the other party's opponent. And watching the other party eat such delicious food is simply a torture for it. "Wow, I'm so full." Yi Ling drank 3 bowls in a row. Yi Ling said while looking somewhere in the void. He also made a clicking sound from time to time, as if it was made for someone to see. Actually, Yi Ling really thought so. Since the other party is unwilling to come out, he has been disgusting him. Then he must always hate the other party. In this way, mutual disgust. Let's see who can't stand it first. Anyway, the other party didn't want to be good either. Yi Ling didn't want the other party to be nice either. So ordinary. Let's torture each other. And at this time, it was just as Yi Ling thought. The void worms in the void, seeing Yi Ling 09 eating so deliciously, felt itchy with hatred. "I can't wait to rush down and kill Yi Ling." Unfortunately, his fighting power does not allow him to do so. It seems that there is no night in this 9-story demon world. Otherwise, the 3 ministers would rest here. After Yi Ling ate and drank enough, he checked the time on his phone. Surprisingly, there is no night in this world, and the time displayed on his mobile phone was already night. But the scene in front of them was full of daylight. The sun, emitting terrifying heat, hangs high. There was no thought of falling down. Obviously, the sun above the sky was created by the 9-layer demon realm to make a fraud. "Then let's rest here tonight." Lu Mu also felt a little tired and agreed to Yi Ling's idea. Afterwards, Yi Ling took out a simple tent directly from his infinite backpack. It looked like there was only one tent. Lu Mu blushed, but she didn't refuse. "Follow Yi Ling and walk in." Above the sky, seeing this scene, the void worm was a little hesitant. Should he also take a break? It was afraid again and just missed the 2 people below. Therefore, it can only exert its energy and carefully observe the bottom. Once there is any movement, immediately stand in the crack of the void. After all, compared to hunting the existence in front of you, your own life is more important. But for its own belief, it cannot easily give up hunting. What's more, inside the opponent's body, there are imprints and messages left by other Zerg. It proves that the human being in front of him once killed his own people. For this reason, no matter what it says, it is impossible to just let the other party go. Inside the tent, with a blushing face, Lu Mu lay in Yi Ling's arms, with his head resting in his arms. He looked at Yi Ling with some doubts, and then said softly, "Aren't you afraid that the bug will come and mess with 483 later?" Yi Ling smiled lightly and said indifferently, "I'm worried it won't come down." If it comes down, I must leave a deep mark on it. Before, he was not aware of something and let the other party escape by luck. But the second time, he will definitely not be so careless. After all, he didn't use his Qiang Ju at that time. When the time comes, Tian Yang. As long as you can bring the other party to an instant, he is enough to divide the opponent into tens of millions. Stay here forever. Obviously, Yi Ling underestimated the patience of the void worm in front of him. This guy stayed in the void all the time and never came out. He kept staring at the tent where Yi Ling and the two of them were, until they had a good rest and walked out of the tent. They didn't dare to blink their eyes, for fear of Yi Ling and Lu Mu. The two of them suddenly disappeared in front of him. The sea surface, which was originally calm and waveless, suddenly surged violently. Then, a huge vortex appeared in the center of the sea, and then continuously sank downwards, forming a huge hollow area. Everything around is sucked into it. Even the monsters flying through the air submerged into the huge vortex uncontrollably. Turning around, there was no breath. The island where Yi Ling is located is also under this strange attraction, constantly approaching this huge vortex. If you are not careful, you may be buried here. Yi Ling and Lu Mu originally planned to leave. Seeing this situation, I stayed curiously. Relying on their strong combat power, they were ensconced in the void and were not guided by this suction. Slowly head towards the sky above the vortex. And over time, more and more King Realm powerhouses are coming this way. One after another, they turned their curious eyes to the huge vortex in the middle of the sea level. I don't know what it is. Only then can such a terrifying vortex be created. Would you like to send someone down to have a look? At this time, a strong man from another race proposed an idea. Afterwards, everyone turned their attention to Yi Ling and Lu Mu, who were not far away. Because among them, only these two are the strongest of human beings, and the others belong to other races. For so many years, the human race has been strong, very strong, suppressing other races. So it caused public outrage. At this moment, they became the target of public criticism, was pushed out, intended as a stepping stone for this move. You guys look down on me too much. Yi Ling looked coldly at the Wanzu around him who were staring at him. Then a powerful breath rushed out, directly knocked out several people from all races around who wanted to do something. Those thousands of people who were hit by Yi Ling lost consciousness. The body is not under his own control, attracted by the suction, and immediately submerged into the vortex. Yi Ling looked coldly at the devoured Wanzu. He said coldly, straight-faced, "Look, isn't this already there? Why bother me?" Seeing this, the surrounding Wanzu didn't say much, but just watched the few Wanzu people who were involved. These people from the same clan of Wanzu all looked at Yi Ling with resentful eyes, but they dared not go forward, for fear that they would suffer unreasonable disasters. Yi Ling just smiled lightly and didn't care about this kind of person. Everyone is deeply curious. What is under this vortex? But as time went by, everyone fell into doubts. The 4 King Realm powerhouses were thrown in just now, but they didn't even stir up any waves. This made them doubt the vortex below it. At a loss. Just when everyone was wondering why there was no movement, the vortex below became more and more turbulent. As the vortex surged faster, a strange smell came from below the vortex, full of bloody smell. Afterwards, flesh and blood all over the sky continuously appeared in the vortex, and the clansmen at the side clearly recognized the minced meat in front of them. It is from the body of the family members. With the aura of the same family, they will definitely not admit it wrong. This made them mixed with grief and indignation, looking at Yi Ling with more and more resentment. Seeing this kind of eyes, Yi Ling also said impatiently, "If you want to do something, hurry up otherwise. I guess there will be no such opportunity in the future." Looking at Yi Ling, he noticed himself and several of his fellow clansmen. They were all scared and took a step back one after another. He lowered his head, not daring to look at Yi Ling anymore. "Coward." Seeing this scene, Yi Ling sneered again and again. Everyone, look at the vortex that has been dyed blood red below. Although these 10,000 races are now in the form of human beings. But if the ontology, then their age size will be extremely huge. After all, he has reached the realm of the Demon King. The bodies of all races are terrifyingly large. The previous tens of thousands of races became the main body after death. Because of the vortex below, it was cut into pieces of broken flesh and blood. At this time, being mixed in the sea water, constantly moving towards the bottom of the vortex. As the vortex slowly rolled, those pieces of meat also gradually disappeared. Obviously, below is something that sucked up this group of minced meat. Otherwise, these minced meat would not disappear so cleanly. Thinking of this, Ling directly opened the eyes of Illusory, and the pupils of the ordinary eyes became as black as ink at this moment. A mysterious force can be seen from his eyes. Soon he saw through the entire vortex. Did not find any abnormality in the vortex below. Afterwards, he took a fancy to Lu Mu, who was on the side. He cast a puzzled look and then asked, "Lu Mu, how are you doing? Did you see anything?" After hearing Yi Ling's question, Lu Mu shook his head lightly. She also used her supernatural powers to observe the vortex below. No abnormality was found. Then he said directly, "I didn't find anything unusual either." That would be strange. Yi Ling fell in a deep thought after hearing Lu Mu's words. Lu Mu suddenly remembered something, and then said, "You said, will the vortex below be connected to the entrance of another secret realm? After all, it is very common for secret realms to be connected." After hearing Lu Mu's words, Yi Ling was stunned. Afterwards, he looked at Lu Mu in front of him with joy and said, "Why did I forget this? You are the smartest." "No way. I just received it temporarily." Lu Mu was a little embarrassed by Yi Ling's praise, then scratched her little head and said softly, "Go down and have a look? This vortex should have no effect on our king. The ones just now were because they were knocked out by that guy. That's why he was killed by the whirlpool without taking any precautions. As long as we are careful, there shouldn't be any problems. After all, we are standing in the void right now, and its gravity is not so terrifying. As long as we are careful, we should be able to withstand the damage it does to us. At that time, we will be able to find out what is underneath. Just now, I also used my magical powers to look below, and I didn't find anything unusual. However, you still have to wait until you get in before you can know what the hell is underneath." Then you say so much. You go down, ah. Why should I go down? Thousands of people around. You look at me, I look at you. They talked about it one after another. But no matter how they quarreled, none of them dared to go down. Although in their expectation, it will not cause any damage to them. However, who can make a joke of his own life? Therefore, no one dared to go directly, complaining to each other. At this time, among all races, a huge humanoid creature slowly walked out. He was covered in golden battle armor all over his body, looking majestic and majestic, like a newly born god of war, came before the crowd. Then, with disdain on his face, he looked at the Wanzu who were arguing and said, "A bunch of trash. Why not let me go and have a look?" After finishing speaking, its whole body exuded a golden light, and its entire skin became golden. It's like a golden man made entirely of gold. Then he rushed directly into the vortex. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people also nodded one after another. Said its origin. It turned out that it was a member of the Golden Clan. The people of this clan are very powerful. Feeds on metal. Constantly devouring metal can enhance one's own defense ability. Among the entire 10,000 races, there is an existence known as invincible. It is because of their extraordinary defense ability. Seeing the members of the Golden Clan rushing in, the other Fang clans also showed curiosity. Gradually, everyone realized that something was wrong. Because the members of the Golden Clan went in for more than 10 minutes, but there was still no movement. This made them feel puzzled, and at the same time hesitated a little. But at this time, the people of the Golden Clan suddenly seemed to have received some information. Jumped directly into the vortex from above. Seeing this scene, everyone is aware of it. The members of the Golden Clan must have happened below. Otherwise, how could they be so urgent and want to rush down? There must be something down there. Seeing this, Yi Ling and Lu Mu didn't hesitate anymore. He rushed in directly. After all, they had already guessed that what was below was the entrance to the secret realm. But now it seems that their guess is very likely to be true. Otherwise, it is impossible for these members of the Golden Clan to rush into the middle regiment in such a hurry. Yi Ling took Lu Mu's small hand and plunged directly into the vortex. Immediately felt a powerful attraction, attracting the two of them. Yi Ling glanced at Lu Mu and then said with concern, "Be careful, don't be pulled over, hold my hand tightly." Lu Mu nodded heavily after hearing Yi Ling's concerned words. He grasped Yi Ling's hand tightly. As time passed, the two of them, 507, slowly entered the bottom of the vortex. A blue portal is appearing in the eye of the vortex. Seeing this scene, Yi Ling and Lu Mu looked at each other and smiled. Their speculation was indeed true. Under this vortex, there is indeed the entrance to another secret realm. I just don't know who put the entrance of this secret realm here. A little whimsical. After all, it is very dangerous under this vortex. If you are not careful, you will be buried in the bottom of the sea. Only those who have reached the King realm can reach here safely. And with Yi Ling, they saw the blue portal. More and more powerhouses also came here. After seeing the blue portal as well, they looked at each other with greed in their eyes. Then he laughed and went directly into the portal. "Let's go too." Seeing this scene, Yi Ling couldn't wait any longer. So he pulled Lu Mu and directly entered the blue portal. Soon, they came to another world. This is a barren desert. Just when everyone was wondering, the sand beneath their feet suddenly began to roll. It's as if there is a behemoth moving inside. Constant squirming. There were huge ravines. Seeing this scene, all the powerhouses reacted and flew to Kong Chun. At this time, someone also discovered the previous Golden family. They rushed out from under the ground. There are several wounds on the body. From the wound, golden blood flowed. It looks extremely precious. This is also the peculiarity of their family. Only by cultivating a high level of robbery can the blood turn into the color of gold. But even with such a terrifying defense ability 0, at this moment he was also injured. Just when everyone, what kind of monsters can hurt them in the future? A terrifying monster rushed out directly from under the sand. It flew into the air directly, wanting to devour the 4 golden clans that escaped from its mouth just now. All of them. The others finally saw the whole picture of the monster clearly. It turned out to be a huge crocodile. The whole body is covered with pitch-black scales, which looks very terrifying. The body alone is 100 feet long. Coupled with the exposed teeth, it is like setting 2 huge stone pillars in the mouth. It looks extremely sharp. Do it. 4.0. Watching the giant crocodile finally come out from the ground, the Golden Clan, who had been aggrieved before, roared angrily. Restored his original appearance. They turned into golden giants hundreds of feet in length. Wrap the giant crocodile in front of you tightly. At this time, the giant crocodile also noticed that something was wrong. If you want to escape, it's too late. For giants made of gold tightly wrapped the giant crocodile. He continued to cast attacks and spells, desperately throwing them at the giant crocodile. Directly submerge this giant crocodile in endless energy. Soon, the giant crocodile in front of him can't stand such a horrible attack. The fried skin was torn apart, exudes a strong meaty aroma, floating in all directions. And the surrounding Wanzu didn't have any mood swings when they saw this scene. After all, such a giant crocodile died in front of their eyes. It's like a dead ant, just puzzlingly heavy 09. These 4 giants are made of gold. Why do you get hurt? This giant crocodile is so weak, it is impossible to cause such a wound. At this time, Lu Mu also saw something, and then turned to look at Yi Ling. I always feel that there is something wrong. Yi Ling nodded, agreeing with Lu Mu's statement. Then he continued to speak. I also feel that this matter is not right. This giant crocodile is not as strong as imagined. How is it possible that it will cause harm to the members of the Gold family? You mean there are other existences? Lu Mu immediately understood Yi Ling's thoughts and then spoke. Hearing Lu Mu's words, Yi Ling nodded, then opened the eyes of emptiness. Sure enough, there is another universe in the land below. He actually found a giant scorpion. The whole body is red, lying in ambush under the sand field. A pair of blood-red pupils were staring fixedly upward. The moment Yi Ling observed it, it was instantly reflected. Also use pupils to look at Yi Ling. Eye to eye with him. Seeing that he has been discovered, the giant scorpion is no longer hiding. Straight out of the sand, the huge tail spines are constantly elongating. It's like a chain that can be extended infinitely. Straight to the golden family in the air. In the blink of an eye, a giant of the golden clan was sent. To poke a double piercing, he tossed it aside indifferently. That golden giant still wants to get up. Suddenly, he found that clusters of purple mist appeared on his chest. Seeing this, the golden giant immediately understood something. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something. Then, as soon as his head sank, he died completely. And seeing this scene, the remaining 3 giants of the golden family, they all looked horrified, because they are members of the golden clan. Such a terrifying defense was pierced so easily. It can be seen how terrifying this giant scorpion is. Afterwards, the giant scorpion recklessly controlled its tail sting again. Constantly stretching, the remaining 3 giants of the Mad Division resigned. Quick, shrink your body. The Gold family looked at their huge body. Standing here is like a living target. Realize something. While shrinking his body, he said to his 2 fellow clansmen. Hearing this, the 2 fellow clansmen also reacted instantly. Shrunk the body. Seeing such a big goal, it shrinks down like this. The giant scorpion also lost interest. Looking at the 3 shrunken golden giants, the giant scorpion immediately lost interest. Then he turned his gaze to the rest of the existence. The moment he saw Yi Ling, his crimson pupils shone brightly, adding an inexplicable luster. Immediately became interested. At this time, he had already recognized it. It was this guy just now, secretly staring at himself. Disturb your own cleaning. Expose yourself early. All of this must be counted in front of this guy in front of him. Yi Ling looked at the giant scorpion in front of him, and actually set his sights on himself, and couldn't help showing a weird smile. In his opinion, the guy in front of him is simply asking for a dead end. After all, he is not something to mess with. If you really provoke him, then he will not be polite. Lu Mu on the side also saw clearly the purpose of the cancer not far away. Dang even covered his mouth, chuckled lightly and said, "It seems that it has targeted you for the first time. No way, some idiots just don't have any brains. How dare he target me? I won't teach him a lesson. I'm afraid it doesn't even know. I'm not something to mess with." Yi Ling said indifferently, followed by a cold face. Because at this moment, the giant scorpion had already launched an attack on him on its own initiative. The tail thorn behind him shot straight at him, with an indelible breath. And Yi Ling felt this strange aura instantly. As soon as Su Su opened his eyes, a strange smile appeared on his face. Afterwards, he looked at Lu Mu at the side, and then said, "There seems to be a special breath in the body of this giant scorpion. Can you feel it?" Hearing Yi Ling's words, Lu Mu was also taken aback. Then he turned his gaze to the giant scorpion below. Also felt something. Then, with surprise on his face, he looked at Yi Ling. He exchanged a glance with Yi Ling, but he didn't express his thoughts. Just looked at each other and smiled. Afterwards, Yi Ling was in disbelief on everyone's faces. With one hand, he grabbed the tail thorn that was stabbing at him. Then with a violent pull, the tail of the giant scorpion in front of him was directly torn off. The tail was torn off, and a sharp pain hit. The giant scorpion can't stand it. He twisted his body crazily. At the same time, he looked at Yi Ling above the sky with hatred eyes. But soon, relying on strong recovery ability, the tail behind the giant scorpion slowly grew out, pounced directly towards the sky. Want to kill Yi Ling? Insist. Yi Ling could feel that this giant scorpion had a special blood in its body. But so far, he doesn't know what bloodline it is. I just felt a strange breath. That's why he dug for Lu Myuk. After getting Lu Mu's approval, he also nodded in satisfaction. and looked at the giant scorpion that looked like himself. Yi Ling didn't kill the killer because he was afraid that the other party would die. The blood in the opponent's body will condense into blood essence, just like in a 9-level demon world, will be revealed directly. Therefore, Yi Ling resorted to Qiyang Ju directly, immediately freeze the giant scorpion in front of him. After all, in their view, there must be a big secret in having so many bloodlines. They will not give up such a great opportunity so easily. Therefore, they gritted their teeth and stayed where they were, going to find out what on earth is there that can exist such a powerful monster. If they can figure out the secret, it will be a great harvest. Finally, a terrifying tiger was smashed by a strong man and was beaten into a blood mist. A drop of extremely pure blood appeared in the void. It's the menstrual blood of an ancient alien beast. Damn it, it's something like this. No wonder they 097 are so strong. I'm finally going to make a fortune this time. Everyone watched this scene. Stunned, he licked his thirsty lips with an expression of disbelief. They never imagined that in the bodies of these monsters, there were actually the essence and blood of ancient alien beasts. In other words, this secret realm is also a part of the 9-layer demon realm. Otherwise, it is impossible to have the rules of the 9-level demon world. Once dead, the essence and blood in the body will condense out. This is a unique rule belonging to the 9-level demon world. Everyone is very excited. He raised his head and laughed, very glad that he stayed. All things go crazy, then flock to the group of monsters. Fight with them, although there are injuries in the battle, but the rewards that can be brought back are even more. As a result, more and more tribes united together. Launch an attack on these ferocious beasts below. After all, it seems to them, in the eyes of these monsters, there is no wisdom at all. Just like in the 9-level demon world, their wisdom has been suppressed a lot. As long as they can cooperate, the monster meat below can only be lambs waiting to be slaughtered, and let them slaughter. Therefore, under the cooperation, more and more monsters died in their hands. Ajp! More and more blood essence appeared in the void. Exudes colorful light. Looking at the blood all over the sky, all the 10,000 races are short of breath. The speed of their slaughter was accelerated even more. Now they have gained so much blood. It seems that they are after, even if they can't get a drop of blood. Just the blood in front of me is enough. It seems that my guess is not wrong. Seeing this scene, Yi Ling also understood. What I just did was correct. What they didn't expect was that the so-called blood essence was everywhere in this secret realm. This made him dumbfounded. Everything I have done, although correct, seems to be a little redundant. After all, the bloodlines that were cherished so much at first are now everywhere. And after seeing these essence and blood, Yi Ling also started a frenzied slaughter. Incarnate into the invincible god of war, holding a murderous sword, has a golden jade body to protect the body. He is like a god of war, constantly emerging in the void. Easily harvest everything. Strong fighting ability and harvesting ability. Let Yi Ling kill thousands of monsters in an instant. In the eyes of those 10,000 races, a very powerful monster. It takes a lot of energy to kill them, and even if they are not careful, they will be seriously injured. But right now, in front of Yi Ling, they were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Yi Ling is like cutting rice. The lives of these monsters were reaped one after another. In the midst of this endless killing, Yi Ling's is getting more and more excited. There is no wound on the body, but the clothes on the body are all soaked. These are the flesh and blood of those monsters. At this time, Yi Ling fell into a state of frenzy. He punched to the flesh and rushed to the middle of those monsters. Killed a monster with one punch. Hammered abruptly into a blood mist. Showed his combative character. Seeing this scene, all the 10,000 races felt very frightened. At the same time, they are more afraid of the human race. For nearly 1,000,000 years, the human race has become stronger and stronger. The former first race seems to be regaining his throne again. All the 10,000 races became very fearful under the terrifying fighting power of the human race. Someone even looked towards his companion. That woman looked so beautiful and delicate. but also very scary. Endless crimson flames enveloped her whole body. Give her a huge boost. Each palm is easily expelled, and the immortal phoenix flames slant out. Directly burn everything around. No monster dared to approach her, because if you are a little careless, you will be directly infected by the flames. Disappear directly. Those powerful monsters, when they encountered this terrifying flame, he couldn't even react at all, and was burned into nothingness by the flame. This woman's fighting ability is not weaker than the human race man in front of her. Even more vicious. This scene also made everyone feel incredible. It is believed that among the human race, there are such terrifying powerhouses everywhere. Already was too scared to speak. The group of monsters in front of them. Even after Ling killed them so horribly, the number of these monsters did not decrease significantly. There are also a steady stream of monsters gushing out from under the sand. It seems that there are endless monsters hiding in the sand below. It made everyone feel that something was wrong and rhythmic. Seeing this scene, Ling also made a decision. Then, he took Lu Mu directly and rushed under the sand. And this move immediately attracted the attention of others. They looked at each other. He also followed behind Ling and entered under Shasha. Want to find out what exists under the sand? Surprisingly, so many monsters with powerful bloodlines can emerge. If they can master the secret, maybe you will be able to achieve a higher realm and reach a higher peak. Some of the 10,000 races present have reached their limit. There is no way to rush forward one step further. All this in front of them means that they have further hope, so they become obsessed and insane. Already desperate, follow Ling, only to explore the secrets below. Even if they can't find the so-called secret, as long as they get a little more blood, they can also improve their cultivation. This time, follow Ling into the sand. In their view, this is a gamble. Bet right. Their realm can be more refined. If the bet is wrong, the big deal is death. The journey of cultivation is full of various dangers. It can't be smooth sailing. They can reach this realm and cultivate to the level of Demon King. July 20th is enough to prove that they have strong perseverance and ability. If it wasn't like this, they would have died long ago in a competition with other powerhouses of the same age. The existence that can reach the realm of the Demon King generally have great luck. Impossible just dies so easily. As Ling went deeper, he gradually discovered that under this sandy soil, there is another world. Slowly, a huge city appeared in front of everyone. And Ling just now, through the false eye, did not find this city. It is conceivable that it is full of weirdness. Countless monsters are rushing outward along the avenue at this time. The purpose is Ling and his group who want to stop them and keep them here forever. Everyone took action one after another to resist the attack of the monster. And a powerful aura suddenly rose from a distance, attracting everyone's attention. Immediately, someone among the 10,000 races couldn't bear the throbbing in their hearts and rushed out directly. Want to see what's going on there? Ling and Lu Mu looked at each other, and they also headed in that direction, even if they know someone did it on purpose. But they also want to know what is attracting their attention. Soon, they came to the center of the city, and looking at the huge blood pool in the center of the city, everyone felt it a little incredible. The blood-red pool water kept churning. One after another, powerful monsters are gushing out from the bottom of this pool of blood, then rush towards Ling and the others without thinking about their own lives. Everyone fell into a fierce battle once again. But as time went by, people gradually discovered the secret of this blood pool. Their breathing becomes rapid and disbelieving. This blood pool is full of blood from ancient beasts. It's such a strong breath. As long as I can take a breath, I may be able to break through to the realm of the Demon Emperor. I can feel it too. What a strong breath. Why? Why does this exist? It's so delicious. The smell is so fascinating to me. I can't wait to get into it. All the 10,000 races, after realizing that the blood essence in the bodies of these monsters are all made by the blood pool, completely lost all remaining sanity. They can't wait to throw themselves into this pool of blood right now. For them, as long as 3.5 can absorb a little blood, can benefit for life. But Yi Ling frowned. I always feel that something is not right. Over time, the blood pool gradually calmed down. The number of monsters is getting smaller and smaller. It seemed that the existence was aware of something, and did not continue to produce powerful monsters. He vaguely felt that something below was controlling these monsters. I just don't know why the existence below doesn't show up on its own initiative. After all, in Yi Ling's view, it is possible to have such a huge amount of ancient blood essence. The strength of the owner must be good. It seems that some people can't bear it anymore. Yi Ling looked back at Wanzu, smiled coldly. He already felt that someone couldn't hold back and wanted to make a move. This is a pool full of ancient blood essence. Lu Mu also noticed that something was wrong with Wanzu, because someone already walked to the side of the blood pool. Want to explore the smell of this blood pool. But seeing this scene, 09 Yi Ling did not stop. Just watching helplessly, the existence shrouded in black, 0, slowly walked towards the blood pool. The people around saw this scene and did not stop them. After all, they're also very curious. This blood pool that can continuously produce blood essence, what is there on the bottom? An existence shrouded in black mist. He is a strong man from the Night Owl clan. This family, whose whole body is shrouded in darkness, is the king of darkness. Strong, and the speed is like a ghost. When in danger, it can instantly turn into a shadow. Has an extraordinary ability to escape. It is precisely because of this that he is so confident and takes the initiative to stand up. Even if an accident occurs, he can jump away instantly. And with the powerful members of the Yi Xiao family, they came to the blood pool. The blood pool surged crazily as if it had been stimulated by something. Finally, in the astonished eyes of everyone, a figure formed by condensing blood and water slowly rose from the lake. Its figure is like a peerless beauty. From top to bottom, exudes a charming breath. Big B asterisk asterisk BS. A head of blood-red long hair hangs down. As time passed, her face became more and more refined. Like a real human being, she looked in front of her, the powerful Yi Xiao clan. A disdainful smile appeared on his face, and he pointed with his right hand, and a terrifying pressure suddenly enveloped the strong man. This strong man from the Night Owl clan didn't even react yet. The whole person exploded completely, turning into a pool of blood mist. The woman opened her mouth, and the animal was sucked into her belly. Then, with a look of intoxication, after a short silence, all the 10,000 races could not help but take a step back, because they can also get it from this woman. Feel a deadly breath. Seeing these cowardly existences, the woman couldn't help but sneer and said directly. That 277 voice was like a god. Supreme. Wait, retreat quickly, or else just be buried here. This sound, like a curse from heaven, made all existences frown silently. Pretending to be a ghost, looking at the woman in front of him, Lu Mu was the first to strike. He slapped it directly. Terrifying undead flames shrouded her hands. It made her attack this time with unrivaled power. And with this undead flame shot out, the blood girl in front of her also realized that something was wrong. Want to escape, but it was still stained by the undead fire. The terrifying and scorching temperature made her frown deeply. Want to get rid of it, but find that you can't do it at all. After all, this is the flame from the immortal fire phoenix. It is the flame of the gods, similar to Yi Ling's phoenix flame, and has the characteristics of immortality. Without Lu Mu's consent, this immortal fire will haunt you endlessly until you die completely. At this time, the blood girl was in great pain. Seeing the undead flames like maggots attached to the bones, slowly spreading upwards from his arms. She gritted her teeth and cut off the half of the arm. This saved most of the body. And looking at the girl in front of her, the blood girl finally revealed a dignified look. Then, it is full of greed, because she recognized the blood that the girl in front of her had. It was the undead fire phoenix bloodline she had dreamed of. As long as she devours it, she will have the opportunity to reshape her body. At that time, Is there any place in the heavens and myriad worlds that she cannot go to? Thinking of this, the more excited it is. Then the whole person rose against the wind, turned into a giant of hundreds of feet. In this way, even if she gets caught up in the other party's undead fire again, she also has enough time to react. Now, as long as she's in control of each other, then there is a way to absorb the blood of the undead fire phoenix in the opponent's body. At that time, she will be able to get rid of this damn 9-level demon world. Lu Mu, be careful. At this time, Ling also discovered the other party's purpose, and then yelled loudly, wanting to remind Lu Mu. Fine. Lu Mu looked at Ling with a little confidence, smiled lightly. Then the whole person rushed into the sky. Endless phoenix flames slanted out. At this moment, Lu Mu is turned into a blood-red phoenix, soaring in the sky. It grows against the wind and becomes overwhelming. A terrifying phantom shrouded it. It makes people feel terrified. Seeing this scene, the Wanzu present were also in shock, because they also recognized that it was the legendary undead fire phoenix. Greedy desires emerged in their minds. Although they don't have the terrifying ability of the blood girl, it can extract the phoenix blood in Lu Mu's body. But they have other methods, that is to combine with it. Once combined with himself, his offspring will have a great chance of inheriting such a terrifying bloodline. That's why they're excited. But when I thought about it, the woman in front of me had such a terrifying companion. Immediately a little frustrated. But there are also people who don't want to give up. If you can return to the 9-layer demon realm, report the news to your clansmen. When the time comes, the tribe will come forward. Well done. You can control the girl in front of you. In this way, it is equivalent to their race, with a powerful future. At this time, Ling also wanted to understand this point. Looking at the 10,000 races in front of him and the blood girl in front of him, it's like seeing a dead thing. At this time, he has already started to kill the heart. He will not let go of everyone in front of him. It is impossible for him to let them bring this news out. Lu Mu, they have already discovered your undead fire phoenix bloodline. So let's do it directly, no need to guess. Ling looked at these 10,000 races and said mercilessly, I see. The fire phoenix above the sky nodded lightly. Then an indiscriminate attack was carried out. The huge energy wings not only fluttered. The phoenix flames slanted downward like a downpour. There is no difference, and they are enveloped towards the surrounding 10,000 races. Damn, she wants to kill us. Everyone run away. What a terrifying undead flame. Is this the bloodline 923 of the gods? No, I must escape. The Wanzu below also felt a bit of shock. They also didn't expect that the girl in front of them was so vicious. Even they have to be killed. However, they also understood each other's thoughts. After all, such a terrifying bloodline. In order to keep one secret, it is very normal to kill the killer painfully. And thinking of this, the Wanzu ran away frantically without any hesitation. However, they forgot that there is a more Ajai, terrifying existence that has been watching them. Everyone, stay here. Ling looked at the top. Lu Mu had already fought with the blood girl, and then he was relieved. Then he turned his eyes to those 10,000 races below. His eyes slowly turned cold. Looking at these Wanzu who wanted to escape, their faces were full of disdain. Then he smiled coldly. 7 golden crows rushed out of his body. It grows against the wind, and it is hundreds of feet in size in an instant. Hanging high above the sky, exudes a mysterious force. It directly fixed all the 10,000 races present, so that they cannot move an inch. They could only watch helplessly, watching the undead fire that Lu Mu had cast on them, contaminating them. Helplessly, watching the undead fire, ran to his body. Some of the weaker ones were melted into nothingness within less than 3 breaths. Even if it is a bit stronger, it only lasted for tens of seconds before it could no longer hold on. Seeing this, all the remaining 10,000 races, they all looked at Ling in the sky with this kind of resentful gaze. Can't wait to eat its meat raw. Unfortunately, they never had the chance again. With Ling's efforts, the phoenix true fire in his body also slanted out. cooperate with Lu Mu's undead fire. Two kinds of terrifying flames are superimposed. Power doubled. Unexpectedly, I found another surprise. Above the sky, the blood girl who was fighting with Lu Mu also showed a crazily smile when she saw the phoenix true flames all over the sky. She didn't expect that today she not only met the legendary immortal fire, he even encountered a phoenix of the same rank as him. In this way, she can 100% escape from the 9-level demon world and soar in the sky from now on. Yi Ling, you also have the blood of the immortal fire phoenix? Lu Mu, who was high above the sky, looked at Yi Ling curiously, because she discovered that the blood in Yi Ling's body actually matched her own, obviously belong to the same species. That's why she has this question. You are the undead fire phoenix, and he is the phoenix. Generally speaking, it is a branch under Zufeng. The bloodline level is also the same. However, the blood purity in this guy's body should be several grades stronger than yours. Before Yi Ling could answer, the blood girl in front of her couldn't wait to speak. Obviously, she also developed a strong interest in Yi Ling, because she also discovered that the phoenix blood in Yi Ling's body seemed to be extremely pure, already almost reaching the level of the first generation of pure blood. This surprised her very much. In fact, this is the result of Yi Ling exchanging his gold finger for talent and purifying this bloodline. But because Yi Ling didn't want to give up the human blood in his body, he only purified it to 90%. What? I don't seem to have heard you talk about it. Lu Mu looked at Yi Ling curiously. Hearing this, Yi Ling waved his hands and said helplessly, "You didn't ask me either." This? Lu Mu was speechless by Yi Ling's words. He didn't think too much about it anymore, but concentrated on dealing with the blood girl in front of him. At this time, the blood girl has always wanted to capture the undead fire phoenix in front of her, and dare not touch the killer. When she was looking for the blood of the undead phoenix, she had already learned a lot of news about this blood. If you kill the undead fire phoenix in front of you, then the blood inheritance in her body will directly transfer her to other places. At that time, she will never be able to find this guy again. Therefore, she can only control her strength as best she can to capture him alive. However, in this way, the difficulty is greatly enhanced. Soon, those 10,000 races below were beheaded by Yi Ling, leaving no one alive. Then, Yi Ling looked at Blood Girl and Lu Mu, who were fighting hard in the sky. Then he smiled and said, "Do you want me to help?" He could see that there was not much difference in combat effectiveness between the two. It has even fallen into a stalemate. He could also see that the bloody girl seemed to be afraid, and she never dared to make heavy moves. As a result, Lu Mu was able to escape every time. And Lu Mu, relying on the undead fire phoenix blood in his body, trades injuries for injuries every time. 0 yen. Gradually, a delicate balance has been formed between the two. Hearing Yi Ling's words, Lu Mu said helplessly, "Then you don't hurry to help. I can't take her down by myself." "Okay, then I'll come," Yi Ling said quickly. Then, the whole person went towards the sky. Endless fragments of rules condensed around him. 0. Then it turned into a soldier holding a giant sword and was controlled by him. He slammed hard at the blood girl not far away. With that unrivaled power and a breath of God, it looks very thick and mysterious. Question mark. Looking at the huge sword that looked like she had attacked, the blood girl changed her face for the first time. It can actually feel a deadly threat from it. In other words, if it doesn't dodge, it is very likely to be seriously injured. This made it very surprising. Originally, it thought that it was an invincible existence in this realm. After all, it practiced the most advanced skills, being able to continuously devour other bloodlines and improve one's own strength. But she never thought of it. Such a powerful fighting ability of his own is in front of the young man in front of him. But it seemed so vulnerable. It gave her a sense of frustration. But she also has hidden abilities. Then, she opened her mouth and took a breath. The blood in the blood pool rolled up and was directly sucked into his mouth. The originally gigantic body gradually became firmer. 837. At this moment, it is the real peak state. Have the strongest combat power. Then the body kept shrinking, becoming about the same size as Yi Ling. It also avoided Yi Ling's blow. Seeing this, Lu Mu also changed back to the human form. At this time, Yi Ling also opened his false eyes. Then, with great interest, he looked at the blood girl in front of him and said with a smile, "You seem to have the blood of a god in your body. It's the gluttonous blood, am I right? Ha, I didn't expect it to be seen through by you. That's right, there is indeed a gluttonous blood in my body, and my purpose is to devour the blood of both of you. In this way, I can get rid of the control of this damn 9-level demon world. Return to the big world again." Knowing her bloodline by Yi Ling, the blood girl was not surprised at all. After all, in her opinion, this is just a very normal thing. And when she talked about the 9-layer demon realm, her eyes were full of resentment. "Even you can't get out of this 9-level demon world?" Yi Ling was stunned. He remembered the snake that he had captured alive. "I don't know if I can take it out." Hearing what the blood girl said, he also hesitated. The 9th-level demon world, this is a 6th-level world, and the restrictions of heaven are very terrifying. Unless you reach the 7th-level emperor level, otherwise, you will not be able to get out at all. Hearing Yi Ling's question, Nu shook her head slightly and said helplessly. The resentment in his eyes deepened. "You should be a native creature of the 9-level demon world, right?" Yi Ling looked at the blood girl in front of him and suddenly thought of something. Because no matter how strong the blood girl in front of him is, she is only in the realm of the demon king. Before him, all the demon kings who lived in the 9-level demon realm were all mentally disabled. And the blood girl in front of her obviously possesses the wisdom no less than any human being. Therefore, he was very sure that the blood girl in front of him was not an aborigine of this world. "Boy, you guessed right, I am indeed not an aborigine in this world. After all, this 9-level demon world can only give birth to some incomplete things without any wisdom. And those of us demon kings with wisdom, even the demon king, were forcibly plundered by him from the outside world. But at the beginning it was because I entered the void by mistake, encountered the heavenly Tao of the 9-layered demon realm. Then, it was forcibly plundered by him. It has been locked up for more than 1,000 years. After 3.0 finished speaking, he turned his eyes to the two people in front of him. That is Yi Ling and Lu Mu, with a hint of greed in their eyes. Then continued to speak. "However, today he finally sent me a big gift, which is you. After all, in the outside world, it is difficult to meet such a delicious blood like the two of you." After she finished speaking, she looked at Yi Ling and Lu Mu excitedly, her eyes full of greed and unabashed joy. If it was in the outside world, she might spend her whole life, and she would not be able to meet any of the blood of the immortal fire phoenix and the blood of the real phoenix. After all, this kind of God's blood. Among hundreds of millions of lives, it is not bad to have one. But now, these two powerful God bloodlines just appeared in front of him. As for myself, as long as I devour them, I can advance to a higher level in a short time. When the time comes, she will be able to shatter this damn 9-level demon sword with one palm. Return to the great 1,000 world again. From this point of view, it can be regarded as an opportunity given to her by the 9-level demon world to actually send such a powerful bloodline to her hands. The blood vessels she absorbed before were added together. It is estimated that even 1/1000th of the blood of the two people in front of them cannot be achieved. This is the blood from the gods. The difference can be imagined. The injuries suffered by the blood girl and the energy zone consumed, slowly recovering. She looked at Yi Ling and Lu Mu in front of her with satisfaction. While talking with him, Lu Mu quickly recovered 09's own body, quickly back to top condition. And this is the super self-healing ability brought to her by the immortal fire phoenix. If it is an ordinary blood, there is definitely no way to do this. It seems that you still want to swallow the blood of both of us. Yi Ling looked at the blood girl in front of him coldly. She can sense the greed of the other party. That's right. The blood girl licked her lips and looked at the two people in front of her with an excited expression. From the beginning to the end, she never thought of giving up her goal. That is, devouring the blood of the two people in front of them. Then, escape from this damn 9-level demon world. So while talking, she was also recovering her fighting power. The blood girl didn't wait for the two to speak and continued. If it's outside, even if we can become friends. But once I break through to a higher level, I will kill you without hesitation. After all, the blood in your body is to me. It was so delicious. As she spoke, the blood girl licked her thirsty lips. This is the greedy rule of the gluttonous bloodline, so that she is not hungry all the time. That's why she created endless spirits and monsters, then attract the strong and enter her underground world to devour. Feedback, constantly strengthening his gluttonous blood. In her heart, she had already started to think, wait for her cultivation to improve again. She will definitely devour the whole world. Let the world surrender for yourself. Listening to the arrogant words of the blood girl, Ling and Lu Mu looked at each other and smiled. Immediately, Lu Mu smiled lightly and said, "It seems that your ambition is not small, but you have to remember that the greater your ambition, the faster you will die. You are doomed to die at our hands." Jie, is that right? The blood girl laughed wildly. Just relying on humans like you? I think there are many strong people who died in my hands, right? There was a mocking look on her face. For the two humans in front of her, she didn't pay attention at all. Then I will tell you with facts who will be the real winner. Lu Mu glanced at her indifferently. Huh? The bloody girl laughed. I'll just wait and see who wins. After finishing speaking, she rushed directly towards Ling. The long knife in his hand waved. In an instant, the knife light flickered. A whistling sound resounded. Lu Mu narrowed his eyes slightly. A long knife was born out of nowhere, stood in front of her. Clank! There was a crisp sound of gold and iron colliding. A strong air current suddenly swept around. Snort! Lu Mu let out a muffled snort and retreated abruptly. The long knife in his hand drew a circle in midair. A huge crack appeared in an instant. The blood girl's attack was easily resisted by her. This scene made Ling nod involuntarily. This girl is really good. Although her cultivation base is weaker than that of the blood girl, she has a very strong defensive ability. Moreover, she also has an advantage. That's how fast she is. The blood girl failed to make a move and immediately launched another powerful attack. This time, she went straight to Ling's chest. Small tricks. Ling sneered and kicked it out. Boom! There was an explosion sound. The figure of the blood girl was sent flying by the shock. The bloody long knife fell to the ground and turned into fragments all over the sky. Seeing this scene, Lu Mu frowned slightly. Although her defensive power is stronger than that of the blood girl, she still cannot block the opponent's attack. But Ling can easily defeat the opponent. The two are simply not the same level of existence. She couldn't help looking at Ling in surprise. Is this the strength of your humans? I thought that your strength was nothing more than that. Ling shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, What do you think? How are you now compared to us back then? Ling took a step forward and rushed towards the blood girl. Since you want to court death, then I will fulfill you. Let me see how long your physical body can resist. The blood girl smiled ferociously. Ling smiled indifferently and tapped the ground with her toes. Call out. The body immediately rushed out like an arrow leaving the string. The next moment, he had already appeared in front of the bloody woman at 433. With the spear in his hand, he stabbed fiercely towards the blood girl's head. The tip of the spear shone with cold light, exuding a strong, icy light. Seeing this scene, the blood girl sneered coldly, overwhelmed. Her long knife suddenly raised. With a twist of the blade, it landed directly on Ling's long spear. The two weapons collided violently in the air. There was a loud bang. Immediately afterwards, the blood girl's body was directly thrown to the ground by Ling. The long knife in her hand was smashed into pieces by Ling's arm, and her body was trampled on the ground by Mailong. Strands of blood slowly slid down her neck. As expected of a human being, she is indeed very strong. The blood girl gritted her teeth. However, in the face of absolute power, she still lost. Ling smiled lightly and didn't say anything. However, today you must die. I have waited long enough. The blood girl's eyes were full of resentment. Yeah? Yi Ling smiled faintly and slowly raised his palm. A group of fiery flames suddenly appeared in his palm. Phoenix is really hot. As the voice fell, a hot flame directly attacked the blood girl. The blood girl's pupil shrank, and her complexion became ugly. She had never seen this kind of flame, let alone heard of it. Their temperature is too scary. She hastily mobilized her spiritual power, trying to suppress it. However, it was in vain. This phoenix fire is not just burning everything. Even a stubborn stone can be melted directly. This kind of flame, even the vampires have to avoid it. I want you to die. The bloody girl smiled ferociously and disappeared in place. Yi Ling raised his eyebrows slightly. The body of the blood girl disappeared without a trace. Not only Yi Ling, but even Lu Mu was a little surprised by this weird scene. The blood girl was actually able to disappear in the rain of air. Wanna run? No way. Lu Mu's body disappeared directly in place, chasing after the blood girl. Both of them are extremely fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, he was forced out of the distance. And behind Yi Ling, the blood-stained corpse suddenly appeared. That pale face carried a look of madness. Holding a long sword in her hand, she slashed at Yi Ling fiercely. There was a sound of puff, and the flowers splashed. Yi Ling tilted his head slightly, avoiding the opponent's fatal blow. Damn, your human speed is really fast. The blood girl gnashed her teeth and roared angrily. I don't mind playing with you slowly. Don't you really want to taste this taste? I can satisfy you. Yi Ling grinned, stomped his toes on the ground, and galloped away again. The two chased to the other end of the valley again. The figures of the two have reached their limits. Do you humans like playing cat and mouse games so much? The blood girl roared angrily. Cat and mouse? I didn't think so. I am reluctant to take such a beautiful prey like you. However, I can give you a chance. As long as you surrender obediently, I can forgive your rudeness. Yi Ling shook his head and said backwards. Bah, don't think about it. I don't care who you are or how strong you are. No matter what your name is, I only know that today I will kill you. The blood girl gritted her teeth and said. There was a deep hatred in her voice. Obviously, she hated Yi Ling to the core. And Yi Ling smiled faintly. His eyes narrowed into a line, revealing a dangerous arc. That being the case, don't blame me for being so hot. After saying this, Yi Ling's figure suddenly disappeared in place. The next moment, he had already appeared behind the woman. With a flick of the wrist, a long spear was grasped suddenly and immediately pierced the back of the blood girl's neck fiercely. There was a snort. The entire back of the blood girl was directly pierced. She let out a scream, and her body suddenly went limp. Yi Ling withdrew her spear and didn't even look at her. Immediately, he approached the blood girl in front of him slowly. His eyes were extremely cold. Seeing Yi Ling walking towards him step by step, a trace of panic appeared on the pretty face of the blood girl. Don't come, don't come, the blood girl yelled in horror. Yi Ling didn't pay any attention to it. She tiptoed, and her body, like a ghost, floated to the blood girl's side. Immediately, he flicked his finger. Call out. A ray of golden flames directly entered Aaron's chest. There was a snort. The flames ignited instantly. The blood girl's face turned pale instantly, and her lips turned black. Drops of blood flowed from the wound. No, I cannot be reconciled. The blood girl roared sternly. Her eyes widened. You are not reconciled? Then why did you kill me? Why did you attack me? Yi Ling sneered. Because I want you to die. I want to let you die. The death is very painful, very tragic. The blood girl laughed frantically. Then you did it. Yi Ling shrugged. His face is still calm. I want to kill you. Kill you. 012005409 Feilu 100 422560. The blood girl's eyes were red. Okay, I will give you this chance. Come on, let me see what you are capable of. You can kill me. Yi Ling spread his hands. A mocking smile appeared on his face. Swish! The blood girl's figure was like lightning, and she suddenly moved towards Zheng Ling to kill Fa. Yi Ling tapped the ground with her toes, swayed her body, and directly avoided her attack. Bang, bang, bang. The two fought fiercely together. Two afterimages staggered past in midair. The Blood Girl's fist hit Yi Ling hard. Yi Ling snorted and stepped back continuously, and his body was emitting a puff of blue smoke. Under the bloody clothes, fresh blood flowed out, soaking the clothes. The fist of the Blood Girl is very powerful, and the power contained in it is also very violent. Your strength is really good. Yi Ling nodded. The punch just now caused him to suffer serious internal injuries. However, his physical strength is equally astonishing. His figure shook, and a fierce force exploded out violently. Pooh! The Blood Girl was sent flying out. Her body was filled with blood mist, and her body directly hit the mountain wall beside her, directly blowing the mountain wall down. Her body was embedded in the gravel. Moreover, her face was full of ferocious anger and unwillingness. She didn't expect that this guy's physical strength was so amazing. How about, am I still satisfied? However, what I am even more dissatisfied with is that you dare to attack me. Yi Ling stepped forward, staring at the Blood Girl with a pair of eyes. His cold gaze made the Blood Girl's body tremble involuntarily. However, the Blood Girl regained her composure immediately. Haha, I admit I lost, but I will not surrender. I will never give up. Moreover, you ants, there is no way you can win against me. The Blood Girl looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, laughing hysterically, extremely crazy. But when he heard this sentence, he shook his head. You are really a piece of shit. If this is the case, go to hell. Yi Ling's palms suddenly hit the ground. Rumble! A violent explosion sounded suddenly, and all the surrounding rocks collapsed. Amidst the dust of flying, a figure stood up slowly. He is slender, with white skin and delicate features, like an elf. But at this moment, the expression on her face was full of ferocity. Do you think that with that thing, you can kill me? It's just wishful thinking. Today, I want you to die without a place of burial, so that you can't live without dying, and I want you to live forever. Yi Ling, you are dead. You are dead. The Blood Girl's voice was eerie and terrifying, like a ghost. Oh, then try it. Yi Ling shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile. Looking at the ferocious appearance of the Blood Girl, he couldn't help feeling a little funny. The Blood Girl's pupils suddenly constricted. She felt a threat of death. She wants to escape from here, escape from this place zero. But she found that her body seemed to be stuck in a quagmire, unable to move. Yi Ling! The Blood Girl looked at the boy in front of her. Her eyes were full of anger. She wished she could tear the boy in half. Unfortunately, she never had this chance again. Yi Ling's right hand slapped her head straight. At this moment, Yi Ling's incomparable power was taken to pieces. The Blood Girl didn't even think about it. She just abandoned her body. The soul came out of its shell, wanting to take the opportunity to escape and save its own life. It's a pity. How could Yi Ling let go of this opportunity? The scorching phoenix real fire is constantly gushing out. It turned into a fiery snake, directly wrapped the Blood Girl, and swallowed the remaining spiritual power in one gulp. Under Yi Ling's attack, the mighty Blood Girl was completely reduced to nothingness. It can't be wasted. After the Blood Girl died, her body returned to its original appearance. The blood pool is full of the blood essence of rare monsters. He can't waste it. Yi Ling showed an excited expression when he saw the missing blood on the ground. Collect them quickly. The 4th floor, Earth Fire World. 527 Yi Ling joined hands with Lu Mu and directly entered this world. And what caught his eyes was a fiery color. The old coin Void Worm has been hiding in the void. Even if Yi Ling fought against the Blood Girl, it didn't show up. Yi Ling was drunk with such a timid spirit. Originally, I thought that I would be able to attract the opponent by showing weakness, but now it seems that there is no chance to be popular. What's this? At this moment, clusters of flames slowly floated towards Yi Ling and the others. In midair, it suddenly turned into a butterfly. It looks beautiful and charming, but Yi Ling sensed a very dangerous atmosphere from it. This made him frown too. because he discovered that each of the butterflies transformed from the flames in front of him had the strength of the peak level of the Demon King. They just entered this earth-fire world, the first creature they encountered. It's only the 4th floor. There are such terrifying monsters. It's hard to imagine how terrifying there is on top of it. Brother Yi Ling, let's go. Lu Mu grabbed Yi Ling's sleeve nervously and said with a pale face, "This earth-fire world is much more dangerous than she imagined, although she is also a cultivator at the peak level of King Wu. However, she didn't dare to enter it casually. After all, in this world, there are still too many powerful monsters that she is not familiar with, and she is also afraid that she will be killed instantly. So, in this world, it's better to stay away." Hearing what Lu Mu said, Yi Ling didn't hesitate. Taking Lu Mu with him, he immediately stepped back. Unfortunately, he was still one step too late. Those fire butterflies have already surrounded the two of them. The fire butterfly spread its wings and rushed towards Yi Ling and Lu Mu. Snort! Yi Ling snorted coldly, and the flames on his body instantly ignited, burning all the surrounding butterflies into ashes. The attacks of these fire butterflies are completely futile. But this kind of attack is not unsolvable for Yi Ling, it just needs to consume more mana. And Yi Ling's move immediately attracted more butterflies. They flapped their wings one after another. Suddenly, sparks flew. Seeing this, Yi Ling's face changed slightly. Unexpectedly, these butterflies also knew how to attack together. However, their combined attacks were useless to Yi Ling. Yi Ling only needs to exert a little power, and it is easy enough to destroy them. Although the power of these fire butterflies has reached the realm of the Demon King, compared with Yi Ling, it is far behind. But Ajaj, in just a few minutes, these butterflies were completely destroyed. Looking around at the scorched butterflies, Yi Ling showed a faint smile. "Yi Ling, you are amazing. These fire butterflies can't do anything to you." Lu Mu looked adoring. "It's just a bunch of trash, not worth mentioning." The joint attack technique of these butterflies is indeed very powerful. But in Yi Ling's view, this is not a problem. His current strength has already surpassed the level of King Wu. The so-called Demon King was vulnerable in front of him. Even if it is a half-step martial emperor, Sifu has no chance of winning in front of him. At this moment, Lu Mu suddenly felt a strange aura. She looked up suddenly. In front of him, a gigantic firebird was slowly descending. Those blood-red eyes stared straight at Lu Mu. The powerful aura it emitted made Lu Mu tremble uncontrollably. "Is this the Demon King? What a big bird," Lu Mu said. "The aura that this huge firebird exudes is too terrifying." That feeling came oppressively like a mountain. Lu Mu's heart seemed to stop beating. The huge firebird, with a pair of red pupils, was shining with a bloodthirsty light. This huge monster is in the form of a monster. Aren't the butterflies formed by these flames just monsters? Ah! The huge firebird suddenly laughed loudly. It seemed that Lu Mu's words were very useful. Yi Ling frowned. This firebird is indeed a monster, but it is not a monster. It is the guardian of this earth-fire world, that is, the master of those fire butterflies. There are countless monsters in earth-fire world, but all of these monsters are called guardians. Their strength is due to their enormous size. No matter who it is, they dare not provoke them easily. Yi Ling ignored it, directly pulled Lu Mu's wrist, and stepped back. "Brother Yi Ling," Lu Mu's face was pale. "Where are you taking me?" Yi Ling didn't answer, but still pulled her back. "Brother Yi Ling, what are you doing? Are you crazy?" Lu Mu asked angrily. "This is the earth-fire world. When we enter the world of fire and earth, it is tantamount to seeking our own death. Good. We must get out of here quickly. Otherwise, May will definitely be eaten by the monsters here. But how can we get out of here?" Lu Mu had a headache. If she can't leave this earth-fire world, what should she do? "Do not worry. We will definitely get out of here," Yi Ling comforted. "Really?" Lu Mu's eyes were full of hope. Yi Ling nodded solemnly. "Let's leave first and then make plans." Hearing what Yi Ling said, Lu Mu's heart relaxed a little. "Okay, let's leave together," Lu Mu hastily said. This huge firebird was hovering in the sky. It seemed to have sensed something. It looked at Yi Ling's position, and a cruel smile was drawn on the corner of its mouth. Then, its body rushed towards Yi Ling very fast. Seeing this scene, Yi Ling's face changed slightly. This guy actually wanted to sneak attack on him? Yi Ling didn't care about anything else and directly took out the Zhuxian sword, swung it fiercely, and slashed at the huge flying firebird. Ding! The firebird nimbly avoided Yi Ling's attack. Boom! A dull crash resounded through the void. This time, the two weapons collided together, bursting out dazzling sparks. Yi Ling's expression froze. This guy's body is really tyrannical. The power of his attack this time was already great, but it was still resisted. Ants, are you worthy of competing against me? You two, submit to me obediently. Maybe you can keep your whole body. Otherwise, today, both of you will have to die here. Firebird looked down at the two of Yi Ling and said dismissively, Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Lumu laughed when he heard its arrogant words and said mockingly, This is the first time she has encountered such an arrogant person. Do you think you are strong? Just relying on you. You are also worthy to be our master? I bother. Old lady, I will teach you a lesson today and let you know what it means to have a sky beyond the sky and someone beyond the human. Lu Mu sneered, stepped on the ground with his feet, and a terrible air flow gushed out, directly overturning all the surrounding soil. Her body rushed out like a shell. In her right hand, a long sword appeared. The long sword drew a brilliant arc in the air, piercing the firebird's chest directly. Pooh! Blood splattered everywhere. Hiss! The huge flamingo let out a cry of pain. The sound spread throughout the sky and shocked the monsters nearby. They looked over one after another, their eyes filled with doubt and shock. What kind of monster is this huge firebird? They were actually frightened. Brother Yi Ling, what are you still doing there? Hurry up, I don't want to die here. Lu Mu shouted anxiously. Yi Ling's eyes flickered. Just now, Yi Ling noticed that the size of this firebird was very large, several times larger than ordinary firebirds. That being the case, then I will fulfill you. Yi Ling smiled faintly. Call out. The next moment, Yi Ling flew out directly. The Zhuxian sword in his hand was constantly spinning, and sword shadows, one after another, slashed towards the huge firebird. Ding! 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 One voice after another resounded continuously in the void. Whenever Yi Ling's attack falls, this huge firebird will let out a miserable howl. Its body was repeatedly chopped to pieces by Yi Ling's long sword. Although the firebird was huge, it couldn't resist Yi Ling's attack. Roar! The firebird roared angrily. Its eyes are full of strong anger, unwilling to accept it. This firebird is the most powerful creature in the earth fire world. None of them. However, now he was forced to flee in embarrassment by an ant, and even died. It's unbelievable. However, the matter was right in front of him, and he had to face it. Yi Ling's attacks came one after another, without any pause at all, without giving it a chance to react. I don't believe it, I can't kill you. Die for me. Yi Ling let out a low snort and jumped up suddenly. The immortal execution sword in his hand kept slashing at the firebird. Ding! Ding! The immortal execution sword kept chopping down on the firebird. Puff puff! One sword after another. More and more wounds on that firebird's body. More and more. Whoa! The firebird wailed in pain. Billowing flames burst out from all over his body. F***Kami. Yi Ling grinned ferociously and threw himself on the giant firebird. Die! Ha! Yi Ling grinned ferociously. But at this moment, the huge firebird suddenly disappeared. What? Yi Ling was shocked. Could it be that just now, was it an illusion? But why did he still disappear when he clearly killed the firebird completely? You humble human being dared to sneak attack on this king. I must crush you to ashes, crush your bones to ashes. Suddenly, this huge firebird roared in the air. The flames on it burned wildly. This huge firebird exudes a fearsome aura. Yi Ling's pupils suddenly narrowed. Wrong. This is real. This firebird was not killed by him. Ha! I thought it was hallucination. Yi Ling grinned. Just when he was about to perform another killer move, it was at this moment. Shhhhhhh. The dense breaking wind sounded continuously. One after another, the stones were directly smashed over. Careful! What the hell is this? Yi Ling's face changed suddenly. He hurriedly avoided the attack of the stones, then looked up and found that these stones were turned into birds one by one. These birds are all colorful, and they look beautiful and beautiful. Damn it, it turned out to be an illusion. Yi Ling gritted his teeth. You hateful human being! How dare you deceive me? Today, I will tear you to pieces. Let you taste my flame. Go, burn all, destroy all. The huge firebird let out an angry roar, and then it flapped its wings, and a ball of flame burst out in an instant. The flames swept across, covering the entire world in an instant. Huge flames enveloped Yi Ling's whole body. Soon, the giant bird realized that something was wrong, because he found that Yi Ling, who was shrouded, did not experience any discomfort. It can even feel a more intense vitality gushing out from the flame. Be aware of the flame in front of you. It did not cause any harm to the human being in front of him. This makes it hard to understand the 903. Are you wondering why this flame doesn't work for me? Under the terrified eyes of the other party, Yi Ling walked out of the flames unscathed. Not even the corner of the clothes was burned. Then, open your mouth and take a breath. The seemingly terrifying flame was actually completely sucked into his belly by him. Then, he burped exaggeratedly. Facing the giant bird in front of him, that puzzled look. He smiled slightly. No more explanations. Yi Ling stopped teasing him. Lumu looked at Yi Ling helplessly. She naturally knew that Yi Ling possessed the phoenix flame in his body. Except for his own undead flame. In this world, there are not any few flames whose quality can be higher than them. And these flames that are lower than the quality of their bodies are like courtiers meeting the emperor. There is simply no way to cause any damage to it. Forget it. I'll send you away directly. Seeing what Lu Mu said, Yi Ling smiled helplessly. Then with a wave of his right hand, a flame was 10,000 times more terrifying than the giant bird in front of him. Out of his body, above his high altitude, a phantom of a phoenix converged. Then it rose against the wind and gradually condensed into a solid body. To the giant bird in front of him, he waved his giant claws. With a terrifying, murderous intent. Hiss! The giant bird in front of him let out a mournful cry, because it found that its body could not move at all. Because this is suppression from a higher bloodline. There is no way. The ranks are strict among the monsters. What's more, as a bird, the phoenix originally belonged to the third ancestor. It is normal for it to be suppressed at this moment. He could only stare at the giant claw stretching towards himself. Cut your body apart. Then it exploded violently, turning into blood mist all over the sky. Although the creatures below are not very intelligent, but seeing this scene, they instinctively want to escape. Snort! Seeing this scene, Yi Ling snorted coldly. The red phoenix in the sky exploded suddenly, turning into small phoenixes, flying around. Wrap these fleeing monsters, then tear it up or die together. Just now, these guys offended him quite a bit. How could he be willing to let him go? Sending these guys to die is the best ending. This guy's become stronger again. The void filled the air, and a terrifying phantom quietly poked its head out. Unfortunately, 3.0 only appeared for a few seconds. It shrank back nervously, because it was not sure if Yi Ling in front of him was watching him. After all, the current him is far from being the opponent of this guy in front of him. In just a few seconds, he found that Yi Ling in front of him was much stronger. It even made it feel a little suffocated. Feeling this familiar breath, Yi Ling frowned and looked up somewhere in the void. What's wrong? Lu Mu looked at Yi Ling, who was puzzled, and then raised his head to look at him, with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. I don't quite understand my companion. Why does he show such an expression? That guy appeared again. This breath made me feel very uncomfortable. Yi Ling shook his head helplessly, then looked up somewhere in the void. That damn bug poked its head out from time to time. Relying on oneself can't cause any influence on it, so it's always there. It's a pity that I really have no way to solve the other party, which caused trouble. Then what should we do? Now we seem to be unable to have any influence on it. Lumu shook his head, also very helpless. Come on, he won't be arrogant for long. Yi Ling lowered his head, then muttered to himself. Then, he took Lu Mu's little hand, continued to advance to a higher level. 7th floor, 8th floor. After several days, they finally reached the 9th floor of the legendary 9-storied Demon Tower. White Void World! After entering the 9th floor, only now did Yi Ling realize that the two of them actually appeared in a vast white void. Here, there's actually no trace of life at all. At this time, the void worms from the Zerg also appeared in the void swaggeringly at this time. Unable to rely on the cracks in the void any longer, he froze in place. This made Yi Ling's face reveal a trace of surprise. He didn't expect that the ministers of the 9-level demon world on the 9th level. There is such a terrifying restriction. All life cannot be placed in the void. Suddenly, a cruel smile appeared on Yi Ling's face. He looked at the void worm not far away, with a strange expression on his face. Now, you can no longer escape. Yi Ling has reached the 6th level of the Martial King, and with the blessing of talent, it is equivalent to possessing the strength of the Martial King's realm. But he never did it. I just want to be able to kill the opponent 100% after being stronger. It's just that I didn't expect that the 9th floor of the 9-layer demon realm. 0. At this time, he did himself such a big favor. Let the void in front of you be unable to be placed in the void at all. It was like sending a void worm into his hands. Thinking of it, a ferocious smile appeared on Yi Ling's face. Step by step towards the void. At this time, the void worm also realized this instantly. The body trembled uncontrollably. It too had imagined its own consequences. He frantically rushed towards the intersection, trying to escape in one piece. It's a pity. How could Yi Ling give it a chance to watch it? Immediately appeared behind the void worm. The terrifying confinement force instantly imprisoned the void in front of him. The void worm can only watch Yi Ling walking towards him. Soon, this void worm, which had troubled Yi Ling for dozens of days, was crushed into nothingness so easily. That's how he died. Seeing this scene, Lumu also showed a surprised smile. She never imagined that the horrible bugs that had bothered her and Yi Ling so much. After losing the ability to rely on the void, it became so vulnerable. Even one blow from Yi Ling couldn't withstand it. It was directly beaten into nothingness. This shows how terrifying Yi Ling's fighting power is. It's so quiet. After killing the void worm, Yi Ling took him back into his storage space. Then he observed everything around him with great interest. But gradually, his brows also wrinkled, because he found that in this damn void, except for him 610 and Lu Mu, he couldn't perceive other breaths of life. Even his divine sense couldn't cover a distance of 100 meters. He is now a strong man equivalent to the realm of the Martial Emperor. With such terrifying strength, it is impossible to see clearly the trend of the entire world. This really made him feel a little appalled. From this, it can be seen how extraordinary the origin of this 9-story demon tower is. Otherwise, it is impossible for him to be so suppressed. There's something wrong with this place. Lu Mu felt the blood in his body throbbing, as if some great danger was approaching them. So she approached Yi Ling nervously, wrapping her arms around his arms. A trace of softness leaned against his body. At this time, Yi Ling didn't feel any danger. But he also faintly felt that there was something staring at him somewhere. This made Yi Ling feel very uncomfortable. Humanity? A voice suddenly sounded. The voice is very thick, like thunder, not like ordinary people. Wait for Yi Ling to turn around and look. It was suddenly discovered that the speaking entity was actually a humanoid monster with 3 snake heads. It belongs to the snake race. Lu Mu recognized the race of the visitor at a glance, and quickly reminded Yi Ling. 3 zodiac snake people? Yi Ling heard the name, and the corresponding memory appeared in his mind. These three snake races belong to very powerful races among the heavens and myriad worlds. Since birth, it is three lives. The three heads of the three snake people. Each head represents a unique individual, a unique attribute. Therefore, their combat capabilities are therefore quite powerful. Among the same level, there are few opponents. It's a pity that what they met was Ling, a pervert. Combat strength cannot be treated by ordinary humans at all. In time, the aura of the three zodiac snake people in front of them was already equivalent to that of a human being at the peak of the martial king. But in front of Ling, who already possessed the fighting power of the martial emperor, it seemed so vulnerable. Human, are you ignoring me on purpose? Bashi looked coldly at the human in front of him. He couldn't believe that the human in front of him dared to ignore him. In his world, creatures like human beings are only suitable as food for their snake people, when food can also rebel against the master. This simply overturned his cognition. While I'm in a good mood, get out. Ling was too lazy to pay attention to the guy in front of him. He can perceive the weirdness of the ninth floor. Therefore, do not want to focus on an irrelevant existence. Of course, if the other party insists on making trouble, then he will not ignore it. Damn it. Seeing himself being so neglected, the scales on Bashi's neck became tense, as if he was about to attack at any time. Do it? I feel that these two human beings are unusual and a little unpredictable. Then go. There is food on the opposite side, so I just left. I am not reconciled. Then what shall we do, W degrees? One blow. No matter whether it is successful or not, the third child will use his supernatural powers to take us far away. Bashi said, and immediately, the triangular eyes of one of the snake heads suddenly flashed a cold light, and a pair of blood-red pupils also shot out traces of light that made one's hair stand on end. The three zodiac snakes have strong supernatural powers and can summon three snake beasts to fight with their companions. Good. The other two snake heads nodded in agreement. With a flash of triangular eyes, the three snake bodies turned into three strong storms, sweeping towards Ling. Snort! The corner of Ling's mouth curled up in a disdainful arc. Immediately, his palms were clenched tightly, and an astonishing momentum erupted from his body. The law of killing. Kill me. Boom, boom, boom. Ling waved his arm, and above his fist, bright golden thunder burst out. The golden thunder and lightning beams, like hideous ghosts, roared, tore through the void, and headed towards the attack of the three snake heads. Poo-chee, poo-chee. Bang, bang, bang. The power of the golden thunder is like a raging dragon, and the three snake heads burst instantly wherever it passes. The blood of the three snake heads, like a fountain, spilled from the air and splashed into the soil below. Ah! How dare you destroy the magical powers of the three zodiac snakes? The remaining two snake heads couldn't help but let out an angry roar, and their eye sockets became rosy. Destroy? With a playful smile on the corner of Ling's mouth, he said indifferently, "What did you do to me?" The three corpses fell to the ground, and there was no more sound. Three zodiac snake people. It is worthy of being the second-ranked race in the heavens and worlds, and its strength is really terrifying. However, today I will not let you go. You three go together. Ling spoke slowly, and his figure also slowly stepped out. The strands of terrifying murderous intent on his body became more and more intense. He was ready to take down the three snake-human races in front of him in one fell swoop. Damn human, you seek death. Seeing this scene, Bashi also desperately rushed towards Ling. The three snake tails slapped the ground frantically, kicking up waves of dust. Bash's attack is very powerful. Once the attack comes, it is enough to make any cultivator terrified. Ling is no exception. Boom, boom, boom. Bashi's body hit Ling fiercely, and Ling couldn't help but take a few steps back. Bash is very powerful. If it weren't for having a physical body like a chaotic dragon body, Ling would probably be injured now. Kill! Bash's three snake tails flicked up frantically at this moment. SHHHHHHHH. A series of golden thunderbolts descended from the sky, like a huge net, covering the sky and covering the earth. Overlord, unexpectedly displaying supernatural powers. The three snake tails all contained terrifying power, and they rushed towards Yi Ling madly. Yi Ling leaped up quickly. His toes lightly tapped in the air, and his figure rose into the sky like a cannonball, quickly dodging these terrifying whip legs. Moreover, Yi Ling's figure was also extremely agile, dodging the golden thunders and charging towards Bash. Humanity, die! When Bashi saw Yi Ling's actions, he roared angrily. His body turned around suddenly, and the three snake tails were all coming towards Yi Ling. Dead, it's you! The corners of Yi Ling's mouth were slightly raised, showing a sly smile, and then his body shook, and a monstrous killing intent also came out of his body. Rumble! Boom! Two terrifying air waves collided instantly. Boom! 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 The power of the two also collided fiercely in an instant, and a group of dazzling sparks erupted. How could this kid be so much stronger than before? Bashi's eyes widened, staring at Yi Ling in disbelief. You do not know? Excellent. My physique is that of a chaotic dragon, and my talent is powerful, so my cultivation speed is naturally much faster. Although your supernatural powers of the three zodiac snakes are powerful, I can completely suppress them. Yi Ling grinned, his eyeballs shone with a cold luster. Ha! I see. No wonder you are safe and sound under our siege. Bashi laughed loudly, and then his scarlet eyeballs suddenly flashed a cunning gleam, and then rushed towards Yi Ling fiercely. Do you think I'll give you a chance to escape? Die for me. Bashi's face was extremely gloomy, and then he made a lunge, and the tail of the snake slammed into Yi Ling's chest. This time, Bashi didn't show mercy, but wanted to kill him with one blow. Your attack is too slow. Kami. But the next moment, something that shocked Bashi. In the end, Yi Ling solved everything easily.